Your national fate has less than an hour remaining. Your country has lost 2 consecutive battles and is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. You are the hope of the entire nation, yet you were chosen to participate in a game where the odds of survival are 1 in 10. When everyone was praying for you, you were in the cruelest life or death game, firing 5 consecutive shots at your own head. Every shot missed its mark. Just as everyone thought you had gone mad, you simply gave a faint smile, pushed the gun to the opposite side, and calmly said, "Your turn. My name is Chéng, a transmigrator with a string of strange numbers on my arm called lifespan value. In this new world, it has replaced currency, becoming the lifeblood that determines a nation's destiny. Our nation has suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and the numbers on my arm are approaching a dangerous threshold. Less than an hour of life remains." Just as I thought everything was about to come to an end, a voice echoed in my mind, redrawing trial participants now. My vision went dark, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a vast, white space with 4 doors standing before me. I had been chosen. This multiverse game was brutally harsh, with slim chances of survival. But still, it was better than waiting for death. I had less than an hour left to live. If I failed this trial again, the entire nation would fall into crisis. I had to fight for myself, and for the country as well. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind, ding. Detected that the host has a strong sense of patriotism, the gambler system is activating. System activation successful. Ding. Detected that the host has bound the system for the first time, reward 1 lottery draw opportunity. Would you like to draw the lottery? A system. As a seasoned bookworm, I certainly knew what this meant. Without hesitation, I chose yes. A massive roulette will materialize before my eyes, its surface marked with various rewards ranging from 1,000 years of lifespan to 100 billion years. Everything you could wish for. My eyes fixed on the row displaying 10 billion years of lifespan, hope igniting within me. With it, I can even exchange lifespan for attributes in the system. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade passive skill, Goddess of Luck. Ding dong! The Goddess of Luck has been successfully triggered. Reward, 1 spin of the roulette wheel. I was stunned for a moment, then surprise bloomed across my face. You did nothing, but Lady Luck was triggered, and even rewarded you with a spin of the wheel. I rubbed my hands together. Though I hadn't won 100 billion years of lifespan, the skill seemed far more valuable. I immediately focused my thoughts, and the roulette wheel began spinning again. Ding! The Goddess of Luck activation was successful, granting the SSS grade passive skill Eyes of the Divine and Demonic. A burning sensation swept through my eyes. I rubbed my sore, swollen eyes and looked again at the 4 doors. With the Eyes of the Divine and Demonic, several lines of text now appeared on the originally pitch-black wooden doors. According to the rules, black doors lead to random rooms, while red doors lead to rooms where contestants from different countries battle each other. Southern Teleportation Gate. Inside, a butcher has entered a state of frenzy after his wife and daughter were killed. The survival rate upon entering is 0-0. I finally understand why China suffered consecutive defeats. These seemingly random black gates were so perilous a single misstep meant death. I immediately headed toward the western gate. Western portal. The endless abyss. Once entered, you will be in a continuous state of falling, never stopping until death. No. I then walked toward the eastern red door and my eyes lit up. Looking at the prompt above the eastern door, the corners of my mouth slowly curled upward. It's you! The red door opened. I stepped inside, my ears filled with all sorts of insults. In the room, a man wearing a grotesque mask and dressed in a suit stood at the center. 2 invisible walls separated the 4 participants, China, Sakura Nation, Kangaroo Nation, and Elephant Nation. There was a revolver lying on the table. Since everyone is awake, allow me to explain the rules of this Russian roulette game. The masked man's voice was cold as he stated the simple rules. On the wooden table lay a loaded revolver with a single bullet inside. Participants of the game take turns pointing the pistol at their own heads and pulling the trigger. Those who are shot or chicken out lose, and the one who persists till the end is the winner. The faces of me and the Japanese contestant remained unchanged, while the Indian contestant opposite me grinned from ear to ear. Ha, who would have thought my luck would be this good? Kid from Huaxia, you'd better surrender early. You're going to lose anyway, so stop wasting my time, he boasted triumphantly. I shook my head, picked up the revolver on the table, and weighed it in my hand. Give up? The game hasn't even started yet. Who wins and who loses is still anyone's guess. Kid, I'm giving you a way out by asking you to surrender. Don't be ungrateful. A displeased expression crossed his face. All of you Chinese will ultimately perish if you admit defeat now. When our white elephant nation steps into your Huaxia in the future, I might go easy on savoring your women. Click. I suddenly turned the gun barrel and pulled the trigger aimed at his head. No bullet was fired, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. It turns out that shooting yourself is the only way it works. Seeing the referee raise a warning card, I smiled at him and asked with concern in my voice, is the weather very hot? Why are you sweating so much? Do you want me to fan you? As expected, not a single Chinese person is normal. Do you realize that what you just did has already violated the rules? Next time I won't even need to lift a finger before you drop dead. He wiped his sweat and sneered contemptuously. So there was actually one chance to break the rules? Thanks for the reminder, I responded with a smile. He was momentarily speechless, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. I'll spend 10 years of lifespan points to make him shoot first, he suddenly shouted at the referee. I looked at the referee in astonishment. Could lifespan points really be used like this? As I watched, the revolver automatically loaded, its barrel now pointed at me. Oomph, you poor bastard from Huaxia, do you even have 10 years of lifespan to spare? I'm afraid all those old relics of yours don't even have a year of lifespan left, do you? He gloated mockingly. 10 years? That's quite generous of you, but... I weighed the revolver in my hand, under the shocked expression of the contestant from White Elephant Country. The gun barrel was aimed at the forehead, and the trigger was pulled. Click, ding, the goddess of luck has been activated. The first shot missed, and he looked at me as if he had seen a ghost. He was stunned. Under everyone's gaze, I did not return the revolver to the table but raised it again and pulled the trigger. Click, 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots. Including the first shot, I fired 5 shots in a row, every single one a blank. I weighed the revolver in my hand, then turned to the stunned contestant from Elephant Country with a slight smirk. It seems my luck is holding up. Your turn now. I pushed the revolver toward him. Until the cold muzzle was pointed at him, he snapped out of his shock, his face full of disbelief. No, how is this possible? You cheated. You absolutely cheated. He protested frantically to the referee. The masked man's voice, however, sounded like a death sentence. This contestant has not engaged in any other form of cheating. Please continue with the competition. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He fell into a state of collapse. I still have 60 years of life value left. I still have plenty of time. I've spent 10 years, no, 50 years. I'll buy the next round and let the other side shoot first. Since the opponent has already taken more than 3 consecutive turns, exceeding the rules, this purchase is invalid. The contestant must continue with the competition. The masked man took out the rule explanation. He went completely insane, kneeling on the ground and shouting, "No, I can't die, I can't die. You have 10 seconds left." The masked man's voice continued the countdown. No, I can't die yet, I can't. His legs went weak, and he stumbled backward, crawling away in a panic. 3, 2, 1. The masked man picked up the revolver, aimed it at the fleeing, crying figure, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A sound like a watermelon bursting rang out, splattering blood and brains everywhere. I felt a wave of nausea, but the masked man remained expressionless, placing the revolver back on the table and speaking mechanically. This round of the showdown was won by the Huaxia side. My right hand felt a sudden warmth. As I lifted my sleeve, a striking number caught my attention. 00:60:00:29. Before I could figure out what had happened, the masked man's voice rang out once again. This round is over. Please prepare the remaining 2 contestants. Next up, Huaxia vs Sakura Country. Chapter 4. Is this how you concede? What's going on? Isn't that the guy from Huaxia? Why is he here? And that Indian guy from White Elephant Kingdom? He actually lost? Yay! I was thinking that if it was that White Elephant Kingdom guy, it might be a bit of a hassle. Who knew the next match would be against that useless Huaxia? This is a total walkover. What's that Huaxia guy doing? Why is he just standing there frozen? Ha! What else could he be doing? He's probably scared stiff seeing us Sakura Nation. Hurry! Our great Sakura Nation's fleet can't wait any longer. You Chinese flower girls better clean yourselves up and wait for us. The scene shifts. Upon realizing the personnel ahead aren't Indians but Chinese, the Japanese crew freezes in shock before erupting into unrestrained laughter. Ha! Who'd have thought that Indian guy was such a loser? He can't even handle a Chinese wimp who lasted less than an hour. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wooden table, Yamamoto sneered upon seeing his opponent was Chinese. Hey, you from China never thought your luck would be so good, beating that useless Indian guy. But your luck ends here. See the 80s on my hand? Give up now. Maybe after we blast open your Chinese borders, I'll take special care of your Chinese women. As he spoke, a lecherous grin spread across Yamamoto's lips. It all seemed like divine intervention. He had regretted not being able to deliver the final blow to China, but now, unexpectedly, his moment had arrived. China Conquest Task Force. Everyone stared at the images on the screen, their eyes heavy with gravity. Initially, they clung to a sliver of hope if the Kangaroo Nation's forces could defeat the Cherry Blossom Nation, victory might still be within reach. But upon seeing Yamamoto Ikimoko step forward, their hearts tightened once more. Any leads? Old Bai asked his assistant, Xiao Lu, his voice heavy. Old Bai, we've found Yamamoto Ichiki's information, but the situation doesn't look good. Seeing Xiao Lu hesitate, Old Bai frowned deeply. Speak up. What is it? Grade A talent, luck. Luck? Old Bai's expression froze. The moment the word luck was uttered, the entire strategy team fell into an eerie silence. In other contexts, the luck talent might seem somewhat useless. But now, this very talent seemed destined for this very moment. Luck held absolute dominance in the Russian roulette game, not to mention the opponent possessed 80 years of lifespan points, allowing them to freely alter certain rules. Old by side, looking decades older in an instant, have all regional war zones prepare. If we fail, order immediate full-scale fire. Even if it means death, we cannot let those beasts breach our Chinese territory. As the order was issued, shrill alarms pierced the air across all of China. Military defenses across the nation activated, missiles entered standby mode, and even nuclear weapons initiated their key handover protocols. As Yamamoto Ikimoku had stated, the situation in China was now exceptionally dire. Should they lose this battle in Suzhou, over half of China's population would perish instantly due to insufficient life energy. What's going on? Why am I hearing sirens? Is war breaking out? Ugh, don't even get me started. That Yamamoto is one of the few with a true talent, and his talent just happens to be a great luck. This match is probably doomed. Damn it! This is cheating. Luck counts as a talent? And it just happens to match this duel perfectly? This is pure cheating. As Yamamoto Ichiki's information was gradually revealed, the Chinese audience watching the livestream grew increasingly anxious. Other nations gloated, waiting for China's defeat to storm its borders and repeat history. So, what do you think? I'm sure your country has already learned about me and is on full alert now, right? Seeing Su Cheng unmoved, Yamamoto stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Su Cheng's eyes, his tone laced with mockery. You don't seriously think you still have a chance to win, do you? I'll tell you the truth, I'm one of the few contestants blessed with talent, and not just any talent, but a great talent. Surrender now, and perhaps while I'm enjoying your Chinese women, I'll let you watch my corpse being used for your own pleasure. What do you say? Admit defeat? Su Cheng spoke. Yes, surrender. Wouldn't that be best for both of us? Yamamoto's gaze appraised Su Cheng, as if victory were already in his grasp. He had no intention of wasting his precious lifespan on a worthless loser. If the other guy got lucky and landed a critical hit, he'd waste decades of his precious lifespan for nothing. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Cheng rose and turned to the masked man beside him. After spending 10 minutes of his lifespan to obtain a pen and paper to jot down a string of numbers, he turned his gaze toward Yamamoto and asked, "Is this how I concede?" His words carried as he gripped the paper with both hands and extended it. In that moment, the numbers at the top of the paper stood out starkly under the light. August 15, 1945. The instant the date appeared, the entire table fell silent. Not only that, but the Chinese and Japanese viewers watching the livestream were stunned. Bastard! What is this Chinese guy doing? Is he trying to die? Kill him. Yamamoto, kill this bastard. Damned Chinese. Once our great Sakura Nation breaks through your borders, we'll restart the experiment and make you wish you were dead. As if a veil had been torn away, the Japanese viewers watching the livestream flushed crimson, roaring for Yamamoto to kill the opponent immediately. Inside the room, Yamamoto felt the same as the Japanese citizens watching the livestream. The moment he saw the numbers, his face visibly flushed crimson. Su Cheng's sudden outburst caused the tense Chinese crowd to burst into laughter. Yet the Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens watching this unfold felt as though they'd swallowed. In certain regions, the sight of those numbers even evoked memories of a particularly spectacular fireworks display. So, are you satisfied with this defeat? Su Cheng looked up at Yamamoto with a smug grin. Already seething with rage, Yamamoto exploded upon seeing Su Cheng's smug grin. How dare this bastard refuse him? To humiliate the great Sakura Nation like this in front of everyone? Damn him! At that very moment, he received a message from the Sakura Nation strategy team, ordering him to kill the Chinese personnel before him immediately. I was even considering giving you some face, letting you admit defeat yourself. But now, you've brought this all upon yourself. Chapter 5, Yamamoto, you're a god. Consuming 10 years of lifespan points, I'll purchase the privilege of firing first. Yamamoto turned his head, his expression furious as he glared at the masked man beside him. Damn it! He caught on after all. Inside the strategy group, Old Bai and his team listened to Yamamoto's words, their expressions turning grim. Su Cheng's move had indeed vented their pent-up anger. But it came at the worst possible time. This time, Su Cheng was the first to fire in the Russian roulette game. They had planned to have Su Cheng gamble 3 shots while Yamamoto was caught off guard. If all 3 shots missed, they would win this round. But before they could speak, Yamamoto had purchased the first shot, extinguishing their last shred of hope. This turn of events sent the hearts of Chinese viewers watching the livestream plummeting to rock bottom, while the Japanese audience erupted in frenzied cheers. Here it comes again. Was Yamamoto's god-tier luck about to manifest once more? 5 shots. Yamamoto fired 5 consecutive shots, showing the Chinese kid what real power looks like. Damn it, I've had it with this Chinese guy. 5 shots straight. Let them bloat now, I'll see how they beg on their knees later. Beside the wooden table, Yamamoto met Su Cheng's puzzled gaze with a sneer. You little Chinese brat, he thought, I'll show you what real power looks like. Yamamoto's gaze shifted to the masked man beside him. Consuming 20 years of lifespan to purchase the talent doubling effect. Consumption successful. Talent effect doubled. Duration, 3 minutes. The masked man pointed into the void before him. Instantly, 20 years were deducted from Yamamoto's lifespan. Forcing me to sacrifice 30 years of my lifespan, you've earned your death. He raised the revolver, its barrel aimed at his own forehead. Yamamoto shot a furious glance at the paper beneath Chéng. Rest assured, I won't fire all 5 shots. I'll save the last 2 for you to savor slowly. Bathed in the glow of doubled luck, Yamamoto's confidence reached unprecedented heights in that moment. Even if he fired 6 shots in succession, he possessed absolute confidence he would survive. The revolver's trait was never to jam? Ha! To him, that was merely a matter of insufficient luck. With that, Yamamoto pulled the trigger with his right hand without a moment's hesitation. The next second. Click. Bang. A bullet erupted from the pitch-black muzzle, its spinning trajectory tearing through Yamamoto's brow and blasting a gaping hole. Thud. As Yamamoto's body collapsed, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The live-stream viewers froze in place, one by one. Wait, what just happened? Is he dead? He's dead. He's really dead. This guy killed himself. Holy crap, my little brother nearly choked on his milk just now. After all that swagger, he just couldn't even block a single shot. Who were those guys saying he could take 5 shots? Why aren't you talking now? Speak up. Say something already. Yamamoto's sudden demise left the entire audience momentarily speechless. Especially the people of Sakura Nation. They were just thinking about what rewards they might get this time, and the next second Yamamoto blew himself away. It felt like a damn dream. What a joke. This is a class talent luck, doubled luck at that. How could he not even block a single shot? No, impossible. There's foul play. This Chinese guy must have used some underhanded trick. Damn it. Yamamoto, get up. How could you fall here? Get up, damn it. Inside the room, as Yamamoto's life force completely faded, the masked man spoke. Soon after, a voice as beautiful as heavenly music echoed over the skies of the defeated nations. This round's victory goes to Team China. Detected death of participants from Sakura Nation, White Elephant Nation, Kangaroo Nation. Lifespan of all Sakura Nation citizens reduced by 5 years. Russian roulette descends upon Sakura Nation, automatically selecting 5 million citizens to compete. The moment the announcement echoed, calamity struck across the White Elephant Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Kangaroo Nation. The Russian roulette wheel descended, forcibly dragging 1 million citizens into the contest. Death rates skyrocketed. The people of Sakura Nation lost all joy, their wails echoing endlessly. Ah! Damn you, Indian bastard! Why must you harm us even in death? No! I still have decades left. I refuse to participate in this. Yamamoto, all you to hell. I just immigrated to Sakura country and got selected. No, I won't play this game. I want to go back. Let me go back. China strategy team. The crowd watched Yamamoto's death scene, erupting into thunderous cheers. We won. We won. We actually won. Ha! Who'd have thought Yamamoto's luck would be this terrible? Even with doubled talent and a lucky boost, it ended with the first shot. That nearly scared the crap out of me. I thought we were done for. Old man Bai watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. As for Yamamoto's bad luck? He didn't see it that way. Whether it was the 5 shots earlier or Yamamoto's sudden demise now, Old Bai was convinced this scene was the work of the youth before him. Though he didn't know exactly what the boy had done, it had at least given China a chance to catch its breath. Moreover, he had a premonition. Perhaps China's fortunes were about to turn. This round of confrontation has ended. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank skill, Gamble Your Life. Life gamble, flip a coin. Heads doubles all attributes, skills, and talents while granting temporary immunity to all negative probability effects. Tails instantly triggers a near-death state. All skills and talents become ineffective, and all damage taken is doubled. Note, this ability may be affected by other talents or abilities. System, life points meet requirements. Bronze roulette activated. Life or death bet? Chéng stared at the interface that appeared before him, his expression momentarily frozen. This skill is powerful, extremely powerful. Just as described, this skill is literally a life or death gamble. If you win the gamble, the effect is like popping Viagra. But if you lose, the consequences are dire, equivalent to death. Yet Chéng felt not a shred of worry. For others, this life or death gamble might be too risky, perhaps something used only once in a lifetime. But for him, it was undoubtedly a massive advantage. Don't forget he possesses an SSS tier luck goddess talent, coupled with the divine demon eyes guidance. Landing on tails would be nearly impossible. A gambler system, a life or death skill. This feels like it's setting me up to become a gambling addict. He snapped back to reality. Chéng glanced at Yamamoto, dead as a doornail nearby, and a slow smile spread across his lips. Where did this guy even get the nerve to challenge his luck? That's like looking for in the toilet. But thankfully, the 50 years of life remaining in the other guy, just like Hassan, had now fallen into his hands after death. At that moment, a massive treasure chest plummeted from the sky onto the wooden table. The moment it appeared, every Chinese viewer watching the livestream held their breath, all anticipating this very scene. Chéng wasted no time, stepping forward and lifting the lid. Chapter 6, Enlightening the Beast-Eared Girl? Congratulations to the Chinese contestant for winning the battle room. All Chinese citizens receive rewards, plus 10 years of lifespan, plus 2 to all 3 primary attributes. Note, non-Chinese nationals and those without a sense of belonging to China cannot receive rewards. The voice of the multiverse game echoed over China as a gentle light descended into the bodies of Chinese citizens. The numbers on every Chinese person's arm increased by 10 years. Those who had lost hope for survival instantly regained confidence upon seeing the new numbers. Holy crap! 10 years, a full decade. I've never had such a generous head start in a fight. Ha! Thanks to God Su, all my lost attributes are back. I feel like I could climb 50 floors in one go now. Previously, when the Huaxia contestants failed, many citizens were forced into wheelchairs. Now, with their 3-dimensional enhancements, they felt their bodies grow light. Instantly leaping from their wheelchairs, they kicked them away with a single kick. Even some young men who'd overindulged late into the night suddenly felt that mighty force surge from below, dashing straight to the bathroom to test their brother's strength. This marked China's first successful clearance since the multiverse descended. The joy was beyond words. Awesome. Thanks to Sushin, I've gained 10 extra years of life, no more worrying about sudden death. You bet. Not only did my lifespan increase, but my attributes. These are incredibly rare attribute points. A 2-point bonus across 3 attributes, that's 6 points in one go. This stuff is worth 300 years of life. Wait, did you hear that? The alarms around us seem to have stopped. Did those cherry blossom country chaps leave? Heh, they'd better be gone. We've just gained a full decade of life. If they dare attack, a Dongfeng Express delivery will be at their doorstep in no time. This is unfair. Why am I getting no rewards for studying abroad? I've always been loyal to China. Damn it, give me my rewards now. Why no reward for me? I haven't even left the country yet. I'm still on the plane. The pilot turned back so I could become a Chinese citizen again. Wait, why haven't I gotten a reward either? I just sold some toxic products, smuggled a bit of drugs, kidnapped dozens of people to northern Myanmar, and secretly dumped Japan's nuclear wastewater into China. Why the hell shouldn't I get a reward? You bunch of fake Westerners, why don't you all just die? You think you deserve rewards? Dream on. Get the hell out of here, you foreign devils. You don't deserve to stand on Chinese soil. The sudden surge in life expectancy brought nationwide jubilation across China. But joy was not shared by all. The fake Westerners who missed out on the reward immediately caused an uproar, bickering with the Chinese people. Meanwhile, inside the room, Chéng, oblivious to the chaos, opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a Tang sword, its form radiating a cold, piercing light. Top. Fortune goddess trigger success. The moment he grasped the Tang sword, a blinding golden light erupted from its blade. Chéng, who had intended to widen his eyes for a closer look, nearly had his eyes split open by the flash. Tang sword, D rank. Equipment effect, strength +5, agility +1. Devour, can absorb other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Damn it, you can actually roll these stats? Acquired materials, wood 10, cement 3, wheat seeds 10, purified water. Staring at the Tang sword's stats, Chéng suppressed his inner excitement. A divine artifact. This thing is a divine artifact. Though its current stat bonuses aren't high, this blade can be upgraded. It just needs to devour other items to grow stronger. Was this the power of Lady Luck? Chéng swung the Tang sword in his hand. The blade felt slightly heavy overall. While manageable with one hand, it felt a bit cumbersome in combat. Looks like I need to boost my strength first. Upon opening this treasure chest, he not only gained the 3-dimensional attribute boost shared by all Huaxia citizens, but also received an additional 3 points of 3-dimensional attribute rewards. Contestant, Chéng. Level 1. Strength 10, note, adult male base stat 5. Agility 10. Intelligence 10. Fortune 84, note, average person 15. Charm 10. Lifespan 00:119:23:33. Talents, Goddess of Fortune SSS rank, Divine Demon Eyes SSS rank, Gamble Life S rank. Equipped weapon, Tang sword D rank. Combat rating, even a chicken could easily defeat you. Staring at the panel before him, Chéng's expression brightened. Clearing a single room not only added over a century to his lifespan but also doubled his 3 core attributes. Lifespan was hard to come by, and attributes were even harder to obtain. At the same time, he marveled even more at his luck attribute. While the peak for ordinary people was 5 points, his luck was a staggering 85 points. Absurdity beckons absurdity, utterly off the charts. The panel closed, and a light gate unfolded before him. Each time a contestant of the multiverse game passed through the first gate, they would receive a unique home of their own. Knowing the rules of the multiverse, Chéng hesitated not a moment before stepping inside. The room's scenery faded, replaced instantly by an eerie chill enveloping the surroundings. Chéng stood on an open patch of land, facing a thatched cottage with a gaping hole in its wall. If his guess was correct, this should be his home. Protection period, 23 hours 49 minutes and 12 seconds. The moment he stepped inside, a notification popped up above the wooden hut. Staring at the countdown above the hut, Su Cheng's expression grew grave. So this was it, then? He had sensed an eerie presence the moment he stepped through the light gate. For a home to have a protection period was clearly not right. Was this a bug nest or an animal lair? Su Cheng peered out, his gaze fixed on the nearby, decaying nest concealed in the shadows beyond the sanctuary. Even without drawing near, he could feel a bone-chilling cold emanating from it. And there wasn't just one such nest. As far as the eye could see, there were at least dozens of similar nests. A few had even begun to writhe, showing signs of imminent emergence. Seems this home base isn't as safe as it seemed. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Cheng examined the materials required for the next upgrade phase on the home interface, finally feeling somewhat reassured. Thankfully, the home could be upgraded. Otherwise, with just his little thatched hut, any creature could flatten it to the ground. The homestead was tied to the contestant's very life. If it fell, even with endless lifespan points, he'd be done for. After surveying his surroundings for a moment and confirming no immediate danger, Su Cheng summoned the system with a thought. 10 years of lifespan, 1 point of strength agility, intelligence attribute. 20 years of lifespan for 1 point of charisma. 500 years of lifespan for 1 point of luck attribute. Bronze wheel activated. Whoa! Exchanging 1 point of luck requires 500 years of lifespan? Even though Su Cheng had braced himself mentally, the terrifying exchange rate still made him gasp in shock. He thought his 100 years of lifespan was quite generous, yet it wasn't even enough to exchange for a single point of luck. Fortunately, other attributes weren't too expensive. As for this bronze roulette wheel, Su Cheng had noticed its information earlier during the dungeon run. Opening the interface, a massive wheel appeared before Su Cheng's eyes. Unlike the first wheel he'd spun, the bronze wheel offered significantly inferior rewards and each spin demanded a staggering 50 years of lifespan. However, Su Cheng noticed a column among the bronze wheel's various rewards that occupied an extremely small proportion. 300 years of lifespan. Under normal circumstances, he might have hesitated, but now, empowered by the fortune goddess talent, he didn't think twice. He raised his hand, spent 50 years of lifespan, and began the spin. The wheel spun. Even knowing the power of the goddess of fortune, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. 50 years for 300. No matter how you looked at it, this was a steal. Soon, the familiar sound of a talent activation rang out. Su Cheng's expression brightened. But soon, his brow furrowed with confusion. The talent had indeed triggered, but the reward wasn't what he'd hoped for. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enlightenment 1. Enlightenment, cast Enlightenment on any creature to transform them into a beast-eared maiden form. Affection, 99, Talent Boost, Sexual Desire, 1000. Chapter 7, The Marriage Chamber, 8-Tailed Celestial Fox. Transformation? Su Cheng stared blankly at the reward from the roulette wheel. Using it on any creature to transform them into a beast-eared maiden while boosting innate talent, that much he could grasp. But what the hell were these affection and lust bonuses? What use were these to him? They were nowhere near as practical as that 300-year lifespan prize. Still, complaints aside, Su Cheng had no intention of refusing the reward. Storing away the transformation attempts, Su Cheng glanced at the remaining 69 years displayed above his arm before shifting his gaze to the system exchange panel. Consume 50 years of lifespan to purchase 5 points of strength attribute? Without much hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped. Confirm. As the words left his lips, a gentle, unusual sensation surged through Su Cheng's body. Clenching his fist, he felt the transformation within his body and swung a punch into the air before him. Boom! A faint whistling sound echoed in his ears. Su Cheng picked up the Tang sword. The blade, which had felt slightly heavy before, now felt perfectly balanced in his hands. This time, he headed to the Red Gates International Battle Room and arrived at the revolver life or death room. The black and red gates spawned randomly. He couldn't expect such luck to last forever. Among the 4 gates, there would inevitably be a room where gambling fortune reigned. Just like the previous Chinese contestant he had witnessed, who ultimately met a tragic end in the jaws of a giant wolf due to insufficient strength. He had no intention of following in that person's footsteps. Moreover, Su Cheng scanned the nests surrounding the homestead. These nests gave him an uneasy feeling, as if creatures were about to burst out at any moment. The sanctuary's protection lasted only 24 hours. Beyond that, he had no idea what awaited him. Using his lifespan to boost his strength now was always the right move. Stowing his Tang sword, Su Cheng opened the home interface with a thought. Home, LV1. Defense level, any creature can destroy it at will. Upgrade materials, 50 wood, 50 stone, 10 cement. That many materials? Su Cheng stared at the staggering upgrade requirements. The wood alone demanded 5 times his current stockpile, let alone the other materials. Looks like I'll have to keep clearing more gates. His gaze shifted back to the portals scattered around his home. After clearing the first round, the portals automatically respawned. But unlike last time, only black portals appeared, no red ones were present. Southern portal, Schrodinger's space. Enter and face an uncertain fate, life or death? Survival probability, 0%. East portal, several blind martial arts masters are sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, awaiting their opponents. Survival rate upon entry, 2%. North portal, contains a green treasure chest, possibly holding decent rewards. Survival chance, 100%. West portal, a marriage chamber housing a powerful fox bride, who eagerly awaits her husband. Survival rate upon entry, 1%. Green treasure chest? Su Cheng stood before the northern portal, his gaze pensive. This time, upon clearing the red gate, he opened the green treasure chest. Judging by the prompt, it appeared to pose no danger whatsoever, a safe room. But Su Cheng's gaze drifted involuntarily toward the west. A bridal chamber? Just as Su Cheng pondered this. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream room. Ha! God has opened his eyes. They're all black doors, these Huaxia people are doomed. Yes. You dodged it last time, but you won't get lucky this time. Look at that guy fretting, he's probably scared out of his pants right now. Ha! Seems my earlier choice was spot on. Tell the pilot not to turn back, keep heading straight for that sweet-smelling Eagle Nation. Upon learning that Suzhou was about to re-enter the portal and that it was entirely black, countless foreigners flooded the livestream to mock the situation. The Chinese spectators watched this scene with equally grave expressions. Su Xin, you've got to pull this off. Please give us a resource room. Please don't let it be a monster room. I just got my 10 years, I don't want them gone already. If it's just a monster room, I think Su Xin's strength should be enough to get through it. Now I just hope it's not one of those rooms with guaranteed kill rules. Black gates are also known as random gates. Before opening, no one knows what lies beyond. Life or death hinges entirely on luck. Earlier, Su Cheng had insane luck in the red door. He survived 5 shots without a scratch, and later one without firing a single shot. Now the entire Huaxia team is deeply worried that Su Cheng has exhausted all his luck. If a red door appeared now, the chances of survival would actually be higher. But just as everyone was fretting, Su Cheng stepped forward in the home base. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the black door ahead and stepped inside. Chinese contestant Su Cheng enters a random room. This random room is a marriage matching room. Contestants must marry the bride within the allotted time. Failure to do so or refusal will result in disqualification. As Su Cheng stepped through the black door, the voice of the multiverse game echoed across the skies of China. A marriage room? What kind of room is this? Why have we never seen it before? Marrying the bride grants rewards? There's such a good thing? Damn it! Why do you Huaxia people get to randomly enter rooms like this? I'm reporting this as rigged. Unfair. We Indians only get to vent on cows and sheep, yet you Chinese get such good fortune marrying for rewards. Marriage partner, 8-tailed celestial fox. Race, immortal fox clan. Appearance, 5, normal creatures, 30. Talent, A. Description, this fox demon is nearing the 9-tailed stage. Having exhausted countless methods to achieve 9 tails and transform, it recently learned that marrying a contestant would grant this advancement. Should this opportunity be missed, it will tear its marriage partner to shreds, devour them whole, and condemn them to eternal non-reincarnation. Immortal fox? No way. This thing deserves to be called a celestial fox? Su Cheng stared at the pop-up notification before him, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward the gloomy, dark surroundings ahead. He now stood within a bridal chamber. The light was extremely dim, colorful petals drifted across the floor, and an eerie aura permeated the space. Vision was limited, and not far ahead of Su Cheng, scattered red satin ribbons covered the headboard. Seated amidst those crimson ribbons sat a figure with dark, swarthy skin and an obese build. Seeming to sense Su Cheng's entry, the fox demon's blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. Fangs bared, a putrid stench wafted from it, making the dim room feel especially eerie. Are you my husband? A shrill voice echoed from the fox demon's mouth, strangely without it opening its lips. Such an eerie scene sent a chill down Su Cheng's spine. The onlookers watching this scene were equally startled by the sight. Holy Mary, Marilyn Monroe. What the hell is that thing? All that bloated rotten flesh, and those disgusting black hairs clinging to those 8 forked lumps of decay, it's making me physically sick. I can't take it anymore. I need to throw up. Damn it. I thought these Chinese bastards had struck gold again. Turns out this is the marriage room? Who the hell could handle this? Even the Indians wouldn't dare stick their heads in. Let you Chinese rejoice, this brings you back to reality, doesn't it? Get ready for the apocalypse, you Chinese bastards. The moment the fox demon's wool was unveiled, the foreigners, especially the Indians, were the loudest in their cheers. Inside the Huaxia strategy group at that moment, Old Bai and the others watched this scene with equal physical discomfort. Even they, hardened veterans of the battlefield, found the current situation downright revolting. It was hard to stomach even for prolonged viewing, let alone consider marriage. Old Bai gazed at Su Cheng, who stood frozen in place without the slightest movement, sighed helplessly, and issued his command. Notify all regions to enter combat readiness. Flying tanks must be prepared for immediate action. Evacuate the populace immediately, sound the alarms, and prepare for disaster at any moment. Chapter 8, West 8 Shake It. Though the celestial game had been underway for some time, this was the first time anyone had witnessed such a marriage room. Many had assumed this would be a bonus room, even envying Su Chang. But upon entering, who could have imagined the creatures awaiting them inside the matchmaking room? No, these things couldn't even be called creatures. Forget marriage, just one glance would haunt your dreams tonight. Husband, why are you still standing there? Hurry over. The fox demon cooed seductively at Su Chang, though it was only what it perceived as seductive. To Su Chang's ears, it sounded like a throat lacerated by countless shards of glass, emitting a raspy, piercing screech. Husband, why are you still standing there? Could it be you don't wish to consummate our marriage? Seeing Su Chang still hesitating. At that moment, the fox demon's expression shifted dramatically. Its swollen, rotting tail whipped from behind, and a stench like years of concentrated fox odor assaulted his senses. Ha! Here it comes. It's coming. This Chinese man is about to die. Seeing this guy frozen in shock is hilarious. If you really don't want to die, you could learn from the Indians, just close your eyes and charge straight at whatever creature it is. I bet this guy doesn't have the guts. Just looking at this disgusting thing would make anyone puke their breakfast. Who'd dare charge? The fox demon strikes. The live chat exploded with comments, all eagerly anticipating Su Chang being torn to shreds. But Su Chang couldn't care less about what these people were saying. Ever since entering, he'd been searching for one item. It was an item he'd spent 50 years of his lifespan to win on the bronze wheel of fortune. He'd thought it would just gather dust. But now, it was finally put to use. Consume one enlightenment attempt to enlighten the 8-tailed immortal fox? The system prompt popped up, and Su Chang didn't hesitate. Confirm. The consecration attempt was consumed. Before the viewers in the livestream could even react, a faint aura seemed to gather in the previously empty air. Gradually, these intangible energies began to condense and take shape, sketching out a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The strange odors dissipated, and the scene was transformed. Upon the wedding bed, a figure with the graceful form of a human maiden reclined lazily, her alluring charm captivating. 9 white tails drifted behind her, while delicate, petite beast ears swayed gently among her hair. One jade-like arm propped her head, her skin as smooth and delicate as congealed cream, emitting a faint, sweet fragrance. Her enchanting phoenix eyes gazed at Su Chang with a seductive, half-closed look. The woman wore nothing but a pink quilt draped over her body. Her cascading black hair covered her most intimate areas, yet left them tantalizingly visible, beckoning the eye to peer beneath. Ding! Transformation attempt successful. Beast-eared maiden conversion complete. Talent enhancement successful. Affection level upgraded to undying devotion. Sexual desire 1000. The woman gazed in astonishment at her own transformation. As Su Chang approached, she pressed a slender jade-like finger to her luscious red lips, gave them a light lick, and inquired, "Husband, did you do all this?" The soft, tingling voice of the 9-tailed fox sounded completely different from the initial scene. Live stream audience? Holy crap! What just happened? How did she change species in the blink of an eye? Holy crap! That was clearly a pile of rotten flesh a second ago, and now it's a beauty? These Chinese people are cheating. How dare these Chinese people enjoy such top-tier beauties? Such beauties should be sent to our white elephant kingdom. We promise to cherish them. The sudden transformation in the marriage room left the live stream audience utterly dumbfounded. The bloated form of the 8-tailed immortal fox vanished completely, replaced by a top-tier beast-eared girl whose beauty put every female celebrity in the world to shame. More importantly, not only had her species changed, but the 8 tails behind her had somehow become 9. This scene left not only the foreign audience dumbfounded, but even the Chinese viewers felt like they were dreaming. That's a beast girl, right? It has to be a beast girl. Holy crap, this is my first time seeing a beast girl. She's way too beautiful. Not just that. Look at her towering chest muscles. You can tell she's got the goods. Sushin, I'll give you 10 years. Just let me experience 1 minute, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute? You don't believe me? I trade 15 years for a minute and a half with Su Shin. Inside the bridal chamber, Su Chang remained utterly oblivious to the uproar his little gesture had sparked. His gaze was fixed solely on the panel before him. Marriage partner, 9-tailed celestial fox nameable. Race, immortal fox clan. Appearance, 99, normal creatures, 30. Talent, S. Description, her devotion to you has reached an unwavering, lifelong level. Husband? From the crimson bed came the woman's voice, laced with irresistible allure. She gazed at Su Chang, who stood frozen in place, a flicker of confusion crossing her almond-shaped eyes. Yes, I did this. The interface closed, and only then did Su Chang take in the delicate beauty before him. A single glance was enough to make his blood boil. Wiping the blood trickling from his nose, Su Chang couldn't help but marvel. Was this the lethal allure of near-max charm? Observing the changes below Su Chang, the woman's eyes held not a trace of disgust. On the contrary, her clear, autumn water-like gaze carried a hint of excitement. Her slender jade fingers teased the sheer pink quilt covering her body, the hidden valley about to reveal itself. She flashed Su Cheng a seductive smile. "Husband, you've done me a huge favor." "Nothing much, just a small favor." Su Cheng wiped the blood from his nose, looking slightly embarrassed. "Husband, what are you still standing there for? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Su Cheng nodded and moved toward the wedding bed. He wasn't acting on lust, he was forced into this. This was the consummation chamber. Unless he fulfilled its requirements, he couldn't proceed. Besides, since she'd already spoken her mind, how could he possibly refuse? Soon, as the wedding rites commenced, the livestream feed suddenly went black. Seeing this, the crowd still busy with their craftwork froze in shock. What the hell? Why did it suddenly go black? Whoa, don't do that. This is the crucial moment, switch it back quickly. I'll upgrade to VIP. I'll upgrade to VIP, okay? Just let me see it, just one more look. Ha, good thing I was quick, I'm already done. You can all just be jealous. Just asking timidly, does this count as finished? Of course. Didn't the rules say completing the marriage with your partner counts as finishing? Now we just wait for Sushin to finish. Hee, everyone, guess how long our Sushin can last? With a demon like this, I bet Sushin won't last 10 minutes. Too generous, I'll bet 5 minutes. The live stream screen went black. Though the Chinese viewers were complaining bitterly one after another, their hearts were racing with excitement despite their words. Many were already speculating about the rewards this match would bring, maybe a beast-eared wife for everyone? But as the broadcast time ticked on, the crowd quickly realized something was amiss. 2.5 hours had passed, why hadn't the feed switched back? Chapter 9, The Deadly Little Demon. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable, a full 12 hours. Holy crap, whose powerhouse is this? 12 hours? And Sushin is still awake? Is that even humanly possible? Are we about to witness history? Has the first person to ruin a field ever recorded appeared? The black screen lasted nearly 12 hours before the livestream feed finally returned. On screen, the nine-tailed celestial fox sat at the bedside, combing her hair with a crimson brush. Her fair face was flushed, looking exceptionally radiant as if she'd just received long-awaited rain. Meanwhile, Su Cheng lay sprawled across the center of the wedding bed, his eyes vacant as he contemplated the meaning of life. He certainly got a taste of what a 1000% boost felt like. At that moment, he felt nothing but aching joints and cold limbs. Had he not expended some of his lifespan upon entering to gain a slight boost in strength and physical constitution, he might well have met his end here. Clutching his waist, Su Cheng crawled off the crimson bed. His gaze drifted from the scarlet tassel beside him to the breathtaking beauty before him. Seems this enlightenment can't be used carelessly. Husband, you're awake? Inside the room, sensing movement behind her, the woman turned and gave Su Cheng a seductive smile before slowly climbing back onto the bed. Her slender jade-like hands began to undo Su Cheng's sash, seemingly intent on rekindling their passion. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, yet to Su Cheng, it sounded like a ghost soul-snatching wail. Wait. Su Cheng quickly grabbed her hand. Seeing her puzzled gaze, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "We have other matters to attend to shortly. Let's postpone this. We can't delay that important business." Important matters? The woman studied Su Cheng's intensely serious expression. After a moment's thought, she released her grip. Very well, she conceded. This servant obeys her husband. Having dodged a bullet, Su Cheng scrambled off the bed and began adjusting his clothes. He was currently live streaming to the entire world. He couldn't let anyone know he'd only lasted half a day. Compared to those who could endure day and night without faltering, he was still a bit weak, barely reaching half the average stamina of Chinese men. "Oh, right, my husband, I'm still waiting for you to name me." "A name?" Hearing the soft, sweet voice from behind him, Su Cheng summoned the interface with a puzzled look. Only then did he notice the name selection option on the interface. Su Cheng studied the woman from head to toe. Her skin was fair, her cherry lips moist, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes held a hint of fox-like allure. "If we're naming you, how about Little Bai?" Xiao Bai suddenly threw herself into Su Cheng's arms, her tail brushing against his cheek. "Thank you, my lord. This name is very much to my liking." Ding. Nine-tailed celestial fox successfully named. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the marriage ceremony. Detected excessive disparity between this cave's power and the contestant's strength. Reward adjustment complete. Reward, 50 years of lifespan. Any weapon's quality upgraded by 1 tier. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank skill, Beast Transformation. Beast Transformation, upon activation, strength and agility attributes double, increases affinity with beasts. Duration, 30 minutes. Note, after activating Beast Transformation, you can temporarily enhance a specific body part for up to 1 day. A clearance prompt appeared as a massive treasure chest plummeted from the sky. Unlike the pale green treasure chest last time, this one was a pale blue. Su Cheng rubbed his hands together and stepped forward without hesitation to open it. Ding. Fortune Goddess triggered successfully. Congratulations on gaining 5 points to any 3 attributes. Materials obtained: wood 30, cement 15, stone 30, cloth 20, purified water. Obtained: amplified bracers. Amplification bracers, D grade. Bracer amplification activation requires shouting activate bracer amplification and consumes half a year of lifespan to temporarily boost one primary attribute, duration 30 minutes. Equipped stats: strength plus 10, charisma plus 3. Devour can devour other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Damn it, you rolled these stats again? Congratulations to the Chinese contestant for clearing the matchmaking room. All Huaxia citizens receive rewards, plus 15 years lifespan, plus 2 to all 3 attributes, plus 1 to charm. Plus 1 attribute exchange opportunity. The moment the voice of the multiverse game echoed across the skies of China. In an instant, the entire nation erupted in chaos. Holy. 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 Hold your damn breath, let me speak first. Holy. 15 extra years of life in one go? This is insane. I'll never use it all up, never. But the extra 15 years is just the tip of the iceberg. Not to mention the attribute boosts. Do you have any idea how much lifespan it costs to gain a single point in charm? With my current 5 charm, each purchase eats up 100 lifespan points. Ha! That's why I felt a bit more handsome when I looked in the mirror earlier. God Sue, I love you to bits. You guys can just sit there and be jealous. Seems like I got a chance to exchange attributes this time. Heard if you're lucky, you can swap one stat for half the price. Half? Real or fake? Gotta go check it out. Holy crap! It's actually true. I only need 25 years to exchange for 1 point of strength stat. Image attached. Damn it! That's not fair. Why do you guys in China get attribute bonuses and charm perks after passing? We in the great land of cherry blossoms never get anything. Netizens from the land of cherry blossoms are furious. China has always been part of our Korea since ancient times. I think this reward should go to us Koreans, not China. Holy crap! These rewards are that good? Please, let me go back to China. I'll never emigrate again. After spending time in the marriage house, such generous rewards flooded the Chinese livestream with protests from all over the world. Inside the wedding chamber, a treasure chest notification popped up. Chéng stared at the top-tier gear with exceptional stats that had spawned again, marveling at Lady Luck's favor. He equipped the bracers and immediately felt his strength surge to a whole new level. Husband, how come you seem to have gotten even more handsome? Xiaobai watched Chéng flex his fists, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. She pounced again, licking her lips as if she could devour him whole. Ahem, perhaps we should head back to the homestead first. Chéng cleared his throat, scooped up Xiaobai in a princess carry, and began walking toward their home. Stepping through the light gate, the familiar thatched cottage came into view. Is this where my husband and I will live from now on? Xiaobai examined her surroundings with curiosity, her eyes showing not a trace of disdain. Instead, she turned to Chéng with a sweet smile, brimming with anticipation for the life ahead. However, Chéng's expression was far from cheerful at that moment. Chéng scanned the surroundings. If he remembered correctly, there were 5 nests closest to him. But now, one of them was missing. Chapter 10, One-hit kill, stuns the crowd. Ha! Here it comes, finally. Finally, my favorite part. Yes. Looks like even the heavens can't stand these Huaxia players. They've already destroyed a nest so quickly. I can't wait to see them torn apart by the insects. This Chinese contestant is done for. His nest got destroyed so fast and his home base is only level 1. My grandma could knock it over with a push. If I recall correctly, even that burly Northern Bear Nation player couldn't withstand those bugs last time. This Chinese kid clearly lacks combat prowess. Your luck has run out, people of Huaxia. Good luck? What good is luck? To survive in this world, you need strength. Luck? Luck is worthless. The moment the nest shattered was instantly captured by foreign viewers watching the livestream. The last time a nest was breached and its creatures escaped was back when the previous Northern Bear Nation contestant was competing. Back then, he had passed through several dark gates, reached a strength of 10, and was equipped with weapons. Yet even so, he lasted only a moment in the jaws of those creatures before being devoured completely, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Observing Chéng's physique extremely frail, not even half the build of that Northern Bear Nation contestant, the crowd deemed him doomed. China's strategy team. What's going on? Aren't these nests supposed to break open at the earliest 3 days later? It's only the first day. How could they have broken open already? This is bad. Really bad. Even if Chéng started with 5 strength points and added the bonus attributes from before, he'd barely reach 10 points. 10 strength points are utterly insignificant against those creatures. Old bye, what should we do now? Should we notify Chéng to open a door and take cover immediately? No, opening a portal is too unpredictable. Old bye shook his head, dismissing the idea. Besides, the sanctuary is tied to the contestant's life. If Chéng leaves and the sanctuary is breached after his protection period ends, he'll still die. Then what do we do now? We saw the footage from the Northern Bear Kingdom earlier. With Chéng's current state, his chances of victory are practically non-existent. The strategy team members frowned deeply one after another. They had meticulously planned a series of actions for Su Chang, confident that steady execution would withstand the first wave of nest attacks. But who could have predicted the nest would be breached on the very first day? This outcome completely surpassed everyone's expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Old Bai looked at the live feed of Su Chang and spoke up, immediately relaying the current situation to him. There was still some time left before the countdown ended. If they could hold out for 24 hours, then the first wave of attacks would be over. Yet surviving 24 hours under the clutches of that creature with merely 10 points of power seemed like a fairy tale. But for now, it seemed there was no other choice. At that moment, back at the homestead, Su Chang glanced at the message from China, then cast a sideways look at the countdown display above the thatched hut nearby. Protection period, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Just as I suspected? Seeing that less than 3 minutes of protection time remained, Su Chang withdrew his gaze. It was exactly as he had predicted. These nests weren't anything good. Husband, what's wrong? Xiaobai, noticing Su Chang's change in expression, approached with concern. Nothing. Just a minor matter. Stay in the homestead for a while. I'll be back soon. Su Chang shook his head. Under the anxious gazes of the Huaxia group, he carried Xiaobai into the room. After submitting the materials needed for the homestead upgrade, he stepped out of the thatched cottage. With a thought, the system panel materialized before him. 1 strength agility, intelligence attribute point for 15 years of lifespan. Consume 45 years of lifespan to purchase 3 strength points? Confirm. Without much hesitation, Su Chang raised his hand and tapped the confirmation. The numbers on his arm flickered, plummeting by 45 years. Feeling the surge of strength, a slow smile curved Su Chang's lips. At that moment, his strength officially broke through the 20-point barrier. The exchange rate for strength points had also increased from 15 years per point initially to 20 years per point. What is Su Shin doing? Why has he stopped moving? Holy! I almost thought Su Shin was going to pull off another move right now. It's over. Totally screwed. With only 10 seconds left on the protection period, I couldn't bear to watch any longer. Here it comes. That monster Su Shin is coming. Run. Don't just stand there. To outsiders, Su Chang appeared frozen in place as if petrified by fear during his attribute exchange. This scene instantly had the other foreign viewers watching the livestream laughing out loud, each one quietly waiting for Su Chang to be torn to shreds by the approaching monster. Rotting Beetle. Level 5. Strength 15. Agility 10. Intelligence 2. Description: a creature that has lost its intelligence, driven solely by a killing instinct. It will destroy everything it sees. How many? The home protection period vanished, and a beetle nearly half a meter in size, reeking of foul odor, burst forth from the ground. Su Chang stared at the rotting beetle's stats panel, his expression momentarily frozen. It wasn't that this creature was particularly powerful, on the contrary, for his current level, it was ridiculously weak. This is the monster they had me worrying about? Su Chang had braced himself for a fierce battle, only to be confronted by this pathetic creature utterly devoid of any intelligence. The enemy's utter weakness was something Su Chang hadn't anticipated. Yet, in the eyes of others at that moment, the moment the rotten beetle appeared, Su Chang froze in place, his expression stiffening, a sight that instantly drew mockery from the crowd. This is hilarious. Look at the expression on that Chinese player's face. The guy's probably scared out of his wits. That puny frame wouldn't even be enough to fill the monster's teeth. Guess how long this guy'll last? Who needs to guess? If he lasts 10 minutes, I'll while standing on my head. 10 minutes? That's generous. I'll wager 10 years off my life. This guy won't last 5 minutes. 5 years of my life on 3 minutes. Unbeknownst to Su Chang, the taunts from all nations echoed around him. Drawing his Tang sword, Su Chang advanced instead of retreating in the face of the beetle's assault. A blinding, icy flash of steel sliced through the air. Su Chang vanished, reappearing behind the beetle. With a downward strike, he cleaved its body in two. Rotten entrails scattered across the ground, their foul stench mingling with blood filling the air. The sight was revolting. Su Chang grimaced and turned to leave. The entire battle lasted less than half a minute. The beetle was slain instantly. The livestream viewers froze in stunned silence. Some foreign viewers who had just typed messages to mock China now froze with fingers hovering over their keyboards, staring in disbelief at the scene. What just happened? Was the battle over? Chapter 11, Upgrading the Tang Blade, Confronting the Giant Wolf Again. Wait, am I seeing things? How did the fight end just as I blinked? No way. That monster couldn't even be stopped by the muscle-bound guys from the Northern Bear Kingdom. How could he, with his tiny frame, just kill it outright? Ha! Su is awesome. Do you even know what real power looks like? Keep yelling, all of you. Why's everyone so quiet now? Heh, it was just luck that he ran into a rookie. This bug was clearly different from the last one. Right, you Chinese bastards, don't get too cocky. This time I snatched it by sheer luck, next time might be different. Damn it, 5 years of my life wasted just so some Chinese bastard could run into this piece of junk. Su Cheng's instant kill of the beetle stunned everyone. But soon, someone noticed this beetle was different from the insect encountered earlier in the northern bear nation. China's conquest team. Phew, that was close. Who'd have thought this monster was so weak? Su Cheng took it down with a single strike. With the crisis averted, the tension within the task force visibly eased. This was their first encounter with such a beetle. Su Cheng's one-hit kill was attributed to the opponent being too weak, especially after witnessing the previous monster's terrifying feats firsthand. Was the monster weak? Old Bai disagreed with the others. His gaze fixed on Su Cheng's figure on the screen. That strike just now wasn't something an ordinary person could pull off. At the very least, it required a strength rating of 15 or higher. Back at the base, Su Cheng received a notification from Huaxia and turned toward the direction the beetle had come from. Swinging his tang sword, he severed the beetle's antennae. Void beetle antenna can be used to forge weapons or sold for lifespan points. Who would have thought these monsters could yield weapon forging materials? Su Cheng's eyes flashed as he examined the two antennae in his hand. Earlier, both his tang sword and enhancement bracers had acquired devouring familiarity. Su Cheng had been pondering where to obtain such rewards, never expecting these monsters would drop them upon defeat. As for selling them for lifespan points, Su Cheng hadn't figured out how to actually sell them yet. Opening the interface, he examined the tang sword and amplification bracers. After a moment's thought, he fed them to the tang sword for consumption. Consume void beetle antenna too? Confirm. Ding. Fortune goddess triggered successfully. Tang Dao, D grade. When equipped, Strength 10, Agility 3. Devour, can consume other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Permanent wound, if an enemy struck has lower strength than the wielder, the wound will never heal. I'm worried about your future. A 5-point boost to strength and 2 to agility? Seeing the Tang Dao stats, Su Cheng's expression brightened. He hadn't held much hope for this material after all, the thing was so weak, how good could its materials be? Su Cheng thought these two materials would at most give the Tang sword a slight boost, but unexpectedly, it directly raised its quality by half a tier. And it even gained an additional stat. This Yan Lu was downright shameless. As long as his strength stat was high enough, even if he couldn't defeat powerful enemies outright, he could still wound them and a single scratch could be deadly. Suppressing his excitement, Su Cheng sheathed the Tang sword and summoned the interface with a thought. Player, Su Cheng. Level, 2. Strength, 2115. Agility, 181. Intelligence, 181. Fortune, 84. Charm, 113. Life points 00:24:23:33:12. Killing a beetle not only doubled the quality of his weapon but also leveled it up. Does leveling up only add 1 point to attributes? Su Cheng studied the numbers at the top of the interface. Subtracting previous gains and factoring in equipment bonuses, each level up only increased one of the 3 core attributes. It seemed acquiring attributes was far more difficult than he had imagined. Closing the panel, Su Cheng turned to look toward his home. Home, LV2. Defense level, any creature with even a little strength can destroy it with ease. Home upgrade materials, 100 wood, 50 steel, cement. The home upgrade was complete, and the thatched hut was transformed beyond recognition. From the initial thatched era, it had evolved into the wooden house era. However, Su Cheng looked at the home, which didn't differ much from before except for replacing thatch with wood, and sighed helplessly. It seemed he'd have to keep gathering materials. This corrosion beetle incident was merely a warning. The nests encircling his home were far more numerous than just this one. If his home wasn't secure, it would inevitably be breached. No matter how powerful he became, death would be his only fate. Pulling himself together, Su Cheng approached the teleportation gate once more. Northern portal, a 5-meter-long giant wolf lies on the ground, starving. A pale blue treasure chest is present inside. Survival rate upon entry, 90%. Southern portal, within a mountain peak, several sword cultivators are dueling over a purple treasure chest. Survival rate upon entry, 0%. Cultivation. Come on, don't you want to experience the feeling of cleaving mountains and rivers with a single sword strike? They're nothing but a few gold core ants. Golden core ants? Su Cheng's lips twitched. He'd read a novel before gold core cultivators weren't foes he could provoke, at least not yet. Western portal, the void realm, containing a purple treasure chest. Survival probability upon entry, 0. A boring place. East portal, an abandoned laboratory. Rumored to house several mad scientists who conducted secret experiments here. Contains a blue treasure chest. Survival rate upon entry, 50%. A space filled with toxic gas. Go for it, young air purifier. This marked his third portal entry. According to intelligence from Huaxia, clearing 3 portals would unlock the lifespan value store where materials could be bought, sold, or exchanged for lifespan points. Of course, Su Cheng knew without thinking that the shop's exchange rates for lifespan points would be notoriously stingy. After clearing the marriage dungeon earlier, he gained 1 chance to exchange lifespan points for attributes. Yet a single basic attribute would cost him 50 years of life. That's practically robbery. While the attribute exchange was a rip-off, the ability to buy and sell materials was something he desperately needed. He needed to at least fortify his home into a proper apocalyptic stronghold before he could rest easy. Drawing his Tang sword, Su Cheng hesitated no longer. He pushed open the northern teleportation gate and stepped inside. Inside the Huaxia livestream room, Su Cheng's swift transition from slaying the beetle to charging toward the next portal left the viewers momentarily stunned. By the time they looked up, Su Cheng's figure had already stepped onto a vast grassland. Has this Huaxia guy lost his mind? How long has it even been? He doesn't even rest before heading to the next gate? Oomph, he just killed some weakling. Look at him, so full of himself. To me, he's nothing but a clown. Does this scene feel familiar to you? Wasn't the previous Chinese contestant also here? In the scene, Su Cheng walked across the grassland. The surroundings were eerily quiet, not a single rustle of wind or movement could be heard. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the sky as a 5-meter-long gray wolf emerged from the distance, growling low. This scene immediately reminded the live-stream viewers of a certain image. Especially for the Chinese viewers, the sight of the gray wolf sent a chill down their spines. This gray wolf was all too familiar to them. It was the very same giant wolf that had mauled the last contestant to death in the dungeon. Worse still, the wolf's jaws still bore traces of the previous contestant's blood. Yes, this is it. The last Chinese contestant died in this giant wolf's jaws. This guy is done for. Ha! Kill one beetle and get all cocky? This giant wolf is no match for that useless piece of trash. The Chinese contestants can just wait to die. Serves you right. You only dodged it last time by sheer luck. Let's see how you fare this time. A sick man of East Asia will always remain a sick man of East Asia. Chapter 12, 9 of them danger approaches. What a small world running into this guy again. Su Cheng strode across the grasslands, his eyes darting around the surroundings. His gaze immediately locked onto the gray wolf moving in the distance. After all, its 5-meter-long frame was impossible to miss. But after observing for a long time, Su Cheng still couldn't spot the pale blue treasure chest. Ever played One Hit 999? Attack it. How else will you loot items? A prompt appeared. He drew the Tang sword from his inventory. It seemed his hopes of claiming the treasure chest without a fight were dashed. The moment the Tang sword materialized, the gray wolf in the distance instantly grew wary. It sensed killing intent emanating from this human. Yet despite Su Cheng's aura far surpassing the previous contestant, in the gray wolf's eyes, he was nothing more than a piece of flesh that dared to resist. A wolf's howl echoed as the gray wolf lunged forward. Its blinding speed seemed incongruous with its massive frame. It hadn't eaten in ages. The previous piece of meat hadn't even been enough to fill its teeth. The one before it now was small, but it was still meat. How could it pass up food delivered right to its doorstep? Su Cheng's pupils contracted. So fast. His agility was already at 21, yet this gray wolf's speed clearly matched his own. As the wolf charged, Su Cheng didn't retreat. Since his strength had increased, he hadn't had a chance to unleash his full power. Now was the perfect opportunity to test it against this gray wolf. Grip the blade. He thrust his calf forward, and his figure vanished in a flash. Boom! Man and wolf collided, their immense forces creating violent ripples in the still air. The shockwave radiated outward from their center, carving out a 10-meter-wide clearing. The powerful impact sent the viscous liquid surrounding them flying. The gray wolf stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the tiny figure before him. How could this creature possess strength matching his own? Impossible. The gray wolf roared, snapping its gaping jaws toward Su Cheng. I've been waiting for you. Su Cheng suddenly sidestepped. His Tang sword sliced through the gray wolf's belly, spilling intestines and various organs onto the ground. Thud. With half its body hollowed out, the gray wolf's frame could no longer support itself and collapsed to the ground. No wonder that guy didn't even try to fight back. That power is insane, at least 25, right? Su Cheng rubbed his slightly numb right hand and glanced at the gray wolf's corpse, muttering without thinking. Wait. What did I just see? Su Shen actually collided with that gray wolf and he seemed to win? Holy crap, is Su Shen even human? That strength is off the charts. Ha! I knew Su Shen could handle this with ease. Where are all those guys who were shouting earlier? Come on out and shout some more. The gray wolf's appearance stirred up unpleasant memories for the Huaxia group. Everyone had already braced for the worst, but who would have thought Su Cheng would take down the gray wolf in an instant? This scene instantly ignited excitement among the live stream viewers. Heh, what are you celebrating? That was just one wolf. Wolves are pack animals. You Chinese don't think you've won yet, do you? You lot are celebrating way too soon. This is just the beginning. What good is raw strength? You're nothing but brutes. Instead of setting traps, you chose to fight the gray wolf head-on. Let's see how you handle this now. Deep within the grasslands, Su Cheng had just finished skinning the gray wolf's carcass when distant howls echoed across the plains. 9 gray wolves roared as they crossed the horizon. Unlike the lone wolf before, the smallest among this pack stretched 6 meters long. Merely standing there, they radiated an indescribable sense of oppression. Wait, 9? Are you kidding me? This is cheating. This must be a glitch. How could 9 appear at once? Su God, you've gotta pull through. Ha! Here they come. Here they come. I thought 3 was the most we'd get, but 9? Forget pushing harder, push your ass. This Chinese guy is dead meat. Let the disaster befall the Chinese bastards. May they die by the thousands, by the millions, the more the better. Yes. These grey wolves are such good citizens. Ha, you Chinese bastards, just wait for the disaster to come. China's strategy team. The moment the 9 grey wolves appeared on the grasslands, the expressions of the group led by Old Bai turned grim. One grey wolf, Su Cheng could handle. But from the earlier situation, it wasn't a crushing victory. If a single wolf was this formidable, what about 9? Remember, the combat difference between a lone wolf and a pack is far more than just a little bit. The true danger of wolf-like creatures lies in their formidable teamwork. The saying a tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves was no idle boast. And these grey wolves? Each one packs the fighting power of a tiger. Su Cheng is in trouble. How strong are these grey wolves? After analysis, is Su Cheng confident of victory? Old Bai withdrew his gaze from the screen and glanced at the technician operating the equipment beside him. Not good. Su Cheng's current strength surpasses that of Special Forces soldiers. Based on the data, Su Cheng's current power is equivalent to at most 2.5 grey wolves. The technician frowned deeply. Moreover, this was only the most favorable simulation outcome. If all 9 grey wolves attacked simultaneously, Su Cheng's victory rate drops to just 1%. The victory probability simulation was complete, and the entire strategy team fell silent once more. Su Cheng had indeed given them considerable confidence after clearing the previous 2 gates. But this time, their luck was truly terrible. They'd encountered a pack of wolves. Many contestants from various countries had rotated in and out, and even those who had previously advanced often faced defeat later on. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, they hadn't expected it to come so soon. Sigh. Old Bai sighed, his gaze shifting to the military personnel beside him. He ordered all regions to prepare immediately. Should Sioux City fail, activate level 1 alert without delay. Rescue as many citizens as possible and swiftly eliminate those monsters. Were these grey wolves powerful? With China's current technology, eliminating them would be simple. But the situation now was entirely different. Sioux City lacked the support of artillery, aircraft, or tanks. A single Tang sword stood almost no chance against such overwhelming numbers of grey wolves. In that moment, Old Bai wished he could teleport tanks and missiles right to Sioux City's doorstep. Meanwhile, on the grasslands, just as the Chinese group worried for Su Cheng, he spotted 9 grey wolves appearing in the distance. One of them was enormous, nearly 10 meters long, resembling a tank. Su Cheng surmised this creature must be the pack's alpha wolf. Faced with such a sight, any other contestant would likely have been paralyzed by fear and abandoned resistance. But Su Cheng felt not a shred of fear. On the contrary, he felt a tinge of excitement. The bracer on his wrist glowed as Su Cheng's lips curled into a smile. Consuming 5 years of his lifespan, he activated the bracer's enhancement. Chapter 13, Instant Kill, Multiverse Shop activated. Ding! Bracer enhancement activated successfully. All 3 attributes increased by 10 points, lasting 30 minutes. The notification popped up. Feeling the transformation coursing through his body, Su Cheng's gaze turned icy. He flipped his Tang sword and thrust off the ground with explosive force. A visible shockwave shattered the ground beneath him as his body soared over 10 meters, the Tang sword's blade slashing horizontally. Boom! In an instant, the grey wolves flanking the Wolf King all stared at their chests as blood trickled down. A series of muffled explosions echoed through the air. Except for the Wolf King, the chests of the other 8 grey wolves instantly split open, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Soon, they lost all sensation, collapsing to the ground, utterly dead. The scene unfolded too swiftly, so fast that the Wolf King hadn't even registered what had happened before his entire pack was slaughtered. Sensing the fading life force of the wolves beside him, the Wolf King turned to look at Su Cheng behind him, his eyes filled with disbelief. His most elite warriors had fallen to this human in a single strike? How was that possible? Only 8 killed? That was far too slow. Su Cheng had dispatched 8 grey wolves with a single stroke, yet he showed no sign of stopping. His Tang sword swept out in a horizontal arc. The Wolf King dodged urgently, lashing out with a side swipe of its claw. Su Cheng's blade sliced clean through the sharp claw. The force of the strike slammed into the ground like a blade, tearing a small crack in the earth. Its prideful claw severed, the Wolf King stared at Su Cheng's terrifying power. In an instant, fear enveloped its body. Before it could kneel in supplication, a blinding, icy sharp light streaked across several meters at a speed nearly beyond human perception. Su Cheng steadied himself behind the Wolf King, sheathing his Tang sword. The next second. Put! A terrifying fissure split open across the Wolf King's forehead. With the sound of flesh tearing, its body began to rip apart from the center outward. Su Cheng turned as the Wolf King's body collapsed into 2 halves, limp above the sea surface. Live stream viewers? Holy. Holy. One shot? Su God actually one-shot the Wolf King with a single strike? After image. I just saw an after image from Su Shen. Is that even humanly possible? Holy crap. Taking down the Wolf King is nothing. Did you see Su God slay 8 Grey Wolves with a single strike just now? That's way harder than killing the Wolf King. Ha! See that? That's what real skill looks like. You foreigners, watch closely. I knew Su Shen was unbeatable. I bet no one dares say he's weak now. 9 Grey Wolves appeared at once, the largest reaching 10 meters in size. Everyone was deeply worried about Su Cheng's survival, even hoping he wouldn't succeed. But who would have thought, after just a few seconds of battle, he'd wipe them out instantly? How is this possible? How can this Chinese guy move so fast? Damn it! Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. I'll just go take a nap and it'll be fine. Damn it! How can you Chinese have such a strong fighter? I refuse to accept this. 9 Grey Wolves. 9 whole wolves. Even standing still, they'd take ages to cut down. Even elite special forces wouldn't survive here. And these wolves were just wiped out like that? I'm reporting this to the Animal Protection Association. These Chinese competitors are abusing animals. That Chinese player must be arrested and detained. Su Cheng swiftly slaughtered the Grey Wolves. The pack didn't even get a chance to retaliate before it was over. This scene left not only the live stream viewers questioning reality, but also the entire Chinese strategy team frozen in place. Before they could issue any alert messages, the battle was already over. Even their typing was cut short as the live feed was instantly flooded with a deluge of comments. Beep. A phone rang. Spotting the military caller ID, Old Bai stepped forward and quickly answered. The call connected, and a hearty laugh echoed from the other end. Ha! Old Bai hadn't expected that kid Su Cheng to actually pass. He really caught us off guard. You didn't send us any information. Did you foresee this outcome all along? Old Bai, spill it. What else do you know about Su Cheng? HM. Hearing General Wan's laughter on the other end, Old Bai felt slightly awkward and glanced up at the screen in front of him. They weren't just aware of Su Cheng's situation. On the contrary, they were deeply concerned, even preparing for the worst-case scenario. It was simply because Su Cheng's speed was too overwhelming. They hadn't even had time to send a message before it was all over. Outside, rumors swirled about Su Cheng single-handedly slaying 10 wolves, yet Su Cheng remained utterly unaware of the outside world. At that moment, Su Cheng's gaze was fixed entirely on the corpses of these Grey Wolves. The materials he had gathered from the decaying beetles had greatly enhanced his Tang sword. With so many Grey Wolf corpses now available, he certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Giant Wolf Claw, excellent material for crafting weapons, also a superb tool for picking teeth. Giant wolf meat might taste good when roasted? Can be sold in shops. A series of prompts echoed continuously. Moments later, after gathering all the corpses, Su Cheng surveyed the 10 sharp claw materials and dozens of giant wolf meat in his inventory, nodding with satisfaction. With the Wolf King slain, a pale blue treasure chest slowly materialized from its body. Without hesitation, Su Cheng stepped forward and opened it. Ding! Fortune Goddess triggered successfully. As expected, Su Cheng's familiar voice sounded once more. Detected significant disparity between player and instance level. Congratulations on gaining 50 years of lifespan, 5 strength points, and 2 agility points. Materials obtained, wood 50, cement 30, steel 20, seeds 20. Congratulations on obtaining equipment, Swift Wind Boots. Gale Boots, D grade. When equipped, strength plus 3, agility plus 5. Devour, can devour other weapons and materials to evolve. Honestly, are you cheating? Haste, activate by shouting haste. Consumes half a year of lifespan to temporarily boost agility by 2 points. Give these to Luda. Su Cheng's face lit up as he examined the boots in the treasure chest. His strength stat was now sufficient, and these boots would perfectly compensate for his lack of speed. After equipping the Swiftwind boots, Su Cheng turned his attention to a blueprint inside the treasure chest. This time, besides equipment, another item dropped. Homestead Blueprint, upon use, doubles the size of your homestead territory, upgrades homesteads below level 3 by 1 tier, and increases crop yield speed by 300% within the homestead. Now that was a useful item. Reading the blueprint's description, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. The 300% crop boost was secondary. The real value lay in the home upgrade. His current homestead was far too fragile, barely holding together, and gathering materials was exceptionally difficult. This blueprint solved quite a few of his problems. Satisfied, he tucked the blueprint away and took a deep breath. Now came the main event. The Multiverse Store. After clearing the portal 3 times, the contestant would unlock the Multiverse Shop. Since the descent of the multiverse, its merchandise has been the contestant's sole bridge to communication with the multiverse. With sufficient tokens, you could purchase anything you desired within that shop, even time itself. Chapter 14, the 3-century grand prize of full belly trumps all. Congratulations to China's Monster Room for victory. All Chinese citizens receive rewards, plus 5 years of lifespan, plus 2 strength attribute. Damn it! How can you Chinese have such incredible luck? This reward should have been ours, Sakura Nations. I refuse to believe your luck will last forever. The first 3 trials were just beginner's content. Now that the multiverse shop is open, the next gate will be your doom. Woohoo! Just keep envying us. Freeloaded another 5 years of life plus 2 strength points. I feel like I could punch a cow to death now. Heh, looks like Sushin has spoiled us rotten. I can't believe I'm complaining about just 2 stat points. The rewards are satisfying, but the price for these stats is outrageous. 1 clear only buys you 1/10 of a stat point, utterly ridiculous. Enough. This is God Su's 3rd clear. Guess what he'll buy? Heh, you don't even have to think about it. With that little vixen at home, how could Sushin not need to replenish his energy? The voice of the multiverse echoed over the land of Huaxia, where its people were immersed in joy. But now there's something even more important. The multiverse shop has opened. Previously, not a single Chinese participant had cleared even one of the 3 dungeons. They'd only ever watched other nations unlock the shop until now, when it was finally China's turn. Just like the rest of China, Chang was also curious about what items the multiverse shop held. Ding! Congratulations to the Chinese contestants for clearing 3 dungeons. The shop of the heavens is now open. Heavenly shop, here you can purchase anything you desire: power, wealth, beauty, even time itself. If you dare to imagine it, nothing is beyond reach. Nothing is impossible? That's quite the bold claim. Chang raised an eyebrow at the interface that appeared before him. That claim was downright brazen. He was eager to see what this multiverse shop was all about. Without hesitation, Chang raised his hand and tapped the screen. The next second, a massive electronic screen unfolded before him. Heavenly shop, LV1. 1 strength agility, spirit attribute points, 60 years of lifespan. 1 point in charisma attribute, 200 years of lifespan. 1 luck point, 1000 years of lifespan. Holy crap, that's expensive? Chang stared at the exchange rates displayed at the top of the interface, completely dumbfounded. Exchanging just 1 attribute point in the system only cost him 20 years of lifespan. That's a whopping 5 times more. And don't even get him started on the charm and luck attributes. The prices were outrageously steep. Chang shook his head and shifted his gaze away from the attributes section. Weapon forging stone, 100 years of lifespan, can upgrade the quality of items below C grade by 1 level. Lucky revolver, 50 years of lifespan. This is a top tier revolver, but unfortunately, each bullet has a 50% chance of misfiring. Energy conversion device, 500-year lifespan, converts basic resources like stones and water into oil, electricity, and other resources. Dark matter cannon, 10,000-year lifespan. Dignity lies only upon the sword's edge. Truth resides only within the cannon's range. Giant wolf claws, 6-month lifespan. Giant wolf meat, 30-day lifespan value. The display panel showcased an overwhelming array of merchandise, leaving Chang momentarily overwhelmed. And this was merely a level 1 shop already brimming with such variety. While the variety was impressive, the prices were downright exorbitant. Chang scanned the shop's inventory, noting that the prices here were outrageously inflated compared to the system's rates. Chang had initially planned to sell the giant wolf materials he'd gathered this time, but seeing such outrageous markups, he shelved that idea for now. If buying was this expensive, selling would be downright extortionate. Chang glanced at the unlock level in the bottom right corner of the shop interface. Reach 1000 years of lifespan to unlock level 2 shop and activate the multiverse trading post. This information piqued Chang's interest. A trading house? This was the multiverse shop. Could it mean that once unlocked, he could trade items with other alien races? At this thought, Chang completely dismissed the idea of selling the giant wolf materials. He'd wait until the exchange opened to deal with these materials. As for other items, Chang glanced at the numbers on his right arm. 00:69:23:33:12. With less than a century of lifespan remaining, it seemed he could only afford to buy some ordinary weapons. If only he had more lifespan points. For the first time, Chang found himself troubled by his limited lifespan. The items in the multiverse shop might be a bit shady, but they truly did offer some exceptional goods. Wait a minute. Scanning the items on the panel, Chang suddenly seemed to grasp something. With a flick of his thoughts, Chang summoned the system's bronze wheel. The multiverse shop vanished, replaced by a massive roulette wheel. Unlike the items in the multiverse shop, every single item on this will only required 50 years of lifespan. Chang rubbed his hands together and looked once more at the bronze wheel's grand prize, 300 years of lifespan. One more spin, the very last. This time, he was certain to win. He raised his hand, spent 50 years of lifespan, and began the draw. The wheel spun. Chang's gaze fixed intently on the 300-year lifespan prize slot. The familiar sound of a talent activation rang out. Chang's expression brightened. This time, it must be the grand prize. But soon, his expression froze. No, not again? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Enlightenment 1. The notification popped up. Seeing it was yet another Enlightenment attempt, Chang felt his head spin. Clearly, the grand prize was the 300-year lifespan value, yet he kept drawing these enlightenment attempts instead. For a moment, he even began to doubt the authenticity of Lady Luck herself. Just as he was about to vent his frustration at the Goddess of Luck, another notification popped up. Ding! Goddess of Fortune triggered successfully. Spin the wheel once more. Ding! Congratulations on winning 300 years of lifespan. Su Cheng? 3 consecutive notifications flashed across his screen. Su Cheng's expression flickered as he stared at the 300 years credited to his account, blinking in disbelief. Ha! I knew the Goddess of Luck lived up to her name. She's just awesome. This Goddess of Luck is the ultimate talent. Let anyone dare speak ill of it, and I'll make them regret it. Su Cheng grinned as he traced the long string of numbers on his arm. Moments later, only when the Huaxia strategy team's concerned message arrived did he snap back to reality. Ahem. Closing the interface, Su Cheng quickly composed himself. He nearly forgot this was a global broadcast appearance matters. He had to maintain a certain image. With 300 extra years of life added to his lifespan, Su Cheng now looked at the items in the multiverse shop with significantly more confidence. Soon, after a series of operations on the interface, the instance portal opened. Holding his newly purchased revolver with satisfaction, Su Cheng strode toward the gate. At the same time, the Huaxia strategy team watching the livestream received a notification from Su Cheng. This was the moment Xiao Lu, Old Bai's assistant, saw the blueprint transmitted by Su Cheng. His expression shifted from initial confusion to excitement, culminating in sheer astonishment. Old Bai! Old Bai! Come quickly! Comrade Su Cheng! Comrade Su Cheng! What's the big fuss? Could it be that Su Cheng bought items for us too? Old Bai chuckled, shaking his head as he walked toward him. These days, few in Huaxia have much time left. He suspected Su Cheng didn't have much either. Opening the multiverse store this time was merely for a look. Actual purchases would have to wait for a later opportunity. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the scene displayed on Xiao Lu's screen ahead instantly froze him in place. His breathing grew unusually rapid, and moments later, his expression became even more agitated than Xiao Lu's. Old Yuan! Old Yuan! Come here fast! Hee hee, Bai Yang, you're one to talk about others acting surprised. Why are you getting so worked up yourself? At that moment, Old Yuan set down what he was holding and walked over with a smile. No, Old Yuan, look at these blueprints. This. Following Bai Yang's pointing finger, Old Yuan's expression first froze, then began to tremble. Old Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? This is really what Su Cheng gave us. Based on the modifications in these blueprints, if this cultivation method were applied across major grain-producing regions, the entire grain yield could increase by 5-fold, no, 10-fold or more. Absolutely. This blueprint is genuine. It was sent to us by Su Cheng himself. Old Bai affirmed. Good. Excellent. Old Yuan's eyes welled up as he studied the blueprint. His greatest lifelong dream was to ensure every Chinese citizen could eat their fill, never going hungry. Nothing mattered more than that. Chapter 15, The Matchmaking House of Sakura Country. Su Cheng emerged from behind the teleportation gate, gazing at the new grain blueprint in his hand, a purchase that had cost him a full century of resources. A slow smile curved his lips. As a Chinese citizen, he naturally had to consider his homeland's future. Since the descent of the multiverse, China had endured multiple calamities, leaving vital resources like grain severely scarce. These blueprints would offer China a much-needed respite and aid in cultivating its own crops. Husband, where have you been? Little Bai has been searching for you for ages. I thought you'd vanished. The moment Su Cheng stepped into the homestead, Xiao Bai pounced on him, pouting slightly and glaring at him with feigned annoyance. Feeling the two peaks pressing against his chest, Su Cheng scooped Xiao Bai up in his arms and smiled. I had to step out for a moment. See? I'm back safe and sound. Oomph. Husband went off adventuring alone without taking Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai is very angry now, the kind that can't be soothed. Xiao Bai covered her ears with both hands, turning her head away with an utterly adorable expression. Holy crap, I'm eating dog food in real life, and now I'm eating it in a story too? Damn it, you two are killing me with the sweetness. I'm so jealous of Su Xin. If only I had a spoiled rotten beast-eared wife like that. Wah, Xiao Bai, my Xiao Bai, how could I possibly live without you? Seriously? Is this guy mentally ill? The one above has lost his mind. Lock him up. Back at home, Su Cheng carried Xiao Bai into the room. Watching her pout and turn her face away in a sulk, he showed not a trace of annoyance. Sure enough, even beautiful women look adorable when they're angry. Alright, it's all my fault. How do you want me to make it up to you? How to make it up to you? At Su Cheng's words, the fluffy tail behind Xiao Bai twitched excitedly. Before Su Cheng could react, she suddenly pinned him beneath her. Xiao Bai tightened her grip, making Su Cheng nearly shudder and shiver. Xiao Bai, let's talk this out. Let go first, let go. Xiao Bai, clad in a seductive cheongsam, her figure graceful and alluring, 9 white tails swaying behind her, parted her crimson lips. Humph. This is punishment for you sneaking off alone, husband. Ding. Beast mode activated. Strength and agility attributes doubled. Targeted body part enhancement successful. The prompt flashed, followed by the live stream screen going black. Beauty may grace with her form, but scholars dare not pen her charm. Were not the platform's censorship, I'd pour forth words of tigers and wolves. 12 hours later. Husband, what on earth is this? Can you just plant it in the soil and life will sprout? In the homestead garden, Xiaobai watched Su Cheng plant seeds into the soil with intense curiosity. She picked up a seed and tried to copy his actions exactly. That's not how you plant them. This way, the plants won't grow big. Come, let me show you. Not far away, Su Cheng saw Xiaobai fumbling awkwardly, shook his head with a smile, and walked over. He leaned close behind her, gently taking her slender arm to guide her step by step. Before long, both of them slowly stood up. Su Cheng surveyed the farmland ahead, now densely planted with various crops, and nodded with satisfaction. Thanks to the blueprint for his homestead in the design he'd purchased with a century of his lifespan, his homestead had now reached level 3. The growth rate and yield of his farm had reached an astonishing level. Seeds planted mere minutes ago had already sprouted. Su Cheng estimated it wouldn't be long before he could enjoy fresh fruit. Phew! Xiaobai also rose from the ground, wiping sweat from her forehead as she gazed at the exquisite garden before them. She gave Su Cheng a sweet smile. Su Cheng stepped forward, wiping the dirt from Xiaobai's cheeks. Tired? Want to rest for a bit? Not tired, not tired. Hee, as long as I'm with my husband, Xiaobai never gets tired doing anything. Nothing tires you? Su Cheng shot Xiaobai a mischievous look. Then who was the one who said they couldn't take it anymore and needed to rest first? Su Cheng's words instantly made Xiaobai's cheeks flush crimson. Recalling the earlier scene, Xiaobai couldn't help but wonder. This time, she had intended to teach Su Cheng a lesson to leave him bedridden for at least a day. Yet, after just one trip out, he returned with such vigor. Even now, a dull ache lingered between her legs. Oomph, you're so naughty, husband. Xiaobai raised her delicate fist and playfully pounded Su Cheng. The sight of the two playfully bickering and roughhousing gave the live stream viewers a massive dose of relationship envy. Holy crap, I can't take this anymore. I really can't watch this. Blossom them. Quick, someone blossom them both. I'm so jealous of Su Shen, a beautiful companion and his own grand courtyard. Why, I want a beast-eared girlfriend too. I just saw news about a new cultivation method in our country that boosts crop yields tenfold. Could this method be from Su Shen? Holy crap, it really is. Just moments after Su God unlocked the multiverse mall, our country announced this news. It's highly likely he provided it. It just goes to show why Su Shen is Su Shen. Unlike other national contestants who haven't brought any benefits to their countries yet, our Su Shen is already securing perks for us right from the start. The news of this new cultivation method sent shockwaves across the nation. Especially upon learning it could boost yields tenfold or more, commenters flooded the screen with "God Su is amazing." Until news about Sakura Nation surfaced and the buzz gradually died down. Holy crap! Guys, stop talking. I just passed by Sakura Nation's livestream room, and those well-off folks over there have also entered the matchmaking room. What? Another matchmaking room? I gotta check this out. As news spread that Sakura Nation's contestants had entered the matchmaking room, countless viewers flooded into their livestream. China viewers joined the livestream. White Elephant Nation viewers joined the livestream. How did so many people show up all at once? Are you all here to watch our great Sakura Nation clear the stage? Damn it! Why does everyone else get a matchmaking room while we White Elephant Nation still don't? This is unfair. We White Elephant Nation are the chosen ones for matchmaking rooms. Why aren't we getting one? Tetsuya's thrilled up there. This is his first dungeon run, and looks like Sakura Nation's raking in rewards again. Yes. You know what divine selection means? This is divine selection. Our great Sakura Nation is the strongest. Tetsuya Yamagami will show them just how powerful the birthplace of the most Ijinshi truly is. Countless bullet comments flooded the live stream chat. Inside the matchmaking room, Tetsuya Yamagami watched the scene unfold. His expression shifted from initial confusion to surprise, then erupted into sheer excitement. Who would have thought Tetsuya Yamagami would ever see this day? Though he hadn't witnessed Su Cheng entering the matchmaking room earlier, reports from Sakura Nation made it clear this was a pure bonus scenario. An opportunity to spend the night with an unparalleled beauty. With that thought, Tetsuya suppressed his inner excitement, rubbing his hands together as a wicked grin spread across his lips. He approached the marriage bed. Hee, flower girl, can't wait, can you? Your husband is here. Chapter 16, Double-Barreled Guy, Lizard Girl Votes Needed. Damn it, why is this guy so sleazy? Why does seeing his face make me so angry? No wonder this is Gary's hometown. This kind of scene suits them perfectly. Holy crap. I knew I recognized this guy. He's Double Gun Guy. Who'd have thought he'd stumble upon such a golden opportunity this time? Holy moly, it really is him. Could it be that assassinating someone from the land of cherry blossoms comes with a luck bonus? I'll try it next time. Tetsuya Yamagami's wicked grin grated on the nerves of everyone watching the livestream, especially those nations who hadn't found a match. They were already green with envy. Ha! Keep envying away. After all that, the sourness in your language is practically seeping through the screen to our great Sakura Nation. Ha! Can't wait to see what this reward is. Guess what, maybe every Sakura Nation citizen gets a beast-eared wife. Seriously, even the gods favor our cherry blossom nation. This reward is definitely going to be a furry-eared wife for everyone. Official Sakura Nation announcement, our very own Tetsuya Yamagami is about to make his grand entrance. Kindly reminding you there's still time to immigrate to our great Sakura Nation. Don't miss out on your chance to claim your very own furry-eared wife. Assigned a beast-eared girl? The Sakura Nation's announcement instantly drew widespread attention. Especially upon learning that immigration was still possible, citizens from various nations began to grow restless. They had witnessed the events in China firsthand. Even if you don't get assigned a beast-eared wife, the rewards after clearing the game are incredibly rich. Missing out would be a regret you'd carry for a lifetime. In an instant, countless people from all corners of the world began flocking to Sakura Nation for immigration. Holy crap! How did Sakura Country get so lucky? Quick, tell that pilot to turn around and head for Sakura Country instead of that other place. Many who hadn't previously enjoyed China's benefits immediately began processing their immigration paperwork. The Chinese government was surprisingly accommodating. Want to leave? Go ahead. But once you step outside the border, don't ever come back. Yet even these words from the Chinese authorities couldn't stop waves of pseudo-Chinese citizens from flocking to Sakura Country. Such generous rewards were simply too tempting to refuse, especially since this time it was the Japanese government extending the olive branch first a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While nations worldwide scrambled to process immigration to the land of cherry blossoms, inside the bridal chamber, Tetsuya Yamagami approached the bed with palpable excitement, his hand slowly drawing back the gauze curtain. Ugh! The moment the curtain lifted, a wave of foul stench hit him like a tidal wave. It smelled like a concentrated blend of days-old stinky socks, durian, and rotting meat. One whiff nearly made Tetsuya Yamagami throw up yesterday's dinner. What the hell is this smell? How can it be so disgusting? Tetsuya Yamagami clutched his nose, his body instinctively retreating backward. This was nothing like the reports from the rear. Could such a stench truly lead to a peerless beauty? The overwhelming stench made it nearly impossible for Tetsuya to approach. Yet, after repeated confirmation from the Sakura Nation's officials, he cautiously edged closer, his heart pounding with apprehension. Reaching the gauze curtain once more, he took a deep breath and yanked it open. The moment the curtain parted, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. Yamagami Tetsuya forced himself to ignore the smell and looked up at the wedding bed. He had expected to see a peerless beauty, but instead, a lizard woman with a bizarre form and covered in pus-filled sores stared back at him. An indescribable stench permeated the air, as if emanating from every pore of her body. The stench made Tetsuya Yamagami instinctively want to flee, yet he found himself frozen in place by some inexplicable fear. Then a low, raspy voice emerged from the lizard woman's mouth. Are you my husband? Damn it, Yamagami Tetsuya, don't chicken out. Just go for it. Damn it, Yamagami Tetsuya, what are you afraid of? This is just the surface. That Chinese girl will turn into a peerless beauty the moment you approach her. Go on. The lizard people are kinda gross, but if you step up, you'll face a beast-eared girl. If you won't do it, I will. Well, honestly, if it were just a lizard, that'd be fine. Lizards aren't that hard to charge at. You just have to watch out for them suddenly turning around to bite you mid-charge, plus those occasional sudden contractions, but honestly, it's manageable. The lizard girl's bloated form came into view, and Tetsuya Yamagami's mind went blank. The urgent voices of the Sakura Country echoed in his ears. Wait, this thing can really turn into a peerless beauty? Tetsuya Yamagami swallowed hard. Setting aside the utterly revolting stench, could this monstrous thing really become beautiful? Don't you want to consummate our marriage? Seeing Tetsuya Yamagami's look of disgust, the lizard girl's expression darkened with anger. She lashed out with her tail, grabbing him. Refuse, and you die. A hoarse voice erupted from the lizard woman's mouth as she opened her gaping maw, ready to swallow Tetsuya whole. Wait. Death closed in, suffocating pressure crushing him, and only then did Tetsuya Yamagami snap to his senses, shouting frantically. Staring at the lizard woman's revolting form, he forced down his nausea. I was merely marveling at your stunning beauty just now. Don't get worked up. Stunning beauty? You really think so? Absolutely, without a doubt. The tail loosened its grip, and the suffocating pressure eased. Yamagami Tetsuya steeled himself, no longer caring about the consequences. If I don't act, I'll die anyway. Might as well go all out. Maybe she really could transform into a beast-eared girl like they said. Tetsuya Yamagami gritted his teeth, undid his belt, and lunged forward. The live stream went black. Holy! Tetsuya Yamagami is a goddamn legend. He went for it before she even turned into a beast-eared girl? Respect, pure respect. Looks like you Cherry Blossom Country can finally compete with the Indians. Heh, what do you ignorant fools know? Just wait till our rewards arrive, a beast-eared wife for each of us. You'll be green with envy. Exactly. You short-sighted fools, just wait and envy us. I've already prepared a huge bed for my bunny girl wife. Once the rewards arrive, you can all watch our bedtime vlogs together. Just as the Cherry Blossom Nation thought victory was assured, a voice echoed from above the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sakura Nation contestant vomited on lizard girl's body during the marriage ritual due to intolerance, enraging her and resulting in her biting off co-winner's head, causing his death. Detected, death of a Sakura Nation contestant. Lifespan of all Sakura Nation citizens reduced by 5 years. The sacred moment has been defiled. The lizard maiden is enraged. 100,000 frenzied lizard maidens will descend upon Sakura Nation. Chapter 17, Re-entering the Crimson Gate, confronting Kimchi Nation. The voice of the multiverse resounded over Sakura Nation. 100,000 raging lizard women descended upon Sakura Nation, savagely slaughtering its citizens in the streets. Within a mere 10 minutes, the death toll in Sakura Nation soared to hundreds of thousands. The joy these people had laughed with moments before was now replaced by utter despair. Blood mingled with unidentifiable entrails pooled across the nation's streets, while piercing screams echoed in waves. No! I don't want to die yet. Don't kill me. No! Damned Tetsuya Yamagami, why must you harm us even in death? Where is the army? Where has the army of our great Sakura Nation gone? Why haven't they come yet? Bodies everywhere, corpses all around me. No! A lizard monster is coming this way. It saw me. Help! I don't want to die. They're here. Ha! The tanks of my great Sakura Nation's army have finally arrived. We're saved. We're finally saved. No, something's wrong. Why are these tanks firing wildly all around? Wait, I'm still here, don't point your guns at me. Disaster struck Sakura Nation. Countless lizard women rampaged across the land, slaughtering indiscriminately. Within an hour, the death toll had already reached 300,000 and it kept soaring. Faced with this situation, the land of cherry blossoms immediately ordered tanks and aircraft to bomb and suppress the chaos. However, their suppression involved indiscriminate attacks, instantly killing tens of thousands of their own people. Damn, these Sakura Nation bastards are ruthless, bombing without evacuating their own people. They don't treat humans like humans. Thank goodness I never emigrated to Japan. If I'd witnessed this, it would have been hell. Pilot, turn around. Quick, turn back. Don't go to Japan, keep heading for China. Yamagami Tetsuya's bizarre death not only shocked the Japanese audience, but also stunned viewers from other nations watching the live stream. Some who hadn't yet emigrated to Sakura country secretly rejoiced they'd narrowly avoided being duped. But those who acted too quickly were in for a world of trouble. No, I want to go back to China. Let me return immediately. I refuse to stay in Sakura country, it's filled with corpses. Demand China send planes to evacuate us now. I haven't signed anything yet. How dare they kick me out? No. I refuse to go to that Sakura country. Let me go back, I'm filing a complaint. Damn it, those foreign devils, they deserve it. Told you to go elsewhere, and once you go, you don't come back. I've had it with you lot for ages. Mom's handling this perfectly. If you don't want to stay, then get out. What good is a certificate anyway? All of you get the hell out of China. This marriage housing policy instantly purged most of the foreign devils from the country, and for a time, people everywhere applauded. Unfair. Why didn't we turn into beast-eared girls? How did those Chinese end up as beast-eared girls? Damn it. Those Chinese must have cheated. I'm reporting them, they should be tied up for human experiments. Cheating? Ha! We earned this through our own strength. If you can't cut it, shut your mouth. Got it? As the old saying goes, if you don't court death, death won't come for you. You lack the strength yet try to copy us, this is the consequence of your own misdeeds. The Chinese were thrilled, but the Japanese survivors of the bombing raids were furious. They shouted in unison about the unfairness. The entire comments section erupted into chaos. Then Korea, always eager to stir the pot, chimed in. Ha, what the hell are you tiny countries even arguing about? Just as expected, nothing but half-evolved monkeys. You can't even handle this minor issue without bickering. Exactly. You lot should learn from us, Kimchi Nation. Our players have cleared the 6 paths dungeon flawlessly so far. Can you even do that? It's only because you didn't face us last time in China. Otherwise, how could your luck possibly last this long? Shoo, keep it low key. After all, their territories aren't even half the size of ours. This outcome is only natural. Not even half the size of your country? In your eyes, does your nation claim every territory outside the mainland as yours? I just checked the latest Korean map, all I can say is 2 words, damn impressive. Guys, stop arguing with these jerks. Sushin is about to pick a gate again. And this time, the red gate has appeared once more. While the international community was in an uproar over the Sakura Nation incident, at the same time, within the Sioux City homestead, Su Cheng awoke from his wooden chair, slowly opening his eyes. He glanced at Xiao Bai still napping beside him, then rose and stretched luxuriously. His gaze swept across the fields before him. After a good night's sleep, the plants and flowers in the fields were nearly fully grown. Most had already sprouted, and it wouldn't be long before harvest time. Su Cheng glanced at the numbers on his right arm. After clearing the giant wolf dungeon this time, he had purchased blueprints and a revolver. His remaining lifespan still stretched over 100 years. 00:169:3:21:41. These numbers seemed substantial, but they were deceptively fragile. Exchanging a single attribute point now consumed 20 years of lifespan. Upgrading weapons or equipping talents. Each action represented a massive drain. Su Cheng glanced at the system panel before him. He hadn't even met the requirements to unlock the silver wheel yet. Silver wheel, unlocked at 500 years of lifespan. Seems like a long road ahead. Su Cheng glanced outside his home at the restless nest. After clearing the giant wolf instance, his lifespan had increased and his level had risen by 1. Yet despite this, a chill would always creep into his heart whenever he looked at those nests. These nests were definitely not as simple as last time. Regaining his composure, Su Cheng resumed scanning the portals. Soon, his gaze locked onto a crimson portal ahead. As the prompt popped up before him, Su Cheng drew the revolver he'd purchased this time. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Under the stunned gazes of the others, Su Cheng pushed open the door and stepped inside. Welcome to the nation's battle room. This battle room features Western Cowboy Showdown. Matching opponents for you. Match successful. Your opponent is Kimchi Nation player. Chapter 18, A Fierce Foe. S-Class Talent. Ha! Talk about speaking in your sleep. Never expected this opponent to be a guy from China. Ha! This is settled. Everything's settled. Your luck runs out the moment you face us, Kimchi Nation. A Western-style showdown? That's perfectly suited to Kim Soo-hyun's talent. It's practically handing the reward to us on a silver platter. You arrogant Chinese, after letting you escape the red gate once, you actually dare to enter again? Do you have the lifespan to play games? Su Cheng's decisive stride through the red gate sent shockwaves through the crowd, especially the Kimchi Nation fans. Seeing Su Cheng face off against them had them grinning from ear to ear. You've only cleared 6 dungeons? What's with the attitude? Think you've won already? Exactly. Sushin is beyond your comprehension. Let the Sushin legends slap their smug faces. We believe in you. Whoa, but isn't God Su taking a huge risk here? I heard that Korean talent this time is no joke. I've heard about it too. That contestant across the way isn't just a superstar in their country, she's also a woman, and her talent seems downright insane. Apparently, she can absorb the luck of living beings around her to boost her own. Those whose luck gets drained become incredibly unlucky, like getting a toothpick stuck in their teeth while drinking water. What? Absorbing others' luck to boost her own? What level of talent is that? And get this, I heard that woman has at least 80 years of lifespan in her hands. That's no small amount. Holy crap, that's insane. Then Sushin is in serious trouble. China strategy team. The moment Su Cheng entered the red gate, everyone sprang into action. Ever since Su Cheng passed through the first gate, the team had worked through the night to relocate to the command base, aiming to analyze data more effectively and provide Su Cheng with optimal support. Old Bai stepped to the screen and urgently addressed the team. Quick! Retrieve all data on the opposing contestant. Found it. Their contestant this time is a female actress named Kim Soo-hyun, with a lifespan of 100 years. Her innate talent is S-Class, Absorption. S-Class? And 100-year lifespan? The revelation of such a talent instantly silenced the entire base. S-Class talents? The entire Blue Stars participants could be counted on one hand. According to their intelligence, the Eagle Nation alone has one S-rank talent holder who has survived all 12 gates. This spells trouble. Old Bai's brows furrowed deeply. If the opponent only had 100 years to live, it would be manageable. But possessing an S-tier talent and one that rendered them virtually unbeatable in one-on-one combat made this a nightmare scenario. Su Cheng is in grave danger. Transmit the target's intel to Su Cheng immediately. Additionally, have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs engage with the Kimchi Nation, whether through force or negotiation. We must protect Su Cheng at all costs. Yes, sir. With Old Bai's command, the base bustled into action once more. Old Bai stared intently at Su Cheng's image on the screen, his expression heavy with gravity. Su Cheng was the first person from their nation to complete the dungeon, a monumental achievement for China. He absolutely must not be compromised. Moreover, having barely survived the dungeon himself, Su Cheng had prioritized China above all else. Given his actions, how could China, his strongest backing, ever let him down? Inside the red gate, a notification popped up. Su Cheng slowly stepped onto the classic Western Showdown arena. The setting sun poured molten gold across the boundless desert, staining the horizon a brilliant orange-red. Only the whisper of wind and sand surrounded him, occasionally punctuated by the distant jingle of camel bells. At this moment, Su Cheng wore a classic blue denim jacket, its lapels fluttering lightly in the breeze. He paired it with tight-fitting jeans and a pair of polished riding boots. Has even his clothing changed? Su Cheng examined his own outfit, his gaze filled with curiosity. This fabric is really nice. I wonder if I can take it back after this. Ha! Look at this Chinese contestant, he looks like a country bumpkin in the city. Has he never even seen denim before? This time won't be like last time. With his appearance, I doubt he can even hold a gun properly. Calling this a duel? He'll surrender sooner or later. Hee, our Kim Soo-hyun is so gorgeous. Talent and looks, what else does this Chinese guy have besides being handsome? Amidst the chatter, at the center of the arena, a woman emerged from the distance, clad in a brown leather jacket embroidered with intricate totems, two gleaming revolvers holstered at her waist. Kim Soo-hyun, also dressed in classic Western cowboy attire, toyed with her revolver as she glanced toward Su Chéng nearby, her tone flippant. Hey there, handsome. You're my target for this showdown? Oh? A woman? Following the sound, Su Chéng looked toward Kim Soo-hyun, who was smiling and waving at him from a short distance away. It was the first time Su Chéng had ever seen a woman who radiated such noble coldness and yet possessed such breathtaking beauty. But no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't hold a candle to his eye. Hey there, handsome guy. How about just conceding defeat this time? My talent is S-class absorption, you know I might just suck up all your luck. Noticing Su Cheng's gaze, Kim Soo-hyun smiled and laid out her situation without reservation. Yet Su Chéng paid her no mind, waiting silently for the match to begin. Damn it! What's with this Chinese contestant? Our goddess has already spoken, yet he still won't just hand over his life. Damn it! I haven't even gotten a word in with my goddess yet. What gives this Chinese guy the right? You Chinese bastard, just die already and spare our goddess the sight of you. What the hell is this Chinese guy wasting time for? This match was never even close. You seriously think we're as useless as those white elephant and cherry blossom country guys? Bastards! You kimchi-brained fools calling others useless? Eating that damn kimchi makes you think you're hot stuff? If you're so tough, send your player alone to our white elephant country. We'll show you what real strength looks like. Getting worked up already? You can't even beat a rookie from China. Who else would be useless if not you? Now that all contestants are present, allow me to explain the rules of this duel. At the Sandy Center, a man in a suit and bizarre mask announced, the rules are simple. After the 1-minute countdown ends, both of you take 10 steps back. Once you reach the 10 steps, you can immediately turn and shoot. For weapons, you may use the revolver on your waist or your own equipment. Being shot or showing cowardice results in defeat. The last one standing wins. Note: all life points used during this duel will be fully restored upon its conclusion. As the masked man finished speaking, Kim Soo-hyun turned to Su Chéng once more and urged, you heard what he said, didn't you? Surrender. You have no chance of winning. I might even aim carefully to make your exit less painful. After all, this is for the best for both of us, isn't it? His earlier plea rejected, Kim Soo-hyun now regarded his opponent with palpable hostility. Su Chéng had fully anticipated Kim Soo-hyun's shift in attitude. With the countdown ticking down to the last 30 seconds and Su Chéng still silent, Kim Soo-hyun could no longer hold back. I've already shown you mercy. Since you refuse to accept it, then die. Kim Soo-hyun turned his head and addressed the masked man beside him. Consume 30 years of lifespan to purchase a 3-step shooting reduction. Chapter 19, Lifespan Revealed, Frenzied Face Changing. If I recall correctly, you've only cleared 3 stages so far. That should be no more than 30 years of lifespan, right? Come on, I'll bet everything you have. As he spoke, the screen to Kim Soo-hyun's right shifted from displaying 10 to 7. With the other party going this far, Su Chéng naturally wouldn't refuse. His gaze shifted toward the referee beside him. Consume 40 years of lifespan to purchase a reduction of 4 shooting steps. 40 years? Hearing Su Cheng's words, Kim Soo-hyun's expression froze as he glanced at the numbers on the screen to his left. When he saw the number on the screen truly change to 6, Kim Soo-hyun looked astonished. I didn't expect you to have so much lifespan left. I underestimated you. But, do you even have the capital to keep going? At this point, Kim Soo-hyun raised his hand and continued, consume 20 years of lifespan to purchase a 2-step reduction in shooting. In just 1 minute, Kim Soo-hyun had consumed a staggering 50 years of his lifespan. 50 years might be a lifetime for some, but in Kim Soo-hyun's hands, it seemed like nothing more than a drop in the bucket. She possessed a century's worth of time, yet she refused to finish off Su Chéng in a single move that would be far too uninteresting. Only by giving her opponent a sliver of hope could she savor the despair and the thrill born of fear that was her true delight. Truly my goddess, she starts with 50 years. Do you poor Chinese even have 50 years to spare? 50 years? You're overestimating them. I doubt even 2 or 3 of those Chinese chaps combined have 50 years between them. Just admit defeat already. Why humiliate yourself here? You probably only have 40 years left? Even if you're 1 step ahead, you won't feel hopeless? Now you see what true superpower might looks like? Our glorious Kimchi Nation isn't some tiny speck like Cherry Blossom Land or White Elephant Country. Kim Soo-hyun's sacrifice of his lifespan sent countless Kimchi Nation citizens into ecstatic cheers. Yet the Chinese spectators watching this scene grew increasingly somber. This duel appeared fair on the surface, yet like the Russian roulette before it, it was a contest of lifespan. Whoever had more life left could afford to take 1 less step. A skilled quick-draw artist could even empty a magazine in that time. Dangerous. Sushin had previously purchased blueprints for us Chinese. His lifespan must be running low now. What are we to do? Damn it, this is killing me. Why did it have to be this duel? I don't need any time for myself. Can I just give my lifespan to Sushin? Sushin, you have to hold on. If you survive this, I'll give up crafting for 3 years. 50 years? In that case, let's go all out. Hearing Kim Soo-hyun's words, Su Chang looked at the masked man and spoke, consume 50 years of lifespan to purchase a reduction of 3 steps in the shooting sequence. After 5 steps, purchasing one will consume 20 years of lifespan. Under normal circumstances, Su Chang would never part with it, but now that the duel is over, everything will be returned. In other words, if he didn't stake his entire lifespan at this moment and instead held back, it would either be extreme arrogance or utter stupidity. 50 years left? Kim Soo-hyun glanced at the screen to Su Chang's right. When the number changed to 3, her expression turned utterly shocked. What was going on? Wasn't the intel from headquarters saying this guy had at most 30 years left? The sudden addition of 40 years had already exceeded her expectations. Now, another 50 years? Was this guy's lifespan a full 90 years? After the initial shock, Kim Soo-hyun quickly regained her composure. Handsome, looks like you've got quite a few secrets up your sleeve. But sorry, I still win this time. With that, under the stunned gazes of the live audience, Kim Soo-hyun raised her hand, consuming 60 years of lifespan, purchasing a 3-step reduction in shots. Only when the number on the right screen changed to 2 did a faint smile curve her lips. Indeed, her lifespan wasn't the 80 or even 100 years rumored outside. It reached a staggering 111 years. Such immense lifespan, coupled with the boost from her S-tier talent, was the very foundation of her unwavering confidence and invincibility from the very beginning. Yet, barely moments after her words fell, Su Chang's voice echoed like a demonic chant once more. Consume 40 years of lifespan to purchase a 2-step shooting reduction. When she saw the number on the screen to Su Chang's left change to 1, Kim Soo-hyun was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this a bug? This guy still has time? 40 years plus 50 years plus another 40 years. 130 years? No way, you gotta be kidding me? At that moment, not only was Kim Soo-hyun dumbfounded, but the entire Korean audience watching the livestream was stunned too. Their smiles froze mid-smile, vanishing before a second had passed. Holy crap? 130 years? How the hell did Sushin have that much time? Holy crap, I was worried about Sushin's safety earlier, but now it seems I was just overthinking it. Ha! That's our god Su for you. I knew he could pull it off. Where'd all those Korean folks who were yelling earlier go? Feeling a bit left out now, huh? Wait, didn't you notice something off about Sushin's timeline? He bought the blueprints earlier, yet he still has this much time left? How long is Sushin's lifespan, anyway? Su Chang suddenly reveals he has 130 years left. While everyone is shocked, they soon start to feel a chill down their spines. Accelerating crop yields tenfold must consume an enormous amount of lifespan. He bought the blueprints and still has this much lifespan left? Could it be that Su Chang's lifespan is infinite? No, I haven't lost. I haven't lost yet. I possess S-tier talent. It's just 1 step away. As long as he can't land a single hit on me within that step, I'll still be the victor. Within the desert arena, Kim Soo-hyun stared at the screen to Su Chang's left, took several deep breaths, and regained his confident expression. It was merely a step's distance. Her true trump card was the S-rank talent absorption. Nearly 100 meters separated them. She refused to believe that at such a distance, under the effect of her talent, this guy could still hit her. Chapter 20, S-rank talent? The real difference lies in power. The countdown was nearly over. Su Chang's screen displayed 1, while Kim Soo-hyun's remained at 2. At this moment, the Korean audience couldn't sit still. How could this be? 130 years? He'd only cleared 3 stages. Where did this Chinese guy get so much lifespan? Damn it! This Chinese contestant must be cheating. Keep adding to Kim Soo-hyun's score, goddess. Let this Chinese guy see what real strength looks like. Keep boosting? Haven't you seen your contestant frozen in place? Who was it calling him a penniless loser earlier? Come out and say it now. Faced with the Chinese crowd's sarcastic remarks, the Korean spectators wanted to respond. But Kim Soo-hyun stood frozen, not advancing to the next stage. Their words stuck in their throats, leaving them speechless. What are you Chinese so cocky about? Just because you have more life points? Don't forget our goddess Kim Soo-hyun still possesses S-tier talent. Exactly. What gives you Chinese the right to be so cocky? It's just a step's distance. This duel isn't solely about step count. Do you even understand the value of S-tier talent? From this distance, it's at least 100 meters away. Even if we take 1 more step than you, so what? Can you even hit it? Our goddess's talent isn't something you Chinese bumpkins can even compare to. Believe it or not, she could drain all your luck. You wouldn't even be able to fire a gun, let alone risk it blowing up in your face. Though the current scene caught the Korean crowd off guard, recalling Kim Soo-hyun's S-class talent quickly reassured them. Kim Soo-hyun's S-rank talent was downright insane, and this current situation seemed tailor-made for her abilities. They'd considered every possible scenario and none could lead to defeat. Unless the opponent possessed an ability surpassing S-class, even more monstrous than Kim Soo-hyun's. But that was impossible. The highest talent rating on Blue Star today was S-class. No SS-class talent had ever been recorded. The mere mention of S-class talent silenced the Chinese audience, who had been about to voice further opinions. Long before the official start, Kim Soo-hyun's gameplay footage had already leaked. The footage showed Kim Soo-hyun performing at an utterly godlike level. He barely lifted a finger to clear each stage. Monsters either killed each other or died suddenly from disease before he even had to act. In city-themed dungeons, he even strolled casually above the streets, completely immune to vehicles. All the cars collided with each other and destroyed themselves. Though they held a significant advantage at this moment, the sheer absurdity of his talent left the Chinese team feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, in the desert arena, Kim Soo-hyun watched Su Chang smiling at her from afar. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gripped the revolver at her waist and turned to face the rear. As long as I don't miss that one step, victory is still mine. I possess an S-class talent. Stay calm. Keep your cool. The earlier scene had clearly shaken Kim Soo-hyun. But quickly, recalling her S-tier talent and past experiences, she gradually calmed her emotions. A confident smile returned to her lips. What was she worrying about? Her talent was no joke. The moment she turned her back, the opponent might not even get a shot off. She could even kill him. Dawn. As Kim Soo-hyun pondered, a deep, resonant bell tolled. The countdown ended. The masked man spoke slowly. Countdown complete. Both contestants, proceed to your designated positions. The duel will commence in 3 seconds. As the masked man spoke, the live audience, whether from China or Korea, couldn't help but tense up. This time, the uncertainties were too great. Neither side could guarantee 100% victory. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Chang and Kim Soo-hyun moved simultaneously. Compared to Kim Soo-hyun, Su Chang only needed to take one step forward to turn and fire. That single step was almost negligible for him. Su Chang stepped forward, and as he turned, a silver glinting revolver materialized in his hand. At the same moment, Kim Soo-hyun, who had just taken a step forward, suddenly sensed a wave of lethal intent wash over her. Her body froze as she felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against her back. However, after waiting a moment, the expected gunshot never came. What was happening? Why wasn't Su-shin firing? Su-shin, shoot already. If you shoot, you win. Ha! Still thinking about shooting? You think the contestants don't want to shoot? He simply can't. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. It's settled. Everything is settled. See that, you Chinese bastards? This is the terrifying power of an S-class talent. You didn't even get a chance to fire. So what if you took one less step? The final result is still victory for our Kimchi Nation. Get ready for disaster, you Chinese losers. Su Chang raised his revolver, but the expected gunshot never came. Kim Soo-hyun's face lit up with delight. Just as she'd expected, she'd drained every last bit of his luck. Now the bastard was so unlucky his revolver wouldn't even fire. Taking a second step forward, she drew the revolver from her waist and spun to face Su Chang. This time, her expression held no tension. Her gaze fixed on Su Chang's face, brimming with confidence and arrogance. Hey, handsome, what's up? Why aren't you shooting? Did you wait here just for me? Or could it be, you can't shoot now? Kim Soo-hyun toyed with the revolver in her hand, slowly raising it to point the barrel at Su Chang. Now you should understand the gap between us, right? If you don't shoot now, I'll be the one pulling the trigger. Ha! Kim Soo-hyun, goddess, don't say that. That Chinese contestant is scared to death by you. Shoot. Goddess Kim Soo-hyun, shoot already. I've had it with these Chinese people. I want to see them die right now. Pitiful. This guy probably thought he had a chance at first. Little did he know that the moment he met goddess Kim Soo-hyun, he was already defeated. Kim Soo-hyun grew bored with Su Chang's silence. Just as she prepared to fire and end this one-sided duel, suddenly, Su Chang lowered his revolver and flicked his finger at Kim Soo-hyun, as if taunting her. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he trying to provoke the goddess Kim Soo-hyun? He's got the nerve to act so cocky even as death approaches him. Just as I thought, these Chinese are nothing but a bunch of unruly savages who can never be tamed. I can't take it anymore, shoot him already. Goddess Kim Soo-hyun, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you fired? If you can't bring yourself to do it, let me handle him. Watch me turn this Chinese guy into a bloody mess. It wasn't that Kim Soo-hyun couldn't pull the trigger, the revolver simply wouldn't fire. The moment Su Chang flicked his finger at her in defiance, she pulled the trigger. But the expected gunshot never came. She pulled the trigger, yet the revolver showed no sign of firing. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze darted to the revolver in her hand. After checking it repeatedly and finding no issues, she once again aimed the barrel at Su Chang and pulled the trigger. What did you do? Why won't it fire? After 10 consecutive failed shots, Kim Soo-hyun kept adjusting the revolver. He looked up, meeting Su Cheng's gaze with eyes full of rage. What did I do? Why don't you ask your own talent? Su Cheng spoke, raising the revolver skyward and firing a shot. Bang! The thunderous crack echoed across the entire area, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air. Seeing Kim Soo-hyun frozen in place, Su Cheng smiled at her and said, just an S-rank talent. You didn't actually think that talent was powerful, did you? As he spoke, Su Cheng revealed his own talent before Kim Soo-hyun. No. Impossible. How could this be? The interface flashed open. In that instant, Kim Soo-hyun recoiled as if witnessing something utterly terrifying, stumbling backward until she collapsed to the ground, shaking her head frantically. Nothing is impossible. The gun barrel shifted. Su Cheng spun the coin in his hand and continued, in your own words, it's the gap in strength between me and you. Chapter 21, The Collapse of Kimchi Nation. The conversation between Su Cheng and Kim Soo-hyun remained unknown to others. The live stream viewers only saw Kim Soo-hyun, for some unknown reason, refusing to fire his gun just like Su Cheng, before finally collapsing to the ground, shaking his head frantically. No, impossible. An SSS tier talent? How could such a thing possibly exist? If you possess SSS tier talent, then why didn't you? Kim Soo-hyun stopped mid-sentence, locking eyes with Su Cheng. In that instant, a terrifying thought surged through her mind. He hadn't been unable to fire earlier, he'd been deliberately waiting for her. From the very beginning, this had been a contest with no suspense whatsoever. Only she was the one with no chance of winning. Facing that cold muzzle, Kim Soo-hyun felt death closing in for the first time. She immediately dropped to her knees, begging for mercy. No, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want, just don't kill me. I'm a celebrity, right? You must know celebrities. I'm a star in Korea, countless people chase after me, but I don't even glance at them. I can do anything you want, just don't kill me. To prove his sincerity, Kim Soo-hyun tore open the black stockings at his thigh, pulling his collar down to expose a vast expanse of snow-white skin. Kim Soo-hyun had lost all trace of his former self, begging Su Cheng like a streetwalker. Overwhelmed by fear, an unidentifiable fluid began seeping from his ankles. Kim Soo-hyun, goddess. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling before that Chinese contestant? Shoot. Kim Soo-hyun, what are you waiting for? Just shoot. Shoot and you'll win. The voices of the Korean strategy team echoed incessantly in Kim Soo-hyun's ears, but she paid them no heed. The man before her was a monster. She was one of the world's few S-tier talents, with her entire future ahead of her. She couldn't die here. As Kim Soo-hyun spoke, the scene gradually fell silent. Kim Soo-hyun thought Su Cheng was captivated by her beauty. She lifted her head, about to say more. But the next second, bang! A bullet erupted from the black muzzle of a gun. The spinning projectile tore through Kim Soo-hyun's forehead, blasting a gaping hole in her forehead. The bullet passed through Kim Soo-hyun's body, leaving a 10-centimeter wide crater in the wall behind her. The scene was gruesome beyond description. The instant Kim Soo-hyun fell, a voice echoed across the skies of Korea. Detected, death of a contestant from Sakura Nation. All Kimchi Nation citizens' lifespan reduced by 5 years. Western Showdown descends upon Kimchi Nation, automatically selecting 5 million participants for competition. Due to Kimchi Nation contestants' disgraceful final actions, an additional 5 million people will be drafted for the contest. The moment the announcement blared, before the Kimchi Nation populace could react, they were forcibly teleported into the desert arena. No, why? We had the upper hand just now. Why did we end up losing? Kim Soo-hyun, why didn't you shoot? Damn it, what the hell, Kim Soo-hyun? I don't want to participate in this. I don't want to die yet. Let me go back. Why 10 million this time? I wasn't selected the first time but got picked the second. Damn you, Kim Soo-hyun, you've ruined us. Kim Soo-hyun is dead. Instantly, the Korean participants erupted into a continuous chorus of wails and lamentations. Unlike Monster Descent, in the Red Gate Nation's battle room, once one side fails, even mobilizing the entire nation's military is useless. Dragged into this, at least half the people have to die before anyone can get out. Ha! Yo si. Is this the might of your so-called Kimchi Nation? Truly formidable, ha! What a fine woman, wasted like this. If you don't want her, give her to us, White Elephant Nation. Wait, this woman's already dead, you're going to desecrate her corpse? The corpse isn't even cold yet. As long as it's still warm, it's fine. Besides, a cold corpse isn't impossible, it just feels a bit chilly inside and gets a little loose. Disaster struck Kimchi Nation, and one by one, the nations they'd mocked sprang into action. Especially after even the multiverse took issue with Kimchi Nation's actions, a torrent of mockery flooded their livestream chat. Meanwhile, the Chinese audience watching Su Cheng's livestream stood in stark contrast to other nations, each person brimming with excitement and fervor. Congratulations to the Chinese contestant for winning the battle room. All Chinese citizens receive rewards, plus 10 years lifespan, plus 1 to all 3 attributes. Luck plus 1. Holy. Is this the legendary Su? I thought we were doomed, but he pulled this off? I'm bowing down right now. Holy crap. Luck points? This time it actually has a luck attribute. If I remember correctly, 1 point of luck is worth thousands of years of life, right? Holy crap, it's real. The moment my luck points hit my account, I found a red ticket. By the way, did you guys see that Korean contestant's expression at the end? What was wrong with her? Why did she suddenly kneel down and try to seduce our Su god? What else could it be? She totally peed herself after seeing Su Shin's real power. You know what? That girl actually had decent looks, but our Xiao Bai is 100 times prettier than her. She's nowhere near good enough to tempt our Su god. In the desert arena, Su Cheng approached a pale blue treasure chest and lifted his hand to open it. Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. This round of combat has ended. Reward, 50 years of lifespan. Any equipment quality upgraded by 1 tier. Level increased by 1, 3 primary attributes plus 3. Luck plus 1, 300 basic universal materials. The chest opened and the notification sounds rang out continuously. Su Cheng glanced at his stats panel, a faint smile curving his lips. Contestant, Su Cheng. Level, 4. Strength, 3223. Agility, 268. Intelligence, 241. Luck, 87. Charisma, 113. Life points, 00:329:12:10:32. This haul was exceptionally bountiful. The 50-year lifespan from the treasure chest reward, combined with the lifespan gained from defeating Kim Soo-hyun, totaled an astonishing 160 years. Moreover, I should be the first player to break 30 in strength at just level 4, right? The interface closed, revealing the light gate. Just as Su Cheng was about to depart, a sudden flash of light from Kim Soo-hyun's direction caught his attention. What was this? Su Cheng approached Kim Soo-hyun's body. Ignoring her disheveled clothes and the 2 towering peaks on her chest, Su Chen looked at the ring in Kim Soo-hyun's hand and removed it without hesitation. Lucky ring, C grade. When equipped, luck plus 1, charm plus 2. Lucky ring? Su Cheng stared at the interface that appeared before him, his expression momentarily stunned. In the multiverse shop, a single point of luck cost over 1,000 years, and charm points were priced at 200 years. This was essentially a free gift of 1,400 years of lifespan? Su Cheng felt a bit dazed. He hadn't expected this woman to be so incredibly lucky, possessing such equipment. Thankfully, he'd been paying attention, otherwise he would have missed out. After stowing the ring, Su Cheng's gaze slowly drifted toward the necklace around Kim Soo-hyun's neck. Due to her posture, the necklace was perfectly positioned between her 2 peaks. Chapter 22, Envy of All, Hulk? Inside the homestead, Su Cheng emerged from behind the light gate, a faint smile curving his lips as he gazed at the still warm necklace in his hand. He hadn't expected Kim Soo-hyun to possess such exceptional gear. A ring was one thing, but even the necklace around her neck possessed attribute bonuses. Lucky necklace. When worn, luck plus 1, charm plus 2. Just like the ring, this necklace shared identical attributes. Judging by the prices of items across the multiverse, the combined value of these 2 pieces of gear was nearly 3,000 years. That's more than the lifespan he'd gained from opening 10 gates. Husband, where have you been? The moment Su Cheng stepped into the homestead, Xiao Bai's figure leapt out from the side. Her gaze scrutinized Su Cheng as her tiny nose kept sniffing at him. Suddenly, Xiao Bai seemed to detect something. She puckered her little mouth, pointed at Su Cheng, and said with displeasure, "Husband, why do you smell like another woman? Tell me now. Did you go off to have an affair somewhere? If you don't behave, I'll make sure certain parts of you are spared." The scene unfolded like catching someone in the act, sending a chill through the crowd of Huaxia spectators. Damn it, why do I feel guilty when it's clearly Su Shin being accused? Ha, I love this scene. Now I'm curious how Su Shin will explain himself. That earlier moment was way too intense. Hee, even when Little Bai gets angry, she's so adorable. My Little Bai, my Little Bai. Why aren't you speaking, husband? Could Little Bai have guessed everything correctly? Xiao Bai pressed Su Cheng step by step, her 9 tails blocking his retreat. Seeing Little Bai's angry expression, Su Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the necklace in his hand caught his attention. The necklace. Yes, the necklace. Su Cheng scooped Xiao Bai into his arms, lifting the still warm necklace to show it before Xiao Bai's eyes. Don't be angry anymore. Look, what's this? A necklace? Su Cheng's sudden gesture made Xiao Bai's cheeks flush. Upon recognizing the item in his hand, her almond-shaped eyes flashed, and her 9 tails twitched involuntarily. Could it be that her husband had gone out specifically to buy this for her? Yes, exactly. Do you like it? Su Cheng nodded. I love it. As long as it's from my husband, I love everything. Damn it, is anyone there? Just kill me off to liven things up for Su Shin and his wife. Seriously, why don't you two just kill me with jealousy already? Who knew Su Shin's girlfriend had such skills? She diverted Little Bai's attention in one fell swoop. Too bad Xiao Bai can't see our conversation. If she found out Su Shin got her necklace by taking it off another woman. After putting on the necklace, Little Bai happily gave Su Cheng a tiny peck above his cheek, then held it to her chest and smiled at him. Husband, do you like it? Beautiful. My Xiao Bai is the most beautiful. Su Cheng wasn't lying. Xiao Bai's beauty was already otherworldly, and now with the necklace's charm enhancing her, she looked so stunning in that moment that she seemed almost unreal. This necklace is lovely, but this crystal pendant keeps slipping inside. Plus, it feels slightly warm when I wear it. Do you know why that is, my husband? Xiao Bai pulled the pendant back from the brink of falling into the abyss, feeling its warmth and looking at Su Cheng with confusion. It's fine, it's fine. That's exactly what makes it beautiful. Su Cheng walked behind Xiao Bai and adjusted the necklace back into place for her. Just as Xiao Bai turned to look back, she suddenly sensed something amiss behind her. In an instant, Xiao Bai's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Husband, you really are. With that, under Su Cheng's astonished gaze, Xiao Bai wrapped her tail tightly around Su Cheng, and in an instant, both of them tumbled into the house. Wait, Xiao Bai, listen to me, it was the revolver, not. The screen went black once more. 12 hours later. The screen lit up. Xiao Bai emerged from the house, smoothing her clothes with a satisfied look on her face. Behind her, Su Cheng leaned against the doorframe with one hand, his cheeks slightly sunken. After such a long ordeal, his legs were even trembling slightly. Even with his beast transformation abilities, he couldn't endure this kind of strain. 12 hours straight, and how long had it been since the last time? Even iron kidneys couldn't endure that. Ha! This is hilarious. Look at Sushin, the guy who never flinched against those grey wolves, shaking like a leaf right now. All that 12 hours of sleepless vigil watching this scene was totally worth it. Whoa, why does Little Bai's complexion seem to be getting better and better? But God Su, why is his complexion getting worse and worse? What else could it be? 12 hours straight, day after day. Most people would be lucky to even get out of bed after that. Turns out having a little demon at home makes it hard to even stand up straight. The sight of Su Cheng shuffling along with trembling legs instantly sparked laughter among the crowd. Amidst the flurry of comments and the live stream chat, a deep, resonant bell tolled from the skies above China. No, not just over China. Across the entire blue star, the sound of bells rang out in unison at that very moment. Dawn! 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 The celestial opportunity is about to begin. In 5 minutes, opportunities will be randomly bestowed upon the homelands of contestants from all nations. All contestants, prepare to receive your opportunities. The moment the voice of the multiverse sounded, the entire world erupted in chaos. Opportunities from the heavens? What new game mechanic is this? Judging by the name, could it be rewards? Something's off, 9/10 off. When did the multiverse become so generous? There's no way they'd actually give you something good. Didn't you see the quotation marks around opportunity? It's definitely something fishy. Here it comes. First up, Eagle Nation. A pillar of light has appeared within their homeland. The moment news of the opportunity spread, global viewers flooded into the Eagle Nation livestream. Ha! Heaven truly favors our Eagle Nation. Let the other countries just drool with envy. Why are they all flocking to us? Are they here to witness the might of Eagle Nation? Ah, maybe that's just the protagonist's privilege? Being the world's leading nation, it's only natural to be envied. Inside the Eagle Nation livestream feed at this moment, Eagle Nation's contestant Smith stood before his home base, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed curiously at the beam of light descending before him. He never imagined his luck would be this good. The first opportunity has landed right here. Indeed, the protagonist will always be the protagonist. However, just as he was thinking this, as the light gradually dissipated, the creature emerging from the beam instantly stunned the live audience. What the hell is that? The Hulk? Chapter 23, The Hulk? Please vote. Holy crap? What the hell is this? The Hulk just showed up? Wasn't it supposed to be a stroke of luck? How did this thing show up? What kind of luck is this? We're done for. We're totally screwed. God forbid it's that Hulk. What's there to fear? Even if it is the Hulk, so what? We're not like those useless fools who can't even beat a sick man of East Asia. A mere Hulk? Piece of cake. Exactly. Whether it's military might or the number of dungeons cleared, we're number one in the world. A mere Hulk, barely 3 meters tall? As long as it's not the Hulk card, we'll slaughter him with ease. Smith, get moving. Show these bumpkins what real power looks like. The light pillar dissipated, revealing a towering figure over 3 meters tall, muscles bulging across his green-skinned frame. The sight left the onlookers utterly stunned. They never imagined the Hulk from the movies could be real. If this thing is real, then doesn't that mean superhumans and elves exist too? Even gods? The chilling thought sent shivers down their spines, and they quickly pushed the notion from their minds. Back at the Eagle Nation compound, Eagle Nation contestant Smith watched the Hulk emerge from the beam of light and felt his vision go black. Wait, what the hell is this? A movie? If this was the real Hulk, he wouldn't stand a chance. As if sensing Smith's gaze, the Hulk turned toward him, his eyes piercing with icy glare. Roar! A furious roar echoed across the sky. The moment he spotted Smith, the Hulk charged forward without hesitation, his massive frame plowing toward him like a tank. Heh, so it's just a beast after all. Noticing the change in the Hulk's demeanor, Smith's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. He was the only person in the world today to have passed more than 10 gates and possessed S-class talent. What kind of scene hadn't he witnessed? With a single glance, he recognized that this creature was not the Hulk he had imagined. It was merely a muscle-bound, simple-minded brute. A small knife extended from Smith's hand. Facing the Hulk's attack, he remained utterly composed, waiting for the assault like a peerless master. Here it comes. Here it comes. Master Smith's signature move is coming. You scrubs from other countries, get ready to feel what real power is. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Thought the real Hulk was here, but it's just some Hulk-like green monster. Smith wouldn't pass this thing by, would he? Don't back down, Smith. Charge right in and take that monster down in seconds. Let these guys see what real power looks like. Just as everyone expected, Smith showed no sign of retreating. He knew countless viewers were watching him now. As the world's best, he had to maintain his elegance before the crowd. As the green giant closed in, Smith gripped his dagger tightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and the green giant collapsed. Smith materialized behind it with a supremely stylish flourish. You scum from other countries, did you see that? That's what real power looks like. This is what real power looks like. China's sick man just got lucky he hasn't crossed paths with us yet. Otherwise, we'd have you ting yourselves. Who'd have thought it'd be this easy? Looks like we're raking in the rewards again. The British spectators cheered as Smith executed his signature victory pose. Faced with the British taunts, the international viewers in the livestream could only swallow their anger. What can you do? The opponent truly has the goods. An S-tier talent, the first contestant to pass over 10 gates, truly the world's strongest player today. I really don't see the point of this whole sideshow. Why not just give me the reward directly? On screen, Smith wiped down his small knife. He held utter contempt for this announcement from the multiverse. He'd expected to face some formidable opponent. And this is it? Just as Smith stowed his knife and began searching for treasure chests. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from behind him. A surge of scorching heat erupted from behind him. Sensing the disturbance behind him and the low growls echoing in his ears, Smith's body froze. He stiffened and turned his head to look behind him. No, you. Boom. Before Smith could finish his sentence, the Hulk, who had been lying on the ground, rose again and hammered a fist into his chest. Visibly, his chest caved in. It wasn't over. Apparently enraged by Smith's earlier actions, the Hulk punched him until he was reeling, then grabbed Smith's ankle with one hand. The next second. Thud. 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 Smith's body flew through the air like a kite, violently whipped back and forth by the Hulk and slammed into the ground. Wait, what just happened? Why does this scene feel so familiar? Wasn't this Hulk dead? How did he suddenly come back to life? Damn it! He ambushed us. That's not fair, we demand a rematch. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I thought you Brits were so tough, but this is all you've got? Weren't you guys taunting us just a moment ago? Keep it up. Why did you stop? The Hulk's sudden revival, flinging Smith back and forth like a scene from a movie, instantly stunned the British viewers watching the livestream. Everyone had been eagerly anticipating what the reward would be this time, but suddenly the scene shifted. Smith was on the brink of defeat. Enough! Flinged across the pit, Smith sat in the hole, watching the Hulk stride toward him, intent on grabbing his ankle for another throw. He immediately roared in fury. You stupid creature! Do you even know who I am? I am the world's top progress holder. Possessing one of the few S-tier talents in existence, with countless pieces of equipment and resources at my disposal. You lowly creature dare to touch me. Hearing Smith's words, the Hulk paused in surprise before grabbing his ankle again and slamming him down several times. Crisp cracking sounds of bones accompanied each impact. Only after sensing the life force vanish did the Hulk cease his assault, casually dropping Smith's body to the ground. Oomph, first. A hoarse voice emerged from the Hulk's mouth. At that moment, mimicking Smith's initial expression, he sneered with disdain, stepping over his body as he walked toward the home ahead. We're done for. Totally screwed. What kind of bull opportunity is this? It's trying to kill us. Hulk. It's definitely the Hulk. We're done for. Get up. Smith, you bastard, get up. How could you collapse here? God forbid this disaster be the Hulk. Anything but the Hulk. Chapter 24, Britain turns green. The moment the Hulk tossed Eagle Nation Smith around like a toy sent the Eagle Nation audience's hearts leaping into their throats. If this green giant truly was the Hulk, then the mere arrival of such a monster could crush entire armies. Just as everyone assumed Eagle Nation Smith had lost and turned to look for the next nation to arrive. Suddenly, from the depths of the pit, Smith's eyes snapped open. Simultaneously, one of the rings on his hand shattered. Rising from the pit, a dagger gleaming with extreme coldness in his hand, he lunged forward toward the Hulk. At that moment, the Hulk's focus was entirely on the home base, completely unaware of the impending threat approaching from behind. Just as the Hulk raised his hand to shatter the house before him, a flash of icy light streaked past. The next second. Thud. A green, oval-shaped head flew through the air. A clean, perfect wound opened at the base of his neck, blood spurting like a fountain, splattering the ground around him. Without the support of his head, the Hulk's massive frame collapsed onto the ground with a thud. This sudden turn of events left the British viewers, who had been nervously awaiting the disaster, frozen in place. Foreign viewers who had just been about to exit the livestream paused their actions one by one. Wait, what just happened? Wasn't Smith dead? How did he come back to life? Holy. Resurrected. He actually came back to life? This scene stunned not only the foreign viewers, but also the British fans who, once they processed it, leaped to their feet in excitement. That scared the hell out of me. Turns out Smith wasn't dead after all. I almost peed myself. Ha! Now you bumpkins know how mighty our Eagle Nation is. We won. We won. The final victory still belongs to us, the Eagle Nation. My prayers really did work. Smith actually came back to life, thank you, my god. Before the Hulk's corpse, Smith lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. What bull about thanking God? All this was thanks to his innate talent. If not for that talent saving his life, he'd have died countless times already. How could he have made it this far? You paid the ultimate price for letting me unleash my talent. After calming his racing heart, Smith walked to the front of the Hulk's corpse. A monster this powerful meant the rewards after killing it would be substantial. Not only was Smith eager to see what kind of treasure chest awaited, but viewers from Eagle Nation and other foreign countries watching the livestream were also glued to the screen. However, as the Hulk's body began to dissipate, to everyone's surprise, a pale green treasure chest remained in place. What? Are you kidding me? After all that effort, this is what I get? Smith stared at the bright green treasure chest before him, utterly dumbfounded. Worse still, it was pale green, a tier below even green. This scene instantly sparked discontent among the Eagle Nation crew. What the hell? Is this a glitch? Killing a green giant only gets us a green quality chest and it's freaking light green? Unfair. That Hulk was clearly powerful, why the hell is it a pale green chest? Ha, this is hilarious. I thought it was something special, but after all that effort, it's only worth a green chest? Put. A green quality chest for the Hulk? That's perfectly reasonable. Smith stared at the pale green chest hovering before him, his face darkening instantly. He owned gear worth more than a single pale green chest. But guided by the principle of free stuff is free stuff, Smith suppressed his anger and stepped forward to open it. Congratulations to the Eagle Nation contestant for obtaining the multiverse opportunity. Reward: all citizens of Eagle Nation gain 250 days of extended lifespan, and all body hair automatically turns green. The moment the voice of the multiverse spoke, the entire Eagle Nation population erupted in chaos. Not only was the bonus lifespan less than a year. What the hell is this entire body hair automatically turning green nonsense? What kind of hellish reward is this? I don't want it. Don't give it to me. Holy crap, my hair's gone completely green, even that part. Now I feel like an ominous foreboding hangs over my head at any moment. Smith, why don't you just die? You have to open every single pale green chest? Have you never seen a chest before? Personally, I think this green looks pretty good. My girlfriend even thoughtfully bought me a green hat to match my green hair. I'm so touched. In the homestead, the reward notification popped up. Smith touched his head. In the sunlight, even his shadow seemed tinged with green. Sensing something was off, he dashed inside and stared at his reflection in the mirror. He froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. The essence of nature washed over him. In that moment, he went green, and with him, the entire Eagle Nation was enveloped in nature's essence. Ha! That's hilarious. Isn't green pretty? Haven't you Brits always been about freedom? This color screams liberty to me. Yay! This green is awesome. Seeing this, I want to be friends with you Eagle Nation folks, preferably the married kind. Green fur all over? In our White Elephant Kingdom, we've never seen green-furred animals before. Whoosh! White Elephant Kingdom now welcomes Eagle Kingdom women to visit visa-free, of course. Divine providence descends upon Eagle Nation. At this very moment, countless satellites from every country swivel in unison toward Eagle Nation. Even without magnification, Eagle Nation's territory glowed green from space. Such a magnificent spectacle drew countless viewers. Holy crap, this is incredible. Besides the Great Wall of China, this is the first time I've witnessed such a sight from space. Suddenly, a business opportunity struck me. If I opened a hair salon in Eagle Nation right now specializing in hair dyeing, but charging only with lifespan, wouldn't that be a surefire hit? Holy crap, that's genius. Count me in. Sigh. Looks like these cosmic opportunities aren't real opportunities after all. Not only is it dangerous, but even after winning the reward, it's still this crap. This thing is pure scum. Next time, please don't let it be us. Here it comes. Here it comes. Folks, the next unlucky soul is here. This time it's China's turn. China? Ha! Serves them right. They've been lucky for so long, but their luck's finally running out. Give them the harshest treatment possible. The moment news of China's selection spread, countless viewers flooded back into China's livestream. Huaxia had already made countless people green with envy by clearing multiple dungeons in a row. Now, every voice entering the Huaxia livestream was filled with scorn and mockery. Meanwhile, Chéng, clutching his waist, had just stepped out of the house. The light pillar that appeared out of thin air nearby, along with the text beneath it, left him utterly baffled. Zombie Tide? Chapter 25, You call this a revolver? Please vote. Chéng slowly approached his homestead's entrance, his gaze fixed on the pillar of light outside resembling a lighthouse over the sea filled with bewilderment. He had been deep in conversation with Xiaobai moments ago and was unaware of the developments outside. Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, intelligence suddenly arrived from Huaxia. After a long moment, Chéng rubbed his temples, re-examining the pillar of light before him. Opportunities from the heavens? Judging by the intelligence from China, this thing might be called an opportunity, but it seemed like a total scam. Not only was it incredibly difficult, but the rewards went to outsiders. However, the intelligence did reveal one crucial detail: the Eagle Nation's contestants appeared to possess some form of resurrection or rapid recovery ability. This intelligence was particularly crucial to him, as he knew little about the talents and methods of contestants from other nations. Unless he never entered the Red Gate again, such intelligence would be negligible to him. But right now, it was undoubtedly a huge help. As for the heavenly opportunity ahead, just as Chéng pondered, a chorus of deep, guttural roars erupted from within. The light pillars slowly dissipated, and one after another, bodies plummeted from the sky like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. What the hell were these things? Why were they different from the ones in the Eagle Nation? Zombies. With my years of watching zombie movies, I could tell at a glance these were definitely zombies. Holy crap, these things are zombies? Roughly speaking, there must be at least 100 of them, and they're still increasing. With this many, it could be considered a zombie horde. No way, this is just too unfair. The UK only had one Hulk, so why does Sushin have to face this many zombies? This is bad. There's no end in sight. How is Sushin supposed to handle all these zombies alone? Countless bodies plummeted from the pillar of light. At first, the crowd was puzzled, but they quickly recognized what these bodies were. They were the very zombies everyone was used to seeing in movies. If there were just one or two, it might be manageable. But now, even a cursory glance revealed over 100, with no sign of stopping. This scene instantly made the Chinese audience's hearts leap into their throats. Ha! Sweet. This is how it should be: the more zombies, the better. Your luck, you Chinese bastards, has finally run out. Yes. The Chinese are finally facing disaster. Best if tens of millions of zombies descend and bite them all to death, then we can easily conquer China. You Chinese think you're tough? What good is that? Even if you can kill those grey wolves, what difference does it make? This time it's a horde of zombies. One scratch and you're dead. Ha! Look at that Chinese player. He's trying to fight the zombie tide with a tiny revolver. Is he still half asleep? Does he even have enough bullets? Let you Chinese bastards get cocky? Die. All of you die. How dare you enjoy such beauties? This beast-eared girl belongs to our land of cherry blossoms. Inside the Chinese Supreme Combat Command Base, the zombie tide descended. Old Bai and his group shared equally grim expressions. The earlier scene in Eagle Nation had already served as a stark warning: this whole thing was a complete trap. They'd clung to the hope that it wouldn't happen to them, but now they were next. Old Bai turned to his assistant, Xiaolu, and asked, "Can Chéng transmit anything to us now? Surely there must be some way to get our weapons into his hands?" Not at the moment, Xiaolu sighed helplessly. Currently, we only have cases of players sending items to the nation. There's never been an instance of a nation transmitting supplies to players. This is troublesome. Old Bai frowned deeply. Chéng only has a single revolver. How could that possibly hold them off? Zombies were terrifying creatures in the minds of ordinary people, but to them, soldiers? What are zombies? How many divisions could they withstand? As long as they're carbon-based lifeforms, they can't withstand 7.62mm bullets, let alone tanks or missile strikes. The outbreak might cause some chaos on day 1, but by day 2, it would be suppressed. By day 3, researchers would likely start dissecting the zombies for study. But all that applied to them. Right now, Sioux City stood alone against this massive zombie tide. One careless scratch, and it would all be over. By the way, has the envoy we sent to negotiate with Korea returned yet? They're back. After winning and such on, this round of talks went exceptionally smoothly. The Kimchi Nation voluntarily signed various treaties with us. Good to hear they're back safe and sound. Old Bai nodded, his gaze returning to the live feed of Chéng. His hand tightened unconsciously. Chéng, you must survive. The light pillar dissipated, replaced by a low, hoarse roar. At this moment, the number of zombies had swelled to over 1,000. Chéng stood before the settlement, the air thick with a stench mingled with decay and despair. The zombies emerging from the light column detected the scent of flesh and blood. Simultaneously, their protruding eyeballs snapped around, staring fixedly at Cheng. The next second. Roar! A dark, dense mass surged forward like a tidal wave, the horde of zombies roaring as they charged toward Cheng. Witnessing this, Cheng calmly drew the revolver from his waist, a weapon purchased with 50 years of his lifespan. He aimed the barrel at the approaching zombies and pulled the trigger. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion echoed through the air. The bullet fired from the revolver struck like a cannonball, instantly piercing the skull of the lead zombie before continuing unabated toward the horde behind it. With a single shot, 5 zombies collapsed to the ground. The scene left the live stream viewers rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Wait, what did I just see? Is this really the power of a revolver? Taking out 5 with one shot? Are you kidding me? Damn, Su is amazing. Ha, looks like I overthought it again. This was a piece of cake, right? Heh, a piece of cake? So what if that revolver packs unusual punch? The zombie horde numbers over 1,000 now. That revolver holds 6 rounds max. Let's see how he handles this. Exactly. This is just the beginning. The zombies can afford countless mistakes, but you Chinese one slip up and it's game over. The firepower of Cheng's revolver stunned many firearms enthusiasts, but it was merely astonishment. Still, the same question remains: what good is a revolver that can kill 100 zombies with a single bullet? You can only fire 6 shots. After 6 shots, half the zombies are still waiting for you. Just as the foreign audience anticipated the zombies tearing Cheng apart. At the front of the settlement, as the zombies closed in relentlessly, Cheng held nothing back. The next moment, the sound of Lady Luck echoed repeatedly. The revolver in his hand now resembled a machine gun with infinite ammunition, bullets pouring out in a furious torrent. The gunfire erupted, and the zombie horde toppled like dominoes in droves. This spectacle left the foreign crowd, who had anticipated Cheng being torn apart by the zombies, frozen in stunned silence. Their pupils dilated in shock, as if witnessing something defying the laws of nature. But it wasn't over yet. Ahead of the settlement. Cheng seemed to find this too troublesome. He spent 50 years of his lifespan to draw from the bronze wheel. Moments later, under the incredulous stares of the crowd, Cheng slowly drew a genuine machine gun from behind and mounted it in place. Bullets roared out amidst bursts of flame, and before long, the entire horde of zombies was annihilated. Live stream audience? Chapter 26, Xiaoyan of some state vote for me. Wait. Someone pinch me, am I dreaming? That thing is a revolver, right? This is a machine gun? Are you kidding me? Using a revolver as a machine gun? And no reloading? You Chinese contestants are definitely cheating. Something's fishy, absolutely fishy. Fine, you bastard pulled off using a revolver like a machine gun, but what the hell do you mean by actually pulling out an actual machine gun? Tell me where the hell this machine gun escaped from. Damn it! Isn't this the same revolver from that last duel? Damn Kim Soo-hyun, this thing should have belonged to us Koreans. The deafening roar of machine gun fire erupted, and the horde of zombies was swiftly annihilated under the relentless barrage. Such a scene kept shattering the worldview of foreign viewers. They couldn't believe it, a revolver and machine gun firing non-stop, and he didn't even need to reload. But the most mind-blowing part? The guy actually pulled out a machine gun at the very end. This scene stunned not only them, but also the Chinese audience watching. What do you mean it originally belonged to your kimchi country? What, just because you see something good, it suddenly becomes yours? Might as well say the whole world belongs to you. Exactly. Shut up if you don't know what you're talking about. This isn't cheating, it's pure skill. If you can't do it yourself, why come out here bragging? Ha! Su God is awesome. I knew a mere horde of zombies couldn't touch Su God. Bastard. This is cheating, plain and simple. You tell me who in the world can spray bullets from a revolver like it's a machine gun? Cheating, always cheating. Is that all you guys know how to say? Fine, you've got narrow minds, but your vocab's pathetic too? Need your old man teach you a lesson? The crisis passed, and it should have been a moment of celebration. Yet, seeing the foreign spectators shouting non-stop, the Chinese team stopped holding back. Their aura of 10 turnkey immortals erupted suddenly. In an instant, the internet was flooded with explicit language. Worried the foreigners might not understand, they even layered over a dozen languages into a single sentence, sending them warm greetings. Compared to online trolls and keyboard warriors, the Chinese had never feared anyone. Under the relentless typing of countless keyboard warriors, foreign viewers watching the livestream froze with fingers hovering over their keyboards, unsure how to respond. Many were even cursed into questioning their very existence, plunging into deep depression. China's highest command center. Old Bai and the strategy team stared at the scene unfolding on the screen, taking a long moment to snap back to reality. The sudden shift was simply too drastic, even they hadn't anticipated it. Old Bai, the live stream comments are going wild. Should we intervene? No, let them be. Old Bai waved his hand dismissively. China had suffered too many consecutive defeats, enduring prolonged ridicule from other nations. Everyone had been seething with pent-up frustration. This was the perfect chance for them to vent. Yeah, I agree. Let them keep going. It's good to release some pressure now and then. After all, even an iron pestle wears down eventually. This hurdle is cleared. Now we just need to tell Su Cheng not to open the treasure chest. With the zombie tide past, the atmosphere within the base visibly lightened. However, as he listened to their words, Xiaolu looked at them in surprise and spoke up, but Su Cheng is already preparing to open it. The moment his words fell, the entire base fell into an eerie silence. One by one, heads turned toward the live feed. The moment Su Cheng's hand neared the blue treasure chest before him, the base's occupants could no longer sit still. They shouted urgently. Quick, stop him. At the front of the base, Su Cheng now stood before a blue treasure chest, his gaze filled with curiosity as he examined its intricate carvings. This was his first encounter with a blue treasure chest previously. The best reward he'd ever received was from a light blue chest. Even so, he had managed to obtain rare gear like tang swords from those pale blue chests. Who knew what treasures this blue chest might hold? With a raised hand, he slowly opened it amidst the wails of despair from the strategy group. Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. Congratulations to the Chinese contestant for obtaining the cosmic opportunity. All Chinese citizens gain plus 10 years of lifespan, plus 1 to all 3 attributes, and acquire viral antibodies granting immunity to all diseases. The voice of the multiverse resounded, and in that instant, the physical constitution of all Chinese citizens was enhanced. In the intensive care units of major hospitals, patients who had been bedridden and ravaged by the virus suddenly regained consciousness. Critically ill patients hooked up to tubes and in comas opened their eyes, pulled out the tubes, and leaped 2 meters high from their hospital beds. Millions of families tormented by illness were healed in that instant, embracing each other joyfully. Unfair. Why is our Eagle Nation's treasure chest pale green while yours is blue? This is definitely some shady deal. We're clearly #1 in the world, yet our rewards are like this. What gives you guys in China? Damn it, I'm getting this reward. Tell the pilot to fly to China today. I even begged God, why are your rewards better than what he gave us? God? Sorry, your God is useless against our Su God. Because your God's palm can't block our Su God's bullets. Attached, Jesus covering eyes image. Awesome. Not only did I get 10 extra years of life, but my 3D attributes and physical constitution got boosted too. God Su is amazing. Thank you, God Su. My mother's years of illness are finally cured. We can celebrate the new year happily this year. Su Cheng remained oblivious to the immense impact his casual gesture had caused, his focus entirely on the reward pop-up before him. Because, it just flashed again. Congratulations! You have obtained a celestial opportunity. Rewards, 100 years of lifespan, plus 3 to all 3 attributes, immunity to all poisons, 200 universal materials. Equipment obtained, Devil's Gloves. Demon Gloves, D grade. When equipped, Strength 10, Agility 3. Devour, can absorb other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Again. Crafty Cloud Hand, activation increases finger dexterity, enhancing any single sense of the touch target. Consumes half a year of lifespan for a 30-minute duration. Xiao Yan from some province? Chapter 27, is all of China just a sick man of East Asia? Enhance finger dexterity? What use is that ability to me? Su Cheng stared at the abilities inscribed on the demonic gloves, his gaze clouded with confusion. Fortunately, aside from this ability, the other attributes were quite decent. Su Cheng nodded and slipped on the gloves, summoning the interface with a thought. Contestant, Su Cheng. Contestant, Su Cheng. Level, 5. Strength, 3623. Agility, 3012. Intelligence, 281. Fortune, 87. Charisma, 115. Life points, 00:379:12:10:32. Equipment, Tang Sword, Lucky Revolver, Amplified Bracers, Lucky Ring, Demon Gloves. Su Cheng stared at the interface, deep in thought. After eliminating the zombie horde, his level had risen once more, granting him another opportunity to upgrade his equipment tier. Combined with his previous attempt, he now had the chance to upgrade 2 pieces of equipment to C grade. Consume an upgrade attempt to enhance the Tang Sword to C grade? Consume upgrade opportunity to enhance the bracers to C grade? The prompt appeared. Without hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped it. Confirm. Ding. Tang Sword and reinforced bracers successfully upgraded. Tang Blade, C grade. Equipment bonus, Strength plus 15, Agility plus 5. Amplified Bracers, C grade. After equipping, Strength plus 15, Charisma plus 5. Equipment upgrade complete. Su Cheng clenched his fist. At this moment, the attribute boosts from his equipment surpassed his own inherent stats. Too bad these zombies had no materials to harvest. Su Cheng turned to survey the sprawling mass of zombies in the distance. Under the machine gun's relentless sweep, their bodies had been riddled with holes like sieves, making any salvage effort utterly pointless. Homestead, LV3. Defense level, currently capable of withstanding minor disturbances, but will collapse instantly under attack from powerful creatures. Home upgrade materials required 300 basic universal materials. When the home reached level 3 earlier, he'd noticed the upgrade materials had changed. Now, each level up required different items. While some of the wood he'd stockpiled went to waste, it saved him a lot of hassle. Personal strength alone wasn't enough, the home had to level up alongside him. Currently possessing 500 basic universal materials, Chéng hesitated no longer and tapped the upgrade button. Husband, what happened outside just now? Why was it so noisy? The interface closed. As Chéng returned to the homestead, Xiaobai emerged from the house, her face flushed and eyes rubbed, looking at him with confusion. Nothing much, just handled a minor issue. Oh, and husband. The seeds and flowers we planted earlier have all matured. Xiaobai glanced behind Chéng, then grinned as she tugged him toward the garden. Husband, look. These are all Xiaobai's handiwork. Hee, isn't Xiaobai amazing? A gentle breeze swept through, and just then, the soft afternoon sunlight spilled onto her palm. Xiaobai's hair seemed to glow, her skin so fair it appeared almost translucent. Amidst the blossoms, Xiaobai looked like an ethereal spirit lost in the mortal world, so beautiful she seemed unreal. Chéng, who had just endured a fierce battle, found himself stirred once more. The two lay sprawled in the garden, concealed by blossoms, as the screen went black once more. The audience, who had been giggling along with the scene, instantly fell silent upon seeing the screen go dark. He's killing us again. Sushin is killing us again. Yes, you watching at home, I'm talking to you. It's not like she's your girlfriend, so why the silly grin? What's the big deal? Can't I laugh? I'm just naturally cheerful. And don't tell me you weren't smiling just now. Woo, I'm so jealous of Sushin. He gets to relax with such a beautiful woman after every battle. Envy my ass. Could you even handle it? 12 hours straight, with barely an hour's break before starting again? When it's your turn, you'd be the one complaining. By the way, did anyone else notice Sushin looked even more handsome just now? Or was that just my imagination? The live feed went black, and everyone once again envied Sushin. However, as news of the next Cosmic Opportunity's arrival broke, everyone's attention shifted instantly. Inside the Sakura Nation livestream room. Yes. Who knew it'd be our turn, Sakura Nation? We're definitely snagging this awesome reward. Looks like this opportunity isn't all bad luck after all. If even those guys from China can get such a great reward, then we, the older brother nation of Sakura, should be able to as well. I heard our Sakura Nation contestants' talent rating is a class this time. Seems our Sakura Nation's luck is finally turning. We Elephant Nation won't stand for this. Why isn't it our Elephant Nation's turn? We're the world's most populous nation, as the world's #1, this opportunity should be ours. I advise you Cherry Blossom Nation to stop this. The multiverse was invented by our Kinchi Nation since ancient times, so naturally all its rewards belong to us. Ha! Who'd have thought so many other nations would show up? Just watch as Sakura Nation seize this opportunity. Envy all you want. Within Sakura Nation's homeland, Sasaki Kojiro stared at the pillar of light before him, a grin spreading across his face as he burst into laughter. Yes. Who'd have thought I'd get such good fortune right after arriving in mines, even in A rank? I truly am this world's main protagonist. Initially, Kojiro felt a twinge of fear upon being selected as a contestant. But upon learning his talent was A rank, his unease dissipated considerably. Especially now, as the pillar of light descended before him, he was filled with confidence, convinced he was the protagonist. With that thought, Kojiro cleared his throat. As the protagonist, he had to maintain his dignity. After adjusting his attire, he addressed the live stream audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Protagonists livestream. As the protagonist, I will lead Sakura Nation to its pinnacle, reclaiming every inch of territory stolen by those sick men of East Asia and the Chinese. You've all witnessed the pillar of light ahead. It holds an immense opportunity, one not granted to ordinary contestants. I'll soon reveal its secrets on your behalf. Let's anticipate what wonders lie within. Sasaki Kojiro's declaration instantly ignited fervor among the Sakura Nation's viewers. Especially when Sasaki Kojiro revealed his A-tier talent panel without reservation, every Japanese person felt certain of victory. Grade A talent, there are barely any in the entire world. This is it, this time we've truly got it in the bag. As long as nothing goes wrong, we will surpass those Chinese in the future. Ha! This guy might be a bit delusional, but I love what he said. Those Chinese are nothing but sick men of East Asia. Exactly. Those sick men of East Asia don't deserve such fertile land or so many women. All of it should be ours. Chapter 28, you called for the gods, now what are you crying about? Sick men of East Asia? You think I won't beat you into sick men? As for surpassing us? You'd be eating before it even gets warm. Attacking us Chinese in the future? Don't wait for the future, try it now if you've got the guts. 6 PL-15 missiles will light up your cockpit and your useless wingmans, while a single DF-41 will completely illuminate your hometown. You bunch of bastards, don't think time will erase our humiliation. Just wait, you Cherry Blossom Nation will be the first we crush in the future. You lot are living in a fantasy world. You haven't even passed the first gate yet and you think you can catch up to our Sushin? Go eat. With the Cherry Blossom Nation's crowd getting so up in our faces in the livestream, Chinese viewers couldn't sit still anymore, remembering the historical humiliation. Chaos erupted in the Japanese livestream chat. Meanwhile, Kojiro, blessed with an A-class talent, strode confidently before the pillar of light. Turning his back, he mimicked a movie scene, spreading his arms wide as he awaited destiny's call. Convinced he was the protagonist, he had a strong premonition that this opportunity would have an immense and lasting impact on Sakura Nation. Yet, at this decisive moment, the pillar of light dissipated, and the imagined treasure chest scene failed to materialize. Noticing the prolonged silence behind him, Kojiro frowned in confusion, just as he turned to look. At that very moment, an ancient and powerful aura suddenly swept through the entire space, making the air feel heavy and oppressive. In an instant, Kojiro instantly sensed himself locked in the sights of an extremely dangerous presence. He whirled around, his gaze locking onto a colossal figure slowly materializing where the light pillar had just dissipated. Behind him emerged a creature of immense proportions, covered in black scales that shimmered with an eerie glow. It possessed 8 heads, each pair of eyes resembling stars in an abyss. Its colossal body writhed and coiled, each twist sending a faint tremor through the ground. From each of its enormous jaws extended long, razor-sharp serpentine tongues. Each flick of these tongues was accompanied by a hissing sound that sent a chill through the soul, as if the very sound itself sought to pull one's spirit away. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and time itself lost all meaning in that instant. In that instant, the live stream viewers all froze in their tracks, utterly stunned as the creature filled the entire screen. Holy, what kind of monster is this? How can it have 8 heads? And it looks so familiar? Yamamoto no Orochi. This is undoubtedly our great Sakura Nation's Yamamoto no Orochi. Yes. Heaven favors our great land of cherry blossoms. Yamamoto no Orochi is our divine guardian, even the gods have come to aid us. Ha! The deity has descended, bringing good fortune to our land. Keep fighting, China. What good are your weapons before our deity? Clean your necks and prepare to die. The sight of Yamamoto no Orochi sent the entire land of cherry blossoms into an instant frenzy. Yamamoto no Orochi is the deity they worship in Sakura Nation, the mightiest being in existence. Other nations' deities are mere morsels before this serpent. Now that their deity had descended, it undoubtedly signaled the dawn of a golden age for the land of cherry blossoms. At that moment, Kojiro, positioned beneath the Yamamoto no Orochi, also stared wide-eyed. Gazing upon the creature before him, his heart raced with extraordinary excitement. Yamamoto no Orochi, it really was Yamamoto no Orochi. Ha! I truly am the protagonist of this world, even the gods themselves have descended to bestow fortune upon me. Divine blessings bestowed by the gods themselves, who else could possibly receive such treatment? At this thought, Kojiro couldn't help but burst into laughter. The pillar of light he'd been anticipating had arrived in such an unexpected manner, truly beyond his wildest dreams. The Yamamoto no Orochi emerging from the pillar of light heard the mocking laughter below. It lowered its head, its gaze slowly turning toward Kojiro. The deity bowed its head. The deity actually bowed to Kojiro. Holy crap, I have to record this moment. Awesome. Even the gods bow to Kojiro. Our great Sakura Nation's golden age is finally here. See that, you Chinese bastards? This is what real power looks like. Even the gods bow to us. What's your big deal about opening a few extra portals? We'll catch up and surpass you in no time. The appearance of the Yamamoto no Orochi had already sent shockwaves through the entire Sakura Nation. Now, their very deity bowing before Kojiro, this sight caused some Cherry Blossom Nation citizens with high blood pressure and heart conditions to instantly relapse and faint. Standing before the Yamamoto no Orochi, Kojiro himself never imagined this deity would bow before him. In that moment, the delight on his face grew impossible to conceal. As the serpent's head drew near, Kojiro composed himself and stepped forward, ready to speak. The next second, as Kojiro raised his hand, the 8-headed serpent opened its massive jaws and swallowed him whole. Before the live stream viewers could react, the voice of the heavens resounded. Detected, death of a participant from Sakura Nation. Lifespan of all Sakura Nation participants reduced by 5 years. Yamamoto no Orochi's avatars sense desecration. Over 10,000 Orochi avatars descend upon Sakura Nation. In an instant, colossal Yamamoto no Orochi clones descended across the land, viciously attacking and devouring nearby Sakura Nation citizens. Beneath the serpent's colossal form, buildings crumbled like foam. Mass casualties ensued. Some viewers watching the livestream were swallowed whole before they could react, joining their deities forever. Casualty rates skyrocketed in an instant. Within a mere 10 minutes, casualties exceeded 1 million. No! My house. I just paid the down payment yesterday. Damn it! Isn't Yamamoto no Orochi a deity of our land of cherry blossoms? Why is it killing Kojiro and destroying our homes? Damn 8-headed serpent! Give me back my home. Get out of our cherry blossom nation. Where is the army? Where has the army of our great land of cherry blossoms gone? Why haven't they arrived yet? Help! Help me! Half my body is stuck in the monster's jaws. Army, rescue me! Sasaki Kojiro is dead. Over 10,000 Yama no Orochi clones rampage, wreaking havoc all around. The deity they once revered not only failed to bestow divine aid but now devours them like prey, treating them as mere sustenance. Though the Sakura Nation's forces mobilized promptly, their shells and missiles proved utterly useless against the Yamata no Orochi's impenetrable form, as ineffective as toys. Instead, their blanket bombardment only increased the death toll. In an instant, the entire land of Sakura was filled with unending cries of agony, its people suffering unimaginable devastation. As the deity of Sakura Nation, the Yamata no Orochi not only showed no discomfort but grew more frenzied with each kill. Until the death toll surpassed 5 million. Only after a small city was obliterated and tens of thousands of its bodies were destroyed did the Yamata no Orochi finally dissipate. Far from eliciting sympathy from the international community, Japan's plight was met with cheers of approval. Ha! Well done. I've had my eye on these cherry blossom country fools for ages. You asked for a god to descend upon you, now you cry? Damn it! This gets my blood boiling. They should have killed even more. Those bastards dumped nuclear-contaminated water, spoiling our kimchi. The more of them die, the better. Chapter 29, 5 years for 10 days votes needed. Are you even human? Our cherry blossom nation suffered such a devastating blow, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Damn it. It's all your fault. Our deity attacked us. You must compensate for our losses. This cosmic upheaval isn't over yet. Our cherry blossom nation can't escape it, and neither can you. Kimchi Nation, huh? You're next on the list. I'll be watching to see how you handle it. This time, when the calamity of the heavens descended, a small city in the land of cherry blossoms was utterly destroyed within just 1 hour. 5 million lives were lost, and the financial damage is incalculable. This catastrophe undoubtedly stands as the most severe blow ever inflicted upon Sakura Nation. More crucially, their faith crumbled in that instant. The deity they worshipped, the 8-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi, had become the very culprit responsible for their deaths. Such a stark reversal was too much for them to bear. Their fury could only be redirected toward other nations. Meanwhile, in the Kimchi Nation livestream rooms, as more and more viewers from the land of cherry blossoms flooded into the livestream, the Kimchi Nation's audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Hey, isn't this the land of cherry blossoms blessed by the gods? How come you have time to visit our Kimchi Nation now? Have you finished rebuilding your cities yet? Hey, don't talk like that. These cherry blossom folks were already as weak as China to begin with. Now they've suffered this disaster, and you're mocking them? That's just inhumane. Ha! Cherry Blossom Nation, watch closely. Let our world-leading nation's Kim Soo-hyun Appa show you what true strength looks like. As the crowd entered the Kimchi Nation livestream, within Kimchi Nation's homeland, Kim Soo-hyun's gaze fixed warily on the pillar of light ahead. The scenes in Eagle Nation and Kimchi Nation had left an indelible impression on him. If he encountered either of those situations, death would be near. Unless he could replicate the luck of those Chinese fellows and stumble upon a zombie tide. Those Chinese had all survived the zombie tide, no need to guess how effortlessly. If they could do it, so could he. Soon, the beam of light dissipated. The scene before him instantly left Kim Soo-hyun frozen in place. Then his expression turned wildly excited. A treasure chest. It was actually a treasure chest. And a pale blue one at that. Ha! I knew our Kimchi Nation was the strongest. Folks from other countries, this is what real power looks like, got it? No need to do anything, just get a treasure chest to open. Kim Soo-hyun Appa, you're the coolest. Saranghyo. Our Appa is truly the best, both his acting and his skills are world class. Open that chest already, Appa. I can't wait to see the other countries' faces drop. The treasure chest revealed itself. The Cherry Blossom Country viewers who had just entered the livestream room, originally hoping to witness Kimchi Country's misfortune, couldn't hold back their reactions upon seeing the other side get such good fortune without lifting a finger. Many Japanese viewers even died from the shock. Damn it! How dare you? How dare you kimchi eaters get such luck? Getting a treasure chest without lifting a finger. That treasure chest should have been ours. It must be your Kimchi Country's trickery. You must compensate us for our losses. Why? Because our Kimchi Nation has the world's largest territory, the world's greatest culture, and leads the world in technology and economy. What's wrong with that? Luck is also skill. If you lack the chops, don't pretend to know better. Compensation? I'll give you a damn egg. All you Chinese folks listening here, mark my words, watch your step from now on. The Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Taoism, and Kimchi Festival all belong to our Kimchi Nation. Dare to claim them as yours again, and Kim Soo-hyun Appa will be the first to wipe your tiny country off the map. Exactly. Can you people show some decency and stop stealing our culture? As the world's smallest nation by territory, Kimchi Country's people stubbornly believe their homeland is the most expansive. In their minds, all the world's history and culture originated from their Kimchi Nation. They are the center of the universe. However, this statement instantly ignited the fury of Chinese viewers. They had come here with a casual, spectator-like attitude, but seeing these Kimchi Nation comments left them deeply unsettled. Especially when they recalled how these bastards applied for and successfully secured intangible cultural heritage status for Chinese traditions their rage boiled over. I stole your mother, and your mother was stolen from me. You know why a creature like you even exists? Because last time I was with your mother, I accidentally flung you out. You call yourselves a small country? With your tiny little spot on the map, you have the nerve to mock others as small nations? Damn it, if we hadn't deemed your place too poor back in our history, we'd have wiped you out long ago. And here you are, still barking like mad dogs. Oh, getting worked up? Ha, these Huaxia people are getting worked up. Lies don't hurt people, truth is the sharpest blade. These Chinese have been hit where it hurts. You tiny nations, just sit back and watch us collect our rewards. After all, that's all you're capable of. Facing counterattacks from both Japan and China, the Kimchi Nation's people still grin shamelessly. All eyes are fixed on Kim Soo-hyun. Consume 5 years of the entire nation's lifespan to open the treasure chest? What is this? Just as Kim Soo-hyun prepared to open the treasure chest, a prompt appeared. Staring at the text that appeared before him, Kim Soo-hyun froze in shock. Consuming lifespan to open it and the entire lifespan of Korea? This information left Kim Soo-hyun momentarily unable to make a decision. But soon, the Kimchi Nation strategy team reassured him to open it without worry. It's only 5 years. Even if luck runs out, the light blue chest guarantees at least a 5-year lifespan bonus, not to mention other rewards. It's a surefire win. Weighing the pros and cons, he realized it was a sure win. A smile curved his lips as he raised his hand to open it. Congratulations! Kim Soo-hyun has obtained the multiverse opportunity. Reward: all Kimchi Nation citizens gain a lifespan equal to their homeland's land area in square kilometers. Since the people of Kimchi Nation have an exceptional fondness for kimchi, all food within its borders has transformed into kimchi. Holy crap! An additional 10,000 square kilometers to our territory? With our country being this vast, this reward is going to skyrocket us. Ha! We're rolling in it. 5 years of life extended to gain such an incredible reward? With our nation spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, that's at least 27 years. Who knew we'd hit your peak right from the start? 27 years we'll never spend it all, never ever. Just sit there and drool with envy. As the voice echoed across the heavens, the Kimchi Nation's people burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing the reward. This time, it was also the final opportunity to descend, and once again, it was their Kimchi Nation. And it perfectly highlighted their greatest strength, their vast land area. Who in the world didn't know that Korea possessed the largest territory? It felt as if everything was predestined. This moment seemed tailor-made for them. Yet, just as the Kimchi Nation's people waited with bated breath for their 27-year windfall to arrive, the cosmic voices faded. The numbers on their arms began to shift, ultimately increasing by a full 10 full days. Chapter 30, Re-encountering the marriage housing votes needed. What? 10 days? Is this thing glitching? How can the reward be only 10 days? This is definitely glitched. Our Kimchi Nation's territory spans more countries than the entire world combined. How could we only get 10 days? 5 years for 10 days? You've got to be kidding me. This thing is definitely glitched. Give us back our lifespan. No, why has my caviar turned into kimchi too? All the food at home has become kimchi. Damn you, Kim Soo-hyun, why did you open that treasure chest? Oh no, now my nose is filled with kimchi smell, and the whole street reeks of it. Just smelling kimchi makes me want to puke. Lifespan credits received. The Kimchi Nation's initial excitement froze into stunned silence upon seeing the 10-day count. Wait, 10 years? Not even 10 months? 10 days? They spent 5 whole years just opening that treasure chest. 5 years for 10? What kind of joke is this? The entire Kimchi Nation erupted in cries of disbelief. In their minds, their country's territory was the largest in the world. How could it only get 10 days? This thing must be glitching. Ha! That's hilarious. 10 days. Trading 5 years of life for 10 days? You've got to be kidding me. World's largest territory, my foot. A tiny speck barely over 100,000 square kilometers, and you dare bark here? Any single province in China is bigger than your entire country. Oh yeah. You Kimchi Nation loves your pickles, right? Ha! Now you've got unlimited kimchi. What are you whining about? You Kimchi Nation always puts up the best fight, yet you always end up looking the most ridiculous. 5 years of life reduced to 10 days, while being mocked by netizens from so many countries. The Kimchi Nation's people couldn't sit still. This multiverse is rigged. It's blatantly fixed. Our Kimchi Nation is clearly the world's greatest power. Why only 10 days? Yeah, there's definitely foul play. This time, all 4 nations except China got weird rewards. Why's theirs so much better? I was already suspicious about that Chinese contestant's luck. Something's definitely fishy. Ha, can't win fairly so you cry foul? You'll say anything, won't you? When China lost before, why didn't you cry foul then? Exactly. All you do is bark like dogs. Besides, this time the rewards clearly favor your kimchi country. Is it because your own territory is a minor threat to us? Stop squabbling with these tiny nations. As a major power, China can't afford to lose face. Besides, I hear Sioux City's big shot is opening up again. This time it seems to be a matchmaking house. Marriage matching rooms again? Come on, I won't miss a single detail this time. Amidst the nation's bickering, news about Sioux City broke out. And viewers from all countries immediately flooded into the China livestream. However, shortly after entering the China livestream, they simultaneously learned that the White Elephant Kingdom had also encountered a matchmaking room. In an instant, viewers from all corners of the world had their attention drawn to this development. Inside the White Elephant Kingdom livestream room at that moment. Ha! Finally! Good fortune has finally come to us, White Elephant Kingdom. Swoosh! The matchmaking room. This is our White Elephant Kingdom's specialty. Wonder what kind of beauties we'll encounter this time? Who cares if she's pretty? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Hopefully the rewards will come our way too. Who needs cosmic opportunities? That stuff doesn't even register with us. White Elephant Kingdom. This matchmaking room is the real deal. White Elephant Kingdom official, viewers watching the livestream, those wanting to immigrate better hurry. We're nothing like those useless cherry blossom country folks. This reward is definitely ours. We accept visa-free immigration, and of course, women are preferred. We'll give them special treatment. Upon discovering the black door led to a marriage chamber, the entire White Elephant Kingdom erupted in joy. Especially after the White Elephant Kingdom issued its immigration notice alongside the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, viewers from all nations grew increasingly restless. They knew full well the might of White Elephant Nation. This matchmaking chamber was crafted specifically for them. Within moments, the number of global applicants seeking White Elephant immigration surged to over 100,000 and kept climbing. Upon learning of the White Elephant Kingdom's special treatment for women, countless women began fantasizing about a life of affluence, so much so that half of the applicants were female. Amidst the fervor of the immigration drive, before the doors of the marriage hall, Hassan grinned wickedly at the notification that popped up before him, his mouth stretching wide to his ears. Who would have thought this day would come for me, Hassan? Hey, beautiful, are you ready? I'm coming. Some viewers who had just entered the White Elephant Kingdom livestream couldn't help but feel nauseated at Hassan's expression. Ugh, that guy's grin is seriously creepy. How did they even get lucky enough to land in the matchmaking room? Honestly, this matchmaking room feels tailor-made for them. These guys would go after lizards, cows, sheep, dogs, any creature. What could possibly stop them? Quick! Pilot, head for White Elephant Kingdom. Screw China, I'm not going. I want that beast-eared girl. Damn it! While our Sakura Nation suffers such calamity, you White Elephant Nation rebels in luxury. It's infuriating. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand the sight of that Indian guy's expression. It's disgusting. I'm switching back to the China feed. Flashback to 10 minutes earlier. Chéng rose from the rose garden, exhaling a long sigh. One word. Awesome. His gaze drifted toward the little white dog in the garden, its eyes rolled back, tongue hanging out. A smile curved his lips. You little punk, trying to outdo me. As his three-dimensional attributes steadily improved, Chéng noticed significant gains in both endurance and explosive power. Before, he couldn't withstand Little White's torment, but now the tables had turned. Little White was gradually struggling to endure Chéng's advances. In fact, Chéng now felt a hint of unfulfilled desire. After carrying Little White into the house and watching him settle into a peaceful sleep, Chéng once again approached the teleportation portal. He hadn't forgotten what his primary goal was. Though he now possessed nearly 400 years of lifespan, what seemed abundant could vanish in an instant. Currently, improving a single attribute required 30 years of lifespan. The Celestial Exchange required a minimum of 1,000 years to activate, and he was still far short of that. Not to mention, Chéng gazed warily at the nests outside his home. As his home base leveled up, these nests grew increasingly active. The sheer chill radiating from them alone sent a shiver down Chéng's spine. Something truly terrifying must dwell within. Another marriage chamber? Chéng's gaze fell upon the black gate to the south. Aside from the northern gate, the survival rates for the western and eastern portals were a staggering 100%. The northern portal, however, contained nothing but a green treasure chest. South portal, marriage chamber. Within dwells a powerful physician, currently tormented by her own toxins, desperately awaiting her husband's arrival. Survival chance, 1%. A bit of danger along the way, isn't that part of the thrill? Chapter 31, just a mouth will do. Vote request. With this many transformation attempts to fall back on, Chéng hesitated little before raising his hand to open the portal and step inside. Chinese contestant Chéng enters random room. This random room is a marriage room. Contestants must marry the bride within the allotted time. Failure to complete within the time limit or refusal will result in failure. As Chéng stepped through the black door, the voice of the multiverse game echoed across the skies of China. Meanwhile, the Chinese spectators who had rushed back from the Korean livestream watched Chéng re-enter the matchmaking room, each feeling an intense pang of envy. Here we go. God is at it again. Who knew it'd be another matchmaking room? Last time it was a fox girl, hope this time it's a cat girl. Woohoo! God, Sue gets to spend the night with a gorgeous beauty again. I'm so jealous my skin's turning dark. Last time you Huaxia folks just got lucky and ended up with a beast-eared girl. Who knows what kind of monster's in there this time? The harder you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later. Exactly. Do you think you Chinese are Indians? Those Indians are safe this time. Can you match them? Chéng re-entered the marriage chamber. Foreign viewers watching the livestream recalled the previous scene, their teeth grinding with frustration. The main reason was that Xiaobai was simply too beautiful, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. Once the marriage was successful, she would effectively become his. Their own countries don't even have such perks, why should these Chinese get them? Wait, did you notice this Chinese contestant's room looks just like that Indian guy's? Holy crap, you're right, they look identical. Could they have entered the same one? No, wait. They look similar, but upon closer inspection, there are subtle differences. I actually hope these Chinese guys are facing the same one as the White Elephant Nation. The match will be about who acts faster against the Indians. The Chinese would lose 100% for sure. As the bullet comments rolled endlessly, one viewer suddenly noticed something amiss. The room Chang just entered looks suspiciously similar to the one the Indian guy entered. Moreover, both entered almost simultaneously. As astonishment swept through the crowd, a voice simultaneously echoed over both China and the White Elephant Kingdom. Detected simultaneous entry into the matchmaking room by China and White Elephant Kingdom. Matchmaking candidates share similar constitutions. Initiating matchmaking duel. The nation that completes the match first will receive double rewards, and all males will gain double stamina. The losing nation will face doubled calamities, and its males will shrink by 5 centimeters. The announcement plunged the entire White Elephant Kingdom into jubilation, with many regions already celebrating victory prematurely. Holy? Wait, this is for real? Pfft, what kind of contest is this? Huaxia should just surrender now. Competing with the White Elephant Nation's guys on this? That's suicide. Those Chinese were gloating earlier, but now they're stunned. Serves you right for celebrating. Relax, it's only 5 centimeters, not much. Wait, you guys don't even have that much length, do you? Those Indians dare to go after all kinds of creatures, even non-living things. Would you Chinese dare? Oh yeah. I love this punishment. These Huaxia folks never had that length to begin with. Now that it's been reduced, they probably can't even see it anymore. As the news spread across the heavens, foreign viewers watching the Chinese livestream gloated with schadenfreude. They'd expected the Chinese to get lucky again, but this sudden twist instantly lifted their spirits. When it came to this, the Indians of White Elephant Nation were unmatched. Facing them in a match, the Chinese had zero chance of winning. Hearing the mockery from other nations, the expressions of the Chinese viewers couldn't help but change. Though Sushin was formidable, his strengths lay elsewhere. When it came to the bazaar and the marriage match, the White Elephant Nation's Asan was universally recognized as the world's best. Don't lose heart, everyone. Didn't Sushin succeed last time? We have a precedent. Even if it's the White Elephant Kingdom's Asan this time, who's to say we'll lose? Right. Sushin once lasted 12 hours straight. No one else in the world has ever done that. I believe in Sushin. Wait, what's Sushin doing? Why hasn't he moved? Oh no, the White Elephant Kingdom has already entered the room. God Su, we still haven't moved. This showdown is a race against the clock. God Su, snap out of it. Move now. Inside the White Elephant Kingdom's marriage chamber. While Chang was lost in thought, the Indian man had already stepped back from the door and entered the room. The door swung open, and the first thing that hit them was a putrid stench like rotten fish left for years mixed with the odor of various organs. Yet, faced with a stench potent enough to make the Sakura Nation contestant vomit instantly, Asan showed not the slightest reaction. Instead, he greedily inhaled the surrounding air in deep, satisfied breaths, utterly intoxicated. This scent, absolutely divine. Can't wait, can you, beauty? Here I come. The gauze curtain parted, revealing a vast pool of flowing liquid filling the scene. Even Asan, who had braced himself, couldn't help but freeze at the sight. What the hell is this? Slime? As the curtain opened, the slime visibly surged with excitement upon spotting Asan. Its body began to rupture, exposing rotting internal tissue in multiple places. Liquid seeped out, soaking the bedsheets. The liquid was an unhealthy yellowish green, emitting an indescribable stench, a mix of dampness, decay, and mold that filled the entire room. The bedsheets had long since been corroded beyond recognition, now soggy and coated with the viscous substance dripping from the slime's body. The surrounding quilts and blankets were equally ravaged, either soaked through with the fluid or stained with fragments of rotting flesh. They emitted a hissing sound like acid corrosion, appearing utterly filthy and chaotic. Holy crap, if it were a living creature, Asan could probably charge right in. But this isn't even a living thing anymore. There's no way Asan could just charge at this slime, right? The sight of the slime made everyone feel nauseous. They'd thought its appearance might delay the slime for a moment. But who would have thought? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Asan not only didn't retreat, but his expression grew even more excited. Unbuckling his belt, he lunged straight at it. To Asan, what did it matter what kind of creature it was? Even if it wasn't a creature, so what? As long as it had a mouth, that was all that mattered. Chapter 32, The White Elephant Kingdom Facing Extinction? Holy! Is this guy serious? He actually dares to go for it? I'm truly impressed. I thought Tetsuya from the land of cherry blossoms was already unbeatable, but there's actually a warrior even more ferocious than him. Holy crap, he's going after slime too? That's just too desperate. The Indian unbuckled his belt and the live stream suddenly went black. The audience was left speechless for a long time. Once they snapped back to reality, gasps of astonishment erupted one after another. They'd heard about Asan's peculiar tastes and knew he'd go after animals, but this thing couldn't even be called a living creature and he actually went for it. Moreover, just looking at the slime was enough to turn stomachs. The viewers couldn't help but admire the Indians from White Elephant Country. Truly, nothing was off limits to them. Yes. Who'd have thought these Asan would be so bold? The Huaxia people are doomed now. Ha! Good job, Indians. Now the Chinese will face double the disaster, and more importantly, the punishment that follows might wipe out the entire Chinese race. Hey! Calm down, calm down. This is just standard procedure for us White Elephant Kingdom. If you want to see more details, we warmly welcome all women to come visit us in White Elephant Kingdom. Ha! Look at that Chinese guy, he hasn't moved a muscle yet. Must have given up after realizing our White Elephant Kingdom is his opponent. Exactly. The moment the match began, our White Elephant Kingdom was declared the winner. How dare these Huaxia people even compete against us? Running into us in this matchmaking room is just your Huaxia misfortune. White Elephant Kingdom livestream goes black. In an instant, waves of mockery erupted from within Huaxia. Especially since Asan had already made his move, foreign viewers seeing Chéng still motionless gleefully anticipated disaster befalling Huaxia. Upon learning the White Elephant Kingdom's stream had gone dark, the Huaxia crowd's expressions turned equally grim. Damn it, I knew these White Elephant Kingdom folks were different, but that Indian guy is just too disgusting. He's making me sick. We're done for. Even though Sushin takes his time, he can't match those Indians when it comes to being disgusting. This means double the disaster is coming our way. The disaster is secondary, the real issue is the punishment that follows. What's there to fear? It's only a quarter, not like it's not enough. Even if the disaster doubles, as long as our Sushin clears the level, it'll be fine, right? Even so, when punishment truly came, it still broke many men's hearts. Especially the wives of those men, each one seemed to have lost the color of life. As the people of Huaxia waited one by one for the punishment to descend. Above the White Elephant Kingdom, the voice of the heavens resounded. White Elephant Kingdom contestant succumbs to potent venom during marriage rite, causing complete atrophy and inability to complete ceremony. Enrages giant slime, which swallows and digests victim. Detected, death of White Elephant Kingdom contestant. Lifespan of all White Elephant Kingdom citizens reduced by 5 years. The giant slime is exceptionally enraged due to the sacred moment being abruptly terminated. 100,000 giant slimes will descend upon the White Elephant Kingdom. Ding! Task failure penalty double. 200,000 slimes will descend upon the White Elephant Kingdom, inflicting punishment upon all male citizens. The voice of the heavens resounded over the White Elephant Kingdom. The people of White Elephant Kingdom, still basking in their joy, froze in shock upon hearing the voice from above. Before they could react, 200,000 giant slimes descended upon the White Elephant Kingdom. Beneath the colossal forms of the giant slimes, anything touched by their bodies was instantly corroded. Even the slightest contact caused flesh to rot down to the bone. In an instant, the land of the White Elephant Kingdom was filled with countless cries of agony. Houses collapsed, and the death toll soared. Unlike in Sakura Kingdom, these giant slimes left no trace of any living creature or structure in their wake. Everything was swallowed whole and dissolved into nothingness. Before long, a small urban area vanished from the surface of Blue Star, followed swiftly by a town, then a city. Though the White Elephant Kingdom's military mobilized swiftly upon hearing of the disaster, their attacks proved utterly ineffective against the colossal slimes. Even when they managed to blast one apart, the instant the giant slime erupted its venom, it instantly corrupted everything around it. Not even tanks or armored vehicles were spared. In response, the White Elephant Kingdom decided to launch a missile barrage. However, to everyone's surprise, shortly after launch, the missile's trajectories became erratic, vanishing into the unknown. No, don't eat me. Help! Help us! There are slimes everywhere outside. Ah, my skin is completely destroyed. Why? Didn't we win? Why is this disaster still happening? Where is our White Elephant Kingdom's army? Why aren't they coming? Fire the missiles. Aren't our missiles the most powerful in the world? Damn it! Why am I being punished for something I didn't even do? Don't mess with me. I've been stalking that third sister-in-law for days. Just as I finally caught her and was about to make my move, she vanished. This calamity differs from past disasters, it strikes with doubled intensity. This isn't as simple as 11 equaling 2. Disasters originating from the multiverse are already terrifying enough. When their numbers multiply, the scale of calamity increases exponentially. When double the calamity struck the White Elephant Kingdom, the death toll skyrocketed at a visible pace. 2 cities vanished, tens of millions vanished without a trace. Only when the entire nation mobilized could they barely contain it. God bless you all, you White Elephant Kingdom bastards, bloating and tormenting all manner of creatures daily. Well, now you can't even produce them anymore. This is hilarious. What a reward. Haven't you White Elephant Kingdom folks always worried about overpopulation? Well, now you don't have to worry about that anymore. Yes. Looks like White Elephant Nation's population will plummet soon enough. No more world's most populous title. Let's see what you'll brag about next. The sudden collapse of White Elephant Nation instantly flooded its livestream with viewers from countless other nations. They intended to mock the White Elephant Kingdom's people, but upon witnessing the disaster unfold, the scenes of destruction wrought by the giant slime, their eyes widened in utter shock. 2 entire cities, tens of millions of people just gone? This disaster doubling in intensity is just too brutal. How did the White Elephant Kingdom suddenly fail? Didn't the screen just go black? They weren't bitten off like those Sakura Kingdom folks. Why did they fail? The terror of a doubled catastrophe instantly cast a deeper shadow of dread over the multiverse in everyone's hearts. What do you mean, just like us in Sakura Nation? What the hell are you talking about? Our Sakura Nation lost 5 million people this time too. What kind of attitude is this from all of you? From the sounds of it, it seems the slime was highly toxic. It poisoned them into atrophy, making them unable to continue and thus causing their failure. Damn it, it shrank from the poison? If I recall correctly, this time it was said to be similar to the marriage rooms of China and the White Elephant Kingdom. Doesn't that mean China's is the same? Damn it. I'm talking to you lot, can't you hear me? Let's go. If that's the case, this is going to be interesting. Those Huaxia bastards seem to be starting too. Chapter 33, Little Healer Votes Needed. Huaxia Live Stream Room. News of Asan's sudden death and White Elephant Kingdom's casualties exceeding 10 million spread exceptionally fast. The live stream viewers collectively sighed in relief upon hearing of White Elephant Nation's defeat. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. I thought retribution was coming. Those guys really keep surprising me. Looks like those White Elephant Kingdom folks are pretty strong after all. If they lose even when they get a head start, then our god Su is practically guaranteed to win, right? Heh, guaranteed? You Huaxia folks are celebrating too soon. If we White Elephant Kingdom can't win, neither can you Huaxia. This time it's different, you won't be so lucky. I refuse to believe you can withstand this toxin. Yes. Watching you Chinese and White Elephant Nation dogs fight each other is pure bliss. You bloated over our misfortune before, now die for me, every last one of you. The more, the better. Toxin? The Chinese viewers watching the livestream wanted to say something, but upon learning how Asan met his end, their expressions grew grim. Asan from the White Elephant Kingdom actually shriveled up from poison? If the marriage rooms are similar, doesn't that mean ours are poisoned too? What the hell? Having poison on your body is bad enough, but hiding it down there? How the hell are we supposed to guard against that? If it's poisonous, shouldn't wearing protective gear be enough? But even protection seems useless. I heard that toxin is more potent than sulfuric acid, it can even neutralize your safety gear. That vicious? We're screwed. Can Sushin even handle this? This time, nearly every nation on Blue Star believes China is doomed to lose, including China itself, which holds little confidence. After all, this was precisely the domain where the White Elephant Nation and the Indians excelled. But the sudden news of the White Elephant Nation's defeat gave the Chinese people a glimmer of hope, though it was only a glimmer. Inside China's highest-level combat command base at that moment, Old Bai and his entourage breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news of the White Elephant Nation's defeat. At their age, length was no longer a priority. But this matter concerned the future descendants of Huaxia. Such vital organs could not be compromised. What exactly was this toxin? Was there any way to counter it, or even prevent it? Old Bai frowned deeply as he examined the reasons for the White Elephant Kingdom's defeat. Previously, Sushin's bold actions had yielded favorable results. This time, Chang did not take the initiative, and they assumed he had his own considerations. Little did they expect that Chang had once again made the right call. This time, the marriage chamber had actually been laced with poison. Had they pressed Chang to complete it sooner, the consequences wouldn't have affected only the White Elephant Kingdom, the entire Huaxia would have suffered severe damage. The toxins themselves weren't difficult to counter, but the challenge lay in whether Chang had sufficient materials. Lu's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen as he swiftly researched the antidote formula. Thanks to the bonuses from Chang's previous clearance, everyone was now immune to any viral infection. They could even extract their own cells to research more medical treatments. Huaxia's medical technology advanced at a visible pace. Are the materials problematic? After a moment of contemplation, Old Bai looked at the screen showing Sioux City preparing to act and said, "Share the solutions for these toxins with Sioux City. I trust that with his capabilities, procuring the materials shouldn't be too difficult." Yes. Xiao Lu nodded and promptly transmitted the materials along with their preparation methods. Meanwhile, In the dimly lit bridal chamber, Chang listened to the information relayed to his ear, his gaze shifting toward the gauze curtain ahead. So it was poisoned after all? Chang scanned the surroundings. From the moment he entered this matchmaking chamber, he had sensed something amiss. The current scene differed slightly from when he first encountered Xiao Bai. Back then, there had only been a strong putrid stench. This time, while there was still a foul odor, it wasn't as intense. Instead, it was more of a pungent, unpleasant smell. After a brief investigation, he discovered that the entire bridal chamber was saturated with toxins. Even the floorboards were coated in poison. Had he not gained immunity to all poisons after clearing the previous stage, the airborne fumes alone would have killed him multiple times over. This time was clearly no simple matter. Chang swallowed hard. Even with his constitution protecting him, the thought of those poisoned buns was still unsettling. The antidote provided by Huaxia wasn't difficult to prepare. Chang spent roughly a year's worth of lifespan to acquire the necessary ingredients from the multiverse market. After preparing the antidote, Chang gripped it tightly in his hand and stepped forward. Here it comes. Here it comes. God is finally making his move. Hang in there, God Su. My wife's already shopping online. My future happiness rests entirely on you. What's that potion in God's hand? Could it be the antidote? That's right, it's definitely the antidote. Shan's state just now clearly means the strategy team has stepped in. The moment Chang pushed open the door, everyone watching the livestream instantly tensed up. Especially the male viewers. After all, this concerns their lifelong happiness. Anywhere else could go wrong, but not Koanur. An antidote? You Chinese are so naive. This is poisoned dumplings. What good is your antidote? Can it even defend against this? Stop struggling, you Chinese bastards. Our white elephant nation is doomed, and you're not getting away. Join us. Get lost. Who wants to join you idiots? Can you at least die far away? I get needle phobia. Exactly. Exactly. If they can poison us, why can't we poison them? This mission is critical. To safeguard our brothers' futures, even the men who rarely speak online couldn't help but let loose with some choice words. Chang remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos outside. He walked through the bridal chamber, the air thick with an indescribable toxin, pungent and heart-stopping. His gaze was fixed entirely on the area above the gauze curtain ahead. A coin fluttered to the floor. Chang tightened his grip on the vial in his hand, stepping forward to slowly pull back the gauze curtain. As the curtain parted, the woman on the wedding bed startled Chang. It wasn't that she resembled the people from the Asan kingdom. On the contrary, her race appeared perfectly normal this time. Human? Seated upon the bridal bed was a petite woman. Her posture and movements clearly revealed she had received extremely strict upbringing. Marriage partner, little medicine fairy. Race, human. Appearance, 5, normal creatures, 30. Talent, A. Description: this is a human physician who passionately dedicates herself to healing others. However, due to her unique physiology, every patient she treats recovers only to become infected with her toxins, ultimately succumbing to agonizing pain. She recently learned that marrying a specific contestant could neutralize her toxins. If she misses this opportunity, she will implant countless toxins into her marriage partner, condemning them to a lifetime of torment. A notification popped up. Sensing Chang's approach, the little healer slowly lifted her head. Her hoarse voice carried an emotion that was either shyness or reluctance. You're my husband? Chapter 34, the arrow is on the string, it must be released, votes needed. Human? Did I see that correctly? This time it's actually a human? Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Why is our Sakura Nation paired with the lizard our Indian brothers adore, while you Huaxia get a human? Damn it! We White Elephant Nation aren't having this either. Our marriage partners aren't even proper creatures anymore, yet you Chinese get to eat so well. Wait. Did you notice this human seems a bit off? Why is this guy covered in purple pus-filled sores? Ugh, damn right. He's even got green spots. Are you sure this is human? This thing must be a walking womb. The gauze curtain parted, and the woman appearing above the wedding bed instantly enraged the White Elephant Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Why were these bizarre creatures not even proper lifeforms while this Huaxia fellow was actually human? Yet, as countless bullet comments flooded in, they gradually sensed something was off. This thing looks even more terrifying than a freaking lizard. On the wedding bed, as Chang approached, the little healer slowly raised her head. Her skin was covered in mottled green patches and purple veins, resembling land ravaged by toxins, utterly lifeless. Her eyes were sunken deep in their sockets, devoid of any spark or life, utterly at odds with her name, Little Healer. Purple pus-filled sores oozed venomous fluid from her skin. Her hands hung limply over the bed's edge, fingers twisted and deformed by the poison, nails curved and razor-sharp like claws. In the gloomy surroundings, she sat in the bed like a monstrous aberration, waiting for prey to draw near. Holy! Is that even human? Are you sure this isn't some kind of mutated monster? Pus oozed everywhere from the sores. It was utterly revolting. Xiao Bai at least looked somewhat human at first glance, but this thing is just a walking mass of pus. How can we bring ourselves to do it? Sushin, maybe we should just call it quits. We don't need this. Upon the wedding bed, Xiaoxian stared at Su Cheng's appearance, momentarily stunned. Ever since her constitution underwent a drastic change, every living being who saw her spiritual essence reacted differently, including patients she'd once saved. Their gazes were invariably filled with disgust. Yet in this moment, she detected not a trace of disgust in Su Cheng's eyes. Instead, there was something more, a hint of admiration. All these years alone must have been exhausting. You've worked hard. Let me help you from now on. Observing Xiaoxian's expression, Su Cheng showed no hesitation. If she were merely a monstrous creature, her appearance might have repulsed him. But after seeing her information, Su Cheng's expression toward her changed completely. In fact, her very presence here was to unlock the potential of her unique constitution and help more people. How could he possibly feel disgust? Su Cheng stepped forward and raised his hand. Use Enlightenment 1? Confirm. The Enlightenment count was consumed. Before the stunned audience and the livestream, the entire scene abruptly transformed. The gloomy surroundings brightened, the pungent odors and unidentified liquids dissipated, replaced by vibrant hues and a refreshing fragrance. At that moment, upon the wedding bed, a young girl, about 1.6 meters tall, sat barefoot in the center of the bed, her plump, adorable toes wiggling. Her hair, as smooth as silk, fell softly over her shoulders. A few stray strands brushed her fair cheeks, adding a touch of playful charm. A pair of cat ears emerged from the top of her head. Her skin glowed with a translucent radiance, as if a gentle squeeze could draw water from it. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, like the shy clouds of dawn. Ding! Transformation attempt successful. Beast-eared maiden conversion complete. Talent enhancement successful. Admiration level upgraded to undying. Sexual desire 1000. Livestream audience? Xiaoxian's sudden transformation left viewers convinced they were seeing things. They rubbed their eyes and stared at the screen again. Seriously? You again? First this, then that? Now this? You guys are so blatant, and you still claim you're not cheating. Damn it, 2 already. 2 whole ones. One wasn't enough, so you had to add another. Another beauty, and a lowly type at that. Suddenly, my Mary Lou doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Why, I want one like that too. Ah. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why didn't we Romans just invade China back then? This should all be ours. Rome? Ha! What the hell were you even? If my Qin brother hadn't thought you lot were too far and too poor back then, you'd have been vassals to our ancestors long ago. That's right, if my Qin brother hadn't been chasing immortality, I'd have dragged you all here to work as serfs long ago. Xiaoxian's sudden transformation left foreign viewers gnashing their teeth with envy. But soon, they realized that although Little Healer's appearance had changed, the toxins seemed to linger. Holy crap! Did you notice that even though this woman's appearance changed, there's still a purple aura surrounding her? It looks just like her previous toxin. Whoa, now that you mention it, it really does look that way. Ha! That scared me. I thought these Chinese folks were about to get lucky again, but turns out the toxin hasn't faded. So what if she's prettier now? The poison's still there, she'll die just the same. You Chinese will never escape the same fate as our White Elephant Kingdom. Marriage partner, Little Medicine Fairy. Race, human. Appearance, 90, normal creatures, 30. Talent, S. Description, her devotion to you has reached an unwavering, death-defying level. She desires to preserve you as a specimen so she can be with you forever. Husband, what is this? Little Healer gazed at her own status, her eyes sparkling like stars. Gone. All of it's gone. Truly exceptional. Su Cheng gazed at the Little Healer, a standard-sized lowly in the shape of a duck, lying in the center of the bed. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. His transformation merely turned the subject into a beast-eared girl, not significantly enhancing her looks. Whether it was Xiao Bai or the current Little Healer, their present beauty was innate, he was merely a catalyst. However, the transformation was undeniably successful. What the hell was this about turning her into a specimen? Husband. Feeling Su Cheng's gaze upon her, Xiaoxian's cheeks flushed crimson as she contemplated what was about to unfold. If you're not used to it, just call me Su Cheng. Su Lang? Little Healer tentatively spoke up. Before Su Cheng could react, she suddenly reached out, her previously clear gaze suddenly turning crimson. She pulled Su Cheng toward her, pinning him beneath her as her breath quickened, greedily absorbing his essence. Husband. Husband. The sweet whispers in his ear instantly sent Su Cheng's blood boiling. Staring at the Little Healer perched atop him, he flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. How could a 7-foot-tall man like him be pinned down by a little girl? That would be utterly embarrassing if word got out. Su Cheng's rough handling didn't seem to bother the Little Medicine Fairy. Just as a cylindrical shadow was about to cover her face, she suddenly remembered something. She quickly covered her mouth and urgently spoke. Husband, you mustn't. The toxins within my body haven't. It only altered Xiaoxian's innate form, but the toxins within her body remained. Though she couldn't fathom why Su Cheng showed no reaction after prolonged contact, similar situations had occurred before, all ending in sudden death in the wilderness. Yet at this moment, Su Cheng could care less about such details. The arrow was already on the string he had to shoot. Chapter 35, Little Healer Fairy, Little Poison Fairy? Woo, I'm so jealous of Su Shin. He already has Xiao Bai at home, and now he's about to gain Little Healer too. Something feels off. Wasn't this supposed to be poisonous? Su Shin just went in without any protection, hope nothing bad happens. When will I get such good fortune? To die beneath peonies even as a ghost, one would be stylish. The live stream screen went black. After a long moment, viewers watching the broadcast finally snapped out of their trance, having been mesmerized by Little Medicine Fairy's exquisite features. Recalling the earlier ordeal in the White Elephant Kingdom, the Chinese viewers watching the livestream gradually grew solemn. This punishment was exceptionally severe. The threat posed by the doubled calamity alone was immense, let alone the even more devastating consequence that followed. In full view of the audience, Su Cheng took no protective measures whatsoever. Worse still, the medicinal liquid in his hand dissipated completely the moment it touched Xiao Yixian's body, proving utterly ineffective. This scene couldn't help but fill everyone with worry. What the hell are you Chinese people thinking about every day? Don't you know something bad is bound to happen? This guy is dead meat. I'm telling you, not even Jesus could save him now. Sometimes good fortune doesn't last. This time is different from before. Don't be fooled by how beautiful that woman is, she's hiding poison. They dared to charge in without neutralizing the toxin. These Chinese men are doomed. This is merely a case of the small head controlling the big head, nothing to write home about. A moment's pleasure for a lifetime of pain. Poor Chinese men, they'll likely never experience true joy again. How can you say that? It should be the Chinese women who won't experience it. Our great Sakura Nation welcomes Chinese women to visit. Rest assured, we're professionals in this field, we guarantee you'll be in seventh heaven. I knew it. Just as our White Elephant Nation couldn't escape, neither can you Chinese. Prepare to face the calamity of retribution descending upon you. China Conquest Task Force. Old Bai and his group watched the live feed go black, their expressions no less grim. Xiao Yixian's sudden change reminded them of the initial scene between Su Cheng and Xiao Bai. At first, there was a hint of surprise, but after reflection, their expressions grew increasingly grave. What's going on? Why isn't the antidote working? Could there be a problem with the ingredients? No, Elder Bai, Su Cheng's formula was flawless. Xiao Lu shook his head, glancing at the data on the screen before hesitating. Just say it. Our antidote solution is fine, and Su Cheng's preparation was flawless. The problem lies with that woman. Xiao Lu handed a report to Old Bai and continued, our antidote targets the venom from that slime. But the toxin in the woman Su Cheng encountered is more than twice as potent as that slime's. The antidote was correct, but the toxin within her body was simply too potent. How could it be so much stronger? Old Bai studied the data in his hands, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed helplessly. After the entire population of China underwent physical enhancement, their medical capabilities had indeed advanced, growing by leaps and bounds day and night. But this progress was only relative to their own human standards. Now they faced the multiverse, home to countless beings from myriad worlds. Compared to the multiverse, their medical capabilities were utterly insignificant. Setting the data aside, Elder Bai issued alerts to all major battle zones before turning his attention to the live feed. Now, they could only hope Su Cheng could withstand the toxins within his body. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The viewership in the Huaxia livestream remained unchanged. Not only were Chinese viewers anxiously awaiting the outcome, but audiences from Sakura country and elsewhere were equally determined not to miss a single moment. What's going on? Why isn't this over yet? Is there a problem with the stream? It's been 10 hours already, weren't Chinese guys supposed to be 3-second men? Impossible. Even we, the birthplace of the manga, couldn't last this long. How could these Huaxia people endure so long? Bull. That Huaxia contestant must be dead, they're just hiding it. Show the footage already. Bunch of weaklings, what do you know? Our god Su starts at 12 hours, how dare you compare yourselves to him? Exactly. You clearly don't watch our god Su's streams. 10 hours is just basic training for him. The live stream remained black for 10 straight hours, leaving international viewers utterly stunned. But after the shock came the skepticism. How could anyone possibly stream for 10 straight hours? There's definitely something fishy going on. Of course, despite the talk, not a single viewer left. Many even stayed up all night waiting for the stream to resume. They had to witness the disaster befalling China with their own eyes. Especially since the White Elephant Nation had directly ordered all its citizens not to leave the China livestream. This time, White Elephant Nation's death toll had reached tens of millions. Unless millions or tens of millions of Chinese perished, they wouldn't feel at ease. Soon, 12 hours passed. The screen remained black. The entire world was cultivating alongside Sioux City. 15 hours later, the stream cut back to live feed, the image slowly coming into view. Here it comes. Here it comes. Damn it, after making us wait 15 hours, this catastrophe must claim tens of millions of lives in China. If the feed doesn't come back, even our Roman Empire is ready to invade China. Thankfully it's back. Consider yourselves lucky, you Chinese have dodged a bullet. Hurry! Why aren't they announcing the news yet? I can't wait to see the Chinese people wailing in agony. After waiting a full 15 hours, plus the time spent watching the live feed earlier, many hadn't slept for nearly 2 days. Now that the broadcast has resumed, all their pent-up fury is directed at China, anticipating a catastrophe that will decimate its population. Yet, despite their anxious anticipation, the catastrophe they imagined never materialized. On screen, little medicine fairy was panting heavily, her tongue hanging out, her chest heaving up and down, looking utterly spent. Congratulations to the Huaxia contestant for clearing the marriage room. All Huaxia citizens receive rewards, plus 15 years to lifespan, plus 2 to all 3 physical attributes, plus 1 to charm attribute. Plus 1 attribute exchange opportunity. Detected victory in the duel. All rewards are doubled. All male Huaxia citizens gain double stamina. Chapter 36, Legitimate Lowly. Holy crap, we passed? And this many rewards? Holy crap. Sushin, I love you to death. I feel incredibly energetic right now. Hold on a sec, I'm off to test this out with my wife. Double rewards, 4 points in 3 attributes plus 2 points in charm. How much lifespan is that worth? And best of all, 2 purchase opportunities? This is straight up game changing. The voice of the multiverse resounded from above China. The audience, who had been watching the live stream with bated breath, felt the changes within themselves and erupted into excited cheers. The 30 extra years of life from this doubling are secondary. The attribute point boost alone was worth over 1,000 years. With the charm points, the entire Huaxia's visual appeal had risen to a whole new level. Of course, compared to lifespan and attribute points, the people of China were more concerned about the subsequent reward. Endurance boost. Chéng had left an indelible impression on everyone. If this enhancement allowed them to endure 12 hours as well, wouldn't their standing at home skyrocket? At this thought, hotels across China were instantly booked solid, and revitalization campaigns sprang up nationwide. Yet as China basked in fervent excitement, foreign viewers watching the livestream were dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's the disaster? Why hasn't China been struck by calamity? Instead, they succeeded? Damn it, are you messing with me? With such blatant rigging, no human could endure 15 hours and now you claim they passed? Only a fool would believe that. Come on, explain how you Chinese dealt with that toxin. Have some decency, this is blatant cheating. Damn it, our Roman emperor should have annihilated you Huaxia back then. How could an entire cheating nation emerge from your land? Foreign viewers, learning that China not only avoided failure but earned rewards, unleashed a torrent of furious condemnation. They endured 15 grueling hours in the live stream room, only to be told it's over? Cheating? Who's like you lot? Our god Su wouldn't stoop to cheating, this is skill, you understand? You bunch of frog in the well idiots. 15 hours is perfectly normal for Su Shin. If he hadn't been worried about that little doctor messing things up, he could have done it in a day. Ha! I lasted 2 whole hours this time. My wife's eyes are practically melting at the sight of me now. Thanks, Su Shin. 2 hours? You Chinese are just bragging, right? How could endurance increase that much? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it, this is all fake. Damn it. Those rewards should have been ours, white elephant nations. Now we can't even last 10 seconds. You Chinese deserve to die. Outside, the commotion raged fiercely. Inside the bridal chamber, Chéng straightened his clothes, glanced at the little healer on the bed, and a smile curved his lips. Legal lolas are the best. Originally, he planned to call it quits after 12 hours this time, but beneath little healer's innocent expression lay another face entirely. The last 3 hours were entirely because little healer refused to let him go. Since she was being so proactive, how could Chéng possibly refuse? Seeing her like this now, Chéng could only shake his head with a smile. Such a clumsy little troublemaker. The matchmaking concluded, and a pale pink treasure chest descended from midair. Pink after blue? Su-chan watched the chest in the distance, then walked forward to open it. Ding! Goddess of Fortune triggered successfully. Congratulations on successfully completing the matchmaking room. Detected excessive power disparity between participants. Reward being adjusted. Adjustment complete. Congratulations on obtaining 100 years of lifespan, plus 3 to all 3 attributes, plus 2 to charisma, 400 universal materials. Acquired toxic resistance. Toxic constitution, all attacks now inflict poison. Affected targets lose 0.5 stamina per second. If the target strength attribute is lower than yours, the effect doubles. Detected victory in the duel. All rewards above are doubled. My own rewards can double too? Chéng stared at the pop-up interface, his pupils widening in shock. He had assumed victory would only double the rewards for the nation backing the contestant, never expecting his own rewards would increase as well. With the boost from China's rewards combined with his own, his strength and agility attributes both broke through the 40-point barrier. With his strength enhanced, Cheng felt refreshed and invigorated in that moment, all traces of post-battle exhaustion vanishing. If not for Xian looking like she was about to be worn out, Cheng might have even considered rekindling their past connection. What was this blueprint? Beneath the treasure chest, Cheng retrieved a blueprint. Healing Hot Spring, C grade. Effect, slowly restores injuries, suppresses toxins, and cleanses impurities. The treasure chest opened, and at the same moment, the viewers in the livestream witnessed this scene. Healing Hot Spring? Holy crap, you don't tell me this thing is actually hot spring water? I'm so jealous of Xian. His life keeps getting better, soon he'll be soaking in hot springs. I've never even tried what hot springs feel like. As the blueprint appeared, sparking envy among the crowd, a voice echoed over the skies of China. Ding! Congratulations to the China contestant for obtaining the hot spring blueprint. Awarding China with the prize. Congratulations! China has obtained the reward. All hot springs within China now possess the effect of curing any disease. Men who soak for 1 hour will experience enhanced stamina, while women will see increased chances of conception. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Our Huaxia hot springs can now cure any disease? Wait, are you missing the point? The crucial part is the second enhancement endurance boost. I can already last 2 hours. Another boost means 4 hours? Holy crap! Enough talk, I'm booking a hot spring reservation right now. The voice of the heavens sounded once more. The livestream viewers froze for a second, then immediately scrambled to open their phones and book hot springs. Curing illnesses became secondary to them. The real game changer was the enhanced stamina. In an instant, hot spring reservations across China were completely booked solid, with countless people scrambling to secure a soak. Like everyone else, Cheng nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the blueprint's effects. He'd been fretting over how to treat the toxins in Little Medicine Fairy's body, and now this hot spring presented a convenient solution. As for why he hadn't succumbed to the poison during the blackout, it was naturally because he had previously acquired the effect of the immunity to all poisons physique. With this constitution's protection, he only felt a slight tingling sensation. Far from being uncomfortable, this feeling was utterly irresistible. With the blueprint stowed away, Cheng stepped forward and gently lifted Little Medicine Fairy from the bed. Husband. After calming down, Little Healer gazed at Cheng's handsome face and recalled her own earlier state, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. 15 hours, it hurt a bit. But compared to the pain, the overwhelming pleasure lingered long after. If you really can't get used to it, you can still call me Su Lang like before. Su Lang, Little Healer nodded, whispering affectionately into Cheng's ear. As she finished speaking, Cheng surged once more. Gazing at the Little Medicine Fairy's delicate form, the tingling sensation coursing through his body nearly overwhelmed Cheng. Cheng shook his head, swiftly suppressing the burning desire within him. These matters could wait until they returned. Besides, now that he had obtained a hot spring blueprint, it would be a waste not to make use of it. Xiao Bai, Little Medicine Fairy, hot spring. With that thought, a smile curved Cheng's lips as he carried Little Healer into the light gate. Chapter 37, Sharing a Room. Little Bai shows his first signs of sharpness. Within the homestead. As usual, Xiao Bai stood at the entrance of the home, waiting for Cheng's return. The light gate opened, and Cheng's figure emerged from within. Xiao Bai's tail twitched excitedly as she rushed forward to greet him. Husband. As they spoke, the woman in Cheng's arms caught Xiao Bai's attention. Her gaze swept over Cheng and the woman in his arms. With her keen senses, she could tell they'd just been through an intense battle. Oh boy. Xian's in big trouble now. He actually dared to bring Little Medicine Fairy home? Xiao Bai caught him red-handed. Ha, this feels like a total battlefield to me. I can't wait to see how Xian handles this. Little Bai, don't be sad, my heart will always belong to you. Xian, I don't want you, I want her. The three-way standoff instantly drew a crowd of gossipy onlookers. Watching the live feed, they all waited to see how Cheng would explain himself. But what followed stunned everyone. Not only did Little Bai show no sign of anger, but upon seeing the Little Healer in Cheng's arms, she beamed and stepped forward to greet them. Within moments, the two women seemed to reach some understanding, chatting happily like sisters. Cheng had expected Xiao Bai to be upset, but this turn of events caught him completely off guard. Amazed, he watched as Xiao Bai's hands were about to touch Xian. Cheng quickly interjected, wait. Xian has. What about my husband? Hearing Cheng's words, Xiao Bai turned her head in confusion, still holding the Little Healer's small hand. Nothing. Xiao Bai, take Little Medicine Fairy to rest first. Cheng shook his head. She's been running around all day and must be tired. I'll make something delicious for you both later. Okay, husband. Su Lang, Little Healer, wanted to say something, but she was indeed feeling sleepy. After all, she'd been running around for so long, both sides needed some rest. As for the delicious food Cheng promised, she had believed him before. But in the end, watching their retreating figures, Cheng recalled the scene with Little Bai earlier, his chin resting in thought as he pondered. His own constitution rendered Little Healer's toxins ineffective against him, yet why was Little Bai unharmed despite no contact? Could it be that she possessed this same constitution? Su Cheng shook his head. It seemed neither of his two wives was ordinary. Homestead, LV4. Defense level, can withstand attacks from minor creatures, but will crumble instantly against slightly stronger monsters. Upgrade materials, 1000 basic universal materials. The homestead upgrade was complete once more, visibly expanding the entire territory's perimeter. This time, 800 basic universal materials were obtained, which, combined with the remaining stock, was just enough for this upgrade. Consume 1000 basic universal materials to upgrade the home? Confirm. With a raised hand to confirm, Su Cheng didn't idle while the upgrade progressed. He spent a year's lifespan at the multiverse shop to purchase a barbecue set and various seasonings. He placed the previously gathered gray wolf meat on the grill, sprinkled on the seasonings, and instantly, the mouth-watering aroma began to fill the air. That smells so good. What are you making, dear? Smelling the aroma, Xiao Bai emerged from the house. Seeing Su Cheng setting up the grill, she approached and asked curiously. Back home, we call this barbecue. It's delicious. Whoa, be careful, it's hot. It's not ready yet, so don't eat it. Watching Xiao Bai's cautious manner, Su Cheng smiled and shook his head, then moved a stool over. Xiao Bai sat down on the stool, propping her chin in her hands as she looked up at Su Cheng. Your hometown? Xiao Bai was very curious about what her husband's hometown was like. My hometown, it's a very beautiful place. When the time comes, I'll take you and Little Medicine Fairy to see it. Xiao Bai chuckled, I'll go back to your hometown with you someday. Xiao Bai felt no resentment whatsoever toward the Little Medicine Fairy mentioned by Su Cheng. For her clan, polygamy and polyandry were perfectly normal. As his wife, it was only natural for her to share the household responsibilities with him. Besides, she was Su Cheng's first wife. No matter what, she was still the primary consort. Su Cheng and Xiao Bai looked like an old married couple, and this scene instantly filled the onlookers with envy. What a heartwarming sight, a loving husband and fine wine. Could this be the life of immortals? One wife was bad enough, but now another one? I'm dying of envy. I seriously doubt Su Shen came here to survive. He's clearly on vacation. While contestants from other countries nervously deal with monsters, Su Shen looks like he's on a getaway. Speaking of monsters, what exactly is that thing? That dark, shapeless mass running towards Su Shen, could it be a monster? Amidst the envy, suddenly, a spectator spots a dark speck approaching in the distance. Holy! No way it's a monster, but damn it is. Su Shen, stop barbecuing, a monster's charging at you. It's over. Su Shen is completely focused on his barbecue now. A sneak attack is inevitable. Ha! Exactly. Faster, faster. Don't give the Chinese guy a moment to breathe. Best to take him out with a surprise attack. Yes. All that waiting paid off. The Chinese guy won't react in time. Could they really wipe out the Chinese this easily? Ha! Not long after Su Cheng cleared a dungeon, a distant nest shattered. Creatures emerging from it were rapidly charging toward him. If not for observant netizens noticing something amiss, no one would have guessed these creatures weren't following the usual playbook. They didn't even give a moment's respite, launching a surprise attack while everyone was resting. As the monster closed in, the onlookers, unable to bear witness to what was about to unfold, closed their eyes tightly. Just as the monster was about to touch the home base, the tail of the little white creature sitting quietly beside Su Cheng suddenly twitched. Nine-tail shot out, wrapping tightly around the creature's body before it could get close. With a dull explosion, the monster's form was crushed into a pool of blood. After all this, the little white tail remained completely unstained by blood. The tails retracted, and Little White continued to gaze at Su Cheng, as if none of it had ever happened. Live stream audience? No way, dude, one shot? Holy crap, I thought Little White was just a pretty face, but damn, that was insane. Instant kill? Something's off, like, really, really off. If Xiao Bai's tail is this powerful, I can't even imagine how amazing it'd be to use a tail. Seriously? You pass on two gorgeous babes and go play with a tail? That's just wrong. At least it shouldn't be. Within the home base. At that moment, Su Cheng received an alert from China. His hands froze mid-motion as he looked up, alertness flashing in his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. Husband, what's wrong? Nothing. Probably just me overthinking. Su Cheng scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. After Huaxia confirmed it was a false alarm, he shook his head and replied. Meanwhile, at the High Command Operations Base, Xiao Lu and the others watched the footage on the screen, swallowing hard. They had intended to inform Su Cheng of everything Xiao Bai had just done, but for some reason, an ominous foreboding settled in their hearts. Watching Xiao Bai transform his tail once more, an unrealistic thought surfaced in their minds. Could she see them? Chapter 38, How does the channel stay so clear? Good girl, open wide. Just as I thought, my husband is the best. Slow down, honey. It's too fast, I can't keep up. Su Lang, I wanted to. Within the homestead. Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian happily accepted the grilled food Su Cheng handed them, devouring it in big bites. Su Cheng hadn't expected these two to have such hearty appetites he couldn't keep up with their eating pace no matter how fast he grilled. Husband, this grilled food is so delicious. I wonder what that hot pot you mentioned tastes like. I feel like anything Su Lang makes is delicious. Little Medicine Fairy, who held Su Cheng in high regard, recalled the food he'd offered her in their bridal chamber, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Only after devouring every last scrap of the grey wolf meat did Little Bai and Little Healer rub their satisfied, round bellies. Su Cheng packed away the grill. Noticing Little Healer's cautious manner as she touched objects, he walked to an open area ahead. Use the healing hot spring blueprint? Yes. The prompt popped up, and Su Cheng raised his hand to tap it. The next second, a flash of white light appeared, and a 55-point hot spring materialized in his garden. Hearing the commotion from behind, Xiao Bai and the others approached curiously. Seeing the steaming hot spring ahead, they asked in wonder. Husband, what is this? Why is it steaming and warm? Ha? Su Lang, this hot spring feels odd to me. Little Healer approached then, and the moment her hand touched the steam, the strange sensation coursing through her body surprised her. This is called a hot spring. It has healing properties. It can mend wounds, relieve fatigue, and purge toxins. Su Cheng patiently explained the healing properties of the hot spring. Upon learning that this hot spring could suppress the toxins within Little Medicine Fairy's body, both Little Bai and Little Medicine Fairy were overjoyed. Of course, what caught their attention most was Su Cheng's final remark. It can increase a woman's chances of conception. The two women exchanged a glance, and the look in their eyes as they gazed at Su Cheng gradually shifted. Husband, what are we waiting for? Since this hot spring is so wonderful, let's soak in it right away. Su Lang, we should go together. Su Cheng had never seen the two women so eager before. After a moment's thought, he realized he had been rather tired these past few days. This would be the perfect chance to relax. Initially, the three entered the hot spring normally. However, after Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian reached some kind of understanding, the scene began to shift. Su Cheng rested his hands on the edge of the pool, still savoring the healing warmth, when he suddenly sensed something unusual beneath the surface. Spotting a patch of water that didn't blend with the hot spring, a line suddenly came to mind. How does the channel remain so clear? Because it has a source of living water. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he prepared to investigate, but before he could, Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian simultaneously surfaced from the water. Unlike when they first entered the water, both Xiao Bai and the young healer were now completely naked. Like lotus blossoms emerging from the water, their cascading black hair covered their private areas, yet hinted at what lay beneath, tempting one to peek. Compared to Little Medicine Fairy's slightly bashful demeanor, Little Bai appeared far bolder. She slowly approached, dipping her delicate hand beneath the water. Leaning close to Su Cheng's ear, she whispered softly, "Husband, on such a lovely night, would you like to?" Before Xiao Bai could finish, Su Cheng swept her into his arms with one hand while pulling Xiao Yixian close with the other. The next second, the livestream screen abruptly went black. Holy crap! I was right in the middle of it. Why did it go black again? Can they handle two Su gods at once? If they can't, I'm ready to step in. Woo, I'm so jealous of Su Shin. I haven't even found one yet, and he already has two and he's getting creative with it. Honestly, comparing yourself to him is just depressing. TSK, Su Shin really knows how to have fun. I've never tried underwater stuff. Wonder what that feels like. I just tried it. This feeling is unforgettable. Guys, you gotta try it. Holy crap, bro, you already got some? That was fast. Spill the beans. Time flies. With a bunch of old pros driving the show in the livestream, 12 hours passed in a flash. A new day dawned. The stream screen lit up, showing Su Cheng standing beside the hot spring, adjusting his clothes. His gaze drifted to Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian, who were soaked in the hot spring, fast asleep from sheer exhaustion. A faint smile touched his lips. During those 12 hours, Su Cheng had initially been caught off guard by their surprise attack. But soon, he gradually gained the upper hand. Multiple attribute boosts, combined with his beast transformation, made him unstoppable even when both girls attacked together. Now, this hot spring would be perfect for their recovery. Holy crap, did Su Shin take down both Little Bai and Little Medicine Fairy? Couldn't even these two girls handle him? Even with my enhanced abilities, I doubt I could last 10 minutes against just these two little vixens. Yet Su Shin managed 12 hours, and this time it was double the intensity. He's practically a superhuman. Hold on. Forget that for now. Look out there. Is that a dark figure moving? Holy, another damn monster. Didn't one just come? How long has it been? Another one already? This is ridiculous. Su Cheng emerged from the hot spring, his appearance alongside Little Bai and Little Medicine Fairy in the scene leaving countless viewers envious. But soon, observant viewers spotted another dark figure approaching from the distance. And this one was twice the size of the last. Thud. A muffled thud echoed as Su Cheng sensed the commotion outside. Glancing at the two sleeping figures in the hot spring, Su Cheng drew his tang sword and stepped outside. Something was definitely off. He hadn't expected another one to appear so soon. Su Cheng stared at the massive silhouette in the distance, his expression grave. He had sensed something amiss earlier, dismissing it as a hallucination, but it turned out these creatures were indeed behind it. Half-orc. Level 20. Tier C rank boss. Strength 90. Agility 10. Intelligence 5. Abilities: Orc Rally, Charge, Battle Roar, Berserk. Description: as the vanguard of the Orc tribe, it will destroy everything in its path for the sake of the Horde. Chapter 39, Orcs shall never be slaves. Votes needed. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? A half-orc? That thing's gotta be 5 meters tall. Seriously, how did that tiny nest spawn such a colossal creature? This thing's nearly 3 times Sushin's height, with muscles bulging off the screen. Getting smacked by its hammer would send you straight to heaven. Can Sushin even win? It's only been half a day since the last invasion, and now this? And it's a boss-level creature. Such a rapid succession of attacks has never happened before. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Sioux City's safety. Finally, I've waited for this. After enduring so long in your Chinese livestreams, I've finally witnessed this moment. See, even the heavens can't stand you guys anymore. Yes. This thing's bulk is even bigger than the Hulk Smith faced last time. The Chinese players can't even see the size of its fists. He's dead meat. I recognize this monster's species. Isn't this the half-beast from that movie? Damn, it really is. Ha! Those things are so powerful even mages can't defeat them. The luck of these Huaxia players has finally run out. Kill that Chinese bastard now. I've had my eye on them for ages. Why should we be struggling to survive while that Chinese guy looks like he's on vacation? News of the boss appearing in China spread like wildfire. After Su Cheng cleared the marriage chamber, many nations had already grown jealous. Now, seeing the boss descend, all nations rejoiced, eagerly anticipating Su Cheng being crushed into mincemeat. Now, with Su Cheng's emergence, the Chinese team had become too unpredictable, even surpassing many of their own competitors. Allowing him to continue developing unchecked would only work against them. Given China's current performance, several nations had already begun secretly plotting collaboration. At that moment, within China's High Command Operations Base. Quick! Analyze all data on this half-beast, its weaknesses and every ability. The moment the half-beast appeared, Elder Bai issued the order, and instruments throughout the base sprang into action. The sheer pressure emanating from the 5-meter-tall figure appearing on the screen was palpable. Soon, as the surrounding machines whirred, Xiao Lu handed over an intelligence report on the half-beast. Possesses extremely powerful magic immunity, physique comparable to steel. As he scanned the top of the report, Old Bai's expression grew increasingly grave. This half-beast is downright monstrous. Not only is its flesh as hard as steel, but it also possesses magic immunity and an incredibly abnormal regenerative ability, among other things. Could such a monstrous creature truly appear at this stage? Such intelligence would be utterly despairing for any candidate in any nation today. Fortunately, this half-orc was not invincible. Its speed isn't particularly fast, and there's a wound on its ankle that's its weakness. Without hesitation, Old Bai swiftly relayed this intelligence to Su Cheng. Before the homestead. Su Cheng listened to the orc's weakness relayed to his ear, his gaze shifting toward the massive figure in the distance. A 5-meter-tall half-beast, covered in coarse gray scales and bulging muscles, was now advancing toward him. Its eyes burned crimson, like 2 blazing flames, radiating a heart-stopping aura of savage ferocity. Thud! Thud! Roar! The half-orc seemed to sense Su Cheng's presence. Slamming its wooden club into the ground with a thunderous thud, it let out a furious roar and beckoned toward Su Cheng with a hand gesture, as if taunting him. Given the other's stance, Su Cheng did not refuse. His life-staking talent activated, and a coin flew from his hand. This half-orc's strength stat soared to 90 points, surpassing Su Cheng's base attributes plus equipment bonuses. This was the first time Su Cheng had faced such a formidable foe, so he naturally wouldn't take it lightly. Ding! Goddess of Fortune activated successfully. This tosses heads. The notification flashed, and in that instant, a powerful force surged through Su Cheng's entire body. Though the gamble talent carried severe backlash, its activation doubled all attributes, skills, and talents while granting temporary immunity to all probability-based negative effects. Feeling the surge of power, Su Cheng gripped his tang sword, tensed his leg muscles, and vanished instantly, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. Su Cheng's sudden vanishing momentarily startled the half-orc in the distance. Before it could comprehend what had happened. The next second. Splash! A flash of steel sliced open a massive gash across the half-orc's torso. Ding! Strength attribute check successful, eternal flow activated. The notification popped up as excruciating pain shot through the half-orc's midsection. The blade had sliced clean through its kidneys. Sensing something amiss with this human, the half-orc suddenly opened its massive jaws. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the half-orc's maw, its shockwaves surging like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. The wind shifted direction, kicking up dust and sending pebbles skipping across the ground. Stun attribute check in progress, successful. Current status detected, stun effect negated. Su Cheng's form swayed slightly but steadied instantly. His tang sword crossed before his chest, its tip lightly touching the ground. The blade's energy sliced through the creature's outer shell without resistance, green blood spattering across the floor along the cut. Within mere breaths, it took several blows in succession, blood flowing like a stream from its wounds. Roar! The searing pain coursing through its body made the half-beast roar again uncontrollably, the shockwave sending Su Cheng flying several meters away. Its body now flushed crimson, entering a frenzied state as muscles bulged, forcibly sealing the gashes carved by the Tang sword. With another deep roar, the half-orc's legs surged with power. He hoisted the wooden club and charged toward Su Cheng like a collapsing mountain. Each step sent tremors through the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seeing this, Su Cheng drew a deep breath and accelerated abruptly, launching forward almost simultaneously with the half-beast. Just as their bodies were about to collide, Su Cheng suddenly sidestepped. The club slammed into the ground, tearing open a massive crack. Simultaneously, his Tang sword slashed out. A silver blade of light sliced through the air, leaving a brilliant trail as it struck the half-orc's side. The clever cloud hand and eternal flow techniques activated simultaneously. Blood gushed from the half-orc's midsection like a fountain. Thud! The half-beast's mountain-like frame collapsed. Amplified by the Qiaoyun hand's perception, even the enraged half-beast didn't wince or cry out in pain. Seeing Su Cheng advance once more with his Tang sword, the half-orc hadn't abandoned its attempt to raise its hand and summon the half-orc army. But in the next instant, splatter! The Tang sword pierced through his palm, pinning the man's hand firmly to the ground. Su Cheng stood on the wound, his gaze cold and piercing. Even now, you still intend to continue? Observing the half-beast's form, Su Cheng noted its strength was impressive, but its speed was far too slow. Its natural pace was sluggish, and with a life-gambling talent's boost, the enemy's attacks couldn't even touch him. Stop now, and follow me. I could spare your life. The creature's strength and formidable abilities stirred a desire in Su Cheng to subdue it. This wasn't one of those monsters incapable of communication. With the surrounding nest stirring, subduing this creature could make it a useful gatekeeper. If it truly couldn't be defeated, its mere half-beast stature standing guard would make any intruder think twice. As the berserk state dissolved, the pain coursing through his body made the half-beast tremble uncontrollably, his face contorted. Yet even so, facing Su Cheng's enticement, it stubbornly declared, "Beasts never serve as slaves." Chapter 40, Unless you cover board and lodging. Please vote. Wait, that's it? This half-orc must be an actor. What the hell is it doing? It didn't land a single hit on that Chinese fighter. Holy! Not a single hit landed. If this isn't an actor, feel free to rant. I'm reporting this. That Chinese player is abusing a small animal and violating ethics. A beastman is both animal and human. That opponent was so docile, yet the Chinese player still went all out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this Chinese guy be this strong? The battle between Su Cheng and the half-beast lasted less than 10 minutes. Everyone thought Su Cheng was doomed this time. The half-beast's size and strength were nothing like that bug from before. But who would have guessed the beast lost without even touching Su Cheng once? This can't be real. Ha, you bunch of frog in the wells. How could you possibly fathom the true power of our Su god? Exactly. If he wins, you complain there's something wrong. Why must he lose for you to be satisfied? A mere minor boss? For Sushin, it's child's play. Do you even know what real power looks like? Tactical lean. By the way, did you catch Sushin's moves just now? I saved the clip and slowed it down, only then could I see the afterimages from his speed. The prowess Su Cheng displayed stunned not only international viewers but also Chinese fans watching the livestream. None expected him to be this formidable. After initial relief, China's keyboard warriors mobilized to counter foreign skepticism. China's highest combat command base. The strategy team stared at the half-orc trampled beneath Su Cheng's feet, taking a long moment to process. Wait, that's it? He just took him down like that? They had meticulously prepared countermeasures against the half-orcs, intending to relay them to Su Cheng during the battle. But it ended before they could even deliver them. Heh, who knew that kid Su Cheng was this powerful? Guess us old-timers overthought things. They exchanged glances and shook their heads with a chuckle. Old Bai surveyed the battle craters left by Su Cheng and the half-orcs. Approaching the monitoring console, he inquired, what was the force measurement for that last strike? Did the sensors capture the data? That last swing from the half-orc rough estimate puts its force over 80. 80? Even with his prior expectations, Old Bai couldn't help but be stunned by such power attributes. Currently, a strength rating of 20 is considered decent among international competitors. This 80 is a staggering 4 times higher. Fortunately, that punch didn't land. Otherwise, Su Cheng would have been in serious trouble. Old Bai exhaled in relief. But the moment he turned to look at the screen, his expression froze. He stared at another crater in the footage, countless cracks radiating out from its edges. If he remembered correctly, this crater was left by Su Cheng when he burst through. How many? Old Bai approached another instrument alone, calculating the force attributes of Su Cheng's kick. Yet when the calculations concluded, the figures before him made him rub his eyes in disbelief. Because The number displayed above the instrument had reached a staggering 100. It wasn't that Su Cheng's kick had actually reached 100. The reference range was simply too limited. Their current maximum estimate was capped at 100. As Old Bai stared at the reading, a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. This 100 was the instrument's limit, not Su Cheng's. While the outside world marveled at Su Cheng, outside the home at that very moment. Still haven't made up your mind? My patience is limited. Seeing the half-beast refuse to budge, choosing death over becoming his guard, Su Cheng's patience was wearing thin. Had he not left home with only Little Bai and Little Medicine Fairy behind, worrying for their safety, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on this fool. Give it up. We orcs have our pride too, we'll never be slaves. Are you truly certain? This is a favorable position, merely guarding the home and grounds, requiring no other duties. Seeing the half-beast's stubbornness, Su Cheng sighed helplessly. I thought maybe one day I could help you find your tribe. But if that's how it is, then forget it. The Tang sword drew out, Su Cheng poised to accept it. The next second. Wait. The half-orc looked up at Su Cheng. What did you just say? Not a slave, but a guard? And you can help me find my way back to the tribe? Being a bodyguard is correct, but I can't guarantee whether I can find it or not. Su Cheng spoke while wiping the Tang sword. During this brief exchange, he learned about the lair. From the other's words, he learned that this creature wasn't born in this lair. This creature had once served as a vanguard in the orc tribe, yet for some unknown reason, it now found itself here. Tribal matters can wait. As for the escort you mentioned, cover room and board? The half-beast turned to Su Cheng. Earlier, it had caught a whiff of an aroma wafting from Su Cheng's home, a scent unlike any it had ever encountered. Su Cheng's lips curved into a smile, of course. Then I'm in. Without a moment's hesitation, the half-orc spoke up. Half-orc has sent you a slave contract. Accept? A slave contract? The sudden pop-up notification caught Su Cheng off guard. No wonder the other party had been refusing all along. Who knew there was such a thing as a slave contract? Confirm. The contract was finalized. Now, every move the half-orc made was known to Su Cheng. And he could kill the other with a single thought. After removing all effects from the half-orc, the creature slowly rose from the ground. Without the effects of eternal flow, the half-orc's wounds healed completely in no time. Master, you still haven't given me a name. A name? Su Cheng looked at the half-orc crouching before him. Naming? He's a master at it. With your sturdy build, you must have many strengths. From now on, you'll be called Ji Bo Chang. Thank you, master. Alright, no need to kneel. Stand up and speak, I still have a few more questions for you. Yes, master. Ji Bo Chang rose from the ground. For some reason, he found himself genuinely fond of the name Su Cheng had given him. You said you were the vanguard of your tribe before, but somehow ended up here. Then why did you attack me the moment you arrived? Are there humans like us in your world too? No, master. Ji Bo Chang shook his head. As for why he attacked Su Cheng, he didn't know either. Scratching his head, Ji Bo Chang finally spoke. I don't know why I attacked you, master. When I came here, a voice in my head kept telling me to kill you. I see. Su Cheng furrowed his brow in thought. His gaze swept around the nest. It seemed this multiverse was far more complex than he had imagined. These nests weren't breeding creatures, they were capturing beings already existing in other worlds. The creature he encountered now was not particularly powerful according to Ji Bo Chang, it was merely a vanguard within the tribe. If even a vanguard could reach boss-level strength, one could only imagine how perilous the multiverse truly was. For now, the protection of the contestant's home base was sufficient. But once the multiverse descended in 2.5 years, he dared not imagine the sight of creatures from countless worlds descending upon Blue Star. It seemed he really needed to hurry up and strengthen himself. Su Cheng glanced at his right arm, which had only 500 years of lifespan remaining, nearly half the journey to 1,000 years, and a fresh wave of anxiety washed over him. Chapter 41, Showdown, End of Novice Period. Votes needed. After securing Ji Bo Chang, Su Cheng walked back to the gate. This time, a crimson portal appeared among the four. Staring at the portals before him, Su Cheng pondered which one to enter. Here it comes. Su Cheng is about to start choosing a door again. A red door appeared again this time, and knowing Su Cheng's personality, he'd definitely choose it. You trash from other countries, ready to welcome our god Su's arrival? Ha! He's just a lucky bastard. Our Eagle Nation Smith is already inside the red door. Step up if you dare watch us blow you to smithereens. You puny East Asian sick men dare challenge us? We've been itching for this for ages. Step into the red portal if you've got the guts, watch us beat you so badly you won't even be able to stand up straight. The red gate appears once more. Whether by coincidence or design, all nations now await Suzhou's decision. Competitors from various nations stood before the red gate, awaiting intelligence from their command centers. This scene immediately caught the attention of the Chinese strategy team. What the hell are these guys playing at? Why are they all standing at the gate? Are they waiting for us? Damn it! They've definitely coordinated, now they're waiting for Suzhou to enter the red gate so they can team up against us. Inside the China Supreme Operations Command Center, the strategy team watched the live feeds from various nations projected onto the large screen above, slamming their fists on the table in fury. These bastards haven't entered the gate yet, just standing there like zombies. Clearly, they've received intelligence from their home countries. Given the current situation, it's highly likely they're planning to unite against Su Chéng. Looks like these bastards came prepared. Old Bai watched the screen with equal fury. Their current behavior clearly showed they couldn't handle the pressure, preparing to unite against China and eliminate Su Chéng. After a moment's thought, Old Bai approached Xiao Lu and said, "Inform Su Chéng of the current situation. If he can avoid the conflict for now, let him do so. If not, we'll find a way to help him. Also, connect me to the Northern Bear Nation. I have matters to discuss with them." At the Red Gate entrance within the homeland. An 8-nation alliance? Humph, interesting. Su Chéng listened to the information relayed to him, a slow smile curving his lips. Glancing at the text beneath the black gate nearby, Su Chéng turned away from the red gate and headed toward the black gate beside it. It wasn't that he feared these fellows, there was simply a more important gate awaiting him now. Ha! I thought they were something special, but this is all they've got. This guy must have gotten the message and chickened out. The sick man of East Asia really is just that. Bunch of spineless cowards. Su God? More like Su Rat. Can't even step through a measly red gate. You lot scared, aren't you? What else could it be? This time, Smith from our Eagle Nation will be there too. Just hearing news of our Eagle Nation, those Chinese folks won't even have time to tuck their tails between their legs fast enough. Ha! Yes. Seeing these Chinese get humiliated, I don't know why, but it just feels so satisfying. Su Chéng, turning away from the red gate, instantly drew laughter from international viewers. Some viewers who rarely tune into foreign streams had expected these Chinese to be formidable, only to discover they're nothing special. Nothing but cowards who couldn't even step through the red gate. But hearing the foreign taunts, the Chinese crowd couldn't sit still. They could tolerate the alliance, but shamelessly mocking them with sheer numbers? How could they stand it? You shameless bastards, teaming up to target us, and you still have the nerve to bark like dogs here? Exactly. A bunch of animals. Can't win one-on-one, so they resort to dirty tricks and teaming up. I'm backing Su Shin. No way I'm playing along with these idiots. Playing the 8-nation alliance in the multiverse, huh? Stop pretending. If you've got the guts, form another one. In reality, we'll settle this face to face. While the live stream erupted in chaos, Su Chéng paid no heed. He strode directly toward the black gate in the south. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the gate and stepped inside. Chinese contestant Su Chéng enters random room. This random room is Sakura Nation Garden. Contestants must destroy the cherry blossom homeland within the allotted time. Failure to complete within the time limit or refusal to participate will result in failure. Ding! First contestant detected entering another nation's homeland. The beginner phase of the multiverse game has ended. Yellow gate activated. Yellow gate, consume one duel card to randomly challenge a competitor from another nation. Novice period ended. Nest fluctuations detected in all 4 directions. Time remaining until the first wave of nest invasion, 48 hours. The moment Su Chéng stepped through the black gate, the voice of the multiverse echoed across the skies of every nation. The noisy crowd fell silent upon hearing this news, their eyes fixed in shock upon the scene unfolding in the livestream. What the hell? The newbie period ended? This yellow gate can actually duel a specific nation? Isn't this tailor-made for our Eagle Nation? Whoa, something's off. Ending the newbie period is one thing, but what the hell is this nest fluctuation? Why do I have this ominous feeling? Ha! Fantastic. We Romans have waited for this moment for so long. Tremble, nations of the world, the Roman Empire is about to rise again. This doesn't look good. Our nation has only just begun developing. If we face a powerful opponent now, we're finished. Damn you, Chinese. Why did you go to Japan to die and drag us down with you? Voices echoed across the heavens. Certain nations rejoiced at the Yellow Gate incident, seeing it as an opportunity to plunder resources from other players. As for the fluctuations in the rear layer, they weren't the least bit concerned. With their current strength, wouldn't slaughtering a few minor monsters be a piece of cake? If even the Chinese could be dealt with effortlessly, why couldn't they? Yet, while some rejoiced, others grieved. Weaker nation contestants were unlucky, each praying desperately not to be randomly selected. Though the Yellow Gate incident brought surprise to all nations, soon everyone's attention was drawn to the China livestream. This time, the newbie period ended on China's side, and they were entering the home turf of the Sakura Nation's players. Yes. We were just figuring out how to attack you China folks, and now you're practically delivering gear to our doorstep. Our Taro just cleared a dungeon and got a D-grade pistol. There are barely any D-grade weapons in the entire world. This China guy is dead neat. Ha! Years ago, we Sakura Nation invaded your Huaxia and slaughtered at will. Now we're inviting you to come die, it's all divine providence. Chapter 42, Catching Bullets Barehanded, Astonishing All Nations. The live stream shifted, revealing Su Cheng's figure appearing within the homeland of Sakura Nation. This scene had the Japanese viewers watching the live stream laughing out loud. They had witnessed firsthand the gear Su Cheng had acquired after winning several matches. They'd long coveted the gear in his hands. Witnessing Su Cheng's slaughter of zombies only intensified their desire to seize his equipment. Now that he was practically handing them over, how could they not be thrilled? As for concerns that Su Cheng might be overpowered by his gear or that Genya Taro couldn't defeat him, they weren't worried at all. Even if he had powerful gear, Taro had a D-grade pistol. As long as he stayed within the base and took a shot at Su Cheng from the shadows, it would all be over. So what if he was fast? Beyond 7 paces, the gun was quicker. Within 7 paces, the gun was both accurate and swift. Hearing the taunts from the land of cherry blossoms in the livestream, the Chinese viewers fired back without hesitation. You bunch of bastards. We'll never forget what you did to us. One day, China will strike back and then you'll cry your eyes out. Is D-grade weaponry that powerful? Our Su God has long since grown bored with gear of this tier. Ha, you cherry blossom country fools are celebrating too soon. Think our Su God doesn't want to join Red Gate? He turned them down just to target you lot. Go Su Shin. We'll always support you. Round up these beasts but don't kill them. Torture them first, a few hundred or even 1,000 times over. Use every slow torture method in the book. As Su Cheng entered the Japanese player's home turf, the Chinese viewers watching the livestream showed not a shred of worry. On the contrary, something seemed to ignite within them. They wished they were the ones entering the land of cherry blossoms. 4,000 years of foreign domination were glossed over, while a century of humiliation was chronicled in 2 volumes. Whenever they recalled the calamities China had endured, the collective fury within them burned uncontrollably. Had China possessed the strength to stand alone against the world, they would have annihilated Sakura Nation long ago. Ha! Who would have thought I, Haruno Taro, would have such luck? First a D-class weapon, and now someone's delivering gear right to my doorstep. Within the Sakura Nation's homeland, Haruno Taro listened to the announcement from the multiverse. His expression froze for a moment, but soon he burst into loud laughter. Especially when he saw one of the rewards after the duel, a wicked smile spread across his lips. The victor of the duel shall claim 1/10 of the loser's territory. 1/10. For their Sakura Nation, this was a win no matter how you looked at it. Their cherry blossom kingdom covered less than 400,000 square kilometers, while China spanned a staggering 9.6 million square kilometers. Even if they lost, 1/10 would only amount to 40,000 square kilometers, while China would have to cede a staggering 960,000. That's larger than both their nations combined. Japan had long coveted China's territory, and now that such a golden opportunity presented itself, they couldn't possibly pass it up. This duel appears fair, supposedly decided solely by individual strength, but that's not the case. The challenger holds a significant disadvantage compared to the defender. As long as the opponent fails to destroy his home within the allotted time, he wins. What's more, he had buildings to shield him, while the attacker was completely exposed. With a pistol in hand, this duel was clearly his to win. 960,000 square kilometers. This land shall belong to me, Haruno Taro. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Kingdom of Haruno Taro. Taro now fantasized about ruling over 960,000 square kilometers. With such vast territory, he certainly wouldn't hand it over to the land of cherry blossoms. Wouldn't it be delightful to rule as its local warlord? Getting to play with Chinese women of every caliber day in and day out, just thinking about it was pure bliss. Let me see where you unlucky bastard are hiding. To thank you, I'll start by crippling your limbs for a little fun. Through the windows, Genya Taro scanned the landscape beyond his home, searching for Su Cheng's figure. Yet, after scanning the area, the empty scene before him left Genjiro Taro looking puzzled. Wasn't the duel supposed to begin? Where had he gone? Just as Taro Haruno was puzzled, the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience erupted into frenzied cheers. Damn it! You useless Haruno Taro, what are you staring at? Look behind you, behind you. Everyone else is already here, and you're still gawking. Damn it! What is this guy doing? He's got such a good weapon and he's just standing there spacing out. The other guy's already here. Turn around. Quick, turn around. That guy's behind you. Raise your pistol and shoot, he's dead. Countless bullet comments flooded the top of the live stream screen. Back at home base, Taro Haruno, having received the message from Sakura Country, rubbed his chin in confusion. Behind me? Haruno Taro scratched his head, turning to look behind him with his pistol in hand. What's behind me? His words trailed off. The figure that appeared before him froze Taro Haruno in his tracks. A stranger suddenly appeared in his house, sitting on a stool in the center of the room, sipping tea. You. Haruno stared at Su Cheng, who was leisurely sipping his tea. His gun trembled as he raised it, pointing it at Su Cheng, and stammered. Who is this guy? Is he that Chinese contestant? When did he get in? Why didn't he notice at all? If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Su Cheng slowly set down his teacup, turned his head to look at him, and rose to his feet. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. What do you think you're doing? I have a gun in my hand. That's right, I have a gun. Taro Genya swallowed hard. Though the firearm offered him a measure of security, the moment he sensed the aura emanating from Su Chang, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Watching Su Chang approach with measured steps, Genji Taro shivered backward toward the wall. His right hand, clutching the pistol, shook violently as if he himself were the one being held at gunpoint. Shoot! You idiot! Shoot already! This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If you shoot and kill this guy, seize their Chinese territory, our great Sakura Nation promises you a commendation banner plus a 500 reward. What the hell are you standing there for, you idiot? You're going to get us all killed. The voice of the Sakura Nation strategy team echoed incessantly in Haruno Taro's ears. We're not in a dungeon now, so there's no limit on message transfers. For a moment, the Sakura Nation strategy team resorted to both threats and inducements, pressuring Haruno Taro to fire quickly. That woman from Kimchi Nation lost to China precisely because she hesitated to fire. They refused to repeat that mistake. Damn it! You forced my hand. Now die. In that moment, whether it was the Sakura Nation team's pressure giving him confidence or simply remembering he had a pistol, Harataro narrowed his eyes, raised the pistol, and fired directly at Su Chang's head. At such close range, unless he was Superman, there was no way he could dodge this shot. But the outcome defied Lung Jiu's expectations. As the gunshot rang out, Su Chang raised his hand effortlessly, catching the bullet in his palm with the ease of lifting a feather. This scene shattered Taro Harano's worldview. Not even discovering he was actually old Wang's kid next door had ever shocked him this much. How could this be possible? Chapter 43, Marching into the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Votes needed. Holy. 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 What did I just see? Su God caught that bullet barehanded. Am I dreaming? Ha! It's real. It's real. Su God, you're my superhero. So what if you have D-class weapons? Got you speechless now, huh? Say something. Why'd you stop talking? Gone mute? Did you see Su Chang raise his hand? That wasn't an apology, it was telling you, bro, you still need practice. Su Chang placed the bullet on the tabletop. The crisp clink of the bullet hitting the surface echoed in the minds of every viewer in the livestream. It took a long while for the international viewers watching the livestream to snap out of their shock. Catching a bullet barehanded? Are you kidding me? How could a human possibly pull that off? Holy, how could this Chinese player be this strong? Catching bullets? He must be Superman. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be hallucinating. I'll just sleep it off. Damn it. That Chinese player must have D-grade gear or higher. He probably got it during the last Western Showdown. That equipment should have been ours, Korea's. Yet after the gunshot, Su Chang not only remained unscathed, his subsequent actions shattered everyone's worldview. Especially the Japanese viewers, their faces were as grim as if they'd eaten. If someone had told them an opponent could catch bullets barehanded, they'd have laughed it off as utter nonsense. Yet here they were, witnessing it with their own eyes. It felt like a dream. Wait, we haven't lost yet. Catching one bullet is nothing, we've got more. Keep firing. I refuse to believe this guy can catch them all. Right. Taro, keep firing. That Chinese bastard must have used some trick just now, he can't possibly catch another one. Damn it. Stop spacing out, hurry up and keep firing. Urgent shouts echoed through the livestream chat, while Taro Harano's ears rang with the voices of the Sakura Nation strategy team. Yet, after witnessing Su Chang catch the bullet with his own eyes, Taro Harano's mind went completely blank. Only witnessing it firsthand could convey the sheer shock of it. Impossible. Catching a bullet barehanded? How is that even possible? Taro Harano looked up at Su Chang, his right hand trembling violently as if afflicted with Parkinson's. Nothing is impossible. Just like back then, when you thought you could conquer our nation, yet ended up forced to sign the surrender document. Su Chang spoke with a calm gaze. With his current attributes, such a feat was naturally impossible. But don't forget, he still possessed his talents and the boost from his equipment. His life-staking talent activated, the wrist guard's amplification engaged, beast form activated, reinforced body parts, and the transformation of the cloud hand technique all combined to push his strength and agility attributes close to 200 points. With a staggering 200 points in strength, even if a bullet struck him, it wouldn't inflict significant damage. No, I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. The Tang's sword ripped from Su Chang's grasp. Feeling death's breath closing in, Genji Taro roared with fury. This was merely the first shot. If one failed, he'd fire two. If two failed, he'd fire three. He refused to believe this man could block them all. But just as Haruno Taro prepared to fire again, a sharp, icy gleam flashed by. The next second, blood spattered as an arm fell from midair. The scene unfolded too swiftly, so swiftly that Taro Harano hadn't even registered what happened before his right arm was severed. Ah! Piercing agony shot through him, and Taro Genya let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ignoring his victim's screams, Su Chang retrieved various torture devices and approached with a smile. Don't be afraid. Didn't you say you wanted to play with me? Well, let's have some fun now. Piercing screams echoed, the sheer gore causing the live stream to black out. Only 3 hours later, when the voice of the heavens sounded, did the screen return to normal. Congratulations to the Chinese contestant for victory in the duel. Rewards: 5 years of lifespan deducted from Sakura Nation, +1 to all 3 attributes, 1/10 of Sakura Nation's territory, 1/10 of its economy and resources, plus the next 3 rewards for Sakura Nation contestants. 1/10 of Sakura Nation's territory? Hearing the voice of the heavens, all Chinese citizens rubbed their ears in disbelief, thinking they must have misheard. Only when the announcement repeated itself did they confirm the reality. Inside the highest-level combat command base of China. Due to the reward announcement, several commanders from various Chinese military districts gathered before a large screen. They had waited far too long for this day. With China's current technology, invading the land of cherry blossoms would only pose a minor logistical challenge in terms of resettlement. Had it not been for the fear of triggering a world war, they would have annihilated the land of cherry blossoms long ago. Now, presented with such a legitimate and justifiable opportunity, how could they possibly let it slip away? Yet regarding the territorial reward, some hardliners, though already bursting with anticipation, still harbored lingering doubts. The attribute bonuses were one thing, but this direct reward of 1/10 of Sakura Nation's territory? It sounded a bit unrealistic to me. I agree. After all, this is on their territory. Getting there will be troublesome, and a direct landing will likely face resistance from multiple parties. More importantly, how do we expel the Sakura Nation citizens living there? Perhaps we should send a reconnaissance unit first to assess the situation? Hearing the radical faction's proposal, the long-silent conservative faction could no longer sit still. Old one, you want me to send scouts? If I hadn't held back my men these past days, they'd have stormed the place already. Now you want me to send scouts? You think they won't skin me alive? To hell with it. Since that land now belongs to our China, those bastards better clear the way today whether they like it or not. Damn it! Those bastards. Let them try to stop us, I'll beat the out of them. Centered on the screen, a white-haired elder sat upright before the Huaxia flag. Steady and reserved, even in stillness he radiated an aura as immovable as a mountain. He was the current chairman of the Central Military Commission. Though the generals had spoken at length, they ultimately needed the head of state's approval. However, a single glance from the head of state was all the generals needed to know the outcome. Advance. Target, Sakura Nation. Chapter 44, Landing in Sakura Nation, Succubus Summoning Card? Holy crap! This reward is legit? They're actually giving away 1/10 of the defeated nation's territory? Could it possibly be fake? Haven't you noticed that our Huaxia forces have already mobilized? It's real. Our Huaxia forces are already mobilized, even the J-21s are deployed. This is no joke. The voice of the heavens resounded over China. While the doubters still hesitated, the piercing roar of fighter jets split the air. Massive military forces mobilized in unison at that very moment, even aircraft carriers were deployed. Witnessing this scene, the crowd finally snapped to attention. This was no joke. China was truly preparing to invade the land of cherry blossoms. Back when China was weak, they suffered invasion, arson, slaughter, plunder, and inhumane experiments. The Japanese committed every conceivable atrocity. Now, decades had passed, and the times had changed. The tables had turned. Holy crap! Can I tag along? Just feed me 3 meals a day, and I'll be the first to carry the explosives. This is a moment that will go down in history, bringing glory to our ancestors. Is it too late to enlist now? Damn it, I can't wait any longer. I'll swim across today if I have to. Nothing will stop me from carving my name into the family annals. The land of cherry blossoms has always been part of our Chinese territory. It's perfectly reasonable for us to go there now, right? As China's military mobilization stirred up a storm, the people of the land of cherry blossoms wore grim expressions. They couldn't care less about losing territory. What truly mattered was their own lifespans. Why did Taro Harano lose, yet the deducted lifespan came from them? Is that fair? Damn Harano Taro, what a useless piece of trash. All my high hopes for you wasted. Who else could mess up a D-rank weapon like this? Damn it! What's this about giving up 1/10 of our territory? Why did my region suddenly become part of China's? Those Huaxia fools are stupid, but you're no better? So what if it's Huaxia's now? As long as we don't leave, what can they do? But those Huaxia bastards seem to have mobilized their forces. Even their aircraft carrier is turning toward us. They wouldn't actually be planning to attack, would they? An aircraft carrier? That's just window dressing. If China really wants to wage war against our Sakura Nation, do they want to go down in history as villains? Exactly. Don't worry, folks. Besides 5 years of our lives, those Chinese can't take anything else. As long as we don't act, what can they possibly do? This punishment may seem severe. They've lost 1/10 of their territory. Even resources and economic gains will be reduced by 10%, and the next 3 rounds of rewards will go to the Chinese. But these are just empty words. They're not exactly powerful. If they refuse to hand over the goods, what can these Chinese do? Can they just vanish into thin air? And as for deploying troops? Would they really dare fire their cannons? The Cherry Blossom Nation's people watched the live feed of the Chinese military in the sea area, a sneer curling their lips. Yet, just as they indulged in their fantasies, a colossal force suddenly descended upon Sakura Nation. Those Japanese citizens standing atop the marked territories were instantly teleported away the moment the force descended. Among them were those mid-shower, others just crouching over the pit, and some in the middle of filming a little movie. Before they could even process what happened, their bodies appeared outside the annexed territory. No matter how hard they pounded or slammed against the boundary, they couldn't re-enter the area, as if blocked by an immense, impenetrable force. Simultaneously, every citizen of Sakura Nation received a notification on their phones. Their bank balances had decreased by 1/10. Such an uncanny occurrence instantly sent shockwaves throughout Sakura Nation. No! My money! Where did my money go? How did it suddenly decrease by 10%? Even my cash vanished into thin air. Damn it! I was in the middle of taking a... What the hell is this? I must return. That is my home, mine. How dare you Chinese invaders occupy my territory? Let me back in now. Invasion. You Chinese are invading the territory of my Sakura Nation. This is an act of war. The power of the multiverse is irresistible. Even if the masses resist, it will be enforced. The crowd, who had been laughing and joking moments ago, stopped laughing the instant they were forcibly teleported out and could no longer enter that area. 1/10 of the territory's inhabitants were teleported away. The Chinese forces deployed encountered no resistance whatsoever, landing effortlessly on Sakura Nation's soil. As the Emperor and Elder Bai witnessed the Chinese soldiers stepping onto Japanese soil, their eyes filled with profound emotion. Ancestors, do you see? Modern China has truly become a formidable power. This is the first step, and it will certainly not be the last. The sight of Chinese soldiers marching through Sakura Nation swiftly spread across major online platforms, prompting condemnation from countless nations. Yet condemnation was one thing. After learning the full context, not a single nation dared to take concrete action. They had witnessed the might of the multiverse far too many times to dare challenge such an existence. Moreover, modern China was no longer a nation to be trifled with. Sakura Nation Presidential Palace. Abe slammed his fist on the desk in fury as intelligence reports poured in, bellowing at his assistant. Damn it! What's going on? We clearly relayed China's actions. Why haven't those bastards received it? Where the hell is the Eagle Nation? Where have they gone? We've been their lapdogs for so many years, why aren't they stepping in now? Hearing Abe's roar, the assistant's face turned deathly pale. President Abe, our intelligence was transmitted and received. However, beyond condemnation, they've taken no further action. And... what? At that moment, Abe was furious. This feeling was worse than being stabbed with homemade knives during a street speech. Moreover, this time China had a just cause. The Chinese government had officially declared to the world that any nation interfering with their territorial reclamation would be regarded as an act of war, and nuclear weapons would be used to suppress such aggression. Nuclear weapons? The mere utterance of those two words sent fear surging through Abe's heart, causing him to slump limply in his seat. No one knew the power of nuclear weapons better than they did. It was a memory etched into their very bones. The transformation of Sakura Nation had made everyone experience the terror of the duel room. This thing, if it's gone, it's truly gone. Of course, this terror was confined to the land of cherry blossoms and the nations recorded in China's modern war chronicles. The people of China rejoiced at this news, especially when they saw their own soldiers set foot on the soil of the land of cherry blossoms. A deep-seated pride surged within them. After a century of relentless pursuit, I finally looked back only to find that the great power I sought was none other than myself. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine witnessing our nation's troops land on Japanese soil in my lifetime. This alone makes my life worthwhile. All this is thanks to the struggles of our forebears. Without them, this moment would never have come. But above all, our deepest gratitude now goes to Su Xin. Su Xin is the best. From now on, I, Gaiyuan, will no longer gaze upon any other beauties. You are my only idol. Within the Cherry Blossom Nation's homeland. Hearing the gratitude echoing from China, Su Cheng glanced at the battered and broken taro in front of him, then turned toward the pale blue treasure chest nearby. He raised his hand and opened it. Ding! Fortune Goddess activated successfully. Congratulations on winning the duel room. Rewards: 50 years of lifespan, plus 2 to all 3 attributes, 300 basic universal materials, 1 duel card, 1 home defense blueprint, complete posture guide, 1 succubus summoning card. Though this chest only granted 50 years of additional lifespan, combined with the lifespan Taro Harano possessed, the total gain this time amounted to a whopping 150 years. Such a substantial life extension surpassed the rewards found in some blue treasure chests. However, Su Cheng stared at the pop-up rewards. He could understand the duel card, but what the heck was this succubus summoning card? Succubus summoning card. Minimum requirement, intelligence 50. Upon use, randomly summons a powerful succubus to fight alongside you. Duration depends on how well you meet the opponent's conditions. His kidneys throbbed faintly. Chapter 45, another level up, encountering the marriage matching room in the Roman kingdom. Summon a powerful succubus to fight? Su Cheng stared at the card in his hand, engraved with a pink heart pattern, his lips twitching involuntarily. Wow, just judging by the card's appearance, it's no ordinary item. He could only imagine what kind of conditions the other party would demand. He was a proper gentleman, so why did he keep getting these bizarre rewards? Perplexed, Su Cheng carefully tucked the card away. With Genya Taro dead and the light gate appearing, Su Cheng pocketed the opponent's weapon before stepping inside. No sooner had he returned to his home than Ji Buchan's agonized screams echoed out. A massive figure ran toward him, wailing, "Master! Help me! Help me!" Unlike the form Su Cheng had first seen, Ji Buchan was now covered in blood, countless wounds visible across its body. Seeing this, Su Cheng inwardly realized something was terribly wrong. Could it be that while he was away, another creature had escaped from the lair? To have beaten Ji Buchan into such a state, reduced to crying out for help, the opponent's strength was definitely no joke. A sharp voice rang out as a tang sword was drawn. Su Cheng's gaze fixed intently on the figure behind Ji Buchan, coin in hand, ready to stake his life at any moment. Don't run if you've got the guts. Dare to devour all the plants my husband and I cultivated? Just you wait. Husband? Xiaobai pursued Ji Buchan, her tail bristling, claws extended, face twisted with fury. She'd have skinned him alive if she could. Just as she was about to unleash another torrent of abuse at Ji Buchan, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, causing her expression to freeze in surprise. Upon recognizing the figure as Su Cheng, Xiaobai's expression instantly softened. Before Su Cheng could react, Xiaobai threw herself into his arms, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked up at him with a pout and whined, "Husband, where did you go? I missed you so much. While you were gone, this big brute, he bullied me, sniff. Sister-in-law, you weren't like this just now. Master, sister-in-law just..." Jibushang was dumbfounded by Xiaobai's sudden change in tone. He pointed to his injuries, about to protest. Suddenly, Xiaobai turned Su Cheng's face sideways, baring sharp teeth and glaring fiercely at him. In that instant, Ji Buchan fell silent. "Ji Buchan, what did you do while I was away?" Su Cheng soothed Xiaobai in his arms while asking Ji Buchan coldly from behind. "Master." Ji Buchan tried to offer one last explanation, but caught sight of Xiaobai's sharp claws extending. Reluctantly, he bowed his head. "Sorry, master. I was wrong." "Ha! Seems even Su Shen can't resist a little cuddle. A woman who knows how to charm really does have the best luck. Though I don't know what happened, just looking at little Bai's expression tells me she's in the right. If only I were as strong as Su Shen, my envy is turning my face purple." Setting aside the facts, haven't you made mistakes too, watching from your screen? Su Shen's unconditional support for little Bai left everyone green with envy. This time, Su Cheng brought extraordinary significance to Huaxia. Even viewers who previously harbored slight reservations toward him saw all their doubts completely dissolved in that moment. Within the homestead. After a brief rest, Su Cheng stepped out in front of the house. Ding! Home upgrade complete. Homestead, LV5. Defense level, can withstand most small creature attacks, but remains vulnerable to larger, physically powerful creatures. Upgrade materials required, 300 advanced universal materials. So it really changed? Su Cheng's gaze grew solemn as he examined the upgrade materials required for the next level. Advanced universal materials, he had noticed them before in the multiverse shop. The exchange rate between one advanced universal material and a basic universal material was a staggering 1:100. Meaning that upgrading the home again would require 3,000 basic universal materials. When defeating Genya Taro earlier, others might have overlooked it, but he had noticed one particular line. Remaining nest fluctuation duration, 1 day 20 hours. This nest fluctuation gave him an extremely bad feeling. If his premonition was correct, this nest fluctuation would unleash countless creatures from within. If the creatures emerging were weak, it might be manageable. But if they were all as powerful as Ji Buchan, the situation would be perilous. Su Cheng summoned his interface with a flick of his thoughts. Contestant, Su Cheng. Contestant, Su Cheng. Level, 6. Strength, 5040. Agility, 4413. Intelligence, 42. Luck, 871. Charisma, 177. Lifespan, 00:728:01:14:06. After defeating Genya Taro, Su Cheng's strength attribute broke through the 50 threshold, and his life points reached an unprecedented height. Yet even so, Su Cheng felt no great sense of security. Though he now possessed over 700 years of lifespan, this entire span could be depleted in an instant. Accessing the second stage celestial shop and activating the silver will both require 1,000 years of lifespan, a reserve he couldn't afford to squander carelessly. Drawing his tang sword from his waist, Su Cheng turned his gaze to Genjiro's weapon. Though the pistol wasn't as powerful as his lucky revolver, one particular stat caught his attention. Consume D rank weapon, shattered pistol? Yes. Ding. Devouring successful. Tang Sword, C rank. Equipped, Strength 25, Agility 10. Devour, can consume other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Permanent bleeding, if an enemy struck has lower strength than this weapon, their wound will never heal. Breakage, when dealing damage, has a 5% chance to randomly destroy one piece of the target's equipment. Quick, everyone look. This guy's cheating. How is this possible? How? It worked. Seeing the extra stat line on the Tangdao, Su Cheng's expression brightened. That damage effect might seem useless with only a 5% chance, but that's for others. With Lady Luck on his side, that probability becomes utterly negligible. Imagine two sides fighting. One side, relying on gear superiority, had been dominating the other. Then, mid-battle, they suddenly realized their equipment had mysteriously exploded. What expression would that be? After swinging the Tang sword a few times, Su Cheng sheathed it and walked to the outer perimeter of his home base. Level 5 homesteads are significantly sturdier than the original thatched huts. However, such hardness could be flattened by Ji Buchan alone. Relying solely on the homestead's inherent strength to fend off those monsters was far from sufficient. Su Cheng pulled out the defense blueprints, studied the architectural designs, and summoned Ji Buchang. After a brief discussion with Ji Buchang, they began constructing various buildings. In the livestream chat, viewers had expected Su Cheng to engage in another in-depth exchange with Xiao Bai and Zhao Yixian. Yet, upon seeing Su Cheng studying the settlement's structure one by one, their faces clouded with confusion. What is Su Shen doing? Is he building defenses to prevent other players from attacking? I doubt it. With Su Shen's strength, why would he need to worry about other players attacking? I recall there was some nest fluctuation earlier. Could Su Shen be preparing for that? I also feel like God Su is guarding against those nests. Even through the screen, they give me a bad vibe. This fluctuation definitely isn't simple. Guys, I just popped into the Roman Nation's livestream. Their players encountered a matchmaking house too. What? I thought Rome's players were female? Can female players get matched into marriage rooms too? I gotta check this out. Chapter 46, Powerful Inclusivity. The matchmaking room was first encountered by the Chinese faction, with other nations gradually joining in afterward. Yet in all these instances, only male players entered the matchmaking rooms, never a female player. As a female player entering the matchmaking room, she instantly drew attention from all nations. In an instant, countless viewers flooded into the Roman Nation's livestream. The crowd was utterly stunned when they saw the Roman female contestant standing before the marriage chamber. Holy crap, it really is a marriage room? Isn't that person a woman? How can a woman complete a marriage? After watching Su Shen's gameplay twice, this is the first time I've seen a female enter the marriage room. How can she get in? This seems impossible to complete. As a nation that had successfully navigated the wedding chamber twice, the Chinese spectators watching Rome's livestream couldn't fathom any possibility of success. Meanwhile, the Roman spectators, noticing the Chinese crowd gathering here, couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Oh, look who's here, the cowardly Chinese. Instead of watching your own contestant build defenses, what are you doing here? At first, I thought the China contestant had some backbone, daring to face off against Japan. But to think they'd end up scared of those nests? That's just hilarious. Only the Chinese are this foolish. Instead of opening their gates to strengthen themselves, they waste time at home building useless defenses. Utterly stupid. Watch closely, learn well. See how Gaia powers through with real strength, not like you Chinese who cheat your way through. Su Cheng's actions had long drawn global attention. After all, he disrupted the beginner phase of the multiverse world and initiated the dueling Yellow Gate. Though the Sakura Nation incident didn't directly involve them, it still caused some shock, naturally drawing their heightened attention. Facing Rome's face-to-face taunts, the Chinese delegation naturally didn't back down. Heh, why do they call him Su Shen? Do you really think we'd give him that title for no reason? What Su Shen does is beyond your comprehension. Exactly. If you're so confident, drop your defenses. Let's see if you'll be crying when those nests get breached. Oh my, I'm so scared. Ha! The sick man of East Asia truly lives up to his name. Even these creatures have him cowering. I doubt you Chinese even realize it, but we Gaia have already slain 3 nest creatures, one more than your entire Chinese contingent. Know what that means? The Roman Empire never flinched at the nest's fluctuations. Back in the day, they nearly conquered all of Europe. A mere 3 little insects from the nest? They've already slain them. They genuinely couldn't fathom what these Chinese were so afraid of such weak creatures. Beyond calling them cowards, they couldn't find words to describe what Suzhou was doing. You Chinese ghost fearers, don't even blink. Watch our Gaia's moves. We're not like those useless cherry blossom country fools who let others seize their territory. Bastards! What the hell are you talking about? How dare you insult our great Sakura Nation? Believe it or not, we'll wipe you out right now. Ha! Wipe us out. First drive China out of their own territory. Frankly speaking, those East Asian folks are all trash. News of Rome's matchmaking chamber broadcast flooded the livestream with viewers from rival nations. As the saying goes, enemies meeting only intensifies the heat. The entire chat erupted into chaos. Gaia, the female contestant representing Rome, gazed at the marriage room door ahead without a trace of panic. On the contrary, she felt a surge of excitement. Gaia pushed open the door and stepped inside. The scene within the matchmaking room was even darker than she had imagined. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay and rotting flesh. Faced with such conditions, Gaia showed no sign of disgust. Instead, her excitement grew, as if her kinks had been struck. She could hardly wait any longer. Stepping forward, she pulled back the gauze curtain. Beyond the gauze curtain lay not a beautiful sight, but a blurred, chaotic darkness. Suddenly, a wave of intense fear and unease surged through Gaia's heart. It felt as though something was writhing in the darkness, emitting a bone-chilling sound. Gurgle gurgle. Hearing this eerie sound, Gaia instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, several massive, thick tentacles shot out from within the wedding bed. One wrapped tightly around her waist, its immense strength binding her waist. Several others constricted her neck and ankles, leaving her unable to break free. A powerful sense of suffocation overwhelmed her. In such a situation, anyone else would have panicked and cried for help. Yet Gaia felt not a shred of fear. On the contrary, she reveled in the ecstasy born of suffocation. This sensation of hovering between life and death was utterly intoxicating. As the tentacles drew closer, Gaia shifted her position, revealing the scene on the wedding bed. The image showed a mass of bloated, unidentifiable rotten flesh occupying the entire bed. Thick, black liquid flowed from beneath it, while dozens of thick, black tentacles danced around it. The livestream viewers froze in place upon seeing Gaia's marriage partner. Even through the screen, the putrid stench seemed to seep through, making stomachs churn. What the hell is that thing? How the hell are you supposed to marry something like that? Something's wrong. Those tentacles are thicker than those black dudes, there's no way it'll fit. That Roman is doomed. No sane person would ever agree to marry such a creature unless they were completely insane. The Roman audience, who had previously held confidence in Gaia, turned deathly pale the moment they witnessed this scene. In Gaia's previous performances, beyond her remarkable tolerance, every word and action had been exquisitely graceful. How could she possibly accept such a thing? And besides, even if she did accept, success was far from guaranteed. Those tentacles were simply beyond what any human could endure. Yet, just as everyone assumed Gaia had failed, the screen showed Gaia, upon seeing her match, not only showing no sign of disgust in her eyes, but instead licking her lips. She then proactively shed her clothes and walked towards him. Livestream audience? Chapter 47, whose valiant general is this? Wait, I thought the White Elephant Kingdom's Asan was already unbeatable. Whose fierce warrior is this? You actually dared to bring this one? You Romans really don't discriminate at all, do you? Respect, pure respect. I can't watch this anymore. My worldview is shattering. I'd heard Rome was bold, but I never imagined it meant this kind of boldness. I just looked up Gaia's info. She seems to have a serious thing for black guys, plus a fetish for foreign objects, and her gender is even an Amazon shopping bag. Holy crap, kid, you've got her collection complete. Now I finally understand what they mean by women are like wolves and tigers. When the scene above the wedding bed appeared, everyone thought Gaia would back down. That marriage partner wasn't even a living creature, just a monstrous mass of black, rotting flesh with tentacles. Yet Gaia showed no disgust whatsoever. Instead, after the tentacles released her, she launched an aggressive counterattack. This scene stunned not only the nations but even the Indian representative from White Elephant Kingdom conceded defeat. Listening to the discussions among the nations, the Roman kingdom could no longer sit idly by. Though deeply shocked by Gaia's actions, the prospect of her union could only bring benefits to Rome. You lot are just jealous. Just wait when we get our rewards after this, see if you're still bragging. Exactly. Exactly. Now you see the might of our warrior nation. We rely on raw strength, not the trickery and gimmicks of the Huaxia. Those Chinese rely on luck, but luck is fleeting, while strength endures forever. Gaia's talent is one of the world's rarest rank abilities. Once this marriage is finalized, our Roman nation will become the world's strongest. Mock us now, but soon we'll beat you all into submission. The moment Rome revealed Gaia's S-tier talent, its deterrent power proved formidable. Upon learning of Gaia's talent, numerous nations immediately halted their taunts and began showering Rome with praise. Previously, they wouldn't have cared about Rome's affairs, it didn't concern them. But now, with the Yellow Gate duel emerging, if Gaia survived, Rome's grudges would inevitably fall upon them. The heated debate raged on for a full half hour. Only when the black screen ended and the live feed resumed did all eyes turn back to the display. On the screen, Gaia lay sprawled across the wedding bed, gasping for breath. The viewers watching the livestream were utterly shocked to see Gaia was still alive. Those tentacles were as thick as thighs. How had she managed it? Amidst the collective gasps, a voice echoed from above the skies of the Roman Empire. Congratulations to Gaia of the Roman nation for passing the marriage chamber. Rewards successfully distributed. Rewards obtained, +1 year to the lifespan of all citizens, +1 strength, +1 agility. The moment the voice of the heavens sounded, unlike spectators from other nations, the Roman crowd erupted in cheers. Though the rewards were modest, Rome was the first nation to have a female contestant succeed in the marriage chamber, a world-first achievement. Yet their celebration was cut short. Another voice immediately echoed. Due to Gaia reaching its capacity limit and the marriage candidates remaining unsatisfied, 1 million citizens of Rome regardless of gender will be automatically selected for marriage. The Roman citizens, still basking in their excitement, froze in shock upon hearing this announcement. Before they could even process it, their bodies were teleported into the marriage chamber. What the hell? What just happened? Isn't this Gaia's marriage chamber? Why was I teleported here? Could this be a new rewarded trial marriage experience? Ha! Beautiful ladies, here I come. Wait, where did my beauty go? Why are there tentacles everywhere? No, I'm a guy. Why was I teleported in too? I don't want this. Let me out. Damn it. Didn't we clear the stage? Why is there still punishment? I can't hold on much longer. Help! Save me! If it were just a normal marriage room, this would undoubtedly be a reward for the people of Rome. But they noticed one thing. Gaia's marriage partner. Unlike Gaia, they didn't possess S-rank talent to withstand this monster's tentacles. Especially the male contestants, their expressions were as grim as if they'd eaten. The crowd, initially elated at passing this trial, now wailed in agony after being forcibly teleported into the labyrinth. Watching the Roman nation suffer such a reward, viewers from other countries watching the livestream couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Weren't you all so happy just a moment ago? Why aren't you laughing now? Keep laughing. This is a blessing for you. Some people never get to experience this in their entire lives. After a lifetime of planting seedlings, you finally get pecked in the butt by one. Just curious, how does that feel for you Roman men? Sigh, I'm actually a male proctologist in Rome. If it weren't for the fact that Roman men never suffer from constipation, I almost believed it. Turns out marriage isn't the end, you still have to satisfy your spouse. Compared to that, Sushin really is something else. While the outside world buzzed with scandal over Rome's scandal, inside the marriage chamber, Gaia slowly rose from the marriage bed, surveying the messy traces around her. She licked her lips, a look of lingering satisfaction on her face. It was her first time experiencing such enormous tentacles. The sensation of floating on cloud 9 was simply beyond words. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the wedding night ritual. Rewards, 2 years of lifespan, +1 to all 3 attributes, 1 designated duelist card. Since you failed to last 2 hours in this marriage chamber, the above rewards are halved. The voice ringing in her ears didn't provoke any anger in Gaia. Halved? So be it. Attributes and lifespan meant little to her. With her S-tier talent, clearing any dungeon was child's play whenever she chose. Pulling out the duel card, Gaia examined its effect and let a small smile curve her lips. Designated player duel card allows you to challenge any player to a duel. She'd heard rumors about China's contestant, Chéng, who'd once lasted 12 hours straight. Gaia licked her lips. Having just obtained this reward, she was determined to see if those 12 hours were true or not. Crushing the duel card, a portal materialized before her. At that moment, the heavenly voice echoed simultaneously across China and Rome. Detected, Roman nation using designated duelist card. Target, China. Chapter 48, has she always been this brave? Holy crap, has this Roman guy lost his mind? We just got through the marriage room, and now he's rushing to the next one? Doesn't she feel anything down there? Yes. We couldn't care less, we're not the ones getting screwed over in the end. Exactly. Go Rome. Kill those Huaxia bastards and make them return our Sakura Nation's land. Damn it. Those Romans beat us to it. We Koreans should have been the first to take down Huaxia. Wait, didn't you notice this duel card is different? Why is it a designated duel? Didn't they say it would be random? The moment Roman contestant Gaia crushed the duel card without pause after passing through the marriage chamber instantly drew the attention of all nations. Especially upon seeing China as the target, nations with past grievances against China rejoiced. But their joy quickly turned to unease. A designated player duel card? They had assumed all matchrooms were randomized, never expecting the concept of designated opponents to exist. As this news spread, led by the Eagle Nation, countries like the Cherry Blossom Nation began discreetly communicating among themselves. The people of Rome couldn't care less about what other nations thought. Having suffered such humiliation this time, they must restore their pride. Upon learning their opponent was from China, the Roman delegation's expressions instantly shifted, each member visibly delighted. Who would have thought we'd get a designated match card this time? My first sacrifice wasn't in vain after all. Ha! Tremble, you Chinese bastards. The Roman Empire is coming for you. We let you off the hook last time, but now you'll learn who truly reigns supreme. Gaia, tear those Chinese bastards apart. Seize their lands, violate their men. Who cares if they're men or women? Though the process wasn't ideal this time, I've discovered a new frontier. Gaia, kill that Chinese contestant. I'll take every man and woman from China. Watch closely, you lot from other nations. Learn what true strength looks like. We're nothing like those useless cherry blossom and kimchi nations. We'll show you the power of S-class talent. The moment the duel's end was announced, the Roman crowd popped open champagne. As the former Roman Empire, when all of Europe belonged to them, they possessed immense self-confidence. More importantly, Gaia possessed S-tier talent. As an empire, they weren't like some S-tier talent who still managed to lose. When they'd heard the Chinese boast about their so-called Qin Shi Huang, they'd merely scoffed. Had the Roman Empire not overlooked China back then, it would now be one of their colonies. Faced with Rome's blatant mockery, the people of Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation wanted to retort, yet words stuck in their throats, leaving them speechless. After all, Rome was the only nation besides China to pass the marriage chamber test and the first to do so with a female candidate, one possessing S-rank talent. Such formidable strength certainly gave them grounds for arrogance. However, while the Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation held their tongues, the Chinese people weren't about to indulge them. What era are we in, still bragging about your Roman Empire? A bunch of backwater places conquered some trash and think they're invincible? Ha! Ever heard of the Scourge of God? Let me tell you, those barbarians we crushed couldn't even fight back. If you can't even beat them, what the hell are you barking about? I've already taken down 3 of your arrogant lot. Why don't you go ask them how they feel about it? The Roman Empire is the strongest. What are you Chinese barking about? Those cherry blossom country fools are nothing but trash. In your own words, what's the big deal about beating a few losers? Just wait and see who'll be begging us on their knees. Look at your Chinese players, nothing but cowards. Still fiddling with some crappy buildings. Gaia's already on our doorstep and you don't even know it. Just wait for death. Amidst the heated arguments, the Chinese viewers returned to their own livestream. Just then, Cheng finished constructing the final blueprint. Phew. Finally done. Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and scanned his surroundings. It had cost him 50 years of lifespan. Now, his homestead was surrounded by several arrow towers, catapults, and various defensive measures, making it impregnable. Homestead defense, LV1. Next stage upgrade requires 500 years of lifespan. Don't be fooled by these ancient tier defensive structures, remember, they can be upgraded by consuming lifespan. Currently just arrow towers, but after a few upgrades, they could become machine gun turrets, artillery turrets, or even dark matter cannon turrets. It's not impossible. Sigh, still broke. Cheng glanced at the remaining lifespan value in his hand, less than 700 years. One enhancement would suffice, but his current lifespan points served a more crucial purpose. If only a great benefactor would come to offer some lifespan now. Husband, did you build all this? It looks so sophisticated. Xiaobai walked by at that moment. Wiping Cheng's sweat with a handkerchief, he gazed at the surrounding structures with keen curiosity. I think I've seen something like this in other cities before, Su Lang. Is that an arrow tower? Little Medicine Fairy brought a bowl of tea from behind, gazing thoughtfully at the arrow tower ahead. Yep, that's right. These structures are still just the basics. We'll gradually upgrade them over time. Cheng downed the water in one gulp, smacking his lips. A peculiar taste lingered in his mouth. His gaze fell on the porcelain bowl in Little Medicine Fairy's hands. Seeing both Little Medicine Fairy and Little Bite blushing and looking at him excitedly, Cheng froze. He hadn't told them how to use the water bucket, so where did this water come from? As Cheng pondered this, suddenly, a light gate materialized outside his garden. The voice of the heavens resounded simultaneously. Hearing the voices above, Cheng looked toward the figure about outside his home. Did you come looking for me specifically? Cheng's gaze fixed on Gaia's figure in the distance. Earlier, the Huaxia strategy team had mentioned that competitors from other nations seemed to be forming an alliance, preparing to target him. The opening of this dual gate played right into their hands. However, after waiting for a while, seeing only Gaia alone, Cheng glanced at the bloodstain steadily seeping from her thigh. Suddenly, it seemed as if he had realized something. Wait, is this guy that brave? Chapter 49, North Bear Nation's SOS-1 glance tells you're not human. Cheng watched Gaia walking across the open field in the distance, his lips twitching involuntarily. He understood that women had those days every month. But he hadn't expected that even in this state, she wouldn't stop and would still challenge him to a duel. Such a scene was entirely unexpected for Cheng. Yet, what left Cheng dumbfounded appeared quite different to the Roman spectators. I can't imagine how those useless people from Sakura country lost to this Chinese fighter. He hasn't even started yet, and they're already frozen in fear. I advise you Chinese to give up now. In the end, Rome will win anyway. This millennia-old clash holds no meaning. You couldn't defeat us before, and you still can't now. Ha! My apologies, everyone. Rome will gladly take possession of China's 960,000 square kilometers of territory. Whoa! I haven't even tasted what Chinese men are like yet. After this is over, I'll definitely have a good taste of them. Wait, men? Why am I saying men again? Gaia's formidable power is well known to all Romans. Her S-rank talent, resilience, can withstand even steel and bullets. That's precisely why Gaia could withstand the tentacle monster's assault for half an hour in the marriage chamber earlier. After all, no matter how robust a woman's physique, there are limits to endurance. That monster clearly exceeded what any human could bear. Yet Gaia survived in the end. The foreign contestants killed in the matchmaking chamber all encountered exceptionally powerful monsters. Surviving such encounters demonstrates the sheer magnitude of her talent. China's highest combat command base. The moment Gaia activated her duel card, everyone sprang into action, scrambling to gather information about her. She had consecutively cleared 10 dungeons, possessed S-rank talent, wielded 3D rank or higher equipment pieces, and emerged unscathed from every encounter, her body impervious to bullets and steel. Old Bai's gaze grew increasingly grave as he studied Gaia's profile. Another formidable foe with S-tier talent. Her stats rivaled those of Smith from Eagle Nation. Handing the intel to Xiao Lu, Old Bai ordered immediately, relay Gaia's details to Su Chang without delay. Also, probe to the absolute limit about the specifics of this talent, analyze her weaknesses and report them to Su Chang as well. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. Old Bai, we just received a call from the Northern Bear Nation. Should we connect it? North Bear Nation? Didn't they reject our cooperation earlier? Why are they calling now? After a moment of contemplation, Old Bai walked behind Xiao Lu and said, connect it. I'll see what they have to say. The recent alliance formed by Eagle Nation and others had made the strategy team exceptionally vigilant. Su Chang was securing greater benefits for China, so naturally China would protect Su Chang. To that end, they had deliberately sought alliances with other nations. The Northern Bear Nation was one such ally. However, upon learning of the Eagle Nation and others banding together against China, they had initially chosen to stay out of the fray. Now, Old Bai had braced for the worst, that the Northern Bear Nation had joined the Eagle Nation and its allies. The communication link was established. Soon, the urgent voice of the Northern Bear Nation came through from the rear. Contrary to Old Bai's expectations, this time the Northern Bear Nation was actually seeking assistance from China. As they listened to the Northern Bear Kingdom's words and the details of their plea, Old Bai and the members of the strategy team exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Holy crap! Those Northern Bear Kingdom folks actually encountered the Succubus clan. News of the battle between Rome and China spread, drawing audiences from other nations into both countries' livestreams to analyze who would emerge victorious. The prevailing conclusion was uncertainty, though Gaia held a slight edge. After all, the fact that they had managed to hold their ground against that monstrous entity for so long meant they must possess exceptional capabilities. Amidst this analysis, everyone realized that betting on the duel room against Huaxia was a sure win. With China's vast territory, the rewards for victory would be immense. As the saying goes, I can afford countless mistakes, but you can only afford one. In an instant, nations shifted from initial fear of Huaxia to now greedily eyeing it, searching for Sioux City's weaknesses. Outside the Sioux City compound, Gaia left a trail of blood with every step she took. This time, she cared little for who won or lost. She had come solely to test whether Sioux City's 12-hour claim held true. She was eager to see whether her own resilience would falter first, or if Su Chang would be conquered by her. Speaking of which, where exactly was this guy's home? Pulling her thoughts back, Gaia scanned her surroundings. After searching for a while, she still couldn't locate Su Chang's home. Ahead stood a structure resembling a castle. Though such a building seemed utterly out of place here, she dismissed it as a possible home. In her mind, a home was nothing more than a dilapidated hut. How could it possibly be this castle? That was simply too far-fetched. As Gaia pondered this, a massive shadow slowly unfolded behind her. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Ji Buchang examined the human before him with curiosity. He distinctly remembered having only 2 sisters-in-law. Where had this woman come from? Gaia turned around and was utterly stunned by Ji Buchang's mountain-like frame. Particularly the area below Ji Buchang, covered by the sparse fabric, caused her gaze to flicker. Are you one of Su Chang's subordinates? Hearing the news from the Roman Empire behind her, Gaia scrutinized Ji Buchang from head to toe, her gaze lingering on his massive source of vitality. She licked her lips. Yes, I'm the master's bodyguard. What business do you have with him? Ji Buchang slung his wooden staff over his shoulder, exhaling several puffs of warm breath. His massive muscles trembled as he responded with pride, head held high. Nothing. Nothing at all. No rush to see him. How about we two have a little chat first? Gaia ran her hands over Ji Buchang's muscular frame. When his muscles trembled just now, that part trembled along with them. Bigger than her head, Gaia couldn't wait to taste what it was like. A tingling sensation spread through him, and Ji Buchang looked down at Gaia below. She had somehow drawn close to his body, her hands reaching toward his belt. This scene reminded Ji Buchang of a certain moment. Could it be this woman? Noticing Ji Buchang's gaze, Gaia lifted her head to meet his eyes, yet her hands never slowed. This scene sparked wild speculation among the live stream viewers. Especially for new viewers who came expecting to see a battle between athletes from 2 countries. How did the tone suddenly shift like this? Is this still a children's channel? Though this scene caught everyone off guard, most viewers were still eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Human and beast, a giant lock opening a tiny hole. This was a first for them. Yet, the very next second. Amidst the anticipation, Ji Chang suddenly erupted in rage, swinging his wooden staff and smashing it down fiercely toward Gaia below. Hey! I can tell you're not human at a glance. You vile succubus, trying to ambush me? Take this. Chapter 50, 80. 80. 80. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Ji Chan's sudden attack caught Gaia completely off guard, sending her crashing into the mud. The crowd watching this unfold froze in place as they stared at the live stream footage. Holy crap? What the hell? This isn't right. Wasn't the next segment supposed to be the little movie? How did it turn into this? Ha! That's hilarious. This Roman contestant tried to charm that half-orc, but he's not buying it. Whoa, did Gaia even survive that blow? Is this over already? Oh yeah. Where's that guy who told us to watch closely? Why's he gone silent now? Is this what we're supposed to be watching? Everyone had expected some unspeakable things to happen between the human and the beast. Little did they know it would turn out like this. The Roman spectators, especially, looked utterly mortified seeing their own contestant, Gaia, unable to handle even a half-beast. Does this half-beast even have any sense of aesthetics? With such a stunning beauty right in front of him, he doesn't even plan to have some fun? Just smashing her with a club like he's gone mad? Doesn't he know to cherish beauty? See? Half-beasts will always be half-beasts. Give them a chance and they blow it. Their brains are just as useless as the Chinese contestant who tamed him, both complete idiots. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Gaia, just kill these stupid half-orcs and that stupid Chinese guy already. Speaking of which, that half-beast looks huge. If only I could be with it. Wait, I'm a guy, why am I thinking like this? Gaia's failed attempt to seduce Shang instantly became a laughingstock among other nations. Gaia's beauty, the pride of Rome, failed to charm even a half-beast at this moment. What utter disgrace. Outside the homestead. Ha! She's still alive. Just as I suspected, a succubus. Ji Chan retracted his wooden club. Seeing Gaia still alive in the deep pit after taking his blow only confirmed his suspicions. Without further hesitation, Ji Chan raised his club once more and brought it crashing down upon Gaia. Enough! As the club was about to strike again, Gaia shouted angrily. After taking the full force of the blow, Gaia's hair was disheveled and she looked utterly chaotic. Her furious gaze fixed on the half-beast before her. She was an S-tier talent with such breathtaking beauty, how dare a mere half-orc reject her? Just as she prepared to teach Ji Chan a lesson. The next second. Thud. 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 The wooden staff came crashing down. Ji Chang swung it relentlessly toward Gaia's position. The earth trembled as a massive crater erupted from Gaia's center, cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. 80. 80. 80. Ji Chang chanted the mantra as he swung the wooden staff. These words were the incantation Su Chang had taught it, claiming that shouting them with each swing would unleash unimaginable power. At first, he had been skeptical, but now it was undeniably true. With each swing of the club accompanied by the chant of 80, its energy surged inexhaustibly, like it had swallowed an energy drink and couldn't stop. This was supposed to be the showdown between the Roman and Chinese contestants, but suddenly the scene shifted. Now it was Gaia versus the half-beast. The Chinese spectators, who had been taunted relentlessly by the Roman nation, now responded with sarcastic remarks. Wow! So this is the Roman contestant's S-tier talent. The power of someone who cleared 10 consecutive dungeons? He's incredibly strong, actually holding his own against a half-orc. Ha! Who was it that said occupation turns into colonization? I seem to have lost a memory fragment. Who was it again? Learn something new, truly learn something. So this is the moment the Roman Empire wanted us to witness. Before you strike, learn to take a hit. Knowledge gained. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be Rome challenging our Su God? Weird. Why do I only see Gaia and the half-orc in the scene? Where's Su God? Could it be you guys can't even see Su God? You lot. Faced with the Chinese spectators' sarcastic remarks, the Roman crowd watching this scene fell silent. Seeing Gaia get smashed into a pit without even spotting Su Chang, her fate unknown, left them speechless. Those who had been confident in their nation's champion now felt a lump in their throats, unable to speak. Wait. Quick, everyone, look. Gaia's getting up. We haven't lost yet. Ha! I knew it. Gaia has S-tier talent. How could she be defeated so easily? After all this time, it's finally our turn to strike back. Gaia, unleash the power you showed in those other dungeons and take this guy down. The scene of Gaia leaping out of the deep pit instantly reignited hope among the Roman spectators, who urgently urged her to strike back. Gaia struggled painfully to her feet, her face caked in a mixture of dirt and sweat. Though her S-rank talent, resilience, was formidable, it had its limits. The strength of this half-beast before her was monstrous. Each crushing blow nearly shattered her bones. Had her talent not been exceptionally potent, she would have perished countless times already. Looks like I have no choice but to finish you off. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the strongest weapon in that Chinese team's arsenal, right? Gaia gripped a short, razor-sharp dagger tightly, her gaze fixed on the half-orc before her. In that moment, everything clicked into place. This half-beast before her was so powerful. Clearly, it was Su Cheng's ultimate trump card. She had initially thought it was some other creature and tried to outmaneuver it, but never expected the Huaxia bastard to betray martial ethics and ambush her using his own perverse preferences. With that realization, Gaia held nothing back. Her body sprang like a coiled spring from the deep pit, the dagger tracing a silver arc through the air as it aimed straight for Ji Buchang's vital points. I was right after all, you are the enemy. Seeing this, Ji Buchang thrust his wooden staff into the ground, unleashing a deafening roar. Roar ability activated. Mid-air, Gaia felt as if her brain had been struck, her body momentarily frozen. In that very instant, Ji Buchang charged once more. His massive frame, like a moving mountain, lunged fiercely toward Gaia. By the skin of her teeth, Gaia narrowly evaded Ji Buchang's impact, but she lost her balance and staggered back several steps. This level of power, how is it possible? Gaia's pupils fluttered. None of the creatures she had encountered in previous instances possessed strength comparable to Ji Buchang's. His strength was definitely over 50. Something was wrong. 9/10 of a problem. This monster was far beyond anything she could possibly fight. Run. She had to run. If she didn't run now, she would die, absolutely die. At that moment, Gaia's mind was already racing with thoughts of escape. But Ji Buchang cared not a whit for her thoughts. His furious roar erupted once more. In his berserk state, Ji Buchang swung his wooden club, knocking Gaia's dagger from her grasp. He then pinned her beneath him with a stomp, the club whipping wildly around. Blood and flesh spattered everywhere, the sound of shattering bones echoing constantly. With his berserk state activated, Ji Buchang's strength doubled. Each heavy blow was accompanied by the crackling of air. Such intense assault would shatter steel, let alone flesh. Before long, amidst a barrage of blows, the voice of the heavens above the Roman kingdom resounded. Detected, Roman nation contestant killed in duel. All Roman citizens lose 5 years of lifespan. Attributes reduced by 50%. 1/10 of territory, 1/10 of economy and resources, plus the next 3 rewards for Roman contestants shall belong to China. 100,000 half-orcs have descended upon the Roman kingdom. Chapter 51, A Gift from Heaven? A succubus? The voice of the heavens resounded, and in the next instant, 100,000 half-orcs resembling Ji Buchang descended upon the Roman Empire. At first, no one paid much attention to these half-orcs. After all, how formidable could a single half-orc be if it could be defeated by Chinese players? After all, no matter how powerful, they were still carbon-based lifeforms. Tanks and artillery shells could take them out with a single blast. But when they witnessed a 5-meter-tall half-beast tearing apart a tank with its bare hands, the Roman nation fell silent. What the hell? Losing a duel only meant losing territory, right? Why were orcs suddenly appearing? Help! Help me! These half-beasts destroyed my entire house. Damn it! This isn't a half-orc, it's a monster. I saw it crush a tank into scrap metal with its bare hands. Where's the army? Why is there so little backup? Where did our Roman forces go? Damn Gaia. If you want to go die in China, fine, but why drag us down with you? Those Huaxia bastards must be cheating. How could these half-orcs be this powerful? They must have swapped them out. The half-orcs descended upon the Roman Empire, wreaking havoc. Facing foes wielding Ji Buchang's special abilities, the empire's death toll skyrocketed. The Roman Empire was already small in territory, and now it had lost 1/10 of its land. Now, with another 100,000 half-orcs attacking, the death toll surpassed 1 million within an hour, equivalent to a quarter of the Roman Empire's population. At this moment, the people of Rome, suffering such calamity, finally understood. It wasn't that the orcs were weak, it was the opponent that made the difference. If the orcs were this formidable, how terrifying must Su Cheng be now, having previously captured orcs? The Roman populace dared not contemplate it. Such staggering casualties sent a collective gasp of horror through foreign viewers watching the live broadcast. What's going on? Are these half-orcs really this powerful? A quarter of Rome is gone, this is utterly absurd. I'd say it's not that these half-orcs are powerful, it's that these Romans are pathetic. Exactly. All that trash talk earlier? Just a clown. If their Chinese competitors can defeat these half-orcs, how strong could they really be? Damn China. Why do they always get such good luck? This time, the Chinese player didn't even lift a finger and rewards just fell into their lap. Though Rome's fate shocked other nations, they disagreed with Rome's assessment, believing the half-orcs weren't particularly formidable. This isn't the pre-medieval era anymore, truth reigns supreme now. Rome's military might was hardly formidable, they ranked among the weaker nations. If these monsters appeared on their territory, they were absolutely confident they could wipe them out in under half an hour. The Roman nation's people were disheartened, but the victorious Chinese contingent beamed with joy upon hearing the heavenly announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese contestant for victory in the contestant duel. Rewards, 5 years of lifespan deducted from Rome, plus 1 to all 3 attributes, 1/10 of Rome's territory. Who knew there were still such generous souls in this day and age? Rewards delivered right to your doorstep that truly caught me off guard. If you're weak, train harder. If you can't handle it, don't play. The past is the past, and the present is the present. You couldn't beat us before, and you still can't beat us now. Got it? Though Rome's contestants aren't much to speak of, they're genuinely strong in that one aspect. To endure such high intensity, one have to hand it to them. They probably thought they could use that to pressure Sushin this time, but sadly, she died before even seeing her. Heh, even if she had? Sushin lasts at least 12 hours. Could she endure that? What would she endure it with? She'd be grinding out sparks. While the outside world was abuzz with the Gaia and Half-Beast incident, back at the homestead, Su Cheng stared at the blue treasure chest that had dropped before him, scratching his head. Ding! Goddess of Fortune activated successfully. Congratulations on winning the duel room. Rewards: 100 years of lifespan, plus 2 to all 3 attributes, 300 basic universal materials, 1 duel card. This duel victory not only granted Su Cheng the 50-year lifespan from the chest but also seized the nearly 150 years of lifespan Gaia had held. Su Cheng glanced at the numbers in his hand. 00:928:12:02:16. Earlier, Su Cheng had been agonizing over where to obtain additional lifespan points. Now, without lifting a finger, he'd gained nearly 250 years for free. Was this what people meant by when you're in the mood, someone brings you a pillow? Hee, master, we just took down an intruder. Pretty awesome, huh? Jibo saw Su Cheng walking by and hurried over to take credit. Good work. You'll get an extra meal tonight. Extra meal? Yes. At the mention of extra food, Ji Bo-chan couldn't help but lick his lips. Su Cheng's grilled skewers were absolutely legendary. Earlier, he'd even tasted an incredibly delicious dish, something called ox penis. Oh right, master. When we smashed that intruder to bits, there were 3 things that didn't change no matter how hard we hit them. We didn't know what they were for, so we brought them all over. Ji Bo-chang suddenly seemed to remember something. He pulled the equipment he'd taken from Gaia's back and handed it to Su Cheng. One of them was precisely the dagger Gaia had intended to use against Ji Bo-chang earlier. Though all were D-grade gear, their effects weren't half bad. Su Cheng accepted the 3 items, reading their descriptions with satisfaction. The 3 items were a dagger, a pair of gloves, and a ring. Though they conflicted with his current gear, one of them piqued his interest. Charm ring. Upon wearing, charm +4. Conquest consumes 20 years of lifespan to activate. Overwhelms the target in any of their strengths, completely subduing them and forcing their submission. Grants 3 days of forced control over the target. Though the activation conditions were somewhat demanding, the effect of forcibly controlling someone for 3 days was quite appealing. Su Cheng stowed the ring away. The other 2 weapons could be sold once the Celestial Exchange opened. This ring might still prove useful. Just as Su Cheng prepared to head to the location where Ji Bo-chang and the others were fighting to see if any items had been left behind, the Huaxia strategy team transmitted a message. As Su Cheng listened to their words, a hint of surprise flashed across his expression. Succubus? Chapter 52, Reinforcements for the Russians, the sickly little healer. China's highest combat command base. Old Bai and the strategy team waited quietly for Su Cheng's response. Everyone was naturally delighted for Su Cheng's victory in this duel. Not only had he secured generous rewards, but China's territory had also expanded significantly. Though the entire Roman territory was only slightly over 1,000 square kilometers, a mere 100 kilometers at most, not even as long as a single expressway. But as the saying goes, even a mosquito is meat. This was tangible territory. In today's world, merely holding onto one's own land was difficult enough, let alone gaining new territory. Meanwhile, just moments ago, Elder Bai concluded negotiations with the delegation from the Northern Bear Kingdom. The other side was willing to return 1,000,000 square kilometers of territory and offer various rare resources in exchange for China's assistance. The mere prospect of 1,000,000 square kilometers of territory was enough to sway Elder Bai and his delegation, let alone the promise of substantial resource supplies from the rear. Yet, while the offer was tempting, they still needed to see what Su Cheng would say. If Su Cheng refused, they would not force him. Back at home, Su Cheng listened to the intelligence from Huaxia, his gaze deep in thought. Should they aid the Northern Bear Nation? According to the intelligence provided by Huaxia, the Maozi players from North Bear Nation had been attacked by succubi. Maozi was their nation's sole S-tier talent, and they were unwilling to lose such a valuable asset, hence their appeal for assistance from China. S-tier talents were exceedingly rare worldwide. Aside from him, only 5 nations possessed them. As long as the player didn't mess up, S-tier talent could breeze through certain dungeons. Su Cheng was initially inclined to accept. After all, the prospect of 1,000,000 kilometers of land was undeniably tempting. As a citizen of China, the importance of land was practically ingrained in his very bones. But the creature the other party encountered, a succubus. Su Cheng sensed something was off the moment he heard about the creature. He knew what succubi were like. Those creatures weren't something ordinary people could control. One wrong move, and he might end up as a dried-up husk himself. After a moment's thought, Su Cheng glanced toward the nest outside his homestead. Nest fluctuation, 23 hours remaining. Meanwhile, at the Huaxia strategy team headquarters, Old Bai and the others waited anxiously for Su Cheng's response. Suddenly, an alert notification sounded. Xiao Lu glanced at the message on the screen and immediately turned to look at Elder Bai and the others behind him. It's done. Su Cheng agreed. Excellent. Ha, I knew that Su Cheng would agree. Indeed, he truly lives up to being a son of China. Even while abroad, his heart remains devoted to our homeland. It's just a shame that Su Cheng's parents have passed away. Otherwise, we would have given them the best treatment possible. Ah, old one, what are you saying? The older ones are gone, but won't there be younger ones in the future? At this rate, I bet we'll see little Su Cheng before long, right? Ha, true, true. The moment news of Su Cheng's agreement spread, the entire strategy team broke into smiles. China lost too much territory during its period of weakness. Now, there's no way to reclaim it except through war. With such a rare opportunity finally presenting itself, they naturally wouldn't want to miss it. Like the others, a faint smile curved the corners of Old Bai's mouth. He turned to little Lu and said, quickly, establish contact with Suzhou City. After contestants entered the multiverse, besides exchanging messages, each nation's strategy team had one monthly opportunity for a video call with their contestant. The video call was initiated, and soon the connection was established. Su Cheng's figure appeared from the rear of the frame. This was the first time the group formally met Su Cheng, and it was also Su Cheng's first time seeing the members of the Huaxia team. Su Lang, who are all these people in the picture? They all look so much like my husband. Is this the homeland my husband spoke of before? These must be people from his side, right? Noticing the commotion, Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian poked their little heads out from behind, curiously asking. All right, good girls. Su Cheng ruffled the two girls' hair and said, we'll talk later. I have important matters to attend to now. All right. Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian nodded obediently. After glancing at the screen, they walked off to the side. Once Xiao Bai and the others had left, Su Cheng smoothed his clothes and turned his attention to the figures on the screen. After some small talk, both sides cut straight to the main topic. I understand the situation. Helping those Russians is no problem, but how do I get there now? Su Cheng looked at the elders with a puzzled expression. He possessed the means to travel to the homelands of competitors from other nations, but his past journeys had always been marked by life or death confrontations. But when it came to helping competitors from other nations, he genuinely had no other way to get there. Comrade Su Cheng, rest assured. The North Bear Nation has obtained a summoning card that can temporarily transport you there. You'll just need to confirm the teleportation later. Old Bai smiled at Su Cheng. As for the exact timing, your end should display it. I see. So I understand the situation. Is there anything else? Wait, there's one more thing. Old Bai glanced at the remaining minute on the call timer. Exchanging a look with the members of the strategy team behind him, they all stood up. Comrade Su Cheng, I, Bai Yang, stand here on behalf of the entire strategy team and all the people of China to express our deepest gratitude for your dedication to our nation these past days. Salute. With that, the video feed cut off. Simultaneously, a message popped up on Su Cheng's screen. Player from Bear Nation requests your support. Accept? Without hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped the screen. Yes. Support request accepted. Teleportation will commence in 5 minutes. The call ended, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian immediately nuzzled up to him again. Seeing Su Cheng salute the others earlier, the two mimicked the gesture and looked at him curiously. Husband, what does that gesture mean? Nothing much. Su Cheng replied with a smile. Noticing something was off with Su Cheng, Little Medicine Fairy pondered for a moment before finally speaking up. Su Lang, are you heading somewhere again? What? Husband, you're leaving again? You've only just returned. I don't want you to go. Xiao Bai threw herself into Su Cheng's arms like a spoiled child, wrapping her tail tightly around him and refusing to let go. This wasn't the first time Su Cheng had experienced the power of Little Bai's tail. Soon, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. He frantically patted her tail, shouting, Little Bai, quick. I can't breathe. Su Lang can only belong to the two of us. I heard from Sister Bai that Su Lang often sneaks out. If Su Lang insists on leaving. At that moment, Little Medicine Fairy approached with a syringe in hand, her eyes dim with resignation. Then Sister Bai and I can only do this. Su Lang, don't worry. It'll be over soon. One needle, and soon we'll be together forever. Xiao Bai clasped Su Cheng tightly with both arms, whispering softly into his ear. As Little Healer approached, Su Cheng finally noticed something off in the way Little Bai and Little Healer were looking at him. Holy! What's going on? In that moment, Su Cheng noticed the final bar on Little Medicine Fairy's interface had shifted from green to red. Description: her admiration for you has reached an unwavering, death-defying level. She wants to turn you into a specimen so she can be with you forever. It's all red, she's turned into a Yandere. What are you still standing there for? Run for your life. Forever together, injections, soon, Yandere? Sensing something was terribly wrong, Su Cheng tried to struggle, but the power of the little white tail was overwhelming. Even using all his strength and activating his wrist guard enhancement couldn't free him. His body was bound, and he couldn't even use his life-staking ability. Calm down, calm down. Little White, let me go. Little healer, I know you're the most obedient. Let's talk this out calmly. Put down that syringe first. Cheng had no idea if his constitution could withstand the medicinal solution little healer had prepared. After all, he'd experienced firsthand just how formidable her constitution was. Sister Bai said Su Lang was all sweet talk. Now it seems she was absolutely right. Su Lang, we should administer the injection first. The sensation of liquid dripping reached him. Just as little healer's syringe was about to descend, Su Cheng was debating whether to initiate his beast transformation. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky above the homestead, enveloping Su Cheng within its glow. Before Xiaobai and Little Medicine Fairy could react, Su Cheng vanished from his spot in an instant. Chapter 53, That'll cost you. What the hell? What just happened? Why did Xiaobai and Little Dr. Fairy suddenly turn into that? How come Little Medicine Fairy's personality seems different? And now she wants to give Su Shin an injection? This feels a bit off. Ha, this is the first time I've seen God Su make that face. Looks like even he's afraid of his wife. Where did Su Shin go? How did he vanish in that flash of white light? Found him. I found him. Su Shin appeared in the home base of the North Bear Nation's team. The Northern Bear Kingdom's home base? I thought those Northern Bear Kingdom guys encountered a succubus? Could it be? The sudden transformation of Xiaobai and Xiaoxian left the livestream audience utterly baffled. They had no idea what had changed in the two girls, or why Su Shin had suddenly panicked and fled. However, a few seasoned veterans, those hardened second-generation fans, instantly recognized the situation. This is clearly Yandere syndrome. Seems this matchmaking room isn't all good news. Even if the match went through, having a Yandere constantly by your side meant you'd have to be careful they didn't turn you into a specimen. The crowd had been waiting to see what Su Cheng would do next, but he vanished unexpectedly. When he reappeared, he was already in the homeland of the Northern Bear Nation. Upon learning what kind of creature the Northern Bear Nation was facing, countless viewers flooded into their livestream. At that moment, inside the Northern Bear Nation's home base, Mao Zi lay collapsed on the ground, his cheeks sunken, faint dark circles forming around his eyes. His cheekbones stood out more prominently, his skin losing its luster, turning pale and dull. His lips were dry and cracked, devoid of color. Slightly parted, they could only produce faint, indistinct sounds. His gaze fixed on the alluring succubus before him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down slowly, leaving faint trails behind. Sis, how come you're done so fast? My sisters are still waiting for you, all hot and bothered. No, wait, let me rest a moment. Mao Zi shook his head wildly as the succubus passed by. 10 whole hours had passed since the nest was breached. And this was only the first. 3 more remained. He simply couldn't endure it any longer. He'd been keeping tabs on the other nation's contestants. In their nests, besides monsters, they'd only encountered peculiar creatures. Initially, when he learned that the creature emerging from the broken nest in his homeland wasn't a monster but a succubus, he was particularly delighted. He knew exactly what succubi were. And this time, there wasn't just one, there were 4 of them, each with a stunningly hot figure. Faced with the succubi's invitation, the Russian naturally didn't refuse. Little did he expect that before he could even get to the second one, he was already utterly exhausted, his kidneys throbbing with intense pain. The succubus before him was named Fantasy. 2 slender, sharp horns glinted brilliantly in the sunlight atop her head. Her skin was slightly dark, and she wore revealing clothing. A slender tail, soft as silk, swayed behind her, and she often held a leather whip in her hand as a weapon. Her figure was undeniably intoxicating. Her ample, firm breasts and voluptuous, inviting hips showcased perfect proportions and irresistible allure along her long, curved lines. Yet faced with such beauty, Mao Zi felt nothing now, he even wanted to run. But the overwhelming weakness coursing through his body left him immobilized. Getting up was already a struggle, let alone running. As the phantom dream closed in once more, fear washed over Mao Zi's face. His hands frantically grasped at the road behind him, desperate to escape this place. Where the hell are the reinforcements from Huaxia? Despite Mao Zi crawling backward with every ounce of strength, the succubus's power was overwhelming. The phantom dream seized his legs, yanking him beneath her as she undid his waistband. Licking her lips at the sight, the phantom dream prepared to replenish her magic. The next second, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, its immense power separating Mao Zi and Huanyu. The moment he saw the beam, a glimmer of light returned to Mao Zi's vacant eyes. Finally, it's finally here. The beam dissipated, revealing Su Cheng's figure emerging from within it. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Close call, close call. So close. I was almost done for. Su Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Earlier, when he had obtained Xiaobai and Little Medicine Fairy, he had noticed the description column, but hadn't paid it much mind at the time. Now that he thought about it, the strange taste in the water he'd drunk earlier, and what had just happened. Su Cheng shuddered, a wave of dread washing over him. He'd have to pay closer attention to Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian's changes from now on. Otherwise, who knew when he might wake up one day and find himself unable to move. Speaking of which, where was he now? Regaining his senses, Su Chang scanned his surroundings, taking in the environment. Suddenly, the sight of a dried-up corpse-like figure before him made him freeze in shock. What the hell? Wasn't he supposed to come here to deal with the succubus? How did it turn into a desiccated corpse now? Bro, you finally showed up. If you hadn't shown up, I would've kicked the bucket. The Russian crawled over to Su Chang, grabbing his hand as if he'd seen a savior. You're the contestant from Bear Nation? Hearing the other's words, Su Chang finally realized that this creature, as withered as a corpse, was actually Mao Zi. But this didn't quite match his impression of Northern Bear Nation people. In his current state, Su Chang doubted even a single push-up could survive him. Dude, what the hell happened to you? Long story short. Mao Zi's face twisted in misery. If he'd known this would happen, he'd never have gotten involved with these succubi again. Oh? Another young man has arrived and quite handsome too. As the two chatted, Huanmeng swayed her slender waist as she glided past from behind. Huanmeng eyed Su Chang up and down. Suddenly, her almond-shaped eyes lit up as if she'd sensed something. She licked her tempting lips and started to approach. Huanmeng, you've had your fun long enough. This one belongs to us now. Exactly. It's been so long, it's our turn to have some fun. This new guy? He's actually pretty handsome. Wonder how skilled he is, huh? At that moment, the other three succubi also sensed Su Chang's transformation. Walking up from behind, the four of them scrambled to claim their share of Su Chang. Su Chang watched the three succubi approaching from behind, each more powerful than the last. His gaze turned to Mao Zi in confusion. Wait, didn't you say there was only one succubus? How come there are four? Don't sweat the small stuff. Mao Zi scratched his head awkwardly. No way. I have principles. We agreed on one, not four. Su Chang shook his head and stood up to leave. Seeing Su Chang was serious, Mao Zi quickly grabbed his pant leg. He was at his limit. If this kept up, he'd really kick the bucket. Then what do you suggest? Su Chang glanced at the four men bickering nearby. After a moment's thought, he looked at Mao Zi seriously. We need more money. Chapter 54, 1 against 4, the advantage is mine. Bonus chapter. Su Chang's teleportation to North Bear Nation drew countless foreign viewers eager to investigate. Representatives from Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and others secretly entered the live streams of both countries. Ever since Su Chang demonstrated his power, they had been quietly scheming about cooperation. Now, the relationship between China and North Bear Nation suddenly drew their intense attention. However, the moment viewers from various nations entered the Northern Bear Kingdom's livestream, their gazes froze upon seeing the legendary succubus before them. Their shock was especially palpable when they witnessed the Northern Bear Kingdom's soldiers reduced to mere husks. Holy? It really is a succubus. I thought these creatures only existed in legends who knew they were real. Whoa, this succubus is way too intense. I thought that Mao Zi player was a 6-foot-tall Hulk with a rock-solid build? How come he looks like a skinny dog now? No need to wonder these are succubi. You wouldn't have enough kidneys to satisfy them. The fact that Mao Zi is still standing is impressive enough. I get why succubi appeared here for Mao Zi, but why is our Sushin here? I didn't hear anything about a duel either. The appearance of succubi in Bear Country sent shockwaves through the Chinese delegation. Yet after the initial shock, a flicker of confusion crossed their eyes. What does the appearance of succubi in the North Bear Kingdom have to do with Su Chang? Why is Su Chang here? Just as the Huaxia delegation pondered this, news broke that the Northern Bear Nation had ceded 3 million square kilometers of territory to Huaxia. The entire nation erupted in an instant. What the hell? Did I hear that right? Those bastards are handing over 3 million square kilometers of territory back to China? What the hell is going on? No, it couldn't be wrong. It was stated in the news. That's why Sushin was in the Russians' territory. Turns out they needed something from us. Sushin is awesome. 3 million square kilometers, that's almost half our total territory. Too bad that 3 million hectares isn't very useful. It's even a hassle to farm there. Heh, since they're returning 3 million hectares anyway, why not just reclaim all the land they took before? It's better that way. They're not using it anyway. The moment news broke that the Northern Bear Nation had returned territory, Eagle Nation and others immediately got wind of it. China and Bear Nation have formed an alliance. Even before this alliance, China and North Bear were already formidable powers. Now that they've joined forces, it spells nothing but trouble for the others. And the Northern Bear Nation's leader possesses S-tier talent. Other nations immediately raised their voices in protest. Damn it! I protest. Your alliance, China and North Bear Nation, is undermining global peace. This cooperation must cease. Damn it, I knew why Northern Bear Nation scum kept showing up on my Cherry Blossom Nation's territory. This was a conspiracy between your two countries. Now I finally understand why China's rookie player has advanced so far. It's because of their alliance with the Northern Bear Nation. This is cheating. Cries of condemnation echoed through China and the Bear Nation's live streams. Faced with the outcry, the Chinese team recalled the earlier incident, and their anger flared instantly. You still have the nerve to bark? Which bastard was plotting to take down our Sioux god together? Now you're pissed because we teamed up? Why should you be allowed to team up but we can't? If you hate it so much, go team up yourselves. Exactly. You ungrateful bastards, get lost and stop disgusting us. You interrupted my viewing of God Sioux conquering the succubus. I'll slaughter every last one of your horses. Conquering succubi? As the bullet comments flashed across the screen, some foreign viewers who had just joined realized what creatures Chéng and the Russian were facing. Succubus? Isn't that a creature from our British Empire? Damn it, that succubus is clearly ours. Why is it appearing in your place? Damn, that succubus has a killer body. Those Russians and Chinese guys are way too lucky to be mating with such a gorgeous succubus. Lucky? Do you even know why they're called succubi? Just wait, both of them will be dead here in no time. Hold your horses, everyone. Look at that Russian from the Bear Nation, he's already in this state facing just one succubus. Now this Chinese contestant is up against 4. Ha! That scared the hell out of me. I thought your two nations were collaborating on something serious, but it turns out it's this nonsense. Looks like we won't even need to lift a finger, those two are dead meat. Upon learning of the alliance between China and the Northern Bear Kingdom, the other nations initially feared it would work against their interests. But now, upon encountering the succubi from Western mythology, their worries vanished one by one. The Sun Never Sets nation, in particular, was intimately familiar with succubi. One succubus alone had reduced the burly Russians to this state, and there were 3 more to come. 4 of them together? Even immortals wouldn't stand a chance. Back at the Russian base, upon learning the deal was sealed, Chéng gave the Russian a satisfied pat on the shoulder. Good work. I've received all the information. Leave the rest to me. Hearing Chéng's words, the Russian finally exhaled in relief. It seemed his S-class talent was still quite valuable. The Northern Bear Nation hadn't abandoned him despite the doubled price. Watching Chéng stride forward, Mao Zi looked up and suddenly realized. He hurriedly called out, "Wait! What are you doing? Help you deal with these succubi? What, you want to handle them yourself? No way! You're not prepared at all? These are succubi, 4 of them." Seeing Chéng approach empty-handed, Mao Zi recalled his own agonizing ordeal being pinned down by a succubus, and his kidneys began to throb painfully once more. These creatures were monsters that devoured humans without batting an eye. Chéng was even smaller and frilier than he'd first appeared. Going in completely unprepared like that, wasn't that just courting death? He had heard of Chéng's battle record before. But those were one-on-one battles. This was different. 4 of them succubi renowned for their lust. What could he possibly do against them? Facing Mao Zi's skepticism, Chéng merely smiled and continued walking forward. This scene left not only Mao Zi dumbfounded, but also the live stream audience buzzing with excitement. Holy crap, what is Sioux God planning? Does he actually intend to take on 4 at once? I thought 12 hours was already Sushin's limit, but it turns out that was just the tip of the iceberg. Don't go black. Please, don't go black. I'm single and scared, I can't miss a single second. Handsome, you can't wait that long? Want to join us for some wild fun? When the succubi like Huan Yu saw Chéng boldly walk past alone, they froze for a moment before swiftly closing in. They caressed his body, their voices dripping with seduction. Roll in the hay? Seems your idiom vocabulary is lacking. Let me teach you a few more. A smile touched Chéng's lips as he scooped up the petite succubus at the front. Amidst the collective groans of the live stream viewers, the screen abruptly went black. Others remained unaware of what transpired, but Mao Zi, positioned behind Chéng, witnessed the entire scene firsthand. Though he'd harbored doubts about Chéng before, this moment cemented Chéng as his idol. Not only had he gained immense knowledge, but he'd also memorized quite a few idioms. For instance, bent double with laughter imparting knowledge, offensive diplomacy, deeply rooted, silver-tongued, kind-hearted. Chapter 55, I did it. I did it. Damn it. Such a great learning opportunity, and the screen went black again. Damn screen. Once I have money, I'm replacing this thing that keeps freezing. This is unbearable. I was right in the middle of it when it suddenly went black. Speaking of which, this time our Sioux God is helping the Northern Bear Kingdom deal with these succubi. Will we get a reward after this? Heh, you Huaxia folks still expecting rewards? When the black screen clears, all you'll find waiting for you is a desiccated corpse. Ha! That's hilarious. I was wondering how to deal with this Chinese guy, but they just went and handed him over themselves. Yay! Hanging on this long has really given you confidence, huh? Guess what? The succubi aren't playing nice with you, they're just using you. All of you, just die already. The screen went black. In the past, foreign viewers would have been seething with rage. Chéng's back-to-back clearances of the marriage room had already cast a shadow over them. But this time was different. Foreign viewers watching the livestream felt no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, they were unusually delighted. While Su Cheng's previous encounters with creatures had been slightly odd at first, they had at least ended up being normal marriage candidates. This time was different. They were facing a succubus. In their Western mythology, even the mightiest warriors couldn't withstand a succubus's assault. How could their Chinese contestant possibly stand a chance? As foreign viewers waited for news of China's demise, 12 hours passed swiftly. The screen remained black, showing no signs of coming back online. Chinese viewers, however, were unfazed by this spectacle. 12 hours was the bare minimum for Sioux City. If it took less than that, they'd suspect something was wrong with Sioux City. However, as 16 hours passed, exceeding the previous longest duration for S City, the screen remained dark. The Chinese audience couldn't help but grow concerned. 16 hours already, and Sushin still hasn't finished? Isn't this taking way too long? Don't panic, this time it's 4 succubi. A longer duration is perfectly normal. If I recall correctly, there are only 7 hours left until the nest's fluctuations. Could Sushin possibly miss the timing? 16 hours was an agonizing wait for ordinary people, yet many still wanted the latest updates immediately. Some foreign viewers, seeing the Chinese crowd still camped out in the livestream, couldn't help but mock them. Seriously, you Chinese folks are still hanging around here? What are you even hoping for? You're clearly on the verge of exhaustion. Why not just get some sleep and wait for the disaster to hit? You know those Russians from the Bear Nation? They lasted less than a few hours. Even if your guy is really strong, facing 4 succubi at once is just suicide. Hurry, hurry. Let the disaster strike China already. I've been guarding my doorstep for days. Once it hits, my great Sakura Nation will reclaim everything we lost. Facing 4 succubi at once, even Su Chun, who had achieved feats beyond ordinary men, couldn't be trusted to hold out now. The Northern Bear Nation strategy team, having scoured countless succubus records, now stared nervously at the live feed. Can these Huaxia guys pull it off? We've paid a tremendous price this time. Should it probably, maybe, possibly, they might pull it off? Sigh, we should have warned them earlier. Taking them one at a time would have been more feasible. Facing all of them simultaneously is truly. They had initially thought these succubi were merely stronger than ordinary humans, but as they delved deeper, they realized these creatures were monstrous. Forget one person, even 100 wouldn't satisfy them. If you can't satisfy them, there's only one outcome: being drained dry and left as a desiccated corpse. If Su Cheng fails this time, they'll suffer massive losses. Not only would they lose their men, but their resources would be wasted too. Just as the Northern Bear Nation's campaign team despaired that this effort was wasted, a message arrived from their own Russian player. The moment the message popped up, the staff immediately shouted to General Pu in the rear, "General Pu, Tchaikovsky has sent a message. Quick, open it. See what he says." The entire Northern Bear Nation campaign team jolted awake at the news and turned their attention forward. As the staff member clicked, a voice message from Tchaikovsky began playing. Superman. This player from Huaxia is Superman. Superman? Listening to Tchaikovsky's words, the Northern Bear Nation strategy team exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Tchaikovsky had only relayed this single sentence, and the astonishment in his tone was unmistakable. "General Pu, what should we do now?" All eyes turned to General Pu, a man well past 60, standing nearby. "Re-establish communication with Huaxia. No matter the cost, we must cooperate fully with them. Even if they demand more resources, or even the return of all previously ceded territories, give it all up." As the words fell, the entire strategy team fell silent. General Pu's gaze fixed on the screen before him. Tchaikovsky was his most prized warrior. That he had caused such shock meant the Huaxia players were undoubtedly extraordinary. This time, it was a high-stakes gamble. Not just for him, but for the people of the Northern Bear Nation. This time, he had to take the gamble. Victory would bring universal joy, defeat would mean total ruin. As the entire Northern Bear Nation held its breath in anticipation. 20 hours passed swiftly. The screen gradually brightened. At this moment, viewers worldwide were fixated on this instant. Especially the Eagle Nation and the Pretty Nation, who were anticipating Su Cheng's demise. However, the image appears. To everyone's surprise. Within the scene, Su Cheng's figure was nowhere to be seen. The 4 succubi, including Huanmeng, now lay limp on the floor, utterly drained of strength. Their tongues hung out, their bodies twitching intermittently, their faces flushed crimson, looking thoroughly worn out. Beside them, Mao Zi crouched with a pen in hand, scribbling something in his notebook while muttering to himself. So that's how it was. I get it. Ha, it worked. I'm done too. The vanished Su Cheng, the deranged Mao Zi. Such bizarre scenes left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? Where did the people of Huaxia go? Chapter 56, The Succubus's Power, Su Cheng in Peril. The live feed showed Suzhou vanishing from the screen, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. Especially when they saw all 4 succubi collapsed on the ground, flushed and dazed, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. These were succubi, 4 of them, no less. How did the Chinese guy manage this? And what the hell is wrong with that Northern Bear Nation contestant? He's acting like a madman. Damn it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. These were succubi, 4 of them. Even taking them one at a time would drain him dry. How did he withstand all 4? Something's wrong, definitely wrong. What happened during that blackout? I refuse to believe this Chinese guy could take on 4 at once. How could a Chinese man be this powerful? Damn it! Where did that Chinese player go? Why is the stream back up but he's vanished? Did he just disappear into thin air? Found him. I found him. That Chinese guy reappeared in the Chinese livestream. The crowd stared at the stream, baffled. A limp succubus, a Russian player nearly raving mad with excitement, and a vanished Chinese competitor, it all felt far too bizarre. If he were some other creature like that Sioux City guy before, people might not be so shocked. But how did he pull this off? Not only had he subdued 4 succubi, but he'd also appeared unscathed in the Huaxia livestream. This left nations like the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, who had been anticipating China's downfall, looking particularly grim. Yet, unlike other nations, Chinese viewers couldn't help but smile at the sight. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Do they even know what real power looks like? 12 hours is the human limit, but not Su Cheng's limit. Got it? Just 4 succubi? If other foreigners saw this, they'd think we Chinese can't hold our own. Bring on another one. China's got 1 succubus per person. Hey, why did the shouting stop? Do you even know what real power looks like? Did you really think Su Cheng got to where he is today without any tricks up his sleeve? Did you see that Russian guy? Just the tiny bit of technique Su Cheng showed off is enough for you to study for a lifetime. Speaking of which, remember how Xiao Bai and Little Medicine Fairy changed when Su Cheng left? Now that he's teleported back, how's he gonna face them? Damn, bro, you just reminded me. No more messing around with these foreigners, gotta head back. Being single means I can't afford to miss a single detail. Su Cheng's feat enduring 20 grueling hours, subduing 4 succubi, and returning home unscathed left Chinese viewers watching the livestream both surprised yet unsurprised. After all, this was standard procedure for Su Cheng. Unlike the Chinese viewers, the Northern Bear Nations team and others breathed a collective sigh of relief the moment they saw Su Cheng was unharmed. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness nothing happened, he just came back. That near miss nearly gave me a heart attack. This Chinese contestant is truly godlike. Setting aside his skill, enduring 20 hours like that even as a man, I can't help but admire him. Honestly, I'm in my 30s. After a grueling day at work, my wife still expects me to deliver. I just can't keep up. How does that Chinese player manage it? Didn't Tchaikovsky see the Chinese player's moves? He looks like he took plenty of notes. Get him to teach us a few tricks. General Pu watched the strategy team members question Tchaikovsky and breathed a sigh of relief himself. Thankfully, Su Cheng was unharmed. If anything had happened to him, they would have suffered a huge loss. To hold out against 4 succubi and be hailed as a superhuman by his country's players looks like this high-stakes gamble paid off. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream room, a pillar of light erupted above the garden. Su Cheng emerged from the beam, his eyes filled with curiosity as he studied the panel before him. Succubus power consumes 1 year of lifespan for 30 minutes. No female creature can resist your charm. If you choose to offer yourself, they will inevitably accept, and you can even command them to do anything. Male creatures are no exception. Though he gained no lifespan points this time, he acquired a power through deep communication with those 4 succubi. No female creature can resist your charm? A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Cheng's eyes as he studied the description. This ability was downright insane. Still, Su Cheng suspected this succubus power likely had its limits. Against powerful beings, its effects might not be as potent. Even so, it remained immensely useful to Su Cheng. But what the hell was this male creatures are no exception nonsense? Closing the interface, Su Cheng turned his gaze toward the nearby nest. Nest flutter, time remaining, 2 hours 23 minutes. If not for the impending deadline, he would have lingered longer conversing with those succubi. But as the succubus said, truly worthy of the name. Their techniques and various vomiting abilities nearly overwhelmed Su Cheng at first. Fortunately, he quickly adapted. Once he understood their anatomy, a deft flick of his wrist was all it took to overwhelm their defenses. Over 20 hours had passed. Xiao Bai and the others should have calmed down by now, right? Pulling his thoughts back, Su Cheng tiptoed to the outer edge of the homestead. Peering inside, he scanned the homestead for Xiao Bai and the others. This scene of Su Cheng made the livestream viewers burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Su God looks exactly like me after a night out drinking and grabbing late-night snacks. Got it. Got it. Who knew even Su Cheng couldn't escape this fate? I'd actually love to see the moment Su Cheng gets caught. That look Xiao Yixian gave him earlier, like he was trash? That was pure satisfaction. You know what? I'd totally enjoy that too. If I were Su Cheng, having 2 gorgeous babes like Little Bai and Little Healer staring at me like I'm trash, I could handle that 10 times a day. No way? Dude, you're twisted. You've got 2 gorgeous girls right in front of you, and you're doing it yourself? Outside the homestead. Just as everyone imagined, Su Cheng scanned the interior of the homestead, his heart pounding relentlessly. Xiaobai and Xiaoxian had left an indelible impression on him. Especially Xiaobai, the sheer power of her tail still sent shivers down his spine. After scanning the area and confirming no one was around, Su Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief just as he was about to step inside. The next second. "Husband, where are you going?" A melodious voice echoed from behind him, yet to Su Cheng, it now sounded like a demonic chant piercing his ears. Su Cheng froze, then spun around abruptly. Seeing Su Cheng's tense expression, Little Medicine Fairy approached with concern. "Su Lang, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so profusely? Are you ill? Come, let me take a look." "Husband, why did you vanish again? Little Bai was so worried about you. Is it better now?" Su Cheng watched as Little Bai threw herself back into his arms, while Xiaoxian stood nearby with a worried expression. He opened both their status panels. His gaze narrowed in confusion when he saw the description bar below them still displayed in red text. Wait, it's still red? Wait, red? Su Cheng suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. The next second, a cold voice echoed from beneath him. Xiaobai looked up, a flash of red light darting through her eyes. "Husband, why do I smell another woman's scent on you?" Su Cheng tried to explain, but found himself completely immobilized. Su Cheng stared at the handkerchief in Xiaoxian's hand, recalling how she had wiped his sweat earlier. His pupils trembled. "This handkerchief is poisoned. Hee, my Su Lang, my Su Lang." Her objective achieved, little healer shed her disguise. She abruptly drew several syringes from beneath her skirt, panting heavily as she slowly approached Su Cheng. "My lord, you must be parched by now, right?" At that moment, Xiaobai also pulled out a transparent water bottle from behind, her eyes sparkling with hearts as she fixed her gaze on Su Cheng. "This is water I carefully prepared for my husband, filled with love. Come, open your mouth. Drink this and your thirst will be quenched." "Ah, my lord, open your mouth." Chapter 57, Turning the Tables, the invasion begins. After downing a bottle of holy water, his body pierced by countless tiny holes, and Lady Luck having struck him dozens of times, Su Cheng could endure no longer. His beast form activated, unleashing the succubus's power alongside it. At that moment, Su Cheng's charm skyrocketed to 80. Su Cheng's sudden transformation left Xiaobai momentarily stunned. But in that split second of distraction, Su Cheng grabbed the other person and hurled them toward the distant hot spring. Splash! The splash echoed as Xiaoxian, standing nearby, stared blankly toward the hot spring. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Under the influence of the succubus's power, Su Cheng's looks had risen to an entirely new level. Already possessing above-average looks, this enhancement left even Xiaoxian, an expert in human anatomy, staring in astonishment. "Su Lang, what are you doing? Put me down immediately." "Wait, this position isn't appropriate." Before Xiaoxian could react, Su Cheng swept her up in his arms. Seeing Su Cheng begin to undo his belt, Xiaoxian clearly panicked. Su Cheng was boiling with rage. No matter how loudly Xiaoxian screamed, he carried her in a LJ-style embrace into the rear hot spring. With the clever cloud hand technique activated, a hot spring echoed with Xiaobai and Little Medicine Fairy's desperate cries for help, their shrieks ringing incessantly. The livestream viewers had been anticipating Su Cheng's downfall, only to witness the scene abruptly shift into this unexpected turn. As the familiar handsome face reappeared after the black screen, the crowd's mouths twitched uncontrollably. "Holy, I'm speechless. I thought Su Shin was going down this time, but he turned the tables completely. I'm impressed, seriously impressed. He just took down 4 succubi, and now this? How long has it even been? I swear Su Shin's got more than 10 kidneys, at least 10. Whoa, Su Shin, take it easy, don't wreck my little goddess. Wait. Did Su Shin forget something?" At his usual pace, the screen won't light up for another 12 hours, but the nest's energy fluctuations will only last another 2.5 minutes. Holy crap. I suddenly remembered too, we can't keep going like this. Amidst the envy, someone in the chat quickly caught on. They had speculated earlier that Su Cheng timed his completion for this window specifically to prepare for the nest fluctuation. But now this had happened. If the nest invasion began, wouldn't that ruin everything? Just as everyone was silently cursing their luck. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above Blue Star. The nest fluctuation is about to commence. All national contestants are urged to return to their home bases immediately. Rewards will be ranked based on each nation's total enemy kills. The second and third place competitors will not only receive personal rewards, but their nations will gain 100 years of lifespan value plus 5 attribute points across all 3 dimensions. The first wave of invasion will commence in 1 minute. Invaders, Kimchi Nation, Roman Nation. The voice of the heavens resounded, instantly igniting fervor among spectators worldwide. Especially upon seeing the top 3 rewards of full 100 years of lifespan plus a 5-point boost to all 3 core attributes, audiences worldwide could no longer sit still. Holy crap? The top 3 rewards are this good? 5 points of attribute boost, each point costs 50 years. 15 points? That's practically giving away 7.5 million years for free. Ha! This reward is practically handed to us Brits on a silver platter. First place is ours for the taking. Who doesn't know our Smith is the strongest competitor? It's in the bag, absolutely in the bag. Heh, you think your Smith can take first? You haven't asked the Sun Never Sets Empire for permission. This top spot is ours. Yes. This time, our Sakura Nation's Daegu player has another A-tier talent. We're bound to turn the tables. What are you all so excited about? This is our Kimchi Nation's home turf first place? Dream on. This nest fluctuation offers incredibly rich rewards just for second and third place, let alone first. All nations initially thought this nest fluctuation was just a minor nuisance, but who knew the rewards would be this generous? To the Eagle Nation, the land of cherry blossoms, and the land where the sun never sets, this event seems tailor-made for them. These rewards are practically handed to them on a silver platter. Yet while players with a tier talent or higher rejoiced, the weaker nations were left with grim expressions. We're done for, completely finished. Our nation's players had just entered a dungeon instance. This nest invasion hitting now is going to kill us. Ha, chill out up there. You're not alone. That useless guy from China is still stuck on a black screen. They'll be joining you soon enough. He's just a useless loser who's only survived by relying on his lower half. Besides his 12-hour ability, what other skills does he have? With the nest's current fluctuations, I'll be damned if he survives. They're doomed. Hey! Don't be so harsh. Didn't those Chinese players build quite a few structures earlier? Maybe they can use those to hold out? Put. Those flimsy things? Defend against the nest's assault? If they can, I'll cut off my own head and let them kick it around. The nest's fluctuations were about to begin. Seeing the Chinese livestream still blacked out, mockery poured in from every nation. Earlier, Cheng single-handedly taking on 4 succubi had genuinely shocked them. But that was ultimately just a minor trick. Now it all came down to raw strength. With the screen still black at this critical moment, they couldn't fathom any way China could possibly survive. As for the defensive structures near Cheng's home base, everyone scoffed at them. True masters didn't rely on such external aids, they could handle things alone. Only the incompetent would resort to such crutches. At that moment, within China's highest-level combat command base. Still no contact with Sioux City? Old Bai glanced at his assistant, Xiao Lu, beside him. Seeing the young man shake his head, his expression grew grave. They had, of course, heard the announcement from the heavens. The rewards for the top 3 spots would be irresistible to any nation, and they were no exception. But the team wasn't pinning their hopes on Sioux City securing a top prize. Even if he didn't make the top 3, it wouldn't matter, survival was the absolute priority. What they hadn't anticipated was that Su Cheng's feed would go dark at such a critical moment. Wasn't this a disaster? Su Cheng was great in every way, but this one flaw took far too long. This was trouble. The announcement had reached all realms. This nest disturbance was clearly no ordinary event. If Su Cheng kept this up, he might truly be in danger. Apart from Old Bai, every member of the strategy team wore worried expressions. Though the first wave of nest disturbances hadn't reached China, the second wave could strike at any moment. If Su Cheng still hasn't finished by then, things will get messy. Earlier, Sioux City had constructed numerous defensive measures for this nest disturbance, but expecting those outdated ancient defenses to hold up? That's just wishful thinking. Just as the room fell into a tense silence, the live stream from Kimchi Nation above the screen showed the first signs of change. Seeing this, Xiaolu immediately shouted to the others behind him, "Old Bai, the Korean invasion has begun." Chapter 58, Female Pig-Headed Creature. Woo! The countdown ended, and a deep, resonant horn sounded throughout Kimchi Nation's homeland. Facing the impending invasion, the Kimchi Nation's audience grew unusually excited. Who'd have thought we'd be the first target? Are they just handing us the preliminary championship? Holy crap, there are so many people? Did you all come to see our Appa Choi Jong-un? Ha! Do you really think you're worthy of competing with our Cherry Blossom Nation for first place? I wonder which cowardly bastard was too scared to even fire a shot when facing China earlier. What a joke. What the hell? You Cherry Blossom country have the nerve to talk down to us? Your own territory was snatched by China, what a disgrace. If I were you, I'd have smashed my head against a wall long ago. So what if we lost some territory? Our great Sakura Nation is still way bigger than your kimchi country. Who was it that only got a 10-day reward? Who was it? Bull. This reward is clearly glitched. You Cherry Blossom country dare compare territory with our world-leading Kimchi Nation? Nest fluctuations activated, and instantly, countless viewers flooded into the Kimchi Nation's livestream. As the saying goes, enemies meeting only intensifies their hatred. Before any monsters appeared, the livestream was already erupting in chaos. Outside the Kimchi Nation's homeland, Choi Jong-hyun held a short blade, his gaze dismissive as he surveyed the distant nest. What a waste of time. Just some trash bugs? This is nothing, I could handle them easily. Why not just hand me first place? Why make it so complicated? Possessing the A-tier talent swiftness, he paid no heed to this disturbance. He'd encountered monsters like those in the nest before, one-hit kills every time. They never even got a second shot at him. Hey, you bastards. I'm talking to you. Get your asses out here already. Stop wasting my time. After waiting a long time, still no sign of movement from the nest ahead. Choi Jong-yoon stepped forward and kicked the nest, cursing under his breath. His broken blade swung through the air. Just as he prepared to smash open the nest and investigate, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing the presence behind him, Choi Jong-hyun sheathed his blade and turned, casting a dismissive glance over his shoulder. Damn it, you're still hanging back, wasting my time. Mid-sentence, Choi Jong-yoon froze, staring at the muscular figure ahead. Feeling the heat radiating down from above, Choi Jong-yoon stiffened and looked up. A massive pig's head loomed before his eyes. Slurp. Handsome, you look delicious. Behind that female pig-headed creature stood a row of ravenous female pig people. Saliva dripped from their mouths as they stared at Choi Jong-yoon's slender frame, their eyes glowing red with intense focus. Holy, what kind of creature is this? A pig-headed person? And a female one at that. This situation doesn't look good at all. The way these female pig-headed creatures are staring at Appa Choi Jong-yoon, something's definitely off. A bunch of disgusting pig-headed creatures. Just looking at them makes me want to puke. Kill them, Choi Jong-hyun Appa. The sudden appearance of dozens of female pig-headed creatures on screen delivered a shockwave of horror to the live stream audience. Drool oozed from the pig men's mouths, filthy fluids seeping from their bodies. The moment they spotted Choi Jong-hyun, the pig-headed creatures rubbed against his legs, their eyes fixed on him with ravenous desire. Like the viewers, Choi Jong-yoon stared at this sudden, massive horde, momentarily speechless. A chill shot down his spine, causing his legs to tremble involuntarily. Especially when he realized their gaze was fixed on his lower body, a powerful sense of unease surged within him. Damn it! A bunch of beasts, die for me! Realizing this couldn't go on, Choi Jong-yoon roared and swung his broken blade at the female pig-headed creature in front of him. Splatter! The blade sank into flesh, blood splattering onto Choi Jong-hyun's face, jolting him back to his senses. Wiping the blood from his cheeks, Choi Jong-yoon felt his resolve return. He was a genius with a great talent, yet he'd nearly been intimidated by this pack of pig-headed creatures. A smile touched Choi Jong-hyun's lips as he attempted to pull the blade free. But the resistance at the blade's tip made it impossible to pull back, no matter how hard he strained. Only then did Choi Jong-yoon look up. There stood the female pig-headed creature, her hand gripping his blade. Her eyes, filled with heart-shaped patterns, gazed at him. That earlier slash had merely torn away a layer of her skin. Choi Jong-hyun was stunned. His strength stat was a whopping 20. His full power strike hadn't even broken through her defense? Not only had the blow caused no harm, but as the blade fell, the female pig-headed woman's gaze toward Choi Jong-hyun grew even more fervent, like a widow starved for affection after decades of deprivation, yearning for the sweet rain of long-awaited mercy. We love men with spirit like yours. Come on. Don't resist. Let's have fun together. Swinging her arm, she knocked the broken blade from Choi Jong-hyun's hand. The female pig-headed woman seized his wrists, pinning him beneath her, her nose nearly pressed against his cheek. Terror washed over Choi Jong-hyun's face. He tried to use his innate ability to escape, but her strength was overwhelming. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. Me first. Me first. I just love this kind of tender, delicate flesh. Come on, let's have 50 kids. You're not leaving until they're all born. The moment Choi Jong-hyun was pinned down, the pig-headed women surged forward from behind, stripping him bare in an instant. A piercing scream echoed as the screen went black. Kimchi Nation crowd. When the scene reached this point, the Korean viewers who had been boasting about taking first place suddenly fell silent. They never imagined Choi Jong-hyun wouldn't kill a single one. Instead, he was pinned beneath them. Given this scene and Choi Jong-hyun's final scream, even a fool could guess what was about to happen. Yet while the Kimchi Nation's crowd fell silent, viewers from other countries in the livestream were bursting with glee. Ha ha! Korea's hit the jackpot. 10 girls at once? Even gods wouldn't live it up like this. Yes. Serves you kimchi eaters right for talking back to our great cherry blossom nation. Tisk, 10 pig-headed bastards. Your Kimchi Nation's players must be thoroughly humiliated. Just imagining that sour sweet feeling is satisfying. And you still want to compete with us Brits for first place? Ha! First survive getting stomped by those 10 big butts. What the hell are you guys talking about? It's just a black screen during the stream doesn't mean Choi Jong-yoon lost. Facing the taunts from other nations, the Kimchi Nation crowd was about to retort. The next second, the heavenly announcement sounded. Detected, Kim Jong-hyun of Kimchi Nation has been crushed to death. All Kimchi Nation citizens' lifespans reduced by 5 years. The female pig-headed people are enraged beyond measure due to their unmet desires. 100,000 ravenous female pig-headed women descend upon Kimchi Nation. Chapter 59, Iron Man? The cosmic announcement resounded. Before the people of Kimchi Nation could react, 100,000 pig-headed women descended upon their land. Unlike previous monsters that killed indiscriminately, these pig-headed creatures went mad searching for Korean males. No, don't take me with you. Let go of me. Let me go back. I want to go home. Disgusting creature, don't come near me. Don't come near me. What the hell just happened? Why did my vision suddenly go dark? Why is someone knocking on the door saying they'll set up a harem for me? Damn Choi Jong-yoon. You're dead, so why are you still messing with us? No, my appa was stolen. You pig-headed monsters, give my appa back. The pig-headed men descended upon Kimchi Nation, and suddenly all the men in the land were wailing in despair. Faced with the onslaught of these female pig-headed creatures, they were utterly powerless to resist. The moment they sat down, their lower bodies instantly went numb. They acted like starved widows who hadn't been touched in decades. Any Korean man caught in their sights had no chance of escape. No male creature, not even male dogs, could escape their clutches. Under their relentless assault, the death toll among Korean men soared. In stark contrast, not a single Korean woman suffered casualties. The pig-headed creatures seemed to ignore them entirely, targeting only the men around them. Only when Korea dispatched large military forces to suppress the situation did the crisis gradually stabilize. Yet the death toll among men still exceeded 100,000. Some Kimchi Nation men who narrowly survived the ordeal were left permanently impotent for life. Foreign viewers watching these scenes couldn't help but grimace. Especially the male viewers, who deeply understood the horror of it all. Damn, those pig-headed bastards are ruthless, they don't even spare the dogs. Sitting down like that would cripple anyone. Ha! Didn't those kimchi-eating guys claim foreign contestants were useless in the marriage room? Now you get a chance to prove yourselves, and you're still not happy? We White Elephant Nation officially express our envy, we haven't experienced such creatures yet. You better not give us any. Holy crap? You guys in White Elephant Nation want this kind of thing? Only India could pull this off, they'll eat anything. The Kimchi Nation incident had countless foreign viewers laughing their heads off. But soon, they realized. These nest fluctuations weren't as simple as they seemed. Even Kimchi Nation's weakest player possessed a tier talent. If even a tier talent couldn't withstand these pig-headed creatures' assault, how could those without such talent possibly hold them back? If their own contestants encountered these pig-headed creatures and couldn't hold them back, wouldn't they also? At this thought, men from all major nations except White Elephant Nation began to panic, praying desperately that they wouldn't be assigned to face these female pig-headed creatures. Yet, as news of Rome's defeat spread, the crowd fell silent upon seeing the same female pig-headed creatures ravaging Rome. Wait, what? Why are they all pig-headed? Could it be that every invaded nation faces the same threat? No! I don't want to be pinned down by these pig-headed creatures. Just kill me now. Damn it! If it's all pig-headed creatures this time, doesn't that mean that guy from Huaxia will be unstoppable again? The sight of the female pig-headed creatures ravaging Rome and the other small nations defeated in the first wave sent shivers down everyone's spines. Forget fighting these female pig-headed creatures, just seeing their appearance instantly sapped any desire to battle. If you were accidentally pinned beneath one, that's when true despair would begin. Wait. This feels different. The second wave of invasion has begun, and this time, it's not pig men. What? How long had it been since the first wave? The second wave already? Which nations were involved this time? God forbid it be us next, anyone but us. First wave invasion ended. Second wave invasion commences in 1 minute. Countries invaded, Eagle Nation, Sun Never Sets Nation. The announcement echoed across the heavens. Upon seeing the United Kingdom and the Land of the Rising Sun listed among the invaded nations, the crowd rushed en masse toward the live streams of both countries. Before Chéng emerged, Smith of the Eagle Nation was universally recognized as the world's top player. Though the Land of the Rising Sun is still some distance behind Smith, it is also regarded as the second most likely contender to catch up to the British champion. Is it finally our turn, Eagle Nation? Newcomers, watch closely how our Smith gets through. What a bunch of useless trash. Can't even handle a few pig-headed fools. What good are you worthless underlings to us? I must admit, these Chinese guys have been incredibly lucky. They've avoided facing our Smith in the earlier rounds, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long. Just 10 pig-headed men? Smith will put on a show for these losers, letting them see what it means to face the might of the world's greatest power. The second wave of invasion begins, and foreign viewers flood into the Eagle Nation livestream. Facing the mockery from the Eagle Nation crowd, the Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation fans seethed but dared not speak up. There was nothing they could do. Not only did the Eagle Nation hold the world's top military might, but their player Smith was also the strongest competitor in the world today. They had every reason to be arrogant. What a bunch of losers. They can't even handle a few pig-headed fools. And they were thinking of teaming up to deal with that China guy? Looks like I'll have to handle this alone. Outside the Eagle Nation headquarters, Smith listened to the intelligence brief from his strategy team, a sneer curling his lips. His gaze swept over the nest before him. After his last encounter with the Hulk, his strength had doubled. If he faced that Hulk again, the previous humiliation would never be repeated. Now boasting a lifespan of 250 years and strength attributes exceeding 50 with equipment bonuses, he was utterly confident he could take it down in one hit. Just as Smith's gaze searched for the pig-headed creature below. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Snap! The moment he heard the sound, Smith spun around, his gaze fixed on the nest about to burst open in the distance, a small knife clenched tightly in his hand. The next second. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and a dark figure shot straight up from within the nest. Sand and wind assaulted him. Smith raised his hand to shield his eyes. When his vision cleared, he slowly looked up toward the sky. When Smith saw what the dark shadow truly was, he froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Iron Man? Chapter 60, first kill of a D-rank boss. Is the Eagle Nation about to take off? What the hell is this thing? Didn't they say only monsters and such emerge from the nest? How come this one's covered in steel? WTF? What's this about steel? This is Iron Man. First the Hulk, now Iron Man? Something feels off here. Don't tell me the entire Avengers are coming? Phew, thank goodness it's just Iron Man. If we ran into that guy who keeps bragging he could fight me all day, that'd be trouble. What are you freaking about? It's obvious. How could a mech appear in the lair? This must be our Eagle Nation's doing. Above the Eagle Nation's homeland. The crowd watching the livestream grew visibly excited upon seeing the armored suit hovering overhead. Many of them were Iron Man fans. Seeing the real Iron Man exist, they wished they could jump inside and take a photo with him. Smith was also an Iron Man fan. The moment he spotted the mecha in the sky, he thought it was his nation's Iron Man coming to support him, waving frantically at it. While the Eagle Nation citizens were thrilled, the Eagle Nation strategy team watching this scene was dumbfounded. Where did this Iron Man come from? How could they not know about this? General MacArthur, a 5-star general, watched the scene unfold, his cigar dropping to the floor in shock. A staff member rushed over and reported. General MacArthur, we've checked all national mecha manufacturers and found no trace of this suit. No trace of this mech? Then where did this thing come from? MacArthur was dumbfounded. If this mech wasn't from their Eagle Nation, then where could it possibly be from? Suddenly, MacArthur seemed to grasp something. His gaze fixed on the shattered nest displayed on the screen, and he immediately thought, this is bad. This isn't some damn Iron Man, it's a monster from that nest. Quick, warn Smith to snap out of it. This Iron Man wasn't British made. Currently, no other nation besides Britain could produce such a contraption. If it wasn't theirs, then there was only one possibility left. This thing is the monster behind the hive disturbance. But Smith remained oblivious to the danger closing in. He kept waving at the mech above, and when the mech's gaze turned toward him, he raised his hand to wave back. Smith was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. You idiot, this isn't some damn Iron Man, it's a monster. Engage. Engage now. As Smith reveled in the fan meets idol euphoria, MacArthur's furious shouts echoed incessantly in his ears. Listening to the strategy team's words, Smith's expression turned puzzled. Not Iron Man? A monster? How could that be? If it's a monster, why is it waving at me? Wait a minute. Smith's expression froze. Waving? In that instant, he suddenly recalled Iron Man's attack gesture from the movies. The gesture the other person had just made seemed identical to the one in the movie. Realizing something was wrong, Smith looked up, his small knife poised to strike. The next second. Whoosh! A piercing whistling sound filled the air. From the palm of the mech, an intense laser burst forth, carrying the power to obliterate everything in its path as it slammed toward Smith. Boom! The laser struck Smith's position, erupting in a violent explosion. Thick, billowing smoke rose from the impact. Witnessing this scene, the British team, who had been celebrating moments ago, fell into stunned silence. What the hell just happened? Isn't that Iron Man from our country? Why's he attacking Smith? This isn't our country's Iron Man at all, this thing is a monster from that nest. A monster? But how could a monster be a mech? That doesn't make sense. It's over. It's over. With such devastating force, can Smith possibly survive? The scene abruptly shifted. Not only were the Eagle Nation spectators caught off guard, but the Cherry Blossom Nation, Kimchi Nation, and others were equally stunned by this turn of events. But they didn't immediately mock the Eagle Nation. Last time, everyone thought Smith was dead, only for him to pull a fake death stunt. Besides, the Yellow Gate is now open. They could mock weaker nations all they wanted, but if they incurred the Eagle Nation's wrath, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Sure enough, just as everyone had anticipated. In the scene, the dust cleared. Smith's figure emerged once more. Though his current state was far more disheveled than before, his hair even standing on end like an afro, he hadn't fallen to that strike. Damn it, a sneak attack. Wasted another piece of gear. Smith glared painfully at the shattered degrade gear lying nearby. He'd worked so hard to get this one, and now it was gone. Above, the mech clearly hadn't anticipated Smith surviving its cannon blast unscathed. It raised its hand, energy gathering once more. A surging power coalesced from its palm, causing the very sky to darken beneath its intensity. Trying that trick again? Smith raised an eyebrow, drawing a device from his waist and tossing it to the ground. A transparent barrier instantly materialized. The moment the mech was enveloped, its thrusters failed, sending it plummeting from the sky. A smirk touched Smith's lips as he flipped the dagger in his hand and charged forward. He carried little else but his arsenal. Without flight capability, the mech's combat effectiveness plummeted by more than one tier. Yet even so, Smith couldn't gain any advantage in escaping his opponent's grasp. After dying 3 times and dropping 4 pieces of gear, he finally managed to take down his opponent. Smith crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The knife in his hand was chipped from the fight. Damn, that was exhausting. This time, the first kill reward absolutely has to be mine. Otherwise, I'd be getting screwed. Congratulations to Eagle Nation Smith for securing the first kill on a D rank boss. All citizens of Eagle Nation gain plus 10 years to their lifespan and plus 1 to all 3 attributes. Total kill time, 1 hour. Reward, 1000 points. The announcement echoed across the heavens, instantly igniting the Eagle Nation's populace. Holy! It was actually a boss-level creature. No wonder Smith had such a tough time, the opponent was just too strong. Ha! Scrubs from other nations, see what real power looks like? This is what we call strength. Could you pull off a first kill on a D-rank boss? Unlike some country called Huaxia, who get all cocky after taming a half-orc. Is your half-orc even as powerful as our D-rank boss? This is it. This is the real deal. First kill of a D-rank boss. This top spot isn't just handed out, you know? Chapter 61, Daegu, a rank talent transformation. No nation has ever encountered a D-rank boss before. Not only did Eagle Nation defeat it, they were the first to do so. Nations not on friendly terms with Eagle Nation couldn't help but grow concerned. The further contestants advance within the multiverse, the greater the boost to their home nation's power. Smith's demonstrated prowess has cemented his position as the undisputed world champion. Yes. Eagle Nation truly lives up to its reputation as the top dog. Their strength is unmatched. We're clinging to their coattails. I told you Eagle Nation was world class. Anyone who dares question that now is an enemy of our Kimchi Nation. This is a boss-level threat. Never seen one before, and Eagle Nation took it down so easily. From now on, we're your loyal underlings. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. Damn it! Can't you fly a plane properly? Stop heading toward China. Haven't you heard the Eagle Nation is #1 now? Turn around immediately. Countries that once refused to align with the Eagle Nation are now lining up to submit cooperation proposals. Many nations are even offering their meager oil reserves as cooperation conditions. Naturally, the Eagle Nation wouldn't accept such offers. After all, free oil is free oil. Within Eagle Nation's homeland. Smith listened to the voice in his ear, a smile curling his lips. Now that's what you call power. Smith glanced at the mech fragments beneath him and looked at the prompt that popped up before his eyes. He was the first to take down the boss this time. The rewards would surely be immense. Congratulations on surviving this nest fluctuation. Rewards, 50 years of lifespan, 1 point in all 3 attributes, 1 dual card, mech gloves. Mech gloves, D grade. Currently ranked #1, rewards pending settlement. 50 years of lifespan? Smith couldn't help but grin at the generous reward displayed before him. This was the first time he'd ever received a 50-year lifespan bonus. With only 250 years of life remaining, he had just spent 40 years, and now he was suddenly given another 50. Didn't that mean he'd effectively gained an extra decade for free? It was just that equipment. Well, so what if he'd wasted 3 C-grade pieces of gear? Once this first reward settled, he'd reclaim everything he'd lost. Smith pulled out the mech gloves and glanced at their description, a faint smile curving his lips. As the first to defeat a D-rank boss, this reward was undoubtedly his. No one could take it away. As for the rumors circulating outside that Huaxia might surpass him, he merely chuckled. They'd just gotten lucky a few times in matchmaking rooms. This time, it was pure skill. Did they even have strength like his? Shortly after the UK's first kill boss news spread, confirmation from the Sun Never Sets Nation followed swiftly. Congratulations to the Sun Never Sets Nation on successfully defeating the D-rank boss. All citizens of the land of the rising sun gain plus 5 years to their lifespan and plus 1 strength attribute. Total time taken, 2 hours. Reward, 500 points. Oh, didn't expect you lot from the land of the rising sun to pull it off either. But compared to our Smith, you're still way behind. Just a D-rank boss, and it took you 2 whole hours? Damn it! If that guy we faced in the land of the rising sun hadn't kept burrowing underground, you wouldn't have snatched first place. Ha! Give me a break. Even if that boss didn't burrow, you still couldn't beat us. Do you have any idea how huge that half-point gap is? Just stay in second place and eat our dust. First the Eagle Nation, now the Sun Never Sets Nation has passed. Suddenly, everyone's focus converged on the nation selected this time. We thought this nest fluctuation would be straightforward, but as information kept pouring in non-stop, it lasted until the second wave of invasion ended. In the end, only the Eagle Nation and the land of the rising sun succeeded, with all other contestants perishing. The British team watched their ranking with reluctance, yet accepted it. First place undoubtedly belonged to the Eagle Nation, while they secured second. Second place might not sound great, but at least it came with decent rewards. They wouldn't be left out of the top 3. Second wave invasion concluded. Third wave invasion commences in 1 minute. Target nations for this invasion: Land of Cherry Blossoms, Land of the Middle Kingdom, Land of the Northern Bear. The second wave had barely ended when the third wave followed swiftly. Upon hearing the announcement that China had been selected, everyone rushed into the China livestream. Finally, it's these China bastards' turn? Their good times are finally over. This time, they won't get away with luck alone. I remember when the nest fluctuations started, China seemed to be in blackout mode. How are they doing now? Holy crap, I just checked the China livestream, it's still black screen. Ha! Didn't those China guys brag about how enduring their players were? Seems like lasting too long isn't such a good thing after all. Where are the Huaxia people? Why aren't they saying anything? Speak up. Hearing the taunts from other nations, the Huaxia crowd couldn't help but worry for Sioux City. It's only been about 4 hours since the first nest invasion wave. With 8 full hours left before Sioux City's 12-hour deadline. The enemy is already at the city gates, yet there's still no sign of the feed coming back. Is Sushin still not ready? These creatures in the nest seem unusually strong this time. If this keeps up, things could go south. Oh no, even the UK has deployed Iron Man units. The difficulty seems to escalate the further we go. We're the last wave. If we don't set up defenses soon, we're screwed. Where are the strategy team members? Hurry up and urge Sioux City. If this keeps up, something bad is going to happen. The strategy team is also in a bind. They'd naturally heard about Eagle Nation securing the first kill on the D-rank boss. Though the top spot slipped from their grasp, they cared more about Su Cheng's safety than the rewards. Su Cheng had secured so many rewards for everyone these past days. They certainly didn't want him to get into trouble over something like this. Still no contact? Old Bai glanced at Xiao Lu beside him. Seeing the young man shake his head, he sighed helplessly. Notify all military bases to stand by for combat readiness. Should any unexpected incident occur, should Sioux City fail, immediately order them to mobilize. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded, his fingers tapping the screen. As the display changed, he turned to Bai Lao and the others. Bai Lao, the invasion from Sakura Nation is about to commence. Shall we switch to their feed? So soon? Old Bai was stunned. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Forward it. Knowing what kind of creatures are invading will help us prepare. Additionally, maintain contact with Sioux City without interruption until they respond. Just as the China operations team plunged into chaos. Inside the Sakura Nation livestream room, Dega gazed at the surging nest before him, clutching an object resembling a summoning device. A faint smile touched his lips. Though his talent was rated A-class, its actual power surpassed that of certain S-class talents. Whether the invaders were pig-headed creatures or boss-level beasts, he would claim supremacy. Grade A talent, Transformation. Chapter 62, Transform into Diaga? No, Ninja Turtles. Yes. Finally our turn, Great Sakura Nation? We might not take first this time, but second place isn't just handed out to anyone. Daigo will show them the true power of our Land of Cherry Blossoms. Heh, power? I recall someone saying the same thing before, only to end up losing to China in the end. What a disgrace. Bastards. Those Chinese contestants were just cheating back then. What about you kimchi eaters? You can't even pass a nest wave? I'm embarrassed for you. You know what our Daiko contestants' special talent is this time? We're not like you lot. Do you even understand the value of transformation? Transformation? Inside the live stream room, the crowd only noticed something in Dagu's hand as the comments streamed by. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a transformation device. Holy crap! A transformation device? What's this guy's special ability? Is he about to suddenly yell transform into Diaga? Holy crap, transform into Diaga? The Diaga I'm thinking of? If that's the case, wouldn't he just become invincible? Transforming into Diaga? That means he's gonna absorb our light. Damn it! Just talking about absorbing light pisses me off. When I was a kid, it sucked all my light away, and now my future is as dark as night. Looks like Sakura country is about to take off big time. If he really transforms into Ultraman, this nest wave disturbance will be a piece of cake for him. You bet. Even if it's not Diaga, any Ultraman could easily take the top spot. Japan is truly going to soar now. Within Sakura country's homeland, Daigo held his transformation device, his smile stretching all the way to the back of his mouth. He knew every eye in the world was fixed on him. This was his moment to make a name for himself. His gaze fixed on the nest ahead. As the countdown ended, the nest began to surge. Daigo held his transformation device, ready to activate at any moment. Whether it was taking down a pig-headed monster or the boss, the moment it appeared, he would transform and slay it instantly. The points earned would undoubtedly be exceptionally generous. Previously, both Eagle Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation tied their point rewards to defeat times. There was no way he wouldn't want first place. Just as Dagu fantasized about claiming the top spot and being admired by thousands. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence. Boom! The outer shell of the nest ahead seemed torn apart by an invisible hand, shattering with a crash. Immediately, countless small, agile figures swarmed out from within. The sudden commotion startled Daegu. By the time he regained his bearings, figures were already emerging from the distant dust cloud. Seeing the figures emerge from the dust, Daegu, who had been eager for a battle, was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that these creatures were particularly powerful. Quite the opposite, they were incredibly weak. These creatures were no larger than human children, their skin a dark green hue covered in moss and mold, their faces contorted with wrinkles and scars, giving them a particularly hideous appearance. Their eyes flashed with cunning as they wielded crude weapons, rusty iron rods, sharp stone blades, and even twisted branches. These creatures were none other than the Western world's infamous trio of fool's goblins. What the hell? All that commotion just to face goblins? The contestants from the land of cherry blossoms must be incredibly lucky to encounter such noobs. Using Ultraman to fight goblins? That's like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. This first prize feels like it's slipping away. Ha! Yes. Good fortune has finally smiled upon our great Sakura Nation. This time, the first place prize is ours for the taking. We'll reclaim everything we've lost. Are you guys from China scared now? I advise you to return our territories ASAP. Otherwise, once we get that first place prize, you won't even have time to cry. The moment the goblins appeared, the Japanese audience erupted in joy. The Eagle Nation, who had been confident of their first place spot, couldn't help but frown at this moment. The land of cherry blossoms' luck was truly extraordinary, they'd drawn such a weak creature. Just as everyone expected, facing the goblins' attack, Daegu didn't even bother transforming. Relying solely on his century-old lifespan and his equipment, he wiped out every last one of them. First place secured that easily? Gazing down at the scattered goblin corpses at his feet, Dagu's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. This was a bit too easy, wasn't it? He hadn't even exerted his full strength, and it was already over? Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the celestial announcement remained silent. As Daegu frowned in confusion, a series of shattering sounds echoed once more. Following the source of the shattering, one nest after another cracked open ahead. Countless goblins poured out of the nests, their numbers swelling as they surged toward Daegu like a tidal wave, snarling and roaring. Holy, there are so many? He'd thought this disturbance had ended, but it turned out to be just the beginning. Faced with the dense horde of goblins before him, Daegu cursed under his breath as he activated his transformation device. He could handle a few goblins on his own, but now there were at least 100 visible to the naked eye. Such a massive horde wouldn't be easily overcome. Here it comes. Here it comes. Is Daegu's transformation finally happening? Turns out that was just the opening act, the main force is still behind them. I knew this couldn't be that easy. Heh, what if there are even more? The final victory will still belong to our great Sakura Nation. Daegu will show them what a real transformation looks like. The nest shattered once more, and the sight of the goblins pouring out left the onlookers stunned. They hadn't anticipated a second wave of attack, but now, more than the reappearing goblins, their attention was fixed on Daegu. Ultraman, a childhood hero for so many they'd never seen him in real life before. At that moment, Daegu gripped his transformation device tightly, raising it above his head. Transform! As Daegu's shout echoed, the transformation device suddenly burst into a dazzling light, bathing the entire space in an eerie glow. Within the light, Daegu's figure gradually blurred. Immediately after, a burst of multicolored smoke erupted from the transformation device, enveloping him in an instant. The smoke dissipated. The first thing visible were Daegu's limbs. Not only were they now muscular, but each foot wore a pair of socks in a different color: red, blue, green, yellow, making him look like a walking pallet. His red bandana was even more extravagant, long enough to trail on the ground. It occasionally danced wildly in the wind as if possessed of its own will. Behind Daisuke, a massive turtle shell stood out prominently, covered in all sorts of whimsical doodles: a giant heart, a goofy smiley face, and even a miniature version of the transformation device. This spectacle left not only the Japanese audience dumbfounded. Audiences from other nations froze in place the moment they witnessed it. These were the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Chapter 63, Turtle Escape Technique. Votes needed. Put. What the heck is this? You scared the crap out of me. How did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles even show up? With all this commotion, I thought it'd turn into Ultraman, but instead it turned into a turtle? Hilarious. Ha! Are your Cherry Blossom Country contestants here to entertain us? So this is the power of an A-class talent? We've certainly seen it now. I thought all the minions recruited by the Eagle Nation were formidable. Turns out they're just a bunch of turtles? You Cherry Blossom Country bastards are an absolute disgrace. Quit the organization already, you've embarrassed us to death. With such a flashy transformation sequence, everyone expected Daegu to morph into Ultraman, or at least a mini version. Who knew he'd turn into a turtle, and such a ridiculous-looking one at that? As the leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Eagle Nation felt utterly humiliated the moment he witnessed this. How could he have recruited such an embarrassment? The Japanese spectators watching this scene felt their faces burn with embarrassment after seeing Daegu transform into a turtle. Those waving Ultraman figurines in the air quickly stashed them away, their faces burning with embarrassment. Damn it! Daisuke, what are you doing? Why did you turn into a turtle? What happened to Ultraman? You've made us look like complete fools. From now on, you're not allowed to say you're from our great Sakura Nation. We can't afford to have someone like you dragging us down. Damn it, playing dirty with me, huh? The official team actually teamed up to deceive us. You better believe we'll revive the Twin Guns nightmare. Sakura Nation official, hold your horses, folks. This is just the beginning. Our player Daigo's life points are low now, but once he levels up, he'll be able to transform into any Ultraman or even Dialga with ease. Seeing the situation turning sour, the Sakura Nation officials rushed to clarify. Dai's rank talent does indeed allow him to transform into Ultraman, but with only 100 years of lifespan left, he can only become other creatures. But they never imagined he'd turn into this. Call it a ninja turtle if you want, but let's be real, it's just a turtle. So that's how it is? Well then. I knew our Daigo player was special, seems we just misunderstood. Now that the official statement is out, we have no choice but to believe it. See that, you bunch of fools? The official statement is out right now, it's just that our lifespan is super short. Once we grow stronger and transform into a Boroman, we'll wipe you all out first thing. At the Sakura National Garden, Daigo, now transformed into a ninja turtle, stared grimly at his own reflection. His lifespan was still far too short. The maximum potential of one's innate talent was directly tied to their lifespan. Even if your talent is S tier, if your lifespan is less than a year, it's practically useless. Damn it, this time when I get first place. Goblins swarmed from ahead. Daigo drew 2 iron rods from his shell and charged forward. Though his current form looked somewhat comical, his combat power after transformation was clearly on another level. The weak goblins couldn't even slow his advance. Soon, half an hour later. Finally, it was all settled. Standing amidst the goblin army, Dag stood panting heavily. His gaze swept around the area, and a smile crept back onto his lips. So what if one wave hadn't ended? So what if he turned into a ninja turtle? From start to finish, he hadn't even spent an hour. This time, first place was still his. Yes. Way to go. Under an hour, and first place still belongs to our great Sakura Nation. See that? Even if we didn't transform into Ultraman, first place still belongs to our great Sakura Nation. Now you guys can just sit there and be jealous. If second and third place get such great rewards, what could possibly be the prize for first? Best if it forces China to hand over territory. Seriously? Waiting for China to surrender territory? They're still blacked out. They're done for this time, we don't even need to lift a finger. The scene of Daigo defeating the goblin army sent waves of excitement through the Sakura Nation audience watching the live stream. Yet, just as they anticipated how many points they would earn this time, the next second, to everyone's surprise, a shattering sound echoed once more. From before Daegu, countless nests began to stir once more. Witnessing this scene, the people of Sakura country were dumbfounded. There's more? What the hell? This never ends? How can there be a third wave? This is different from before, it's not fair. Heh, what's there to fear? Bring on as many waves as you want. They're just a bunch of goblins. Don't forget, this time the point rewards aren't just based on time, they're also tied to the number of enemies killed. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Doesn't that mean the more that come, the better? They're just goblins anyway, what's there to fear? Daigo, hurry up. What are you still standing there for? The first place reward is about to be ours, Sakura Nation. Watching this unfold, the Sakura Nation crowd saw a third wave approaching and began grumbling about unfairness. But they quickly realized the goblin numbers seemed tied to points and began shouting for Daegu to act. Yet standing amidst the goblin corpses, Daegu watched the figure emerging from the distant smoke and couldn't help but swallow hard. He too heard the shattering sounds echoing from afar. Following the sound, he saw billowing dust. Hidden within it, countless towering figures flickered into view. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. A massive goblin chieftain, muscular and towering, emerged from the dust, wielding a wolf-tooth club. Behind him, goblin wizards, rock giants, and countless troops revealed themselves one by one. Their sheer size alone made it clear these creatures were in an entirely different league from the goblins they had faced before. As the giant goblin chieftain's arms bulged with straining muscles, Daegu stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had confidence facing those goblins, but now, being asked to fight these monsters was nothing short of a suicide mission. One might be manageable, but a whole horde? That's ridiculous. He couldn't win. Absolutely no chance. Sending him to fight these beasts would be less merciful than letting him die. Ignoring the urgent prompting of the Sakura Nation strategy guide ringing in his ears, Daegu tossed aside his iron rod. As the others watched in stunned silence, he retracted his limbs and instantly withdrew his body into the shell behind him. Turtle hide technique. Sakura Nation crowd? Chapter 64, Kame-san, the cherry blossoms have bloomed in our hometown. Pfft, what a loser. Seriously, what a loser. That speed is unmatched. You still say he's not a turtle? This maneuver, this speed, how is it any different from a turtle? Turtle-san, Turtle-san. Come out already, the cherry blossoms are blooming back home. Yumatas kimchi country, but it turns out your Mr. Turtle is just this? When Daiko suddenly tossed his weapon and retreated into his shell, viewers in Sakura country were left utterly baffled. They'd assumed this Daiko guy was just switching weapons to keep fighting, but then he shrugged his shoulders and acted like it was none of his business? This was a live broadcast, after all viewers from other countries had flooded into their stream. Doraemon's actions were utterly humiliating. Already humiliated by the enemy becoming the King Ninja Turtle, this scene was like rubbing their faces in the dirt repeatedly. What do you know? This is called tactics. Our player Daiko has cleared 2 waves consecutively. What are you whining about when you haven't cleared a single one? Exactly. This is strategy. Strategy, got it? Haven't you seen the monsters are helpless against our Daigu now? You failures have the nerve to talk? We just need to hold out until they exhaust themselves, then strike. That's called leveraging our strengths. You know Jack. Who knows what material Daigu's turtle shell is made of, but it's completely impervious to attacks from giant goblins and other creatures. After pounding away for over 10 minutes, not a single crack appeared on the turtle shell behind Daigu. This scene left the live stream viewers utterly stunned. They never imagined Daigu could withstand such relentless assaults. This truly defied their expectations. Yet through these tens of minutes of observation, they also discerned the pattern of this nest invasion. Each wave of monsters invading the selected nations bore a striking similarity. Take Kimchi Nation, for instance. Their entire wave consisted of creatures resembling female pig-headed beings. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation both faced boss-level creatures. Moreover, they observed that the difficulty escalated with each successive wave. The later a nation was selected, the more perilous the invasion became. This time, however, Daigu faced something entirely different, a hodgepodge of monsters, akin to a siege battle. Defensive structures would have drastically reduced the resistance difficulty at this point. Wait, is this guy just stalling? How long has it been? Not a single sign of movement yet? Turtle-san truly lives up to his name. His defense is no joke. I suggest you guys stop transforming into other creatures. This turtle form is just perfect. Holy crap, I just checked the Huaxia livestream, their feed is back up. What? Those Huaxia guys finally decided to show their faces? Daigu's defenses caught everyone off guard. They'd been waiting to see how long he could hold out. But soon, as news about Huaxia broke, everyone flooded into the Huaxia livestream. Within the home base, Cheng stood at the edge of the hot spring, adjusting his clothes. His gaze drifted toward the hot spring, where Xiao Bai and the others lay fast asleep from sheer exhaustion. How dare they mess with him? This time, the 2 girls' actions had particularly angered Cheng. For the past several hours, no matter how much Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixin begged for mercy, Cheng never stopped his actions, forcing them both to remember who was truly in charge. Judging by the commotion, the invasion must have begun already. Having finished adjusting his clothes, Cheng turned his gaze toward the outskirts of the homestead. The cacophony of battle raged incessantly in his ears. He had prepared meticulously for this nest disturbance. Drawing his Tang sword, Cheng stepped out of the home base. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia livestream room, as the Huaxia screen lit up once more, viewers from all nations flooded in. As they witnessed the scene unfolding in the hot spring, their teeth clenched so hard they could be heard grinding. Damn those Huaxia bastards! How dare they get such a sweet deal? They deserve it. Heh, only now realizing the gravity of the situation? Too late. Setting out now, your homestead will likely be torn to shreds. Enjoying such daily luxuries? This is your karma. Damn it. Die. All of you, just die already. Our Kimchi Nation suffered such a catastrophe, and you Huaxia bastards won't escape unscathed either. Damn it. Our White Elephant Nation players barely made it through the 3rd wave, and now there's a 4th invasion. This time it's utterly uninhabitable. If even our White Elephant Nation can't survive, those Chinese bastards are doomed. Not long after the footage from Suzhou was broadcast, news of White Elephant Nation's defeat also came through. Their Indian players had managed to hold off the 3rd wave by exhausting every last bit of their lifespan, but they never expected a 4th wave to follow. And the 4th wave's intensity was on an entirely different level compared to the previous ones. This invasion would leave no survivors. Facing the mockery from other nations, the Chinese audience watching the livestream couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Some time had passed since the initial invasion. If the feed hadn't gone dark during that period, intelligence might have helped them get through. But now. Soon, as the live chat scrolled endlessly across the screen, Cheng emerged from his homestead. After multiple upgrades, Cheng's homestead now resembled a small castle in size. At that moment, Cheng walked to the gate and gazed toward the battlefield not far away. Where his gaze fell, the corpses and scattered limbs of giant goblins and various other creatures littered the ground. At the center of the battlefield, Ji Buchang stood like a god of slaughter, wielding a wooden club to mercilessly butcher the surrounding creatures. With his berserk state activated, any creature struck by his club was instantly reduced to pulp. As for the so-called human wave tactic, it proved utterly ineffective against him. Ji Buchang also possessed summoning abilities. As his orc summoning skill activated, countless half-orcs resembling him joined the fray, clashing fiercely with the insectoid hordes and other creatures ahead. Ha! Sweet. Absolutely sweet. Again. Again. I'm not done yet. Ji Buchang burst from the battlefield in a maniacal laugh, his hands tearing a giant wolf's body clean in two. Blood and intestines rained down from the sky. Hanging the intestines over his shoulder and bathed in blood, Ji Buchang's aura grew even more terrifying. A palpable aura of blood energy radiated from his body. Weaker creatures sensing this energy recoiled in terror, too afraid to approach. Those who had come to witness China's downfall fell speechless with shock at the sight of Ji Buchang's godlike slaughter. Especially after witnessing him tear a giant wolf apart with his bare hands, the entire livestream fell silent. Wait, what just happened? What the hell is that 5-meter-tall monster? And why are they fighting each other? It's him, absolutely him. I recognize this guy. It was this very creature that killed Gaia of our Roman nation. Bodies everywhere. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Aren't half-orcs supposed to be weak? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 65, Fourth Assault the Insectoid Horde. Ji Buchang's rampage left the watching crowd staring in utter disbelief. They had come to the Huaxia livestream expecting to witness Su Chéng being torn apart by monsters. Instead, they saw none of that. The opponent hadn't even made a move yet. All these monsters before them had been dealt with by a single half-orc. Ha! I knew it. Su Chéng wouldn't be so calm at a time like this without having his preparations in place. Heh, your expectations were dashed, weren't they? What is true power? This is what real power looks like. If even a half-orc tamed by our Su Chéng is this formidable, just how terrifying must Su Chéng's own power be? Looking at it this way, Su Chéng was being too conservative. If even one half-orc is this formidable, none of those defensive structures were even used. Where are all those mocking nations now? Shout it out. Why aren't you shouting anymore? Yeah, what about that cherry blossom country? Weren't you guys the loudest cheering earlier? Why so quiet now? Could it be that since your player Daigu turned into a turtle, you've all turned into turtles too? Chinese viewers watching the scene on screen collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They'd endured constant ridicule from other nations, and earlier worries about Sioux City's safety had weighed heavily on their minds. But now, seeing this, the weight finally lifted. Facing the foreign nation's doubts, the Chinese netizens held nothing back, transforming into keyboard warriors and launching their attacks. At that moment, inside China's highest-level combat command center. Good. Who would have thought that Kid Su Chéng had such a hidden card up his sleeve? Is this half-orc really this powerful? Ha! We were worried about Su Chéng's safety earlier, but now it seems we were overthinking it. Come to think of it, did any of you actually witness Su Chéng unleashing his full power before? His true strength has always been elusive to us. The strategy team members breathed a collective sigh of relief the moment they saw the footage. They hadn't anticipated the half-orcs under Su Chéng's command would be so formidable. 3 consecutive waves of attacks were repelled without him even needing to intervene. This scene only deepened their curiosity about the current extent of Su Chéng's power. Old Bai, at this rate, we might win without Su Chéng even lifting a finger. Xiao Lu excitedly reported the current situation to Old Bai. Old Bai, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Bai Lao's brow remained furrowed, not a trace of relief visible, Xiao Lu's gaze turned puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? They were about to receive their rewards. Why was Old Bai still frowning? I just have this feeling that this invasion isn't as straightforward as it seems. Old Bai shook his head and looked at the live feed on the screen. Based on previous patterns, this is the third wave of invasion in China, and each wave has been significantly stronger than the last. Yet, up to this point, he hadn't seen a single creature more powerful than the British player Smith. If they were merely using numbers to increase difficulty, wouldn't that be a bit too simplistic? Old Bai, are you overthinking this? Sioux City is already in its third wave. It'll be over soon. Just as Xiao Lu was about to speak, the live feed abruptly shifted again, accompanied by the shattering sound of the nest. Hearing the shattering sound, every member of the strategy team froze in shock. A fourth round? Outside the home base, Ji Buchang had just torn apart the final giant goblin of the third wave. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of the nest shattering echoed once more. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the center of the nest. Dust and smoke billowed as several massive black figures emerged from the chaos. This was. Sensing the aura within the dust ahead, Ji Buchang's expression grew exceptionally grave. Among these dark figures, he sensed an overwhelmingly potent threat. These creatures were far beyond the worthless trash encountered earlier. As the dust gradually dispersed, a heart-stopping sight came into view. Surrounding the nest stood dozens of colossal insectoids, each towering 5 meters tall. Their bodies were encased in thick, sturdy carapaces that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, appearing even more sinister under the faint moonlight. Their massive pincer-like forelimbs resembled 2 mobile fortresses, their tips razor-sharp and gleaming coldly, capable of tearing through steel with ease. Ironclad giant claw insect. Level 25. Strength 80. Agility 20. Intelligence 10. Description: as a scout for the insectoid tribe, it will tear apart any living creature to bolster the insectoid race. Immediately, a shadow stinger emerged from the dust. Though slightly smaller than the ironclad giant pincers, its body was covered in dense black spines, each containing deadly venom. Shadow stinger. Level 25. Strength 30. Agility 50. Intelligence 20. Description: as a scout assassin of the insectoid race, it excels at lurking in darkness to deliver fatal strikes. To bolster its insectoid kin, it will hunt down and eliminate any living creature. The moment the ironclad giant clawworm and shadow stinger worm appeared, the atmosphere around them shifted noticeably. The Chinese spectators watching this scene were clearly caught off guard. They had thought it was over just now, yet here comes a fourth round. Wait, why is there a fourth round? Is this never going to end? Holy, are these things even human? Just watching them on screen gives me the creeps. Are these creatures really on the same level as the previous ones? This doesn't look good. These ones are nearly as big as the half-orcs, and some of them have poisonous insects on their bodies. Can the half-orcs even hold them back? The Chinese spectators' faces darkened considerably at this sight. But the foreign spectators watching this unfold were suddenly electrified with excitement. They thought China was going to breeze through, but look what happened. Ha! Even God couldn't stand by and watch this. A fourth round? I refuse to believe this Chinese contestant won't die. This is the price of cheating. Thinking they could pass without lifting a finger? Dream on. I refuse to believe that half-orc can withstand this swarm's assault. Yes. Fantastic. Die already, die. As long as you Chinese die before us, we'll reclaim our territory sooner. Hiss. A sharp, piercing sound erupted near the nest. The ironclad giant clawworm, upon seeing Ji Buchang drenched in blood on the outer perimeter, charged without hesitation, its roar echoing as it closed in. Even judging by the bloodlust emanating from Ji Buchang's body, which suggested he'd slain at least 100 creatures, the ironclad giant claw insect showed not a shred of fear, as if it were born for battle. Finally, some worthy opponents? Well then, bring it on. Chapter 66, Second Master's True Colors. Votes needed. Sensing the ironclad giant claw insect's battle intent, Ji Buchang thrust his wooden staff into the mud and roared. Beast and insect collided like two massive boulders. Boom! The shockwave from their collision rippled outward like invisible waves, its force so immense it began shattering the ground beneath their feet inch by inch. Ha! That felt good. Ji Buchang seized the ironclad giant mantis's two antennae with both hands and roared with laughter, but that alone is not enough. Muscles bulged violently on Ji Buchang's arms as a furious roar erupted. Ji Buchang had actually lifted the ironclad giant clawed insect into the air. Another ironclad giant clawed insect charged from ahead. Ji Buchang's eyes flashed. He stepped forward, muscles taut, and hurled the ironclad giant clawed insect violently forward. Boom! The colossal form of the ironclad giant claw insect slammed into the swarm of insects, erupting in a deafening crash. The ironclad giant claw insect possessed a strength attribute of 80, but Ji Buchang's strength attribute soared to a staggering 90. Combined with the bonus from his berserk state, the mere ironclad giant claw insect stood no chance against him. Holy! That's just like Second Master. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Second Master truly lives up to his name. So what if it's the fourth round? A mere insect isn't worthy of comparison to my Second Master. That strength, those biceps, I'm impressed. That last hit must have been at least 60 strength points. So freaking awesome. The crowd watching the livestream gasped in shock as they witnessed Ji Buchang hurl the ironclad giant clawbug through the air. The nickname Second Master was coined by the crowd as Ji Buchang dominated the battlefield. Yet foreign viewers watching the livestream? Faced with the cheers of the Chinese crowd, they wore looks of utter disdain. Popping champagne this early is a bit premature, don't you think? What good is raw power alone? Don't forget there's more than one of these bugs. Second Master? True colors? More like you'll be pissing in two streams. He's nothing but a brute. Just wait until his strength runs out, then we'll see what he does. It's impressive that one monster has held out this long, but your lucky streak, China, is about to end. Just as everyone had suspected. One ironclad giant clawbug might not stand a chance against Ji Buchang, but this time there were 10 of them. One fell, only for 5 or 6 more to surge forward in its wake. Seeing this, Ji Buchang abandoned direct confrontation. He yanked his wooden staff free, let out a furious roar, and charged forward. Initially, under Ji Buchang's overwhelming force, the ironclad giant clawbugs were routed. But soon, as they grew accustomed to Ji Buchang's attack patterns, they began to engage him in relentless, continuous combat. Ji Buchang's stamina rapidly depleted at a visible rate. After hammering one ironclad giant clawed insect into the air, Ji Buchang braced himself on his wooden staff, gasping for breath as he tried to recover some strength. But the armored giant claw bugs wouldn't give him a moment's respite. Seeing them charging again, Ji Buchang cursed under his breath, "Damn it, these things are tough as nails." Realizing he couldn't stall any longer, Ji Buchang leapt high into the air and brought his wooden staff crashing down. Die. Thud. The wooden staff slammed hard against the ironclad giant clawed insect's body. The armored giant clawed insect, struck by Ji Buchang's heavy blow, instantly collapsed. Yet as the ironclad giant clawbug fell beneath the club, a shattering sound echoed simultaneously. Ji Buchang looked down at his wooden club, his pupils trembling. A crack spread across the surface of the wooden club, radiating outward like a spider web. The wooden club shattered, its fragments scattering onto the armored giant clawbug's body. Looking in the direction of the debris, a sharp spike radiating an icy glint emerged from the top of the ironclad giant claw insect's shell. Trouble! Ji Buchang inwardly cursed his misfortune. Without his weapon, he could only defend against the armored giant claw insect's attacks with his bare hands. But the number of hands was ultimately limited. As he controlled one ironclad giant clawed insect in front, several others suddenly attacked from all directions. Boom! A dull thud echoed. With Ji Buchang at the center, the ironclad giant clawed insects collided with his body from all directions. Their antennae intertwined, binding him tightly in the center. No matter how hard Ji Buchang struggled, he couldn't break free. Ah! Just as Ji Buchang was battling the armored giant mantis, a sudden, stabbing pain shot through his waist. Gritting his teeth in pain, Ji Buchang glanced downward. A dark shadow flashed by, tearing through flesh and bone. Black liquid seeped steadily from the wound. Sensing trouble, Ji Buchang tried to exert himself, but a numbing sensation spread through his body, robbing him of strength. This wound is poisoned. Ha! See how arrogant you are now? You're done for. This half-beast is finished. What good is brute strength alone? Once this one dies, you worthless Huaxia scum will be next. Only by being truly powerful like Smith from our Eagle Nation is real strength. What good are your Chinese fighters relying on external help? Now just wait for death, ha! Though Ji Buchang had stunned the crowd, the scene now sealed his fate. Trapped by ironclad giant clawbugs and attacked by poison-spiked insects, no matter how extraordinary he was, he had to fall now. Master, we may never see you again. The crushing weight of exhaustion grew heavier. The venomous stinger leapt from below onto the ironclad giant claw insect's shoulder, its blade gleaming coldly, still dripping with purple venom. Even if it could withstand this strike, the corrosive venom would render it incapable of further combat. The blade was about to descend, the knife swinging. Suddenly, a figure flickered into view behind Ji Buchang. Clang! A shrill clang echoed. Ji Buchang, who had already resigned himself to his fate, looked upon the figure appearing before him and his expression turned intensely agitated. Master! Su Cheng now stood atop the giant mantis shrimp's tentacles that had trapped Ji Buchang. Holding his blade with one hand, he parried the poisonous insect's attack while glancing sideways toward Ji Buchang behind him. The next instant, Su Cheng flipped his wrist. A sharp blade flashed, slicing through the poison-spiked insect's blade as easily as a hot knife through butter. The blade snapped cleanly. Before the poison-spiked insect could react, Su Cheng withdrew his tang sword and delivered a powerful kick, sending it flying. His other hand drew a jet-black pistol from his waist. His thumb slid the safety off, causing the surrounding sand and gravel to tremble slightly. A murderous intent, seemingly from nowhere, locked onto the poison stinger. The trigger pulled. Boom! The bullet erupted from the black muzzle, its spinning trajectory tearing through the venomous insect's body, blasting a massive hole through its frame. As the bullet flew, Su Cheng turned to Ji Buchang. You've held out this long. You've done well. You can rest now. I'll handle things from here. Chapter 67, he's practically a superhuman. Holy! Is this revolver's power just insane? How is it like a cannon? Damn it! This revolver was originally our weapon. Those damn Chinese better give our weapons back. What just happened? When did this Chinese contestant show up? How did I not notice him earlier? Heck, even if he did, so what? In this situation, he's just going to die. At least it'll save us some time. I've seen these bugs before. Our last contestant from the Empire of the Sun never sets died at their hands. Ha! These guys are finished. If they can't even beat our Sun never sets Empire's contestant, there's no way you Chinese can. Su Cheng's sudden appearance saved Ji Buchang, leaving the international audience watching the livestream deeply disappointed. They had anticipated the moment Ji Buchang's head would be severed, even preparing champagne in anticipation. Little did they expect a spoiler to crash the party. But the spectators watching this scene weren't the least bit worried. What difference did reinforcements make? Ji Buchang was now nothing but a cripple, unable to muster any strength. Given the strength the insect race had already demonstrated, even if they were at their absolute peak, no one doubted for a second that these two would be pounded into mincemeat by the insects. Ha, you lot from the Sun never sets can't win because you suck. Don't compare your noobs to our god Su, okay? Exactly. Exactly. Go, Su God. I believe in you the most. Don't back down, second master. Keep standing up and fight them, they're just some 5-meter tall bugs, right? That said, witnessing the staggering size disparity between Su Cheng and the insectoids, the group couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. These insects were too much even for Ji Buchang to handle. Could Su Cheng possibly stand a chance? Amidst their worries, outside the home, Su Cheng's gaze fixed on the giant clawed insect below as his tang sword swung through the air. Blades flashed repeatedly, severing all the antennae atop the giant clawed insect's head. His beast form activated. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Su Cheng kicked the giant clawed insect, pinning Ji Buchang from behind, then grabbed Ji Buchang with one hand and hurled him toward the home base. Ji Buchang, whose body was as massive as a small mountain, now dangled before Su Cheng like a boom. A thunderous impact echoed. Only after confirming Ji Buchang's safe landing in the distance did Su Cheng withdraw his gaze. His gaze shifted to the giant mantis approaching from ahead, and he grinned. Perfect timing. After his attributes had been enhanced, he'd been itching for a chance to unleash his power. Now, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Facing the giant claw insect's charge, Su Cheng showed no intention of dodging. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a punch, striking out into the void. The air ripped apart, the explosive crack echoing like thunder in everyone's ears. His fist struck the giant clawed insect's carapace. The immense force instantly shattered the shell, tearing flesh and sending the creature's body flying in all directions. The power seems decent enough, just a bit hard to control. Su Cheng rubbed his fist, glancing at the stunned giant claw insects surrounding him. Next? Who's coming? Giant claw insect? Wait, what just happened? From Ji Buchang being hurled away to now witnessing their own kind crushed by a single punch, the remaining 4 giant clawed insects each had question marks floating above their heads. They never imagined a human so small in stature could unleash such terrifying explosive power. A single punch instantly shattered their comrade's body, its carapace seeming transparent before the opponent. The stench of death enveloped the giant clawworms. Seeing Su Cheng wave them away, the giant clawed insects unexpectedly retreated in fear. Not even the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from Ji Buchang earlier had made them retreat. Thinking of ambushing him? That was not a wise decision. Su Cheng suddenly sidestepped. At the same instant, the venomous stinger insect lunged forward. A razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, slamming violently into the spot where Su Cheng had just stood, tearing a massive gash in the ground. Facing the poison stinger insect's frenzied slashes, Su Cheng dodged with ease. Even without activating his beast transformation, these poison-spiked insects couldn't match his speed, let alone when his agility doubled in beast form. The stinger bug's attacks seemed like slow motion before Su Cheng. Su Cheng dodged with effortless ease, yet those watching the livestream held their breath in suspense. The stinger bug's attack speed intensified, their blades now carrying a chill that turned the air white and sent temperatures plummeting. The ground shattered as multiple poison sting beetles emerged simultaneously, swirling like a whirlwind to seal off Su Cheng from all directions. Su Cheng fixed his gaze on the poison stinger charging head-on. Suddenly, he raised his hand, twisted his wrist with force, and a crisp snap echoed as he crossed paths with the insect, moving with effortless grace. In his hand was a blade radiating icy coldness. Everyone watching the livestream held their breath, staring silently at the screen. There, the poison-spiked insects froze. The blade snapped. Green blood gushed from its hand. Its grasp was empty, its own hands had been snatched away. WTF? Are you kidding me? This can't be real, right? No way, what did I just see? He snapped someone else's blade barehanded? Is this even human? I must still be asleep. I definitely haven't woken up yet. Just let me catch a few more minutes of sleep. Holy, I must be seeing things. This has to be a hallucination, right? How did this Chinese guy pull this off? Not only were the foreign viewers watching the livestream unable to believe it. Even fellow Chinese citizens watching this scene couldn't believe their eyes. Throwing Ji Buchang flying with one hand, crushing a giant clawed insect with a single punch, snapping the poisonous claws of a venomous insect barehanded. I knew our Su god was extraordinary, but this is just too absurd. I thought Su Shen smashing that giant claw insect with one punch was already insane enough. Not only is his strength terrifying, but his speed is off the charts too. Could this be a hallucination? Not sure. I'll take a bathroom break and come back to check. At that moment, the Huaxia strategy team, like the spectators, Elder Bai and the others stared at the screen, each frozen in place. Even seasoned commanders fell silent at this spectacle. They'd initially intended to offer guidance on Su Cheng's combat tactics, but now, there was nothing left to instruct. Words stuck in their throats, and they remained speechless. They stared at the cooperation treaty with the Northern Bear Nation in their hands, which was just one signature and seal away from completion. Earlier, they had wondered why these old fools from the Northern Bear Kingdom had suddenly upped the ante, rushing to return the previously claimed territories. They had believed their demands were already sufficient, but in this moment, they felt they might have to offer even more. He was nothing short of a superhuman. Chapter 68, Nations Tremble, China must be sanctioned. Is this the man General Pu spoke of? The Northern Bear Nation diplomats standing nearby, along with the members of the strategy team, were all stunned speechless when they saw Su Cheng shatter the insectoid creature with a single punch. Especially the moment he seized the stinger's blade, he still couldn't fathom how the man had pulled it off. What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? Was his strength stat 40 or 50? Unlike the members of the Huaxia, the Northern Bear Nation diplomat was the first to snap out of it. His gaze shifted from the screen to the hand that lingered over the document. Seeing it hesitating to sign, he immediately rushed forward, determined to force the pen down. Heh, General Liu, just sign already. We've already agreed on everything. What are you hesitating for? No need to rush. Why don't we review it again? This cooperation isn't urgent, right? General Liu and the Russian exchanged glances. Though smiles touched their lips, the tension in their hands remained unrelenting. As you Chinese say, opportunities don't come twice. General Liu, you'd better sign now. Seeing General Liu's hand linger, the Russian placed both hands firmly on top of his right hand. Ah, that's where you're wrong. We Chinese have another ancient saying, haste makes waste. Compared to General Liu, a military man, the diplomat sent by the Russians was clearly no match in strength. General Liu exerted his strength, breaking free from the grip. He pushed the contract to the center of the table and smiled at Mao Zi, saying, I think we should take a closer look first. Northern Bear Nation Strategy Team. Ha! Looks like I made the right bet this time. This Chinese contestant is truly extraordinary. General Pu watched the footage of Sioux City and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Judging by the strength the opponent had just displayed, combined with the intelligence Tchaikovsky had relayed earlier, this time his gamble had paid off. Compared to the territory surrendered earlier, forging an alliance with such a formidable opponent was an absolute steal. Just then, a staff member nearby received news about the Northern Bear Nation's diplomatic delegation heading to China. He hurriedly reported to General Pu, General, it appears China has halted the signing process and may be adding more conditions. Should we agree? Whatever China demands, we agree. Without a moment's hesitation, General Pu responded, this shift in the multiverse is a pivotal moment for Blue Star. If we fail to seize it now, our future path will be exceptionally arduous. Understood. Hearing the staff's affirmation, a slow smile spread across General Pu's lips. Even before the myriad races of the multiverse have descended, nations already find themselves struggling to move forward. Once those myriad races arrive, one can only imagine how arduous life will become. Since we cannot be a pillar of strength for others, finding one for ourselves might not be such a bad idea. However, his joy was short-lived. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Currently, they and Huaxia were among the nations selected for the third wave of invasion. China faces a fourth wave of attacks. What about their own nation, the Northern Bear Kingdom? Just as General Pu pondered this, news about Tchaikovsky broke. Bad news, General Pu. Tchaikovsky is also in danger. He just passed the third wave, but like the Chinese contestant, he's now facing the fourth wave of attacks. What? Upon hearing news about his own contestant, General Pu's smile instantly vanished as he hurriedly turned his gaze toward his nation's screen. Tchaikovsky was now covered in wounds, having already depleted most of his lifespan during the third round of monster combat. He now had less than 15 years remaining, yet the fourth wave of attacks had only just begun. Watching Tchaikovsky's dire state on the screen, the members of the Northern Bear Nation strategy team frowned deeply. It's over. This is completely over. Tchaikovsky doesn't possess the strength of that Chinese contestant, and now his lifespan is insufficient. What are we to do? China. Didn't we form an alliance with them? If we ask for help, they should come to our rescue, right? With only 15 years of lifespan left, we can purchase support cards at most one more time. But China already came last time. We paid a huge price for that. Without offering significant benefits now, would China even agree? For a moment, the Northern Bear Nation strategy team fell into silence. Last time, the Huaxia player came to help because they were reclaiming territory. Now, to secure this cooperation, they've practically returned all their territory. Without any benefits, they wouldn't agree either. General Pu stared at the screen, pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Attempt contact with China. We'll accept their response, whether they agree or not. Tchaikovsky was already formidable, having advanced through the third round on his own strength. Unlike the Sakura Nation players, who were still cowering in their shells, afraid to make a move. Possessing S-tier talent and having observed the techniques of the Chinese contestants, they could never afford to let such a talent slip away. Meanwhile, at the White House in Eagle Nation, Puchwan sat before a large screen, connected with leaders from Sakura Nation, White Elephant Nation, Kimchi Nation, and others. Am I seeing this correctly? How can this Chinese guy be so incredibly strong? He shattered the insectoid with a single punch. Is he even human? Damn it! S-class. This Chinese contestant's talent is definitely S-class too. After all this bad luck, they're getting lucky now? This doesn't bode well. If they keep this pace, won't they clear the entire stage? Could they actually snatch the top spot from us? Leaders from various nations watched the live feed from China, their expressions growing grim. They'd already taken notice when Chéng demonstrated his power earlier. They'd even planned to unite and eliminate him in his infancy. But whether he sensed danger or not, he never entered the Red Gate, narrowly escaping that time. Yet, in such a short time, Chéng had grown to this staggering level beyond their wildest imaginings. Sanctions. China must be sanctioned. Among the nations, the president of Sakura Nation was the most agitated. Earlier, he had overheard a professor from China utter a single sentence. China's first step toward true standing would be to destroy their nation. At first, he had dismissed it with a sneer. Now, it seemed those words were about to come true. Now, 1/10 of their nation's territory had been seized by China. The intent was crystal clear. If they didn't act soon, their nation would be slowly devoured by China. Quiet. Quiet. What kind of spectacle is this, all of you bickering like this? Puchuan sat upright in his chair, his obese frame attempting to project an air of authority, yet the sight was decidedly comical. His gaze fixed on the screen, yet unlike the others, Puchuan appeared unusually composed. First place still belongs to my Eagle Nation. As for those Chinese, they didn't even make the rankings. President Puchuan, what do you mean? The Kimchi Nation's president was puzzled. Haven't you noticed yet? Puchuan gestured to his staff behind him, and soon a data display appeared before the leaders of the major nations. According to our projections, the third wave of the offensive is the strongest yet. Even our Eagle Nation's Smith couldn't overcome it. How could a single China possibly succeed? Let me tell you, this fourth round isn't the end. The fourth round isn't the end? Hearing this news, the leaders of all nations were stunned. Their gazes shifted to the data projected above the screen. Moments later, a flicker of disbelief crossed their eyes. There's actually a fifth round. Chapter 69, The Fifth Wave, the Frost Dragon. Outside the Huaxia homeland, Su Cheng was unaware of the immense turmoil his recent actions had unleashed across the entire Blue Star. Gazing at the blade in his hand, a hint of astonishment flickered in Su Cheng's eyes. Venomous stinger blade, excellent material for crafting equipment. Can be sold to exchange for lifespan points. He hadn't expected these insectoid blades could be sold for lifespan points and even used to forge weapons. Su Cheng's gaze shifted to the shattered wooden staff lying nearby. In truth, Ji Buqiang hadn't lost the earlier battle, he'd simply been at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry. After all, a wooden staff was merely crafted from timber, lacking sufficient durability. When faced with even slightly harder armor, its effectiveness became negligible. These creatures' carapaces, however, made excellent forging material perfect for crafting Ji Buqiang a new weapon. With that thought, Su Cheng sheathed his blade. He turned to face the poison-spiked insects behind him, a gentle smile curling his lips. As Su Cheng's gaze fell upon them, a bone-chilling cold instantly swept over the swarm of poison-spiked insects. For a moment, it felt as though they were the prey. The Tang sword whirled. Su Cheng tensed his leg muscles, and his form vanished instantly. A visible shockwave cracked the ground as his body leapt over 10 meters. The Tang sword flashed with light. In an instant, all the poison-spiked insects froze in place. Blood dripped from their chests. Soon, they lost all sensation, collapsing to the ground, utterly dead. Oh, I almost forgot about you lot. Standing above the poison-spiked insect corpses, Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the giant clawed insect trembling in fear nearby. Squeak! The blood of the poison-spiked insects dripped from the Tang sword's blade. The giant clawed insects, upon meeting Su Cheng's gaze, were so terrified they immediately scattered in all directions. Yet their speed was immeasurably slower than the poison-spiked insects. Facing Su Cheng's pursuit, they soon collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. From the start of the battle to its conclusion, less than 10 minutes had passed. The entire fourth wave of insectoid creatures had been utterly annihilated. This scene sent the Chinese viewers watching the livestream into a frenzy of cheers. Xianghu! I knew Su Shen was unbeatable. Ha! Let's see who dares speak ill of Su Shen after this. This power is insane. How much protein powder do you have to drink to get like that? Who was it saying our Su Shen was doomed? Who was it? Why isn't anyone speaking up now? Did I forget to turn on the comments? Ever heard of the saying, the strongest always show up last? Look how anxious you all were earlier. I'll show you how to dominate even after waiting for over half an hour. Here's a tip, if you're weak, just practice more. The fourth round passed, and the Huaxia team breathed a collective sigh of relief. When Ji Buqiang was trapped, everyone had been worried about Su Cheng. But when Su Cheng flung Ji Buqiang away with one hand and shattered the giant crab's body with a single punch, their hearts finally settled. Yet now, those who had mocked the Huaxia team earlier felt like they'd swallowed. They had all assumed the Huaxia contestant was doomed this time. Who could have predicted this outcome? How is this possible? There must be something wrong with your Chinese guy. Smashing flesh with one punch? You think you're Superman or something? Damn it! We need to investigate China thoroughly, we absolutely must. How could they be this strong after clearing only a few dungeon gates? Damn it! What the hell, playing dirty, huh? You've already snapped a blade barehanded, how about chewing through rebar next? Is this Chinese player really that strong? Could he be S-tier talent too? Even if he is, so what? Our Eagle Nation Smith was the first to kill the D-rank boss. The top prize this time still belongs to Eagle Nation. As footage of Su Cheng slaughtering the insectoid horde spread, chat streams erupted in chaos. Countless people began speculating about what exactly Su Cheng's talent could be. After a series of heated discussions, the consensus leaned toward his talent being related to physical enhancement. The scene had left such a profound impression that, aside from physical enhancement, no one could fathom what else his talent might be. outside the home base. Chhéng finished gathering materials from the giant claw bugs and poison stinger bugs. Surveying the full row of materials, Chhéng nodded with satisfaction. These materials were sufficient to craft a durable weapon for Ji Buchan, with even surplus left over to sell for lifespan points. Chhéng glanced at the numbers on his arm. 00:925:11:20:42. This time, he naturally heard the announcement from the multiverse. Just by placing in the top 3, the lifespan value reward alone would be over 100 years. Both the silver wheel and the multiverse trading post required 1,000 years of lifespan to unlock. I wonder where I rank this time. Withdrawing his gaze, Chhéng scanned his surroundings. Seeing that the heavenly announcement had yet to sound, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What's going on? Could the multiverse world be experiencing a glitch? As this thought crossed his mind, Chhéng suddenly noticed a goblin among the corpses that seemed not quite dead. He moved swiftly, grabbing it. Like Chhéng, the other Chinese participants awaiting their rewards also heard no announcement. Their eyes widened in equal surprise. Ha! Is this a bug? Aren't all these insects dead? Why hasn't the announcement sounded yet? Could it be that Sushin's power is too overwhelming and the multiverse didn't anticipate him passing? Ha! For some reason, watching this scene gives me a bad feeling. Wait! What the hell, there's a dark shadow swelling in the distance. Holy! That's not a shadow, it's clearly a nest. On screen, a dark silhouette rapidly expands. Up close, it wasn't a shadow at all, it was clearly a nest. Outside the home base, Chhéng also noticed the changes ahead. Before he could process what was happening, a deafening explosion shattered the night silence. Like the roar of a primordial beast, it shook every inch of the earth. This sudden, thunderous blast unleashed a powerful shockwave, whipping up a cloud of dust that obscured half the sky and shrouded the surrounding landscape in chaos. The air seemed to tear apart violently, a sudden chill sweeping over Chhéng, making him shiver involuntarily. Immediately afterward, the surface of the lair began to crack, fragments scattering like the fiercest winter storm. A frost dragon burst forth from within. Its form was immense and majestic, yet its eyes flashed with cold, ruthless light, its scales glinting with a heart-stopping chill in the setting sun. With each flap of its wings, it instantly whipped up a blizzard, freezing the surrounding air into frost. The entire world seemed enveloped by its icy breath. No way, you gotta be kidding me, there's more? 5th round. There's actually a 5th round? This is ing bullying the honest folk, isn't it? Seriously? This is way too much. What kind of monster is this? An ice dragon? Chapter 70, Nobility, Terrifying Attributes. Above the lair, the frost dragon descended slowly. Beneath its feet, an invisible path of frost seemed to form. Each step caused the ground to crack open in long, narrow fissures. Bitter cold seeped out in wisps from these crevices, swiftly freezing the surrounding plants and trees solid. Its wings beat lightly against the ground, stirring up blizzards that completely shrouded Chhéng's location in a vast expanse of white. Roar! A thunderous roar split the sky. The frost dragon stood upon the frost-covered ground, its massive head encased in thick ice. Its eyes gleamed like 2 deep, cold stars, radiating indifference and contempt. Though those eyes did not directly fix upon Chhéng could feel the contempt and disdain within them, as if in its eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Frost dragon. Level, 30. Gender, female. Strength, 150. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 40. Abilities, Frost Breath, Absolute 0, Icicle, Blizzard, Noble Bloodline. Description: descended from the noble line of Frost Dragon Kings, she is a born powerhouse. All creatures bow before her. She relishes testing her strength against others, possessing a rebellious spirit and a somewhat simple-minded nature. The Frost Dragon's massive form emerged from the display. The Chinese spectators watching this scene couldn't help but shiver at the sight of the Frost Dragon's immense form. Even through the screen, they could almost feel the chill radiating from it. What the hell? Why am I shaking uncontrollably? How come I suddenly feel so cold? Isn't the sun still shining outside? Me too. The moment this thing appeared, my body started shaking uncontrollably. This doesn't feel good. What level is this monster? Damn it, is this the end? 4 rounds weren't enough? There's actually a 5th round? Is this never going to end? Sushin looks so tiny next to that dragon. I still support him, but isn't he in danger now? The 5th round invasion footage played out. Foreign viewers, already chafing at being berated by the Chinese crowd, were seething with pent-up anger. Yet the moment they laid eyes on the frost dragon, their fury instantly froze solid. Especially when they witnessed the dragon's appearance, a moment that made the entire world change color. Their faces instantly lit up with joy. Round 5, I knew there'd be a 5th round. Ha! Who was it saying we'd pop champagne at halftime? Who's popping champagne now? With the frost dragon here, I refuse to believe you Chinese bastards can survive. Yes. Just look at the size and form of that frost dragon. Not even the gods can save the Chinese now. Just now, our Roman instruments transmitted data. This dragon's strength attribute is a staggering 100. Strength attribute 100? I don't think even the world's strongest fighter, Smith, has reached that level yet. This Chinese fighter is truly unfortunate to face such a monster. Inside the Chinese strategy team, the sudden turn of events caught the Chinese team completely off guard. As the bitter chill from the screen washed over them, Bai Lao and the others felt their hearts sink the moment they saw the data. Strength exceeding 100, agility reaching 80. Even modern machines can only detect up to 100. For such a being to appear now, isn't this an outright attempt to eliminate the top players? Meanwhile, the Russians, who had just signed the treaty, froze in shock upon seeing the screen. Especially when they saw Su Cheng appear as small as an ant before the frost dragon, their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Seeing this, General Liu and the others swiftly retrieved the treaty and stowed it away in a special grade safe, leaving the Russians no chance to react. Old Bai, this time, things don't look good. Xiao Lu studied the analyzed data and spoke slowly to the elderly Bai beside him. Previous foreign contestants have encountered dragons before, but none survived. These dragons are unlike other creatures, they possess innate, formidable attributes and abilities. Moreover, this frost dragon might be of a particularly high rank. Old Bai's gaze grew pensive. Can we estimate its approximate rank? At the very least, it's a count-level dragon, perhaps even a formidable noble. Noble? At the word noble, Old Bai recalled an incident involving a Middle Eastern nation. Back then, their contestant had also encountered a dragon attack, a noble level 1 at that. That catastrophe nearly destroyed the entire nation. To this day, that region remains engulfed in flames, designated as a restricted zone. A strength attribute of 100? Old Bai recalled the previous test on Su Cheng, where the instrument had clearly displayed 100. But even with scores exceeding 100, the opponent possessed noble bloodlines and was among the mightiest dragons in existence. His gaze turned anxiously towards Su Cheng on the screen. Could he withstand this trial? Outside the sanctuary, Su Cheng watched the frost dragon approaching him with deliberate, measured steps, a trace of gravity flickering in his eyes. Despite being only level 30, its strength stats soared to 150. Even its agility and intelligence stats were impressive, making it the most capable dragon he'd ever encountered. Human, do you truly consider yourself my opponent? A deep voice echoed then, as the frost dragon spoke in human language, its words carrying immense pressure. The frost dragon slowly lowered its head, its enormous vertical pupils fixed directly on Su Cheng as frigid air radiated outward from its body. Su Cheng lifted his head, meeting the dragon's gaze. Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Ha! Human, I particularly like the look in your eyes. Observing Su Cheng's gaze, the frost dragon roared with laughter. Rising proudly, it declared, Human, do not say I deny you a chance. I shall not fly to engage you. If your attack forces me to retreat even a single step, I shall concede victory to you. How does that sound? Su Cheng shook his head. What? Are you afraid? Seeing Su Cheng's silence, the frost dragon assumed he was intimidated, a hint of contempt flickering in its gaze. Seems I misjudged you after all. After all, he was of the noble frost dragon royal lineage. For a mere human to stand before him was already remarkable, let alone speak of fighting spirit. Just as it shook its head, preparing to swat Su Cheng dead with a single blow, Su Cheng grabbed a goblin that had been trying to escape nearby, looked at it with utter seriousness, and declared, I'm no match for you. It is. Goblin? Chapter 71, You. Go kill it, votes needed. The goblin stared at the frost dragon's colossal form, its legs trembling with fear. Earlier, under Ji Bochan's relentless assault, it sensed something was terribly wrong. That guy was a monster, so it hid somewhere and played dead. It had thought feigning death would see it through, but then Su Cheng dragged it out. Now, facing this colossal frost dragon, being told to fight it was essentially a death sentence. So you lot are my opponents? Following the direction of Su Cheng's finger, the frost dragon's lower head scrutinized the creature before it. As a member of the frost dragon's most noble royal bloodline, it had witnessed countless powerful creatures in its lifetime. Yet this entirely emerald-hued being was utterly unfamiliar. Thus, after its scrutiny, the frost dragon reared up, its roar echoing across the heavens. Blizzards surged, and eyes like two stars pierced through the snowstorm, fixing their gaze on the goblin. Come forth. Let me see if your strength can satisfy me. At this moment, it was clear the frost dragon had deemed the goblin worthy of being its opponent. In the world of dragons, the closer one's body color resembled a particular hue, the nobler their bloodline. Just as its entire body was covered in ice and snow scales, as a noble royal bloodline, its form nearly blended into the frost itself. Yet this goblin radiated green from head to toe. In its eyes, the opponent was a formidable being. You. Go eliminate it. Su Cheng shoved the goblin forward, pointing toward the distant frost dragon. The goblin glanced at the frost dragon, then turned to look at Su Cheng. Not me? In the goblin's understanding, both of these creatures were monsters. But compared to Su Cheng, it had never witnessed the frost dragon's true power. It had witnessed firsthand the brutal methods Su Cheng used to slaughter those insectoids. This human before him was not someone to cross. So it could only. With that thought, the goblin swallowed hard and slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Fixing its gaze on the imposing frost dragon before it, the goblin let out a roar and charged forward. I can do this. I absolutely can. I'm the pride of the goblin clan. My mother said I could do it. Flashbacks of past memories flashed through the goblin's mind in that moment. Bearing the honor of the goblin race, this time it would succeed. Overwhelmed by confidence, the goblin dared to believe it could defeat its foe. It closed in on the frost dragon's massive claw, raised its small knife, and thrust downward with all its might. Clang! A crisp sound echoed throughout the entire area. The dagger struck the frost dragon's scales, shattering at the blade's edge and snapping clean in two. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The frost dragon raised its paw and stomped toward the goblin. A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed, and a pool of blood slowly spread beneath the dragon's foot. Now it was the frost dragon's turn to be stunned. Wait, is it that weak? Could this even be called an opponent? Having anticipated a fierce battle, it now recoiled in disgust upon seeing the repulsive liquid pool beneath its foot. Such a feeble creature killing it would only soil its hands. Human! How dare you deceive me? Withering its gaze from the goblin, the frost dragon turned its furious stare toward the direction where Chéng had been moments before. Even a fool could see now that the goblin was no match for it. This human had deceived it. Yet, as it glared angrily toward Chéng's location, the empty scene before it left it utterly bewildered. Wait, where is he? Chéng's figure vanished, leaving a giant question mark hovering above the frost dragon's head. Wasn't he just here a moment ago? Where the hell did he go? Could this guy have slipped away while I was busy fighting this goblin? With that thought, the frost dragon flapped its wings, ready to take flight in search for Chéng. The next second, a dark figure emerged from behind it. Chéng stood behind it, Tang's sword in hand, as a coin flicked from his palm. Clink! The coin flew out, triggering the gamble life talent. Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. This roll is heads. Feeling his strength and other attributes surge, Chéng hesitated not a moment. Gripping his Tang sword tightly, he swung it at the frost dragon's wing. At merely level 30, he possessed such high attributes even his abilities far surpassed Chang's by several times. Facing such an opponent, Chéng wouldn't foolishly engage in a head-on clash. The Tang sword flashed, its strength attribute doubling repeatedly. This strike was the most powerful blow Chéng could unleash at present. Splatter! The Tang sword sliced through the frost dragon's scales without resistance, tearing flesh and sending a torrent of blood spraying from its wing. The crimson blood stained the entire snowy ground, adding a sinister, vivid hue to the scene. Permanent flow judgment success. Toxic constitution triggered. When the opponent's strength attribute is lower than yours, stamina depletion doubles. Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. Damage trigger success. Randomly destroys one piece of the opponent's equipment. Roar! You dare ambush me. Intense agony made the frost dragon roar uncontrollably. Clearly, it hadn't anticipated this turn of events. By the time it spotted Chéng, the excruciating sensation of blade-piercing flesh had already spread throughout its entire body. Icy spikes erupted from all around him, their points whirling toward Chéng. Poof! So it wasn't that easy to sever after all? Leaping down from above the frost dragon, dodging the hail of ice spikes, Chéng looked at its half-torn wing. He had intended to sever one of the opponent's wings with that strike, but the creature's physical resilience far exceeded his expectations. The sheer force nearly flipped the creature over, yet it failed to sever the wing. Was this the might of royal blood? Bull! How dare you hurt me? Not even my father ever struck me like this. I'll kill you. Kill you. Blood gushed from the frost dragon's wing as its furious gaze locked onto Chéng. A powerful light gathered within its maw. Yet before the frost dragon could unleash its fury, Chéng vanished from his landing spot the instant his feet touched the ground. The instant the frost dragon's light coalesced, several flashes of blade light erupted. In an instant, Chéng delivered a series of slashes. Each strike grew more ferocious than the last, its blade energy containing power potent enough to devour all things. The blade energy sliced horizontally across the frost dragon, carving one bloody gash after another into its body. These wounds swirled like whirlpools, frantically devouring the frost dragon's flesh and blood. Perpetual flow, curse poison notifications of successful critical hits flashed continuously. Piercing agony radiated from the frost dragon's upper body. Its divine eyes stared in disbelief toward the wounds, the strange power emanating from them causing its pupils to flicker. The wound, slow to heal, made him question his very existence as a dragon. As a noble descendant of the frost dragon royal bloodline, even fatal wounds would normally heal swiftly. Yet now, he distinctly felt a force obstructing his recovery, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. How could this force be possible? Chapter 72, Fierce Battle. Votes needed. The frost dragon stared in shock as Chéng charged toward him once more. His wounds refused to heal, blood and vitality draining away. In this moment, the scent of death enveloped his body. No, this cannot continue. Sensing the dire situation, the frost dragon roared in fury. In an instant, the sky darkened abruptly. Howling winds whipped through the air, carrying snowflakes mixed with razor-sharp ice crystals, forming an apocalyptic storm powerful enough to devour everything in its path. The blizzard sealed off Sioux City. Bathed in the storm, the noble bloodline within the frost dragon stirred. At that moment, the frost dragon's eyes flickered with an eerie blue glow, its body enveloped in a shimmering aura of ice. Visibly, its form began to swell once more. Detected abnormal status on opponent. Eternal flow debuff expires. Curse of the Eternals nullified. Multiple alerts flashed as the frost dragon's form shifted within the blizzard, all wounds on its body completely healed. Its torn, massive wings were now whole once more. Human, you have thoroughly enraged me. To have driven me to this point is your only honor. Now die. The frost dragon growled low, gathering a brilliant ice blue glow within its maw. Frost breath activated, plunging the surrounding temperature into a sudden, bitter chill. As it opened its maw, a tidal wave of extreme cold surged forth, bearing down on Su Cheng. Su Cheng flickered, activating his wrist guard's enhancement. He swung his tang sword horizontally, lightly touching the edge of the frost breath. Astonishingly, he split the freezing cold energy capable of freezing mountains and rivers in two. The energy bypassed him, continuing forward to freeze the earth nest into a vast expanse of silver white. He drew the lucky revolver, aimed the barrel, and pulled the trigger with force. Ding! Lucky time triggered successfully. All three attributes increased by 10 points. Lasts 30 minutes. The bullet struck the frost dragon's scales without effect, but Su Cheng felt no surprise. He never intended for this shot to breach the dragon's defenses, he only sought the attribute boost. With the bonuses from the beast transformation and life gamble talents, his 10 attribute points skyrocketed to a staggering 30. Still not dead? Seeing his attack miss, Su Cheng charged again, provoking the frost dragon's furious roars. Its wings beat violently, stirring up a whirlwind that swept across the land. Then, its eyes closed tightly as an even more dazzling blue light radiated from its entire body. It was all over. Absolute zero. As the dragon slowly opened its eyes, its gaze locked onto Su Cheng, a roar echoing across the heavens. An energy colder than any known on Earth erupted from its body, freezing time itself and turning the very air into crystalline ice. This was its ultimate ability. Gazing at Su Cheng, now shrouded in snow and wind, the frost dragon's lips curled into a smile. No creature could withstand its absolute zero. Humans like Su Cheng would freeze into ice sculptures in an instant. What a delightful battle. I shall remember you for the rest of my life, human. The frost dragon's expression regained its haughty demeanor. From its perspective, Su Cheng was now indistinguishable from a corpse. Yet, just as it prepared to withdraw its gaze, the next second, a figure flickered through the blinding snow ahead. How could this be? The frost dragon blinked in disbelief, straining his eyes once more into the blinding snowstorm. Only after the figure vanished from the blizzard did he breathe a sigh of relief. What was I worried about? How could that human possibly withstand my attack? The frost dragon shook its head. Its absolute zero was the most formidable ability within the frost dragon lineage. Few survived its embrace. Covered in absolute zero, escape was all they could hope, or how could anyone possibly charge toward him under such an assault? The frost dragon chuckled, shaking its head dismissively, then turned to flap its wings. Suddenly, an intense killing intent locked onto him. By sheer instinct, the frost dragon's form darted to one side. Clang! A flash of steel erupted from the blizzard as Su Cheng materialized, his tang sword cleaving the frost dragon's body. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. Roar! The frost dragon recoiled painfully dozens of meters back, its flesh torn open once more. Its gaze fixed on Su Cheng ahead, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The frost dragon stared in shock as Su Cheng stood unmoved, his tang sword glowing silver in his grasp, completely unaffected by the absolute zero temperatures. What is this human? How is he completely unaffected? Has my absolute zero failed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This attack had never failed before. Every creature it struck had perished under its power. Only a handful of powerful beings have been minimally affected, like his father. But even his father struggled mightily when struck by his absolute zero. This was the secret art of their frost dragon clan, an art currently mastered only by him. How could this human show not even a hint of its effect? At that moment, the frost dragon racked his brain but couldn't fathom how this was possible. Little did he know that under the activation of the life-staking talent, Su Cheng was now immune to all negative effects. The opponent's absolute zero was as insubstantial as air to him, utterly incapable of causing any harm. No! This human is problematic. This cannot continue. Blood dripped from Su Cheng's tang sword. To the frost dragon's eyes, Su Cheng now resembled a demon from hell. Seeing the opponent charge recklessly once more, the frost dragon's face twisted with terror. It flapped its wings furiously, unleashing a whirlwind as its form shot skyward. The very instant its form left the ground, Su Cheng's tang sword struck down, carving a deep ravine into the earth. The frost dragon was forced to flee. Su Cheng's godlike display left the onlookers stunned for a long time. Damn, this Chinese guy must be cheating. That dragon's strength stat is 100. And he actually drove it away? Ha! I knew Sushin was the strongest. A mere little dragon? A piece of cake. 5 consecutive attacks against such a formidable dragon this time, the rewards must be off the charts. Damn it! It's all because of that Kim Soo-hyun. This kind of power should have belonged to us Koreans. Heh, so he chased the dragon away. Time to celebrate already? Remember, this is just the beginning. Exactly. This is nothing yet. Now that Frost Dragon's taking flight, can you Chinese players fly? Let's see how you'll fight now. The Frost Dragon being driven off certainly shocked foreign viewers, but they quickly realized. The dragon can fly, but these Chinese players sure as hell can't. Now the Frost Dragon circles high above, relentlessly launching attacks. Chang has no countermeasures, forced to defend passively. If this continues, the ultimate losers will be the Chinese team. Chapter 73, Precision Strike. His strike missed its mark. Chang looked up toward the Frost Dragon soaring above. Unfettered, the Frost Dragon continuously formed ice spikes from the sky, launching them relentlessly toward him. As everyone had surmised, Chang currently possessed no means to counter aerial threats. Though the lucky revolver packed a decent punch, his opponent was no goblin. Bullets striking its body could barely pierce a sliver of flesh, and there was even a chance they'd be deflected by its scales. Faced with the Frost Dragon's icy barrage, Chang could only swing his Tang sword while frantically seeking cover to evade. Ha! Human, let's see how you dodge now. The domain unfurled. The Frost Dragon soaring through the air gazed down at Chang, who darted about an evasion. Seeing his prey scurrying about like a rat, the dragon's mood grew exceptionally triumphant. Fighting on land was simply too frustrating. Though it had previously vowed not to use flight in combat, that pledge had been made to its opponent. And his opponent, the goblin, had already been crushed under his foot. So this wasn't breaking his promise. He had made that promise to the goblin. What did it have to do with Chang? Witnessing the Frost Dragon's shameless tactics, the Chinese spectators watching the livestream couldn't help but worry for Chang. Damn it, this guy is such a dirty bastard. Just keep fighting in the air like this? How is anyone supposed to play like that? Damn it, how is an army supposed to fight an air force? This is pure cheating. If you've got the guts, come down and fight one-on-one. Is this guy just going to stall forever? Sushin is incredibly strong, but no one can endure this kind of prolonged battle. From the start of the 5th round to the Frost Dragon's appearance, everyone had been worried whether Chang could pull through. Only when they witnessed Chang completely suppressing the Frost Dragon did the weight lift from everyone's shoulders. Who would have thought he'd pull this stunt now? The opponents resorting to outright dirty tricks. Yet foreign spectators watching this scene breathed a sigh of relief. They had assumed this Chinese contestant had merely gotten lucky, scraping by all alone. Little did they expect the opponent's demonstrated prowess to far exceed their expectations. Wait, what is this Huaxia player doing? Why is he running back toward his home base? Does he want to die faster? Just as foreign spectators breathed a sigh of relief, Chang dashed toward his home base. This scene left them utterly baffled. After all, besides the player's own life, the home base was also of utmost importance. If the home base is destroyed, the player dies along with it. Chang's current actions were essentially drawing the battle toward his own base, which would only hasten his demise. Oh boy. Looks like this Chinese player's lost his mind trying to hide inside his home base? Those concrete walls won't stop the dragon's attack. Ha! Why is that Chinese contestant running up the building? What's he doing? Ha! He's lost his mind. This Chinese player must be insane. He's actually preparing to fire a crossbow? What era is this? Using that weapon? It'd be a miracle if it worked. Watching Chang climb atop the makeshift defenses in his base, foreign viewers streaming the match couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such outdated defensive engineering, let alone whether it could even hit the target, what kind of damage could it possibly inflict? His opponent now was no amateur. Such weapons wouldn't even scratch a dragon. What is this human trying to accomplish? Like the foreign viewers, the Frost Dragon watched Chang climb onto the crossbow with equal bewilderment. Did this fool intend to attack him with that toy-like contraption? Has he lost his mind? A weapon like this? It would take a miracle for it to even scratch him. He was of royal blood, his scales harder than the toughest armor. How could a mere siege crossbow threaten him? As Chang turned the crossbow to aim at it, the Frost Dragon curled its lips in a sneer. Its wings flapped, and countless massive ice spikes coalesced mid-air. Their points were aimed squarely at Chang's location, poised to obliterate both him and his home in one fell swoop. Yet, just as it prepared to strike, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Whoosh! The crossbow fired, launching a massive arrow straight toward him. Initially, the Frost Dragon dismissed this attack with disdain. But when the crossbow shattered its scales and pierced deep into its flesh, a sharp, distinct pain surged through it. Only then did it realize this crossbow was no ordinary weapon. What kind of weapon is this? It actually pierced my scales? The Frost Dragon stared in shock at the wounded spot, its eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing Chang draw his bow once more above its homeland, the dragon abruptly halted its charge and darted backward to evade. He now understood this human could not be measured against ordinary humans. The scene where Su Cheng had ignored its absolute zero and sliced its breath attack in half had left a deep psychological scar. Every weapon in Su Cheng's hands was extraordinary. The slightest carelessness could mean certain death at his hands. Trying to dodge now? Too late. Above the homeland, Su Cheng watched the panicked frost dragon scrambling to flee backward, a faint smile curving his lips. Though his crossbow possessed formidable power, it remained merely a level 1 defensive measure. Killing the opponent would not be so straightforward. If it simply absorbed his attacks and fired ice spikes in return, he'd have no way to block them. But now, the crossbow locked onto its target. The moment the frost dragon turned, Su Cheng pressed the firing button. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. Every creature possesses vulnerable points. Though dragons like these were covered in scales as hard as steel, they still had fatal weaknesses. The black rod shot forth, now solely focused on the fleeing frost dragon. Suddenly, it sensed a powerful impact wave from behind. Before it could register the confusion, an unusual sensation surged through its hindquarters, causing its face to flush visibly. As if something thick and heavy had entered its body. Its pupils dilated in shock, as if it had glimpsed a garden blooming with chrysanthemums. With a piercing scream, it plummeted from the sky. The frost dragon was shot down. The scene left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Especially upon seeing where the black rod had struck, the Chinese spectators in Suzhou who had been anxiously watching felt their own anuses clench. Holy, that was precise? Sushin really went all out this time. Damn, I knew Sushin would find countless ways to take down this dragon, but I never imagined it would be like this. Holy, I can feel the pain through the screen. My hemorrhoids are about to flare up. Chapter 74, Crying? On screen, the frost dragon's massive body lay sprawled in the snow. A black iron rod protruded conspicuously from its rear. Viewers watching the livestream grimaced at the sight. Even though they weren't the ones hit, they could almost feel the dragon's agony. They never imagined the iron rod could be positioned so perfectly. Such a thick, black rod even a dragon probably couldn't withstand that. Wait, WTF? Is this Chinese player cheating? How can he aim that accurately? Damn, that spot looks so satisfying, it's making me want to find a guy to try it out. Wait, what did I just say? A guy? Why would I want to find a guy? As a proctology chief, I warn you all, never attempt this. It might go in, but coming out is another story. If you're really desperate, go find those kimchi-eating guys, they're all a bunch of S anyway. What kind of joke is this? That dragon got taken down so easily? Does this thing really have over 100 stats? That's ridiculously weak. This dragon looks tough on the outside, but it's not even half as strong as the D-rank boss our Eagle Nation fighter Smith battled. The Frost Dragon's performance left foreign viewers questioning whether it truly possessed such formidable strength. Its performance was downright lackluster, completely dominated by the Chinese contestant. After finally managing to take flight, instead of focusing on attacking, it prioritized escape only to be shot down again by the Chinese player. This was worlds apart from the dragon might they had imagined. Outside the home base, Su Cheng approached the Frost Dragon, Tang's sword in hand. The creature glared at him, its face twisted with shame and fury. Dishonorable, despicable, vile, disgusting. As Su Cheng approached, the Frost Dragon raged, accusing him of cowardice. Its once deep voice, altered by the black rod behind it, had reverted to its original delicate, lowly-like tone. Listening to the Frost Dragon's relentless insults, Su Cheng walked to the black rod's side, curiously examining the device. He hadn't expected the strike to land so precisely. He had intended to incapacitate his opponent with this strike, but the outcome was entirely unexpected. Perhaps this could be considered a form of incapacitation? You despicable humans. If you've got the guts, let's fight fairly in the air. What kind of trick is this? The Frost Dragon's face flushed crimson to the extreme when it saw Su Cheng actually walking behind it to observe. Yet before its rant could finish, beneath its horrified expression, Su Cheng slowly raised his leg. What the hell are you doing? Ignoring its protests entirely, Su Cheng delivered a powerful kick to the iron rod. Boom! The black rod shook violently, causing the entire body of the Frost Dragon to tremble. Intense pain mingled with humiliation, causing the Frost Dragon to cry out in agony. In that moment, the Frost Dragon braced itself on the ground with both hands, its body trembling uncontrollably. It wanted to rise and tear Su Cheng to shreds from behind, but the pain radiating through its body, coupled with a numbing sensation, left it utterly powerless. Su Cheng planted his foot firmly on the black rod, his gaze fixed coldly upon the Frost Dragon. Understand? From now on, you answer whatever I ask. Oomph. A mere human dares to give orders to this dragon? Give up. I won't say a single word. The trembling Frost Dragon threatened Su Cheng with shame and fury. Do you even know who this dragon is? You've provoked the wrong one, let me tell you. When my father learns of this, he will kill you. He absolutely will. Quite stubborn, this one. Listening to the Frost Dragon's furious roar, Su Cheng rubbed his ears and delivered a series of heavy kicks to the black rod. No, no. Stop. Stop it. Boom. Damned human. I'll kill you. This dragon will kill you. Boom. Woo. Intense pain surged through him. The frost dragon let out agonized screams and immediately begged Su Cheng to stop. Crying? Watching the frost dragon beg for mercy, Su Cheng never imagined a dragon could cry. I told you to stop kicking. At that moment, the frost dragon had shed all its former arrogance. As Su Cheng's gaze fell upon it, the once dominant vertical pupils now bulged wide with fear, like those of a frightened puppy. The dragon meekly revealed everything it knew. The frost dragon's abrupt change in attitude caught Su Cheng off guard. He had expected it to stubbornly resist for a while longer, but it had surrendered so quickly. As he listened to the frost dragon's words, Su Cheng's gaze grew pensive. Like Jibo Chang at the beginning, this creature had been suddenly transported here, driven by a single thought, to tear every living thing before its eyes to shreds. However, due to the potency of its bloodline, this influence hadn't caused it to lose its mind. If this creature was like Jibo Chang, then could he also form a contract? Su Cheng's gaze fixed on the frost dragon below, and the same thought of subduing it arose within him. It was already so formidable at level 30, and with royal bloodline heritage, it would only grow stronger. With this thought, Su Cheng slowly approached it, bending down to look at it with a smile. You have two choices now, he said. 1. Submit to me. 2. Die. Submit? The frost dragon swallowed hard. From its perspective, Su Cheng's gentle smile now resembled the grin of a devil. Submit or die. He was of noble royal blood, born a true powerhouse. Only other creatures bowed before him. How could he ever submit to another? No, impossible. The frost dragon shook its head, about to unleash a torrent of fury, but upon catching Su Cheng's expression, it immediately bowed its head and spoke in a submissive tone. May I choose neither? What do you think? Su Cheng's expression darkened. I am of noble royal blood. My father forbids me. The frost dragon stammered, avoiding Su Cheng's gaze. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he looked at Su Cheng with excitement. How about, you submit to me? I'm noble royalty. With your strength, my father would surely favor you and grant you a high position. Seeing its stubbornness, Su Cheng said no more. He rose and walked toward the rear. What are you doing? Hey! Human, what are you doing? Mid-sentence, the frost dragon panicked upon seeing Su Cheng head toward the black rod. He shouted urgently, come back. Human, come back immediately. Wait. Wait a moment. I'll agree to it. I'll agree, fine? Stop kicking me, I really can't take it anymore. Chapter 75, Conquering the Frost Dragon. Damn human. As Su Cheng walked back, the frost dragon's face flushed crimson, and the tears welling up were forced back down. Remember, she was a girl. This scene was more painful than death itself. Su Cheng approached, gazing down at her as he spoke. Send over the contract. You may have me submit, but I have one condition. The frost dragon opened its mouth to speak, but before it could utter a word, Su Cheng turned and walked back toward the black rod. Seeing this, the frost dragon hurriedly called out, it's simple, just one condition. If you agree to it, I'll obey you in everything from now on. Obey everything? Hearing the words, Su Cheng halted. He thought to himself that keeping such a proud creature around might be troublesome. Turning back to the dragon, he said, speak. What is your condition? If you can beat me at arm wrestling, I'll pledge my allegiance to you. But if I lose, you must let me go. How about it? Arm wrestling? Su Cheng eyed the other up and down. Was this person challenging him to a test of strength? It was the first time he'd ever heard such an unusual request. To the frost dragon's surprise, Su Cheng agreed almost immediately. Fine. But if you pull any tricks after losing, don't blame me. As he spoke, Su Cheng's gaze swept toward the frost dragon's rear. Certainly, certainly. The frost dragon hastily affirmed. As Su Cheng's figure slowly walked past, a barely perceptible glint of cunning flashed in its eyes. Damned human. How dare you be so rude to this princess? Once I'm gone, I'll have father tear you to shreds. Its power ranked among the mightiest of the dragon clan. Even many elders couldn't match its strength. Under the royal bloodline, its power was utterly incomparable to any other creature. This human had already lost the moment he agreed. Come on, stop stalling. Su Cheng stepped forward, extending a single hand. Could you take that thing out first? I'm afraid I won't be able to exert myself properly later. The frost dragon pointed toward the black rod behind him, his expression awkward as he addressed Su Cheng. Having that thing hanging out like that was embarrassing enough. Even the slightest exertion sent waves of pain mixed with numbness through him, completely sapping his strength. With all these conditions, do you still want to continue? Su Cheng had no desire to prolong this. If you don't want to continue, then forget it. Wait, then let's just leave it at that. Seeing Su Cheng about to rise, the frost dragon hurriedly spoke up. With a look of shame and resentment, it glanced at Su Cheng before slowly lowering its massive form, enduring the strange sensations emanating from its back. Its enormous dragon claw extended and touched Su Cheng's. Just in terms of size alone, they were worlds apart. One of the frost dragon's claws was nearly as large as Su Cheng's entire body. Such a bizarre scene left the live stream viewers utterly perplexed. What is Su Shen doing? Why isn't he killing this thing? Isn't now the perfect opportunity? This pose looks so familiar. Could God Su be planning to test his strength against this dragon? I've seen this scene before. It seems like Second Master also became Su Shen's subordinate after experiencing something similar. Could it be that Su Shen intends to subdue this dragon? Ever since the multiverse descended, creatures once confined to myth have begun appearing one after another. Though people had seen dragons before, no one had ever tamed one. The thought of Su Cheng taming the dragon to become a dragon rider sent waves of excitement through the Chinese viewers watching the livestream. Yet foreign viewers reacted with utter disdain. In their eyes, only royal bloodlines were worthy of taming dragons. What kind of bloodline did this Chinese guy have? Did he even qualify? Laughable. Taming? He's not even as big as a dragon's claw. Thinking he could match a dragon's strength? What a moron. And he dares dream of becoming a dragon rider? With that puny frame of his, he should just save himself the trouble. Can't you see this is such an obvious delay tactic? Once that dragon regains its strength, you Chinese are as good as dead. You Chinese dogs got lucky hitting that spot, and now you think you're invincible? If any of these Chinese bastards could match a dragon's strength, I'd myself standing on my head. When Su Cheng challenged the frost dragon to a test of strength, nearly everyone was certain he would lose. The sheer disparity in their sizes alone left no room for victory. Though Su Cheng had stunned the crowd earlier by tossing Ji Buqiang aside, showcasing his strength, this frost dragon was far beyond what that half-orc could ever match. Sharing the same thoughts as the others, the frost dragon, whose claws now touched Su Cheng's arm, slowly curved its lips into a smirk. Daring to challenge its strength? Seeking death. Though the black rod behind it had been a source of shame, it cared little for that now. Noble bloodline awakened. In that instant, the frost dragon's body radiated a dazzling blue-white glow. Ha! Human, you've fallen into my trap. How dare you challenge this princess's strength? Fall before me. The frost dragon roared with laughter, suddenly tensing its arms. A tightening sensation spread through its body, causing its pupils to flicker and its entire face to flush crimson. But now, it could care less about such things. All it wanted was to defeat the human before it. Boom! As the frost dragon exerted its might, the surrounding snow and wind trembled. The immense force whipped up a blinding blizzard. How could this be? The frost dragon launched its surprise attack first, yet its massive claws failed to budge Su Cheng an inch. Watching Su Cheng, whose expression remained utterly unchanged as he stood rooted to the spot like a mountain, his pupils trembled. He had poured nearly all his strength into that strike. How could this human show no sign of strain? Why couldn't he press down on the other's hand? With his noble bloodline activated, his strength attribute approached 300. Yet now, he couldn't even budge this human? How was that possible? Yet, even a shock rippled through him. Su Cheng's next words instantly cast doubt upon Long Sheng. Su Cheng slowly raised his eyebrows, his jet-black eyes as indifferent as ever. Is that all the strength you possess? Is this all the power you possess? In that instant, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited. The frost dragon was utterly consumed by rage. Damned human! Don't underestimate me! The frost dragon roared furiously, whipping up a frenzy of wind and snow around him, expending nearly every ounce of strength he possessed. The power emanating from the two of them surged upward, causing the ground to tremble and gradually crumble, nearing collapse. Too weak. A voice cut through the blizzard as Su Cheng exerted himself. In an instant, immense power surged from Su Cheng's palm. Before the frost dragon could react, the sheer force sent its massive form tumbling sideways. Ding! Successfully activated conquest by consuming 20 years of lifespan. Target under control, Frost Dragon. Chapter 76, Feasting Both Sought. WTF? What did I just witness? He flipped that dragon over? Oh my god. This guy can't even be called human. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That dragon's strength exceeds 100 attributes. How could this Chinese guy possibly be stronger than it? The scene of the frost dragon being flipped over left the live stream viewers questioning their very existence. The size difference alone was dozens, even hundreds of times greater. A single claw of the dragon was nearly as large as Su Cheng's entire body. This was supposed to be a fight with no suspense whatsoever. Yet this scene left everyone dumbfounded. How did he manage this? Unlike viewers from other nations, the Chinese audience erupted in gasps the moment they saw the frost dragon being knocked over. Holy crap! That power must be over 100. Su Shen truly lives up to his name. His strength even surpasses a dragon's. It wasn't just surpassing it, it was utterly crushing it. Didn't you see the dragon straining every muscle? Yet Su Shen didn't even flinch. This is it. The dragon's been tamed by Su Shen, right? This is my first time seeing a dragon rider in action. Amidst the stunned silence, the Chinese spectators eagerly anticipated the moment when Su Shen would soar through the skies atop the mighty dragon. The very thought of such a scene was thrilling. They hadn't even seen what a true dragon rider looked like yet. Outside the homestead. Conquest ability activated successfully. After a decisive defeat in the clash of power, the frost dragon finally signed a contract with Su Cheng. Ouch. The frost dragon rubbed his arm, glancing sideways at Su Chang studying the contract before him. This guy didn't know how to go easy, he'd actually hit it that hard. She's a girl, after all, how could he be so rough? But, for some reason, she felt no aversion whatsoever. On the contrary, she wanted more. The moment the strength contest ended, Su Chang had already undergone a tremendous change before her eyes. Every time he caught sight of Su Chang, his heart would race uncontrollably, leaving him feeling unbearably hot all over. Frost dragon to be named. Level 30. Gender, female. Strength, 150. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 40. Abilities, Frost Breath, Absolute 0, Icicle, Blizzard, Noble Bloodline. Description, somewhat dim-witted, her devotion to you has reached an unwavering, life or death level. She desires to swallow you whole and remain with you forever. Swallow you whole and stay together forever? Su Chang stared at the pop-up panel before him, his lips twitching. Great, another one of these? The previous two had already given him quite a headache, and now this one appears. Su Chang sighed, glancing at the naming field. Time for the thrilling naming session, and naming was Su Chang's specialty. Glancing at the frost dragon before him, Su Chang pondered for a moment before declaring, your form is as pure as snow, and you wield ice and snow abilities. I shall name you Xiao Shui. Of course, the more important reason is that part of you is Snow White too. Xiao Shui? Xiao Shui listened to the name Su Chang had given her and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the contract is signed, Master, could we? Xiao Shui walked over to Su Chang and pointed shyly at the black rod behind her. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Su Chang nodded, stepping behind her. He gripped the black rod firmly and pulled with all his might. Earlier, he'd exerted tremendous force just to barely pry it loose. As the iron rod came free, Xiao Shui let out a soft moan. Her gaze shifted toward Su Chang, her eyes now filled with hearts. Then, under his astonished stare, her form gradually shrank until she resembled a lowly-sized figure. Now, biting her finger, her plump tail swaying behind her, she looked at Su Chang with a bashful expression, seemingly still savoring the sensations from moments before. That rough sensation truly made the dragon unable to stop herself. Master, you really are so rough. This was my first time, you know. Su Chang. Watching Xiao Shui shrink, he recognized the same first glance look he'd seen in Xiaobai and Zhao Yixian. Su Chang was dumbfounded. Wait, how come the effect of this conquest feels so much like enlightenment? And what about my enormous dragon? Su Chang had been looking forward to experiencing the thrill of being a dragon rider. He'd seen it on TV before and had hoped to tame this dragon, to feel the exhilaration of soaring through the skies on its back. But now it's turned into a human form? Su Chang stepped forward, eyeing the diminutive Shui, who was about the size of a lowly. Hey, how come you turned into a human form? Hee, I looked through Master's memories out of curiosity. Since Master seems to prefer human form, I just... Xiao Shui said, her body gradually pressing against Su Chang's. She wrapped her legs tightly around him, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at him. Master, I didn't notice before, but now your flesh smells so delicious. Could I take a bite? Just a tiny one? Without waiting for Su Chang's reply, Xiao Shui moved to Su Chang's side, slowly lifting his arm as saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth. Such delicious flesh. Truly delicious. Xiao Shui's eyes flickered. After her thick tail brushed against Su Chang's arm, she was about to shove it into her mouth. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Su Chang tapped her head with his hand like a blade. Xiao Shui winced in pain and reluctantly released Su Chang's arm. Su Chang studied the conquest ability description before him, his expression puzzled as he observed Xiao Shui's drastically altered personality. He had assumed this conquest ability merely forced control over others, but now it seemed the situation was quite different. Recalling the transformations of Little Bai and Little Medicine Fairy, Su Chang pondered for a moment before asking, didn't you just say you wanted to tell your father? What's changed? Don't you plan to tell him now? No. Xiao Shui shook her head frantically. Remembering what Su Chang had done to her earlier, her face flushed crimson like a little apple. Actually, Master made Xiao Shui feel pretty good. It's just that before, Xiao Shui was too embarrassed. Pleasant? Su Chang froze, his expression shifting as he observed her flustered state. A thought suddenly struck him. The other nations hadn't finished yet, and the rewards would take some time to announce. According to Xiao Shui, she could transform into human form or revert to her frost dragon form, though both had time restrictions. Since I can't be a dragon knight now, I can still be a dragon knight. Didn't you say before you wanted to taste my flesh? Tasting is fine, but biting is not. If you can accept that, I'll let you have a taste. Really? Xiao Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't beat Su Chang, it would have pounced on him and gnawed on his flesh by now. Even if he couldn't eat him now, a little taste wouldn't hurt. Chapter 77, Dragon Knight? The scene between Su Chang and Xiao Shui left the onlookers utterly baffled. No one could have imagined that the colossal dragon could actually transform into human form. Moreover, Xiao Shui's current appearance bore no resemblance to the majestic form of the frost dragon. Had they not witnessed the entire transformation, they would have sworn someone else had taken her place midway. Holy crap, this is what the dragon's human form looks like? A loli, this must be a loli, right? Woo, I'm so jealous of Sushin. First Xiaobai, then Little Medicine Fairy, and now a loli? If only I had a loli by my side too. Wait, but with that form the other party had earlier, Sushin could become a dragon knight. Now that they've transformed into human form, doesn't that mean he can't experience the joy of being a dragon knight anymore? Yeah. Compared to this legit loli, I think being a dragon knight is pretty awesome too. Too bad you can only pick one. Xiao Shue's transformation from frost dragon to her current form delighted many seasoned veterans, but the rare chance to become a dragon knight was lost. Everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Su Chang. If it were them, they'd definitely seize the chance to experience being a dragon rider. Just imagine, riding a colossal dragon onto a grand battlefield, your roar echoing across the skies as you make a dazzling entrance under everyone's gaze. The thrill would be beyond words. Yet, just as the sighs of regret filled the air, the sound of a belt unbuckling echoed as Xiao Shui moved closer to Su Chang. The screen went black at that very moment. Viewers watching the livestream. Wait, what? Seriously? You gotta be kidding me. Holy crap, what a move. I thought Sushin would miss out on the thrill of being a dragon rider, but look at him now. Whoa, Dragon Knight. Only Sushin could pull this off. If he can't be the Dragon Knight, he'll just experience it. Damn, I'm green with envy. I want to experience the joy of being a Dragon Knight too. The live stream suddenly went black, leaving the viewers completely dumbfounded. They never imagined there could be such a way to experience being a Dragon Knight. But is this really a Dragon Knight? The topic quickly became the center of discussion, but as a seasoned veteran from a certain platform chimed in, the chat began shifting towards something unsettling. Meanwhile, at the highest level combat command base in China, Old Bai and his team watched the sudden change in the live feed, their seasoned faces flushing with embarrassment. If it had been just them, it wouldn't have been a big deal, they were all used to it. But with foreign diplomats present, the situation instantly became exceedingly awkward. Following the lead of the Northern Bear Nation, several other unpredictable smaller nations also began discussing cooperation matters with China. For a moment, the entire strategy team was enveloped in an awkward silence. Shall we continue discussing the cooperation matters? General Lu spoke up, his gaze shifting away from the screen. He hadn't expected that Kid Su Chang would be so bold, even going after dragons and becoming a true dragon rider. Ah, right. Cooperation. Right, let's focus on the cooperation first. As General Lu spoke, the foreign diplomats quickly averted their eyes. Though the Chinese contestants' actions had caught them off guard, the result was that China had successfully weathered the fifth wave of attacks. The other nations' selected players were either dead or fled. Many nations, like Sakura country, adopted the strategy of luring monsters to areas farther from their homesteads, then retreating into their defensive shells. Yet ultimately, no other nation succeeded. Its value speaks for itself. Old Bai, the Northern Bear Nation, has sent a message. Just as the collaborative efforts were in full swing, Little Lu walked over and handed an electronic screen to Elder Bai. North Bear Nation? What could they possibly want now? I recall they were selected this time as well, weren't they? Old Bai took the screen and studied the message from North Bear Nation, his gaze thoughtful. Another request for assistance? Old Bai, how should we respond this time? Should we refuse? The differences in this invasion were obvious to anyone with eyes. The difficulty far surpasses anything we've seen before. Sioux City managed to hold out this time, but next time? Who knows? Old Bai stared at the black screen on the display. After a moment's thought, he spoke, for now, agreed to their request. But make them wait. If they can hold out for 12 hours, then we'll discuss it. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. Northern Bear Nation strategy team. Watching the screen where his players struggled increasingly against the swarm of invading creatures, on the verge of collapse, General Pu's expression grew exceptionally grave. A message alert shattered the team's silence. General Pu. China has responded. What did Huaxia say? Quick, tell me. Hearing the response from Huaxia, General Pu immediately sprang from his seat and rushed toward the instrument panel. Huaxia says to hold out for 12 hours. If we can endure that long, they'll send reinforcements. 12 hours? General Pu was stunned. Given the current situation, holding out for 12 hours was out of the question. If they could last even one more hour, that would be a miracle. Did Huaxia explain why? No. The message from Huaxia only instructed us to hold out for 12 hours. The reason was never explained. No reason? General Pu seemed to recall something and swiftly switched the feed to the Huaxia livestream. Upon seeing the familiar black screen, his lips twitched involuntarily. So that's how it is. He'd heard earlier that China was under dragon attack, but now it turned out the dragons were the ones under attack. Communicate with Tchaikovsky and have him find a way to stall for 12 hours. As for Huaxia's contestants, well, let's just put it this way. General Pu waved his hand dismissively. Outside the Russian homeland at that moment. After receiving the message from the Northern Bear Nation, even without being told the reason, he could roughly guess the current situation in Suzhou. Yet he felt no anger, only profound admiration for Sioux City. Truly worthy of being my master. As for holding out for 12 hours, that posed no challenge for him. Stripping off his clothes, Mao Zi vanished from the spot along with his entire base as the numbers on his arm flashed. This scene left the Northern Bear Nation's assault team utterly speechless. They were well aware of Tchaikovsky's talent, but never imagined it could produce such an effect. What exactly was happening now? After a long moment, General Puyang seemed to grasp something, his expression suddenly brimming with excitement as he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! We've hit the jackpot, hit it big time. I knew my premonition wouldn't fail me. The second talent. This is the second talent. Good days are coming for our Northern Bear Kingdom. Chapter 78, 10,000 points, a stunned Pu Chuan. Congratulations on completing the third wave of the nest invasion. Detecting kill count, level, and combat strength. Scan complete. Congratulations on earning 10,000 point reward. 12 hours later, the Huaxia livestream room lit up once more. Su Chang, belted up, glanced back at Xiao Shui, who was contentedly burping. The dragon experience truly was something else. It was just a pity that, given her current state, she wouldn't be able to experience the joy of being a dragon rider anytime soon. Still, she'd gotten a taste of being a dragon rider, not a bad deal. No extra rewards? Su Chang studied the interface that had popped up before him. He'd heard about the rewards Eagle Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation received after defeating the boss. Could it be that only defeating the boss grants extra rewards? Su Chang pondered. Though he hadn't figured out the reward system, seeing the 10,000 points he'd earned, he nodded with satisfaction. The rewards for the top 3 this time were exceptionally generous. Without any additional rewards, securing a top 3 spot with 10,000 points should be a sure thing, right? Glancing at the nearby battlefield, Su Chang spent several days of his lifespan to purchase a small knife, then set off to loot the battlefield. Though most of the creatures' bodies had been destroyed by Ji Buqiang, quite a few remained remarkably intact. These were all life points couldn't be wasted. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream room, the audience watched Xiao Shui on screen, her face flushed in content as she drifted off to sleep, their eyes brimming with envy. They had never experienced the sensation of being a dragon rider, yet Su Chang had already tasted the thrill of it. Damn, Su Shin is still the unrivaled Su Shin. Not only is his power formidable, but his prowess in that department is equally unmatched. Even a dragon couldn't withstand him? Not even a dragon could withstand Su Shin's assault. I can't think of any creature that could stand a chance against him now. Speaking of which, if Su Shin managed to tame such a mighty dragon, won't his reward this time be off the charts? Amidst their envy, each of them waited excitedly for the rewards to arrive. This time, Su Chang had subdued a frost dragon with over 100 strength attributes. The rewards from Eagle Nation and the Sun Never Sets Nation alone were already incredibly generous. This one must be truly extraordinary. Yet, after waiting for a long time. What's going on? Where's the reward announcement? Is there a delay? That can't be right. This dragon clearly wasn't ordinary. There should be rewards. Could something truly be wrong? When Su Shin subdued the second lord before, there was no announcement either. Could it be that subduing a dragon doesn't count as a kill? After all, it's being put to use for oneself, so there's no reward? As the celestial announcement remained silent, the Chinese crowd's expressions turned puzzled. Meanwhile, spectators from other nations breathed a sigh of relief. LOL, all that hype? I thought this dragon was supposed to be powerful. Turns out it wasn't even a proper boss. I knew it. How could those Chinese players be that strong? Turns out that dragon just looked tough but was actually weak as hell. That gave me a fright. I genuinely thought China was about to rise. Turns out the earlier readings were just instrument malfunctions. Looks like first place is still ours, Eagle Nation. The sick man of East Asia will always be the sick man of East Asia. Think you can rise up? Dream on, you fools. The heavenly announcement hasn't sounded yet, meaning the monster Su Chang is battling hasn't even reached boss level. This scene brought a sigh of relief to spectators from other nations. Especially the Eagle Nation crowd. They'd feared their top spot was about to slip away. The previous battle between Sioux City and the Frost Dragon had left an indelible impression on everyone. Little did they know it was merely a minor monster. However, just as foreign spectators were about to mock the Chinese team, the nest fluctuation rankings suddenly shifted. From the moment the nest fluctuations commenced, a screen appeared in the skies above every corner of the globe. Displayed at the top of the screen were the rankings of contestants from each nation. At this moment, the rankings unchanged for so long began to shift. At the bottom of the leaderboard, Su Chang's name appeared. His points climbed at a visible pace, swiftly breaking through the 100th place mark and surging upward before stabilizing around the 30th position. Holy crap! Only 30th? I thought these Chinese were up to something shady again. Bull. What do you mean only 30th? Look closely, our god Su's name is still climbing. So what if he's climbing? At this rate, he won't even crack the top 10. He'd be eating cold before he gets there. Looks like you Chinese aren't just flashy in battle, your rankings are just as phony. Nothing but a bunch of paper tigers. The moment Su Cheng's name appeared on the leaderboard, spectators from other nations couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. China had pulled so many shenanigans before, they assumed these folks were up to something fishy again. Who knew they'd only manage 30th place? Though still climbing, at this rate they'd never crack the top 10. That scared the hell out of me. These Chinese are giving me a heart attack. At this rate, it looks like the top spot will still go to our Eagle Nation. Inside the Eagle Nation White House, Trump watched the rankings shift and was equally startled, but quickly regained his composure. He pulled out a cigar, clipped the end, lit it, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. After several deep puffs to steady his nerves, Trump turned to his assistant and asked, "Evelyn, what place is China in now?" President Pu Chuan. At his side, Evelyn had initially dismissed China's emergence with disdain. However, as the rankings kept shifting, her expression shifted from initial disdain to surprise, then shock, and now she stared in utter disbelief. Seeing Evelyn's reaction, Pu Chuan gave her a firm pinch on the buttocks and chuckled. "Heh, what's the big deal? They're not even in first place. Why are you so flustered? Huh? Where did those Huaxia guys go? Why aren't they visible below?" Pu Chuan, cigar clenched between his teeth, turned to scan the rankings. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes when he noticed the Huaxia name was gone. Weren't they right here just a moment ago? Where did they go now? President Pu Chuan, look up there. Evelyn pointed upward, her voice trembling. Up there? Hearing Evelyn's words, Pu Chuan looked up toward the top of the rankings. He saw that just moments ago, their Eagle Nation had occupied the top spot, but at some point, it had fallen to second place. The top spot was now firmly held by China. Pu Chuan? Wait, what just happened? At that moment, Pu Chuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't China still ranked 30th just a moment ago? How did they jump to first place in the blink of an eye? And the points were still climbing. 2,000, 5,000, 8,000, 99, 10,000. Clunk. The cigar fell to the floor. Upon seeing Huaxia's final score freeze on the screen, Pu Chuan's entire body slumped back into his seat, the light fading from his eyes. 10,000. How could this be? Chapter 79, ranked first, aiding North Bear Nation. WTF, am I seeing things? 1, 10, 100, 10,000? 10,000 points? Are you kidding me? No way. How is this fair? Our Eagle Nation Smith only got 1,000 points for taking down a D rank boss, and you guys get 10,000 points for subduing a dragon that's not even a boss? Damn it. Tell me this isn't some kind of insider deal. I'm reporting this, there's definitely something fishy going on with Huaxia. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could that just now have been real? Could that dragon actually be stronger than a D rank boss? China topped the rankings. The crowd, who had been ready to watch the show, suddenly froze in disbelief. Just moments ago, their rank hovered around 30th place, yet in the blink of an eye, they'd surged to the top, their points now 10 times greater than second place Eagle Nation. How could a creature not even reaching boss level achieve this? Unlike foreign viewers, the moment the Chinese crowd saw Su Cheng's name claim the top spot, they erupted into cheers. Ha! See that? Bunch of short-sighted fools, do you even know what real power looks like? This is the power of Su God. Instead of barking like dogs, you'd be better off watching and learning. He's left you in the dust, you can't even catch up. Still putting on airs? Try shattering my body with one punch if you dare. Do you even know what real power is? You're always going on about your crappy boss. Our Su God just doesn't want that measly reward, he doesn't even care about it. He's more interested in subduing it. What do you know about that? Su Shin is God tier. If the second and third place rewards are that good, imagine what first place must be like. Outside Huaxia home. Did I accidentally snag first place? Su Cheng stowed away the materials he'd gathered, his gaze fixed on the interface that had popped up before him as he pondered. He thought finishing in the top 3 would be sufficient this time, but unexpectedly, his lead over second place had ballooned to a staggering 9,000 points. Master! Awakened by the sound approaching from ahead, Xiao Shui stirred from her slumber. Seeing Su Cheng approach, her cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Su Cheng to let her taste meat and that it would be that kind of meat. Though the taste was a bit peculiar, for some reason, as she ate, a wave of heat began to spread through her body. Now that she had calmed down, recalling how she had taken the initiative earlier, she couldn't bring herself to meet Su Cheng's gaze. Are the wounds all healed? Yes, they're all healed. Xiao Shui nodded, her plump tail flicking up and down as if moved by Su Cheng's concern. Seeing that Xiao Shui was otherwise unharmed, Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the distant nest. He had just received word that the furry creatures of the Northern Bear Kingdom were still in danger and seeking their assistance. If his own points didn't even rank in the top 3, he wouldn't consider it. But now, since Huaxia and the Northern Bear Kingdom had already formed an alliance, Su Cheng wouldn't stand by and watch them die. Moreover, besides the Northern Bear Nation, another country was currently under invasion as well. Xiaobai and Xiao Yixian had been thoroughly exhausted by his relentless efforts and were unable to move for the time being. Ji Buchang's injuries were also severe, sending him would likely mean he'd kick the bucket halfway there. He couldn't be in two places at once, so it seemed the only option was to send him. If you're still able to move, I have a task for you here. Would you be willing to? Whatever my master commands, I will do. Before Su Cheng could finish, Xiao Shui licked her lips and eagerly blurted out. Meeting Su Cheng's gaze, Xiao Bai crossed her arms beneath her, looking at him coyly, a stark contrast to the icy dragon's earlier haughty demeanor. Very well. A teleportation beam will descend shortly. Do not resist it, simply follow its guidance. Once you arrive, all you need to do is... Su Cheng opened the interface panel, about to explain the precautions. Suddenly, Su Cheng felt his belt loosen. He looked down. Xiao Shui's hands were already fiddling with his belt, looking utterly impatient. What are you doing? Ha? Xiao Shui looked surprised. Didn't you tell me to do this, master? Su Cheng. Seeing Xiao Shui staring blankly at him, Su Cheng was speechless. He hadn't expected this girl to still be at it after a full 12 hours. He'd clearly underestimated the dragon's power. Looks like next time we'll need to activate the cloud hand technique together. That's not what I'm talking about. Listen carefully first. Su Cheng tapped Xiao Shui on the head and briefed her on the situation regarding the Northern Bear Nation's forces. As she listened, Xiao Shui rubbed her head and looked up at Su Cheng, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Master, you're so powerful. Why bother helping others? Why not just conquer them outright? Those who refuse to submit, we'll fight them into submission. And if that doesn't work, we'll slaughter them all. In his frost dragon lineage, any creature that refused to submit was slaughtered without hesitation. Whether they lived or died after submission was none of their concern. But regardless of the circumstances, tribute must be paid without fail. In their words, I spared your life earlier, that was already generous. How dare you now try to negotiate terms with me? Unhappy? Then we'll kill you. Su Cheng shook his head. My situation is more complicated than you imagine. This time, you should be able to handle things over there, right? Heh, master, rest assured. Xiao Shui is mighty powerful. Xiao Shui lifted her head, chuckling. With that, her gaze drifted downward towards Su Cheng once more. Wiping drool from the corner of her mouth, she crept closer beneath him. Master, can Xiao Shui have another bite of meat? Duong. Su Cheng gave Xiao Shui another sharp tap on the head. What's going on in your head all day? Focus on handling this matter first. Before Xiao Shui could respond, Su Cheng raised his hand and accepted the invitation from the Northern Bear Kingdom. Only when the white light enveloped Xiao Shui and she vanished from the homestead did Su Cheng sigh helplessly. Is this girl really the princess of the frost dragon lineage? Her personality shift was a bit too abrupt. Though she appeared as a lowly, recalling those 12 hours and her demeanor back then made Su Cheng's kidneys ache slightly. This girl was ruthless, she really sucked you dry. Now that the Northern Bear Kingdom's side is settled, it's your turn. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Cheng opened the multiverse shop. Consume 10 years of lifespan to purchase a support card? Yes. The numbers on his arm flashed. Su Cheng looked at the support card appearing in his hand, a slow smile curving his lips. If he remembered correctly, Sakura Nation hadn't ended yet either. As a good neighbor to the land of cherry blossoms, Su Cheng naturally wouldn't stand by and watch them perish. Support card activated successfully. Please designate target player. Sakura Nation, player Daigu. Chapter 80, Instant Kill, the gap in strength votes needed. Northern Bear Nation strategy team. General Pu and his entourage watched the screen, their eyes filled with concern as they focused on Tchaikovsky. Just moments ago, Tchaikovsky's talent had failed. The opponent's remaining lifespan was insufficient to sustain him any longer. His original 15-year lifespan had been reduced to just 5 years after purchasing a support card. Surviving 12 hours within that 5-year window was already pushing the absolute limit. Now, Tchaikovsky had completely lost the ability to resist these monsters and could only flee in the opposite direction of home. Where was China's support? Tchaikovsky couldn't hold on much longer. At this rate, he would be exhausted in under 10 minutes. His remaining lifespan was down to just 1 hour. General Pu, what should we do now? China still hasn't responded. Could they possibly not be coming? All eyes turned to General Pu, seated at the head of the table. They had naturally heard the news that China had secured first place this time. It was precisely because they had secured first place that their anxiety grew. Had they merely placed in the top 3, or failed to make the top 3 altogether, they wouldn't have worried. But now, China had secured first place and would undoubtedly strive to maintain that position. The rewards for second and third place alone were already so generous. Even without explicit details, everyone could guess the scale of the first place reward. No, I trust China. General Pu shook his head, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding on the screen. China never breaks its word to friends, nor does it refuse when asked. This time, they will come to support us. Hearing General Pu's words, the members of the strategy team exchanged glances before sighing helplessly. It seemed there was no other choice now. Beyond seeking aid from Huaxia, they possessed no other means to assist Tchaikovsky. General Pu watched Tchaikovsky dodging relentlessly on the screen, his hand clenching unconsciously. Though he spoke calmly, it was impossible for him not to feel tense. This time, their contestant had awakened 2 talents. If he survived, he would undoubtedly lead the Northern Bear Nation to rise in the future. Before Tchaikovsky, the Northern Bear Nation had already suffered 3 consecutive losses. They simply couldn't afford to lose anymore. It could be said that all hopes for the Northern Bear Nation's fate now rested solely on Tchaikovsky. Just as the Northern Bear Nation strategy group fell into a moment of silence, suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. From above the screen, a colossal figure emerged. The moment General Pu saw the figure appear, he sprang to his feet. It's here. At the same time, within the homeland of the Northern Bear Nation, Mauzi also heard the roar echoing from the heavens. Wait, what the hell did the master send over? He turned his head to look at the figure looming behind him on the right, its sheer size obscuring half the sky. Just as Mauzi was taken aback, the clouds parted. A majestic and colossal frost dragon emerged from the clouds. The moment Xiao Shue's form appeared in the sky, the surrounding temperature plummeted. With each beat of its wings, gale-force winds howled through the air, carrying swirling snow. This spectacle filled the viewers in the Northern Bear Kingdom watching the livestream with immense delight. They had seen this frost dragon before in the Huaxia livestreams. Its appearance here now clearly signaled that Huaxia had come to their aid. Woohoo! Ha, our reinforcements have finally arrived. Scared me to death. I thought disaster was about to strike again. Is this the dragon the China players faced? It didn't seem that big before, but seeing it side by side now it's enormous. Wait. Why can't we see the Chinese player above the dragon? Did he not come? The arrival of China's reinforcements thrilled the Northern Bear Nation viewers immensely. After all, the opponent had secured a full 10,000 points. Though the process remains unclear, the outcome speaks for itself. Yet amidst their excitement, the crowd soon noticed no figures above the frost dragon. Where had the Chinese player gone? Why did they only send 1 dragon? Ha! Cooperation, my foot. Is this what your partnership with Huaxia looks like? They can't even be bothered to send people. This is hilarious. Pitiful. They gave up so much territory, only to have the other side send a mere dragonling, not even a proper boss, instead of people. What a raw deal. Did you see the D-rank boss, the tree spirit? Your little dragon? 1 lash from its whip would wipe you out. What good is size? What matters is strength. Word spread about Huaxia's support for North Bear Nation, and viewers from other countries flooded into North Bear Nation's livestream. But when they saw China only send a dragon, no actual troops, they couldn't help but mock North Bear Nation for being such a sucker. Hearing the mockery from other nations, the Northern Bear Nation viewers' expressions darkened. They held little hope for Little Snow either. After all, she'd been defeated by Chéng. How formidable could she be? After all, this time a boss-level creature was present. This frost dragon wasn't even a boss-level creature, leaving everyone deeply uneasy. Yet, just as their worries deepened, on screen, Xiao Shui cast a disdainful glance at the creature below, her eyes filled with utter disgust. Compared to my master, you are all so weak. Had my master not sent me here, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. Be grateful for my master's grace. As she spoke, countless icicles erupted from around Xiao Shui. With a wave of her hand, in an instant, the entire world was enveloped by the ice spikes. Countless icicles pierced the ground like a torrential downpour. Any creature struck by the spikes was instantly pierced through, turning into an ice sculpture standing frozen in place. Mauzi, standing at the center of the monsters, gazed around in utter shock, his eyes flickering with disbelief. Holy, is this the power of the master? Thanks to Yin Sicheng's earlier instructions, Xiao Shui instantly isolated Mauzi from the surrounding creatures. The icicles landed only beside him, slaughtering all the attacking beasts. In mere moments, the once chaotic environment fell silent. The creatures struck by Ben were cut down without even a chance to scream, their lives extinguished instantly. Oh! 1 ant still moves. Above in the sky. Xiao Shui watched the D-rank boss, the tree spirit, survive her attack without dying, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. But it was only a flicker. Watching the tree spirit struggle desperately amidst the ice spikes, Xiao Shui's form suddenly dove downward. Huge dragon claws gripped the tree spirit's body. As she exerted her full strength, a tearing sound echoed as the tree spirit was forcibly ripped in 2, its halves crashing carelessly to the ground. From the start to the end of the battle, the tree spirit, so highly praised by foreign spectators, didn't even get a chance to strike back before meeting a gruesome end. Livestream audience. Chapter 81, China rescues Sakura Nation? Wait, what just happened? That huge tree spirit got 1 shot? WTF? Wasn't this dragon supposed to be weak? This D-rank boss tree spirit couldn't even withstand a single hit and just died like that? You've got to be kidding me. One-shotting those minions is one thing, but taking down a boss in a single move? How could this dragon be this strong? The scene of Xiao Shui one-shotting the tree spirit left the livestream viewers utterly dumbfounded. If Su Cheng's earlier defeat of this dragon was just because it was weak, this tree spirit clearly had the word boss written all over its head. 1 shot killing a D-rank boss? Just how powerful is Xiao Shui? Congratulations to the Northern Bear Nation's mousy player for the first kill of a D rank boss. All citizens of North Bear Nation gain 15 years of lifespan and +2 to all 3 attributes. Congratulations on surviving the third wave of the lair invasion. Detecting kill count, level, and strength. Detection complete. Congratulations on earning 4,000 reward points. This scene stunned not only spectators from other nations, but even domestic viewers from the Northern Bear Nation, the very country represented by the contestant, could scarcely believe their eyes. Only when the official announcement echoed through the heavens did they gradually snap out of their stunned disbelief. Holy crap? One-shot kill? Who said this dragon was weak? This dragon is amazing. Woohoo! Ha, this is a D rank boss, a monster even stronger than a D rank boss. This reward is way too awesome. You bet. Our points just skyrocketed to second place. And there's even better rewards coming later. I'll be damned if anyone dares badmouth China now. Whoever opposes China opposes us, the Northern Bear Nation. Speaking of which, if this dragon is this powerful, capable of one-shotting a D rank boss, just imagine the strength of the Huaxia player who tamed it. As the celestial announcement echoed, the Northern Bear Nation rejoiced but soon realized something. This frost dragon was defeated by a Huaxia player, sending merely a defeated foe to instantly resolve their current crisis, obliterating a D rank boss. How incredibly powerful must that Chinese player be? The crowd dared not imagine. At that moment, they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, their Northern Bear Nation hadn't fallen for the Eagle Nation's persuasion and hadn't become enemies with China. Instead, they had formed a partnership. With such a formidable partner, weren't they guaranteed stability? Northern Bear Nation strategy team. Woohoo, you scared the crap out of me. I thought we were done for this time. China's reinforcements finally arrived. This dragon's power is just too overwhelming. That single move wiped out all the monsters instantly, even the boss couldn't withstand it. How incredibly powerful must that Chinese player be? TSK. Thank goodness our General Pu took the initiative to partner with China. Otherwise, we'd be in serious trouble now. The entire strategy team watched the screen and collectively exhaled in relief. On the screen, every creature except the Russians and the soaring dragon lay dead. Feeling the power surging within them, the team members pulled out vodka to celebrate. General Pu watched the screen, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just then, an assistant walked by and glanced at the dragon on the screen with concern. General Pu, if the dragon China has subdued is this powerful, how formidable must their forces be? Could this lead to? As the assistant spoke, the celebrating crowd paused their actions and turned their gaze toward General Pu. Indeed, no matter how powerful this dragon was, it belonged to others, not to them. What if circumstances change in the future? What then? You needn't worry about that. I understand Huaxia's character better than any of you. When it comes to friends, Huaxia never holds back. General Pu shook his head reassuringly. His gaze fixed on Tchaikovsky on the screen as he added, besides, while their Chinese contestants are formidable, ours needn't be any weaker. Tchaikovsky is unlike competitors from other nations, he's awakened 2 talents. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. The scene of Xiaoxua annihilating the monsters invading from the Bear Nation filled the entire Bear Nation with immense joy. However, spectators from other nations were displeased. Their own contestants were fighting alone, yet these two were teaming up. Wasn't that cheating? Damn it! You Northern Bear Nation and China are cheating. Do you even understand cheating? This was clearly your Northern Bear Nation's invasion. How dare those Chinese meddle? Exactly. Exactly. This time, your Northern Bear Nation's results should be disqualified. Those monsters were all slain by that dragon. How dare you claim the reward as your own? Ha, what do you lot know? That's called connections. Do you have those connections? You can't find your own people, so you just yell here? Oh, I forgot, don't you love being that Eagle Nation's lapdog? What's up? Didn't see the Eagle Nation come to help you this time? Facing ridicule from other nations, the North Bear Nation's warriors, a people bred for battle, weren't about to take it lying down. One by one, they fired back with furious retorts. Some even traced the trolls' IP addresses to their homes, ready for a one-on-one showdown. With the Northern Bear Nation's passage, only the land of cherry blossoms remained to desperately hold the line against the third wave of invasion. Watching the Daigou player still cowering within his shell, the Cherry Blossom Nation spectators burned with fury. After the Northern Bear Nation successfully secured external aid, they too sent distress calls to allied nations like the Eagle Nation. Yet, to this moment, there had been no response whatsoever. Damn it! Where the hell is our backup? Why hasn't the Sakura Nation's reinforcements arrived yet? It's over. Daigou's turtle shell can barely hold out any longer. If this keeps up, we're finished. Where is the backup? What are they waiting for? Hurry up and come already. Where is Smith from the Eagle Nation? Didn't they promise to come to our aid? So much time has passed, why haven't they arrived yet? The Sakura Nation watched helplessly as Daiko was surrounded by countless monsters. The turtle shell that had held out for dozens of hours was about to shatter. Their delaying tactics had failed, and panic began to set in. Sakura Nation had already suffered too many consecutive defeats, even losing territory to Huaxia. Another defeat would bring catastrophe, their complete annihilation. Just as the Sakura Nation's people were on edge with fear. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from above the homeland of Sakura Nation. Here it comes. Here it comes. Ha! Reinforcements for our great Sakura Nation have finally arrived. Yes. See that? Who said Sakura Nation had no backup? Here they come. With such high stakes this time, if we make it through the top 3, we'll definitely have a spot. Our nation's luck is about to turn. The moment the beam appeared, the Sakura Nation's live stream viewers erupted with excitement. However, as the beam's glow gradually faded, the figures emerging from it caused their expressions to freeze. No way. How did the Chinese contestant get here? Chapter 82, Don't Come Over Here. Vote request. As the beam faded, the Japanese crowd assumed it was Smith from the Eagle Nation coming to assist. But when they saw the figure emerging from within, shock filled every pair of eyes. They would never mistake this figure. It was none other than Chéng, the competitor from China. Last time, he had seized 1/10 of everyone's territory. Now appearing here again, could he be planning to take advantage of the chaos? Damn it! How did this Chinese contestant get here? Could he have activated another duel card? Damn it! This guy is definitely trying to take advantage of the chaos. How dare he attack our Sakura Nation at a time like this? Have you Chinese lost all sense of shame? Wait. Something's off. What's that Chinese contestant doing? He's helping us kill monsters. What? Helping us kill monsters? Impossible. Wait, what the hell? Am I seeing things? He really is clearing monsters for us. Cheng's sudden appearance in the ancient home left the Sakura Nation's people inwardly cursing his underhanded tactics. But soon, when they saw Cheng not attacking their Dagu players but instead helping clear the surrounding monsters, huge question marks appeared above their heads. Wait, is this Chinese player out of his mind? Wasn't he here to kill their Sakura Nation competitors? Why is he actually helping us? This scene left not only the Sakura Nation spectators dumbfounded, but the Chinese crowd equally stunned. The moment Cheng appeared at the Japanese home stadium, everyone assumed he was going to strike while the iron was hot. But what on earth was happening now? How is he actually helping them? What is Shen doing? How is he helping that Sakura Nation clear out monsters? I don't get it, but I feel like Shen must have his reasons for doing this. Something's off. Shen really does seem to be helping that Sakura country competitor. If he just wanted to quickly close the distance, there'd be no need for such meticulous clearing. He could just charge straight ahead, right? If it were anyone else here, everyone would suspect them of being a traitor. But Cheng has secured so many advantages for China these past days, and he even eliminated a Sakura Nation competitor earlier. It's unlikely he'd turn against us now. Inside the China strategy team headquarters, Old Bai and his team watched the scene, equally perplexed. What the hell is that kid Cheng doing? Why is he helping those Sakura Nation bastards now? Something's off, 9/10 off. Could that kid Cheng have hit his head and gone soft in the head? That can't be right. We didn't see him fall. Besides his occasional, well, that thing, he doesn't seem to have any other issues, does he? Old Bai, did Cheng say anything to you? This scene was utterly incomprehensible to everyone present. Japan and China have always been at odds, even to the point of mortal enmity. His sudden decision to aid them was hard not to overanalyze. But they had already thoroughly investigated Cheng's background and found nothing unusual. Through numerous interactions, they had come to believe Cheng was loyal to his nation. But how could they explain this now? As the others turned their gaze toward him, Elder Bai shook his head. Nothing. Cheng hasn't shared anything with us. He didn't say anything? Huh? What's going on then? Even Old Bai had no information, leaving the others even more perplexed. Old Bai's gaze fixed on Cheng in the footage as he flipped through records of Cheng's past deeds. He naturally wouldn't believe Cheng had betrayed their homeland, China, to defect to the land of cherry blossoms. There must be a reason for his actions. The pages rustled. Suddenly, a piece of information caught Old Bai's attention. Reading the contents, he immediately raised his hand to look at the screen. A moment later, Old Bai shook his head and laughed heartily. Ah, so that's how it is. Seeing the Elder Bai suddenly laugh out loud, the members of the strategy team looked at him in puzzlement. Old Bai, what's gotten into you? Why did you suddenly start laughing? Ha! You old fogies. Look at this, Cheng is far more clever than any of us. Old Bai chuckled and shook his head, holding up his notebook. The group first looked puzzled at the content at the top of the notebook. But soon, they seemed to grasp something, their expressions growing intensely excited. So that's how it is. Outside the Sakura National Garden, Cheng wielded his Tang sword, weaving through the swarm of monsters. With each flash of his blade, large numbers of monsters fell. These creatures were even weaker than the insectoid hordes for Cheng, they were mere one-hit kills. What's all that commotion outside? Could reinforcements have arrived? Inside the turtle shell, Dagu listened to the cries of battle echoing from outside, his expression filled with excitement. Earlier, he'd learned that Sakura Nation had sought aid from Eagle Nation and others, urging him to hold out a little longer. To do so, he had sacrificed his entire remaining lifespan to reinforce the turtle shell, allowing him to endure this long. Now his lifespan was nearly depleted. If reinforcements didn't arrive soon, he'd be done for. Why did the noise stop so quickly? How many reinforcements had they managed to gather? The sounds outside fell silent within moments. Dagu's expression was filled with emotion. He hadn't expected the land of cherry blossoms to value him so highly. Over 100 monsters had surrounded him, yet they were dealt with so swiftly the reinforcements must be numerous. With that thought, Dagu slowly poked his head out from within his turtle shell. Only after seeing the utter devastation around him, all the monsters that had pursued him now sprawled lifeless on the ground, did he finally step out from the shell. Ha! Where's everyone? Where did the support team go? Glancing around, he saw no sign of the Eagle Nation players, and Dagu's eyes narrowed in confusion. Just then, voices from the Sakura Nation strategy team echoed in his ears. Behind you! Look behind you! Behind me? What's behind me? Confused, Dagu scratched his head and turned to look behind him. At that moment, Chang, wielding a tang sword, had just severed the head of a giant priest. Seeing Dagu look over, he smiled and greeted him. Dagu. Wait, am I seeing things? How could someone from Huaxia be here? Yeah, that's it. I must be seeing things. Dagu turned and slapped his own face. He took several deep breaths, composed himself, and looked back once more. But the moment he turned around, Chang's figure had already materialized behind him, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulting his senses. You! Feeling the killing intent radiating from Chang, Dagu's body froze. He stiffened and looked up. Facing Chang's smile, Dag's legs trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, to Dagu's eyes, Chang's seemingly gentle smile resembled that of a demon from hell. Recalling the brutal murder of their previous contestant from Sakura Nation, Dagu stumbled backward, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Pulling out his summoner's staff, he pointed it at Chang with terror in his eyes. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Chapter 83, The Dazed People of Sakura Country. As Chang drew nearer, Dagu's body trembled violently. Overwhelmed by terror, a pool of yellow liquid began seeping from his heels. Chang raised his hand, about to pull the other man up. The next second. Before Chang could even touch Dagu's body, Dagu's eyes rolled back and he fainted instantly. What? Staring at the unconscious Dagu, Chang rubbed his chin. Did he really look that terrifying? Well, that's enough. All the monsters here have been cleared. After gathering the loot, it's time to head back. Chang casually tossed the giant priest's head aside, wiped the blood from his cheeks, dried and sheathed his blood-soaked tang sword, then began gathering biological materials from the surrounding area. Though these creatures weren't as powerful as the ones Chang had fought, they could still be sold for lifespan points. He was just over 100 years short of 1,000 life points. After this settlement, he would surpass that threshold. Then, the silver wheel would unlock, the multiverse trading post would open, and multiverse goods LV2 would be unlocked as well. Each transaction would consume vast amounts of lifespan points. Moreover, enhancing attributes, utilizing talents, and activating abilities all demanded life points. It could be said that without lifespan points, one couldn't take a single step in this world. Even a mosquito is still neat. Congratulations to the Sakura Nation contestant for surviving the third wave of nest invasion. Detecting kill count, level, and combat strength. Detection complete. Congratulations on earning 3,000 reward points. The announcement echoed across the heavens. Cherry Blossom Nation spectators watching this scene stood frozen, unable to recover from the shock for a long while. What's going on? It's over? We passed? Is this Chinese person really here to help us? Something's off. Very off. Why would this Chinese person help us? Didn't they attack our great Sakura Nation before? Are they being so kind now? Yay! Who cares? The result is that our great Sakura Nation passed. Yeah, exactly. 3,000 points, that's one rank higher than Smith from Eagle Nation. We're third. What's there to think about? Obviously this Chinese contestant was impressed by our great Cherry Blossom Nation. They realized their past mistakes and came to atone. Inside the China livestream room. What's going on? Did Sushin really go help those Sakura Nation players? Wait, why would he do that? Oh no, Sushin must be feeling guilty. Helping them earn 3,000 points means third place and the rewards for that aren't small. Could it be? Sushin actually communicated with those Cherry Blossom country folks? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Sushin possibly communicate with those well-off nations? Then why did he kill their players earlier? But regardless of the reasoning, this is what's happening right now. Sushin is actually helping those Cherry Blossom country players. How can this be explained? The Chinese spectators watched this unfold with utterly baffled expressions. Initially, they assumed Chang had gone to the Sakura Nation's home turf to eliminate their top player, Dagu. Who would have thought this would unfold instead? The celestial announcement had already sounded. Sakura Nation's third-place position was now secure. Whatever happened next, the rewards would be delivered. Sakura Nation was the last country in the third wave of invasions. Even if Chéng were to kill Sakura Nation's Daigou player now, it would be pointless. This turn of events left everyone utterly perplexed. China and Sakura Nation were perplexed, but the Eagle Nation spectators watching this unfold were cursing like mad. I swear this China player is doing this on purpose. First he pushed our Eagle Nation out of first place, then helped Bear Nation grab second. Now he's trying to knock us out of third even if it means helping Sakura Nation. Seriously, is this Chinese player insane? What's in it for them? Helping Sakura Nation snatch the prize, what's the point? What else could it be? They're clearly afraid of our Eagle Nation Smith and deliberately doing this to stifle our growth. Giving Japan an opening just to target us? Remember, Japan's player Daigou has an A-tier talent, a summoner, no less. Once his lifespan builds up, he'll be stronger than an S-tier talent. These Chinese are playing with fire. To stop us from rising, they're actually giving Japan a chance. They'll learn the meaning of regret later. As the Eagle Nation's top 3 positions were knocked out and its people cursed in frustration, a deep, resonant chime echoed from the skies above Blue Star. Dawn. The moment the bell tolled, a universal announcement echoed across the cosmos. This nest fluctuation has concluded. Rewards will be distributed based on each nation's kill count. First place, Huaxia Nation. Second place, Bear Nation. Third place, Sakura Nation. Fourth place, Eagle Nation. Fifth place, the Sun Never Sets Nation. Now beginning reward distribution. Detected, Northern Bear Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation ranked second and third. The Northern Bear Nation and all citizens of Huaxia shall receive a 100-year lifespan extension, plus a +5 boost to all 3 primary attributes. Yeah. 100 years of extra lifespan, plus 5 attribute points, this is huge. Seems this Huaxia contestant isn't so bad after all, at least this part has me pretty chuffed. That's strange. The announcement went out, but why hasn't the lifespan credit arrived yet? Normal. This celestial announcement has done this before, a little delay is perfectly normal. Ranking rewards settled. At this moment, the people of Sakura Nation were overjoyed. They gained 100 years of life without lifting a finger. But even more valuable were the 3-dimensional attributes that followed. Those were worth far more than 100 years. Yet amidst their joy, they couldn't help but feel puzzled as the numbers on their arms remained stubbornly unchanged. Over 10 minutes had passed since the announcement, yet the rewards still hadn't arrived. Just then, suddenly, one of the members from Sakura Nation sensed something was amiss. Wait a minute. The rewards went to the Northern Bear Nation and the entire people of Huaxia? But shouldn't third place be ours, the great Sakura Nation? What the hell? It really is. Why did China receive the reward? Is this thing malfunctioning? We're the ones who came in third. The Northern Bear Nation got help from China, and their country received the reward. Why did our Cherry Blossom Nation's reward end up in China's hands? Is there anyone who can tell me what the hell just happened? Chapter 84, Reward Reversal, Phase 2 begins. As the rewards from the multiverse were being distributed, Sakura Nation had yet to receive theirs. Instead, they ended up in China's hands. This turn of events left not only Sakura Nation stunned, but the Chinese people listening to the announcement equally bewildered. Wait, what? How did this reward end up with us? Wasn't Sakura Kingdom third? Holy! It actually hit my account, a full 100 years of lifespan. Plus 5 points across all 3 attributes. I feel like I could knock out a cow with one punch now. Holy crap! Could it be that Su Xin had this in mind all along? Turns out we've all been misjudging Su Xin. Who knew he had this all planned out? Wait, this settlement seems to be for Sakura country only. Ours hasn't been settled yet. If the third place reward is this sweet, what the hell will ours be? China strategy team. Old Bai and his team watched the increased lifespan value on their arms and felt the surge of power coursing through their bodies, their lips curling into smiles. That Su Cheng kid is sharp as a tack. Things we old-timers never thought of, he figured out. TSK. 100 years of lifespan plus 5 attribute points. I feel like I've got another spring in my old bones. I'd love to see the look on that Sakura Nation guy's face now. The taste of going from high hopes to complete disappointment must be bitter indeed. Hearing the voice by his ear, the group couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old Bai clenched his fist as well, his gaze fixed on Su Cheng's image on the screen, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. This time, it seemed like Su Cheng was helping Sakura Nation, but that wasn't the case. From the very beginning, it was all a trap Su Cheng had set. Most participants in the previous duel room had likely forgotten its effects. The next 3 prizes will go to China. Initially, they were puzzled by Su Cheng's actions. But upon seeing this clause, their doubts vanished instantly. It wasn't that Su Cheng had struck a deal with Sakura Nation, he intended to secure all 3 top prizes for himself. The Japanese participants, finally catching on, sensed something was amiss. Damn it! I knew this Chinese guy had ulterior motives. He was lying in wait for us here. Damn it. This is pure evil. Damn it. 100 years of life plus 5 attribute points. This Chinese bastard is utterly vicious. Vicious? Ha. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is called strategy, got it? Exactly. Our Su god outclasses you in both strength and intellect by a mile. And he chose to join your cherry blossom nation? You're not worthy. Stop arguing with these jerks. It's time to settle the rewards for first place. Second and third place rewards settled. Now, all eyes among the Huaxia crowd are fixed on their own rankings. Though the first place reward wasn't specified this time, even a fool could tell it'd be extraordinary. Detected, Huaxia contestant ranked first. All Huaxia citizens gain 300 years of lifespan, plus 10 to all 3 attributes, plus 3 to charm, plus 1 to luck, and 3 opportunities to purchase attribute points at 10% off. All rankings for this event have been finalized. Multiverse World Update in progress. Update complete. Phase 2 commences. Portal deployment underway across all regions. Time remaining until portal activation, 10 days. A series of announcements from the multiverse echoed out. The people of Huaxia listened to the voices echoing in their ears, each staring in disbelief at their own arms. Upon seeing the additional 300 years added to their lifespans, they remained stunned for a long time. Could this really be real? 300 years of lifespan. I've never seen such an enormous amount before. But the 300 years aren't even the main thing. 10 points in all attributes, plus bonuses to charm and luck. Each of these is worth far more than 300 years. And on top of that, you can purchase 3 attribute points at a 90% discount? This is insane. Woohoo, Sushin, I love you to death. With this much lifespan, doesn't that mean I can just sit back and live for hundreds of years without lifting a finger? The top-ranked reward was dispersed, sending the entire Huaxia region into an instant frenzy. Everyone was shouting, Su City is awesome. Wait, did you catch what he said about portals starting in Phase 2? We just survived a hive invasion. Are we in for another one? Who cares? No matter how many invasions come, they're nothing to Su Shen. Let him slaughter everything up front while we just sit back and enjoy the show. Wait, something's off. That portal isn't appearing in the player's home base. Holy. Quick, everyone look up. Something's falling from the sky. What the hell? Why is that portal dropping right toward us? Amidst the initial excitement, something soon felt off. This portal opened in the second phase didn't appear in the player's home base. It landed right inside their country. Viewed from above, Blue Star. Countless portals materialized out of thin air, plummeting toward nations across the globe. Such a spectacle instantly put nations on high alert. With the lingering shadow of the previous insect nest invasion, the moment they saw the countdown behind the portals, everyone immediately became highly vigilant. Many nations activated their air defense systems, attempting to blast the portals to pieces. But whatever material these portals were made of proved impervious to missile strikes. The explosions bounced off their surfaces without effect. Boom! 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 Bathed in a hail of artillery and missiles, the portal remained unscathed as it descended onto the territories of various nations. Standing 100 meters tall and 20 meters wide, the portal glowed a deep azure blue, with a vortex-like pattern swirling within. The moment the portals descended, the nations of Blue Star sprang into action immediately, deploying countless troops to seal off the area around the portals. While the outside world was in an uproar over the rewards from the heavens and the portal incident. Meanwhile, within the Chinese homeland, Su Cheng stepped out of the beam of light. Unaware of the immense impact his actions had caused, Su Cheng glanced at the notification that popped up before him, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Just as the Huaxia strategy team had speculated, his decision to assist the Sakura Nation contestant stemmed directly from the previous dual reward incident. This time, not only did the contestant's national reward belong to Huaxia, but Su Cheng also claimed the opponent's ranking reward. Congratulations on ranking first in points during this nest fluctuation. Congratulations on ranking third in points during this nest fluctuation. Total rewards, 400 years of lifespan, 15 points to any 3 attributes, 3 points to charm, 1 point to luck, and 3 opportunities to purchase attributes at 30% off. Obtained 3 opportunities to upgrade equipment quality below B grade. Ding! Lifespan requirement met. Silver roulette activated. As this is your first silver wheel activation, 1 free spin is granted. Detected over 1,000 years of lifespan. Multiverse trading post activated. Multiverse shop upgraded to LV2. Hostility detected from the Frost Dragon clan. Hostility level 1 million. Hostility detected from the insectoid race. Hostility level 50. Your actions have earned the War God's approval. The path to ascension will open in 1 minute. Chapter 85, Path to Divinity votes needed. The pop-up notification brought a surge of joy to Su Cheng. He never expected to receive such abundant rewards. This time his lifespan alone had increased by a staggering 400 years. And this was just his personal reward. This didn't even include the collective rewards for all of China. As a citizen of China, Su Cheng naturally shared in the same rewards. In other words, Su Cheng had effectively received double the rewards. With a thought, Su Cheng summoned his personal interface. Contestant, Su Cheng. Level, 6. Strength, 8,338. Agility, 7,713. Intelligence, 75. Luck, 891. Charisma, 237. Lifespan, 00:1665:10:16:51. Talents, Goddess of Fortune SS tier, Divine Demon ISS tier, Gamble Life S tier, Beast Transformation S tier. Strength attribute still hasn't surpassed 100? Still a bit weak. Su Cheng scanned the attribute panel before him. Following this reward upgrade, his stats had undergone significant changes. But upon seeing his strength attribute still below 100, Su Cheng couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. If anyone else had been there to witness Su Cheng's dejected state, they'd have wanted to beat him senseless. After all, Su Cheng was only at level 6. Possessing nearly 90 strength points at level 6 was something no creature could even dream of achieving. And now he was actually complaining? The interface closed. Su Cheng glanced at the countdown timer beside him, his gaze pensive. What exactly is this path to ascension? Has he gained the recognition of the war god? Such an odd scene left Su Cheng perplexed. Su Cheng shook his head, about to return to his home base to investigate further. The next second, the countdown ended. Path to Ascension activated. A notification popped up. A dazzling, sacred wall seemed to materialize from the void, silently stretching across Su Cheng's path. The wall radiated a gentle yet unyielding light, ancient runes flowing across its surface, dividing the space in two. Su Cheng's advance halted by the barrier. Sensing something amiss behind him, his gaze sharpened. He drew his Tang sword and spun to face the rear. Suddenly, behind Su Cheng, a divine path ascending toward the heavens slowly materialized. Like a golden dragon, it wound and coiled upward, piercing straight into the heavens. Each stone step along this path radiated dazzling golden light, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Along its edges, ethereal flowers and vines intertwined, radiating a holy glow, while a faint fragrance filled the air. This is the path to ascension? Su Cheng stared in shock at the surrounding changes. He glanced at the countdown timer beside him, now at 0, his eyes filled with confusion. As the path to ascension fully revealed itself, a towering, majestic figure slowly emerged from the path's end. And at that very moment, it seemed as though the entire world trembled. Clad in golden battle armor, each plate reflected the sun's radiance, shimmering with a cold, sacred light. His gaze was deep and commanding, as if he could see through all the illusions of the world. He slowly raised the divine weapon in his hand, a spear capable of severing all chains of fate. The spear lightly tapped the ground. Instantly, an indescribable sense of oppression and sanctity spread, as if the entire world froze in that instant. Divine pressure detected. Divinity judgment successful. All attributes reduced by 99. Innate talents and abilities disabled. Lifespan effects nullified. Ding. Gamble life talent activated. Divine pressure effect nullified. The prompt appeared. Feeling the surging aura, Su Cheng looked up toward the figure in the sky. Golden light cascaded down from the staircase, blindingly bright. Su Cheng shielded his eyes with one hand, squinting at the figure enveloped in the blinding light. A god? China live stream. The path to ascension was displayed, and the scene abruptly shifted. The moment the path to ascension appeared, shock washed over every viewer watching the livestream. Holy crap, what's going on here? What just happened? I only glanced at the portal's message, and now this? Seems like a deity has taken a liking to Su Xin and is summoning him over. Holy crap? There really are gods in this world? I have to say, Su Xin truly lives up to his name to be noticed by a god. That's a direct ticket to the top. Take flight my ass. Haven't you seen that ladder-like thing? If Su Xin accepts, he'll be leaving us. What? Accepting means leaving? Who could resist the temptation of being chosen by a deity and granted divine power? If Su Xin leaves, we're screwed. The moment news of the divine being's appearance in the Huaxia livestream broke, viewers from every corner of the world flooded into the China livestream. A deity, a being they'd only ever heard of in myths. Though the golden light obscured the deity's features, merely glimpsing its silhouette was enough. Staring at the figure ascending the golden stairway, every pair of eyes was filled with utter shock. WTF, gods actually exist in this world? Does that mean everything I've done is ruined? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Am I going to the 18th level of hell? Shizuka, Tsunade, Paw Patrol? Holy crap, you're even going after Bear? If you don't go down, who will? Just go already. Yes. I told you there was a god in this world. Now God can't stand watching you Chinese anymore and has come personally to punish you. Fools. Didn't you hear? This isn't punishment, it's recruitment. The Chinese contestants are being recruited by that deity. A god? Recruitment? Doesn't that mean China is about to take off? Soar? Ha! I'd love for this Chinese guy to accept. Once he does, he'll have to leave this world. At first, foreign spectators watched the scene of Cheng being summoned by the divine being, each gnashing their teeth in envy. None of them had been chosen by the divine being. What gave this Chinese guy the right? However, upon hearing that Cheng's acceptance would cause him to vanish from their homeland, their attitudes shifted instantly. Recalling all Cheng had done before, the foreign viewers who had once envied him now couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some even hoped Cheng would accept the divine invitation quickly. White House, Eagle Nation. The moment Pu Chuan saw the live feed from China, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Heaven is truly on my side. He gave Evelyn's but a firm squeeze beside him, his eyes fixed intently on Cheng in the broadcast. Accept it. Quickly, accept it. This is becoming a god. You couldn't possibly refuse such an enticing offer. Once you're gone, no one will ever challenge our Eagle Nation's position as the world's top power. Chapter 86, God? My ass. China Strategy Team. The moment the path to divinity opened, every machine in the base went into overdrive. Yet even as the instruments smoked from overwork, they remained unable to gauge the power of the figure atop the divine staircase. Old Bai and his team stared intently at the screen, their expressions grave. The gods never imagined such an existence could truly exist. Who would have thought a deity would come to recruit Cheng at this time? It seems that young Cheng truly has hidden depths. Accepting the divine favor would mean leaving this place, yet gaining the power of a deity. How incredibly tempting. Could Cheng resist? Witnessing the deity's recruitment of Cheng, everyone naturally felt joy for him. After all, he had done so much for Huaxia, and now a chance for instant ascension lay before him. Even they felt a flicker of temptation, let alone Cheng, bathed in the divine radiance. Yet they both hoped he would accept and hoped he wouldn't. Accepting would undoubtedly be for his own good, but once he did, Cheng would have to leave China. The multiverse would randomly select another individual to fill his position. Before Cheng arrived, China had not secured a single victory. Now that they had finally gotten back on track, if Cheng left, no one knew what level of strength the next randomly selected individual would possess. If Cheng departed and the next individual repeated China's previous failures, that would spell trouble. Old Bai's gaze grew solemn as he fixed his eyes on Cheng's image on the screen. He sincerely hoped Cheng would accept. For him, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Forcing Cheng to stay would be profoundly unfair to him. After a moment of contemplation, Old Bai sighed and addressed Cheng on the screen. Whether to stay or leave, let him decide for himself. At that moment, outside Huaxia home, as his eyes adjusted to the light, Cheng slowly lowered his right hand and turned his gaze toward the figure above the divine path. Human, what is your decision? Follow me, and I shall grant you supreme divine power. Break free from the shackles of this world. The chance to ascend to heaven in a single day lies before you. The divine decree descended from the heavens. Cheng listened to the words but did not respond immediately. At that moment, an interface panel appeared before his eyes. Name? Race, divine. Strength? Agility? Intelligence? Ability? Divinity? Unlike the creatures Cheng had seen before, this one displayed question marks for every attribute except its race. Yet it was precisely this display that left Cheng puzzled. A deity? Shouldn't deities be supreme, unmatched beings? If it was a god, why would it now display a panel? Moreover, its appearance after the countdown in the multiverse had ended suggested it too was bound by these rules. This time, it seemed the other party had set its sights on him. If the deity is truly as powerful as they claim, why would it still abide by the rules of the multiverse? The fact that an interface can appear means it can be defeated and killed. After a moment's thought, Cheng looked up at the figure atop the divine ladder, shook his head, and said, "Sorry, I refuse." With that, the figure seemed taken aback by Cheng's response. The figure concealed beneath the golden radiance furrowed its brow. This human dared to refuse him? Human, do you realize what opportunity you have missed? This is your only path to the divine. Are you certain you wish to reject it? The only path to divinity? Cheng shook his head with a smile. His gaze drifted toward his home in the distance. This chance to become a god was indeed tempting. He almost agreed. But now he had more important matters to attend to. Besides, it wasn't his style. Accepting the other's gift would grant him power beyond his wildest imagination. But equally, he would be unable to progress any further. To spend his entire life dependent on others, that was not the path he wished to walk. Moreover, if even the gods must abide by the laws of the multiverse and are subject to pop-up notifications, does this not also imply that gods are not omnipotent? Can gods be killed? Becoming a god is indeed tempting, but it is not the path I wish to take. Cheng lifted his gaze to meet the end of the divine staircase. This time, allow me to decline your invitation. You'd be better off seeking another, perhaps someone more suited than I. With that, Cheng paid no heed to the other's expression. He descended from the top of the divine staircase and headed toward his home. How dare you! Yet, the very next second after he stepped out, a thunderous rebuke split the heavens, crashing down like rolling divine thunder. Detected intense psychic fluctuations. Intelligence check successful. Entering unconscious state. All attributes sealed. Ding. Life-staking talent activated. Current check nullified. As the divine decree fell, a series of prompts popped up before Su Cheng. Reading the text at the top of the prompts, Su Cheng frowned. Whether it was the previous time or this current instance. If not for his gamble life talent, standing upright would be a luxury he couldn't afford. At that moment, atop the divine staircase, at the very peak of the heavens, the figure observed Su Cheng, who still stood in place, a flicker of surprise crossing its eyes. But quickly, the light in his eyes was replaced by rage. He was the war god of the divine clan. That he had deigned to descend and recruit this man should have been an immense blessing for Su Cheng. Yet the man dared to refuse. This was nothing short of a direct challenge to his authority. You lowly creatures. In a moment of goodwill, I sought to guide you out of your delusion, yet you show such ingratitude. Since that is the case, your path to divinity need not continue. As the words fell, the figure raised a hand and swept it downward. A vast, surging power poured down from above the divine ladder. Simultaneously, Su Cheng distinctly felt as though something within him had vanished. A mark on his right hand dissipated. Had a blessing? Su Cheng looked at his right hand and chuckled, serving as your divine lackeys is a blessing? Then I'll pass on such a blessing. Though he didn't know what the other had done, Su Cheng could roughly guess the reason. As for the notion that once missed, the divine path could never be trodden again. If I choose to walk, the path lies beneath my feet. The Tang's sword drew from its scabbard. A flash of silver-white light streaked past. The next second. Snap. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. From the divine ladder, a terrifying crack appeared. The crack spread outward like a spider web. Before long, it covered the entire staircase. Boom! A violent shattering sound echoed as the divine ladder collapsed. Tang Dao sheathed his blade. Su Cheng turned with a smile, slowly raising his right hand and extending his middle finger. Gods? Ha! You! Chapter 87, Live Broadcast? The divine ladder collapsed and everything around began to shift. Su Cheng smiled as he extended a friendly gesture toward the figure above the sky. From their initial contact to the other's recent rebuke. Though Su Cheng remained unaware of the full extent of the other's power. One thing remained certain. Even if the other was a god, they could not transcend the rules of the multiverse. The figure could not strike him directly, resorting instead to mental and negative tactics. However, his life-staking talent happened to counteract the other's tactics. In other words, no matter how powerful this deity may be, he can only watch the scene unfold helplessly, incapable of posing any threat to him. Had they encountered each other at the outset, the two attacks just now would have been more than enough to kill him 100 times over. Since the enemy struck with lethal intent both times, Su Cheng naturally wouldn't give them any quarter. Hostility from the deity, 50. The notification popped up, confirming Su Cheng's suspicions. The other could only watch helplessly, unable to launch any attacks against him. The figure now glared at Su Cheng with fury reaching its peak. Not only had his divine favor been rejected, but a lowly creature dared to defy his divine authority. With a wave of its hand, a black mark flew forth. Before Su Cheng could react, the mark burrowed into his body, fusing with his flesh. With that completed, the path to ascension slowly closed. Bathed in golden radiance, the figure gazed at Su Cheng and spoke in a calm tone. Human, we shall meet again soon. As the divine ladder crumbled completely, the path to ascension dissipated, and the surrounding scene returned to normal. As if none of it had ever happened. Yet those who witnessed this spectacle were left utterly dumbfounded. Did that guy from China just turn down the chance to become a god? WTF? Is this guy from China out of his mind? Even if it meant becoming a servant to a god, it was still a god. Damn it, others would kill for this chance, and he turns it down? Did I just see that right? He actually flipped off a god? That's blasphemy. What if the god gets angry and brings disaster upon Blue Star? This guy doesn't just want to ruin himself, he wants to drag us all down with him? Damn it, if he refuses, won't he be stuck here? Agree. Why wouldn't you agree? The scene of Su Cheng rejecting the divine invitation left countless people baffled. They couldn't fathom why anyone would turn down such an enticing offer. A divine being's servant is divine too, no ordinary mortal could compare. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in one step and he actually turned it down? Audiences from other nations weren't merely shocked by Su Cheng's refusal of the divine being. More importantly, by rejecting the divine being's invitation, wasn't Su Cheng essentially declaring his intent to remain here? This news left the Eagle Nation delegation and others looking extremely grim. They had assumed Su Cheng was certain to leave this time, yet the outcome turned out to be this unexpected. China's live stream room. Unlike viewers from other nations, the crowd erupted into cheers upon seeing Su Cheng decline the divine invitation. Ha! I knew Su God wouldn't leave. Su God, I love you to bits. Accepting a divine gift to become a servant? Bull. What's so special about a god? Would he dare show his health bar? Exactly. Exactly. He's just some petty god. Isn't our god Su a god himself? And he wants our god Su to be his servant? Does that god even deserve it? Seems the deity's not so great after all. Compared to our Su god, he's nowhere near. Being rejected by our Su god, what can he really do about us? Within the homestead. Su Cheng touched the strange sensation at his brow. His lips twitched as he glanced at the notification before him. You have been cursed by a deity. Your location will be constantly tracked by them, and you will face hostility from all races under the divine command. Holy crap. I'm seriously like, holy crap. I thought this divine ascent might at least come with some reward, but instead of getting anything, I just added another enemy to my list. And this enemy is a legendary deity. Sigh, am I cursed to attract misfortune? Su Cheng shook his head helplessly. With this god's curse added to the mix, he's now earned the enmity of 3 factions. Hostility from the Frost Dragon clan, hostility level 1 million. Hostility from the insectoid race, hostility level 50. Ever since the nest invasion rewards were settled, he'd inexplicably drawn the enmity of both the Frost Dragon clan and the Insect clan. And this enmity from the Frost Dragon clan was just too intense, wasn't it? -1 million? Did he slaughter their entire Frost Dragon clan? Why did these creatures harbor such intense resentment toward him? Su Cheng was baffled. Master, I'm back. Just as Su Cheng was puzzled, a beam of light descended from above. Xiao Shue's form shifted back into human shape as she descended from the sky, landing heavily on top of Su Cheng. Don't let her petite 1.5 meter frame fool you. Xiao Shui transformed from a mighty dragon, and her weight was far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Hee, master. Xiao Shui killed all those monsters. They were too weak to stand a chance against her. That human you mentioned, master? He looked at Xiao Shui like he was scared to death. He was stunned by her power. Isn't Xiao Shui amazing? Impressive, very impressive. Su Cheng nodded. It was true. Her power might not be much to Su Cheng, and in combat, her strength seemed limited. But that was only when fighting Su Cheng. Against any other opponent, the Frost Dragon lineage's true might would be fully displayed. Well, if Xiao Shui is that formidable. Xiao Shui's gaze shifted downward toward Su Cheng. Could Xiao Shui have another bite of meat? Eat meat? Su Cheng froze in surprise. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Hostility detected from the Frost Dragon clan. Hostility level 1001000. Su Cheng gently moved Xiao Shui's plump tail away from his cheek. Seeing the other party eager to devour the meat, Su Cheng quickly intervened. He pressed his body against hers, his gaze fixed on the changing hostility levels of the Frost Dragon clan before him. Why is this hostility increasing? Master, are we playing that sandwich game again? Recalling the previous scene, Xiao Shui shyly turned her head and whispered softly. Su Cheng glanced down at Xiao Shui, then at the prompt before him. A troubling thought surfaced in his mind. His lips twitched as he looked at Xiao Shui and tentatively inquired about matters concerning their Frost Dragon lineage. Master wishes to know about our clan? Xiao Shui listened to Su Cheng's confusion, about to speak. But after a moment's thought, as if something occurred to her, her face flushed an unusual crimson. Witnessing this scene, Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He likely confirmed his suspicions. Actually, master, my father and the others already know about my situation. Xiao Shui covered her flushed cheeks with both hands. Though I came here alone this time, due to my bloodline, everything happening here is displayed within the Frost Dragon lineage. They can see it all. Su Cheng. Chapter 88, Pro Max? No wonder Su Cheng always felt like he was being watched. Wow, I never imagined it would be this kind of situation. If things truly unfold as Xiao Shui described. Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the steadily rising hostility meter. Now he understood why the hostility was so intense. How could he have performed? The previous scene felt no different from a live broadcast. However, he did understand the hostility from the Frost Dragon lineage. What could be the reason for this insectoid hostility? Could it be because I killed a few of their insects? If that's the case, doesn't that mean every single contestant from Blue Star is now targeted by the insects? Never mind, I won't dwell on it for now. With his lifespan now exceeding 1,000 years, both the Silver Wheel and the Multiverse Trading Post had unlocked. The Bronze Wheel alone offered such generous rewards he couldn't help but wonder what treasures awaited within the Silver Wheel. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Cheng began to rise from Shui's body. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Husband, what are you doing? Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Su Cheng froze, turning to look back. At that moment, Xiao Bai and Xiao Yixian stood behind him, staring at him with bewildered expressions. Behind the two girls, Ji Buchang, witnessing this scene, shyly covered her eyes. The toxins in his body had already been neutralized by Little Medicine Fairy. The venom of those poison-spiked insects was no match for Little Medicine Fairy. With a simple concoction, she had restored Ji Buchang to full health. After regaining consciousness, the two girls heard from Ji Buchang about Su Cheng's battle with the monster, and their expressions turned deeply concerned. They had intended to come out and help Su Cheng, only to witness this scene the moment they stepped outside their home. Ahem, I'd say this was an accident. Do you believe me? Su Cheng cleared his throat. Master, who are those two? At that moment, Xiaoshu appeared down from below, glancing back at Xiaobai and the others. Upon seeing the peerless beauty of Xiao Shui and Xiao Yixian, and considering the current situation, Xiao Shui instantly understood. She wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's head, pressing him firmly against her ample chest, and glared warily at the distant children. The master belongs to Xiao Shui. Don't you dare try to take Xiao Shui's master away. What do you mean he belongs to you? He and I met first. He's clearly mine. Xiaobai leapt forward, attempting to wrest Su Cheng from her grasp. Seeing this, little medicine fairy joined the fray. Su Lang clearly belongs to all of us. How dare you claim him as your own? Su Lang, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Let go of him immediately. The three women now held Su Cheng between them. All Su Cheng could see beneath his gaze was a vast expanse of snow-white, towering peaks. Yet this scenery, normally breathtakingly beautiful, now brought a suffocating pressure to Su Cheng. Sandwiched between the three women, Su Cheng found breathing exceptionally difficult, as if he might pass out at any moment. Wait. Quick, let go. I can't breathe. Huaxia live stream room. The crowd watched the scene of Su Cheng being surrounded by Xiao Bai and the other two, their eyes brimming with envy. Wow, so jealous of Su Shen having three beauties embrace him like this. This must be a battlefield of temptation, right? Can Su Shen handle three at once? Little by the mature beauty, Little Healer the innocent junior sister, Little Snow the cute little sister, Su Shen's almost got the full set. Wait. What did God Su just do? Why did Little Bai suddenly let go? Amidst the envy, all eyes turned to the home base. Seeing no change from the others, Su Cheng activated his skill. The three women instantly felt a wave of tingling sensation wash over them. With a soft moan, their faces flushed crimson as they collapsed, limp and helpless. Now immobilized, the trio grew noticeably quieter. Su Cheng carried their bodies back to the homestead, tossed them onto the bed, and gave a satisfied nod. He didn't have time to deal with them now. Stepping out of the room, he surveyed the surroundings of the homestead. Homestead, LV5. Defense level, can withstand attacks from most small creatures, but remains vulnerable to physically powerful beings. Required materials for homestead upgrade, 300 advanced universal materials. Upgrade using 300 advanced universal materials? Yes. Ding. Submission successful. Home upgrade duration, 3 days. This nest invasion yielded nearly 500 advanced universal materials for Sioux City. He had been wondering where to obtain these materials, but now it saved him a lot of trouble. This nest invasion made Su Cheng even more aware of the importance of his home base. The prerequisite for deploying these defensive measures was that the home base must reach level 4. Had he not paid attention to his home's development before, he might not have noticed much difference with Xiao Shui this time. Now its utility was evident, and its role would likely become increasingly significant in the future. Closing the home interface, Su Cheng summoned the silver wheel with a thought. Oh? They actually gave him a free spin? Su Cheng stared at the enormous roulette wheel that appeared before him, thrilled to discover he could spin it for free. After all, each spin of the silver wheel consumed 1,000 years of lifespan. Such a massive cost meant the rewards were exceptionally generous. The ultimate lifespan reward was a staggering 5,000 years. Though this 5,000-year reward paled in comparison to the initial system wheel's 100 billion year lifespan. It represented an enormous sum for him at this stage. Moreover, the system wheel hasn't vanished like the silver wheel, it requires accumulating a certain amount of lifespan to unlock. Consume one spin? The prompt appeared, and Su Cheng raised his hand without hesitation to tap it. Yes. The draw was consumed, and the massive silver roulette wheel began to spin. Ding! Fortune Goddess triggered successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the Energy Conversion Device Pro Max. Ding! Fortune Goddess triggered successfully. Reward, wheel spin 1. Energy Conversion Device? Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly as he stared at the prize he'd just won. If he remembered correctly, this device could be purchased within the multiverse market for just 500 years of lifespan. But each spin of his own would consume over 1,000 years. Even though this was a freebie and he'd gotten an extra one, the thought of losing 500 years still stung a little. Wait a minute. Pro Max? As Su Cheng sighed, he suddenly noticed the word Pro Max inscribed on the back of this energy device. Energy Conversion Device Pro Max, capable of transforming any resource into any resource discovered in the present world. Reading the description of the Energy Conversion Device Pro Max, Su Cheng's expression froze. Can convert any resource into resources discovered in the present world. Couldn't it turn stones into gold, or even rarer materials? At this thought, Su Cheng hurriedly opened the multiverse store. He recalled seeing this device listed for sale earlier. Universal Transformer, converts any resource into any resource discovered in the present world. Price, 10,000 years of lifespan. Su Cheng stared at the All Transformers description and its price tag, his expression freezing. How much? Chapter 89, Purebred Husky Votes Needed. 10,000 years of lifespan? The moment Su Cheng saw the exorbitant price tag, his mind reeled. He had always considered his 1,000+ years of lifespan quite impressive, but this moment taught him the true meaning of poverty. He thought Lady Luck had deserted him this time, but she'd actually delivered in a big way. Of course, compared to the reward of 5,000 years of lifespan, this energy conversion device Promax was of little use to him. After transmitting it to Huaxia, Cheng turned his gaze back to the silver roulette. Consume one lottery attempt? Yes. Cheng raised his hand and tapped again. The silver wheel spun. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Goddess of Fortune activated successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 3 enlightenment attempts, 1 second-rate hound. Cheng? Hearing the voice in his ear, Cheng froze in surprise. He could understand the enlightenment counts. But what was this second-rate husky one? He'd sacrificed 1,000 years of his lifespan, albeit for free, just to get a second-rate husky? Just as Cheng was puzzled, suddenly, the entire space seemed to be filled with an indescribable force. A blinding white light erupted from ahead. Like the first light of dawn, it illuminated every virtual corner of the surroundings. This white light was not only dazzlingly brilliant but also carried an indescribable solemnity and sacredness. At the heart of this radiance, a majestic aura almost like the descent of a divine beast quietly permeated the air. Feeling this aura, Cheng's face betrayed shock. This aura was even more powerful than when he first encountered Xiao Shui. Could it be that this creature, merely called Erha, was actually a divine beast? Cheng's gaze fixed on the form gradually revealing itself before him. In that moment, a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. After all, whenever the roulette draw triggered Lady Luck, the rewards were always extraordinary. Now, aside from the enlightenment, only this second Ha remained. Could this second Ha truly be some kind of divine beast? However, as the suffocating white light gradually dissipated and everything returned to stillness, emerging slowly from the radiance was not the colossal beast or divine creature Cheng had imagined. Instead, a seemingly ordinary yet endearingly clumsy husky appeared. Wisdom shone in its eyes, though its appearance retained that signature goofiness and innocence. Its stride was steady, each step seemingly revealing a worldly wise insight beyond its years, as if it had long understood the mysteries of the universe. Great wisdom often appears as foolishness. Cheng. No, it must be that I'm opening it wrong. Cheng shook his head. A scene this grand couldn't possibly be caused by just a Siberian husky. Cheng turned to wipe his eyes, just as he was about to look again. A bark echoed through the air. Woof! The husky had somehow appeared at Cheng's feet. It nuzzled affectionately against his ankle, its front paws tugging at the hem of his pants. At that moment, even if Cheng didn't want to accept it, he had no choice but to endure it. This really seemed to be a Siberian husky. Companion, husky. Age? Species, prison hound. Growth stage, juvenile. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Rating? Abilities, bite, roar, soul capture. Cheng stared at the panel that popped up before him, covering his face with one hand as he looked at the clumsy husky in front of him. These abilities are seriously underwhelming. He thought the dog just looked unpromising, and he still held a sliver of hope. But the moment he saw this, the last shred of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. If only it had abilities like Xiao Shui's, a full row of skills, Cheng might have held out hope of this husky. But it only had 3 abilities, and all 3 were maxed out at 10. Cheng sighed helplessly and tapped to view the ability details. Bite, Erha possesses sharp teeth and indestructible claws, capable of tearing through any object. Is that destructive instinct just messing with you? Reading the bite ability description, Cheng's eyes narrowed. Tear through any object? Cheng had assumed tearing was just charging in to bite, but now it seemed far more than that. Roar, the husky's howl shatters the heavens and earth, briefly stunning enemies with strength less than half its own. Oh what? Soul siphon, the husky's bloodline is profoundly mysterious, allowing it to absorb the ability values of defeated enemies. It's purebred. No. Is this really the kind of power you'd expect from this seemingly harmless husky? I don't even have abilities this good, yet they appear in a dog. For a moment, Cheng felt he wasn't even as good as a dog. Woof. Noticing Cheng's expression change, the husky looked up at him in confusion. Oh well. Even if its base stats were a bit low, at least its abilities were decent. Woof woof. The husky wagged its tail, rubbing against Cheng repeatedly, almost as if it were asking for a pat on its empty belly. Already hungry? Cheng shook his head and pulled out a piece of gray wolf meat. He glanced at the silver roulette wheel before him, pondered for a moment, and decided against continuing the draw. Each spin cost thousands of lifespan points. The rewards were tempting, but the cost was simply too high. If he pulled a dog now and then a cat later, life would become unbearable. Besides, after all this time, his stomach was growling. The grill was lit. As soon as he sprinkled cumin, chili powder, and other seasonings over the meat, the aroma instantly filled the air. Ji Buchang, who was outside the homestead, came running over the moment he caught the scent. Master, what kind of creature is this? Ji Buchang looked at the Siberian husky beside Cheng, wagging its tail with a look of pure wisdom in its eyes, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Oh, you mean this one? He'll be your companion from now on. Just call him Ha. Yes, master. Ji Bochang nodded. Though he didn't understand what Su Cheng meant by harrier, he grasped the meaning of companion. Hey, you two slow down. No one's trying to steal your food. Su Cheng had just finished roasting several pieces of grey wolf meat. Watching Ha and Ji Bochang wolf it down, he shook his head helplessly. However, just as he was about to take out more grey wolf meat, a notification suddenly popped up, and the scene before him left Su Cheng stunned. Ha successfully devours grey wolf flesh and blood, strength +1. Ha successfully consumed grey wolf flesh and blood, agility +1. A series of notifications flashed across the screen, prompting Su Cheng to immediately open Ha's stats panel. Upon seeing the change in the other's strength attribute, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. After all, even he needed to expend lifespan points or clear dungeons to gain attributes. This Ha actually only needed to eat meat to level up? No way. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. This was literally worse than a dog. This scene was a crushing blow to Su Cheng, but at least this Russian husky belonged to him. Its power increase could only be beneficial. With that thought, Su Cheng retrieved all the meat from his system space. A bountiful array of various creature meats was neatly arranged. Seeing this feast, Ha and Ji Bochang's eyes lit up, drool practically dripping onto the floor. Master is awesome. Woof woof. Chapter 90, The Universal Transformer, Level 1 Alert. China's highest combat command base. Old Bai and his team were swamped with work due to the sudden appearance of the portal. They'd tested the portal's material with countless methods, yet couldn't determine what it was made of. They had even bombarded it with artillery shells and missiles, yet it showed no signs of damage. All eyes fixed on the 10-day countdown above the portal, their expressions heavy with gravity. Having witnessed the previous nest invasion, they knew better than to underestimate the significance of this portal. If this portal functions similarly to the nest invasion, the danger level would escalate by several orders of magnitude. The nest invasion Su Cheng and his team faced was based on individual capabilities. Even so, the monsters they encountered were incredibly powerful. Now, this portal had appeared in only one country. Clearly, this portal was designed with nations in mind. If the monsters a single person faces are already so formidable, what kind of creatures would emerge when the entire nation is targeted? No one could even begin to imagine. To prevent potential disasters, China evacuated all personnel near the portals. A comprehensive defense system was deployed within a radius of several miles centered on the portal. Countless artillery shells, missiles, and even small nuclear warheads were on standby. How's it going? Have you collected any data from inside the portal? Old Bai approached Xiao Lu, his gaze fixed on the instrument panel filled with numbers. Xiao Lu shook his head. No, Elder Bai hasn't collected any data yet. The portal's data is beyond our current Huaxia technology's ability to analyze. The materials appearing within are completely unprecedented. Still unable to decipher it? Old Bai's expression grew grave. Recalling the frost dragon encountered in Sioux City, an ominous foreboding stirred within him. If the monsters emerging from that portal were all as powerful as that frost dragon, could they withstand them? Reinforce security around the portal immediately. Maintain round-the-clock surveillance without fail. Not a single slip-up is tolerated. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. Just as Elder Bai turned to convene an emergency meeting with allied nations regarding the portal, a pillar of light suddenly erupted from the skies above China. The beam pointed directly toward the base's center. Intense flashes of light erupted from within the base. Such an abrupt occurrence instantly placed the entire base on high alert. Elder Bai, positioned directly in front of the beam, watched the sudden apparition with a contemplative gaze. He felt he had seen this pillar of light before. Old Bai, this is dangerous. You should retreat first. At that moment, combat personnel rushed in from the rear, forming a perimeter around him. No, it's unnecessary. Old Bai sidestepped the combat personnel and began walking toward the front of the light column. Upon catching sight of the flickering object within the beam, a faint smile touched his lips. Turning to the nearby combat personnel, he declared, "This poses no danger. Disband. Everyone, disband. Old Bai, this is." At that moment, General Lu walked by, his expression puzzled as he stared at the suddenly appearing light column. If my guess is correct, Old Bai smiled, this beam of light means Su Cheng has sent us something again. He had noticed the light pillar while watching Su Cheng's livestream earlier. Whenever Su Cheng teleported into the Northern Bear Nation's homeland, this beam would appear. The current scene was identical to what he had witnessed before. Su Cheng sent something over? General Lu wondered. As the beam dissipated, an exquisitely intricate instrument emerged from within. This is? Old Bai stepped forward to examine the device. Moments later, upon grasping its function, Old Bai's pupils dilated in shock. The universal transformer capable of converting any resource into one discovered in the present world. As Old Man Bai revealed the device's function, everyone in the base stopped what they were doing. What had they just heard? Universal transformer? You must be joking. How could such a device exist in the world? Doesn't that defy scientific principles? Just then, Xiaolu walked by and looked at Master Bai. Master Bai, you just said this device can convert any resource into one discovered in the modern world? Is that really possible? Whether it's possible or not, we'll only know by trying. Master Bai's gaze turned thoughtful as he picked up a cup of water from nearby. After a series of intricate operations, he adjusted the output resource to gold nuggets, and the device began to operate. Watching the trembling device before him, Master Bai admitted he didn't believe such a machine could exist in this world. But this device had been transmitted from Sioux City. They still hadn't grasped even 1/10,000th of the mysteries within the multiverse. Perhaps such a device truly existed? Yet, just as Old Bai was deep in thought, the device ceased its operation. Beside him, Xiaolu suddenly let out a startled cry. Old Bai, it worked! It actually worked! So fast? Hearing Xiaolu's voice, Old Bai snapped back to attention and looked toward the instrument's output. The moment he saw the gold ingot emerge, he quickly retrieved a testing device. When the numbers appeared on the display, Old Bai was stunned. 24K pure gold. Had it really worked? As he touched the gold ingot in his hand, not only was Old Bai stunned, but everyone at the base who witnessed this scene was equally dumbfounded. Old Bai glanced at Xiaolu beside him. With just a look, Xiaolu immediately understood. As Xiaolu pulled out a controller and pressed it down forcefully. In an instant, the entire base was sealed off and placed on level 1 alert. Old Bai scanned the room, his expression solemn as he declared, "You've all witnessed this device's capabilities. The instrument Su Cheng provided will fundamentally reshape the world's understanding. The implications should be clear to all. To prevent any information leaks, the entire base is now under complete lockdown, severing all communication and intelligence channels with the outside world. Only after we've fully utilized this device can the base ease restrictions. Any objections?" Even without Elder Bai's explanation, everyone in the base understood what this device's emergence signified. Transforming water into gold bars elements fundamentally different completely overturns established theory. If even water can be transformed into gold bars, then wouldn't that mean they could turn anything they desired, even a random stone picked up from the roadside, into rare metal materials? Should news of such an artifact leak? Everyone had no doubt that China would become the target of conquest for every nation on Blue Star. A faint smile touched Old Bai's lips. He had been worried about the portal incident. But now, with this device in hand, all his worries vanished. Su Cheng has certainly delivered a major surprise this time. While the entire Blue Star was abuzz with the deity incident and Su Shen's refusal of the divine invitation. At Eagle Nation's headquarters, Smith was furious that he hadn't even made it into the top 3. Damn those Chinese bastards. You've ruined my plans again. Had it not been for Huaxia's sudden intervention, they would have secured the top spot without question. The first place reward should have been his. It was all because of that Huaxia player. If not for him, how could things have turned out this way? Just as Smith was violently smashing furniture to vent his frustration, suddenly, a golden light burst forth before him. Seeing the light, Smith's expression froze in surprise. But soon, a smile spread across his face. Bathed in the golden light, Smith felt as though his body possessed boundless strength. Seeing his attribute panel multiply several times over, he curved his lips upward and crushed the stone with a single hand. In that instant, the frustration of losing his top spot vanished completely. Who would have thought? Calling you foolish was spot on. Such immense power, yet you didn't know how to cherish it. Well, I guess I got lucky. As golden light surged around him, Smith knelt reverently before it. His gaze then shifted upward to the leaderboard above his home. So what if you're number 1? Don't you dare let me catch you. Chapter 91, The Fairy's Magic Wand Votes Needed. Within Huaxia home. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. The master is too amazing. Master's skills are simply unmatched, my belly's all stretched out from master's doing. Woof woof. Erha and Ji-Bo-chan lay sprawled on the grass, utterly devoid of dignity. They belched contentedly, rubbing their bellies enlarged by Su Cheng with satisfied expressions. Overhearing the beast and dog's chatter, Su Cheng rolled his eyes at the pair before returning his gaze to the interface before him. After a binge of eating and drinking, Erha's 3-dimensional attributes had all broken through the 30 mark. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move beyond 30, Su Cheng would have let the guy keep eating. The prices at this trading post were indeed much cheaper than the multiverse store. Closing the Huskies panel, Su Cheng examined the multiverse trading post, which only unlocked at 1,000 lifespan points. Within this marketplace, he saw items of every kind. Equipment, materials, meat, household goods, every conceivable item was available for sale. The prices were all considerably more reasonable than those at the multiverse store. I wonder what price I can get for these materials. Su Cheng pulled out a pile of materials he had collected earlier. With a flick of his fingers, the materials spilled out in a heaping pile. He had stockpiled all this just for this moment. Unfortunately, these materials offered only minimal upgrades to his equipment. His Tang sword and demon gloves had already reached B-grade quality after 3 upgrades from dungeon invasion rewards. Consuming these materials wouldn't add much to their stats, and using them on other equipment wasn't worth the effort. Sell Grey Wolf Claw 5? Sell 3 Venomous Stinger Antennae? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng listed all the materials beside him in the trading post. After completing this, Su Cheng searched the weapons section within the trading post. Currently, Ji Buchan's weapon was damaged from fighting those insectoid creatures. He had previously planned to forge a durable weapon for Ji Buchan, but upon seeing the weapons listed in the auction house, he abandoned the idea. The materials and lifespan points consumed by crafting it himself weren't worth it compared to simply purchasing a finished product. Silver Dagger Armor Piercing, price 50 years of lifespan. Zoro's Side Sword, price 500 years of lifespan. Purple Garden's Long Hammer, price 100 years of lifespan. Fairy's Magic Wand, price 5,000 years of lifespan. Su Cheng had assumed there wouldn't be many weapons available in this trading post. But now it was clear he had underestimated the place. A dazzling array of weapons sprang before his eyes. These weren't the typical names for cold weapons, swords, spears, and such. Su Cheng discovered that the weapons sold within the multiverse trading post actually originated from major worlds. Even anime weapons existed here. What the hell was this fairy's magic wand? Staring at a weapon requiring 5,000 years to purchase, Su Cheng's gaze grew pensive. He had indeed seen similar wand-like weapons within the exchange. Take Sakura's wand, for instance, it only cost 2,000 years. Why was this one so exorbitantly priced? Puzzled, Su Cheng tapped to open the details. Fairy's Magic Wand. Description: this wand was wielded by a certain fairy who explored the deepest mysteries of fairy lore. Imbued with potent divine energy, it grants substantial attribute bonuses when used to consume liquids and enables basic magical attacks. Unveiled the fairy's deepest secrets? Su Cheng stared at the wand's description, lost in thought. What secret could this be? A secret worth 5,000 years of sale value? Moreover, Su Cheng now realized this fairy wand was being sold at an auction price. As he stood there in a daze, the price continued to soar, shooting straight toward 10,000 years of lifespan. This scene left Su Cheng utterly stunned. If merely carrying the aura of a fairy could drive the price to 10,000 years, what kind of power would the fairy wielding this weapon possess? Su Cheng shook his head, dismissing the thought. Pondering such things now was pointless. This magic wand was far beyond his means. Consume 100 years of lifespan to purchase Zi Yuan's long hammer? Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped, yes. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a massive warhammer within. He weighed the hammer in his hand, then walked over to Ji Buchang's side and tossed it at his feet. Thud. The violent thud startled Ji Buchang. What's going on? What's happening? What's all this commotion? Another enemy attack? Ji Buchang sprang to his feet, his eyes darting warily around the area. See if this weapon suits you. If it doesn't, let me know. Weapon. Hearing Su Cheng's voice from ahead, Ji Buchang finally noticed the long hammer beside him. At first glance, he was already smitten with the weapon. Holy crap! The material, the weight, the look, it's absolutely perfect. Ha! We've got another weapon. If those bugs dare come again, we'll make sure they never return. Thank you, master. Ji Buchang swung the long hammer excitedly in his hands. He'd been puzzled by their previous defeat. If it hadn't been for their inferior weapons, how could those bugs have gotten the better of them? Just then, Erha, who had been dozing nearby, sensed a chill breeze sweep past. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a massive hammer drifting right before his face. With a startled yelp, its eyes rolled back and it fainted once more. Watching the furniture being overturned, Su Cheng kicked Ji Buchang flying out of the house. He walked over to Erha, grabbed it by one leg, and dragged it to the teleportation gate. This time, he had not only offended the Frost Dragon clan but also incurred the wrath of the Insect clan. He had even drawn the attention of the divine race. Had it not been for the restrictions of the multiverse's rules, his opponent's power alone would have killed him countless times over. Had his life-staking talent not granted immunity to negative effects, he would undoubtedly be a vegetable now. Such a vast disparity in power couldn't help but stir a thread of anxiety within Su Cheng. Yet compared to anxiety, excitement dominated Su Cheng's feelings. Through the divine demon eye's observation, Su Cheng learned that the opponent also possessed an attribute panel. And where there was an attribute panel, there must be a health bar. A health bar means they're not invincible. Will we meet again? Su Cheng walked to the front of the red gate, glancing toward the direction of the divine staircase before him. A faint smile curved his lips. Heh, so what if they're gods? As long as they dare show their health bar, I'll slaughter them like any other god. Chapter 92, 5 against 1. The advantage is mine. Here it comes, here it comes. Su Shen is choosing a door again. What will he encounter this time? I hope it's another marriage room. I haven't had enough yet. Wait, why is Su Shen heading toward the red gate? Oh no. Su Shen is powerful, but I saw several nations waiting by the red door earlier. They're clearly plotting a joint ambush. Su Shen, don't go. Oh no. Those guys are starting to move one by one. Clearly, they've been waiting for Su Shen. This is trouble. Su Shen's approach to the portal drew the attention of countless onlookers. Yet the moment Su Cheng stepped before the red gate, the Chinese crowd lost their composure. Though Su Cheng's current strength is formidable, the red gate is the room where nations unite against China. The nations of the world have united to target China. No matter how powerful he is, facing a rule-based instance will wipe out all his previous advantages. Ha! We've been waiting for you. We thought you Chinese cowards wouldn't dare enter this time, but look at this fool rushing in to die. What good is raw power? The red gate isn't something you can just muscle your way through. This Huaxia guy is dead meat. This Chinese player seems to have acquired some top-tier gear lately. No one is to touch it, every piece on him belongs to us Israeli players. Unlike the Chinese crowd, other nations watching Su Cheng's suicidal charge into the red gate couldn't stop grinning. Though most nations' players had been reshuffled after passing through the bug nest, the red gate isn't like the black or yellow gates. Success here doesn't come from brute force alone. Numbers and vitality points hold the greatest advantage within the red gate. The moment Su Cheng stepped into the red gate, dozens of competitors from other nations followed suit, all seeking to confront him. The red gate opened. The surroundings shifted. Su Cheng emerged from within the red gate. This was. Su Cheng scanned his surroundings. Unlike his first time entering the red gate, the space was now incredibly spacious. He stood atop the starting point of a runway-like structure, facing a massive conveyor belt running directly ahead. From the 5 other lanes around him, competitors from other nations emerged from the red gate. Shortly after emerging from the red gate, the foreign competitors' expressions lit up with delight the moment they spotted Su Cheng. These 5 hail from White Elephant, Rome, Never Setting Sun, Kinchi, and Kangaroo Nation respectively. The moment all participants were assembled, a man clad in black and wearing a pig mask suddenly appeared from ahead. Now that all contestants are present, allow me to explain the rules of this contest. The rules are simple. Directly ahead lies a conveyor belt. You must continuously run forward until you reach the finish line to succeed. Only the top 2 competitors will be victorious. Friendly reminder, once you step onto the track, all rules are suspended. Feel free to do whatever you want. The race begins in 5 minutes. All contestants, prepare yourselves. As the pig-headed man finished speaking, the foreign audience watching the live stream erupted in excitement. Ha! Fantastic! We've actually encountered these Chinese competitors. Our Roman nation will reclaim every bit of the humiliation we suffered before. Did you see that, you Chinese fools? This time it's a speed contest. What good is your brute strength? You're nothing but a bunch of thugs. Damn it! Why is it a speed event? Our Korean contestants still have unhealed wounds on their feet. This is blatant targeting. We demand a different event. Damn it! Why didn't our Daegu competitor face this Chinese guy? First place was ours for the taking. Do you think the Ninja Turtle speed is a joke? Some foreign spectators lamented not being matched with Su Cheng, while others were thrilled to face him. The rules within the red gate this time clearly revolve around speed. Under these rules, the role of life points will become extremely crucial. Plus, we have the numerical advantage. 5 against 1, the advantage is ours. No matter how high the Chinese contestants' life points are, they couldn't possibly exceed the combined total of the 5 opponents. Wait, did you notice? That Chinese contestant seems to have brought a living creature in with him, a dog? Holy crap! He really did bring a dog in. Ha! I was worried this Huaxia guy might pull some shenanigans, but now it's all settled. Bringing a dog? That's just dead weight. Who knows what this guy was thinking? Remember, his dog counts as part of Team China. If the Chinese team advances but his dog doesn't, they still lose. Facing the red gate and acting like this? Isn't he just asking to die faster? The scene of Su Cheng entering the red gate with a dog was quickly noticed by everyone. They couldn't fathom why Su Cheng would bring a dog, a Siberian husky, no less, into the red gate. The red gate was no place for games. By doing this, Su Cheng was clearly putting himself at a disadvantage. Upon seeing the husky by Su Cheng's side, the Chinese delegation's expressions turned equally grave. What the hell? How did Su Shen bring a dog in? And a Siberian husky at that? Where did this dog come from? If I recall correctly, this dog just appeared out of nowhere in Su Shen's home. I don't think I've seen it display any special abilities. Su Shen, you fool. Bringing a dog, a Siberian husky, no less, into this? This is only going to slow you down. This is going to be tough. Those guys are definitely going to gang up on Su Shen. Now he's got a dog holding him back. Can Su Shen even win? Inside the red gate. The countdown was now under 1 minute. The White Elephant Nation, Roman Nation, Kinchi Nation, and Kangaroo Nation were discussing their cooperation. Once time's up, don't rush to run, let's take out that Huaxia guy first. I hear this Huaxia player has pretty high stats. Everyone, be careful not to get singled out. Rules seem unrestricted this time, so better play it safe. White Elephant Nation, did you get psychologically scarred after losing last time? What's there to fear? 5 of us against 1 guy, just him, oh wait, plus a dog. Since the group wasn't gathered together, Su Cheng stood separated from the other 4. Their entire conversation was overheard by Su Cheng. Yet even so, they showed no hesitation in their words. It was as if they were already certain of victory in this match. Overhearing the White Elephant Kingdom's conversation, Chang glanced toward the distant never-setting sun contestant. Aren't you with them? They're discussing how to deal with me. Why don't you join in? Hearing Chang's words, the never-setting sun contestant Edward froze. From the moment he entered the Red Gate, he had shown no inclination to cooperate with others. He'd expected Chang, seeing his aloofness, to try persuading him not to join their scheme against him. Or perhaps beg him to cooperate. But now, with that tone, he actually seemed to expect him to join those guys' team? Oof. They're nothing but a bunch of nobodies. I don't need help from these useless fools to deal with you. Edward sneered. With that gear's boost, this speed race felt tailor-made for him. True masters walk alone, only the weak crave others' aid. Is that so? Chang nodded, then glanced over at Bai Shanghua and the others, a faint smile touching his lips. All settled? The race is about to begin. Chapter 93, The Divine Might of Erha, Strolling with Leisure Votes Needed. The White Elephant Kingdom's group saw Chang's smiling gaze and couldn't help but flash a look of anger in their eyes. What does this guy think he's doing? Is he looking down on us? Heh, you little brat from Huaxia, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. No matter how skilled you were before, you stand no chance against the four of us now. You like to smile? Soon we'll beat you so badly even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. That last guy was just a piece of trash. You think winning once makes you invincible? You're getting ahead of yourself. Don't waste your breath talking to this dead man. It's pointless. Just stick to the plan later. His current state is just him putting on a brave face. The Australian competitor shot a disdainful glance at Chang. He'd heard of Chang's formidable strength, but this contest wasn't about power, it was about speed. When it came to speed, their Kangaroo Nation held an unmatched natural advantage. Not to mention his innate talent and gear are all geared toward speed. He's got this first place locked down. Hey, you over there from the land of the rising sun, are you sure you don't want to join us? With only 10 seconds left on the countdown, the Indian guy from the White Elephant Kingdom hurriedly called out to Edward on his right. Yet Edward showed no response to their invitation. Arrogant bastard. Once we've dealt with this Chinese guy, we'll take care of you too. Seeing Edward's prolonged silence, a cold gleam flashed in the White Elephant Nation competitor's eyes. His gaze shifted to the trio from Kimchi Nation and Rome Nation. They exchanged nods, waiting for the final seconds to tick away. Woof. At that moment, the gaze of Erha, who was undergoing the Sioux City trial, revealed a hint of wisdom. The dog looked toward the White Elephant Kingdom and the others, clearly sensing their murderous intent toward Sioux City. The dog opened its mouth to bite down on the top of the iron bars, preparing to tear them apart and fight the others. Stupid dog, don't bite recklessly. Chang yanked Erha back. He had tried to break these bars upon entering, but whatever material they were made of proved utterly unyielding. Or perhaps this was a rule within the Red Gate: the bars were indestructible. Wait. With only 3 seconds left on the countdown before him, Chang had just set the husky down. Suddenly, a gaping hole in the iron bars caught his attention. He glanced at Erha's teeth, then stared at the hole in shock. Had this stupid dog actually chewed through the iron bars? In that instant, a flood of thoughts surged through Chang's mind. Even as the countdown ended. And the contestants from White Elephant Kingdom and others had already sprinted out, Chang remained frozen in place. Erha possesses razor-sharp teeth and indestructible claws, capable of shredding any object. Though Chang had anticipated the formidable power of the husky's ability. But wasn't this thing supposed to be unshakable since it wasn't a regulated item? No. Rule-bound items? Who said this was a rule-bound item? Chang's expression froze as a scene from his previous divine ascension journey flashed through his mind. Even as a deity, the other party had a status panel and could be killed. It was merely that the gap in power between them was too vast, creating the illusion that gods were invincible. This current situation seemed strikingly similar. Chang had been puzzled before by the existence of the Red Gate and Black Gate, as well as the pig-headed judge ahead. At the first Red Gate, Chang had distinctly felt eyes watching them from all around. This time, though, there was nothing. But did that mean the rules within the Red Gate and Black Gate weren't set in stone either? Could it be that with sufficient power, these very rules could be overturned? If that were truly the case. Chang glanced at the hole in the iron bars, then looked toward the distant conveyor belt runway. A bold thought sprang to mind. Erha's bites could shatter these iron bars, and right now, they were the only thing separating the competitors. If he were to destroy the bars first, before the match even began, and kill the foreign competitors, what would happen then? If this plan could work. Chang glanced at the referee hovering nearby, wearing a pig mask. This guy. Could he be killed too? At that moment. Sensing Chang's gaze, the pig-headed masked referee looked in his direction, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes behind the mask. Could this guy have discovered something? Sushin's countdown is overrun now. They've all fled. If you delay any longer, it'll be too late. Ha! Run? Looks like you Chinese contestants know you can't beat us, you've just given up. This Chinese guy is clearly scared of us Koreans. Look at his dumbstruck face, that's exactly how Chinese people should be. Bull. Su Shen's power is beyond the comprehension of barking dogs like you. Damn it, barking like dogs online all day? Got the guts to face us offline? I'll beat the out of you, shove you into your own, and then beat you with your own. While the Chinese livestream chat erupted in chaos. Above the runway, Chang snapped out of his thoughts and scanned the distant figures of the White Elephant Nation and others. Though they'd started running early due to the conveyor belt's operation, its speed fluctuated randomly over time. The current speed was utterly beyond the control of the White Elephant Nation and Kimchi Nation competitors, their bodies even showing signs of being dragged backward. Well, this matter could be verified later. Chang glanced at the nearby opening, tossed Erha onto the conveyor belt, and charged forward. After devouring the meat chunk, Erha's agility had reached the 30 mark. Above the track, the conveyor belt speed couldn't slow Erha down. Damn it! That Chinese guy is coming. How the hell is he moving so fast? Damn it! That dog's acting weird too, don't just stand there. Take care of that Chinese guy first. The White Elephant Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Roman Nation exchanged glances, raised their arms, and spoke in unison. Consume 10 years of lifespan to boost the Chinese runner's speed. The three spoke in unison, consuming 30 years of their lifespans. In that instant, Chang's runway speed instantly doubled. They had already assessed the runway's conditions beforehand. This runway was not merely a contest of speed. The entire track was divided into two sections. The first section relied solely on speed, while the second section featured randomly generated obstacles. Moreover, whoever reached the junction of the second section first could adjust the speed of another competitor's track. In their plan, the Kangaroo Nation had the fastest speed. They would initially hold back Chang until Kangaroo Nation reached the second stage, at which point everyone on the second lane would rely on their own abilities. Just as Asan and the others assumed Chang would slow down due to the doubled conveyor belt speed. However, the scene before them left Asan and the others frozen in place. There stood Chang and Erha, strolling leisurely atop the conveyor belt as if completely unaffected by its motion. How could this be possible? Chapter 94, excuse me, let me through, votes needed. Asan and the others stared in disbelief at Chang above the conveyor belt. They had collectively sacrificed 30 years of their lifespans to nearly double the conveyor belt speed. And this guy wasn't even affected? More importantly, Asan's gaze shifted to the husky beside Chang. Even his dog showed no signs of change whatsoever. What kind of joke was this? Consider that at this speed, even standing upright was a struggle for them. Yet they remained completely unaffected, strolling casually across the conveyor belt. Didn't this situation imply they were worse off than their own dogs? Get moving! What are you three doing? Push this Chinese guy out. Why are you just standing there watching? This Chinese guy is putting on way too much of an act. Strolling around like that? Doesn't he have any respect for us? Ha! Thinks a little strength makes him invincible? Our Kangaroo Nation competitors are already at the second stage. At that pace, he's doomed. Asan, snap out of it. That Chinese guy is catching up fast. If we can just keep him stuck here, they're doomed. Seeing the Indian team and others frozen in place, the live stream viewers grew anxious. But only Asan, privy to the on-site situation, grasped the sheer terror of the opponent. Damn it, how dare he show off like this? Charge! We must stop him here today. Once that guy reaches the second stage, victory is ours. Asan shot a glance at the two Korean contestants beside him. The trio nodded. Kim Sung-soo, the Korean contestant, rolled up his sleeves first. This speed race had one rule: there were no rules. As long as they can stall Chang for a while, or push him off the conveyor belt into the bottomless void below, victory will be theirs. Damn it, I've heard before that your Chinese players are full of themselves. And here you are, trying to show off in front of us? Kim Sung-soo stood above the conveyor belt, touching Chang's belt with one hand. The century-old number on his arm lit up as he glanced towards Chang with a sneer. While his talent might not be particularly useful elsewhere, but when used against others, especially in a speed competition like this, it was nothing short of a god-tier skill. Kim Sung-soo's eyes flashed. Quicksand. The talent activated. The next second. From the direction Kim Sung-soo touched, a torrent of quicksand surged towards Chang. As the shifting sands closed in on Chang, a victorious smirk spread across Kim Sung-soo's face. His quicksand talent restricted the movement of opponents whose agility attribute was less than half his own. And his agility was a whopping 15 points. This meant that unless Chang's agility attribute reached 30, he would be permanently trapped above this conveyor belt. Even the world's top Eagle Nation competitor, Smith, might not possess an agility stat exceeding 30. This Chinese guy only had a slightly higher stamina value. He'd barely cleared a few dungeons, there was no way his agility could exceed 30. The only flaw in this talent is that the quicksand's movement is too slow to effectively engage opponents. But now, this conveyor belt perfectly compensates for that weakness. It's over. Quicksand engulfed the Sioux City area. Kim Sung-soo withdrew his right hand, his eyes already envisioning the enemy's desperate struggle. team up against Huaxia? He'd say it wasn't necessary at all. He alone could toy with these Huaxia bastards at his whim. His gaze shifted away from behind the conveyor belt, and Kim Sung-soo was just about to continue sprinting forward. Not far ahead, the competitors from the White Elephant Kingdom and the Roman Kingdom stared back in utter shock. A smirk curved Kim Sung-soo's lips. Look at you two making such a fuss. I've barely used even 30% of my strength. Less than 30%? A San from White Elephant Nation swallowed hard, pointing toward the conveyor belt's rear. How about, you try using 100%? Kim Sung-soo raised an eyebrow at Asan's words. He'd only been speaking offhand. What was this nonsense about percentages? Controlling that Huaxia guy would have settled everything. What a bunch of cowards. Controlling him is all that's needed. What else could possibly be required? Seeing the shock on both men's faces, Kim Sung-soo couldn't help but look back in confusion. But before he could finish his sentence, the scene before him instantly made Kim Sung-soo question his entire existence. What the hell? Are you kidding me? The shifting sands and conveyor belts in Sioux City continued moving at full speed. As if the quicksand were nothing but a mere formality to him, having absolutely no effect whatsoever. He was certain he'd deployed the quicksand. Why hadn't this guy's speed slowed down at all? Could his agility possibly exceed 30? Kim Sung-soo's eyes widened in shock. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if this guy is a freak, his strength is already off the charts. How could his agility be this high too? There's definitely something fishy here. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. Kim Sung-soo pressed his hand once more above Su Cheng's teleportation belt, this time draining a full 30 years of his lifespan. A vast expanse of quicksand surged toward Su Cheng like a tidal wave. He should be trapped now, right? Kim Sung-soo gasped for breath as he braced his waist to stand. Each talent activation not only drained his lifespan points but also took a massive toll on his physical stamina. The more lifespan points he expended, the more his physical strength plummeted in tandem. This time, he had burned through a full 30 years of his lifespan. He didn't care if even this couldn't stop the enemy, then. Kim Sung-soo, you bastard, stop holding back. Come on, unleash your full power already. Seeing Su Cheng closing in, Asan shouted urgently to Kim Sung-soo. I'm holding back Nuwa. This is already my full power. Kim Sung-soo stared at Su Cheng, who showed no signs of being affected, his mind completely shattered. Is this guy even human? What a useless piece of trash. I'll have to finish this myself. Asan's gaze grew intense. As Su Cheng passed by, he flashed the numbers in his hand, ready to activate his ability. But the next second. Wait, where did he go? Just as Asan was about to activate his talent, Su Cheng's figure vanished from the conveyor belt behind him. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the surrounding air seemed to freeze in place. Before anyone could react, a violent impact swept through Asan and the others. It felt as though an invisible mountain had crashed into their sensory world with irresistible force. The air itself seemed to hum with compressed energy, while dust particles on the ground were violently shaken into the air, forming faint yet distinct ripples. Boom! Countless silent impacts erupted violently. Asan and the others were instantly knocked flying, their bodies whipping backward uncontrollably. From behind the group, Su Cheng and Erha appeared, strolling casually above the conveyor belt. Excuse me, make way, let us through. Chapter 95, Shot in the Knee, votes needed. Wait, what just happened? How did Kim Sung-soo Appa suddenly get knocked flying? Did I just freeze up? That Chinese contestant was trapped in quicksand a second ago. What the hell is going on now? Holy! You idiot, don't let go. If you fall, your death is one thing, but we'll all go down with you. Something's off. 9/10 off. That Chinese guy definitely pulled something. The scene unfolded too quickly for anyone to process what happened before Asan, Kim Sung-soo, and the others were instantly knocked flying. Had they not reacted swiftly, clutching the conveyor belt above them, they would have plummeted off. Remember, this conveyor belt wasn't suspended over level ground. A single misstep would mean a bone-crushing fall. You underestimated our Su god. Now you see his true power? First, this was no easy victory. What good is teaming up? Our Su god shattered their alliance in an instant. Only the weak need to band together against others. Don't waste your breath arguing with these short-sighted jerks. Did you catch God Su's move just now? That was seriously badass. Excuse me? That line is so cool I'm adopting it as my catchphrase. The scene of Su Cheng single-handedly crushing the alliance of Asan and others instantly sent Chinese viewers into a frenzy. Yet the spectators from the land down under and the land of the rising sun, racing ahead, couldn't care less. First round victory? Ha! That's nothing. You Chinese folks don't think defeating those useless white elephant guys means you've won, do you? We kangaroos have already advanced to the second stage. It's way too early for you to pop the champagne. Exactly. Whoever thought we'd get this far? We're already in the second stage, and you haven't even cleared the first. Your celebrations are way too premature. Above the conveyor belt, Sakura Nation's contestant Bana had already approached the second stage opening the moment Kim Sung-soo unleashed his quicksand. What a bunch of useless losers. 3 of you can't even block one person? What good are you? Seeing that Asan and the others couldn't stop Su Cheng's advance, Bana reached up and pressed the control above Su Cheng's conveyor belt, shifting it to maximum speed. The conveyor belt operated in 2 stages. The first competitor to clear the initial section could then control the speed of the subsequent runners' lanes. This had been Asan and the others' original tactic. Now, as the others scrambled up from the conveyor belt's edge, they all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Bana in the distance. Though there had been a slight hiccup, Bana had successfully reached the entrance to the second stage. Now they only needed to wait for him to reduce their speed. Victory was still theirs. Wait, what is that guy Bana doing? Why hasn't he slowed us down yet? What is he up to? Kim Song-soo, who had just climbed off the conveyor belt, saw Bana not pressing the deceleration button but instead heading toward the acceleration button. His pupils dilated in shock. Damn it! Bana, what the hell are you trying to pull? We're on the same team, you can't. At that moment, Ah-san also sensed something was amiss. But before he could finish speaking, the conveyor belt beneath their feet suddenly accelerated, sending everyone flying backward in an instant. This scene instantly stunned the live stream viewers. Especially viewers from White Elephant Nation, Kimchi Nation, and Roman Nation. The moment they saw their own contestants being flung backward, they flooded the Kangaroo Nation livestream chat with furious accusations. What the hell are you kangaroo bastards doing? We're allies, you stabbed us in the back? Holy crap! Have you kangaroos lost your minds? What happened to our plan? How could you betray us like this? Damn it! We sacrificed ourselves to buy you time, and this is how you repay us? Ha! Betrayal? The 3 of you couldn't even stop that guy from China working together. What kind of partnership is that? Sacrificing our bodies? What was the end result? A bunch of useless losers. Did you even block him? You couldn't even stop him, and you still have the nerve to talk about cooperation? Barnes made a brilliant decision. Now that we've taken out 4 of them, we're guaranteed at least 2nd place. Second stage connection point of the conveyor belt. Bana watched as Asan and the others were sent flying backward, a smirk curling his lips. A bunch of losers? They don't deserve his help. Besides, he never intended to help these guys in the first place. Even if they had successfully blocked Su Cheng, he would have unhesitatingly pushed everyone to maximum speed. He held a significant advantage now, guaranteed at least 2nd place. Remember, only 2 contestants can survive this match. Why would he bring these 3 along and lower his own survival odds? Only a complete idiot would do something like that. Withdrawing his gaze from behind, Bana turned his eyes to Edward beside him. The only variable now was this guy. He hadn't expected this contestant from the land of the rising sun to match his speed, but it had sparked his competitive spirit. Hey, you from the land of the rising sun, it's just the 2 of us left now. How about we up the stakes a bit? Barnes stepped forward, his gaze dripping with disdain as he addressed Edward. Dividing this race into 1st and 2nd place is too much trouble. How about this? Whoever finishes first gets all the rewards, and the 2nd place prize goes to the winner. How does that sound? Speed-wise, they're the strongest in the land of kangaroos. If that guy dares accept, he's already lost. Asshole. To Barnard's surprise, Edward ignored him, cursed under his breath, and charged toward the 2nd stage track. You. Clearly, Barna hadn't anticipated such a response either. Just as he was about to yell back, suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Su Cheng tapped him on the shoulder and asked with a smile, "Bro, is the 2nd stage this way up? There are only a few paths here. Where else would it be?" Bana was seething with rage. Not only had this guy refused his challenge, but he had the nerve to insult him. Shoving Su Cheng's hand away impatiently, Bana was about to head toward the upper part of the runway. Suddenly, Bana seemed to realize something, his expression abruptly freezing. Hadn't he just set the conveyor belt speed for Asan and the others to maximum? At this moment, besides himself, there should only be that guy from the Sun Never Sets country. Who had just spoken to him? The thought made Bana swallow hard as he stiffly turned his head to look behind him. There stood Su Cheng, smiling calmly at him. In that instant, Bana felt a thunderous roar in his head. A powerful sense of danger triggered his innate ability to activate. How could this guy be here? Something's wrong. Very wrong. Run. He had to run. That's right, only by running could he survive. As soon as his leg moved forward, the swiftness talent activated. The instant Bana's right leg stepped forward, a thunderous boom erupted. Boom! A bullet pierced his knee, and excruciating pain surged through his entire body. Ah! Chapter 96, Kong Vote Request. Damn it! You tell me this is a speed race? Are you sure it's not a fighting tournament? A fighting tournament? What a joke! Have you ever seen anyone pull out a gun mid-fight? This guy even drew his weapon. What's the referee waiting for? This Chinese competitor clearly broke the rules. Isn't this disqualifying them? The gunshot rang out, and Bana's agonized screams echoed across the entire area. Foreign viewers watching the livestream were clearly unprepared for this turn of events. Seeing Su Cheng break the rules by suddenly drawing a gun and firing, they all angrily denounced him as a coward. The Chinese fans, already seething from being ganged up on, now transformed into keyboard warriors firing back at the outcry. Shut up, you bunch of heads. What's the deal? You few countries can gang up on our Su god, but he can't fight back? You get all the good stuff, huh? Fight back? You bastards, who the hell is fighting back now? You Chinese can't handle a fair fight, so you resort to this crap, huh? Ha! We can't play fair? You idiots, do you even know the rules of this competition? The rules are that there are no rules. Exactly. Do you even know what no rules means? Honestly, Su Shen was way too merciful. If I were him, I'd have fired another bullet into that bastard's left leg, broken it, and shoved it in his face. Then I'd make him watch me run. What good is running so fast, you ask? Su Cheng holstered the smoking revolver, his gaze indifferent as he glanced at Bana writhing in agony below. The rules of this race are that there are no rules. In other words, as long as you reach the finish line, you can do whatever you want along the way. If you can't hold back, even pulling off a moon slash would be perfectly acceptable. Wait, no, don't wait. Bana clutched his knee and collapsed onto the ground in agony. With his right leg crippled, Bana's once proud A-grade talent now seemed utterly useless. As Su Cheng's hand pressed down on his shoulder once more, Bana opened his mouth to speak. The next second, Su Cheng casually flicked his wrist, flinging Bana away as effortlessly as tossing a child. Brushing the dust off his hands, Su Cheng walked over to the position Bana had set for the speed adjustment, curiously fiddling with the device. After resetting the Roman nation's conveyor belt to 0, he turned to glance at Edward, the never-setting sun contestant, standing nearby. At that moment, Edward, who had heard the gunshot, happened to turn his head backward. Their gazes locked. A solemn expression crossed Edward's face. He had forgotten that this Chinese competitor possessed such a blatantly unfair weapon as a revolver. Though he was supremely confident he could dodge the bullets fired from a revolver. But that was under normal circumstances. Now, he was constantly alert to obstacles randomly appearing ahead. With such disruption, if the opponent seized the chance to attack, even he might struggle to defend. Fortunately, he had pulled several hundred meters ahead of his opponent. He had less than 30 meters left to cover. Just as Edward pondered how to counter Su Cheng's revolver. To his surprise, Su Cheng didn't draw his gun. He didn't even acknowledge Edward. Instead, at the second stage connection point, he began stretching. Edward? What the hell? Seeing Su Cheng not only refrain from firing but begin stretching in place, Edward froze solid on the spot. This scene left not only Edward dumbfounded, but also the entire audience from the United Kingdom watching it, each of them frozen in place. Damn it! What the hell is this Chinese competitor playing at? Daring to show off in front of our big shot Edward? Big shot Edward, take down that Chinese guy. I've had my eye on them for ages. Think we're some useless Kimchi Nation trash? You! Who the hell are you calling losers? If you bastards hadn't held back, would we have lost to that Chinese guy? Your bloody empire better compensate us for our losses. Ha! A bunch of losers want us to compensate you? I'll give you compensation, my ass. You're nothing but a bunch of sick men of East Asia. What are you pretending to be? How long has it been since we invaded your country? You've already forgotten? Edward, step up and teach the Chinese bastard a lesson. Su Cheng's utter contempt for Edward instantly ignited the fury of the entire Sun Never Sets nation. Like the others, Edward's eyes now blazed with fury. Was this bastard looking down on him? When dealing with that useless Bana, he even resorted to shooting him. But facing me? He doesn't even draw his gun? And he dared to look down on him while doing stretches right there? Fine, if that's how you want to play it, bring it on. Edward roared, activating his talent. Lifespan points surged through his arms, instantly boosting his attributes several-fold. He was now only 30 meters from the finish line. Originally, the opponent's revolver interference and randomly spawning obstacles might have allowed him to catch up. But now, picking a fight with me? You're courting death. A crimson glint flashed in Edward's eyes as his form surged toward the finish line. 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters. In mere moments, Edward had covered 700 meters. With the finish line in sight, Edward noticed Su Cheng hadn't made a move yet. A sneer curled his lips. Don't you dare challenge me without looking in the mirror first? Do you even have the strength? Just as Edward was a mere 100 meters from the finish line. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed across the entire area. Roar! The moment the roar erupted, the track trembled. Edward could distinctly feel something rapidly closing in. With the finish line within arm's reach, Edward was about to surge forward for the final push. The next second. Boom! A massive gorilla suddenly leapt out from beneath the clouds below, its body covered in thick muscle, towering like a mountain, landing straight ahead on the track. No way! What the hell is that? King Kong? Staring at the Kong-like creature before him, Edward quickly rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be hallucinating. After all, this was the cloud layer at least 10,000 meters above sea level. He had no idea how this runway had formed, but how on earth had this gorilla managed to leap up to such a height? Edward glanced towards Chéng behind him. How could a gorilla possibly appear out of thin air at such a height? It must be that guy's doing an illusion. Yes, it must be that guy creating an illusion. The thought brought a smirk to Edward's lips as his confidence returned. Ignoring the gorilla's movements before him, Edward continued sprinting forward. Trying to scare me with that? You're still too green. Boom! Before Edward could finish his thought, the gorilla swung its arm, delivering a punch straight toward Edward's face. The immense force slammed into the upper part of Edward's face, visibly distorting his features. His body flew straight out like a kite whose string had snapped. Chapter 97, Beast Mode? No, Little Brother Mode. Thud. Edward's body flew over 1,000 meters before crashing to the ground. Originally just 100 meters from the finish line, this incident instantly set him back halfway. The people of the Sun Never Sets Nation, who had thought victory was theirs for the taking, fell silent before their televisions the moment they witnessed this scene. Seriously? Are you kidding me? How high is this place? Where did this gorilla come from? This is targeting. Blatant targeting. You bring out a gorilla, why not just summon Godzilla too? Damn it! First place was within reach, and this bloody punch nearly sent him back to square one. What kind of bull is this? Wait, is Edward dead? Why isn't he moving? Viewers in the land of the rising sun were particularly outraged by this spectacle. They were ready to pop the champagne, and now this happens. All their earlier advantages vanished. What's more, they clearly saw Edward's face get hammered into a mess. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but worry about Edward. If he died now, it would be a total disaster. In stark contrast to the British audience, spectators from Korea, Thailand, and other nations were laughing so hard their sides ached. Ha! Serves you right, you lot from the land of the rising sun tried to make us leave alone? Well, now you're stuck too. This is what happens when you betray us. That Roman nation was just a warning, now karma's come back to bite you. So this is the strength you Brits wanted us to see? Impressive indeed. Wait, who's that contestant lying over there? Could it be your own Edward? What are you useless fools shouting about? At least our Edward cleared the first stage and is almost at the finish line. What about you? Exactly. This gate is clearly rigged. Who could possibly get past a gorilla like that? Even our big shot Edward couldn't make it, no one else stands a chance, and that Chinese contestant won't get through either. Faced with the taunts from other nations, the British team instantly lost face. Who could have imagined a gorilla appearing in a speed race? If even their Edward couldn't make it, they refused to believe anyone else could. At that moment, the transition point of the second stage. This scene left Chéng momentarily stunned. His gaze shifted to Edward, who lay ahead like a dead dog. How did this guy suddenly fly back? No, I haven't lost. I haven't lost. Edward struggled to his feet from the ground. As the numbers on his arm rapidly decreased by decades, his injuries visibly healed. Edward's gaze locked onto the gorilla blocking the finish line. He touched his right cheek, his eyes blazing with fury. A mere beast dared to attack him. And aimed right at his handsome face. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Numbers spun wildly on Edward's arm, and his form visibly shifted as he moved. Roar! A lion's roar echoed through the air as Edward's form transformed into that of a mighty lion. It's happening! It's happening! Big Brother Edward's air-ranked talent, beast transformation. Now you know what real power looks like? Taking a heavy blow without flinching. Do you worthless contestants even deserve to be compared to us? You dogs who were barking earlier, watch closely. That ape is nothing but an appetizer compared to our boss Edward's mighty lion. The sight of Edward becoming a lion instantly ignited the passion of the crowd in the land of the rising sun. Chéng, positioned behind Edward, observed the transformation with keen curiosity. Beast transformation? He possessed a beast transformation ability too, but it seemed fundamentally different from this. Now fully transformed into a lion, Edward roared fiercely as his massive paws stomped the ground. Facing a gorilla towering several times his height, not a trace of fear flickered in Edward's eyes. His rank beast transformation talent was one of the most elite transformation level abilities. The more lifespan points he consumed, the greater his physical transformation became, and his strength increased accordingly. In previous dungeons, even when facing opponents several times his size, once he initiated his beast transformation, he was invincible. Yet, just as Edward closed in on the gorilla, claws extended and leaping high into the air. King Kong merely gave him a dismissive glance. He withdrew the finger that had been halfway into his nostril and flicked it lightly toward his opponent. The next second. Thud! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the air. The air thickened with a foul stench as Edward, transformed into a lion, was coated in black grime and sent flying backward once more. No, this can't be. With a single casual blow, Kong had reduced Edward back to his human form. Lying sprawled on the runway, Edward spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Kong ahead. He'd burned through nearly 50 years of his lifespan this time, yet couldn't even get close to that guy. Was this obstacle even humanly possible? Ha! That's hilarious. Calling that beast transformation? More like baby transformation. This King Kong is ridiculously overpowered, right? Even Edward in his lion form couldn't beat him? Ugh, that gorilla is disgusting. He actually shoots snot at people. I think Edward just swallowed a whole wad of it. Great. With this level of difficulty, no one stands a chance. We're all doomed to face disaster together. Wait, isn't there still that guy from China who hasn't moved yet? Maybe he can make it? Ha, that Chinese guy's just a bit stronger. But Kong is famously powerful. Didn't you see even Edward in his lion form couldn't hold him off? There's no way the Chinese guy can make it. Seeing Edward, transformed into a lion, defeated so easily, the spectators watching the livestream couldn't help but grow solemn. This was supposed to be a speed competition. Wasn't King Kong deliberately blocking the path to prevent anyone from passing? At that moment, viewers silently acknowledged the grim reality: the entire team was wiped out. Some nations had even mobilized their armies in preparation for disaster. This scene left the Chinese spectators deeply concerned. Most had seen King Kong movies, where the ape's defining traits were sheer brutality and overwhelming strength. He could even tear apart those lizard-like monsters with his bare hands. And remember, that was when Kong was still a child. One can only imagine the sheer power of its opponent. At that moment, on the runway, Chéng, having just finished a set of stretching exercises, finally moved. Viewers watching the live stream expected Chéng to attack Kong with his revolver, but what unfolded defied all expectations. Chéng showed no intention of attacking, nor did he even assume a defensive stance. He simply walked straight toward King Kong. Wait, has this guy from China lost his mind? He has a gun but just walks right up to his death? Ha, what's there to think about? He knows he can't win. Losing sooner or later is the same thing. He's just giving up now. Yes. This Chinese guy is finally going to die. Who wins this match doesn't matter as long as this Chinese fighter dies. Of course, if they all die, that'd be perfect. Chapter 98, Fake. It's all fake. Chéng's complete lack of defense or offensive intent drew countless eyes. Their objective this time was to eliminate Chéng right here. Though no nation could survive this ordeal, at least this Chinese one couldn't either. As long as Chéng was dead, they could accept any outcome this time. Chéng's current demeanor clearly signaled surrender. King Kong was notorious for his explosive temper. Chéng walking right up like that was nothing short of provocation. How could King Kong possibly tolerate such a challenge? Quick! King Kong, strike now! I can't wait to see this Chinese contestant beaten into a pulp. Best to flatten this bastard first, then rip his limbs apart. Leave this Chinese scum no chance. Yes, he must have all his limbs torn off. This guy is far too troublesome. This time, he must be killed completely. As Chéng gradually closed in on King Kong, foreign viewers watching the livestream felt their hearts clench to the extreme. But just as Chéng reached beneath King Kong, when everyone thought King Kong would crush him with a single punch, King Kong seemed to have not even noticed Chéng, calmly walking past him to claim first place. Live stream audience? No way. Only when Chéng's name appeared in the top spot on the sky screen did the crowd finally grasp what had happened. WTF? What just happened? That Chinese contestant just walked straight through? This is rigged. Absolutely rigged. Hey, didn't those Chinese guys love explaining things before? Now you guys explain this to me. How isn't this rigged? Why didn't that Kong attack the Chinese player? Could it really be rigged? What do you mean could it be? The evidence is right in front of us. This is blatant cheating. Report it. I'm reporting this Chinese guy right now. Exactly. Disqualify the Chinese competitor. They're clearly up to something. This is unfair. The moment Chéng easily clinched first place instantly sparked outrage among international viewers, who condemned it as a fix. They witnessed firsthand how badly Edward was beaten earlier. Even if this Chinese fighter is exceptionally skilled, shouldn't there at least be a proper fight? Who would have thought the opponent just walked right through? Even King Kong didn't even try to stop him. What else could this be but a fix? Under these circumstances, not only did foreign viewers grow suspicious, but even the Chinese crowd began to feel uneasy. Earlier, people could still ask Chéng for an explanation, but now, what the hell is going on? Chéng just walked right past? Whoa, something really does seem off. Could it be that Chéng really has connections up there? What nonsense! What are you all talking about? What do you mean connections? It's obvious that the Golden Warrior is intimidated by our Su God's power. Oh yeah. Exactly. That Golden Warrior clearly fears our Su God's power. You foreigners, stop spreading lies. Defamation. I'll sue you for defamation. Hearing the Chinese crowd's humble words, the foreign spectators' faces turned as sour as if they'd eaten. Seriously, do you even believe what you're saying yourselves? Up on the track, Edward stood frozen in place, just as dumbfounded as everyone else. What? What just happened? How did that Chinese guy just walk right through? Why did that gorilla attack me the moment I approached, yet he walked away unscathed? An illusion. Right, this must be an illusion too. Edward shook his head, trying to convince himself it was an illusion. However, as the top ranking was displayed, Su Cheng's name appeared at the top of the rankings. Edward finally realized that everything that had just happened wasn't an illusion. In that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he sensed the Roman Nation's selection committee closing in behind him. Edward quickly snapped back to reality, processing the scene that had just unfolded. Could it be that as long as he didn't reveal his intent to attack, he could pass? Exactly. As long as he didn't reveal his intent to attack, he could get through. The realization dawned on Edward. Glancing back at the pursuing Roman competitors, he took a deep breath and began running forward once more. But the very next second, boom! The familiar sound echoed as Edward was sent flying through the air once more. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. Crawling to his feet, Edward ignored the blood trickling down his forehead and sprinted forward once more. But soon, boom! Damn it! Boom! 8 deer! Boom! Damn it, shake it! Boom! Ha! Hello! Boom! After dozens of failed attempts, Edward finally gave up. He was on the verge of losing his mind. On several occasions, he was blown away by King Kong's water blast. The disgusting stench still lingered in his nostrils and stomach. This place was simply impassable for humans. The lifespan on his arm was nearly depleted. This Chinese contestant must have used some kind of cheating method to get through. Yeah, you got it. That guy must be cheating. Thinking this, Edward turned around, ready to speak to the referee behind him. But then he saw the Roman contestant sprinting past from the side. Witnessing this, Edward's body froze momentarily. He spun around and immediately turned his gaze toward the Roman competitor. As the opponent neared the Kong, his expression grew intensely excited. Fly! Fly! Having been knocked flying countless times by that guy himself, he now couldn't wait to see someone else get sent flying too. Yet, contrary to Edward's expectations, the gorilla seemed to have not even noticed the Roman contestant. It let him pass without the slightest hint of aggression. Before long, the Roman competitor crossed the finish line, securing second place. Seeing the name of the Roman nation appear on the leaderboard, Edward was utterly dumbfounded in that moment. The entire Sun Never Sets team was equally bewildered. What on earth was going on? If only the Chinese competitor avoided being blocked by the Golden Warrior while everyone else was stopped, it would clearly be cheating on China's part. But now, the Roman Republic competitor faced no obstruction whatsoever. Only Edward had been blocked. This situation was definitely off. Put. Suddenly, a laugh echoed. Edward laughed, a laugh of utter madness. He actually made it past you all. Isn't that hilarious? He actually made it. Ha! Fake. It's all fake. You're fake. This Kong is fake too, even I am fake. Chapter 99, Open Strategy Votes Needed. This round concludes. 2 victorious contestants detected. All other nations' participants automatically deemed defeated. Eradication in progress. Detected, participants from the Sun Never Sets Nation, White Elephant Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Kimchi Nation have perished. Lifespan of all defeated nations reduced by 5 years. Attributes lowered by 10. Speed race descends upon failed nations, automatically selecting 5 million participants for competition. The moment the voice of the heavens resounded, calamity struck simultaneously across the Sun Never Sets Nation, the White Elephant Nation, the Kangaroo Nation, and the Kimchi Nation. The speed race descended, forcibly conscripting millions of citizens to compete. Those not selected had barely a moment to celebrate before witnessing the descent of countless titans, each towering dozens of meters high. Skyscrapers and houses crumbled like toys before these colossal beasts, and even conventional artillery proved utterly ineffective against them. Death tolls soared across nations, cries of agony echoing endlessly. No, I don't want to participate in this race. That final gorilla is impossible for humans to overcome. This is rigged. It's clearly fixed. Let me out. I don't want to play this game. Damn you, Edward. You're crazy enough on your own, but why drag us all down with you? Damn it. Why did you idiots target that Chinese guy? Now you've killed me too. Stop messing around. My stats are so low I can't even feel my lower body anymore. Damn it, get up. Hurry up and get up. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. Why is that Roman guy fine? He was with us the whole time. Could he be a traitor? The heavenly announcement sounded. The once arrogant White Elephant Nation and others now furiously denounced the hidden dealings. First, the Sun Never Sets Nation refused to join the alliance. Then the Kangaroo Nation betrayed us. And finally, that Huaxia competitor actually slowed down the Roman competitor. In the final sprint, King Kong didn't even touch the Roman nation's competitor, he only focused on Edward from the Sun Never Sets Nation. Any clear-eyed observer could see something was amiss. Facing the accusations from other nations, the Roman delegation didn't know why this was happening either. But recalling the earlier scene, they quickly understood. You lot can eat all you want, but you can't just spout nonsense. What do you mean we Romans have issues with China? This Chinese racer is clearly scared of us. Exactly. Exactly. This Chinese competitor must have finally learned of the Roman Empire's legendary reputation and is afraid of our retaliation. The death of Gaia must have weighed on this Chinese contestant's conscience. He's trying to curry favor with us. You idiots don't understand a thing. The scene of Gaia's death is still vivid in the minds of the Roman Empire's people. Last time they went to duel a Chinese competitor, they ended up getting killed by a half-orc. Now that Su Cheng is acting this way, it's clearly because he feels guilty about what happened before. They're just buttering them up now, afraid that future Roman contestants might become too powerful and surpass them. After all, the Roman Empire's reputation wasn't built on empty words. Meanwhile, in the Chinese livestream chat, the audience watched the Roman contestants' actions with equal confusion. They had noticed earlier that Su Cheng seemed to have deliberately slowed down the teleportation speed for the Roman Empire players. This time, King Kong didn't attack the Roman Empire players either, targeting only Edward. This situation made them wonder, could it be that Su Cheng had actually collaborated with the Roman contestants? Wait. Haven't we forgotten something? Remember what happened with Sakura Nation earlier? Sakura Nation? Of course we remember. Didn't Su Shin help that Daegu competitor survive the invasion and then reward him? Wait. Could it be? Exactly. Absolutely. Gaia from Rome was also defeated by Su Shin before, and she seemed to have received that debuff too. Just as the group was discussing this, the universal announcement sounded once more. Detected, China's contestant ranked first in this round, Rome's contestant second. Rewards being distributed. All Chinese citizens receive rewards, plus 10 years to lifespan, plus 2 points to all 3 primary attributes. All citizens of China receive rewards, 5 years added to lifespan, 1 point increase in all 3 attributes. China has obtained the King Kong's trust. The King Kong King will descend upon China in 10 minutes. The heavenly announcement echoed across the skies of China. At this moment, everyone finally understood what Su Cheng had been doing all along. Got it. I finally get it. So it wasn't out of kindness or cooperation, it was all for the rewards. Ha! That's our God Su for you scoring 2 rewards this time? God Su, I adore you. Heh, looks like God Su has spoiled me rotten. I actually think 15 extra years of life is too little. Ha! Besides the lifespan and attributes, what the heck is this King Kong thing? At the finish line, Su Cheng glanced at the Roman athlete beside him. Just as the Chinese team had anticipated. The reason he let the opponent through this time was solely due to the 3 reward transfers. While the duel chamber was unfair to certain nations, the rewards for victory were exceptionally generous. Not only could the victors seize the territory of the defeated nation, but they would also acquire 1/10 of its resources. Most crucially, the victor would inherit the defeated player's next 3 rewards. Even if the contestant died, this penalty would transfer to the next contestant. The Roman contestant, meeting Su Cheng's piercing gaze, looked particularly grim. He knew the opponent's plan all too well, yet he had no choice but to proceed. If he didn't secure second place, he would end up like those from The Sun Never Sets nation ground into dust. Once he secured second place, his rewards would belong to China. Despite his mental preparation, the moment the heavenly announcement sounded, he still felt profound anguish. The one thing he couldn't fathom was this. How had this Chinese fellow persuaded the Vajra to let him through? Could it be that this Vajra was actually his summoned creature? Stay put in that location for now. Don't wander off unless absolutely necessary, understand? Su Cheng approached the Vajra at the terminus, discussing various matters concerning its arrival in China. Woof! Erha mimicked Su Cheng's gestures beside him, pointing and gesturing at the gorilla. Facing Su Cheng's words, the gorilla felt no hostility toward him, yet deep down, it simply refused to accept them. However, the moment he heard Erha's voice beside Su Cheng, the gorilla froze like a mouse seeing a cat. Its head nodded incessantly, appearing exceptionally docile. Only after explaining every detail did Su Cheng finally withdraw his gaze. This time, he only managed to reach the finish line safely because of one of his abilities. Beast transformation, upon activation, strength and agility attributes double, increases affinity with beasts. Duration, 30 minutes. The moment Edward activated beast form, Su Cheng had already thought of this ability. He'd tried it on a whim, never expecting it to actually work. However, seeing Kong's current state, Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the husky nearby. This time, allowing the Roman contestant to pass and instructing him to descend upon China. He could clearly sense that Kong seemed reluctant deep down, yet ultimately agreed. Was it just my imagination? Su Cheng sensed that this time, it might have something to do with Erha. Woof! Erha sensed Su Cheng's gaze and turned his head, looking at him with puzzlement. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Su Cheng shook his head. The moment he met the dog's intelligent gaze, his thoughts vanished. The light gate opened. Su Cheng picked up the treasure chest and vanished into it along with the chest. With Su Cheng gone, Erha naturally wouldn't linger here either. But the instant its form stepped into the portal, those intelligent eyes suddenly shifted, growing exceptionally sharp. Before King Kong could catch his breath. Suddenly, a powerful sense of danger enveloped his body. Jingyang's body stiffened as he turned to look at Erha. His legs trembled uncontrollably, seemingly overcome by extreme fear. Erha shot him a dismissive glance before vanishing into the light gate as well. Hope you'll be good and listen to my master's commands. Otherwise. Chapter 100, Feeling Drained, Votes Needed. The finish line. King Kong watched the direction Erha vanished, his chest heaving violently. Phew. Grandma, that scared the hell out of me. Why was this noble being here, and why was it following a human? Earlier, upon seeing Erha, it had felt a flicker of doubt. But in that instant just now, it had known for certain. This was that Erha. King Kong swallowed hard, glancing nervously toward the door before suddenly tensing his legs and vanishing from the spot in an instant. At the same time, at the Huaxia 666 base. Shortly after the second phase of the multiverse world commenced and portals descended across nations, China had sealed off the area within several miles of the portal, leaving no room to breathe. At the very front of the base, two middle-aged generals, each bearing 3 gold stars on their shoulders, gazed at the portal before them and remarked with emotion. Old Lu, you're right, these attribute points are truly remarkable. Comrade Su Chang has earned us another reward this time. I feel like I could punch through iron plates now. Indeed, Old Wang. These attributes are truly extraordinary. But the more extraordinary they are, the more perilous this multiverse becomes. Because the portal matter was so critical, General Lu, unwilling to leave the assault team, had personally come to the base to oversee operations. By the way, didn't I hear the reward for clearing this time was something called the Diamond King? What exactly is that? I'm not entirely sure either. Commander Lu shook his head. This multiverse is too mysterious. Any information about it is hard to fathom, just like what Comrade Su Chang relayed last time. At this point, General Lu's expression froze. His gaze shot skyward. Having endured countless life and death battles on the battlefield, he had honed an uncanny ability to sense impending danger. Now, he could distinctly sense something approaching. Old Lu, what's this? General Wang, standing nearby, noticed this and looked puzzled, about to ask. The next second. Whoosh! Roar! A piercing whistle cut through the air, accompanied by a roar. From above the base, 100-meter-tall black shadow abruptly materialized. The moment the shadow appeared, General Lu's pupils dilated in shock. It was actually it. Inside the base, Su Cheng emerged from the light gate carrying a blue treasure chest. He'd wondered if he could take it out, and now it turned out he really could. Ha! Where's that guy Ji Buchan? Stepping into the base, Su Cheng scanned the empty surroundings, his gaze filled with confusion. Given Ji Buchan's temperament, he should be guarding the entrance to the home base right now. Why is he nowhere to be seen? Could it be? Suddenly realizing something, Su Cheng stowed the treasure chest and scanned the homestead. Just as he suspected, the homestead was eerily quiet now. Everything was in disarray, and Xiao Bai, Xiao Yixian, and the others were nowhere to be found. This is bad. Even Xiao Shui couldn't hold them off? Su Cheng hurriedly made his way into the house. Before leaving, he had specifically prepared new weapons for Ji Buchan, precisely to guard against sudden attacks from the nests. What he hadn't anticipated was that not only Ji Buchan, but even Xiao Shui had failed to hold them back. She was a descendant of the Frost Dragon lineage. What kind of monster could possibly be an enemy even she couldn't withstand? Was it the insectoid hordes? Or that deity? For a moment, Su Cheng ran through every possible enemy in his mind. Just as Su Cheng flickered to the doorway, poised to push open the door, a sudden whimper echoed through the air. Su Cheng's hand froze, his gaze shifting toward the source of the sound. Ji Buchan? His expression froze when he realized the whimpering came not from someone else, but from Ji Buchan, the man who had vanished. How could this guy be here, and bound up like this? Now, seeing Su Cheng look his way, Ji Buchan frantically shook his head at him, his eyes pleading, "Run!" But because Su Cheng and Ji Buchan belonged to different races, no matter how long Ji Buchan gestured, Su Cheng couldn't grasp what he meant. Just as Su Cheng was about to step forward to untie him, the next second, the door swung open automatically. Before Su Cheng could react, several snow-white tails shot out from inside the doorway. The moment he saw those tails, Su Cheng instantly recognized their owner. Oh no! In an instant, Su Cheng grasped the situation at hand. His beast transformation activated, and a coin appeared in his hand. But before he could toss it, the little white tails tightly bound his body and yanked him violently into the room. It's over. Seeing Su Cheng vanish, Ji Buchan felt as if the sky had fallen. Inside the house, Su Cheng was dragged inside, surrounded by pitch-black darkness so thick he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Yet despite this, Su Cheng could distinctly feel 3 waves of hot breath rushing toward him. He tried to struggle, but Xiao Bai's tail held him with surprising strength. Last time he couldn't break free, and this time he couldn't move an inch either. Xiao Bai waited. "Shou, my lord, don't speak." Before Su Cheng could utter a word, a slender jade-like hand firmly covered his mouth. The next second, Su Cheng felt his clothes being stripped bare. A pair of crimson, demonic eyes shimmered in the darkness. Xiao Bai pressed her body against Su Cheng from above, her right fingertips tracing the area just above his chest. Her tone carried a hint of complaint. My husband said he'd stay with Little Bai a little longer, but every time I turned around, he'd already vanished. Last time he brought back Little Medicine Fairy, and now he's brought back Little Snow. If Little Bai isn't careful, he might just get forgotten by my husband one day. My husband's mouth is the most deceitful thing ever. This time, Little Bai has prepared for him lots and lots and lots of holy water. He must drink it all, not leaving a single drop behind. Through his blood-red demonic eyes, Chang instantly sensed trouble the moment he saw Little Bai's current expression. His gaze drifted to the massive bucket drifting nearby, filled to the brim with 10 liters of an unknown liquid. In the darkness, it shimmered with a faint blue glow. Damn it! Totally screwed. It's happening again at this moment. Having experienced this before, Chang knew exactly what was happening. Chang was about to explain. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Wait. If Little Bai had ended up like this, what about Little Medicine Fairy and Shui? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Chang quickly retrieved the potion he'd prepared earlier. Little Healer's description wasn't something to be taken lightly. If she were to stick him with a needle in his current state. Just as Chang pulled out the potion. Suddenly, a faint giggle echoed through the air. Through the darkness, Little Healer's figure slowly materialized. She held 8 vials between her hands and bounced. Before Chang could react, several tiny punctures appeared on his arm. Oh no! The potion took effect swiftly. Chang instantly felt his body slip from his control, the vials slipping from his grasp and tumbling to the floor. Oh whoa! Simultaneously, a swallowing sound echoed. Chang could distinctly feel something writhing frantically somewhere. That sensation and movement patterns Chang hadn't forgotten them. It was precisely the technique he'd taught Xiao Shui. Within moments, Chang shuddered violently. His body was restrained, constantly being fed holy water by Little Bai. Beside him, Little Medicine Fairy was injecting various potions into his arm, while his vitality was rapidly draining away. In that moment, Chang felt utterly drained. His innate abilities were useless now, and his vision began to blur as his life flashed before his eyes. Was this truly the end? Just as despair gripped Chang. Clang! The door burst open, revealing Erha's figure from outside. A ray of sunlight pierced through Erha, illuminating the room. Observing the scene inside, Erha looked puzzled, his eyes flashing with intelligence. Woof! Chapter 101, Erha's Divine Might, gaining another SSS talent. Everyone, hold tight. Don't move a muscle. I'll see who cracks first today. Within the homestead. Xiao Bai, Xiao Yishan, and Xiao Shui stood in the center of the homestead, ceramic bowls balanced on their heads, their legs locked in a horse stance as punishment. When Chang noticed Xiao Shui's slight movement, he brought his ruler down hard on her buttocks. A soft moan escaped her lips. Licking the residue from her mouth, she shot Chang a slightly resentful glance. Master, it hurts so much. Husband, I can barely hold on any longer. I can't hold it anymore, Su Lang. I'm about to collapse. Now you know pain, can't go on, can't stand? What were you doing earlier? Chang paid no heed to Xiao Bai and the others' pitiful pleas. After enduring the inhumane torment inflicted by Xiao Bai and the others, Chang's frame had wasted away by nearly 10 pounds in just half an hour. Especially that little Shui sucking nearly sent Chang into unconsciousness. Fortunately, Erha arrived just in time, shattering the potion and scattering it over Xiao Bai and the others. Otherwise, this time he really would have been done for. Now, as Chang reprimanded Xiao Bai and the others, the spectators watching the livestream couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. It wasn't so much the method Chang employed, but rather the sheer intensity of what Xiao Bai and the others had just unleashed that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Holy crap, what was up with Xiao Bai and the others just now? That was way too intense. Sushin practically shrunk a whole size. We'd heard women were fierce, but who knew it was this real? Poor Sushin wonder if his back will ever recover from this. Heh, even though Sushin got roughed up this time, don't you think it's kinda satisfying seeing Xiao Bai and the others getting punished by him? Damn, bro, did you just discover some new kink? That thought is dangerous. The sight of Sushin disciplining Xiao Bai and the others drew envious glances from all sides. They'd never experienced 3 women attacking simultaneously, and Chang had already progressed to the training phase. By the way, did you catch the news coming from the portal? I heard some kind of creature has arrived. A creature descended? Wasn't it supposed to be 8 more days? How could one emerge so soon? No, I heard too. But it's not a creature from inside, it's one that suddenly descended from the sky. Seems it's even formed a partnership with our China. Yeah, it really seems to have formed an alliance with our Huaxia. I heard it might be a Kong. A Kong? Could it be the same Kong that Su Shintong defeated earlier? I've got to go check this out. After the conclusion of this round of the multinational battle arena, the changes occurring at China's portal drew the attention of numerous nations. A Kong nearly 100 meters tall descended from the sky. Unlike the calamities faced by nations like the White Elephant Kingdom, this Kong caused no disaster for China. Instead, it appeared to have struck some kind of deal with China. Now, the Kong stood guard before the portal like a divine guardian. Witnessing this scene, the representatives from Kimchi Nation and others were filled with rage. Why had no creature like the Kongi descend upon their portals? Combined with the earlier incident, the crowd began relentlessly condemning China. Holy, that's the Kong from the speedrun room earlier, right? It has to be that Kong. Why the hell did that Kong end up in China and become their guardian deity? No need to guess, this China guy clearly has some shady dealings going on. You could tell from the race earlier that Kong is on their side. Unfair. I protest. Unfair. Why does China get extra support while our great Sakura Nation gets nothing? Give us answers. China must give us answers. If you don't give us answers, you'll be attacked by demons tonight and your moms won't love you anymore. Faced with foreign taunts, some Chinese keyboard warriors instantly transformed into keyboard gods to strike back. Off. If you suck, practice more. You claim everything's rigged. Did some shady force stop you foreigners when you were getting crushed? Accountability? You lot sound like whiny children when you curse. Accountability? Did you finish picking all your cotton before you had time to surf the web? Bunch of morons. Life isn't fair, and when you lack support, maybe you should look at your own shortcomings. Have you been working hard? Have you been grinding through dungeons? Our multiverse has always been fair, okay? The moment King Kong appeared from Huaxia instantly ignited a fierce online flame war. Meanwhile, back at the home base, Chang remained unaware of the massive stir caused by his earlier decision to send the Vajra to China. At the time, Chang had merely judged the being's strength to be formidable. With a portal newly opened in China, he'd thought it would make a decent guardian deity. Stand right there. You're not moving until you've stood for 3 full hours. 3 hours? Husband, have mercy. My legs can barely hold me up. Su Lang, I truly can't go on. It wasn't our intention earlier, we just couldn't help ourselves when we saw how handsome Chang had become again. Just 3 hours? No problem for Xiao Shui. Master, will there be milk after 3 hours? Xiao Shui didn't get enough earlier. He turned away from the little white ones squatting in front of him, each casting pleading glances his way. This time, Sushin showed no mercy. If he didn't punish them properly, they'd never learn who truly ruled this household. If not for Erha's intervention, he might have truly met his end there. Even now, his burps carried a strange odor, and his legs trembled uncontrollably from the energy they'd all drained from him. Enough! Chang glanced at Xiao Bai and the others, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. Let them bloat for now. Once he recovers, he'd teach them a lesson with a stick. Better to open the treasure chest now. He pulled out the blue treasure chest and summoned Erha. This time, Erha had been a huge help. He'd originally intended for Xiao Bai and the others to open this chest, but now, Erha was clearly the better choice. Ha! Listening to Chang's words, the Siberian husky's eyes flashed with intelligence as it walked past. Glancing in the direction Chang's finger pointed, the dog seemed to grasp something. It opened its mouth and bit down in one swift motion. This isn't for you to eat. It's for you to open like this. Chang stepped forward, just about to show the dog how to open it. The next second. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the speed race. Rewards, 20 years of lifespan, plus 2 to all 3 attributes. Acquired SSS tier talent, Legacy of Strength. Legacy of Strength SSS rank, defeat 1000 enemies within 20 levels of your own to gain plus 1 strength. Defeat 500 enemies within 10 levels of your own to gain plus 15 strength. Defeat 100 enemies within 5 levels of your own to gain plus 2 strength. Defeat 10 enemies within 20 levels above your own, plus 3 strength. Defeat 50 enemies within 10 levels above your own, plus 25 strength. Defeat 100 enemies within 5 levels above your own, plus 2 strength. Chang. Chapter 102, Divine Skill, Ghoul Dungeon? SSS rank talent, Legacy of Strength? Chang stared at the pop-up notification before him, unable to recover for a long moment. The lowest talent requirement demanded defeating 1,000 enemies at least 20 levels below one's own to gain a single point in strength. At first glance, it seemed utterly useless. But that wasn't the case. This was nothing short of a god-tier skill. You see, this thing has no upper limit. This means that as long as he kills enough enemies, his strength attribute can keep increasing indefinitely. If he's already at a high level, gaining this talent might not seem particularly advantageous. After all, higher levels mean significantly stronger opponents. Take enemies like Xiao Shui, for instance. But remember, he's only level 7 right now. And he only reached level 7 after clearing the speedrun competition. Every monster he'd encountered along the way, let alone those lower leveled, hadn't a single one surpassed his own level? Chang flicked his wrist, summoning his status panel. Player, Chang. Level, 7. Strength, 8,968. Agility, 8,323. Intelligence, 81. Luck, 891. Charisma, 2,312. Life points, 00:1600:9:18:13. Talents, Goddess of Fortune SSS tier, Eye of Gods and Demons SSS tier, Legacy of Strength SSS tier, Gamble with Fate S tier, Beast Transformation S tier. Abilities, Curse Resistant Constitution, Succubus Power. Equipped items, Tang Sword, Lucky Revolver, Amplified Bracers, Lucky Ring, Demon Gloves, Seduction Ring. When the path to ascension descended, Su Cheng contemplated converting all his lifespan points into actual years. With his attributes now elevated, exchanging a single point of strength now costs 80 years of lifespan. Though 1,600 years might seem like a lot, he could only afford to exchange for 100 points of attributes at most. The cost of attribute exchanges fluctuates constantly. Now, possessing this SSS tier talent meant he could save 1,000. No, 10,000 years no, 100,000 years worth of lifespan points. At this thought, Su Cheng's gaze drifted toward the Harbinger still gnawing away at the treasure chest. Could this be the legendary saying, fools have their own kind of luck? Even with Lady Luck on his side, his best luck had only ever yielded an S tier talent. This time, the dog just bit into it casually and pulled out such an amazing reward. Panel closed. Su Cheng felt exceptionally pleased at that moment, all his previous displeasure swept away. After spending years of his lifespan to buy a pile of meat, he set up the grill once more. You dumb dogs, come here. This time, I'm treating you to a feast. Eat as much as you want, all you can handle. Woof. Hearing Su Cheng call him, the husky tilted his head in confusion. But when it saw Su Cheng pull out a pile of meat chunks, a gleam flashed in its eyes, and it hurried over. As cumin and chili powder were sprinkled over the meat, the aroma of grilled meat instantly filled the entire homestead. My lord, I'm hungry too. Master. Su Lang. The aroma of grilled meat wafted out, drawing the eager gazes of Xiao Bai and the others. Seeing this, Su Cheng sighed helplessly. All right, it's almost ready. Come over if you want some. Hehe, I knew my husband was the best. Don't fight over it, this piece is for Xiao Shui. Su Lang's grilled meat is still the best. At Su Cheng's call, Xiao Bai and the others immediately gathered around. All right, slow down and don't choke. Be careful not to overeat, you'll have other things to eat later. More? Xiao Bai looked puzzled, but quickly seemed to realize something, her face flushing shyly as she said, You're so mean, husband. The scene of Su Cheng and Xiao Bai racing to feed each other also provided a huge dose of entertainment for the live stream viewers. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. My teeth hurt so bad I can't watch this. Su God is truly Su God. How long has it been since he last drove? He's already back at it. If I had half his endurance and strength, the woman at home wouldn't be demanding my life every day. No way, bro, didn't you double your stamina before? Can't you hold out? Ah, don't even get me started. Talking about it just makes me want to cry. After that last upgrade, I thought my standing at home would skyrocket. Who knew my wife would just get even more relentless? Guys, I heard the Japanese contestants are entering the ghoul dungeon this time and it seems to be a duel room. What? A ghoul dungeon? The ghouls I'm thinking of? And a duel room? How exactly do they duel? I gotta check this out. Sakura Nation live stream. As news of the ghouls spread, viewers from all nations flooded in. On screen, Japan's player Daiko stared at the pop-up notification, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Detected, Sakura Nation player entering dungeon battle room. This dungeon is the Sakura Capital Ghoul Dungeon. This instance is a battle room. You may select a faction to join as your next alignment. Option 1, CCG. Option 2, Abataki. Please select the faction you wish to join, along with your opponent. Rule 1, defeat members of the opposing faction to win. Rule 2, victory is achieved by completing your faction's mission first after selection, or by defeating the opposing faction's key figure. The victorious faction receives double character rewards, plus all lifespan points, equipment, talents, abilities, and previous rewards from the defeated faction. Ha! Awesome! Who'd have thought this was a ghoul-themed dungeon? This world was created by our Sakura Nation, these rewards are practically free. Dega stared at the dungeon information before him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He'd watched this ghoul world countless times, remembering every plot point vividly. This was child's play for him. His thoughts snapped back. Daigu's gaze shifted to the opponent's selection section. Recalling the previous nest invasion, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The last nest invasion. Had he held out just a little longer, waiting for those monsters to exhaust themselves, the reward would have been his. But then that bastard from Huaxia had barged in, snatching the entire reward away in the end. To be humiliated in front of so many people, utterly unforgivable. This time, in the ghoul house, the victor would claim everything from the loser. That Huaxia guy was undeniably powerful, but this time, raw strength alone wouldn't be enough to prevail. With that thought, Daega hesitated no longer. I choose to join the Qingtong Tree faction. Opponent. Huaxia. Chapter 103, is a ghoul not an option? Sakura Nation live stream. Everyone watched Daigu enter the ghoul instance, their eyes filled with utter shock. Holy crap, there really is a ghoul instance? Doesn't that mean top beauties like Rise Kamashiro are in there too? Wait, they're not human? They're ghouls. Aren't you scared they'll bite you in the middle of it? Humans can't, or at least shouldn't. Still thinking about the beauties? Those creatures are flesh-eating ghouls who devour humans without a second thought. Don't forget what ghouls feed on. Yes. Finally, our cherry blossom nation's luck has turned. Is there anyone more familiar with this ghoul world than us? That's right, Daiko picked the Chinese faction. Once he's dead, all those debuffs will vanish. Detected, Sakura Nation contestant selects Aokito faction. China contestant automatically assigned as CCG opponent. Instance loading. Ghoul timeline being reshaped. Rewrite complete. This timeline is before Kaneki-kan obtained his Kakuja. Beyond the contestants, 10 additional citizens from this nation will be randomly selected to join in 10 minutes. As Daigu selected his faction in China as his opponent, the voice of the multiverse resounded, instantly stirring excitement among the Japanese participants. Within the ghoul world, the CCG and the Green Tree faction are sworn enemies. Daigo's choice was undoubtedly the clearest. As for them, CCG currently only has Arima to hold their ground. The rest of them are practically defenseless against those Green Tree monsters. More importantly, in this ghoul world, there are countless beautiful women among the ghouls, and Rise Kamashiro is just one of them. By siding with the Green Tree faction, they could undoubtedly meet those beauties. Perhaps, as allies in the same faction, they might even get a chance at a night of passion. Yet, the Chinese group listened to the selection process with extreme displeasure. What the hell? Not only did they pick us, but why can't we choose our own faction? Why do those cherry blossom country bastards get to choose while we're forced to accept? If I recall correctly in this timeline, that guy Arima hasn't even appeared yet. How are we supposed to fight with this bunch of rookies at the CCG? Ha! Don't you know what it means to be chosen by the heavens? This is divine selection. You Chinese bastards can just sit there and drool with envy. Heh, never expected they'd draft 10 more this time. They better pick me. I'm going to be Kamashiro Toshio's lapdog. Inside the Chinese Supreme Operations Command Base, Old Man Bai stared at the screen, his gaze filled with confusion. He hadn't seen Tokyo Ghoul, the capital of Sakura Nation, and knew little about their ghoul world. But after a quick search, he learned that world was extremely dangerous, inhabited by creatures that fed on human flesh. These creatures were called ghouls. Unlike zombies, ghouls possessed intelligence. In their normal state, they were indistinguishable from humans, yet their bodies harbored RC cells absent in humans. These cells allowed them to transform their bodies, generating powerful weapons for combat or forming armor for protection, making them extremely formidable. White Elder, the data has been compiled. Shall I send it to Comrade Su Chang now? Send it over. Hearing Xiao Lu's words beside him, Elder Bai nodded and said, by the way, regarding the CCG and the green ash tree mentioned here, which faction holds greater power? This mission divides into two factions. Sakura Nation chose Qing Tong Tree for their own reasons. If their faction proves too weak, Old Bai glanced at the reject column. Reject Sakura Nation's selection. All China players lose 5 years of lifespan. Attributes reduced by 50%. 1/10 of territory, 1/10 of economy and resources, plus the next 3 rewards for China's contestants will belong to Sakura Nation. The penalty for refusal was exceptionally severe. 5 years of lifespan was manageable, but a 50% attribute reduction calculated based on their current stats equated to losing over 1,000 years of life value. But the most critical part lies in the final clause. This punishment bears an uncanny resemblance to the duel room. Yet no matter how severe the penalty, if Sioux City's faction was virtually certain to lose this time, he would still choose to protect Sioux City. Old Bai, intelligence indicates that the CCG's later strength stems primarily from one particular figure. Yet based on the current timeline, the Qing Tong Tree faction appears to hold greater power. Still a guaranteed loss? If Su Cheng can find that character, victory would rise to an 80% chance based on the current situation. But if he fails to find them, the odds might drop to around 30%. Only 30%? Old Bai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a guaranteed loss, that's good enough. The immediate concern now was where to locate that human's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation livestream room, as Daiko finalized his faction choice, the camera angles began shifting. Before long, Dagu materialized in a narrow alleyway, accompanied by 10 other citizens of Sakura Nation who had teleported alongside him. The 10 chosen individuals surveyed their surroundings, their expressions showing no trace of tension. Instead, each was visibly thrilled. Ha! I was chosen. I actually got picked. Yay, is this the world of ghouls? It's exactly as described. Aren't we on the Aomori faction? Where are my Kamashiro Rise and Takamizu Izumi? Emerging from the teleportation beams, they scanned the area for Aomori and the other ghouls. This time they joined the Green Ash faction, and they couldn't wait to meet them. You must be big guy, right? Suddenly, a bespectacled man in the crowd spotted Daiko nearby and hurried over to ask. Yes, that's me. Hearing the voices ahead, Dagu withdrew his gaze before the interface could fully load and looked toward the group. Holy crap, it's the real big guy. Thank you. Thank you for giving us the chance to come to this world. Big guy, you rock. Big guy, can I talk to you about something? The bespectacled man approached Daegu, glanced around cautiously, and whispered. What is it? Well, now that we've finally made it to this world, and since we're part of the Qingtong Tree faction, wouldn't it be a shame not to make the most of this identity? A waste? Dagu's eyes narrowed in confusion, but upon catching the bespectacled man's lecherous grin, he instantly understood. You mean? Exactly. This world has plenty of beauties. Even if they're ghouls, so what? With you, big shot Daegu, around, those guys are just rookies. Pushing his single-rim glasses up his nose, the bespectacled man continued, at this time, Dongxiang hasn't been deflowered yet. And what about all those beautiful women from the green ash tree? Don't you, big guy Daegu, want to do something about it? Ha! Fine. What's your name? Daiko burst into laughter, about to ask the man's name when suddenly he sensed something rapidly approaching. Here it comes. Daegu whipped his head toward the alley wall on his right. Boom! The wall shattered, and a figure of a purple-haired beauty emerged from the broken wall. She had an exquisite figure and a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her face. The moment the figure emerged from behind the wall, everyone's expressions instantly lit up with excitement. Risei Kamishiro. Chapter 104, Kamishiro Rise. Holy! 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 It really is Kamishiro Rise. She actually exists. Truly the top beauty of the ghoul world, that face, those magnificent curves, absolutely breathtaking. Damn it! This isn't fair. Why wasn't I the one chosen this time? If I could just get to roll around with Rise once, dying would be worth it. Hey, speaking of which, where are the Chinese contestants? Why haven't they shown up yet? Did they just give up? Ah! You just don't get it. We're the elite, we get to go in half an hour early. Those Chinese guys have to wait another half hour before they can enter. Half an hour? Ha! Dream on. With their cowardice, seeing our dungeon setup would probably scare the pants off them. No way they'd dare come in. The moment Kamishiro Rise appeared, the entire Sakura Country livestream exploded with excitement. Kamishiro Rise is a pivotal figure who runs through the entire ghoul world. Not only because of their formidable abilities, but also because their stunning looks have won the hearts of many. The Chinese spectators watching this unfold were stunned to see Rise Kamishiro appear before them. Holy crap! It really is a ghoul instance? This thing actually exists? Just some ghouls? Do you really think our god Su is afraid of you? What's the big deal about giving you half an hour? Only the weak need special treatment, got it? Exactly. Giving you half an hour isn't a privilege, it's so you can scram while you still can. Wait till our god Su arrives and see if you're still so cocky. Oh, getting worked up, huh? Just a little trash talk and you Chinese guys are already losing it? Ha! Keep envying us. We Japanese get to savor this peerless beauty first. Ghoul World, somewhere in District 20's alleyways. Like viewers watching a livestream, Daiko and the others were utterly transfixed the moment Kamishiro Rise appeared. Especially upon seeing her face up close, their hearts began to stir with excitement. After sizing up Rise from head to toe, the bespectacled man licked his lips and stepped forward first. Esteemed Miss Rise Kamishiro, we are contestants from the land of cherry blossoms. We have come to assist you. Help me? Rise scanned the crowd. When her gaze met theirs, she too licked her lips. Yes, we're here to help you. A wicked grin spread across the bespectacled man's lips as he slowly approached. Miss Risa, he said, if I'm not mistaken, you're currently evading capture, aren't you? And the ones pursuing you are likely Gecko, or perhaps someone named Jason? You wouldn't want Qing Tongshu to find out you're here, would you? Clearly, the bespectacled man had observed much of the ghoul world, instantly discerning Rise's current predicament. Caught off guard, Rise's body trembled imperceptibly. Miss Rise, if you join us, we promise not to reveal any of this information. How about it? Of course, we're not a charity. Joining us comes with conditions like paying some interest up front. The bespectacled man swallowed hard as his right hand slowly crept toward Rise's ample bosom. Just as his hand was about to touch the summit, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the room. Leisure laughed, her laughter unusually joyful. Seeing the bespectacled man look at her in surprise, Leisure grabbed his arm with one hand, her eyes glowing red as she said, based on what you just said, you must be one of those Qing Tong Tree guys, right? It seems you haven't grasped the situation yet. With no RC cell activity and no quink, how dare you threaten me here? A crushing pressure surged through him. The bespectacled man inwardly cursed his misfortune. The next second. Snap. Ah! Leisure's palm crushed the bespectacled man's bones with brutal force. You're not wrong about that, but you've forgotten one thing, I'm not with the Qingtong Tree anymore. So what if they know my location? As she spoke, 4 heroes suddenly sprouted from the base of her spine, emerging from her slender waist. The heroes were deep crimson, resembling 4 tails. Their surfaces glowed red as they drifted freely behind her, a sign of her RC cells being highly active. The moment the heroes manifested, the crowd listening to Rishi's words suddenly grasped something, their expressions of delight vanishing instantly. Rishi smiled as she turned to face the bespectacled man whose expression had turned vicious, a mere prey daring to threaten the hunter? That does surprise me. To punish your insolence, I shall collect some interest first. Before the bespectacled man could react, Rise seized the man's arm with one hand, crushing it, while simultaneously delivering a brutal kick to his midsection. Splat! A piercing scream erupted as the man's right arm was wrenched clean off, blood spurting and splattering across the ground. In that moment, the entire street fell deathly silent, broken only by the man's agonized cries. One by one, the onlookers stiffened as their gazes turned toward the besieged man, their faces instantly turning ashen. They had thought being chosen would be a blessing. When the bespectacled man stepped forward, they had even fantasized about taking turns with Rishi Puff. Yet they had overlooked one crucial fact about her. She wasn't human. True, they were currently aligned with the Green Pine faction. But Risa wasn't on their side now she was a fugitive. Their status meant absolutely nothing to Risa. Save me, big guy. Save me. Leisha's form instantly lunged at the fallen bespectacled man, her claws tearing through his flesh with ease. The bespectacled man's cries for help echoed through the entire alleyway, yet Daegu, who witnessed it all, had long since been frozen in terror. Now, he stood frozen in place, silently watching as the man's cries grew fainter and fainter until they ceased entirely. The stench of blood and entrails filled the air. Leisha rose slowly from the man's body, elegantly wiping the residual entrails from the corner of his mouth. He smiled as he looked at the crowd gathered around. Don't run away, okay? Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Chapter 105, 1, 2, 3. Creak, creak. In the darkness, terrifying chewing sounds echoed as Rishi stood above three bodies. Suddenly, the clouds parted. Moonlight cascaded down like a soft satin ribbon, bathing Ryo's figure in an eerily alluring glow. Blood dripped from her palms as the clatter of bones and teeth echoed around her. The onlookers, frozen in place, remained in a daze for a long time. Shortly after the bespectacled man's death, Rise manipulated her Katsuji to instantly kill the other two. It all happened too quickly. So fast that before the crowd could react, the two slain bodies were already being consumed by Ryo. Run! Run! Dark clouds gathered once more. Rishi ceased feeding, the two corpses in her hands dropping to the ground as the stench of death permeated the air. Only then did the onlookers snap into action, screaming as they scattered in all directions. Wasn't this guy one of us? Why did he attack us? Everyone, don't panic. We still have Big Guy. Big Goo, wait for us. Where's Big Goo? Where the hell did he go? Damn it! That bastard must have seen things were going south and bailed early. I knew this was trouble from the start. This place whoever wants to stay can rot here. Stop standing around. Everyone, run. No, my flesh isn't tasty. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. The group chose the Aomori faction, not the ghoul faction. At this point in time, Kamashiro Rise no longer belonged to the Aomori faction, and the rules naturally ceased to apply to her. Facing Rise's assault, the group had no countermeasures whatsoever. Rise's strength is S to SS class far beyond what ordinary humans can withstand. Initially, they'd counted on Daigo's presence even if they couldn't win, he could at least buy them time. Little did they know that after the bespectacled man's death, Daigo had long since vanished, leaving only them stranded in the original location. Screams and pleas for mercy echoed relentlessly through the alleyways. With each flash of Rishi's figure, several more people collapsed. The Sakura Nation spectators watching this unfold froze in front of their screens as their country's contestants fell one by one. Wait, what's happening? Aren't we part of the Aokiri faction? Why is this Kamashiro Risa attacking us? Damn it! I remember now at this point, Kamashiro Risa isn't part of the Green Pine faction. Damn it, why did we run into this monster now? It's over. Completely over. Except for Daigo, none of the chosen ones survived. Isn't this a disastrous start? Such a dramatic turn of events left the Cherry Blossom Nation's crowd looking particularly grim. They never imagined that before the battle even began, their own people would be on the brink of annihilation, with only one survivor left. A complete disaster from the very start. Yet unlike the Cherry Blossom Nation's delegation, the Chinese spectators watching it all were overjoyed. Ha! Weren't you all so cocky earlier? Why stop now? Oh, I see you've been devoured. You really are something else. Watching too many anime has made you lose touch with reality. You actually tried to threaten Chiori? Well, now you're getting your comeuppance. You think you can imitate our Sugod? You greenhorns? You're not even worthy. Bastards. What are you Chinese bastards laughing about? You're next. We can't escape, and neither can you. Oomph. So what if we lost 10 men? They were nothing but trash. As long as Daiko is still alive, just wait until we face the green pine tree. I'll see if you Chinese bastards are still so cocky then. Just as the live stream erupted in chaos over Sakura Nation nearly being wiped out. At that moment, within Su City's residential district, Su Chéng and Xiaobai were leisurely enjoying grilled skewers, occasionally cracking open some abalone, a scene of pure, unadulterated bliss. This time, the hero of the hour, Erha, was so stuffed he lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Ghoul dungeon? Su Chéng stared at the prompt that popped up before him, his gaze deepening in contemplation. He never imagined such a ghoul world actually existed. Chang had some understanding of the ghoul world, and with the information provided by Huaxia, he had a rough grasp of his current situation. Since the ancient player from Sakura country had initiated it first, they chose the Green Ash faction, leaving him no choice but to join CCG. The righteous side? Chang shook his head with a wry smile. For him, justice or injustice didn't matter. Given the current situation, the gap in strength between CCG and Green Tree during this time period was enormous. Joining them now would be like starting the game at a disadvantage. Moreover, this ghoul world originated in Sakura country, and the Sakura country contestants had entered half an hour before him. Under these circumstances, the odds were stacked against him. The best choice was to refuse. After a moment's thought, under the gaze of the entire China strategy team, Chang raised his hand and tapped agree. Teleportation to the ghoul instance begins in 3 minutes. The prompt appeared. Chang glanced at the pregnant husky beside him, wondering whether to bring it along this time. After all, in such an unknown world, an extra helper could never hurt. Although 10 civilians from their own country would be randomly selected to participate this time, it still felt unreliable. Husband, what are you looking at? As Chang pondered, the lazy voice of the editor drifted over. Xiaobai rubbed his eyes, stumbling over to Chang's side, looking at him with confusion. I get it. Before Chang could speak, Xiaobai seemed to realize something and pointed at him, saying, Oh. Husband, are you planning to sneak out alone again? No way. You finally come back, and you haven't even stayed long. You can't leave unless. At this, Xiaobai's almond-shaped eyes lit up. Husband, take Xiaobai with you. Seeing Xiaobai's expression, Chang recalled the time her tail had bound him. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Yay! I knew you were the best, husband. Xiaobai gave Chang's cheek a peck, then hugged his arm and grinned like a silly goose. She hadn't expected Chang to agree so quickly. She thought she'd have to pull out her trump card, but now it seemed she'd saved herself a multi-billion-dollar project. You. Chang tapped Xiaobai's head. Let me make this clear, once we're inside, don't wander off. It's dangerous in there. Don't worry. Little Bai is the most obedient. Little Bai will only go wherever my husband goes. Countdown, 5 seconds remaining. The prompt popped up as Chang pulled Xiaobai into his embrace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Countdown complete, initiating teleportation. A flash of white light erupted, and both Chang and Xiaobai vanished from their home. Meanwhile, in the ghoul world. In an alley somewhere within District 20. A beam of light descended from the sky. Sensing something unusual on her left, Kamashiro Rice tossed aside the thigh she was holding, wiped the blood and flesh residue from her lips, and turned her head, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked toward the beam of light. 2 more meals? Chapter 106, Tender Care Vote Request. Here they come. Here they come. I knew Sushin wouldn't refuse. Wait. Where did this teleportation take us? This place feels so familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before? Holy. Isn't this the very spot where that Sakura Crossing contestant Daigu was just now? The severed limbs are still lying on the ground. Holy crap! What kind of luck is this, getting teleported to the exact same place? Too bad. If only I'd arrived earlier, the Daigu guys already vanished. The opening round would have been over. Wait, is that really what you're all focused on? Don't forget Kamashiro Tashio is still here. Oh no, she's looking this way, she's looking this way. Can Sushin beat this guy? The moment Chang accepted the selection sent Chinese viewers into a frenzy. But when they saw where Chang teleported to, everyone was stunned. That location was identical to where the ancient player from the land of cherry blossoms had been. Even before Kamashiro Tashio had fully departed, she found herself face to face with her opponent. Ha! See? What did I tell you? What did I just say? We can't escape, and neither can you Chinese bastards. Hilarious. Bringing a girl into this ghoul instance? What a liability. Too bad, such a pretty face, and she's about to be devoured by our sister Tashio. Hold on, besides this Chinese contestant, the rest of those Chinese bastards aren't here yet. Don't forget 10 more will be randomly selected to join us. Seriously? That's a sweet deal. Hurry. I can't wait to see those Chinese bastards torn to shreds. In the alleys of District 20. Chang stood in the alley, his eyes darting around with curiosity. Whoosh. Husband, what's that smell? It's awful. A pungent odor wafted through the air. Little Bai's rosy little nose twitched, then she quickly covered her nose and buried her head into Chang's chest. Could his luck really be this good? To encounter a key figure right upon arrival? Chang's gaze followed the source of the odor. Under the bright moonlight, Shinji Ryo stood drenched in blood, gazing at him like a sinister, blooming rose. Judging by the traces at the scene, a one-sided slaughter had just taken place here. Ding! Detected arrival of both factions. Faction mission being issued. Your faction detected, CCG. Victory condition, destroy the Ayabato tree nest or eliminate the Sakura country contestant. Side quest, eliminate ghouls. Side mission rewards will be distributed based on completion progress. The moment the prompt appeared, 10 beams of light simultaneously illuminated the front of Suzhou City. Similar to Sakura Nation earlier, Huaxia randomly selected 10 lucky spectators to enter the instance alongside the contestants. Those emerging from the light pillars looked around with varying expressions. They only remembered watching the live broadcast on TV moments ago. In the blink of an eye, a beam of light enveloped them, and when their vision returned, they found themselves here. What the hell? I got picked? Only when the pungent, bloody scent filled their nostrils did the confusion give way to realization. Hearing the sound of chewing nearby, they cautiously turned their gaze to the right. Shinji Ryo? Holy, how did I end up here? Is this even still China? This is bad. Out of all places we could have been teleported to, why here? This guy's got S to SS tier strength. Wait, if we've been teleported here, then Sushin must be. The group swallowed hard as they saw Shindai Ryo appear before them. They had witnessed firsthand how she slaughtered the people of Sakura country. Though their attributes had recently improved significantly, they lacked combat experience and remained uncertain of their own strength. Yet they understood the power of ghouls all too well. Such creatures were simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Yes, Sushin. Find Sushin. Where is Sushin? As one voice rang out from the crowd, everyone realized that Su Chang had teleported here with them this time. One by one, they frantically scanned the area for Su Chang's figure. Today is truly peculiar, food keeps delivering itself right to our doorstep. Rise stepped down from the corpse, licked her lips, and smiled as she surveyed the crowd. Most ghouls could only eat 2 people before they couldn't continue. But for Rise, known as the Great Eater, this was merely a half meal. Moreover, Rise's gaze fell upon the Chinese group. For some reason, he sensed that the flesh of these people seemed far more delicious than that of the previous victims. Amidst the crowd, a man dressed in a samurai outfit flinched violently the moment he met Rise's gaze. Before he could utter a word, Li Shi vanished from his spot in an instant. Boom! The spiny lizard man suddenly sidestepped. A hair's as thick as a thigh suddenly stabbed past him, slamming violently into the wall and punching a massive hole through it. Holy, that was close. By a hair's breadth, I, the Lord of Darkness, nearly met my end. The hedgehog man clutched his chest, glancing nervously at the shattered wall beside him. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, it wouldn't have been the wall pierced through, it would have been his own kidneys. He'd heard rumors about Kamishiro Tashio's legendary kidney-shattering power before, but never imagined it was actually true. Strange. Did he actually dodge it? Rise emerged from the smoke, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at the man sprawled on the ground. Her power was SS class. Ordinary people stood no chance, and even investigators might not be able to dodge her. Yet now, an ordinary human had evaded her attack. Could it be that these guys are different? As this thought crossed her mind, Risa's gaze toward the porcupine-like man grew increasingly hungry. She was already itching to taste his flesh and blood. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the Lord of Darkness. You'd best not. Seeing Rishi emerge from the wall, her hazy glowing a deep crimson behind her, the hedgehog man swallowed hard, his body shifting backward. Though he had dodged Rishi's earlier strike, he wasn't foolish enough to believe he could stand toe-to-toe with her. The sheer power that shattered a wall in a single blow was far beyond what he could handle. Behind him, the Chinese group stood speechless, stunned by Rishi's display. This was their first encounter with such a spectacle, leaving them all frozen in place. If you don't let me off, I'm the one calling the shots. As Rishi leapt forward, his blade slicing through the air, the hedgehog man raised his hands in fear, attempting to block the strike. But after waiting a moment, the expected pain never came. I didn't fall? The hedgehog man opened his eyes and touched himself, finding himself completely unharmed. He couldn't help but feel astonished. His gaze turned upward in confusion, and what met his eyes sent a shockwave through him. Just as the hero's was about to touch his body, a figure suddenly flashed before Rishi. Rishi's pupils contracted at the sight of the suddenly appearing man. Before she could react, Su Chang launched a flying kick, slamming it hard into the upper part of Rishi's distended abdomen. Having recently devoured several people, this blow nearly made Rishi vomit stomach acid. Her beautiful face immediately contorted in agony. Thud! The force of the kick sent Rishi crashing into the ground at high speed. She rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. Su Chang glanced back at the spiny lizard man sprawled on the ground, then approached with a smile, extending his hand. Sorry, I'm not too late, am I? Chapter 107, Miss Li Sure, you don't want this either, vote request. Su God? The hedgehog man wiped his eyes, staring at Su Chang, a figure he'd only ever seen on television, with utter disbelief. Only when Su Chang's palm touched his and pulled him up did he realize this wasn't fake. Su God actually exists. Su God, are you really Su God? The hedgehog man gripped Su Chang's right hand tightly in excitement. Sushin? Su Chang raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I don't know who you're referring to as Sushin. My name is Su Chang. This place is dangerous right now. You and them should head to the back. I'll meet up with you later. As he finished speaking, Su Cheng tried to pull his hand back, but the hedgehog man clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. The Chinese crowd watching from behind finally reacted. The moment they saw Su Cheng, they rushed forward. Holy crap, he's alive! It really is the living Su God. He's even more handsome than on TV, damn it. Where's my phone? My phone. Where'd it go? Move. Move back a bit. Let me touch him too. I need to touch Su Shin. The moment Su Cheng's figure appeared, the entire atmosphere instantly turned unsettling. Amidst the flowing blood, exposed organs, and scattered body parts, the crowd touched Su Cheng's body as if handling some precious treasure. This scene made the Chinese viewers watching the livestream seethe with envy. Damn it! Why wasn't I the one chosen this time? I want to take a photo with Su Shin too, to touch Su Shin. Who said going there was suicide? Get out here. This is absolutely amazing. Hero saves the damsel, or is it the hero saving the guy? Whatever, same difference. Did you catch God Su's move just now? That kick paired with what he said afterward. If I were that guy, I'd be completely mesmerized. Hey! You can touch her, but don't grope her. Where are you touching Su Shin? Stop it. In the narrow alley, Su Cheng was surrounded by the crowd, unable to move. Suddenly, a small hand reached out from the crowd, unnoticed by Su Shin, and began to grope downward. In that instant, a bone-chilling coldness surged from the depths of everyone's hearts. Sensing the chill approaching from behind, the crowd stiffened and turned their heads. Behind them, Xiaobai's 9 tails bristled. Her eyes blazed with fury as she watched them grope Su Cheng with impunity, her teeth grinding audibly. Had Su Cheng not explicitly instructed her not to touch these people, she would have slaughtered them all in the next instant. Is that little Bai? Faced with Xiaobai in this state, the group felt not a shred of fear. Instead, their eyes flashed with determination. One by one, they began running toward Xiaobai again. Unlike Su Cheng, however, they were aware of his relationship with Xiaobai. They simply kept their distance, admiring her peerless beauty. What had started as a bloody ghoul-themed dungeon now, amid their shouts, resembled a small-scale celebrity meet and greet. Faced with such enthusiasm, Xiaobai's initially angry expression gradually softened. Instead, she found herself momentarily overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, looking toward Su Cheng with a flustered, girlfriend-like plea for help. Su Cheng merely smiled and shook his head, making no move to stop the crowd. It was better for Xiaobai to interact with the Huaxia people sooner rather than later, so it wouldn't feel too abrupt later on. Besides, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Name, Kamishiro Tashio. Species, ghoul. Rank, SS Class Ghoul. Affiliation, none. Description, more intriguing than his danger level are the RC cells within his body. Due to his unique characteristics, he underwent over 1,200 experiments before catching the attention of the Ayakigahara faction, though he never joined their ranks. Didn't expect to encounter such a pivotal figure right after arriving? Su Cheng's gaze swept over Rise as she scrambled to her feet. According to the current timeline, the Kakuja within her body had not yet been grafted onto the protagonist, Kaneki. Kane, once an ordinary person, became exceptionally powerful after grafting the other's heroes. If his Kakuja could be grafted, did that mean it could be sold? Or perhaps used for his own purposes? Who are you? Are you with the Qingtong Tree people or CGG? Li Shi clutched her stomach, her gaze wary as she looked at Su Cheng. Due to the kick she had just received, she was forced to stand in a half-crouch. That kick possessed strength far beyond what any human could muster. Yet compared to a ghoul, Su Cheng's body lacked one distinct scent. For the moment, she couldn't determine whether he was affiliated with the Green Ash Tree or CCG. If it was Green Tree, that would be manageable. But if it was CCG, she couldn't help but recall the figure known as humanity's ultimate weapon. Thankfully, it wasn't the white-haired one. Rise took a deep breath. If the one who came was that white-haired individual, she would turn and run without hesitation. But now, seeing the wound heal, Risa prepared to act. Suddenly, her body froze. A wave of weakness surged from deep within her. What was happening? Li Shi looked at her hands with a puzzled expression. She had just devoured several people to replenish her strength, yet now an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over her body growing increasingly frail. Something was terribly wrong. 9 times out of 10, something's off. Is Qingtong Shu still with CCG? Seeing Li Shi's wary gaze fixed on him, Su Cheng slowly walked toward her. Truthfully, I don't want to join either faction, but I have no choice. If I must pick one, it's CCG. What did you just do? Rise gasped for breath, transforming her Kakuja into a blade held before her as she watched Su Cheng warily. You still have the strength to use your Kakuja? You're definitely no ordinary ghoul. Su Cheng grabbed one end of the Kakuja, examining it with curiosity. I advise you not to move. This isn't ordinary poison. Do as I say if you don't want to collapse from exhaustion. After all, Miss Rise wouldn't want to be seen by those Aobatani people when she's weakened, would she? Rise tried to pull the Kakuja back, but whether due to her own severe exhaustion or the opponent's overwhelming strength, she failed after several attempts. Recalling the earlier scene, her expression darkened instantly. That human really did poison it. Rishi turned to Su Chang, about to speak, when something suddenly struck her as off.
Wait, you just mentioned Xingtong tree? Didn't you notice?
Su Chang scrutinized Li Shi from head to toe before casually remarking, seems this stamina-depleting effect works quite well.
Does it also dull your senses?
Setting down the heezy, Su Chang turned his gaze toward the dark alleyway on his right.
Friend, after watching for so long, it's time to come out, right? Chapter 108, S-Class returns, crushing. Votes needed.
Oh? I didn't expect my concealment to be so thorough, yet I was still discovered. Following Su Chang's gaze, a muscular figure slowly emerged from the dark alley.
I'm curious, he said. Since you're not a ghoul, how did you manage that kick just now? Care to spare a few toes for me?
The man held a long pair of pliers and smiled at Su Chang. The moment his figure was revealed, everyone present instantly recognized his identity.
Yagumo Oshiro, also known as Jason, or the Gecko. Of course, what left the deepest impression on everyone was his torture of the protagonist, Kaneki. What is 10,007 equal to?
Just as they entered the dungeon, two S-Class ghouls appeared simultaneously, instantly igniting the atmosphere.
The crowd watching this scene erupted the moment Gecko appeared. Holy crap, both key figures are here now? If I remember correctly, this is just the beginning, right? And they're already pulling out such heavy hitters? Ugh, this doesn't look good.
One S-Class or higher ghoul is already tough enough to handle.
Now there are two. Can Sushin hold them off? I think he should be fine.
After all, Su seemed to handle Rise without much trouble.
Adding one more shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha! Yeah, right. Defend? You think this is as simple as 1, 2, 3? These are two S-Class ghouls. You Chinese contestants are dead meat.
I can't wait to see if this Chinese guy can endure the Gecko's torture after getting caught. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Gecko's sudden appearance caught not only the livestream viewers off guard, but also Chio Rise, who hadn't anticipated him showing up here.
Yet, mere moments later, she pieced together the cause and effect. Rise's gaze fixed on the lizard, grinning like an idiot. You've been following me? Follow? No. The Gecko approached with a smile, looking remarkably relaxed. I'm just following orders from above. They want me to bring you back. I'm helpless about it. If this had happened before, I might have just taken action, but now, instead of bringing you back, I found something far more entertaining. The Gecko's gaze shifted towards Su Chang. Su Chang possessed such formidable power despite being human.
This sight made him intensely curious about Su Chang's physical makeup, almost to the point of wanting to tear open his flesh right now and study it thoroughly. Of course, before killing him, the proper process must be followed. As the ghoul world's acknowledged sadist, a series of little toys including centipedes were indispensable.
Oh no. We haven't even met up with the CCG yet, and now we've run into two S-Class ghouls? This is Ed. Shu, keep your voice down. That bastard's focus is entirely on Sushin right now.
He probably thinks Sushin's power won't pose a problem, but if he has to worry about us too, things might go wrong.
Right, close our eyes quickly. As long as we can't see him, he can't see us either. The lizard appeared just a few meters away from where Xiao Bai and the others were. It was within arm's reach. A mere turn of the head would reveal him.
Feeling the lizard's aura, everyone hurriedly covered their eyes, holding their breath as if that would make them invisible. Yet, such hopes proved too idealistic. The moment they opened their mouths, the Gecko's gaze had already turned toward them. To its surprise, there seemed to be quite a few tasty-looking morsels here. The lizard turned its head toward the group of Chinese people. Much like with Li Shi before, it sensed something profoundly different about these humans compared to those it had consumed previously.
Especially the woman among them.
Not only was her beauty the most stunning he had ever seen, but more importantly, her flesh smelled exceptionally fragrant.
Wait, is that a tail? The tail drifting behind Xiaobai puzzled the Gecko. He could clearly sense this tail wasn't formed from a Heko transformation. Ha, interesting. Truly fascinating. Seems this trip was well worth it. I've stumbled upon so many delightful toys all at once. The lizard suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Su Chang and declaring, "Human, you stay right here. Let me sample this first, then we'll have some fun together." With a piercing whistling sound, the ground shattered. The Gecko vanished from its spot and reappeared beside the group of Chinese people. Ignoring the others' expressions, the Gecko's gaze locked onto Xiao Bai amidst the crowd. From a distance, it hadn't been clear, but now up close, Xiao Bai's beauty left the Gecko momentarily stunned. Bright eyes and pearly teeth, her gaze sparkling with intelligence and vivacity, as if holding countless stars within. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes exuded a seductive charm, unsettling and irresistible, drawing one to look again and again. Even though he regarded humans as mere food, he found himself momentarily mesmerized by Xiao Bai. Damn it! Mess with us and you'll get what's coming to you, but if you dare lay a finger on Xiao Bai, you'll have me to deal with. A useless fool who can't even count. How dare he approach my goddess? Come on, try it if you've got the guts. Just as the lizard lunged forward for another closer look, figures armed with makeshift iron rods plucked from who knows where barred his path. Get lost! Frowning at the reckless crowd before him, the Gecko raised his right hand.
His heretic device fired, transforming into a blade that clung to his upper arm. Though the scent of these humans was also sweet, the fragrance emanating from Xiaobai now was unbearable. Such a beautiful treasure deserves to be preserved in formaldehyde. Before the gecko's hack, their iron rods were like toys. With a casual flick of his wrist, the rods shattered clean in two. A bunch of reckless fools. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The iron rods shattered, yet the crowd showed no sign of retreat. The gecko held nothing back. He had intended to capture these humans for thorough study, but now he needed only to savor the aroma of Xiaobai's flesh and blood. Its arm, covered in the heroes, raised once more. Yet, just as the blade was about to strike again, suddenly, a flash of white light streaked through the dark alley. Ha! A sharp pain shot through him, and the gecko looked down at his raised right arm in confusion. A perfectly clean incision appeared above it. Blood seemed to forget how to flow for a moment, not a single drop seeped from the wound. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a bone-chilling cold swept through his entire body. The scent of death enveloped his body. The gecko's pupils dilated violently as his RC cells surged instinctively, rushing to cover his neck and other vital points. Though their regenerative abilities were formidable as ghouls, they would still die if their vital organs were severed or their heads were cut off. Splash! His kakuja manifested, and Su Cheng's figure appeared alongside it. The Tang sword swung, its blade striking the lizard's kakuja above without the slightest resistance, instantly shattering it. The gecko's kakuja was already poorly positioned defensively. With each swing of Su Cheng's blade, each strike cut through the kakuja unimpeded, landing on the gecko's body. Perpetual flow judgment success. Toxic constitution triggered. Enemy strength attribute below own, stamina decreases by double. In the blink of an eye, while the others behind him were stunned, Su Cheng had already delivered dozens of strikes. Not good. The gecko sensed trouble and was about to react. A cold gleam flashed in Su Cheng's eyes. He sheathed his Tang sword, tensed every muscle, and suddenly thrust forward with a powerful kick. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the gecko's body flew backward like a cannonball, its hero shattering completely in that instant. Wah! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed from the gecko's mouth. Thud! 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 The intense collision echoed as the gecko smashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt. From the gecko threatening the Huaxia group to lying sprawled like a dead dog amidst the ruined walls, it took no more than 10 breaths. Amidst the dust, Su Cheng walked up to the gecko, casually thrusting his Tang sword into its hairy wound and stomping down on the injury with his foot. A red glint flashed in his eyes as he stared straight into the lizard's eyes. What did you just say? Want a taste? Chapter 109, This Moon, Truly a Moon Vote Sought. Ah! The wound was crushed underfoot, and the gecko let out a wail of agony, its face contorting in pain. He hadn't noticed Su Cheng's sudden slash at all. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. He hadn't expected this human's physical strength to be so formidable. Moreover, if his senses hadn't deceived him, the weapon in Su Cheng's hand wasn't quink. This was just an ordinary blade. Run! He had to run. If I don't run, I'll die. I really will die. This guy isn't human at all. The gecko's previous underestimation of Su Cheng vanished completely in that instant. As Su Cheng's gaze locked onto him, only one thought filled his mind: run. This monster was beyond what a single S rank like him could handle. Even some SS ranks and SSS ranks might not be his match. Gecko roared in fury, frantically activating his RC cells in a desperate attempt to recover and struggle to his feet. Yet no matter how he squeezed his RC cells, his Kizuna showed no response whatsoever. Instead, he could feel his own energy rapidly draining away, and his wounds refused to heal. How could this be possible? Physical and mental agony overwhelmed him simultaneously. The gecko's gaze fixed on Su Cheng, filled with utter disbelief. Still got the energy to yell? Su Cheng's gaze remained calm as he drew the Tang sword from the hikite. Amidst flashes of light, the lizard's limbs flew out from the dust. Now, with its limbs severed, the lizard resembled a human stick, pinned to the ground beneath Su Cheng's foot. Blood gushed forth like a small stream, yet despite this, the gecko still clung to life, a testament to the tenacious vitality of the remnant. We can talk about it later. With limbs severed and death's shadow enveloping its entire body, the gecko was truly terrified at that moment. Su Cheng loomed before it like the Grim Reaper itself. The lizard immediately begged for mercy. However, Su Cheng paid him no mind whatsoever. His gaze flickered toward Shiori, who had collapsed nearby from exhaustion, then shifted to the lump on the lizard's body. Wait, what are you doing? No, no. Ah! Beyond the smoke and dust, a bone-chilling tearing sound echoed as blood splattered everywhere. The gecko's agonized screams and wails filled the air. The Chinese onlookers stood frozen, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. It all happened too fast. They'd been pondering how to deal with the lizard next, only to see it flung away like a dead dog the very next second. Was it over already? Woohoo, Sushin truly lives up to his name, he's incredible. They'd only seen Sushin's power on TV before, but witnessing it up close now felt almost unreal. Could such speed and strength truly be humanly possible? Of course not.
Why else would they call him Su Shun? Such a scene left not only the Chinese crowd stunned. Viewers in the land of cherry blossoms watching the livestream were equally filled with disbelief upon seeing the gecko killed so effortlessly. How could the gecko be defeated like that? He was an S-class ghoul, a major character who drove the protagonist Kaneki forward, and he was just defeated like that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. How could this Chinese fighter be this powerful? I must be seeing things. Damn it! Lizard, you useless piece of trash. How could you get beaten so easily here? Get back up. I really don't get what all the fuss is about in your cherry blossom country. This is just our God Su's standard play. Weren't you guys hyped earlier? Now you know what real power looks like? Watch closely, learn while every move Su Shin makes is worth studying for a lifetime. Gotta say, Su God's badass move protecting Little White was seriously cool. First time I've seen him get this violent. The gecko's defeat left the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience looking like they'd eaten. Unlike Chiori, the gecko was a bona fide member of the Green Pine Tree. Though only in S rank, he was a rare top-tier talent. His death was simply unacceptable to them. Their hopes of watching Su Chang and the Chinese team suffer at the enemy's hands were completely dashed in an instant. Detected, S-rank Green Ash Tree member gecko deceased. Reward, Green Treasure Chest X1. The notification popped up. Su Chang glanced down at the lifeless lizard, still clutching the herbal pack, then looked up at the interface in slight surprise. He hadn't expected killing an S-class ghoul would yield a green treasure chest. This outcome truly caught Su Chang off guard. Husband, are you hurt? Xiaobai ran over, her worried gaze scanning Su Chang's body. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Chang smiled, instinctively reaching out to pat Xiaobai's head. But upon seeing the bloodstains on his own hand, he pulled his hand back. Wait, don't check here. Suddenly sensing movement below, Su Chang froze and quickly stopped Xiaobai's little hand. What do you mean don't check? This is a crucial spot, my husband. Let Xiaobai take a look, we can't risk anything happening. Later. We'll talk about it later. Su Chang turned to the Huaxia group behind him and said, look, there are other people watching here. Other people? Xiaobai followed Su Chang's gaze toward the rear. Noticing Su Chang and Little Bai's gaze, the Huaxia group hurriedly turned away. Oh my god, I'm blind. Blind. Where am I? Who am I? What was I supposed to do here? Whoa, that moon is one hell of a moon. Su Chang. Alright. Xiaobai nodded obediently but still glanced uneasily toward Su Chang. Seeing Xiaobai and the others like this, Su Chang shook his head helplessly. He had other matters to attend to now, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Su Chang's gaze shifted toward Li Shi, who was struggling to rise and flee nearby. With Li Shi's face frozen in terror, Su Chang slowly approached, holding the gecko-filled bag in his hand. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Having witnessed the entire process of the gecko's death and Su Chang's brutal act of forcibly ripping off its herba, the fear he inspired in her had now reached its peak. As Su Chang's hand reached out, Li Shi shielded herself with both arms, eyes tightly shut in terror, all traces of her earlier ferocity vanished. But after waiting a moment, the expected scenario failed to materialize. Su Chang tossed the lizard's sack at Li Shi's feet. Eat this sack. When I ask questions later, you answer whatever I say. Got it? Herba? Staring at the dark red pill before him, Li Shi looked up at Su Chang with a puzzled expression. What, you think this grade is too low? Don't like eating this? Or do you want something else instead? Chapter 110, District 24 votes needed. Eat something else? Listening to Su Chang's words, Li Shi's gaze instinctively drifted toward him. No, what am I thinking? Li Shi shook her head, quickly banishing the thought from her mind. Admittedly, the human before her was quite handsome, possessed considerable strength, and had even offered her a herbag to eat everything she'd ever wanted in a partner. But she was a ghoul. How could a ghoul and a human possibly? As the poison dissipated, Shio Rise could distinctly feel her strength returning. She looked up at Su Chang with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? She still remembered Su Chang's kick earlier. Just moments ago he was her enemy, and now he was suddenly using a gula to tempt her. This guy definitely had ulterior motives. Though she did want to consume the herbal pack in Su Chang's hand, after all, it belonged to a gecko. A S-rank powerhouse, devouring it would undoubtedly boost her strength significantly. Nothing much. Just wanted to get some information from you. If you're willing to share, the herba is yours. If not. Su Chang drew his tang sword with a smile, plunging it into the ground beside Rishi. Even without Su Chang saying a word, the meaning was crystal clear. Gulp. Li Shi swallowed hard. The poison receded, and her strength returned somewhat. She slowly rose from the ground, her gaze shifting toward the lizard corpse nearby. This human before her showed no RC cell fluctuations and wielded no quink as a weapon, yet possessed strength sufficient to crush her completely. Escaping was impossible with her current stamina. After a moment's thought, Li Shi took a deep breath and looked at Su Chang. What do you want to know? Just so you know, if it's anything involving secrecy, I won't say a word. I have my principles. Sensitive questions, he asked. You mean? Su Cheng's gaze swept up and down Rishi's body. Feeling Su Cheng's gaze, Li Shi's face flushed red. She hurriedly covered the exposed areas revealed by her torn clothing. In this world, though she had appeared remarkably open during her previous meeting with Jinmu, the truth was quite different. She had never engaged in intimate relations with another person and remained untouched. Besides, now wasn't the time. She'd only seen such things, never experienced them herself. Seeing Su Cheng's gaze, she momentarily thought he wanted her. No, not there. Rishi shook her head like a rattle, protesting verbally while a stubborn trickle of drool escaped the corner of her mouth. What are you thinking? It's just a minor issue like where the green Polonia tree's nest is, or something like that. Su Cheng tossed the hemp sack aside and waved his hand dismissively. The nest of the green Polonia tree? Rice caught the herbag carefully, glancing toward the Huaxia group nearby before turning to Su Cheng in surprise. Are you planning to attack the green Polonia tree? While your strength is formidable, dealing with SSS class ghouls is no problem. If you intend to bring those guys along, then be something you should be considering. Su Cheng shook his head. Then, under Rice's anxious gaze, he snatched the herbag from her hands and raised it above her head. Give it to me, quick. Seeing the other's desperate, reaching expression, Su Cheng pointed to the Tang sword beside him. This Qing Tong tree doesn't seem to be doing you much good either, does it? An S-class herbag, or being impaled by that Tang sword, choose one. I can tell you, but I don't want to go back to that place. It brings back bad memories. After several futile attempts to snatch it, Li Shi shot Su Cheng a resentful look. Fine. No problem. Su Cheng's lips curved into a smile. Releasing his right hand, the herba landed precisely above Rishi's skull. Be careful, this S-grade herba is extremely rare. After carefully wiping down the herbag and confirming it was undamaged, Li Shi recited the location from his memory. So it really is in Sector 24? Listening to Li Shi's words, Su Cheng's gaze turned thoughtful. This mission was to destroy the Qing Tong tree's lair or eliminate that individual from Sakura Nation. Though Sakura country wasn't large, finding one person in such a vast crowd was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Drawing his Tang sword, Su Cheng scanned the direction Li Shi had indicated. After facing off against Gecko and Rise, he felt confident he could handle an SSS class ghoul. But among these guys, there was one wild card. Takatsuki Izumi. The only true one-eyed ghoul, and the strongest ghoul of them all. One-on-one, Su Cheng was confident he could take him on. But if he were to be ganged up on? More importantly, this time it wasn't just him and Xiaobai who teleported. Over 10 others had also been transported to this world. If the others died, it would affect his rewards. As for why Rise wasn't killed, it's because she's a pivotal figure in this world. Without her, Kaneki couldn't continue. Killing her and causing this world to collapse would be a loss far greater than any gain. Besides, she'd only revealed the approximate location of the green pine tree. The exact spot still required her personal guidance. Seems like meeting with the CCG first was still necessary. Stowing his Tang sword, Su Cheng glanced at Risa, who was about to take a bite of the herba. Seizing the moment while she wore a dazed, innocent expression, he snatched it away. Hold off on eating that herba for now. I needed to infiltrate the CCG. I'll get you something better later. No. Rai shook her head, bouncing up and down as she tried to snatch the herba back. But even at her peak strength, she couldn't touch Su Cheng, let alone now. You promised me this was mine. Give it back. Li Shi's cheeks puffed out as she glared at Su Cheng, tears welling in her eyes. She looked profoundly wronged, on the verge of bursting into tears any second. Su Cheng cleared his throat and declared sternly, Ahem. I did promise to give it to you earlier, but I never said you could eat it. That was before. What does it have to do with now? You're lying. You're lying. Humans are all liars. Give it back. I don't care, just give it back to me now. In that moment, Li Shi shed his previous fierce demeanor, acting like a little girl as he repeatedly snatched at the red pouch in Su Cheng's hand. This scene caused the Chinese group behind them to murmur quietly. Hearing the murmurs behind him and feeling Xiaobai's death stare, Su Cheng sighed helplessly. Alright. I'll give you the herbal pack. With that, Su Cheng prepared to hand the herb bag to Li Shi. The next second. Whoosh. A piercing whistle cut through the air as a silver-white scythe flew toward them. Su Cheng's eyes narrowed sharply. He swiftly pulled Li Shi into his embrace, dodging the side's attack, then spun around to look toward the source of the sound. Who was it? Chapter 111, CCG investigator votes needed. Oh dear, it actually dodged. From the alleyway, a small, slender figure emerged, a lazy-looking child with an appearance resembling a beautiful young girl. The child caught the spinning scythe with one hand, slung it behind their back, and gazed at Su Cheng with eyes curved like crescent moons. Hey, old man, can I ask you something? You're clearly human, so why did you just save that ghoul? Could it be you're a ghoul too? Shurzwa, that's rude. This gentleman is our new CCG investigator. Just as the child prepared to swing the scythe for another attack, a figure emerged slowly from behind. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Su Cheng finally lowered his guard. Well, that saves me some trouble. So he came looking for me himself? Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the middle-aged man ahead. Shinohara Yukinori. One of the 7 special investigators within CCG, responsible for commanding investigations in District 20. Though outwardly an affable middle-aged man, his combat prowess was exceptionally fierce. However, during his subsequent battle with the one-eyed falcon, he had his right leg and abdomen devoured, leaving him bedridden and in a vegetative state. If that was Shinohara Yukinori, then that girl-like figure beside him must be Suzuka Shuzu, right? Suzumiya Shuzu, a 19-year-old investigator specially appointed by the CCG. Eccentric in nature, with a feminine appearance and a penchant for slaughter. Possesses a scent that attracts ghouls, similar to Kaneki. Su Chang recalled Suzukawa Shuzu's profile. His combat prowess wasn't particularly formidable, but his personality, combined with his male body and feminine face, plus his maniacal laughter, had attracted a significant following. However, Su Chang's eyes narrowed in confusion. Judging by Shuzo Suzumiya's current state, it seemed he had already acquired his quinqua. According to the timeline of the ghoul world, she should have obtained her weapon much later. Yet she had obtained it now, and her trajectory seemed to diverge from the established path. Could it be that my presence altered the world's trajectory, causing the instance to self-correct? Su Chang's gaze deepened in contemplation. However, the group from Huaxia behind him had no such concerns. The moment they spotted Shuzo Suzukaya, they immediately rushed over to him, curiously examining him. Wow, he really does look like a girl. His skin is so pale, and his voice is just as I imagined. Ha! That scythe is a quink, right? Does Shurzwa have a quink at this point? Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. If this is Shizu Suzuyo, then the one behind him must be Yukinori Shinohara, right? He really does look like a kind-hearted uncle. Though the Huaxia group was surprised by Shuzo Suzuyo's appearance, they didn't react like Su Chang and Xiao by just occasional murmurs of astonishment. Mr. Shinohara, these guys are. Suddenly surrounded by the crowd, even Shizu Suzukaya momentarily appeared unnerved. Though he was notorious for his madness, that was only towards ghouls. He never behaved this way around ordinary people. According to intelligence from above, they should be personnel accompanying Inspector Su Chang. Shinozaki Yukinori's gaze swept over the approaching group, surprise flickering in his eyes. He could tell that the individuals surrounding Shuzo Suzukawa were all formidable in their own right. If they possessed extensive combat experience and were equipped with quinks, they might even rival the caliber of a Class 1 investigator. A Class 1 investigator was a rare gem, 1 in 1,000. Now, 10 had appeared at once. Moreover, it seemed the intelligence might be inaccurate. Shinohara Yukinori turned his gaze toward Su Chang, who was holding Rise in his arms up ahead. Judging by the surroundings, a fierce battle had just erupted here if he hadn't misread the situation. Not far behind them lay the very same gecko they had classified as an S-class dangerous ghoul. To single-handedly kill an S-class ghoul and control Rise, who possessed near SS-class strength, the opponent's power was far beyond that of a mere second-class investigator as described in the intelligence. Husband, how long do you plan to keep holding her like this? A gentle, delicate voice drifted from behind Su Chang. Seeing Xiaobai peek her head out from behind with a smile, Su Chang glanced at Rise, whose face was flushed crimson in his embrace, and immediately let go. Unexpected? This is unexpected? Su Chang awkwardly withdrew his right hand and chuckled. His gaze drifted downward to Li Shi. Truth be told, even as a ghoul, her skin felt surprisingly soft, though still a notch below his Xiaobai. You must be Mr. Su Chang, the Class 2 investigator mentioned earlier? As Su Chang pondered, Shinohara Yukinori walked past from ahead, extending a hand with a smile. Though I'm not assigned to escort you, we're all CCG colleagues. Let's get acquainted. I'm Shinohara Yukinori. Su Chang. Su Chang shook hands without further comment. Excuse me, might I ask the person behind you, that should be Chio Rise, our wanted SS-class dangerous target, correct? Withdrawing his hand, Shinohara Yukinori pointed toward Chio Ryo, who was hiding behind Su Chang, revealing only one eye. Ah, you mean her? Su Chang turned to look at Ryo. At that moment, Chiori's heart began to race wildly as Su Chang's gaze fell upon her. She had heard of Shinohara Yukinori. A special grade investigator. Even at her peak, she might not have been able to defeat someone of that caliber. With her stamina still depleted, if Su Chang handed her over, she'd be imprisoned and forced into making quink weapons. Given the current situation, if she were in Su Chang's position, she wouldn't hesitate to hand her over either. This was a golden opportunity to earn merit. Su Chang withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and addressed Shinohara Yukinori. She's merely a friend of mine. Perhaps she just happens to resemble the Chiori Yosei you're hunting. A friend? Shinohara Yukinori froze. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Su Chang's response. Behind him, Chiori's body stiffened as well. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked up at Su Chang. He actually... Mr. Shinohara. Mr. Shinohara. Just as the atmosphere fell silent, Shuzo Suzuko stumbled over from behind. Those around him had been playing with his hair like a doll, changing his hairstyle countless times before finally tying it into twin ponytails. If one didn't know their gender beforehand, the first impression upon seeing Shurzwa would be that he was some kind of little beauty who had run out from somewhere. Mr. Shinohara, are you done yet? Let's grab this guy and get back as soon as possible. Shirzwa was nearly ruined by the crowd's antics and his weapon had been snatched away at some point. His gaze shifted toward Rise, standing behind Su Chang. Suddenly, the woman beside Rise who was holding Su Chang caught his attention. Xiaobai, like a cat guarding its food, kept swatting at Rise's hand, preventing her from getting close to Su Chang. This. Shuzo stared at Shiro in astonishment. If it was a ghoul, he didn't sense any ghoul aura from Xiaobai. But if it was human, then what was that tail behind it? Seeing that even Shuzo couldn't make out the woman behind Sui, Yukinori Shinohara couldn't help but be shocked. He had, of course, noticed Xiaobai's presence earlier. He had assumed Shuzo would recognize what kind of being she was, but judging by his reaction, he hadn't figured it out either. Since this person is also a friend of Mr. Su Chang, now that we've all met, how about we report back to the CCG together? I could also introduce Mr. Sojo to our CCG operations. What do you think? Shinohara Yukinori narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his gaze toward Rise. Once we're inside their CCG base, they'll call all the shots. This guy won't stand a chance. Chapter 112, Ghoul Carnival, vote for us. Mr. Shinohara, are we just going to let them walk away like this? Shirzwa Suzukaya stood behind Shinohara Yukiki, his gaze fixed on the receding figures of Su Chang and his two companions. His gaze was puzzled. Rise was now in a severely injured state, the perfect opportunity. Su Chang was merely a Class 2 investigator, while Shinohara Yukinori was a special class. If they didn't want to, couldn't they just forcibly take her and be done with it? This man is impossible to read. I have a feeling his true strength far exceeds what his Class 2 investigator file claims. Even the two of us together might only manage to take him down after suffering serious injuries. Shinohara Yukinori watched Su Chang's retreating figure and shook his head. His earlier proposal had, of course, been rejected without hesitation by Su Chang. Though he didn't understand why Su Chang, a human, would protect Rise, a ghoul. But tearing down the facade now would be utterly foolish. Not only did Su Chang's strength command his respect, but the woman behind him, whether it was his imagination or something else. Whenever he glanced at Shiro, his quinquas seemed to tremble. Let them proceed for now, as long as they don't overstep. Additionally, I'll request reinforcements from headquarters. Even Mr. Shinohara finds this tricky? Shuzo Suzukawa nodded, but soon, the smile faded from his face. Mr. Shinohara, since they've all left, why aren't these people accompanying them? Suzuya Shirzwa dodged the crowd's attacks, wailing as he turned to Shinozaki Yukinori. Hearing Shuzo's words, Shinohara Yukinori turned to see the others chasing after Shuzo, preparing to give him various outfits. Even stockings and miniskirts were being pulled out. Though these individuals weren't as terrifyingly powerful as Su Chang, properly trained and equipped with quink, they could still form a formidable force. Though countless words swirled in his mind, he ultimately sighed helplessly as he looked at Shuzo. Shuzo, why don't you just bear with it? Suzuki Shuzo, huh? En route to District 24. Husband, why didn't you turn this guy in too? Isn't she our adversary? Xiaobai shielded Su Chang tightly behind him. Whenever Rishi tried to approach, Xiaobai bared his teeth to scare her off. Su Chang could only sigh at Xiaobai's reaction. This world is far too vast. If we search blindly, who knows when we'll find our target? Keeping her around might still be useful. Su Chang looked toward Li Shi, who was leading the way ahead. Originally, he had planned to join forces with the CCG and attack the green ash tree together. But he had just learned from Shinohara Yukinori that ghouls were suddenly becoming unusually active in District 23, suggesting a large-scale event was about to take place. Rise happened to know the location of this event. He understood that his reward this time wasn't just about destroying the green pine tree. Killing powerful ghouls also yielded rewards, and with his innate talent, the legacy of strength, such a golden opportunity couldn't be wasted. As for the others who had come with him, Su Chang worried about their safety and entrusted them to those CCG guys. Though their strength wasn't exceptional, they were still reliable. The place he was heading next was far too dangerous for him to guarantee their safety at all times. Could this little gadget truly mask his scent? Su Chang toyed with the bottle in his hand. This was an item Shinozaki Yukinori had given him before his departure, claiming it could deceive a ghoul's sense of smell, making them believe he was a ghoul himself. Whether it truly lived up to his claims remained to be seen. Mr. Su Chang is almost here. After crossing several streets, Rise leaned against a wall. Returning to this familiar place, an unpleasant memory surfaced in her mind. After peering out multiple times to confirm the location, she finally turned to look at Su Chang. Listening to Rise's words, Su Chang stowed away the bottles and jars, his gaze shifting toward the street ahead. Su Chang's current intelligence exceeded 80. Intelligence not only influenced ability usage but also brought powerful physical enhancements. The most obvious change was in his vision. While ordinary eyes could only discern objects within 50 meters, Su Chang's vision, fueled by his 80 intelligence, could clearly see scenes hundreds of meters away. Through the dimly lit street, Su Chang's gaze fell upon an unusually vast arena. In the center of this immense space, ghouls were densely packed together.
The dim environment, glaring colored lights, constant screams, and intermittent music created an eerie atmosphere. Before them lay countless corpses. Upon closer inspection, they were hunted humans. An indescribable tension hung in the air, mingled with the scent of blood and madness. This wasn't an event, it was a carnival. A carnival exclusive to ghouls. Even in such surroundings, some ghouls openly engaged in carnal pleasures before the crowd, utterly unconcerned with others' gazes, as if this were merely the norm. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Cheng couldn't believe these ghouls dared to be so brazen, throwing such an extravagant orgy. Didn't they fear the CCG wiping them all out? Even though he'd witnessed countless bloody scenes, the sight of those corpses piled up still made Su Cheng feel uneasy. You've been through a lot. Wait here for me. Once this is over, I won't shortchange you on that guy. Su Cheng sidestepped Rishi, patted her fragrant shoulder, and strode forward. What are you going to do? Rishi watched as Su Cheng drew his tang sword, adopting a combat stance. Her eyes brimmed with confusion. Was he actually planning to fight those creatures? There were easily hundreds of ghouls ahead. Walking straight into them like that would be like walking into a trap. Isn't that just courting death? Su Cheng offered no reply, his gaze shifting to Xiaobai beside him. Be careful, my husband. Even without Su Cheng's words, Xiaobai instantly grasped his intent. Nodding, she leapt into the darkness and vanished. At the same time, in the center of the arena, a ghoul with a high-bridged nose seemed to catch a scent. His nostrils flared, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Why do I suddenly smell the scent of a living human? Human scent? Impossible. You must be mistaken. Every human in this vicinity has been slaughtered. How could anyone still be here? Those CCG bastards talk a big game, but they're nothing but cowards. They'd never dare show their faces. Exactly. Stop overthinking it. Didn't you see how lively those guys up front were? Keep partying. The next batch is ours to devour. Wait, something feels off. I think I smell a living person too. At first, no one paid attention to the tall-nosed ghoul's words. But as more and more ghouls picked up the scent, their gazes instinctively turned toward its source. There really are living people? Chapter 113, One person surrounded us? Has this Chinese guy lost his mind? There are at least 100 ghouls right ahead, and he just walks straight through them? Does he really think killing one lizard makes him invincible? Facing a single S-class ghoul is nothing like facing 100. Even an SSS-class ghoul might not hold them off. This Chinese guy is courting death. Stupid. He had a golden chance to infiltrate the CCG, yet he chose to throw himself into the fray, dragging that beauty down with him. If you don't want her, hand her over to us. I almost thought we'd lose again. Looks like ultimate victory still belongs to our great Sakura Nation. Just a heads up to you Chinese, our great ancient fighter has already joined forces with the core members of the Green Pine Tree. The scene unfolding in the alleyways of Suzhou City instantly drew countless onlookers. His earlier kill of the gecko had indeed left them deeply shaken. Even Shiori had failed to gain the upper hand against him. But that was one-on-one. With the ghouls multiplying, even if you could solo an SSS-class ghoul, facing the attacks of hundreds of ghouls at once meant certain death. What's more, among these ghouls were individuals possessing S-rank strength. To anyone watching, Su Cheng's actions looked like nothing short of suicide. Chinese viewers watching the scene instantly transformed into keyboard warriors, firing back at those mocking Su Cheng. I recall someone saying the same thing earlier. Who ended up getting their face slapped. You really think our Su god is like your cowardly turtles? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't, got it? He showed up half an hour early and only just found his faction, yet he still has the nerve to bark? Our Su god won't even bother with faction invitations. Unlike you useless losers who just suck up to others. Keep barking, you Chinese. Just wait and see the look on your faces when this Chinese contestant gets torn to shreds. In your own words, he doesn't know his place. How dare he face a horde of ghouls alone? I'm dying to see how this guy manages to win. As Su Cheng moved, chaos erupted across all major live streams. At the center of the arena, ghouls sensing the approaching human scent turned their gaze toward Su Cheng, who emerged alone from the alleyway. Only one human scent? Could he have come alone? Slurp. Those corpses weren't very tasty anyway. A live one just showed up, probably some unlucky soul who stumbled in by accident. The foolish ones remain where they are, while the clever ones have already taken the initiative. This living human is mine, no one else can take him. Su Cheng's emergence from the alleyway puzzled the ghouls outside. Before the others could react, a young man with a class strength burst forward, accompanied by a laugh. Watching Su Cheng walk past, the young ghoul didn't even bother activating his kakuja. Dealing with an ordinary human one without quink, no less, was essentially like eating at a buffet. Activating his kakuja would be completely unnecessary. Facing the young ghoul's lunge, Su Cheng's expression remained unchanged as his thumb slowly slid along the knife's hilt. A flash of white light streaked through the night. Su Cheng and the young ghoul passed each other, and the tang sword was slowly withdrawn. The next second, Under the stunned gazes of the other ghouls, the young ghoul's body split open from his forehead downward.
Like petals unfurling, he was cleaved in two and plummeted to the ground. Clatter.
The sound of flowing blood was drowned out by the surrounding music. Su Chang stood behind the young ghoul. As the other ghoul's gazes turned to him, a slow smile spread across his lips.
What the hell?
A short-haired ghoul who had been somewhat familiar with the young ghoul lunged at Su Chang the moment he saw the body split in two. However, Su Chang seemed to have anticipated this move. His left hand drew the revolver from his waist, the barrel pointing directly at the charging short-haired ghoul. He pulled the trigger.
Bang! Lucky time trigger success. Demon Hunter triggered successfully. Damage bonus plus 300%. The gunshot echoed across the entire area.
The attacking short-haired ghoul's head instantly exploded, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. The headless short-haired man plummeted from midair, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Defeated target 5 levels higher than self, 2100. The deaths of the young ghoul and the short-haired ghoul instantly froze the onlookers in their tracks. Before they could recover from their revelry, 2 young ghouls had been slain on the spot.
What the hell? Who is this guy? He just sliced a class Jess in one blow? Something's off. Could this guy be from the CCG? One-hit killing in A class?
He's definitely a Class 1 investigator, maybe even a special class. And CCG operatives always show up in groups.
This is bad. I'm outta here. What's there to fear?
No matter how strong this guy is, he's still just one person.
There's no one else around.
He just barged in alone, let's take him out right here. Despite this, with the examples of the young ghoul and the short-haired ghoul fresh in their minds, not a single person stepped forward.
A single strike could instantly kill an A-class ghoul and it could just as easily kill them.
At that moment, Su Chang withdrew his gaze from the notification. Casually blowing away the white smoke from his revolver, he pulled out a megaphone he'd picked up from the roadside and shouted toward the front.
Ahem, hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying?
Looks like this megaphone still works. Seeing the expressions change among the ghouls, Su Chang nodded and continued, everyone, quiet down.
Listen to me. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Don't resist, it's pointless anyway. I'll kill you all regardless. Wait, what is this human saying? He surrounded us all by himself? Damn it. He's definitely CCG. How dare he come here alone? He clearly doesn't think much of us. A Class 1 or even Special Class investigator? I've never tasted the flesh of a human of that rank before. Normally, I might not be able to defeat him, but right now, I absolutely must savor him. Kill him. We must kill him. Su Chang's words ignited the atmosphere like a lit fuse. This was their territory. Not only had Su Chang dared to intrude alone, but he was openly provoking them. In an instant, at least 20 ghouls, all no weaker than grade B, surged toward Su Chang from every direction. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Ding! Standing amidst the swarm of ghouls, a coin soared through the air. Ding! Fortune Goddess triggered successfully. This toss is heads. Chapter 114, SS Class Ghoul, Orca. Vote request. A prompt popped up. All attributes doubled. Su Chang pressed his hand against the blade's hilt. The next second. Clang! A crisp blade's ring echoed. Countless flashes of blade light erupted. The attacking ghouls hadn't even close to within half a meter of Su Chang before they were instantly sliced into several chunks of flesh, crashing to the ground. I hear you ghouls have impressive regenerative abilities, but if you're sliced into pieces like this, I wonder if you can still revive? Sheathing his blade, Su Chang smiled as he gazed at the ghouls in the distance. Gulp! A classic ghoul preparing for a sneak attack swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the flesh fragments beside Su Chang. More crucially, Su Chang now held a revolver, its barrel pointed directly in his direction. No. Impossible. I was so well hidden, how did he spot me? Before the great ghoul could finish his thought, another gunshot rang out. A body plummeted from a distant building. Special class. This guy must be a special class investigator. Slicing through over 20 grade B ghouls in one stroke, only a special grade investigator possesses such power. The word special grade echoed through the air. Some ghouls who had been itching for a fight instantly wilted. A special grade investigator could even go toe-to-toe with an SS class. Charging at him would be nothing short of suicide. Run! He's coming this way. And a class ghoul was the first to break ranks. The moment he saw Su Chang move, he scrambled backward. Chaos erupted as the warning cry echoed, but Su Chang had already vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, Su Chang materialized behind the great ghoul, his tang sword already plunged into the creature's throat. Su Chang gripped the hilt tightly and pulled the tang sword sideways. Slashing. The severed neck spewed blood like a fountain, adding a grotesque atmosphere to the scene. I told you not to struggle pointlessly. Wouldn't it be better to just stand still and wait for death? Bathed in blood, Su Chang smiled as he looked at the crowd of ghouls. Oh no. The ghoul closest to Su Chang, witnessing the death of the great ghoul beside him, attempted to flee. The next instant, Su Cheng's figure flashed past him. A faint cut appeared on the ghoul's neck. Its pupils dilated in shock as it clutched its throat desperately, trying to stop the wound from widening and keep its head attached. But the overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through its body only lasted a moment before it collapsed. Under the effect of his life gamble talent, which doubled his attributes, Su Cheng moved like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. With every swing of his blade, another ghoul fell. What had been a ghoul's celebration now transformed into a slaughterhouse. Don't run! This guy's too fast. Running is pointless. We might as well fight him head-on. I refuse to believe he has that much strength. Su Cheng's sudden assault caught the ghouls off guard, but soon an S-class ghoul stepped forward to take charge. The ghouls ceased their chaotic retreat and launched a counterattack against Su Cheng. This was their turf, after all. Hundreds of ghouls were stationed here. If they could just hold him off until reinforcements arrived, even a special great investigator would meet his end here today. Finally getting the picture? Fine. Time to warm up. As the ghouls launched their disciplined assault, Su Cheng flexed his shins, a faint smile curling his lips. A thunderous explosion echoed as Su Cheng's legs erupted with explosive force. Visible shockwaves shattered the ground beneath him, propelling his body over 10 meters in a single leap. Tang Dao's blade swung horizontally. In an instant, dozens of ghouls before Su Cheng stared at their own chests as blood trickled down. Their vaunted regenerative abilities proved useless in this moment. Soon, they lost all sensation, collapsing to the ground, utterly dead. Defeated target 5 levels higher than self, 43,100. Having slain dozens of ghouls with a single strike, Su Cheng prepared to charge at the nearby ghouls when a sudden threat emerged from behind. Su Cheng spun, thrusting his tang sword forward as a shield. Stepping into the ghouls' encirclement, he faced a relentless barrage of kakuja attacks. With one hand gripping the tang sword, Su Cheng's other hand remained unseen as he frantically pulled the trigger of his revolver. Ding! Lucky time triggered successfully. Ding! Demon Hunter triggered successfully. Ding! Demon Hunter triggered successfully. Ding! Bullets erupted from the pitch-black barrel, spinning through the air with extreme penetrating power as they streaked toward the distant ghoul. There's something wrong with that guy's weapon. Don't rush to kill him yet, smash that revolver first. The revolver's crackling fire continued. The S-class ghoul behind him instantly recognized the peculiarity of Su Cheng's revolver. But before his words had fully faded, Su Cheng's figure vanished from his sight. Where is he? Where did he go? The S-class ghoul's gaze turned puzzled as he swiveled his head, searching for Su Cheng's form. Just as he prepared to leap upward to look, a sudden, intense killing intent erupted from his left side. The tang sword flashed. Before the blade could descend, a sharp, stabbing pain shot through his left arm. Oh no! The S-class ghoul's pupils flinched. The moment the pain struck, his body instinctively retreated to the side. His reflexes were quick, but Su Cheng was faster. The moment he retreated, Su Cheng had already materialized behind him. Su Cheng's hand gripped the tang sword, poised to strike down. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he whipped his head to the side. Boom! A dull thud echoed as smoke billowed. 2 figures burst out from the smoke. The S-class ghoul was sent flying backward, crashing onto the ground above, while Su Cheng's body slammed uncontrollably into the ground ahead. I'm not dead? The S-class ghoul scrambled to his feet, frantically inspecting his body. Once his kakuja faded and he saw no major injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind, causing his body to stiffen abruptly. Turning to see who had arrived, he immediately lowered his body in a deep bow. Lord Orca. So that guy wasn't lying after all. There really is an interesting fellow here. The ghoul named Orca gave the S-class ghoul a dismissive glance before turning his gaze toward Su Cheng, who was emerging from the shallow pit ahead. A faint smile curved his lips. He actually got back up after taking my punch head-on? No doubt this one is a special great investigator. Though why he'd come here alone was unclear, the chance to finally find an opponent worthy of a proper fight was one he couldn't pass up. Lord Orca, this human. Ignoring the S-class ghoul's words, Orca plunged from the sky and crashed to the ground. Emerging from the smoke, he clasped his hands together, stretched his shin bone, and walked toward Sioux City ahead. At that moment, Su Cheng emerged from the shallow pit. Brushing dust from his clothes, he glanced toward the darkness before scrutinizing the ghoul who had suddenly intruded. Kamashiro Shei, codename Orca. SS Class Ghoul. Chapter 115, Fierce Battle, Wing Chun Votes Needed. What happened to that guy? He's not dead, is he? At the alleyway entrance, Rice peered out, her worried gaze fixed on the shallow crater. If she hadn't misjudged, that figure flying through the air just now seemed to be that guy, Su Cheng. Could he, as a human, withstand such a heavy blow? Li Shi's eyes brimmed with worry. No. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Li Shi shook her head hastily. Why would I suddenly start worrying about this human? He's just a human after all, and he was so rude to me just now. He'd be better off dead. But, at that thought, Li Shi couldn't help but glance toward the shallow pit. He Bao. That's right, I'm only here for He Bao. If it weren't for that He Bao, I wouldn't be worrying about him or standing here listening to his words. Yes, it must be because of that he bow. Li Shi nodded and continued to stare ahead, the Heezy behind him stirring involuntarily. You really are different, aren't you? That punch I just threw would have done serious damage even to that white-haired guy, yet you're still standing. You're more than worthy of being my opponent. Orca watched Su Chéng emerge from the shallow pit, rubbing his fists with battle-ready fervor as he fixed his gaze on him. So the timeline really has shifted. Never expected to run into this guy here. Su Chéng brushed the dust from his clothes and met Orca's gaze. Former District 6 leader, a powerful SS-class ghoul, skilled in hand-to-hand combat. In the original timeline, this guy should still be locked away in some prison. That time, Kaneki had led a ghoul squad to rescue him, only to be brutally beaten by Orca's rampage. At that time, Kaneki had already joined the Green Tree, which clearly didn't match the current timeline. Su Chéng wiped the blood from his Tang sword, his gaze level as he looked at the other man. It was merely a sneak attack punch. Besides, you didn't actually think you gained any advantage from it, did you? His entire focus had been on the S-class ghoul moments ago, so he hadn't noticed the sudden appearance. His body took the punch squarely, but it didn't cause any serious harm. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Orca's gaze turned puzzled. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his fist. Ding! Eternal flow judgment successful. Curse trigger success. A strange quink? Seeing the wound slow to heal, Orca's gaze froze. Had it been inflicted during that attack? Ignoring the wound's changes, the Orca turned to look at Su Chéng. His eyes showed no trace of panic, instead, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. Get the hell out of here, all of you. Don't you dare interfere later. I'll take care of it first. The Orca stripped off his shirt, revealing bulging muscles, and glared warningly at the lurking threat nearby. To have taken its punch and still countered back then. This one has earned the right to be its prey. Prey. Hunter. Su Chéng observed the killer whale's demeanor. Knowing this guy well, he clearly regarded Su Chéng as his prey. Back when he first entered the multiverse, encountering this guy might have been a real headache. But now. Under the Orca's puzzled gaze, Su Chéng sheathed his Tang sword and held out both hands. Wing Chun, Su Chéng. Has this CCG guy lost his mind? He actually voluntarily sheathed his quink to fight Lord Orca? Head, what an arrogant human. This one is as good as dead. Everyone knows Lord Orca is renowned for his martial arts. Without his quink, this human is nothing but lamb awaiting slaughter. The flesh of a special great investigator. I've never tasted it before. I hope Lord Orca doesn't get too rough later and smash that human to bits. It'd be such a hassle if it becomes inedible. The sudden withdrawal of Su Cheng's weapon left the observing ghouls baffled. Clearly, they had mistaken the Tang sword for Su Cheng's quink. Even without the quink's aura, its ferocious power made them utterly unwilling to believe it was just an ordinary sword. In their understanding, humans were inherently weak. Yet under the influence of quinks, they became exceptionally troublesome, even powerful enough to turn the tables and hunt the ghouls themselves. Su Cheng's current actions were tantamount to suicide. How could a human body compare to their noble ghoul forms? Strength, reaction speed, agility, they weren't even on the same level. Like the other ghouls, Orca was perplexed by Su Cheng's actions. But soon, his gaze turned grave. Was this guy looking down on him? Facing him while wielding his quink still offered a sliver of hope. Now that he'd sheathed his quink, only two possibilities remained. First, the opponent's brain had rusted through, preparing to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a ghoul. Or he simply didn't give a damn about him. A mere prey, and he dares to look down on me? Faced with Su Cheng's blatant provocation, Orca roared in fury, instantly closing the distance between them. His Kakuja-wrapped arm delivered a punch. Su Cheng raised his hand, lightly resting his palm on Kamashiro's fist. Using the force against him, he struck directly at vulnerable points, joints, pressure points, and weak spots. Though Su Cheng's palm touched the Orca's arm with apparent gentleness, it sent an involuntary tremor through his entire limb. Before the Orca could react. Suddenly, Su Cheng's body dipped downward. With a low-angle, lightning-fast strike, he targeted Shindai Karyo's calf. The sheer force caused the ground beneath Shindai Shero's feet to tremble slightly, sending him reeling backwards several steps. The Orca's forced retreat left the surrounding ghoul spectators doubting their own eyes. This guy. Trembling his calf, the tingling, stinging pain radiating from his leg made him reconsider Su Cheng. This human was different from those CCG guys. Just that single punch alone was beyond what any of them could deliver. However, supremely confident in his own physical prowess and strength, Tiger Shark charged once more as soon as the trembling in his calf subsided. This time, he unleashed his full power. Facing the Orca's rapid assault, Su Cheng's expression remained largely unchanged. Utilizing his speed and agility, he dodged the opponent's fists, constantly circling around Shindai Sakai. Wing Chun emphasized yielding to overcome hardness, using speed to counter slowness. Su Cheng's punches landed with pinpoint accuracy, evading the sharp edges of Shindai Shero's haki while precisely striking his vulnerabilities. Even when Shindai Shero used his hekis to perform feats beyond human capability, Su Cheng quietly neutralized them. Their pace accelerated relentlessly. Spectators could initially discern their movements, but soon only two flickering afterimages remained visible. To outsiders, Su Cheng and the orca seemed evenly matched. Yet only the orca locked in combat with Su Cheng knew the frustration of the moment. Each of its attacks felt like punching cotton, utterly ineffective. Its bizarre techniques were unlike anything the killer whale had ever seen. It had studied the martial arts of Sakura country yet never encountered such moves. It felt as if its very essence had been grasped and manipulated from the core. Die. Chapter 116, One Punch Knocks Out an SS Rank. Vote request. The orca roared furiously, launching a punch at Su Cheng in an utterly bizarre posture. Such a posture was utterly impossible for a human body. Countless opponents had fallen to this very technique. But now, Su Cheng gave him no chance. As if anticipating the attack halfway, he not only deflected the blow but also countered with a palm strike that instantly widened the distance between them. Frustrating. Utterly frustrating. Is dodging all you've got? If you've got the guts, let's settle this like men with strength. Strength? Su Cheng frowned in confusion. Right. If you've got the guts, let's settle this with raw strength, no fancy tricks, just pure power. Though even Orca felt ashamed saying it himself. As a ghoul, he felt utterly shameless challenging a human to a contest of brute strength. But right now, driven to utter frustration by Su Cheng's bizarre techniques, all he wanted was to land a solid punch on the guy. He expected Su Cheng to look at him like he was an idiot and refuse outright. Yet, to his surprise, Su Cheng readily accepted the challenge. Alright, no problem. But don't regret it. Regret? That's ridiculous. I'm an SS class ghoul. Countless ghouls and humans alike have fallen to my physical combat prowess. Pitting strength against him is nothing short of suicide. But to show the utmost respect to his opponent, Orca frantically accelerated the growth of his kakuja. Unlike the gecko's kakuja, Orca's was a tail-type kakuja, a massive tendril erupting violently from the base of his spine. Visibly, his muscles swelled, crimson steam rising from his skin. Facing Orca in this state, Su Cheng merely exhaled slowly before speaking calmly. Orca, have you ever experienced what true ultimate power feels like? Ultimate power? The orca's gaze turned puzzled. But before he could comprehend it, Su Cheng's body abruptly vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the orca, delivering a single punch. No! The orca's pupils dilated in shock. Under this punch, he sensed the scent of death and immediately realized the danger. His body began to react, but in the next instant, boom! A loud, dull thud echoed through the air. Su Cheng's fist slammed heavily into his abdomen. The impact seemed to make the entire space tremble. Shindaisha's body flew backward as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. He smashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt. The scene unfolded too swiftly. Before the spectating ghouls could comprehend what had happened, Orca's body was already hurled away. Their gazes followed Orca's trajectory. There, the orca, struck by Su Cheng's fist, lay motionless in the rubble, eyes rolled back, its fate unknown. The tail Haku it had just displayed vanished in that instant. This outcome stunned not only the onlookers but also the Chinese spectators watching the scene. Holy? Was Su's punch really that powerful? He just knocked back an SS-class ghoul orca who was renowned for his physical combat skills. Renowned for hand-to-hand combat? Didn't you just see Su God utterly dominate him in that very aspect? But this punch's power is just absurdly overpowered. Ha! That's Su God for you. I knew this guy was no match for him. Where are those cherry blossom country guys? Come out. Keep yelling. With my current strength of over 20 attributes, I can barely punch through a sandbag. Sushin's punch must have been at least 100, right? How did he pull that off? The sight of Sushin defeating the orca with a single punch sent the Chinese audience into a frenzy of cheers. Yet the faces of the defeated orca's Japanese supporters turned grim. Damn it! What kind of useless trash is this orca? When I saw you beat up Kimura earlier, I thought you were something special. But you can't even handle someone unarmed? You might as well dig a hole and bury yourself. This guy has SS-class strength? I don't believe it. Someone must have impersonated Orca. How could his true power be this weak? Xia Kushio. What a useless piece of trash. Showing up with such pathetic strength? You've brought shame upon us all. Could it be that it's not the orca being weak but our Su God being too strong? Strong? Strong my ass. What's so great about beating one orca? If he can take down an orca, any of our Daegu fighters could do the same. Exactly. Don't forget your guy is surrounded by other ghouls now. The ones behind are all rushing this way. I refuse to believe he can survive an attack from so many ghouls. Center of District 24's arena. Su Cheng's single-punch defeat of Orca sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many ghouls, witnessing Orca's defeat, had already begun retreating into the distance. Special Grade Investigator. This guy is definitely a special class investigator. To defeat Lord Orca, this human before us must be of special class caliber, perhaps even on par with that white-haired human who teleported away. Lord Orca has fallen. Lord Orca has actually fallen. Special class. This human is definitely a special class investigator. Run, everyone, run. Damn it. Why would a special investigator come here? Doesn't that mean this entire area is surrounded? As the orca fell, screams and roars erupted in succession. Even the S-class ghoul who had commanded the others earlier began contemplating escape. If even Lord Orca couldn't defeat this human, wouldn't he be courting death? Watching an A-class ghoul retreating behind him, he was about to turn and follow when suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past his eyes. The next second, splat! A towering figure materialized before him. The great egg ghoul who had been fleeing moments ago now lay decapitated, head severed from its body. Witnessing the class egg ghoul's sudden demise, the S-class ghoul's expression flickered as he turned to face the figure before him. A slender man wearing a white mask slowly turned around. The enormous mouth above the mask appeared open, dominating most of its surface. The moment he saw the mask, the S-class ghoul immediately knelt in a deep bow. Such a distinctive feature was impossible to forget. An SS-class ghoul, a bronze tree officer. More importantly, this individual was the foster child of that very being. The one and only, Noroi. Chapter 117, Where do you think you're going? Vote for me. Lord Noroi. Though Noroi and the orca are only one S rank apart from him, the gap between S rank and SS rank is far more profound than it appears on the surface. The gap between them is immense. Not to mention the other party was a high-ranking member of the green ash tree. Every ghoul within the green tree is a monster. Even the weakest among them could utterly dominate a battle against a ghoul of the same rank. Noroi is also SS class, but his actual strength might far surpass that of Orca. His regenerative abilities are downright monstrous. And though Noroi has only displayed his tail hero, rumors suggest he might actually be a hero class. The gap between a Kakuja user and an ordinary ghoul is exceptionally vast. Ordinary ghouls typically possess only one Kakuja. Kakuja are categorized into 4 types: feather Kakuja, scale Kakuja, armor Kakuja, and tail Kakuja, each with distinct advantages. Most ghouls possess only one type. But as a Kakuja user, Noroi can wield all 4 types of Kakuja. Compared to other ghouls who can only control one type, the gap is nothing short of enormous. Noroi glanced at the head of the great A ghoul in his hand, casually tossing it aside. He then gave the great S ghoul a dismissive look before striding toward the distant orca. Defeated so quickly? That was unexpected. Noroi observed the orca's pitiful state, his deep pupils beneath the mask contemplating. Judging by the orca's current state, it was undoubtedly dead. Yet one thing puzzled him. The orca was an SS-class ghoul. As a ghoul of the same rank as him, its regenerative abilities might not be as strong as his, but it shouldn't have died simply from being struck in the body without even losing its head. Yet, this very scene had unfolded before his eyes. It was truly astonishing. With that thought, Noroi turned his gaze toward the distant city of Su. At that moment, sensing Noroi's gaze, Su Chéng rubbed his fists and looked up to meet his eyes. Another SS-class ghoul? Su Chéng recognized the other's identity at a glance, studying the peculiar mask he wore. You're the one in the intelligence report? That strange CCG didn't seem to have any information on you before. Where did you come from? To Su Cheng's surprise, he'd expected Yoroi to attack him directly. After all, the man was known for being taciturn yet brutally violent, with overwhelming strength. He truly didn't speak often. Where did you come from? Su Cheng glanced toward the darkness nearby. Seeing the figure vanish, he drew his Tang sword and slowly approached him. This was the first time he'd heard a creature within the instance inquire about his origins. He had assumed creatures within this multiverse's dungeons were pre-programmed entities, but judging by the current situation, things weren't quite as he'd imagined. Or perhaps, this ghoul dungeon was fundamentally different from others? Su Cheng pondered. Sir, please do not proceed further. I have no desire to engage in combat. My sole purpose in coming here is to retrieve the orca's Kakuja. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Su Cheng, Yoroi's gaze grew exceptionally grave. He could clearly sense that Su Cheng was different from any investigator he had encountered before. This human, compared to those ghouls, he's more like a ghoul himself. You don't want to fight me? But... Su Cheng twirled his katana, smiling as he looked at him, but that guy is my prey. I don't want to give his Kakuja to anyone else. Besides, your Kakuja looks pretty good. I want that too. What should we do? As Su Cheng's words fell, an eerie silence descended upon the scene. Even the breathing of the S-class ghouls watching nearby became unnervingly audible. I hear your regenerative abilities are extraordinary among the green ash trees. Even a severed head can be restored. I wonder, is it your resilience that's so great, or my blade that's so sharp? This guy. Beneath his mask, Noroi's gaze grew intensely grave. It's common knowledge that while ghouls possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, decapitation is invariably fatal. His regenerative abilities hadn't been widely exposed. Outside, only rumors of his formidable resilience circulated. Yet the ability to regenerate after decapitation? Beyond a handful of individuals, no one else knew of such power. How did this guy know?
Before Noroi could process it, the scene blurred. In the next instant, Chéng materialized before him, his tang sword glinting dangerously in the moonlight. The speed was so blindingly fast that Yoroi had no time to summon his tail heck to block. Almost instinctively, he channeled his armor heck to shield himself. Thud. Empowered by his life-staking talent, Chéng's strength attribute approached 200. The tang sword struck the surface of the Jaha. The Jaha, renowned for its defense, proved utterly useless in this moment. The tang sword sliced through the Kajiro like a knife through tofu. Though it met slight resistance, it cut through with surprising ease. Yet that very slight resistance snapped Yoranji back to his senses. He leapt backward several meters, abandoning any thought of retrieving the Orca Haishi, desperately trying to create distance. Is he truly a Kizuna user? His strike missed. Chéng glanced at the heki still active beneath his feet, then looked toward the gasping Yoroi ahead. Power attribute judgment successful. Eternal flow triggered successfully. Curse poison constitution effect doubled. The prompts flashed. Yoroi looked toward the severed armored heron. Though he had narrowly dodged Chéng's strike by a hair's breadth, yet now he felt an abnormal force surging wildly within his body, drastically depleting his stamina. The severed edge of his armor also refused to heal. Noroi decisively severed the root of the Kagura, blood streaming down his body. Quite clever, he knew to sever the root to counter this move. Seeing Yoroi's decisive sacrifice of the Kagami, Chéng couldn't help but be impressed by his combat awareness. His tang sword attributed eternal flow was indeed formidable, but it wasn't invincible. Only the severed wounds never healed. If an opponent was willing to sacrifice a part of their body, severing the wound along with its root, then his eternal flow would effectively be countered. However, even if the eternal flow was broken, his cursed poison physique was far from easy to counter. Yoroi, who had just severed Jia Hulian's roots, could feel it acutely. The expression behind Noroi's mask now defied description as mere shock. Although the severed root wound had healed, his stamina was rapidly draining. He had only been struck once by his opponent, yet instantly found himself at a massive disadvantage. Not only had his regenerative abilities failed, but his stamina was steadily giving out. Who exactly was this man? In that instant, Chéng's image in Noro's eyes shifted once more. All his abilities were being countered by this human's strange power. Not only him, but even if the leader came, he might not fare well against this opponent. Such a powerful human would overturn the entire ghoul world. He must bring this information back. This guy might be even stronger than Arima. Escape. He must escape immediately. Only one thought occupied Noro's mind now: escape. This human was simply beyond his ability to oppose. But the moment that thought flashed through his mind, Chéng's figure appeared at his right side, accompanied by a cold voice. Where do you think you're going? Hear this, Noroji. Chapter 118, Artificial Weapon? Votes needed. Orcas were one thing, but even Yoroji had failed? On the rooftop of a building in Sector 24. A tall man clad in white, wearing a crimson mask, glanced at the incoming intelligence. His gaze grew solemn as he fixed his eyes on the center of the carnage. He had anticipated Orca's failure. The power unleashed during his previous battle with Gecko had been exceptionally formidable. Sending Orca this time was merely to gauge the enemy's strength. But Noroji's defeat was unexpected. It seemed they had encountered a troublesome opponent this time. The masked man shook his head, withdrawing his gaze as he prepared to turn away. Yet, the very instant he turned, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past from the side. Sensing the approaching threat, the masked man swiftly activated his ketsa to defend. The next second. Thud. A tremendous force struck his heki, instantly sending him flying several meters away. He slammed heavily into the upper part of the building's wall, causing it to collapse. He was just one step away from falling off the high rise. Who's there? Glancing at his severed tail heki, the masked man fixed his grave gaze ahead. Beneath the shadows hidden from the moonlight, two crimson beams emerged. A woman of breathtaking beauty stepped out from within them. It seems my husband was right after all. Who would have thought someone was actually spying from such a distance? Stepping forward, who else could it be but Xiaobai? Xiaobai now scrutinized the ghoul before her with curious eyes. As the other looked back in puzzlement, Xiaobai produced a list. After several comparisons to confirm the target, Xiaobai nodded and smiled at him. You must be Dodoru, the one my husband mentioned? Oh gee. I hear you also possess a Kakuja form? What does your Kakuja form look like? Could you show it to me? Who are you? How do you know my information? As Xiaobai recited his name and various details, Dodoru's gaze shifted to the tails behind Xiaobai. Under the moonlight, Xiaobai's fur shimmered with a faint silver glow, 9 tails swaying gently behind him. Judging by their shape, these tails clearly weren't transformed from a hezi. This was the first time he'd ever seen a human with tails. Or, he wasn't human at all. Another new synthetic weapon developed by CCG? It was clear Dodoru had already identified Sushing as a CCG synthetic weapon, and Xiaobai's current appearance only solidified his conviction. CCG? What is CCG? Xiaobai's eyes narrowed in confusion.
He pointed to the tail protruding from his back and repeated, "Mr. Dodoru, could you show me your heretic form? Otherwise, we might not get another chance." Xiaobai's expression seemed harmless enough, but under Dodoru's gaze, it felt downright terrifying. The moment the pale jade finger pointed, in an instant, he felt as though he were being stared at by an immensely powerful beast. His entire body felt as though it had plunged into an ice cave. The RC cells within him screamed and shrieked wildly, while the aura of death enveloped him completely. This creature before him was nothing short of a monster. "My husband told me that once we found you, we shouldn't act immediately but watch from the sidelines. My husband is so kind to Xiaobai, still caring about him at a time like this." As she spoke, Xiaobai slowly approached Dodoru. "But I'm truly curious, what exactly is the structure of you ghouls? How should I proceed?" Though Little White showed not a trace of killing intent, Dodoru, a veteran of countless battles, felt his heart pound violently. It felt as though the slightest movement would result in being instantly dispatched. What a joke! As a Kajutsun officer, an SS-class ghoul, and a powerful heretic, he now felt intense dread toward a mere human. Dodora couldn't accept it. The very next second, Xiaobai took another step forward. Thump! Thump! Two deep, powerful heartbeats echoed. Dodo's muscles swelled violently. Crustacean-like material oozed from the crevices of his flesh, rapidly enveloping his body. His form became grotesquely distorted, nearly losing all semblance of humanity. Facing the so-called CCG artificial monster, Dodoru showed no hesitation, immediately activating his Herger form. During the transformation, Dodoru's face gradually vanished, replaced by a ghostly visage with crimson-white flames pulsing at its center. His entire body became encased in armor-like material, while massive Kojiki barrels formed beneath his arms. Once fully transformed, Todoroki's form grew even more massive, his entire body now encased in thick carapace and Koji's. So this is the hacker form? Xiaobai watched Dodoru's transformation with a hint of surprise. But it was only a hint. Roar! Dodo's Herger form was nowhere near as formidable as the shopkeeper's or Takatsuki Izumi's. Transformed into his Herger state, Dodo had already lost all reason. In this moment, every living thing within his sight was an enemy. Dodo Ryo opened his massive jaws, and from the Hz mouth formed above him, a ferocious burst of flame erupted. Seeing the flames approaching, Xiaobai calmly pulled out the manual. According to the manual Su Chang had given him, Dodoru in his Herger form not only gained massive enhancements in strength, defense, and speed. The Haru above him could unleash intense, high-temperature flames reaching temperatures as high as 4,000 heat waves. Over 4,000 degrees? Who would have thought merely changing forms could make him this much stronger? Truly astonishing. A flash of light appeared in Xiaobai's eyes as he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Yet, standing completely still and not even flinching as he flipped through the manual, Xiaobai was already as good as dead in Dodoru's eyes. The flames he unleashed reached over 4,000 degrees, a temperature at which no living creature could possibly survive. Even if she was a CCG-created weapon, being hit by his flames meant certain death. Foolish. As the flames engulfed Xiaobai's form, Dodoru released his Herger form. The intense heat wave caused the surrounding air to warp. He had expected this to be a grueling battle, yet the enemy proved so foolish as to not even dodge his attack. Withdrawing his gaze from the flames ahead, Dodoru shook his head. Just as he turned back, a familiar voice echoed from behind him once more. This heat would be perfect for heating a hot spring. Hearing Xiaobai's voice, Dodoru's pupils dilated in shock. He stared back toward the flames in utter disbelief. There, Xiaobai glided through the flames. The surrounding fire couldn't touch her body, not even by an inch, as if she were walking through nothingness. How could this be? Chapter 119, Kill them all, or be killed by them all. Her form glided through the encircling flames, unscathed. Her 9 tails traced graceful arcs through the air, dancing with the flames. Each sweep stirred waves of scorching heat, yet none touched Xiaobai. Her figure weaved through the flames like an elf strolling through a sea of fire, each step radiating grace and composure. In that moment, Dodoru's entire worldview seemed to shatter. A temperature of 4,000 degrees Celsius could melt steel effortlessly, let alone human flesh. Yet the opponent remained utterly unaffected by the flames. How could this be possible? Her husband once told Xiaobai an idiom, "Reciprocity is the way of courtesy." Xiaobai spoke, then snapped her slender right finger. A cluster of blue foxfire leapt from her fingertip. "Since you gave Xiaobai a gift, Xiaobai will give you a little present in return." The moment the foxfire appeared, Dodoru's mind went blank. This cluster of foxfire appeared no different on Xiaobai's fingertip, yet in Dodoru's eyes, the flames brought an unprecedented sense of crisis. Now, only one word echoed in his mind. Danger! With a casual flick of her wrist, Xiaobai sent the foxfire hurtling through the air like a living, writhing dragon, streaking straight toward Duoduoliang. The foxfire moved slowly, yet for some inexplicable reason, Dodoru felt utterly unable to evade it. His RC cells surged violently within him, his body swelling as his Herger form manifested once more. Dodo tried to unleash another wave of flames to block it, but against this foxfire, both his Herger form and the flames he spewed seemed utterly fragile. No! The moment the foxfire touched Dodoru, it erupted in a dazzling blue light, completely engulfing his form. Within the flames, Dodoru's herger form began to collapse. Before he could even finish his sentence, he ultimately turned into a wisp of blue smoke, dissipating into the air and leaving only a pile of ashes behind. From the start of the battle to its conclusion, not even half a minute had passed. Ha! He's just dead like that? Xiaobai stood atop the high building, blinking at the ashes of Dodoru. His 9 tails swayed gently. Picking up a dry twig nearby, he poked at the remains to confirm the opponent was truly dead. His expression stiffened. Oh dear, this is trouble. Xiaobai paced anxiously beside Dodoru's ashes, a look of mischief on her face. Cheng had instructed her to follow the target without intervening, capturing them alive if possible to locate the Qingtong tree's base. But she hadn't expected this guy to be so weak, burned to death in one go. Who could she complain to now? Seriously, why didn't you just say you were this weak? Now I'm going to get scolded by my husband when I return. Dora. No way. I absolutely can't go back like this. My husband will definitely scold me. If because of this incident, my husband stops bringing little Bai out. No, absolutely not. Xiaobai shook her head. This was her first outing with Su Cheng. If she messed up on her first outing, Su Cheng wouldn't take her out again. That would be terrible. My husband said we must eliminate as many ghouls as possible this time, find that Qingtong tree's lair, and wipe them all out. If that's the plan, how about I just burn the entire city to the ground? Xiaobai's eyes narrowed in thought. Since our objective this time is to annihilate the Qingtong tree's lair, and intelligence confirms they're confined to this city. If we just burn the entire city to the ground, wouldn't that complete the mission? The thought crossed her mind as she gathered a slightly larger foxfire ball in her palm, only to snuff it out immediately. No, my husband is still in this city. What if I accidentally hurt him? Xiaobai's gaze fell upon the ashes of Duoduoliang at her feet. What she hadn't anticipated was that this creature, despite appearing formidable, had vanished completely upon burning. Even its scent had been consumed by the flames. If even a trace of scent remained, she might have been able to trace it back to their lair. But now, you've really done me in. Xiaobai stomped angrily on Dodoru's ashes. Just as Xiaobai pondered her next move, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Sensing the presence behind her, Xiaobai turned her head, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked up at the figure above the water bucket, bound tightly in bandages. Who are you? Center of District 24's Ghoul Carnival grounds. Detected death of SS Rank A Akigahara member Orca. Reward, light blue treasure chest X1. Detected death of SS Rank A Akigahara member Noroi. Reward, blue treasure chest X1. Orca's Kakuja sack, consumption grants a chance to acquire RC cell Kakuja abilities. Failure reduces attributes by 30%. Significantly increases the probability of tail region parasitism. Yoroi's Hekagot sack, consumption grants a chance to acquire RC cell Hekagot abilities. Failure reduces attributes by 70. Parasitism probability against corresponding targets will be greatly increased. Is Noroi blue, while Orca is light blue? Su Cheng nodded as he looked at the 2 treasure chests floating before him. Judging by their attacks, Yoroi might be slightly weaker than Orca, but in terms of overall strength, Yoroi far surpasses Orca. The mere fact that it could regenerate after losing its head was something no ordinary ghoul could match. After securing the treasure chests, Su Cheng turned his gaze toward the ghoul's hekabo. He had long wondered whether their hekagu, useful to the people of this world, could also be applied to himself. Now it seemed his hunch was correct, though the consequences might be a bit severe. But with Lady Luck on his side, probability-based issues wouldn't be a problem. Well, the Kakuja matter could wait. Stowing the herbag away, Su Cheng temporarily shelved his plans for transplanting it. Setting aside the consequences of failure, even if the transplant succeeded, he couldn't predict what changes might occur. Moreover, ghouls feed on humans. If that habit came along with the transplant, that would be a real bummer. Su Cheng certainly didn't want all other foods to taste like, except for coffee in human flesh. That would be utterly disgusting. Alright, with these 2 troubles resolved, no one should bother us anymore. Shall we resume the party? With his gaze shifting away from Noroi Inoue, Su Cheng turned to face the group of ghouls frozen in place behind him. What the hell do you want? The S-class ghoul closest to Su Cheng swallowed hard as his gaze fell upon him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What do I want? Su Cheng flicked the blood from his tang sword, flashing what he considered a friendly smile. Nothing much. I just want to kill everyone here, or be killed by you all. Chapter 120, Fierce Battle, Massacre. Votes needed. Arrogant. This human is utterly arrogant. That was the first impression all the ghouls had of Su Cheng. Though Su Cheng had slain 2 SS-class ghouls, a feat that certainly gave him reason to be arrogant, he should have known better than to act so brazenly. Right now, he stood alone against hundreds of ghouls. Remember, fighting alone and fighting in a group are 2 entirely different concepts. The threat posed by over 100 B-class ghouls far exceeded that of a single SS-class ghoul. What's more, he had just expended considerable energy battling the Orca. To act like this now clearly showed he held them in utter contempt. Everyone, don't be afraid. I just scouted the area, no other CCG agents within miles. This guy is alone. After 2 battles, he can't have much strength left. Let's all go in and finish him off. You dare underestimate us? Human, you clearly haven't grasped reality. Kill him. Night had fallen, the moonlight thin, only sparse stars dotting the ink-black sky. Su Cheng stood alone in the center of the arena, a cold steel tang sword gleaming in his hand. By the time Orca and Yoroi fell, ghoul reinforcements had already arrived from the rear. Hundreds of ghouls, each with unique forms, slowly encircled him. Some were ferocious, others cunning. Even the lowest ranked possessed B-class strength. Even at his peak, Su Cheng would find such numbers troublesome to handle. A brawl? Perfect, it would save the trouble of chasing them down. Su Cheng rubbed his slightly sore shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the ghouls as a faint smile touched his lips. Beast mode activated. Charge. Kill this bastard. Lord Orca's Herbag and Lord Noroi's Herbag are ours. With a low, guttural roar, the battle erupted. The ghouls surged forward like a tidal wave. Su Cheng flickered like a phantom, weaving through the horde. Empowered by his life-staking talent in beast mode, Su Cheng's stats quadrupled. The tang sword in his hands seemed to come alive, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it precisely sliced through the ghouls' vital points. Great big ghouls fell one after another beneath Su Cheng's blade, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even a single blow would, over time, drain his stamina beyond endurance. Facing the encircling ghouls, Su Cheng was forced to constantly maneuver, avoiding being surrounded. The battle intensified, and Su Cheng's breathing grew ragged. Just then, a massive S-class ghoul, covered in hard scales, roared as it charged toward him. This ghoul's strength far surpassed the others, each attack accompanied by deafening booms. Su Cheng sidestepped, deftly evading the fat ghoul's fierce charge. Using its momentum to his advantage, he slashed his tang sword across the ghoul's flank at astonishing speed. Splash! The tang sword sliced clean through the scales without resistance, causing a torrent of blood to spurt out. Even as the fat ghoul clamped both hands over the wound, he couldn't stem the spurting blood. Its eyes widened in shock as it stared at Su Cheng, who was swinging the tang sword before it. Its kakujo was a specialized defensive form, yet now it couldn't even block a single strike? In that moment, it finally understood the predicament Orca and Noroi had faced. This human was a monster. Seeing his wound slow to heal, the fat ghoul threw caution to the wind. With a furious roar, he charged straight at Su Cheng. If he could just kill this human, everything would be resolved. Facing the attacks of the ghouls and the harassment of the S-class ghoul, Su Cheng's eyes flashed. He deliberately paused, creating an opening. Sure enough, the ghouls immediately fell for it. Quick! He's shown an opening. This moment was long awaited. So what if he's a special great investigator? Die! The moment Su Cheng paused, countless ghouls surged toward him from all directions, including the S-class fat ghoul from earlier. Just as the ghouls lunged forward with claws outstretched, Su Cheng activated his wrist bracers boost. With a bizarre twist, he violently spun his body back. Seeing Su Cheng's body suddenly stabilize, the ghouls in mid-attack froze in shock. They never imagined Su Cheng could react so swiftly. Before the ghouls could even register their alarm. The next second, Su Cheng erupted like a bolt of lightning, a sweeping arc of blade light flashing across the center of the arena. In an instant, the attacking ghouls were all cleaved in two at the waist. Su Cheng materialized behind the S-class fat ghoul, his blade plunging deep into its neck, severing its spinal cord. The S-rank ghoul's body froze instantly. The savage glint in its eyes faded as it crashed to the ground. Defeated target 5 levels higher than self, 212,100. Defeated a target 10 ranks higher than self, 3,250. The prompts flashed as the obese ghoul collapsed. At least 100 ghoul corpses now littered the ground around Su Cheng in every direction. Blood mingled with entrails, pooling across the ground. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from the tang sword in Su Cheng's hand. Standing amidst the carnage, Su Cheng resembled a demon from hell, radiating a chilling aura of death. None of the surrounding remnants dared approach. Earlier, they had believed their numerical superiority might give them a chance to fight him. But reality had shown them that against overwhelming power, numbers were meaningless. Gulp! This guy is a complete monster. The S-class ghoul who had commanded the others was now frozen in terror. As Su Cheng's gaze locked onto him, the creature let out a shrill scream and scrambled backward on all fours. Run! Run! Must escape. If I don't run, I'll die. I really will die. This thing isn't human at all, it's not even remotely comparable to a monster. As the S-class ghoul leading the charge fled first, the surrounding ghouls, who had been restless moments before, now scattered in all directions without their anchor. Yet, the more the ghouls scattered, the easier it became for Su Cheng. Had they attacked together, he might have faced some difficulty. But now, they were scattering like headless flies, turning the battle into a one-sided slaughter. Compared to Su Cheng's speed, the ghouls were painfully slow. Before long, amid screams and wails of agony, one corpse after another fell to the ground. Only after half an hour did the surrounding area gradually grow quiet. At that moment, Su Cheng stood panting in the center of the arena, a tang sword in his hand. Around him, the number of fallen ghoul corpses had swelled to nearly 400. Defeated target 5 levels higher than self, 321,100. Defeated target 10 levels higher than self, 5150. The efficiency was still too slow. Su Cheng sighed as he looked at the notification that popped up before him. Alone, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't stop them all. With the ghouls scattering in different directions, many had slipped away. If he could have captured all of them, he could have added at least another 200 to his tally. Any other CCG investigator present would have choked on their own blood upon hearing Su Cheng's thoughts. They needed multiple officers to take down a single Class A or S ghoul, and it often took an entire day. And here was Su Cheng, hunting down so many ghouls in half an hour, yet still complaining it was too slow. Are they all taken care of? Only when not a single ghoul remained alive did Chiori step out from the alley behind him. Surveying the hellish scene around her, even she known as the Great Ghoul couldn't help but be moved. Her eyes shimmered like starlight as she gazed toward Su Cheng. Could this entire scene really be the work of this human? Was she dreaming? Chapter 121, All for the Sake of Kakuya? Vote request. Oh, isn't this little Rishi? Why are you out now? I thought you'd run off. Wiping the blood from his Tang sword, Su Cheng sheathed it and turned to face Rishi approaching from behind. Little Li Shi? At Su Cheng's address, Li Shi's expression froze. He opened his mouth to protest, but glancing around at their surroundings, he swallowed the words he'd been about to speak. This side's done too. That gecko's herbal packet handed over. Rise, now different from her initial self, watched Su Cheng approach. Head bowed, her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Ha? What did you say? Su Cheng rubbed his ears and leaned closer to Li Shi, his voice filled with confusion. Even though Li Shi knew Su Cheng had heard her, she deliberately spoke softly now, afraid to raise her voice. She continued in a meek whisper, that's the he package. Oh, you mean the sack? Su Cheng took out the he bao he had obtained from the gecko earlier. He walked to the nearest water pool, stripped off his clothes, and began washing the bloodstains from his body. He bao is right here. If you want it, come and take it. You're sure you're giving it to me? Su Cheng's sudden decisiveness left Li Shi momentarily flustered. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Su Cheng's physique. Bathed in moonlight, Su Cheng slowly removed his blood-soaked shirt, revealing a well-built upper body. His muscles were sculpted and defined, each one brimming with explosive power. Drops of water slid down his sharply defined pectorals, tracing an alluring contour. In that moment, Li Shi was transfixed, a strange emotion rising within her. It wasn't the hunger for food, yet she couldn't quite place what it was. What's the matter? Don't you want it? After washing, Su Cheng put on clean clothes. Noticing the regret in Li Shi's distant gaze, he picked up the gecko pouch beside him and slowly approached her. You can't possibly be this kind. You wouldn't just give me this bao like that. As Su Cheng's gaze met hers, Li Shi recalled the earlier scene and lowered her head in embarrassment. Earlier, Su Cheng had promised to give her the gecko's pouch, but in the end, he'd taken it back. Thinking of this, Li Shi cleared her throat, straightened her posture, and thrust her ample chest forward to meet Su Cheng's gaze. Speak up. What exactly do I need to say for you to give me this pouch? How? A smile touched Su Cheng's lips. How it should be done isn't for me to say, but rather what Miss Li Shi herself ought to do. What should I do? Watching Su Cheng adjust his clothes and walk away down the street, Li Shi stood rooted to the spot, her mind racing. He couldn't possibly. No, that couldn't be right. He has such a beautiful woman by his side, how could he possibly be interested in me? While he wasn't bad himself, he knew his place compared to her. If that wasn't what he meant, then what was his intention? As Rishi pondered this, inside the Huaxia livestream room, the audience watching this scene couldn't help but swallow hard as Su Cheng slaughtered every ghoul in the vicinity. All taken care of? God Su single-handedly wiped out every ghoul here? Holy crap, now I get why God Su handed the other 10 over to CCG, turns out they weren't needed at all. Did you count how many S rank and A rank ghouls died just now? There were so many, I couldn't even keep track. Who knows? Who cares? What's the point in counting? All I know is God Su was freaking awesome. Ha! Those Cherry Blossom Country guys were screaming their heads off earlier, weren't they? What about their human wave tactics? Did they even work? In front of our Su Shen, it was nothing but showing off in front of the master. The sight of Su Cheng single-handedly slaying hundreds of ghouls sent the Chinese crowd into a frenzy of cheers. Yet the Japanese spectators watching it all wore grim expressions. They never imagined a Chinese contestant could be this monstrous. Facing an assault by hundreds of ghouls, he forged a path through them and drove the entire horde away. Who could possibly argue with that? Wait, what is Chiori trying to do? Holy crap! No, not again. Su God, run. I haven't had enough yet. Don't go blacking out now. Su Shen, run. Amidst the stunned crowd, something suddenly felt off. On screen, Rise followed behind Su Cheng. Her slender fingers slowly fiddled with his shirt, her gaze growing increasingly unsettling. This scene sent a chill through the viewers. They'd just gotten into the action, a blackout now would be worse than stopping midway and never continuing. Yet at that moment, Su Cheng heard none of their shouts.
By the time he reacted, he felt two massive weapons pressing against his body from behind. Su Cheng slowly turned around, meeting Rishi's bashful expression. He feigned confusion and asked, "Miss Rishi, what are you?" "Don't speak." Before Su Cheng could finish, Risa quickly covered his mouth. She didn't want this either. This was her first time, and the fact that she'd initiated it felt utterly shameful. All for He Bao. Yes, all for He Bao. Seeing Risa's face flush as red as an apple, Su Cheng stopped teasing her. "Wait, let me make this clear first, I'm a ghoul, not one of you humans. There might be some. No problem. I want a ghoul." A smile played at Su Cheng's lips as he gazed at Risa's bashful face, suddenly inspired to compose poetry. 12 hours later. Su Cheng adjusted his clothes once more and glanced back at the hazy figure of Rise. You know, being a ghoul really is different. It's precisely because she's a ghoul with powerful regenerative abilities that she can stand now after 12 hours of intense activity. Now, hand over that herbag. Rise tugged at her slightly disheveled clothes, her legs trembling from the intense poetry session as she looked at Su Cheng. Her gaze fixed on Su Cheng, memories of last night's events flushed her cheeks anew. This was her first time experiencing such things. No wonder humans were so obsessed with poetry, it was truly exquisite. "What pouch?" Su Cheng asked, puzzled. "Shiori? Didn't you just say?" "Miss Ryo, think carefully, did I ever say I'd give you this herbao after composing the piece?" Seeing Su Cheng like this, Ryo was dumbfounded. Was this the legendary no memory after pulling up your pants? But then she thought about it, Su Cheng hadn't actually promised her anything. It seemed like she'd been wishful thinking all along. "But you can't." At that moment, Li Shi stammered incoherently, unable to find the right words. Tears welled up in her eyes as panic set in. Watching Li Shi's amusing reaction, Su Cheng chuckled. All right, I was just teasing you. Here, take these. They're all yours." Su Cheng ruffled Rise's hair and handed her several herbei at once. Seeing not only the gecko but also the extra hekabos for S-class ghouls like Orca and Yoroi, Rise froze in surprise. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Su Cheng in confusion. "What are you doing?" Rise was about to speak. Suddenly, Su Cheng whirled around, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He drew his tang sword and swung it fiercely toward her. Chapter 122, Fierce Enemy Prey or Predator? What are you doing?" Su Cheng's sudden change startled Li Shi. Having witnessed Su Cheng's power before, Li Shi instinctively raised both hands to block the blade. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Hearing the sound near his ear, Li Shi opened his eyes in confusion and looked at himself in astonishment. "Ha? I'm unharmed?" Her gaze flickered with confusion as she looked at the dagger lying beside her. She lifted her head to look at Su Cheng standing before her. What just happened? Didn't this guy just try to kill me? Now this. Li Shi frowned, following Su Cheng's gaze. Unbeknownst to her, three figures had appeared at the end of the alleyway. One of them, a woman, was twirling a dagger in her hand. Upon closer inspection, this dagger was identical to the one at her feet. Beside her, a man holding a shield glanced at her and remarked, "Karu, it seems your skills have deteriorated. You couldn't even finish him off in one strike at such close range?" The woman named Karo offered no reply. Her gaze was fixed entirely on Su Cheng, standing before Li Shi. If she hadn't misjudged it earlier, her attack had been blocked by this man. He'd been some distance from Li Shi just moments ago. To react and block her strike in such a short time. This guy was starting to pique her interest. These three guys? At that moment, ahead of Li Shi. Su Cheng watched the three figures appearing at the end of the street, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He had some understanding of this ghoul world, but the three figures before him were completely unfamiliar. Especially the crystals protruding from above their foreheads, they were distinctly different from normal human anatomy. Could it be? Are they participants from other multiverses? During previous multiverse instances, Su Cheng had pondered the existence of other worlds. If they could travel to other worlds, could beings from those worlds also come to theirs? Where did the creatures within those instances originate? Especially after the multiverse trading post opened, Su Cheng's doubts about this matter only deepened. By now, his suspicions were likely spot on. This multiverse wasn't limited to the nations above their blue star. When the multiverse first ascended, it had warned them, after a certain period, they would face attacks from other planes. Stop dawdling. Let's finish this task and get back to Li Shi. What's one more variable? Step aside. I can handle this myself. One of the three stepped forward, holding what appeared to be a scepter. As he murmured something indistinct, intense energy rippled from the crystal atop the staff. Feeling this energy surge, a flicker of shock crossed Su Cheng's eyes. Magic? Earlier, when his attributes had increased, his intelligence had also risen. Su Cheng had wondered if magic existed in this world. Yet, despite opening numerous treasure chests, he had never encountered anything related to his suspicions. Now it seemed this world truly possessed magic? Hey, that guy is my target. Before the staff-wielding man could complete his spell, Karo stepped forward, blocking his path and shoving him backward. You.
Interrupted, the staff-wielding man glared furiously at Karo. The shield-wielding man, noticing the staff-wielder's glare, sighed helplessly as he glanced at Karo, who stood ahead with a smirk on her lips. Forget it, let her go. You know her temper. Once she set her sights on prey, there's no pulling her back. What a waste of time. The staff-wielding man angrily retracted his staff and warned Karo, I'm telling you, that guy up ahead isn't ordinary. His stats are at least 50 across the board. Since you want to take him down solo, I won't be buffing you. A mere prey? I don't need your help for this. Karo turned her head to face the two staff wielders, flashing a confident smile. The next second. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the ground beneath Karo's position caved in. Before Rishi could react, the figure had already materialized before him. Oh no! As the dagger flashed toward her, Li Shi tried to raise her hand to block it, but it was clearly too late. Just as the blade was about to slice her throat, Su Cheng's figure flickered. With a nimble twist, he delivered a kick straight into Karo's abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Karo's body recoiled backward as if struck by a boulder. This fellow is under my protection. Isn't it a bit impolite to attack without warning? Su Cheng positioned himself in front of Li Shi, his gaze fixed on Karo, who had regained his footing nearby. Facing his kick, the man merely brushed the dust off his stomach and rose again as if nothing had happened. Though Su Cheng hadn't unleashed his full power, only about 70% of his inherent strength. But that kick should have been enough to incapacitate an S-class ghoul. Yet he showed no signs of being affected. These guys seem to be after you. Hang back a bit later, find a good spot to hide, and keep yourself alive. Su Cheng's gaze passed through the woman, shifting to the shield-wielding man and staff-wielding man behind her. If his hunch was correct and these three were contestants from another world, he wouldn't be confident of victory if a fight broke out. With limited intelligence and their numbers already at a disadvantage, simply protecting himself would be challenging enough. Dividing his focus to shield others would make it impossible to concentrate. Rishi couldn't die yet. At the very least, he had to wait until he verified whether the experiment was feasible before anything happened. Yet, at that very moment, behind Su Cheng, Rishi's mind echoed relentlessly with Su Cheng's earlier words. This guy is my man? Raising his head, Rishi gazed at Su Cheng, his eyes shimmering like stars. Was she truly that important to him? She had assumed he was merely lusting after her body, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Had the hero rescuing the damsel in distress? Such a cliché plot. Before Su Cheng, Karo rose to her feet. Her gaze roamed curiously over Su Cheng's physique. She had planned to deal with Li Shi first before slowly toying with Su Cheng. But judging by that kick just now, his strength seemed to surpass her expectations. Though unexpected. But wasn't that all the more thrilling? Though Su Cheng had never heard Karo's language before, the divine demon eye automatically translated it into Chinese. This scene only reinforced his conviction that the opponent was a contestant from another world, not a native of this realm. Karu licked the blade with her tongue, a fleeting golden gleam flashing in her eyes as she looked at Su Cheng. I wonder how many of my blows you'll be able to block. Chapter 123, Slaughter, Gone Too Far. Votes needed. Karu's strikes were ruthlessly decisive, each blade aimed squarely at Su Cheng's vital points. His speed was unlike any opponent Su Cheng had faced before. Judging by Karo's lack of ability usage so far, his speed was at least 60. Karu was fast, but Su Cheng wasn't slow either. It was only about 30 points higher than his own. Facing Karo's attacks, Su Cheng dodged with ease. While Karo's speed would have been difficult for Li Shi to react to, for Su Cheng, it merely required a bit more focus. Su Cheng's effortless evasion made Li Shi, watching from behind, sweat nervously. Karo's attack speed grew increasingly rapid, his daggers now carrying a chill that made the air turn white and the temperature plummet. The street shattered as Karo whirled his dagger, sealing off Luin from all directions like a whirlwind. Strands of energy shot out, piercing through walls and pressing down so hard that Li Shi struggled to breathe behind him. Was this all he had, or was he holding back? Su Cheng parried the incoming energy with his tang sword, his attention fixated on the yellow crystal-like object atop his opponent's head. The moment Karo shifted his stance, Su Cheng had clearly seen the crystal on his forehead flicker. Su Cheng fixed his gaze on Karo, suddenly raising his hand. His form shifted past the opponent with effortless grace, a dagger radiating icy coldness now in his grasp. Li Shi and the shield bearer watching from behind held their breath, eyes fixed on the street above. There, Karo froze. Her hand was empty. The dagger had been snatched. Yes. Only when Karo snapped back to reality did Li Shi, watching from behind, cheer excitedly for Su Cheng. But quickly, as if realizing something, she covered her mouth. What was she doing? Why was she cheering for him? That bastard had been so cruel earlier. She'd even shouted for him to stop, but he'd kept going relentlessly. If it weren't for her ghoul's superior regenerative abilities, he would have broken her waist. But if she didn't care, if she wanted him dead. If he died, could she really escape those other guys? For a moment, Rise was caught in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. She never expected this guy to be another chosen one too. But where was he from? She couldn't tell at all. The shield-wielding man in the rear kept his gaze fixed on Su Cheng.
Judging by the power he'd displayed earlier, he was clearly not from this world. To have fought Karo to such a stalemate, even seizing his dagger, proved he wasn't from this world. Moreover, his power was extraordinary. Prepare to buff Karo, that guy feels off. She might struggle against him later. The shield bearer glanced at the staff-wielding man beside him, who shared his astonishment. Though he hated to admit it, Karo's close combat skills were undeniably formidable. He was no match for her in melee. Still, the staff-wielding man had no intention of intervening. A faint smirk touched his lips. Heh, she loves showing off, doesn't she? Let her have her moment. After all, this is the prey she's set her sights on. You guys. I didn't expect the prey to have any real strength. I underestimated you. Her dagger snatched away, Karo spun to face Su Cheng behind her. So you're a chosen one too. But I wonder which faction you belong to. Why haven't I seen your kind before? Chosen? Race? As Su Cheng listened to Karo's words, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What the hell is this guy talking about? What was a chosen one? And what did he mean by race? Never mind. Judging by your demeanor, you've likely stumbled your way here by sheer luck. I won't waste any more time on you. Seeing Su Cheng's silence, Karo had no intention of prolonging the standoff either. As the corners of her mouth curved upward, the crystal above her forehead suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The moment the light touched him, a sense of impending doom washed over Su Cheng. As he lunged forward, a coin shot into the air. Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. This toss is heads. Detecting intense mental fluctuations. Intelligence check in progress. Intelligence check failed. Entering stun state. Ding! Gambling talent triggered successfully. Immune to this round's day's effect. A series of prompts flashed across the screen. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted as Su Cheng's figure instantly flashed before Karo. He raised his blade, aiming straight for the head. Crystal light flared. Karo expected the opponent to faint, but upon seeing Lin Feng vanish from his spot in an instant, he realized something was terribly wrong and quickly shielded his head with both hands. System notice, Eternal Flow Judgment successful. System notice, Curse of Doom activated. System notice, Damage effect activated. 3 prompts appeared as the blade struck. Su Cheng froze. The damage effect, which had never activated before, had now taken effect with a single strike. The excruciating pain in her hands sent Karo's nerves into overdrive. She retreated dozens of meters, stunned that this seemingly frail man possessed such blinding speed. Had it not been for the constant vigilance honed through countless life or death struggles, that single strike might have ended her. Karo removed her wrist guard. For some reason, this blue-tier equipment suddenly displayed as scrapped. This was her only blue-tier equipment piece, gone in an instant, barely used a few times. The gloves she'd used to block the blow were also instantly destroyed. One strike had rendered 2 pieces of her gear useless. She looked up at Su Cheng with a puzzled expression. Could it be the effect of that blade? Su Cheng swung his blade. From that single strike, he reconfirmed the opponent's strength was around 70, with likely high agility. While deadly to ghouls like Rishi, it was still too weak. Too weak? Karo was about to ask about the blade's material when Su Cheng spoke, freezing her in place. The shield-wielding man and the staff-wielding man behind her shook their heads at the sight. Here we go again. What did you just say? That I'm too weak? Karu's gaze locked onto Su Cheng, her body trembling whether from excitement or rage, it was unclear. Vast amounts of vital energy and blood vaporized from her skin like steam. Crystals above her forehead spread across her limbs, and her body visibly began to transform. Karu's eyes narrowed. The next second. Whoosh! A blinding, piercing golden light shot across the entire street at a speed nearly beyond human perception. The instant the light shot forth, the crystal above Karo's forehead dimmed by a third. Despite Su Cheng's preparedness, he was still struck by the golden light. A hole was blasted through his shoulder, and a crushing pressure instantly engulfed his entire body. Seeing his opponent prepare to unleash the same attack again, Su Cheng tensed his leg muscles and vanished instantly. Only a lingering afterimage faded from the spot. By the time Karo regained her senses, Su Cheng materialized behind her. His tang sword flashed, and her vision spun as a head, eyes wide with shock, fell to the ground. Without its head to support it, Karo's body quickly collapsed, limp and lifeless. Behind them, the shield bearer and staff bearer exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting equal gravity. We've blown it. Chapter 124, The Survival of China? Votes needed. What the hell? Who are these guys? I thought only our Su God and the Japanese contestants were here this time. Which country's contestants are these? How could they possibly injure Su God? No clue. I checked other countries' live streams and didn't see this footage. These guys don't seem to be from any other nation. What? Not from other countries? Then who are they? CCG? No, their appearance and attire don't match CCG at all. This is bizarre. Wait. Remember the announcement when the multiverse descended? It said other dimensions would invade in 2.5 years.
Could these guys be competitors from another dimension? Whoa, now that you mention it, it really sounds like it. Who would have thought aliens actually exist in this world and they're this powerful? They even managed to injure Su Xin. If aliens truly exist, how long have they been here? With only 3 of us here, even Su Xin seems to be struggling. How can we possibly withstand monsters that have existed for so many years? The battle between Caro and Su Chang left the Chinese viewers watching the livestream utterly stunned. Caro's appearance, distinctly non-human yet strangely human-like, caught the attention of countless viewers. Most crucially, the formidable power he displayed was truly extraordinary, even capable of wounding Su Chang. Of course, what worried everyone most was the identity of Caro and his kind. If they were competitors from other dimensions, and just these 3 possessed such formidable power, could there be even more formidable beings than them? If these 3 were merely the weakest from their planes, could they even withstand attacks from other dimensions after a coin year? For a moment, the crowd fell silent. Meanwhile, inside the highest-level combat command base of Huaxia, Old Bai and his team stared at the screen, their expressions equally grave. Though Su Chang had slain Caro, not a trace of joy appeared on their faces. We've identified them. Which nation's contestants are these? No, Elder Bai. They don't belong to any nation currently in existence. As many suspected, they're from another dimension. Facing Bai Lao's inquiry, Xiaolu shook his head as he stared at the results displayed on the screen ahead. I always thought aliens only existed in movies. Who knew such creatures were actually out there? If they're also contestants from other dimensions, why can the 3 of them act together? Yet we can only send 1 person each. This feels a bit off. Whatever the reason, one thing was now certain: the other dimensions mentioned by the multiverse world truly existed. In the future, we might actually have to fight creatures from other dimensions across the cosmos. The strategy team's gaze fixed on the live feed as their discussion grew increasingly somber. They had pondered this before. Were humans truly the only sentient beings in this universe? How long had Blue Star existed in this world? And how long had it existed relative to the entire cosmos? Their conclusion was that Blue Star's existence was but a drop in the ocean compared to the universe, utterly insignificant. Humans might be the only life in their galaxy, but across the cosmos, how many galaxies existed? Could other life forms exist? This very scene revealed to them that humanity was not the only life form in the universe. Other beings existed as well. The crystal beings before them were the perfect example. What's the situation at the portal? Any recent activity? According to intelligence relayed by General Liu, there hasn't been any major activity at the portal. Only the occasional weak creature escapes through it. Weak creatures? Old Bai walked over to Xiao Lu, pointing at the portal area on the screen. Switch the feed to show that area, and list every creature that's appeared these past few days. Yes, sir. Xiao Lu nodded and began tapping away. Soon, the portal's feed switched. King Kong's mountain-like form was the first to catch the eye. Beneath it lay several pools of blood. Facing Kong's imposing presence, creatures that dared to emerge from the pools were crushed to death within mere steps. Commander Liu and the others avoided prolonged contact with the Kong. They knew little of its temperament, and if this 100-meter-tall creature went berserk, the surrounding defenses might not hold. These creatures were... Old Bai stared at the flattened creature beneath Kong's feet, his gaze deep in thought. Green bodies, hunched frames, and wooden weapons. Old Bai instantly recognized what kind of creatures they were. Wasn't this one of the 3 fools of Western fantasy, a goblin? Yet upon seeing such a feeble creature, no trace of delight flickered in the old man's eyes. Instead, his gaze grew unusually grave. Was it inevitable that what was bound to happen would still come to pass? Old Bai sighed. If he remembered correctly, during the previous nest invasion in Sioux City, competitors from other nations had already faced off against goblins. These goblins were merely the opening appetizer. More formidable creatures lay ahead. The appearance of goblins now confirmed the existence of the teleportation array before them, stretching dozens of meters high. Once the remaining 3-day countdown ended, an extremely fierce invasion would commence. If their assault on a single individual was already this ferocious, now their target is an entire nation. Immediately notify all major military districts to dispatch additional troops for suppression. Furthermore, temporarily redeploy all defensive equipment from major regions to Base 666. Keep artillery shells and missiles on constant standby. Instruct troops near the portal to conduct round-the-clock patrols without interruption. No fighter jets may be grounded. Additionally, extend the base's defensive perimeter by 30 kilometers. Old Bai's voice echoed throughout the base. Everyone listened to the old man's orders, their eyes turning to him one by one. Xiao Lu swallowed hard, glancing at Old Bai with concern. Old Bai, isn't this deployment a bit too taxing on our forces? Is it truly necessary? I have a premonition that this invasion won't be so simple. If facing Su Cheng alone was this difficult, what if this time it targets the entire nation, or even? At this point, Old Bai's gaze turned solemn as he looked at everyone. This invasion concerns the very survival of China. Chapter 125, no way, bro? Votes needed. District 24, somewhere on the streets. Karo's death caused the shield-wielding man and others in the rear to stiffen. Su Cheng's sudden burst of speed had been blindingly fast, they hadn't even caught his movements. They had assumed Su Cheng was an easy target, but now it seemed he was not what they had expected. The shield-bearer and the staff-wielding man exchanged a glance, both assuming defensive stances. This feel. Su Cheng materialized behind Karo, glancing at the Tang sword in his hand before turning his gaze toward the fallen Karo. In that instant, it hadn't felt like striking flesh, more like cutting through something incredibly hard. Like crystal. Could it be that the enemy's physical structure was somehow connected to the crystal above their foreheads? His gaze shifted back. Though the enemy's race left Su Cheng somewhat puzzled, at least one threat had been dealt with. Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the shield-bearing man and the staff-wielding man in the distance. Karu's final strike before dying had been exceptionally swift. Even with Su Cheng's preparation, he couldn't dodge it. After tearing a strip of cloth from his shirt to bind the wound, Su Cheng charged toward the two men, Tang sword in hand. The moment Karo's crystal above his forehead struck him, Su Cheng distinctly felt a heavy weight descend upon his body. Though this weight didn't significantly affect him, it wasn't a control-type negative effect. The fact that his innate ability hadn't triggered proved it. A single hit was manageable, but repeated strikes would prove exceptionally detrimental. The two men ahead belonged to the same race as the woman he'd just fought. They might possess the same technique she used. A swift victory was now the absolute priority. Buff me up. I'll block this guy's attacks. You focus on dealing damage from the rear. After exchanging words with the staff-wielding man behind him, the shield-bearer charged headlong. Holding a shield towering over his own height, he advanced like a mobile fortress, striding swiftly toward Su Cheng. With a thunderous shout, he slammed his shield down, unleashing a gale that rattled the street lanterns to the point of collapse. A blue light barrier rose from above the shield. Su Cheng moved with ghostly agility, sidestepping the powerful blow. Simultaneously, his Tang sword traced a silver arc, striking directly at the shield-bearer's flank. Yet the shield seemed possessed of a will of its own, tilting slightly to the side. Boom! A deep, thunderous thud echoed through the air. Behind the shield-bearer exhaled. He now understood what kind of opponent Karo had faced earlier. His strength attribute approached 100, yet against Su Cheng's strike, he had nearly failed to block it. Had his shield not activated, that blow would have knocked it right out of his hands. What are you waiting for? The shield-bearer roared, transforming into a liquid-like form that engulfed Su Cheng's Tang sword beneath his astonished gaze. Just then, the crystal staff-wielding figure behind him activated his ability. The crystal gem at the staff's tip blazed intensely, unleashing a serpentine beam of icy energy that coiled toward Su Cheng's back. Su Cheng's heart sank. With a sudden surge of strength in his right hand, a shattering sound echoed. To the shield man's disbelief, Su Cheng had forcibly pulled the Tang sword free from the shield. With a deft leap, he not only evaded the beam but spun mid-air, drawing the lucky revolver. Barrel aimed, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. Lucky time activated. All three attributes increased by 10 points, cannot stack. The gunshot echoed as a silver bullet streaked across the street, hurtling straight toward the crystal staff man. The crystal man wielding the staff reacted swiftly, blocking the bullet with his staff. The bullet struck the top of the staff, producing a deafening roar. The staff-wielding man staggered back several steps, barely absorbing the bullet's impact. He glanced at his slightly numb right hand, his eyes widening in shock as he looked toward the revolver in Su Cheng's grasp. That weapon. The shield-wielding man beside him also noticed the revolver in Su Cheng's hand. Seeing Su Cheng about to pull the trigger again, the shield-bearer thrust his shield into the ground, a roar erupting from his throat. Detected roar fluctuations. Assessing base strength attribute. Judgment successful. Subject to the caster's provocation. Physical attacks cannot target targets beyond 5 meters. Life state talent triggered successfully. Immune to roar effect this time. The prompt flashed and Su Cheng's body froze. His gaze shifted in surprise toward the shield-wielding man, yet his revolver remained raised. He fired several shots in rapid succession at the staff-wielding man in the distance. Several gunshots rang out as gleaming silver bullets sliced through the air, streaking toward the distant staff-wielding man. Damn it! Faced with such a barrage of bullets, the staff-wielding man cursed under his breath. He slammed his staff into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted into a yellow barrier rising before him. The bullets slammed into the barrier, exploding into large cracks upon impact. As the last bullet fell, the barrier shattered. Kaiga, what the hell is this guy doing? The staff-wielding man shouted angrily at the shield-bearer in the distance. Is this what he calls blocking an attack? If he hadn't been prepared in advance, all those bullets would have killed him. Damn it, this guy's got issues. Kaji drew his shield and leapt in front of the staff-wielding man. With a buzzing hum, a massive orange barrier unfolded from within the shield, blocking the entire street entrance. Revolver shots rang out, bullets striking the shield barrier above. Su Cheng flickered into the street. Gazing at the scene before him, Kaji's expression grew grim. They'd definitely hit a tough nut this time. This guy was like a monster. His roar ability was clearly active, yet the opponent showed no sign of being affected. I told you we should have attacked together. Now look at this mess. Karo's going to get himself into trouble and drag us all down with him. It's done now. Complaining won't change anything. The elders will handle Karo's punishment. KG exhaled sharply, pulling a vial from his pocket. Renew the buffs. This guy's a tough nut to crack. Forget Karo for now, we need to pin this monster down here. You charge your killing move, I'll hold him off for a moment. Are you sure you can hold him off? I won't be able to move after unleashing this move. The staff-wielding man glanced toward the distant city of Su. From the start until now, he had heard at least 50 gunshots ring out. Clearly, the opponent's revolver only held 6 rounds. How could they have fired so many shots without reloading? This guy's strength and speed are impressive, but his base power is only around 80-90. He's boosted it significantly through other methods. Holding him off for a moment shouldn't be a problem. But what about Naker's body? Destroy it too? There was no time to dwell on that now. If need be, he could simply craft her a new one later. With that, the staff-wielding man said no more. Gripping the staff firmly, he channeled a surge of energy that erupted in an instant. On the street, Su Chang watched the energy beam rising in the distance, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Under Kaji's puzzled gaze, Su Chang sheathed his tang sword. His right wrist guard flared with azure light as he clenched his fist and slammed it against the shield. Boom! Kaji clearly hadn't anticipated Su Chang's reckless move. The fist collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, and the cobblestones on the street shattered into pieces under the shockwave, sending dust flying everywhere. The sheer force of the blow sent Kaiji staggering backwards several steps, nearly dislodging the shield from his grasp. Seeing Su Chang charge again, Kaji quickly steadied himself, preparing to plant his shield into the ground once more. But what followed next left him utterly bewildered. Seizing the moment of Kaji's retreat, Su Chang swiftly closed the distance and closed in beside him. Before the shield could even touch the ground, Su Chang grabbed the top of the shield with both hands. With a look of utter bewilderment on Kaji's face, Su Chang suddenly exerted force. Kaji, wait, dude? Chapter 126, Stealing Weapons? Votes needed. Kaji had imagined countless ways Su Chang might attack, slashing with a blade, punching with fists. Relying on his own skills and the crystal's support, he was confident he could stall until the staff-wielding man in the rear finished charging his attack. But he never imagined this scenario. He watched as Su Chang gripped the top of his shield with both hands, unleashing an irresistible force that erupted from the shield's outer edge. Kaji stared at Su Chang in utter shock. This bastard was actually trying to rip his shield away. By all logic, shouldn't the opponent be attacking now, while he parried? Why wasn't this guy playing by the rules? What the hell was he doing charging in to snatch his shield? Hey, Kaji, you're not holding up, are you? Behind him, the staff-wielding man watched as Kaji's body was pulled back and forth, his shield teetering on the verge of slipping from his grasp. He cried out urgently. As he began his incantation, he was immobilized for the duration. If Kaji's defense broke, he'd be completely exposed to Su Chang's sight, utterly defenseless. Damn it, this guy's a real pain in the ass. Kaiji roared in fury, pulling out a pre-prepared potion and downing it in one gulp. A furious roar echoed through the air. Su Chang could distinctly sense the opponent's power surge beyond a single tear. Kaji, keep holding him off. His ritual's attributes aren't strong. Maintaining this state must be draining his lifespan. Just wait until his life force runs out, and it'll automatically end. Don't tell me I already know. Kaji's eyes flashed with battle intent as he fixed his gaze firmly on Su Chang ahead. This was the first time he'd encountered an enemy whose power could truly match his own. It had been ages since he'd faced such an evenly matched opponent. He had previously sensed such overwhelming power atop a colossal beast, but never among the Chosen Ones. Though I know not which race you hail from, Chosen One, daring to challenge my might today, you've met your match. As Kaji locked gazes with Su Chang, the crystal above his forehead erupted in a blinding radiance. At such close range, Su Chang now noticed that the crystals embedded in these opponents' foreheads bore numbers identical to those on his own arm. As the crystals continued to glow, the numbers within the crystal on his forehead diminished at a visible rate. 800 years of lifespan value, and they're all strength-focused? Judging by the current situation, the shield-wielding man was clearly different from Karo. The crystal on his forehead couldn't emit the strange beams Karo had previously used. Yet he could harness the crystal's power to forcibly amplify his own strength attribute. His strength attribute had now surged to at least 150. Before, he might have considered this troublesome. But now... Su Chang's lips curled into a smile as he met Kaji's gaze. Under the other's stunned stare, his body began to shift silently. Beast form activated. Strength and agility doubled. Increases beast affinity. Duration, 30 minutes. The notification flashed. Before Kaji could react, a colossal force swept toward him. In an instant, Su Chang snatched the shield from his grasp. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Kaji stared at the shield snatched from his grasp by Su Chang, his mind reeling. No. What just happened? How did this guy snatch my shield in one go? Damn it! Not a single one of them can be relied on. Behind him, the staff-wielding man witnessed the scene and ceased his power build-up. The staff in his hand emitted a dazzling blue glow. In an instant, the temperature plummeted around them. From beneath the staff-wielding man's feet, vast patches of frost rapidly spread outward. Just as Su Cheng's Tang sword was about to strike Kaji's neck, winter had arrived. The surroundings were instantly blanketed in ice and snow. The once pitch-black road seemed coated in a layer of snow-white fuel. All surrounding structures froze solid under the staff-wielding man's spell. Su Cheng, positioned directly before Kaji, remained frozen in mid-strike with his Tang sword poised to fall. Feeling the icy glint at his throat, Kaji swallowed hard. So close. Just a hair's breadth. Had the staff-wielding man's spell been even a fraction later, his head would have been severed from his body. He held Kaiji's spell in high regard. Though the spell required an exceptionally long charge time, it was still an S-rank ability. Relying on this power, they had turned the tide countless times in dungeons. He never imagined it would be used against another chosen this time. What a freak! Kaji cursed under his breath as he turned to look at Su Cheng, frozen solid like an ice sculpture. His shield was still clutched in the other's hand. The moment Su Cheng's body transformed, he distinctly felt the enemy's power shift again, at least doubling in intensity. Such monstrous power, at the very least, S-rank. And what's more, this bastard might not just possess one S-rank ability. Normally, when they encountered a monster like Su Cheng while operating solo, they'd be slaughtered. Fortunately, this time they were working together. Though the process had some hiccups, the outcome was a success. Kaji, you always have to pull stunts like this. Saving you once doesn't mean I can save you every time. The staff-wielding man panted heavily, his eyes flashing with anger as he glared at Kaji. Clearly, the spell he'd just cast had drained his energy. The crystal above his forehead had dimmed by nearly half. Ha! An unexpected twist. I never imagined this guy possessed such immense strength. He must have exceptional innate talent and a substantial lifespan reserve. Kaji scratched his head awkwardly. Very well. This time, you can have this fellow's lifespan points. Neither Ka Rua nor I will take them. Heh, what do you mean never mind? It should be this way. The staff-wielding man shot him a dismissive glance before leaning on his staff and strolling toward Su Cheng, now frozen solid like an ice sculpture. Observing Su Cheng's demeanor and the aura emanating from his body, even in his frozen state, the staff-wielding man couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Such a powerful chosen one must possess considerable lifespan points. Hopefully, he hasn't depleted too much. At least 300 years should remain. Otherwise, I'd be taking a massive loss. This spell had cost him a full 300 years of life. If Su Cheng had less than 300 years left, he'd be left with nothing, not even his underwear. As this thought crossed his mind, just as he reached out to break Su Cheng's frozen state, crack! A faint cracking sound echoed. The sound was faint, yet the staff-wielding man, as the spellcaster, heard it distinctly. Before he could comprehend what had happened. The next second. Boom! The ice sculpture imprisoning Su Cheng shattered violently, its powerful shockwave blinding the staff-wielding man and his companion. Su Cheng leapt free from the ice sculpture. He accelerated like an arrow released from its string, his Tang sword flashing with a cold gleam as it stabbed straight toward the crystal-hearted man's chest. How is this possible? The staff-wielding man's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively blocked with his staff. Despite his desperate defense, Su Cheng's full-force strike sent the staff flying from his grasp. The crystal shattered, and the powerful backlash of energy sent him staggering. He spat a mouthful of blood, instantly incapacitated. Without hesitation, Su Cheng flickered forward. The Tang sword swung, and a head flew off. Chapter 127, Li Shi's Ascension, Rich Rewards Vote Request. This. Before Kaji could recover from the shock of the ice sculpture shattering, the staff-wielding man had already been beheaded by Su Cheng, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Watching Su Cheng stand where the staff-wielding man had been, Kaji's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a living being break free from the staff-wielding man's spell. He had previously experienced the full might of Kaji's frostbite spell firsthand. Even at his peak condition, he had been unable to break free. How had he managed it? But clearly, no one present would offer him an explanation. The moment he severed the staff-wielding man's head, Su Cheng's figure was already closing in on him. Without his power booster shield, Kage was utterly defenseless against Su Cheng's assault. Blood spattered as Kage's body fell straight onto the street. With Kaji's death, the surrounding streets gradually returned to normal. The ice traces vanished, and Su Cheng stood panting heavily in the center of the three. We won? Behind them, where the commotion had grown quieter, Li Shi peered out, craning her neck to look up at the street. Seeing only Su Cheng standing alone on the street, her expression lit up with delight as she immediately ran out from behind. She jogged to Su Cheng's side and watched the bloodstains, still steaming, seeping from his body. Li Shi couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you okay? You've lost so much blood, can you even stand? After a moment's internal struggle, Rishi finally suppressed her inner craving and looked at Su Cheng, who was staggering as he walked, saying with concern. As a ghoul, Su Cheng's current state appeared before her like a huge piece of juicy meat. Even before this, she had clearly sensed the difference between Su Chang and ordinary humans or those CCG agents. Devouring Su Chang would undoubtedly cause her power to skyrocket. But constrained by her own power, she could only watch from the sidelines. Taking action was out of the question. Moreover, Rise recalled last night's scene, her face flushing crimson. She had never encountered such a ferocious human before. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Su Chang tore off the cloth bandage from his shoulder. The wound, previously pierced by Karo, hadn't healed yet, and blood seeped through like a small stream. Setting his Tang sword aside, Su Chang opened the multiverse trading post with a thought, flipping through the inventory with his fingers in search of healing potions. This enemy was several tiers stronger than any he'd faced before. Fortunately, his life-staking talent had shielded him, nullifying the enemy's repeated control attempts. Otherwise, that frost attack from the staff-wielding man earlier might have truly finished him off. Even with his high intelligence stat of 81, doubled for the effect, the attack still landed successfully. The strength of this third individual before him was absolutely not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he'd taken out one of them first. If all three had attacked together, things could have been far worse. You say you're fine? Look at all this blood pouring out of your wound. Noticing the blood seeping from Su Chang's right shoulder, Rishi hurried over. Su Chang, who was searching for healing potions, suddenly felt an odd tingling sensation. Turning his head, he saw Li flipping her purple hair with one hand, her tongue occasionally darting out to lick the wound on his right shoulder. This scene left Su Chang utterly dumbfounded. What was she doing? Seeing he was injured, was she trying to take advantage of the situation? Su Chang wondered. But soon, as a notification popped up, his gaze toward Li deepened with astonishment. Ding! RC cell activity detected. Healing in progress. Shortly after the notification appeared, the wound on Su Chang's right shoulder healed completely. This also saved him the expense of purchasing healing potions. Having finished licking her wound, Li Shi's complexion visibly flushed with color. Her eyes met Su Chang's, filled with a lingering gaze. Noticing Su Chang's astonished gaze, Li Shi snapped back to her senses and quickly composed her expression. See? It should be fine now. How strange it really is healed. I don't recall you having this ability to heal injuries before? Su Chang flexed his right shoulder. Feeling the pain had vanished, he looked at Risa with a puzzled expression. Name, Kamashiro Rise. Species, Ghoul. Rank, SSS Class Ghoul. Affiliation, Su Chang. Description, due to various circumstances, the Rise of today is no longer the Rise of before. Her heart now belongs solely to one being. She is willing to abandon her ghoul identity to be with him, though merging with him, consuming him, remains her ultimate desire. Promoted to SSS class? Observing Rise's altered stats, Sosuke was slightly stunned. No wonder this girl could heal herself with saliva. It must be related to the ghoul sac she swallowed earlier. Su Chang surmised it must be connected to Noroi's Kakuja. After all, that guy's healing ability was incredibly abnormal. Had he not encountered him, he might even have stood a chance against an SSS class ghoul. It must be that Rise, having devoured that ghouless, had also inherited its healing power. But what exactly is this faction business? And this description, if he remembered correctly, it hadn't been like this before, had it? Glancing at Rise, whose eyes were downcast with bashfulness, Su Chang scratched his head. Though puzzled, more pressing matters demanded his attention now. These three crystal beings possessed such formidable strength they must carry valuable treasures. Stowing his Tang sword, Su Chang moved to stand beside the man wielding the scepter. Ever since earlier, he'd been intrigued by the staff in the man's hand. Winter's Grasp, B rated. Equipment effect, Strength +5, Intelligence +80. Ice Crystal, consumes 1 year of lifespan to unleash an ice spike attack equal to half your intelligence attribute. Winter's Approach, requires a 3-hour incantation, during which no actions can be performed. Deals triple your intelligence attribute as damage. Consuming lifespan can shorten the incantation time and increase the spell's power. Nice! Su Chang's eyes flashed as he read the staff's description. His best equipment, the Tang sword, was only B grade, yet this staff boasted a B grade crystal person quality. And just the intelligence attribute bonus alone nearly matched his entire base intelligence stat. No wonder his doubled attributes were negated earlier. This thing is ridiculously overpowered. As for the casting time required, that was practically nothing to him. Stowing the staff away, Su Chang turned his gaze to the shield he'd snatched nearby. Holy Light Judgment Shield, B grade. When equipped, Strength +80, Agility +30. Judgment Strike, when attacked, has a 10% chance to reflect half the damage back toward the source as Holy Light, striking forward. Shield Smash, consumes 1 year of lifespan to hurl the shield, dealing 30 strength damage. Additional lifespan consumption increases power. Guardian Wall, consumes 3 years of lifespan to erect a half-meter barrier. Absorbs all attack damage sources with strength attributes no lower than 50% of the user's own. Based on the absorbed strength, consumes lifespan to counterattack with Holy Light. Can consume lifespan to expand the defensive area? Chapter 128, Waiting for the rabbit votes needed. Another B-grade weapon? Su Cheng weighed the shield in his hand, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected both of these guys to wield B-grade weapons, and their abilities were exceptionally insane. The shield alone added 80 strength points worth over 1,000 years of lifespan, not to mention the subsequent abilities like Judgment Strike and others. As for the 30 agility penalty? To him, it was practically nothing. At that moment, Su Cheng felt elated. Dealing with these three had been a bit troublesome and left him with several injuries, but acquiring these two excellent pieces of equipment made it all worthwhile. Stowing the shield away, Su Cheng turned and headed toward the distant Karo. Ha! This guy isn't wearing any equipment? Su Cheng searched Karo's body, but after a moment, he found no trace of a B-grade weapon. He had already examined the dagger by his side earlier. It was nothing more than an ordinary iron blade, devoid of any attribute bonuses. Could it be? Su Cheng's gaze shifted toward the space beneath the other's clothing. Though his head had been severed, it still stood tall. Moreover, Su Cheng thought he'd glimpsed a gleaming silver piece of equipment between the severed neck and shoulders. Su Cheng cleared his throat, then, under the puzzled gaze of Li Shi behind him, reached out to search for the weapon's location. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia livestream room, only when Kaji died did the hearts of the Chinese viewers watching this scene finally relax. Holy, that scared the hell out of me. I almost thought Su God was going to lose. What kind of ability was that guy using? He froze the entire street. We were so close to being screwed. Did you guys catch that shield? The moment he raised it was so damn cool. Just like a paladin in the movies. Now that Su Shin has taken down both of them, I can't wait to see him wield these weapons. It's gonna be epic. Wait. Hold off on the weapon talk. What's Su Shin doing? He's heading straight for that woman. Holy? I had no idea God Su had this kind of kink. He doesn't even spare this kind of thing? What do you know? This is what a master looks like. This is the perfect moment. Aside from feeling a bit queasy, it's absolutely amazing. Not you, bro up there. What kind of experience did you go through? The scene of Su Cheng eliminating Kaji and his crew instantly brought relief to the Chinese viewers watching the livestream. When Su Cheng was frozen solid, everyone had been worried about his safety. But now, this scene had them eagerly anticipating his next move. Could it be the very scenario playing out in their minds? Inside China's High Command Operations Center, Elder Bai and his team watched this moment unfold together. While Su Cheng's successful elimination of Kaji and his two companions eased their tension somewhat, his current actions were truly. Previously, Su Cheng's actions with Xiao Bai and the others were at least within the rules of the multiverse, so they hadn't said much. It was only human nature. But now. Fortunately, Su Cheng did not proceed with the scenario they had imagined. After retrieving a silver-white dagger from the Karo trench, Su Cheng lingered no longer, his gaze fixed curiously on the weapon in his hand. Shadow Assault Dagger, B grade. Equipment effects, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 60. Shadow Assault consumes 3 years of lifespan to activate. Upon activation, conceals one's aura for 30 minutes. Shadow Piercing Strike consumes 5 years of lifespan to launch an attack while concealed. If positioned behind the enemy, the next strike's damage is doubled. An assassin, a warrior, a mage. Su Cheng examined the dagger in his hand, then scanned the bodies of Karo and the others, sinking into deep thought. Judging by their composition, they seemed to follow some sort of class structure. Following standard class progression, there should be a healer among them. Yet from the start to the end of the battle, he hadn't seen a single healer. Ah well, perhaps he was overthinking it. Su Cheng glanced toward a corner, shook his head, and dismissed the thought. This raid had yielded quite a haul of full 3 pieces of B-grade equipment. It was just a pity that, for some reason, he couldn't extract the lifespan values from their bodies. Judging by their strength, each possessed at least 500 years of remaining lifespan. Had he been able to harvest it, that would have been a substantial sum? Hey, where are you headed? Behind him, Li Shi watched Su Cheng's retreating figure. After a quick glance at Kaji and the others, she hurried after him. Su Cheng didn't respond. Glancing at the remaining 2 days of dungeon time, he turned his head and asked Rishi, how far is it to the Qingtong tree's lair? Ha? Rishi froze, blinking in surprise. After scanning the surroundings, she pointed to the road ahead. About 10 kilometers in that direction. Their location is somewhat concealed. I only pinpointed it once I got closer. Alright, let's hurry then. Su Cheng nodded, then, to Li Shi's astonished expression, scooped her up and vanished into the alleyways. Shortly after Su Cheng and Li Shi departed. From the area of the earlier battle, a small figure poked its head out from an alleyway. After confirming the area was clear, she cautiously stepped out of the alleyway, clutching a wand-like weapon. Phew! Finally gone? The wand-wielding girl breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze swept around the area, and upon seeing the gruesome state of Kaji and the others, a wave of dread washed over her. Though she hadn't witnessed the battle between Kaji and the others against Su Cheng. But when Su Cheng was looting weapons, she caught a glimpse. Even the slightest hint of the aura emanating from his body made her hair stand on end. Were all their heads severed? How terrifying. Reviving them would be difficult, but it should still be possible. The wand girl took a deep breath, arranged the bodies of Kaiji and the others side by side, then retrieved their severed heads from the surroundings and placed them back on their respective bodies. Surveying the trio's pitiful defeat, the staff-wielding girl raised her wand-like weapon, preparing to cast a spell. The next second. So this world truly possesses the power of resurrection? You must be their healer, right? Where are you from, and what's the deal with the crystals on your foreheads? Who? The wand-wielding girl froze mid-speech, her body stiffening at the sound behind her. She spun around, eyes darting warily toward the source of the voice. It could only be Su Chang. Ignoring her wariness, Su Chang walked over to her side. Crouching down, he confirmed the bodies of Jiadu and the others were dead with his detection card. Then, smiling, he turned to look at the girl. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. Chapter 129, The Healer, Zhou Shuren? Votes needed. You. Su Chang's sudden appearance startled the wand-wielding girl, causing her to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Pointing at him in terror, she exclaimed. How are you here? You weren't you already? She had clearly seen Su Chang leave with Li Shi just moments ago. She had even waited a while to confirm there was no trace of them before appearing. Where did this guy come from? You still haven't answered my question. Su Chang casually found a spot to sit down and smiled at her as he spoke. Earlier, he'd been puzzled, assuming that based on the setup of Kaiji and the other two, it was clearly a game strategy dungeon configuration. Such a team couldn't possibly lack a healer. Healers were the backbone of any party. The fact that these three didn't have one meant they were either extremely confident in their own abilities, believing they didn't need one. The second possibility was the current situation. Their healer had been delayed by a quest or some other matter and had only just managed to arrive. Earlier, he had noticed the subtle shifts in Kaiji and the others' expressions. Something seemed off. After he had slain Karo, not a trace of anger flashed across their faces. On the contrary, they appeared to have long since grown accustomed to such outcomes. This was highly unusual. How could a party without a healer show no fear of death? Could they possibly resurrect themselves? Yet Su Chang never imagined that such a god-defying ability to resurrect actually existed. You never left? At this moment, even the most clueless staff-wielding girl grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Chang hadn't left from the start. He'd done this deliberately to lure out the people behind Kaiji and the others. Yet one thing puzzled her: if she hadn't appeared, what would he have done? Wouldn't he have just wasted his time here? She had deliberately waited half an hour before showing up, and he had been so patient. Leave? We never intended to leave in the first place. Su Chang's target was you all along. Li Shi walked past, casting a slightly admiring glance at Su Chang before turning to the staff-wielding girl. Actually, I caught your scent from the start too. It was just too faint to be certain. Never imagined you were really hiding there. Li Shi scrutinized the staff-wielding girl's appearance. Like Su Chang, she had sensed the girl's presence earlier. But at the time, the overwhelming scent of blood had made her hesitant. In the end, it was Su Chang who made the decision to turn back. Thinking of this, Rise turned to look at Su Chang. She herself was exceptionally sensitive to scents because of her ghoul nature, but what was Su Chang's reason? How had he managed it? Our time is running out. Are you planning to waste it like this, or will you join them? Seeing the girl with the law enforcement baton remain silent, Su Chang placed Kajiki's head beside her and looked at her with a gentle expression. I'll talk. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Su Chang, the girl with the magic staff swallowed hard and cautiously spoke up. If I tell you what I know, will you spare my life? Su Chang nodded with a smile. Seeing his reaction, the staff girl's expression brightened. Right. I'm with them. I'm their teammate, the one you'd call a healer, I guess? As for where we come from, each chosen one is likely different. We hail from a world called Crystal Star. The crystal above our foreheads is merely an energy storage device. Every member of our clan is born with it. Listening to the staff-wielding girl's explanation, Su Chang grasped their situation. The staff-wielding girl and Kaji all hailed from the same world. Like them, they were individuals chosen by the multiverse. Unlike their blue star, however, their planet was called Crystal Star. Those born on Crystal Star bear a crystal stone upon their foreheads, hence they are known as crystal people. This crystal represented their power, and upon their death, the crystal would cease to function. All right. I've said everything I needed to say. The wand girl timidly glanced up at Su Chang before whispering, Can you let me go now? Let you go? No. Su Chang shook his head, smiling at her. When did I ever say I'd let you go just because you finished speaking? No, you didn't. Didn't you just promise that if I told you, you wouldn't kill me? The staff-wielding girl protested urgently. Did I ever say I wouldn't kill you? And besides, you only promised not to kill me. That doesn't mean you'd let me go. Wand girl? Watching the bewildered expression on the staff girl's face, Su Chang waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. He hadn't actually agreed to her terms, he'd merely smiled at her. In other words, the deal was never valid, so he naturally had no obligation to honor it. Besides, not killing her and letting her go were two entirely different matters. How could they be lumped together? You're being unreasonable. The staff-wielding girl, realizing this, felt tears welling up in her eyes. However, Chang not only refused to be reasonable but even attempted to seize her magic staff. Earlier, the weapons wielded by the 3 members of the Kaiji team had given Chang quite a surprise. All 3 wielded B-grade weapons. As the team's core healer, her magic staff was naturally no slouch either. What do you want? Watching Chang approach with ill intent, the staff-wielding girl clutched her staff tightly to her chest, trembling as she looked at him. Ahem. He seemed to realize his current behavior was a bit creepy. Chang cleared his throat and halted his movements. After all, this was a global live broadcast. His actions were undeniably creepy. The gaze from Rishi behind him was starting to feel off. He crouched down, adopting a gentle expression once more as he addressed her. How about we make a deal right now? A deal? Exactly, a deal. Chang nodded and pointed at the staff in the other's hand. That staff looks pretty good to me. How about you give it to me, and I'll let you go? You want this? The staff girl looked down at the wand in her hand. She thought Chang was after her. No, this isn't a class weapon I worked hard to obtain. Besides, it's not something you. After a moment's thought, the staff girl shook her head and refused. No, I can't. This is a hard-earned A-grade weapon, and besides, you wouldn't like it anyway. You only said you'd let me go, you didn't say you wouldn't kill me after letting me go. Grade A weapon? As he listened to the wand girl's words, the only thing echoing in Chang's mind was grade A. His body instinctively drew closer to the wand. He'd assumed it was just another B-rank weapon, but it turned out to be a rank. Drool, your drool is about to drip. Ahem. Snapping back to reality, Chang wiped the drool from his mouth and glanced at her, slightly embarrassed. Who knew this kid would learn so fast? Of course, he wasn't going to let her off that easily. He only said that because he didn't want to leave an image of a perverted uncle who steals weapons from young girls in the hearts of the Chinese people. If he couldn't take it by force. Chang's gaze instinctively shifted toward Li Shi beside him. Under the stunned gazes of the live stream viewers, Li Shi and the staff-wielding girl, Chang stepped forward and ripped her clothes off. The screen went black at that very moment. Magic Staff Girl? Chapter 130. Perhaps this could be a divine artifact vote request. Wait, what is this guy trying to do? Why did he suddenly rip someone's clothes off? Could he be warning her that if she didn't comply with his wishes, she'd meet the same fate? Unlike the magic wand girl, Rishi stared blankly at Chang. She glanced at the clothes at her feet, then at her exposed skin, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. What are you doing? Li Shi hastily covered her private areas with her hands, glaring at Chang with a mix of shame and indignation. It was broad daylight. Even if he couldn't control himself, he should at least find a private place. And there's someone watching right now. How dare he be so brazen? Ignoring the stares of the wand-wielding girl and Rishi, Chang picked up a random iron rod from the roadside after completing his action. After checking its length and thickness, he walked toward the direction of the explosive firelight from the earlier battle. Once the rod was glowing red hot, he nodded with satisfaction. Chang's actions left the wand girl utterly perplexed. What the hell is this guy doing? Wasn't he just about to lose control and try to take advantage of that woman? Why is he suddenly playing with a stick now? Before the staff-wielding girl could react, Chang turned, iron rod in hand, and smiled at her. In that instant, a sense of foreboding surged from the depths of her heart. What are you doing? The staff-wielding girl stared at Chang in terror, her eyes darting toward Rishi beside her. Could this guy be planning to burn her clothes and humiliate her right here? No. She had her dignity. Being toyed with like this was worse than death. With that thought, the wand girl aimed the wand at her own jaw, breathing heavily as her hand trembled uncontrollably. Moments later, she still couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger, her body retreating steadily backward. Seeing her reaction, Chang seemed to have anticipated this outcome. If she truly had the courage to end her own life, she wouldn't have begged him to spare her earlier. Only when the staff girl backed up against a street wall, with nowhere left to retreat, did Chang's right hand slam against the wall beside her. His gaze locked onto her eyes as the iron rod in his hand radiated heat. You have 2 choices now, hand over the staff or take this iron rod. Can I choose neither? The girl's body trembled violently with fear. If you choose neither, then you'll have to hand over the magic wand in your hand. I'll give you this one too. You'll give me this too? The staff girl didn't understand the meaning behind Chang's last words. She had assumed he intended to do exactly what she had imagined, to use this crimson iron rod to burn her clothes to ashes, humiliating her bit by bit. Until Chang brought the iron rod close, her pupils suddenly flinched. In that instant, she finally understood his meaning. No. The wand girl shook her head frantically, curling into a ball and shaking her head incessantly. Chang's strength was overwhelming. That iron rod was at least half a meter long and as thick as 3 fingers. No one could withstand a single blow from it. It would shatter bones. Unlike the staff girl. Behind her, Rishi, having finished adjusting her military uniform, gazed at the red-hot iron rod in Chang's fingers. A flicker of anticipation flickered in her eyes.
As a ghoul, her regenerative abilities were already formidable, and devouring Yoroi had elevated them to a whole new level. After Su Cheng's night of incantations, she grew bolder about things she'd never dared consider before. This was something entirely new to her.
Here. Take this wand. Quickly, put that iron rod away.
As the rod's heat closed in, the magic staff girl shoved Su Cheng away forcefully, hastily tossing the wand from her fingers into his grasp. Her face twisted with fear as she stared at the glowing red tip. Taking it from the wand girl, Su Cheng examined the weapon in his hand with curiosity.
Healing Maiden's Wand, Grade A. When equipped, Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 100, Agility plus 10, Charisma plus 5. Heal, consumes 1 year of lifespan to activate.
Heals up to 3 living beings, with healing effectiveness determined by lifespan consumed.
Resurrection, consumes 100 years of lifespan to activate.
Can revive up to 3 creatures who have been dead for no more than 1 day.
More powerful creatures require more lifespan to revive. Cooldown, 10 days.
Strike, activated by consuming 3 years of lifespan.
Swing the staff at an enemy with a 1% chance to stun them. Resurrection ability, as expected.
Su Cheng's gaze flickered as he read the description above the staff. Though the resurrection consumes a minimum of 100 years of lifespan and carries a 10-day cooldown, it couldn't obscure the brilliance of this god-tier skill.
However, this wand seemed rather underwhelming beyond its divine resurrection ability. Only the 100 intelligence stat bonus was somewhat noteworthy. Now that I have the staff, I can go, right?
At the edge of the wall, the staff maiden was now crying her eyes out. If given another chance, she would never risk coming over again.
This guy is a monster.
If you'd handed it over when I first asked, I might have spared you.
But now.
Su Cheng tucked the staff away, twirling the crimson iron rod in his hand.
Wouldn't it be a waste not to use this?
Her expression froze as the last shred of hope was crushed.
Watching Su Cheng advance steadily toward her, iron rod in hand, she was utterly dumbfounded. No! Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Just let me go.
Let me go, and I swear I won't tell anyone about what happened here.
Just.
Mid-sentence, a choked sob escaped her lips. The wand-wielding girl's eyes rolled back and she simply passed out. Su Cheng initially thought she'd fainted from shock. But when he leaned in to check, he was the one left dumbfounded. Wait, she just kicked the bucket? After confirming the staff girl showed no signs of life, Su Cheng scratched his head and looked at the iron rod in his right hand.
Was this weapon really that powerful?
It could actually scare someone to death.
For a moment,
a flurry of bizarre thoughts raced through Su Cheng's mind. Perhaps
this could be a divine artifact? Chapter 131, Don't Let Me Catch You. Votes needed.
This time, he was surely done for. Stowing away the iron rod, Su Cheng turned his gaze toward the staff-wielding girl and the others nearby. Just to be safe, Su Cheng thoughtfully removed her head as well, placing it alongside those of Kaji and the others. Though this crisis had been averted for now,
it served as a stark reminder to Su Cheng.
The multiverse was far vaster than he had ever imagined. Within this world, anything could exist. These crystal beings were merely the beginning. More creatures might arrive in the future. Especially with the plane invasion looming a coin year hence. He must use this time to intensify his cultivation.
That self-proclaimed deity? He wouldn't forget him. Hostility from the deity, 50. Glancing at the unchanged status panel, Su Cheng waved to Rishi behind him and continued moving toward the right.
With the death of the wand-wielding girl, the livestream feed resumed. Chinese viewers watched the gruesome state of the staff-wielding girl on screen and Su Cheng's satisfied expression, filled with curiosity.
What just happened? How did that girl die? And why does Su Shen look so satisfied? Holy crap, you guys, don't tell me God Su took advantage of that moment to. You know what? You're not wrong. That girl probably couldn't withstand God Su's attack. Maybe that's exactly what happened.
You old pervs, can you chill for a sec?
Is that how Su Shen rolls?
Clearly, she wasn't cooperating, so he just killed her. Too bad, such a cute girl, but she was from another race. Seeing the wand girl's pitiful state and the liquid pooling beneath her feet, everyone's minds started wandering.
Meanwhile, foreign viewers flooding the livestream began berating Su Cheng. You Chinese are completely insane.
They're clearly from another world. We should be friendly toward them.
How could you kill them? Exactly.
We should be fostering friendly exchanges. This incident could spark a war between our worlds, and you Chinese will be the ones to blame.
Damn it. You Chinese won the fight. What difference would reviving that woman make? Can't you show a little magnanimity?
You don't give a damn about world peace. The Crystal People's emergence made the entire world realize that humanity isn't the only species out there. In other places, beyond their sight, countless civilizations exist.
They intended to gather more intelligence on their counterparts, only to be wiped out entirely by Sioux City. Facing the mockery of foreign audiences, the Chinese crowd didn't hold back, instantly transforming into keyboard warriors to fire back. Peace my ass. Didn't you see they started it? When they were ready to kill you from the get-go, you still wanted peaceful coexistence? Is your head stuffed full of? Bunch of idiots, mentally deficient morons. I wholeheartedly support Su God's actions. Ignore those idiots, they're all talk. They don't even know where their own country's players are now, yet they still have the nerve to brag here. Yeah, while we Northern Bears also want peaceful coexistence, this time we stand with China. They pulled out the big guns, what's left to talk about? As the battle concluded, the entire livestream erupted in heated debate over whether peace or war was the way forward. Meanwhile, in the ghoul world, District 22. Damn it, I never thought the Chinese guy could even take down the Orcus. Japan's representative, Daiko, frowned as he reviewed the intelligence feed from Japan. Su Cheng's whereabouts had naturally been exposed by him this time. He hadn't anticipated the Orcus falling so swiftly. He'd expected them to pose a significant threat to Su Cheng, but instead, their defeat only boosted the enemy's morale. The Orcus defeat was unexpected, yet Daiko showed no sign of worry. Closing the interface, he slowly turned to survey the dense crowd behind him. His 2-day absence hadn't been spent hiding in some random location. Through his connection with the Qingtong tree, he had now assembled an army of nearly 3,000 ghouls. At his command, the entire ghoul army would surge forth. Then, whether it was the CCG or the so-called Chinese monsters, they would all be nothing but bubbles. Before his ghoul army, no one could stand in his way. Of course, just to be safe. Daiko's gaze swept toward the CCG headquarters. Though most CCG members weren't particularly powerful save for a few exceptions, they could still cause significant trouble for his plan. Moreover, destroying the CCG headquarters would multiply the final reward many times over. With that thought, Daiko surveyed the ghoul army below and raised his hand. Advance. Target, CCG headquarters. Somewhere on a street in District 24. The bodies of Kajiki, Karo, the magic staff girl, and others lay sprawled across the empty street. Several hours had passed since Sui Cheng's departure. But strangely, after all this time, their bodies showed no signs of decay. On the contrary, they seemed increasingly active compared to when they were first killed. Snap. Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones shifting echoed through the air. Kaji, who had been utterly dead, sat up with surprising agility. His body beckoned toward the distant head. As if summoned by some force, the head bounced and sprang back onto Kaji's body. Once the head and body were reunited, Kaji twisted his frame, bones cracking and popping incessantly. Sigh. No matter how many times it happens, it never gets any easier. Stretching his frame, Kaji swiveled his head to survey the surrounding streets. Seeing that Karo and the others hadn't moved yet, he sighed and said, "You don't need to hide anymore. That monster is gone. We're safe for now." As Kaji finished speaking, Karoa and the others, who had been motionless until now, followed Kaji's earlier example, their heads leaping toward their bodies. Not long after, Karuo, the staff-wielding girl, and the scepter-bearing man all rose from the street. That guy really is a monster. Who knows where he came from, but he's terrifying. You bet. He snatched my magic staff. If I hadn't died quickly, she would have used that iron rod on me. The staff girl crossed her arms, recalling Su Cheng's expression earlier, and shuddered with fear. Karo, because you acted on your own this time, we all nearly died and lost our gear. You must bear the consequences today. We won't hide this from the elders either. The staff-wielding man's gaze shifted toward Karo, who was approaching from a short distance away. Had they followed his initial plan and attacked together, the outcome would have been entirely different. Not only were their weapons gone, but they'd even lost their lives. Their resurrection ability was exceptionally rare and precious. Losing one now was truly painful. While most of the wand-wielding girl's earlier conversation with Su Cheng was true, she had concealed significant information. For instance, besides her, the others could actually resurrect too. For instance, the crystals embedded in their foreheads weren't solely for attack, shattering them could extract their lifespan values. Moreover, as long as the crystal's glow hadn't completely faded, they could keep resurrecting and reincarnating. Karo, who was passing by on the street at that moment, did not refute the staff-wielding man. Her gaze, filled with shame and resentment, followed Su Cheng and the others' departing figures. The dagger in her chest was gone. Karo clenched her fists, etching Su Cheng's features deep into her memory. I remember your face. Next time, the outcome won't be the same. Don't ever let me catch you again. Chapter 132, The Ghoul Army Votes Needed. Achoo! In the winding alleyways of District 24, Su Cheng and Rishi walked through the twisting passageways. Su Cheng rubbed his nose. All along the way, he'd felt like someone was cursing him and not just one person. Looks like after this is over, he'll need a good rest. Su Cheng shook his head, dismissing the notion. His gaze fell on Li Shur ahead, who kept scratching his head and shaking it from time to time. A sense of foreboding welled up in Su Cheng's heart. How much farther to the old nest of the green Polonia tree? You haven't gotten lost, have you? At the mention of getting lost, Li Shur's body stiffened imperceptibly. She slowly turned around, head bowed in embarrassment as she scratched her head. I distinctly remember it being around here, but now I just can't find it. Let me look again, maybe it's right here. Su Cheng. Damn, he was right. This guy is hopeless with directions. Before arriving in the ghoul world, Chang had assumed locating places would be simple, but reality proved otherwise. This world was almost identical to the one he had come from. Without the advantage of an omniscient perspective, everything felt incredibly challenging to navigate. One wrong turn and you'd get lost. After the last gathering, Chang had completely lost track of Xiao Bai's whereabouts. They had agreed to meet at the rendezvous point, yet Xiao Bai's figure was nowhere to be seen. Could he have encountered some danger? Chang wondered. But then he recalled how she had teamed up with Little Healer and Xiao Shui earlier, and immediately dismissed his own suspicion. The sheer power of Xiao Bai's tail was something Chang still remembered vividly. If not for his beast transformation strengthening certain areas, that single strike from her tail nearly severed him. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Night was falling again. How long had she been searching? Could it be she didn't know the nest's location and was deliberately stalling? Chang casually sat on a stone slab, watching Li Shi search the area nearby. Ha, no way. I remember perfectly well. Here. Definitely. Should be, probably, maybe, this direction. Li Shi pointed to the right-hand path at the crossroads, his eyes fixed on Chang with unwavering certainty. Yet, faced with Li Shi's confident gaze, Chang couldn't be bothered to look. Because they had just come from that very path. Chang covered his face with one hand, utterly speechless. Could it be that they were destined to get lost here for the next few days? With Rishi here, entertainment was guaranteed. For food, there was the 10,000 Worlds Trading Company. If all else failed, they could always eat her flesh after all. As a ghoul, she could regenerate even a chunk of flesh in no time. But if it ended like this, the reward for this mission would be wasted. Defeat target 5 levels higher than self, 321,100. Defeat a target 10 levels higher than your own, 5,150. Staring at the panel before him, Chang stroked his chin and sighed. Though he'd slain numerous ghouls this time, the sheer number of ghouls in this world was staggering. Wouldn't it be a waste to end it here? Just as Chang contemplated cancelling the operation and having Rise lead him to denser ghoul populations to farm attributes. Suddenly, Chang sensed something was amiss. Why hadn't the kill count changed? Hadn't he just killed 4 crystal ghouls a few hours ago? Why wasn't the count increasing after eliminating them? Could it be they weren't ghouls, so they didn't count? Chang frowned in confusion. Before long, a message from China caught his attention. After all this silence, finally some movement? As he read the message from Huaxia, a faint smile curved his lips. Closing the interface, he turned his gaze toward the direction from which they approached. He'd been puzzled by the unusually low number of ghouls around him, fretting over the lack of targets to hunt. But this guy had saved him a lot of trouble. Rising to his feet, he brushed the dust from his clothes before walking over to Rise, who was still searching for the path. He hoisted her onto his shoulder. His sudden action startled Rise. She started to resist, but remembering the pleasure of that night, she ultimately withdrew her hands. Since resistance was futile, might as well enjoy the moment. However, Chang remained oblivious to her thoughts. Rise offered no resistance, sparing him considerable trouble. Glancing around, he activated his beast transformation. In an instant, a piercing whistle cut through the air as Chang vanished from his spot. Night had fallen. City neon lights flickered in the dimness. Outside CCG headquarters, a storm was brewing. Sakura Nation's fighter, Daiko, led a massive horde of ghouls marching toward the CCG headquarters. Such a massive spectacle instantly sent the Sakura Nation livestream into a frenzy. Ha, yo! I knew you'd pull it off, Daiko. Who'd have thought you'd gather so many ghouls in such a short time? Those CCG bastards are done for now. If I recall correctly, that human weapon, Arima, isn't here right now. Perfect timing. Ha! Those idiots in China are still hunting ghouls to kill, while we've launched a full-scale war right to your homeland. Are you Chinese really that good at fighting? What good is that? Clearing dungeons depends on brains. Once HQ is destroyed, victory will still be ours. From Daiko's initial entry into the ghoul world, where his entire team was slaughtered and devoured by Rise, to his eventual cowardly retreat. Everyone assumed this dungeon run had nothing to do with Daegu. Who could have imagined that in such a short time, they'd gathered so many ghouls? Ghouls aren't scary, what's terrifying is when they gather together. Scattered ghouls are manageable, but now thousands are gathered together, each capable of immense destruction. Such overwhelming numbers instantly filled the Chinese viewers watching the livestream with unease. How did this guy from Sakura country manage it? In such a short time, he'd rallied this many ghouls and they were all willing to follow his orders? This is bad. It seems CCG doesn't have many personnel here right now, and it's still nighttime. This attack might be too much for them to withstand. If I recall correctly, one of the objectives for the Sakura country team was to destroy the CCG base. Could this mean they're about to win? Everyone, don't worry. I just checked, Sushin has received the alert and is rushing over. As long as the CCG can hold out a little longer until Sushin arrives, things should be fine. That said. But seeing the overwhelming horde of ghouls, everyone felt uneasy.
Earlier, Chéng had eliminated numerous ghouls in District 24, but their numbers never exceeded 1,000.
The number of ghouls here now was easily over 3,000. Could Chéng hold out? Chapter 133, Ambush boats needed. No big deal? That's laughable.
If your Chinese contestant dares come here, he'll be torn to shreds in minutes.
Do you really think war is like playing house?
That Chinese contestant would be dead the moment he set foot here unless he's an idiot who charges in knowing he can't win.
Yes.
This time, our great Sakura Nation finally triumphs. After we capture the CCG headquarters, send the remaining ghouls to hunt down that Chinese bastard.
I recall they still have 2 reward opportunities left.
Yes, that Chinese bastard must die.
Otherwise, they'll swallow up the rewards again.
That Chinese scum must die. In the night, the silhouette of the CCG base was carved by the beams of searchlights. Outside the base, thousands of ghouls marched above the streets, a vast, dark mass. The sheer visual impact alone was overwhelming. The Japanese spectators watched this scene with palpable excitement. Waging war was an action ingrained in their bloodlines. With their own nation's territory being extremely scarce, they had no choice but to wage war on other countries.
Over time, it had become a habit. Daigo led the ghouls toward the CCG headquarters. Such a massive force was quickly detected by the CCG personnel. Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
Outside the base, the sentries on guard were the first to detect the commotion in the distance. The moment he saw the vast horde of ghouls approaching, his expression froze in shock before he frantically sounded the alarm.
In an instant, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the entire base. Hearing the base's alarm sound, countless investigators emerged from the base wielding their quinks, looking around in confusion. What's going on? What happened? Why did the alarms go off? Rumor has it there's an enemy attack. Those ghouls actually dare to strike here? Have they lost their minds? These ghouls haven't been dealt with in a while, and now they're getting this arrogant? If they dared come here, they won't be leaving alive. Come to think of it, why haven't I spotted a single ghoul? The alarm's blaring, right? Where did the ghouls go?
The investigators emerged from the base, quink in hand, scanning the area for signs of ghouls.
Yet after sweeping the surroundings, they detected no other signs of life for a long while. Wait, what's that?
Suddenly, a Class 1 investigator among the group was the first to sense something amiss. His gaze shifted toward the dark wall in the distance.
The wall was actually moving.
Looking closer, the Class 1 investigator felt his hair stand on end.
This wasn't a wall at all, it was clearly ghouls. Ghouls, countless ghouls, at least 1,000 strong.
Following the first-class investigator's gaze, the other investigators also noticed the change, their eyes filled with utter shock.
How had such a massive horde of ghouls suddenly gathered? Why had they received no warning? And why did the alarm only sound now, when the horde is already at their base? What the hell were those people doing? Just as I predicted. The CCG base simply doesn't have enough personnel at this moment.
Standing atop a low building, Daiko watched the investigators emerging from the base in the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over the ghoul army behind him. Seeing the intense excitement in each of their eyes, Daiko swept his arm in a broad gesture.
Comrades, these CCG bastards have suppressed us for so many years. We've always been the ones hunted and driven out. Today is our chance to strike back. Their base is empty, a golden opportunity lies before us. Charge! Show those CCG bastards who truly rules this world.
It was unclear what ability Daiko had unleashed, but as he spoke, the faces of the ghouls below grew intensely excited.
Charge! Damn it, I've had it with these CCG bastards. I'm going to devour every last one of them today. Exactly. Why should they roam free while we scrape by? This time, we're taking control. With a deafening roar, an S-class ghoul leapt from the shadows. Boom! Its kakuja, twisted like black thorns, glowed with an ominous light as it instantly tore through the base's first outer defense line. A massive breach opened in the base's outer perimeter. Once breached, thousands of ghouls poured through, some running, some leaping, their kakuja eyes blazing with greed and fury. CCG investigators reacted swiftly, weaving a dense web of gunfire and artillery in an attempt to stem the unstoppable tide. Custom-made quink weapons traced silver arcs through the night sky, each hit accompanied by the ghouls' wails and collapses. Yet even so, the ghouls surged forward like a relentless tide, showing no sign of slowing. Compounded by the lack of intelligence support this time, many personnel hadn't even registered the sudden assault before the ghouls were upon them. The group's ability to hunt ghouls relied almost entirely on the quink weapons, and each operation depended on overwhelming numerical superiority. Only in battles where the power gap was significant did they engage in one versus many combat. But now, there were over 1,000 ghouls at the B rank level alone, and several hundred more at the A rank level. An A-class ghoul, commonly believed to require a 5-member squad of investigators to eliminate. Now, hundreds of them attacked at once. Faced with such an onslaught, the entire situation quickly became one-sided. Hold your ground. Everyone, hold your ground. Reinforcements are on their way, hold out just a little longer. A Class 2 investigator had just defeated an A-class ghoul. Before he could address the others around him, a dark shadow flashed past his back. Thud. A massive kakuja pierced his body without resistance, ripping his heart clean out. The Class 2 investigator could even clearly see his own heart beating as a pair of rough arms reached out from behind. The S-Class Thorn Ghoul who had attacked first held the heart in his palm, then swallowed it whole right before the fallen officer's eyes. With his heart gone, the second-class investigator's eyes quickly darkened and his body collapsed to the ground. Having devoured the flesh and blood of one investigator, the Thorn Ghoul clearly remained unsatisfied. His gaze swept the area, landing on the Class 1 investigator being surrounded and attacked by dozens of ghouls nearby. He licked his lips, his body poised to move. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar erupted above the base. In the sky, CCG reinforcements arrived. Chapter 134, The Most Vulnerable Moment? Votes needed. Several helicopters circled overhead, dropping flash grenades and stun grenades to disrupt the ghouls' offensive rhythm. Machine gun fire roared across the entire battlefield as bullets poured from both sides of the helicopters. Though ghouls possessed physical capabilities far surpassing ordinary humans, those below Class A offered almost no resistance against the machine gun barrage. Those struck by machine gun fire were swiftly obliterated in the torrent of steel. Helicopters. There are helicopters. There are still CCG operatives here. They won't dare unleash full firepower. Quick, bring several squads with me to take out those helicopters. Don't back down. Keep moving. If you falter now, this golden opportunity will be wasted. The appearance of the helicopters caused many ghouls to lose their nerve. No one expected CCG reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. Witnessing hundreds of ghouls cut down by machine gun fire, fear began to grow within them. But soon, as several S-Class ghouls spoke up and led squads to take down the helicopters, the fear surrounding the ghouls began to subside considerably. This was a surprise attack, and most ghouls had surged into the base. The helicopters dared only to attack the rear ranks. Unless these guys disregarded their own casualties and mowed them all down, the situation remained in their favor. Boom! Soon, the first explosion echoed. Above the base, a helicopter lost control, its mechanical wail echoing through the air. A distinct man's voice rang out as the fuselage crashed to the ground, engulfed in flames. The night sky over the entire base ignited in an instant. The helicopter's crash instantly ignited the remaining ghouls' bloodlust. The ground battle grew increasingly brutal. Investigators and ghouls engaged in close-quarters combat, their kakuja and quenches clashing with metallic thuds. Each encounter was accompanied by splattering flesh and snapping bones. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and flames, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh and blood, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Windows shattered in explosions, raining glass fragments like hail. Mr. Shinohara, what's happening here? Not far from the base, Shuzo Suzukaya, fresh from his mission, stood frozen in place, watching the flames rising from the base and hearing the intermittent sounds of combat. They'd only been gone for less than 2 days. How could the base suddenly be in such a state? This is bad. Whatever has possessed these ghouls, they've all converged and launched an attack on the base. Shinozaki stared at the information transmitted through his communicator, his expression growing exceptionally grave. Ghouls? Shuzo Rinbu asked in confusion. Yes. At least 1,000 ghouls are attacking the base this time. This is a well-planned assault. Shinozaki Yukinori's expression hardened. He opened the briefcase, retrieved the specially designed quink, and charged forward. Don't just stand there, Shuzo. Follow me. An attack this massive must have someone directing it from the rear. Kill that person, and this assault will collapse without a fight. Their mission deployment this time was fortunate. Not only did they miss the initial assault wave, but they were even granted this prime opportunity to strike from the rear. Is the slaughter about to begin again? Hearing Shinohara Yukinori's words, Suzura Shizo's expression flickered with excitement. He drew a massive scythe and hurriedly followed Shinohara. Though he didn't understand the current situation. He understood one thing from Shinohara's words: it was time to play with those ghouls again. Finally? I've waited far too long. I thought you'd stay hidden forever. Within the ghoul army. As he listened to the ghoul beside him report, Daiko stowed his binoculars and leaped down from the rooftop of a low building, scanning the streets behind him. He had anticipated this scenario long ago. The main force attacked from the front, while that guy Huaxia would seize the opportunity to ambush him from the rear. Though the assault on the CCG base was the primary objective, it wasn't his ultimate goal. His true objective was this very moment. Once the assault commenced, he would wait for Cheng to come kill him, then deliver the fatal blow with the S-Class ghouls hidden throughout the streets and an SS-Class ghoul. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Daiko's gaze fixed on the end of the street. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered, a surge of rage welled up within him. That bastard had dared to humiliate him in front of so many people, even snatching away the reward that rightfully belonged to him. Such humiliation was unbearable. He simply couldn't swallow his pride. Once he captured the enemy this time, he would make him suffer first. He wouldn't let him die easily. As Daegu waited anxiously for Cheng to arrive, Shinohara Yukinori and Suzuya Shuzu emerged from the distance at the end of the street. Seeing their figures, Daiko froze. Wait. How could it be these two? His gaze shifted to the grade B ghoul standing nearby. What the hell? Why these two? Where's Su Cheng? Where the hell is Su Cheng? Boss, didn't you say to report if we saw two people moving together? Damn it! These aren't the targets I ordered. You idiot! Daiko delivered a vicious kick to the other man. He thought his trap was finally set, waiting for Su Cheng to walk into it. But the one who showed up wasn't Su Cheng at all. The B-class ghoul, kicked by Daiko, looked slightly innocent. He didn't even know the Su Cheng the other guy was talking about. He had clearly said to call him if he saw two people, yet now that he had called, it had become his fault. What are you muttering about over there? Nothing. Nothing at all. The Class B ghoul froze for a moment, then shook his head hastily. Leader, what should we do with these two? Kill them or? Do I really need to give orders for such a minor matter? Just kill them. Daiko didn't want to engage with him. He'd been lying low for days, waiting for this very moment. Telling him now that it wasn't Su Cheng who came? Who could stomach that? Understood. Hearing Daigu's words, the Class B ghoul swiftly turned and signaled to the surrounding ghouls. Above the street at that moment, Shinohara Yukinori scanned the area, his movements abruptly halting as he raised his hand to stop Suzukaya Shizu beside him. Mr. Shinohara? What are you doing? Wait, something's wrong. Shinohara Yukiki held his quinqua in front of him, his gaze sweeping the streets. His instincts, honed through countless battles with ghouls, told him that such an eerily quiet environment was bound to be suspicious. This was their own rear territory. Not only had they encountered no ghouls blocking their path, but the roads were eerily empty. This was practically an invitation. Our rear is right here, no danger at all. Come on. Only a fool would walk into such a crude trap. Of course, whoever set this trap is just as foolish. Seems I overestimated these ghouls' intelligence after all. Shinozaki Yukinori shook his head, waved to Suzukaya Shizu, then glanced at the buildings lining the street before slipping between them. Shizu Suzukaya nodded and followed close behind Shinohara. Wait. Shinohara Yukinori drew near the building, sensing movement within. He reached out to stop Suzukawa Shizu. The two exchanged nods, and Shinohara immediately kicked the building's door open. Inside, an S-class ghoul, midway through using the toilet, froze in shock as the door burst open and Shinohara Yukinori and Shizu Suzukawa charged in. For a moment, their gazes locked. Chapter 135, Surrounded, Fierce Battle. Vote for us. Wait, you guys. Wait. Let me just wipe myself first. The S-class ghoul saw Shinozaki and Shirji burst in and raised a hand to speak, but his current state, the weakest phase of his ghoul transformation, made movement impossible. Shinohara Yukinori and Suzukaya Shizu, who were ahead, hadn't anticipated this situation either. Seeing the S-class ghoul frantically wiping his back, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Their quinks flashed with light from within the building. Soon, accompanied by a loud clatter, the building fell silent once more. Mr. Shinohara, should we bring this one back to headquarters? It appears to be an S-class ghoul. Shizu Suzukaya shifted the S-class ghoul's body. With their combined attack, coupled with the opponent's most vulnerable state, they had killed it with almost no effort. But glancing at the brownish substance staining the corpse, Shizu pinched his nose, a hint of disgust in his eyes. Leave it here for now. It's filthy, but this guy's Kakuja sack still has some use. It can produce quite a few quink. Shinohara Yukinori glanced at the S-class ghoul's corpse. Currently, the number of quink within the CCG was far too scarce. High-quality quink were rationed out sparingly, and it had even reached the point where multiple people shared a single quink. This S-class ghoul's cooking couldn't be wasted. All right. Shizu Suzukaya nodded, about to say something. The next second. Get out of the way. Shinohara Yukinori suddenly burst from the side, shoving Shizu out of the building. Before Shirzwa could comprehend what was happening, his body was already being shoved outside. A deafening explosion erupted from within the building, sending smoke and dust billowing into the air. Mr. Shinohara. Regaining his balance, Shozo Suzuyo urgently shouted toward the building. Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure leapt out. Shinohara Yukinori, wielding a large sword, barely managed to steady himself beside Suzuyo Shirzwa. A gash ran across his right shoulder, blood-staining half his shoulder red. Seeing this, Shirzwa's face filled with concern. Mr. Shinohara, are you all right? It's nothing, just a minor scratch. Shinozaki Yukinori glanced at the wound on his right shoulder and shook his head, his gaze turning serious as he looked toward the building. Inside the building, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust. Several massive red tails fluttered behind him. Another S-class ghoul. You humans react surprisingly fast. If I'm not mistaken, that quink in your hand is the tail of an S-class ghoul, right? The S-class ghoul licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, sizing up Shinohara Yukinori and his companion. Using an SS-class quink? You must be some important person in the CCG, huh? Taniguchi? That's obvious. This guy is CCG's special class investigator, Yukinori Shinohara. From the shadows beside the street, a woman with a voluptuous figure emerged. Who'd have thought I'd run into a special class here? I thought standing guard in the back would be boring, but looks like things are getting interesting now. Sigh. Special class or not, I couldn't care less. That guy's quink looks delicious. Don't you dare try to take that blade from me later. Voices echoed from all corners of the street. Several S-class ghouls, each towering and imposing, their kakuja like twisted thorns, radiating an ominous aura. They formed a semicircle, completely surrounding Shuzo Suzukaya and Yukinori Shinohara. This doesn't look good. Shinohara, Yukinori and Suzukaya Shuzu stood back to back, their gazes fixed on the three figures that had reappeared before them. These three bastards were S-class ghouls too. Counting the one inside the building, this street alone had gathered 4 S-class ghouls. A single S-class ghoul requires one special class ghoul plus a 5-person squad to take down. Now, with 4 suddenly appearing and only him and Shuzo Suzukawa present, the situation couldn't be worse. Mr. Shinohara, what should we do now? Despite being targeted by 4 S-class ghouls, Shuzo Suzukaya felt no fear. On the contrary, he felt a tinge of excitement. This sensation of teetering on the edge of life and death was utterly exhilarating. News of the changes at CCG headquarters must have already spread. We don't need to fight them to the death. Reinforcements are likely on their way. All we need to do now is buy time. Shinohara Yukinori, sword in hand, watched the others with wary eyes. While they called it stalling for time, the truth was they couldn't possibly kill them. Buying time was just the nicest way to put it. What are you all standing around for? If you don't move, I'll start first. This little girl is quite the looker. The female S-class ghoul licked her lips. Suj extended from her back. Ignoring the expressions of the 3 beside her, she charged forward first. Don't fight me for this one, that bastard's sword is mine. Seeing the female ghoul move, the obese ghoul beside her couldn't hold back either, charging toward Yukinori Shinohara. Remember, don't get bogged down. Just buy us time. Shinozaki Yukinori called out to Suzukaya Shuzu beside him before stepping forward to meet the 2 S-class ghouls head-on. As the female ghoul closed in, Shuzo Suzukaya's lips curved into a faint smile. His form flickered like a phantom, his side slicing through the air, leaving silver trails. Each swing tore through the air with a sharp crack, striking directly at the opponent's kakuja. The female ghoul clearly hadn't anticipated Shuzo Suzukawa possessing such formidable strength. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Who knew you'd pack such a punch, little brat? But how long do you think you can keep this up? The female ghoul grew intrigued. She abandoned her intent to kill, instead choosing to toy with her opponent. Sparks flew as the scythe collided with the kakuja, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear space itself apart. Suzuki Shuzu's movements were swift and deadly, each strike precise and unflinching. Such attacks were beyond the defense of ordinary ghouls. But alas, he now faced an S-class ghoul. With his current strength, Shuzo Suzuki's was no match for his opponent. To the opponent, Shuzo's attacks seemed like child's play. Unlike Shuzu, Yukinori Shinohara stood beside him, steady as a mountain. He gripped his great sword tightly, its tip lightly touching the ground as if gathering power. When the obese ghoul lunged at him, Shinohara sidestepped. His blade transformed into a silver lightning bolt, slicing through the opponent's flank and leaving a deep gash. The clash of kakuja and quink weapons sounded like steel striking steel, a piercing screech reverberating endlessly, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The fierce battle between them gradually shattered the surrounding streets. Each collision between the scythe and the kakuja unleashed a powerful shockwave, reducing nearby structures to unrecognizable ruins. Reinforcing bars and rubble flew through the air like hailstones in a violent storm, leaving nowhere to hide. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Shuzo Suzun was sent flying forward, crashing heavily into a nearby building. Shurzwa, are you okay? Chapter 136, The Gap of Despair. Votes needed. Flames rose from the building. Not far away, Shinohara Yukinori, engaged in battle with 2 ghouls, witnessed the scene and shouted anxiously toward Shuzu's direction. Uncle, you can barely save yourself right now, and you still have time to worry about others? Ha! You dare get distracted while fighting us? Just lie down already. Seeing Shinohara Yukinori's footwork shift, the obese ghoul and another S-class ghoul ahead immediately altered their attacks. The overwhelming assault left Shinohara Yukinori unable to counterattack, forcing him to barely block with his greatsword. Currently, Shuzo Suzuka's body had been knocked flying, his fate unknown. 2 S-class ghouls continued to engage him, preventing him from breaking free. Inside a nearby building, the S-class ghoul remained motionless. This dire situation caused Shinohara Yukinori's expression to grow unusually grave. If he were alone, he could still rely on his quink and combat experience to escape. But now, Shuzo Suzukawa was still by his side. If he fled, only death awaited him. Kishu, everyone, back off! Shinozaki Yukinori roared, swinging his great sword to hurl the obese ghoul forward before charging back like a raging beast. At that moment, in front of the wrecked building, the female ghoul licked the bloodstain of Shuzo Suzukawa from her fingertip. Holding his shirt in her left hand, she peered into the house with a smile. Little sister, I accidentally tore your clothes. Is that all right? Come out quickly. Big sister will sew up the tear for you. Otherwise, if others see you like this, it'll be embarrassing.
The female ghoul moved closer to the house, her gaze searching for Shuzu's figure. Where did he go? Staring at the empty room, a flicker of confusion crossed the female ghoul's eyes. As if suddenly remembering something, she whipped her head around to look behind her, her kakuja thrusting out simultaneously. Not behind me? She had expected Shuzo Suzuki's to ambush her, but finding no one behind her, her gaze turned puzzled. Where did he go? Just as her doubts deepened, a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Sis, were you looking for me? From the collapsed stone bricks behind the female ghoul, Shuzo Suzuki's figure burst forth. His scythe swung through the air. Before she could react, the blade had already sunk deep into her kakuja. He yanked it back, flinging the opponent into the air. Leaping up, he swung the scythe in a perfect arc, cleaving the figure in two. Blood spattered like dazzling fireworks. Thud! The body crashed to the ground. The female ghoul stared at Suzukiya Shuzu, her eyes filled with disbelief. Before her stood Shuzo Suzukiya, his upper body bare, leaning on his scythe and gasping for breath. There was not a single feminine feature on him. You're a guy? Sis, whoever said I was a girl? I just happened to look like one, that's all. Shuzo Suzukiya, scythe in hand, approached the female ghoul with a smile. His hand gripping the scythe trembled involuntarily. This was his first time defeating an S-class ghoul alone. Though the process involved some element of ambush, the result was undeniable and excitement was impossible to suppress. No, you can't. As Shuzo raised his scythe high, fear flashed in the female ghoul's eyes. Her body was cut open, and it would take time for it to regenerate. She couldn't move now. This little game had backfired spectacularly. Her gaze darted toward the S-class ghoul inside the house. She raised her hand, pleading for help. Save me. Splatter! The scythe descended, sending an oval-shaped head flying. To prevent the victim from surviving decapitation, Shuzo Suzukiya pierced a hole through the severed head. Only when he saw the brain matter mixed with an unknown fluid seeping out did he withdraw his blade with satisfaction. Yet, killing the female ghoul brought Shuzo Suzukiya no sense of relief. He pressed one hand against the scythe, forcing himself to look toward the ghouls in the distant building. The crisis was far from over. It was too soon to rest. He had expected this ghoul to come to the female ghoul's aid, but to his surprise, the opponent showed no sign of movement whatsoever. Even in the face of his hostility, he seemed utterly indifferent. Damn it! Yora is dead. What the hell is this guy doing? At that moment, ahead on the street, the slender ghoul battling Shinohara Yukinori stared at the corpse beside Suzuya Shuzu, his expression freezing before erupting in rage. Perfect opportunity. Yet, in that very instant, Shinohara Yukinori closed in. The SS-class Quink blade swung violently, its immense force piercing through the slender ghoul's body, slicing him clean in half just like the ghoul before. After landing the strike, Shinohara Yukinori did not pursue. Instead, he swiftly retreated to Shuzo Suzuya's side to recover. How are you? No injuries? Shinozaki Yukinori asked Shuzo Suzukawa with concern. Mr. Shinohara, I'm fine. Shuzo Suzukawa swayed slightly, then touched his forehead. A wave of warmth washed over him. Only then did he notice the gash on his forehead, blood already soaking through half his head. Great job, Shuzo. You did well this time, but now we need to retreat. The familiar figure of Shinohara seemed to fade from view as excessive blood loss began to blur the scene before Shuzo's eyes. Shinozaki Yukinori didn't let his brief advantage go to his head. He glanced at Suzukiya Shuzu's injuries and the ghoul lurking menacingly inside the nearby building. Shuzo Suzukawa was now incapable of continuing the fight. Prolonging the battle would only spell trouble for them. Did I say you could leave? Just as Shinohara Yukinori prepared to retreat with Suzukawa Shuzu, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. A muscular man appeared behind them. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Shinohara Yukinori reacted swiftly, swinging his greatsword backward. Yet what unfolded next left him stunned. Facing Shinohara Yukinori's full force strike, the man casually caught the blade with a raised hand, pinching it between two fingers and holding it firmly in place. Before Shinohara Yukinori could react, the man snatched the great sword from his grasp and delivered a powerful kick directly to Shinohara Yukinori's torso. Thud! Gah! A mouthful of blood spurted from Shinohara Yukinori's mouth. The sheer force of the kick sent Shinohara flying dozens of meters away, crashing into a nearby small shop. His fate was unknown. Staring at the bloodstain on the ground and the collapsed shop nearby, Shuzo Suzukiya's pupils fluttered. He locked eyes with the man before him, gasping for breath. Just as he raised his sickle to strike, the man seemed to read his mind. A ketsa shot out, severing Shuzu's right arm. The sickle clattered to the ground. A piercing ringing filled his ears. In that moment, Shuzu's mind went completely blank. The massive loss of blood robbed him of his ability to think. The man before him seemed to have grown bored, casually pinching Shuzo's throat with one hand and hoisting him off the ground. A crushing suffocation overwhelmed him. Driven by sheer will to survive, Shuzo frantically pounded the man's arm, but no matter how he struggled, the arm remained as unyielding as steel, not budging an inch. SSS Class. Chapter 137, The Outsider? Votes needed. Feeling the aura emanating from the man before him, Shozo's pupils dilated violently.
Such overwhelming power could only belong to an SS-class ghoul. An SSS-class ghoul required the combined assault of several special investigators to subdue. Why would such a formidable enemy appear here? Even 2 rookies couldn't handle it. What the hell are you lot even good for?
The man glanced at the female ghoul slain by Shuzo Suzukaya, then turned his gaze toward the frail ghoul severed in 2 nearby. After a period of recovery, its body had gradually healed, allowing it to perform simple movements. After scanning the area, the man turned his gaze toward the S-class ghoul inside a nearby building. He had witnessed the entire scene unfold. This guy hadn't lifted a finger from start to finish. This situation made him question the man's allegiance.
I'll need an explanation from you later.
As the words fell, beneath Shuzo Suzukaya's stunned gaze, a pair of vibrantly colored wings unfolded from behind the man. Before he could utter a word, a kakuja shot out, piercing his body clean through. Guh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man shot a disdainful glance at Shurzwa before casually flinging him aside. His body slammed onto the street above, and as blood flowed out, Shurzwa's vision gradually blurred. His gaze fixed on the nearby ruins as he reached out, his voice filled with reluctance, "Mr. Shinohara." Just as Shurzwa's gaze began to dim, suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows on the opposite side of the street.
Recognizing the familiar figure, Shozo Suzuyo seemed to remember something, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes.
He struggled to crawl toward the figure, but his weakened body could only manage a few steps before he collapsed, completely unconscious.
Another investigator?
At that moment, high above the street,
the SS-class ghoul also sensed the presence of another.
His gaze fixed on the figure approaching from the distance, a slow smile spreading across his lips.
He could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from this figure. Extremely powerful.
But the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. "Never expected to run into you here, Kirishima Kendo."
What a pleasant surprise. Su Cheng approached the unconscious Shuzo Suzukaya. Upon confirming he was still alive, his gaze shifted upward toward the SS-class ghoul looming over the street.
Hearing Su Cheng accurately state his name, Kirishima Kendo's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at him in disbelief.
What the hell is with this guy? How did he know my identity? Observing Kirishima Kendo's reaction, Su Cheng's suspicions solidified further.
It seemed this world instance differed from the standard ones. Whether it was the gecko, the orca, or that Yoru Inoue, the appearance of these 3 creatures doesn't align with the original ghoul timeline at all. Their appearances should have been delayed by at least several months. Their premature appearance now clearly indicated that this world's timeline diverged from the original. And the SS-class ghoul standing before him now is none other than the younger brother of Kaniki's companion, Tuka, in the ghoul world.
Kirishima Kento.
In the original timeline, he was merely an S-class ghoul. Although he eventually ascended to SS-class, that occurred much later, a timeline that clearly didn't align with the present situation. Since the appearance of the orca, he no longer felt particularly surprised by what he encountered in this world. Especially after battling those crystal people, he was even more certain that the ghoul instance he was currently in was different from the original one. Though Su Cheng had anticipated this scene, he never imagined it would be him he encountered here.
Sigh. Why couldn't you just be a good little boy? Why did you have to go and mess with this?
Withdrawing his gaze, Su Cheng turned to look at the unconscious Shuzo Suzum lying nearby. Seeing him in such a state, Su Cheng retrieved a pink magic wand from the system.
Consume 1 year of lifespan to activate healing?
This weapon, obtained by slaying those 4 crystal beings, had yet to be used.
Now seemed the perfect moment to test its effects. Without much hesitation, Su Cheng made his decision. Yes.
As the numbers in his hand decreased, a gentle light emanated from the top of the wand.
The wounds covering Shuzo Suzuyo, bathed in the light, healed at a visible pace. Even his severed arm began to regrow. This skill.
Witnessing Shuzo's transformation, Su Cheng was stunned by the wand's effect even though he had anticipated its power.
Healing wounds was one thing, but actually regenerating a severed arm? In that moment, Su Cheng couldn't help but ponder. What if he had initially encountered not the 3-member squad of Kaiji but their 4-member squad instead? And if Karo hadn't attacked immediately but instead followed his teammate's steady approach, could he still have won?
After running through the scenario in his mind, Su Cheng arrived at a terrifying conclusion.
He had no chance whatsoever.
Their formidable defensive capabilities, control techniques, relentless laser barrages, and astonishing healing abilities including resurrection. Against such a team, victory was only possible if he knew their tactics from the start, initiated beast form and gambled his life simultaneously, and eliminated the staff-wielding girl first. So you weren't with CCG after all, you're one of those outsiders. On the street, after witnessing Su Cheng's methods, Kirishima Kento quickly discerned the opponent's true identity.
Outsiders? Fog Island's words caused Su Cheng's expression to freeze in surprise. This guy claims he's an outsider? Could it be? An unrealistic thought surfaced in his mind. Could these people be real individuals, not NPCs? And this world doesn't vanish after passing through it, endures forever? No, that can't be right. If that were the case, then what about the original timeline?
Su Cheng shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the mist-shrouded island ahead. Perhaps this guy knows some hidden truths.
Judging by your expression, this must be your first time in our world, right? No wonder going out of your way to save that guy is nothing but a waste of time. Fog Island Kento chuckled at Su Cheng's puzzled expression. He glanced at the S-class ghoul beside him, his kakuja slowly unfurling behind him. Each feather glowed with an ominous light. I'll question you about your actions later. For now, let me deal with this foreign rat. With that, Kirishima Kendo moved like lightning. His feather-like kakuya sliced through the air, drawing sharp whistling sounds. In an instant, he materialized behind Su Cheng. Seeing Su Cheng still frozen in his previous stance, Kirishima Kendo's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. You're too weak. Chapter 138, Little Sissy?
As the hairsy blade was about to pierce through Su Cheng's body, Kirishima Kento shook his head in disappointment. When he first sensed Su Cheng's aura, he'd expected this guy to provide some entertainment. Little did he know he'd be this weak. He hadn't been without encounters with outsiders like Su Cheng before. Initially, lacking intelligence on these outsiders, he'd struggled immensely, even dying dozens of times. Though these beings possessed considerable strength, even capable of trading blows with him, that was only when he hadn't struck first. As his encounters with these outsiders increased and he learned their methods, dealing with them later became remarkably simple. These fellows always required preparation before initiating combat. Once their preparations were complete, their strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. As long as he struck before they could prepare, they were utterly defenseless. He had succeeded dozens of times in situations like the present one, never failing once. Just as he assumed Su Cheng would meet the same fate as the other outsiders he'd killed, suddenly. To his stunned gaze, Su Cheng turned, smiling at him. A silver revolver had appeared in his hand, its barrel pointed squarely at him. Su Cheng held a pink magic wand in one hand and the silver revolver in the other, his thumb sliding the safety off. Gravel on the street trembled slightly as an ominous aura of killing intent abruptly locked onto his entire body. Locked in the revolver's sights, a powerful sense of danger instantly washed over Fujishima Kendo. No! Fog Island's pupils dilated. His instincts screamed that he absolutely could not be hit by this shot. If hit, he would be gravely wounded if not killed outright. From the moment his attack landed to the instant Su Cheng drew the revolver, only a fraction of a second had passed. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain of his ketsa snapping, Kirishima Kento abruptly halted his assault and darted sideways. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. A jet-black bullet erupted from the revolver's barrel, spinning through the air toward Kirishima Kento. Despite Kirishima Kenzo's evasive maneuver, the bullet struck his rear-mounted heki. Ding! Luck Goddess triggered successfully. Lucky Time activated successfully. All three attributes increased by 10 points, non-stackable. Demon Hunter triggered successfully. Damage bonus, plus 300. 3 notifications popped up in succession. The bullet blew a gaping hole through Yuha behind Kirishima Kento, and intense pain surged through Kirishima Kento's entire body. Before Kirishima Kento could react with anger, Su Cheng's right hand switched from a magic wand to a tang sword. Several streaks of blade light erupted repeatedly from above the street. Power Attribute Judgment successful. Eternal Flow triggered. Toxic Constitution triggered successfully. Ding! Goddess of Fortune triggered successfully. Damage success triggered. In the blink of an eye, Su Cheng delivered a flurry of strikes, each more devastating than the last. The blade's aura seemed to contain power capable of devouring all things. The blade's energy sliced horizontally across Kazuna's body, carving one bloody gash after another into her flesh. These wounds spiraled outward like whirlpools. Piercing agony erupted from his upper body. Kirishima Kento stared in disbelief at the wounds, the sheer force emanating from them causing his pupils to flicker. You bastard! Didn't your parents teach you that sneaking attacks from behind is a terrible habit? The opening you see might just be an illusion someone else created for you. Oh, right. You have no parents. Before Kirishima could respond, the tang sword sheathed itself. Su Cheng's foot shot out, delivering a brutal kick to Kirishima's chest. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air. As if struck by a mountain, Kirishima Ayato's pupils dilated. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted from his mouth as his body slammed into the nearby street like a kite whose string had snapped. This. Am I dreaming? Meanwhile, behind So City, Shizo Suzuyo, now healed, had already regained consciousness. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figure of Kirishima Kento being kicked away in the distance. He had witnessed every moment of Su Cheng's battle with that opponent. An enemy that neither he nor Shinohara Yukinori could stand against had been instantly defeated by the man before him. From start to finish, the entire battle hadn't even lasted half a minute. Oh, Mr. Shinohara. Watching Kirishima Kento flying backward, Shirzwa Suzukaya thought of Shinohara Yukinori. He braced his hands against the ground and slowly pushed himself up. Ha! What's wrong with my arm? Suzuki Shuzo looked at his right hand with confusion. If he remembered correctly, hadn't that SS-class ghoul severed his arm?
And how had the wound on his chest healed as well? Oh, little sissy's awake? Never thought you'd heal so fast. Noticing the movement behind him, Cheng smiled as he looked toward Shuzo Suzukaya. Little sissy? Though he didn't understand Cheng's meaning, Shinohara Yukinori had once told him that any human who killed ghouls was their ally. Besides, they had met Cheng before. And the images he witnessed during their mission to District 24 were etched into his mind. A vast field was covered with ghoul corpses. Corpses of Class A and Class S ghouls were scattered everywhere. Even an SS Class wanted ghoul was among them. Judging by the nature of the injuries on those corpses, they all appeared to be the work of a single individual. They had initially speculated whether it was Cheng's doing. Now it seemed certain. After all, only he could instantly kill an SS Class ghoul within half a minute. Many thanks to second investigator Cheng. No need to thank me. Just took care of a minor nuisance. We're all on the same side, no need for formalities. Cheng waved dismissively and turned his gaze toward Shuzo Suzukaya. Standing close by, Suzuki Shuzo was now under Cheng's first proper scrutiny. His skin was fair, his cherry lips moist. Had Cheng not known from the start that he was male, such features would have been overwhelming for any man. More importantly, why did he clearly a man exude such a faint, girlish fragrance? Second-class investigator Cheng? Noticing Cheng staring intently at him, Shuzo looked back at him in confusion. What was second-class investigator Cheng's problem? Why was he staring at him like that? Is there something on my face? Shingo Suzukaya pondered, touching his cheek to confirm nothing was amiss. When he met Cheng's gaze, a sudden realization dawned on him, and his cheeks flushed crimson. He'd heard rumors that some investigators disliked women, and that they might actually be more drawn to someone like him. Could second-class investigator Cheng also? Though he wouldn't recommend it, if it ever came to that, he naturally hoped his status would be higher than Cheng's. Just as Shuzo began to speak, Cheng suddenly stepped forward, pulling him into an embrace as his left hand swung the Tang sword. Clang! A crisp, metallic clang echoed. The Haishi clashed with the Tang sword. Kirishima Kento emerged from behind Shirzua, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Cheng. You lowly creature, die. Chapter 139, Cheng counterattacked? Can you still move? Seems you've got quite a few secrets after all. The Tang sword clashed with the heretic. Cheng watched Kirishima Kenzo still moving, slightly surprised. The force of those strikes had surpassed even the punch he'd delivered to the orca. Though her physical prowess didn't match the orca's, she'd survived and remained mobile. When Tang Dao's blade struck her earlier, he thought he heard a prompt about damage activation. For a creature within a dungeon world to possess equipment from the multiverse, this was truly extraordinary. How could this be? Your power. Seeing his attacks blocked, Kirishima Kento's pupils fluttered. Those earlier blows had been nothing more than carelessness on his part, allowing Cheng to seize the opportunity. But now, he had unleashed his full speed and every ounce of his strength, yet he couldn't budge the opponent an inch. Is this guy even human? No, impossible. You're merely a lowly human, an inferior creature. How could you possibly possess such overwhelming power? Fog Island Xian Du couldn't accept it. The hekis behind him erupted violently, enveloping his entire body as his claws lunged forward to seize Cheng. Cheng dodged. The claws sliced through the air, tearing open a 10-meter stretch of the street. A half Kekaishi? Cheng fixed his gaze on the long-haired ghoul's attack pattern. It was methodical, chaotic, yet impenetrable. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed Kirishima Kendo was a half Kakuja. In the entire ghoul world, there were only a handful of half Kakuja and Kakuja. Kagurazaka Kendo was not one of them. Yet right now, she was undeniably in the state of a half ghoul. This guy is definitely up to something. After several fruitless attacks, Kirishima Kento roared and turned to flee. He was actually escaping. The Tang sword whirled as Cheng sidestepped Shuzo Suzuki's and charged forward. Kagurazaka Kagetsuchi's Kagetsuchi was a feather Kagetsuchi. Once the opponent created distance, catching up would become exceedingly difficult. Though his close-quarters combat prowess was formidable, he was still at a slight disadvantage against flying foes. Xiao Shui had already caused him no end of trouble last time. He absolutely couldn't let him take flight. With no time to think, Cheng violently flung the iron rod from his system. It pierced the air and drove into Kirishima Kenzu's abdomen. Kenzu roared, glaring back at Cheng before fleeing into the distance. Just as Cheng prepared to pursue, dozens of ghouls suddenly burst from the surrounding area. They roared as if provoked, collectively blocking his path. These ghouls were generally a class in strength, unable to halt Cheng's advance. With each swing of the Tang sword, several ghoul lives were reaped. Yet, even so, dozens of ghouls surged forward together, seemingly half-mad, still managed to delay Cheng considerably. Taking advantage of this moment, Kirishima Kendo swiftly spread her wings and flew off into the distance. What, playing around like this? Breaking free from the ghoul's encirclement, Cheng shouted into the distance, "Rise, tell me where Kirishima Kendo is." That bastard's heading south.
Rise emerged from the shadows of a nearby street and urgently called out to Su Chang. South? Su Chang took a deep breath and a coin sprang from his hand. Simultaneously, his physique began to shift. Ding! Fortune goddess triggered successfully. This toss is heads. Life or death talent activated successfully. Beast form activated. Lucky time triggered successfully, all 3 attributes increased by 10 points. A series of enhancement sounds rang out. As the coin landed. In an instant. A sharp crack of compressed air erupted, and Su Chang vanished from his original spot. Ever since entering the ghoul world, its transformations had piqued Su Chang's curiosity. Characters from various timelines seemed to be experiencing issues, compounded by the emergence of contestants from other worlds. The current changes in Kirishima Ayato made him instinctively feel that this guy definitely knew something. The scene of Su Chang battling Kirishima Kendo and the ensuing chase had the live stream audience buzzing with speculation. Though most viewers were unaware of the current situation, even a fool could tell something was off about this scene. What the hell? Was that guy fighting Sushin just now Kirishima Kento? Isn't he Dong Xian's brother? How did he end up here? Something's off. This timeline doesn't add up. Kirishima Kento seems even stronger than Orca right now, and Orca is ranked between SSSSS. How could Kento possibly possess that level of power at this stage? Heh, who cares about all that? That scene with Sushin just now was so ambiguous and totally hooked. I wonder what it'll be like when Sushin and her are together. Can't wait. Holy crap, she's not a girl? That guy's a dude? You're into guys too? What? He's a guy? Holy crap, that makes it even better. A little sissy boy? Now I can't wait to see Godsu take him down. It might not be Sushin pushing him. Who knew Sushin would get pushed back by this little sissy? After all, opposites attract, right? Holy crap, Sushin getting pushed back? I can't handle this, I can't handle this. Just imagining it makes my nose bleed. The scene with Kirishima Kento left many viewers watching the livestream puzzled. But as a peculiar comment drifted across the screen, the atmosphere in the livestream began to feel off. At that moment, above the street, the fat ghoul and the skinny ghoul from earlier had been dispatched when Su Chang arrived. The S-class ghoul inside the building was now nowhere to be found. As Su Chang pursued them away, the entire street fell silent once more. Are you okay? Rise emerged from the corner of the street, glanced at Shuzo Suzuki's injuries, and kindly inquired. If she remembered correctly, it was this guy who had thrown the sickle at her earlier. If Su Chang hadn't pulled her away in time, she would have been seriously injured at the very least. In the past, had she dared treat her this way, she would have seized the moment to finish her off. But now, Rise recalled how Su Chang had used the same manipulative tactics he'd employed to charm her, and she stomped her foot in frustration. I knew it. Men are all scum. Who are you? Shurzwa Suzukaya, having regained his composure, raised his quink-eyed Risa warily. Humans have such short memories. Just moments ago you were plotting to kill me, and now you've forgotten so quickly? Rise shot him a hostile glance, having already classified Shuzo as a formidable adversary. Hearing Rise's words, Shurzwa tilted his head. After studying her features for a moment, he finally recalled who she was. Due to severe blood loss and her current evolution into an SSS class being, Rise's aura had changed drastically. Shuzo hadn't recognized her at first glance. Once he confirmed her identity, he lowered his sight and retracted his hostility. He had just witnessed Su Chang calling out to her. Since she was with the Su Chang investigation unit, there was nothing to worry about. However, recalling the earlier scene, Shuzo unconsciously ran his fingers through his hair, his expression filled with worry as he gazed in the direction Su Chang had departed. Mr. Su, is he alright? Shinohara Yukinori. Chapter 140, Another Form of Companionship? Votes needed. Hey, wait a minute. I thought you were a ghoul? Why are you walking with Mr. Su? And, you seem really close with Mr. Su. Did you two know each other before? What does Mr. Su like? What does he usually do? Within the streets, Rise collected the herbals of surrounding S-class ghouls. Though her own strength had now advanced to SSS class, an extra herb always meant one more path open. Listening to Shuzo Suzukaya's incessant chatter behind her 9 out of 10 sentences about Sioux City, even her usually patient temper began to fray. Are you bored? Why are you following me around? If you want info on Su Chang, just wait for him to return and ask him directly. Rise turned to glare at Shuzo Suzukaya. Also, your base is under attack right now. You have the time to chat with me here? Are you sure you don't need to go help? Rescue? Shurzwa waved it off, unconcerned. Mr. Shinohara said we don't need to go. We just need to find the mastermind behind this. Find the mastermind? Exactly. Shurzwa nodded. Mr. Shinohara suspects this invasion is orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. We just need to eliminate that mastermind, and it'll all be over. So where is this Mr. Shinohara you keep mentioning? Rai stared at Shurzwa Suzuyo with a strange look. Isn't this place just you? Mr. Shinohara is right here. Mid-sentence.
Suzuki Shizo seemed to remember something, his expression freezing as he frantically scanned the area for Shinohara Yukinori's figure. Watching Shuzo Suzuyo dash nervously toward a pile of rubble, Rise shook her head in disbelief. Should she call this girl foolish, or simply innocent and naive? Withdrawing her gaze from Shirzwa, Rise looked down at the several herb packets in her hand. This time, she had obtained 3 S-grade herbs. Anything below S-grade was now completely beneath her notice, offering her no benefit whatsoever. Staring at the vivid red, pulsating herbs in her hand, Rise swallowed hard and opened her mouth to swallow one whole. I'm starting. Her mouth met only emptiness. Staring at the void in her hand, Rise froze. Feeling a familiar presence approach, Rise looked up with an awkward smile. You're back already? If I hadn't come back early, you would have eaten all 3 of these herbs. Su Cheng casually tossed the corpse of Kirishima Kando aside. After collecting the herb pouches, he fixed his gaze intently on the distance. With his life-staking talent and the boost from his beast transformation, he quickly caught up to Kirishima Kento. To extract information from him, he deliberately held back and didn't kill him. Little did he expect that after being captured, the man would utter a cryptic remark before taking his own life. You truly are different from those outsiders. This time I fell to you, but next time may be different. Su Cheng was intensely curious about the this time and next time mentioned in his words. And the man's utterly unhesitating suicide left Su Cheng even more perplexed. Did this man not fear death? Though the man was shrouded in mystery and hadn't revealed a single useful word. At least this time, he'd secured an SS-grade herbal pack, not a bad outcome. Mr. Su, Mr. Shinohara Mr. Shinohara At that moment, Shuzo Suzukaya rushed past from afar, carrying a figure on his back. After laying down Shinohara Yukinori's body, Shuzo looked toward Su Cheng with pleading eyes. No pulse. Confirmed dead. Rai stepped forward to check his breath, then licked her lips and looked at Shuzo Suzukaya. He's dead as a doornail. Since you won't need him anyway, why not give him to me? No. Stay away from Mr. Shinohara. Feeding human corpses to ghouls, you don't even need to think about what happens next. Hey, little girl, he's already dead. He wasn't even your family or anything. If you give him to me, I can let him stay with you in another form. Isn't that better? You want to eat him? Shuzo Suzumeya glared at Rise. Don't you ever need to use the bathroom? Or are you promising you won't poop after eating Mr. Shinohara? Rise rubbed her head. She really had forgotten that part. Mr. Su, I know your abilities. Please, save Mr. Shinohara. I'll agree to anything you want. The incident in District 24 earlier had been confirmed by him and Shinohara Yukinori as Su Cheng's doing. To single-handedly eliminate so many ghouls, and to kill an SS-class ghoul with such ease, his abilities were definitely more than met the eye. Seeing Suzuka Shuzo's eyes glistening with tears as he looked at him, Su Cheng turned to him in surprise. Save him? Why are you so certain I can revive him? Because. Shuzo froze, clearly unprepared for Su Cheng's response. Seems you've learned quite a bit. Seeing Shuzo's reaction, Su Cheng confirmed his suspicions. This guy must know about the situation in this world too. But unlike Kirishima Kento, they still feared death. I can indeed revive him, but what benefit can you offer me? Or what price must I pay? Su Cheng considered himself no saint. Though he was on the CCG's side, that didn't mean he'd suddenly become a saint, sacrificing his own lifespan to help others unconditionally. Listening to Su Cheng's words, Rise felt she had heard them somewhere before. As Su Cheng scanned Shuzo Suzuka's body, Rise's expression froze. Suddenly, she remembered something. He couldn't possibly be. No. She must be overthinking this. This little girl clearly looks underage. He wouldn't possibly target a minor, would he? Yet, to her utter disbelief. As Su Cheng gradually approached Shirzwa, mirroring the exact scenario she had witnessed earlier, Rise froze in shock. Hey, this girl's still a minor. Are you out of your mind? Don't you fear getting banned? Little girl? Underage? Su Cheng looked at Rishi in confusion, pointing at Shirzwa and asking, are you talking about him? What else? I know you're frustrated, but you can't go after her. If you really can't hold back. At this point, Rishi's cheeks flushed crimson. Before she could continue, Su Cheng shook his head in exasperation, tapped Rishi's head, and pushed her away. This guy is male. What's this about being an adult or not? What's going on in your head day after day? What? He's a guy? Hearing Su Cheng's words, Risa's expression froze. She stared in shock at Suzuka Shirzwa, who looked more feminine than most girls. For some reason, upon hearing he was male, she felt no surprise. Instead, she felt more relief? Chapter 141, Second Class Investigator? Votes needed. After wrestling with himself for a long time, Shirzwa Suzukaya seemed to make up his mind. He looked at Su Cheng and said, this matter was supposed to remain confidential, but if you truly wish to know, you must promise me you won't tell anyone. As long as you can provide corresponding intelligence or benefits, I promise not to reveal it. Seeing Shinohara Yukinori glance at Rise, Su Cheng waved his hand and continued, don't worry, she's included too. Suzuki Shizu glanced at Shinohara Yukinori, then at Su Chang, before sighing. I can take you to that place, but the road is blocked now because of the ghoul invasion. The road is blocked? Su Chang's gaze flickered toward the distant flickering flames. After a moment's thought, he instructed Rise to look after Shizu Suzukaya before striding forward. What are you going to do? Watching Su Chang's retreating figure, an unrealistic thought flashed through Shizuo Suzuki's mind. Could he possibly be planning to go there alone? Intelligence indicated that the number of ghouls in that area had reached the thousands, with countless A-rank and S-rank ghouls among them. Even the entire CCG base mobilized would struggle to hold them back. Without the aid of hot weapons, they might have been breached long ago. Mr. Su, going alone is far too dangerous. Reinforcements are already en route and should arrive shortly. Why not wait a little longer? Shizuo Suzukaya's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Su Chang. If something happened to Su Chang, Shinohara Yukinori's hopes would vanish completely. Of course, deep down, he didn't want anything to happen to Su Chang. Hey, you're a guy, why are you so worried about him? Rai stepped in front of Shizuo Suzukaya, her gaze sharp as she asked, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you? Of course, that last remark was just Rai's teasing him. However, to her surprise, the moment she spoke, Shizuo Suzukaya visibly flushed with embarrassment. This scene left Rishi utterly dumbfounded. No way. Rai glanced at Su Chang, then back at Shizuo Suzukaya. Is this guy a succubus or something? It's one thing for women to like him, but why are men interested in him too? Don't worry, I'll be right back. Su Chang instinctively ruffled Shizu's hair before his figure vanished into the street. Such an ambiguous scene left not only Rishi dumbfounded, but viewers watching the livestream went wild with excitement. Holy! Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you so. I'm totally shipping these two. The way Su looks at her, he clearly isn't bothered at all. Heh, I wish I could fast forward to the black screen scene. Su and Nan-chan together, just thinking about it is thrilling. Hold up, you fangirls, chill out. It's just a normal head pat. What are you imagining? Xiaonan does look pretty good, but Sushin has Xiaobai and the others. There's no way he'd be into guys. Speaking of Xiaobai, has anyone seen her lately? She vanished after leaving earlier. I'm puzzled too. Maybe something's holding her up? Anyway, since Sushin isn't worried, we shouldn't overthink it. Forget all that for now. Look at the CCG base. Both sides have completely lost it. Inside the CCG base, due to the ghouls' sudden assault in the cover of night, the entire CCG compound was engulfed in flames, with defenses breached everywhere. Even with reinforcements arriving promptly, the sheer number of ghouls this time was overwhelming. Corpses of both investigators and ghouls littered the base perimeter. Ha! This is awesome. So awesome. All these years we've been hunted down by these investigators, treated like rats in the sewers. Now it's finally our turn to strike back. Turns out these investigators aren't all that. When we band together, these bastards can't put up a fight. Brothers, keep charging. They've only got one line of defense left. Once we break through, this base is ours. The ghouls who had slaughtered their way through the base were now bloodthirsty. They tasted the fruits of such a victory for the first time. Previously, they'd been surrounded by multiple investigators. Now they'd experienced that feeling firsthand. Damn, this feels good. Every corner of the base is now under their control, leaving only the final line of defense. Seeing success within their grasp, the ghouls inside the base charged forward with unbridled fury, as if pumped full of adrenaline. Behind the line, the base suffered devastating casualties from the massive ghoul assault. The remaining investigators inside the base wore expressions of utter exhaustion. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements are on their way. We absolutely cannot let these bastards break through this line. As the sole special class investigator within the base, Kurogane Kurokura stood at the very front, rallying the troops. As an S-class ghoul leapt over the high wall, Kurogane showed no hesitation. He shoved an investigator aside and charged forward. For Kuroiwa, a special class investigator, handling one S-class ghoul alone was no challenge. With the other ghouls behind still held back, the S-class ghoul soon met a gruesome end at the hands of Kurogane's Kugane. Standing over the S-class ghoul's corpse, Kurogane surveyed the crowd around him. He had expected that slaying an S-class ghoul would significantly boost morale, but now all he saw in their eyes was numbness. As seasoned investigators, they understood exactly what Kuroiwa meant. When he said reinforcements would arrive soon, they knew full well the reality of the situation. The nearest reinforcements would take hours to arrive, let alone the tide-like horde of ghouls outside. They had fewer than 100 men left, and half of them were barely a fraction of their former strength. In their current state, confronting the ghouls outside would only lead to certain death. Damn it, how did those bastards pull this off? Sensing the tension in the air, Kuroiwa's gaze turned grave as he looked out beyond the defensive line toward the dark, dense mass of ghouls. Such a massive force had arrived here completely unexpectedly, without the slightest warning. Most investigators were currently deployed on missions elsewhere. Several powerful investigators had fallen during the initial wave of resistance against the ghoul horde. Now, only about 20 others besides him remained standing. Outside, the ghouls numbered at least 2,000. 1 against 100. Such terrifying odds left even him feeling hopeless. As the final defensive line was about to collapse, Kirigane took a deep breath, preparing for a desperate last stand. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Seeing the caller was Shuzo Suzukaya, Kuroiwa assumed reinforcements had arrived and quickly answered. The connection established, Shuzo Suzumi's voice came through immediately. Mr. Kuroiwa, second-class investigator Su from Suzhou has gone to support the battle. You guys stay back a bit and be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Kuroiwa? Chapter 142, Zero Chance of Victory? Vote for me. Hearing Shuzo Suzura's voice on the other end, Kuroiwa thought he must have misheard. A single person coming to assist and a second-class investigator at that? Telling them to stay back and avoid collateral damage? In this situation, even if another one came, no. Even all the special investigators combined couldn't handle this. The sheer number of ghouls this time was overwhelming. At the very least, all investigators from every district would need to be mobilized to stop them. This wasn't something a handful of individuals could handle. Let alone a Class 2 investigator. Wasn't this a suicide mission? Shirzwa, are you absolutely certain you didn't mishear? Did the second-class investigator from Suzaki bring a squad, or did he come alone? Kuroiwa swallowed hard, waiting for Suzukara Shirzwa's reply, his heart pounding violently in his chest. It's second-class investigator Su Chéng alone. Upon hearing Shizuo's confirmation, Kuroiwa's heart sank completely. No. What's there to report about a mere second-class investigator coming alone? A second-class investigator wasn't even as powerful as Suzura Shuzu. If he had come, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Like Kuroiwa IWA, the crowd from Sakura Nation watching this scene burst into joy upon learning that Sioux City was sending only one person to assist. Yes. Heaven is truly aiding Sakura Nation. I was worried we couldn't kill that Chinese bastard, but now he's come to his death himself. Who knew this Chinese guy had some real guts? Even an SS-class ghoul couldn't stop them. But now it's settled, though there were a few hiccups along the way, the final outcome won't change. Ha! I don't know whether to call this Chinese guy stupid or what. He's got some skill, but his brain's not working right. Going in alone? Does he think this is a game of house? I checked, there are still about 3,000 ghouls left this time. He's alone. 3,000 ghouls could drown him with just their spit. Su Cheng's solitary advance drew dismissive headshakes from the Cherry Blossom Nation's forces. Had he gone to gather reinforcements from various regions, they might have felt a sense of gravity, even despair. But now? They never imagined Su Cheng could be this foolish. His earlier feat of taking on over 100 ghouls alone had indeed been somewhat shocking. But the numbers now were incomparable to before. Increasing the number of ghouls wasn't a simple matter of 1 + 1. This was war, not some martial arts playtime. Even if these 3,000 ghouls stood completely still, it would take him ages to cut through them, let alone engage in actual combat. At that moment, within the highest level combat command base of Huaxia, Old Bai and his team watched the footage of Su Cheng heading out alone, their expressions growing grave. That kid Su Cheng is far too reckless. This is a battle between the CCG and the ghouls. He should wait for reinforcements to arrive. Why is he trying to handle this alone? It's far too dangerous. White old man, contact Su Cheng. Advise him against recklessness. War isn't a game, the numerical disparity is too vast. Yes, Elder Bai, you should speak with him. We understand Su Cheng's current state. He has achieved the impossible these past days, but this situation is incomparable to before. Back then, there was at least a fighting chance. Now, the odds are completely zero. Going in is nothing but a suicide mission. Everyone who made it into the base was battle-hardened. This situation is no time for heroics. Su Cheng is exceptionally powerful, capable of taking on 100 foes alone. But that was only when facing weaker opponents. In this war, the sheer number of S-class ghouls alone is overwhelming, let alone the A-class and B-class ghouls. No matter how formidable Su Cheng was, even the strongest man would eventually tire. The slightest misstep on the battlefield could trigger a chain reaction of consequences. Listening to everyone's advice, Old Bai's gaze remained fixed on Su Cheng in the screen. Though he desperately wanted to stop Su Cheng from advancing, after these days, he knew that given Su Cheng's temperament, making him halt now was impossible. Moreover, Su Cheng must have his reasons for this. He's not the reckless type, I trust him. This. The others exchanged bewildered glances, surprised by Elder Bai's reaction. Noticing their gazes, Old Bai shook his head and said, I understand your concerns. I share your worries. But I can't shake the feeling that Su Cheng has his reasons for this. That said, it's impossible to say I'm not worried. One man facing over 3,000 opponents, all of whom were ghouls unlike ordinary humans. This situation was beyond dire. Just as Elder Bai and his group were worrying about Su Cheng. Outside the CCG headquarters. It's quite a large-scale operation. I never imagined that guy could gather so many ghouls. Seems he's made quite a haul these past days. Standing atop a high vantage point, Chang gazed out at the densely packed horde of ghouls in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. With such overwhelming numbers, charging in headlong would be nothing short of suicide. Given the current situation, they should be able to hold out a little longer, right? Watching the distant battle, Chang opened his system panel and retrieved a staff. Winter's Grasp, B rank. Equipment effect, Strength +5, Intelligence +80. Skills, Ice Crystal, Winter's Approach. Gripping the wand with one hand, Chang distinctly felt his vision sharpen more than double, his thoughts becoming exceptionally clear in that moment. He hadn't expected intelligence to have such an effect. Chang stared in astonishment at the staff in his hand. Unlike strength and agility attributes, his intelligence hovered around 80 without any equipment enhancements. Only when his life stakes talent activated did his intelligence ever break the 100 mark. He had always wondered why his vision and reaction speed became exceptionally swift whenever the gamble life talent activated. Judging by the current situation, it was inextricably linked to his intelligence. It seemed he couldn't afford to neglect his intelligence stat from now on. His thoughts snapped back. Chang glanced at the description of the gamble on life talent, then studied the staff skill introduction. An idea suddenly formed in his mind. When casting Winter's Approach, he was unable to perform any actions besides the continuous chant, not even cancelling it. He could only expend life points to accelerate the casting speed. If someone were to ambush him during this period and his lifespan reserves were insufficient, he would have no choice but to await death. Logically, this skill requires coordination with teammates. But what if he could become immune to this negative effect? Thoughts turned to action. A coin appeared in Chang's palm, followed by a crisp sound. Ding! Fortune Goddess activated successfully. Life or Death talent activated successfully. This tosses heads. As the talent activated, Chang watched the attribute boosts on his interface panel. He planted the staff before him and took a deep breath. Success hinged on this single moment. The surrounding temperature plummeted, as if the very space itself had been frozen by this force. Beneath Chang's feet, the once withered grassland swiftly became blanketed by a thin layer of frost and snow, crystalline and translucent, glistening with a cold radiance. Immediately, a bone-chilling wind swept in from all directions, carrying snowflakes and ice crystals that swirled and danced through the air. Winter's Bite activation in progress, estimated duration, 3 hours. Unable to move or perform any actions during release. Life-staking talent triggered successfully. Immune to negative effects this time. Chapter 143, Better to Live Than Die, Votes Needed. A prompt popped up. Chang tentatively shifted his feet. As he took a step forward, Chang's eyes flashed. It worked. He'd only been testing the waters, but to his surprise, it actually worked. This outcome had caught Chang off guard. As he moved forward, staff in hand, the surrounding snowstorm seemed to follow his every step. What is the greatest weakness of a mage? Undoubtedly, it's the pre-cast delay and the various drawbacks during the casting process. Now, Chang had immunized himself to these weaknesses through his life-risking talent. Imagine an assassin attempting to ambush a mage, only for the mage to outrun the assassin. And what's more, he's casting his ultimate ability while fleeing. If this tactic fails, charging in would be reckless. But now, Chang gripped his staff with one hand. Sensing the cast bar still progressing, a faint smile touched his lips as he leapt down from the high ground. Meanwhile, inside the CCG headquarters, Black Granite and the last remaining investigator were still desperately holding off the ghoul assault. Though the base's final defensive line was exceptionally sturdy, it couldn't withstand the relentless waves of ghouls. Compared to ghouls, humans were already at a disadvantage in stamina. Now, the enemy vastly outnumbered them. Even with the strongest defenses, they were on the verge of collapse. How much longer until the nearest reinforcements arrived? Kurigane dispatched an approaching Class A ghoul, then turned his grave gaze toward the administrative personnel behind him. The closest squad would take at least another half hour. Led by a Class 1 investigator, it numbered only 10. The rest of the teams were trailing behind. Half an hour? Kurigane took a deep breath, gripping his quink tightly as his gaze fixed on the gate about to be breached. Forget half an hour and 10 minutes, their gates would be breached. Facing thousands of ghouls in an attack, waiting for reinforcements would only mean they'd be left to bury their own dead. Was that guy still not here? In this dire moment, Kurigane couldn't help but recall the person mentioned earlier by Shuzo Suzumiya. To command such concern, that person's strength must be truly extraordinary. No. Kuroiwa shook his head. What was he expecting? The other party was merely a second-class investigator. No matter how capable they were, facing such a large-scale operation, they'd have no choice but to flee. It would have been better to send Shuzo Suzumiya for support instead. Though also a Class 2, his true strength remained unconfirmed, certainly surpassing the average Class 2 investigator he mentioned. He'd likely already perished en route. Kuroiwa sighed. The sheer density of ghouls stretched as far as the eye could see. At such a distance, even a Class 2 investigator could barely protect himself, let alone provide support. Glancing back at the exhausted investigators trailing behind, Kurigane seemed to make a decision. He turned to face them. Colleagues, I won't deceive you. The nearest reinforcements won't arrive for another half hour, and at this rate, our defenses will collapse within 10 minutes. I know you're exhausted, I'm exhausted too. But are we just going to let these ghouls ride roughshod over us? How many of our comrades have these disgusting creatures slaughtered? Are we just going to give up like this? Kuroiwa's gaze fixed solemnly upon the group as his voice rang out with unwavering resolve. Hearing Kurigane's words, the surrounding investigators turned their gazes toward him in unison. No! A voice rang out from the crowd, like a fuse igniting the atmosphere. They're nothing but a pack of beasts. If not for their sneak attack this time, things wouldn't have escalated to this. Exactly. Just a pack of beasts. They only dare act so brazenly because they outnumber us. Damn it, if I hadn't been half asleep today, I'd have slaughtered at least a few more grade ghouls to satisfy my thirst. Listening to the angry shouts echoing from the crowd, Kurigane took a deep breath and raised his quinqua. I know what's on your minds, and I understand your frustration. At this rate, we won't hold out for reinforcements. If they breach this line, the base falls completely. The cities behind us will be utterly under their control. Can we tolerate that? Rather than waiting here to die, let's break out and fight our way through. I'll open the breach shortly. Those with the guts, follow me out. The words fell, and the entire atmosphere instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, yet not a single soul stepped forward. After all, holding out here still offered a sliver of hope for survival. But charging out? That was a one-way ticket to certain death. Better to cling to life than meet a noble death. No one here was foolish. As for the lives of others? They couldn't even save their own. Why would they care about anyone else's? Watching the silent faces, He Panyan was stunned. How did this turn out so different from what he'd expected? After his impassioned speech, shouldn't they have followed him out? Why was this happening? He distinctly remembered that the Chinese documentary he'd watched earlier hadn't depicted things this way. Had he messed up his speech somewhere? No, I must not have said anything wrong. The process was correct. They must have reservations now. He Panyan nodded. They must be itching to break out with him, but they lacked the right moment. If he broke through the defenses and charged out first, they would surely follow. With that thought, He Panyan gripped his quingsword tightly, hesitation vanishing. He stepped before the gate of the defensive line, drew a deep breath, and a flicker of resolve passed through his eyes. He pushed the gate open, and a pungent stench hit him, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The ghouls outside the defense clearly hadn't anticipated this scene. What's going on? Why are these investigators opening the gate themselves? Ha! Looks like these guys have given up completely. Come on, everyone. Blood and flesh await us. If I recall correctly, that one's a special class searcher, right? I've never tasted the flesh and blood of a special class searcher before. Today I'm going to savor it. The defenses breached, the ghouls surged toward the gates one after another. You filthy beasts! Come at me all at once! Facing the onslaught of ghouls, Kurigane roared, wielding his quinks with fearless resolve as he met the attacking ghouls head-on. Due to the initial fierce clashes, many A rank and S rank ghouls had fallen in battle. Most of those remaining were B rank, with a few A ranks. The S ranks held their strength in the rear, guarding against reinforcements. As a special grade investigator, one couldn't have reached this position without formidable strength. Even when surrounded by numerous B-class ghouls, Kurigane moved with ease, claiming several ghoul lives with each swing of his quinks. The overwhelming aura radiating from Kurigane instantly intimidated many ghouls. At that moment, Kurigane stood with his kinkaku in hand, surrounded by a fan-shaped formation of ghouls. Observing the alertness of the ghouls surrounding him, Kurigane glanced back toward his rearguard. If even he was like this, surely these guys couldn't hold back either. They must be itching to join the fight, right? Yet, the moment he looked back, the scene before him left him dumbstruck. Not only did the investigators show no intention of offering support, they were actually rushing to the front of the defensive line to shut the gate. Kurigane, what? Chapter 144, My Father Votes Needed. He had imagined countless scenarios, yet never this one. He had assumed that his own fierce courage would ignite the fighting spirit within the others, inspiring them to join him in facing the enemy. After all, the best defense is a good offense. At the very least, if they didn't come out, they could still provide cover fire from the rear that would show they still had some resolve. His worst-case scenario was that none would come out, too afraid to fight alongside him against these ghouls. Of course, that was merely his worst-case scenario. But who could have imagined this very scenario unfolding? Not only did these bastards refuse to back him up, they cut off his only escape route. Now he couldn't even retreat. Ha! What a display of ironclad loyalty! These bastards actually cut off his escape route. This is laughable. Is this the humanity renowned for friendship? How incredibly friendly, locking you up outright. You might as well stop struggling. You're doomed anyway. Your comrades have abandoned you. What's the point of fighting? The surrounding ghouls witnessed the gate closing and couldn't help but mock Kurigane. They'd expected these guys to fight them to the death, worrying about their own lives. Who'd have thought they'd witness this instead? It's quite an eye-opener. These bastards. Kuroiwa felt like he'd swallowed in that moment. His retreat cut off, it was a death sentence. The ghouls who had previously held back now unleashed their fury, attacking him with frenzied abandon. In mere moments, his body was covered in claw marks, blood soaking through his skin and saturating his entire form. As He Pan Yen teetered on the brink of collapse, the Chinese viewers watching the livestream were utterly speechless. Guys, seriously, what's wrong with these idiots? Don't they know how to follow Su Shen's lead and coast to victory? These fools must have water on the brain. One moment they're charging out to fight, the next they're hiding in the back. How could they possibly hold the line? He Pan Yen was just too naive. Did he really think everyone was as fearless as our ancestors? All I can say is, if you don't court death, you won't die. This base is completely ruined now. With Black Granite, that special grade, out of the picture, those S-class ghouls immediately launched their assault. Without Black Granite's deterrence, the people inside are like toys. They just can't hold their ground anymore. The Huaxia group watched the scene unfold in utter speechlessness. Never mind the outcome of Black Granite's charge, not only did they refuse to follow, they cut off their own retreat. Had Black Granite not been here, those S-class ghouls would have charged in en masse long ago. Now, well. With Kuragane's retreat cut off, the S-class ghouls, no longer burdened by concerns for their rear, began breaching the defenses one by one, advancing deep into the base. Inside the ghoul encirclement. Hearing the screams, cries for help, and shouts of agony echoing from behind, Kuragane struggled to hold his ground against the ghouls' onslaught. At this moment, he lost all faith in the others. He had planned everything, including the decapitation operation after breaking out, but never imagined these cowards would end up killing him instead. Blood flowed relentlessly, and Kuragane's vision began to blur. Clang! A sharp metallic clang echoed. The quink in Kuragane's hand was knocked away, tumbling down among the ghouls. Before he could retrieve it, the horrifying sound of chewing filled the air as his quink was swiftly devoured. Without quink to shield him, Hybenrock stood utterly defenseless against the horde of ghouls' attacks. Squish! Squish! The sound of Kakuja piercing flesh echoed. In that instant, Kuroiwa was like a hedgehog, his body riddled with countless Kakuja. Blood gushed from his mouth in great gulps. Is this how it ends? Kuragane's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Just a second before consciousness faded, the ghouls who had been preparing to devour him suddenly panicked, scrambling frantically in all directions to flee. As the ghouls before him fled, the scene before his eyes became an image Hybenyen would never forget. A figure plunged from the sky, landing with perfect precision amidst the ghouls. Su Chang, staff in hand, emerged from the crowd of ghouls, radiating a dazzling blue light like a deity. It seemed the timing was perfect, ending just in time. Su Chang scanned the area, his gaze meeting the wary stares of the surrounding ghouls. A slow smile curved his lips. In that case, I needn't hold back. Who are you? Where did you come from? All around Su Chang, the ghouls watching the scene fixed him with intense, wary stares. They sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from Su Chang. As ghouls, they were acutely sensitive to scents, especially those of their own kind. From Su Chang, they detected at least 100 distinct ghoul scents. Who am I? Su Chang took a deep breath, slowly raised his middle finger, and smiled faintly at the other party, my daddy. The numbers on Su Chang's arm rapidly decreased. Centered around him, the swirling snow and wind grew increasingly fierce. Winter is coming. Su Chang murmured softly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. As the words fell, an immense surge of energy began to converge upon the tip of the winter's grasp. The ghouls nearby felt the cold intensify around them, an extreme chill that made them shiver uncontrollably. Before they could ponder the cause. In an instant, a blazing blue pillar of light shot straight into the heavens. It erupted with dazzling brilliance, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire world. In that instant, the once pitch-black base became as bright as day. The ghouls closest to Su City were instantly frozen into ice sculptures the moment the light appeared. Centered on Su Chang, a trail of ice spread outward at an astonishing speed. The surrounding streets froze solid, and time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. Wherever the icy trail passed, ghouls above the streets couldn't even utter a scream of agony before their blood ceased flowing, their bodies turning to ice sculptures frozen in place. What the hell is this? Ghouls farther from the light pillar stared in shock at the scene, but before they could finish their thoughts, their bodies joined the ranks of the ice sculptures. No, something's wrong. Run! Run, everyone, run! Damn it, how did the CCG get here so fast? What kind of quink is this with such a massive range? Within mere moments of the light pillar erupting, hundreds of ghouls froze solid on the spot, their lives extinguished. Watching from behind, Kuragane stared as if witnessing a miracle, his eyes filled with disbelief. Within the pillar of light, Su Chang stood like a deity descended from the heavens, radiating dazzling brilliance. In his understanding, no quink could achieve such a feat, not even Amaro could manage it. Could it be a god? Chapter 145, Smoke exhaled? Votes needed. Ding. CCG headquarters successfully breached. Rewards dispersed to system. Behind the ghoul army. Daigu couldn't help but curve his lips at the notification popping up before him. It went much faster than I anticipated. Closing the interface, Daiko's gaze swept toward the distant CCG base. He had anticipated this assault would last at least an entire night. Little did he know they'd crumble in mere hours. He had clearly overestimated the strength of those CCG bastards. Too bad that guy didn't show up this time. Withdrawing his gaze, Dagu sighed. Beyond capturing the CCG base, the primary objective this time was to eliminate Su Chang. Yet, there was still no sign of him. Earlier, the Sakura Nation task force had relayed intelligence they'd encountered enemy forces, but not Su Chang. Instead, it was CCG operatives. Su Chang only appeared at the very end, rendering his ambush ineffective. As for where the enemy had gone now, he had no idea. The Sakura Nation task force has reached its communication limit. It seems we truly won't be able to eliminate him this time. Just as Daegu sighed, a sudden flash of light illuminated the night sky. Noticing the change around him, Daegu looked up at the sky in confusion. Huh? What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so bright? Scratching his head in confusion, Daegu stared at the night sky now bathed in blue light. Oh no! Oh no! A frantic voice rang out from behind him as an A-class ghoul scrambled away on all fours. Reinforcements! The CCG reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements? Impossible. I haven't received any reports of CCG reinforcements arriving. Hearing the ghoul's voice behind him, Daegu didn't believe those guys had actually arrived. He had set up ambushes everywhere for this offensive. The information was constantly being relayed, and the nearest reinforcements were still 15 minutes away. And even if they did arrive, they'd be held up by his ambushes. Even if they somehow broke through, they couldn't possibly get here this quickly. Wait. What was that? Only then did Daegu notice the pillar of light rising in the distance. Staring at the pillar of light illuminating the entire night sky, Daegu froze in place. Could this be the backup you mentioned? In his memory, no Kinkaku in this ghoul world had ever achieved such an effect. But now, this pillar of light was appearing in the direction of the attack. Right, and what else? Stop dithering. Moreover, the great ghoul swallowed hard and continued. Word is that this time, the CCG sent only one reinforcement to hold the line, a Class 2 investigator. The moment the enemy appeared, that pillar of light rose. We estimate losses. 1,000 casualties, and the numbers keep rising. What? 1,000? The moment he heard that number, Daigo's eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell? A Class 2 investigator broke through his ambush, reached the battlefield, and single-handedly killed the ghouls who charged forward? This couldn't be real. Yet, through the A-Class ghoul's relentless description, Daigo finally grasped the full extent of the situation. It had to be that guy. He hadn't expected him to grow stronger again. That move was one he'd never seen before. Daigu's gaze locked onto the distant pillar of light. Even without witnessing the scene firsthand, he could guess who had pulled it off. The Chinese contestant who humiliated him before the entire world and snatched his prize. Su Chang. Rally all the ghouls lying in ambush across the regions. And get those S-class operatives moving too. Tell them, if they don't move now, they won't be moving at all. Daigu's furious gaze fixed on the light pillar rising in the distance, his palms clenched tight. Today, he must kill this Su Chang. Otherwise, his heart would never find peace. Inside the Huaxia livestream room. The moment Su Chang unleashed Winter's approach, even though everyone had anticipated it, the scene unfolding on screen still sent a collective gasp through the crowd. Holy crap, am I dreaming? One move took out that many? There must be at least a few hundred ice sculptures here. Hundreds? Underestimate. There must be at least 1,000 ice sculptures, and judging by the situation, it shows no signs of stopping. The area affected has already expanded to over 200 meters. Isn't that range a bit excessive? Is this move really the same one that Sushin encountered before? Clearly, the power of this attack is tied to the caster. The higher their attributes, the greater the destructive force unleashed. The higher the attribute, the greater the power? If that's the case, just how high is Sushin's attribute? It must be over 100, right? Unlike the Chinese audience, the Japanese spectators watching this scene were utterly dumbfounded. No way. Stop joking around. How could a human unleash something like this? The staff. It's that staff. The quality of that staff in his hands is absolutely top tier. It might even be a divine artifact. Why does this Chinese guy always get so lucky? How did he even get his hands on a divine artifact? Without that staff, he'd be nothing. Heh, weren't you cherry blossom country folks saying we were going to die? Now then, who exactly is going to die? Sigh, if we can't win, we can't win. Your disbelief is truly laughable. Don't waste your breath arguing with these jerks. They're like smoke from a cigarette, not worth talking to. Cherry Blossom Nation crowd, smoke from a cigarette? What the hell do you mean by that? What do you mean? Ha, lung fog, of course. Outside the CCG base. Su Chang stood within a pillar of light. Ice cracks radiated outward from him, encasing everything they touched, people and objects alike, in a thick layer of crystalline frost. As the pillar's light gradually faded, Su Chang walked through the icy traces. Surrounding him were ice sculptures formed from the remains of ghouls. Only 1,000 or so killed? Seems the power is still too weak. Chéng exhaled a puff of warm breath and looked toward the panel ahead. Defeated target 5 levels higher than self, 1,234,100. Defeated target 10 levels higher than self, 13,850. The power of Winter's approach was directly tied to the lifespan points consumed in one's intellect. This time, Chéng had burned through 300 years of lifespan to unleash such an effect. Further increasing his lifespan would only become increasingly unprofitable, and the range wouldn't expand significantly either. Stowing the staff, Chéng scanned the ghouls surrounding the ice sculpture. A shield materialized from his palm. Next, it was time to deal with these creatures. Chapter 146, The Second Assault, Judgment Strike activated. Is this guy a monster? Killing so many people single-handedly? Even those legendary SSS class ghouls probably couldn't do that. How did he pull that off? I've never heard of a queen capable of such feats. It's utterly unnatural. Who cares how he did it? That move was so powerful, he couldn't possibly use it twice in a row. He must be drained now. This is the perfect chance to finish him off. To unleash such power, his flesh must be incredibly delicious. I'd love to taste what it's like. Quick! Everyone, close in. He can't unleash that move again now that strange rod is retracted. If we all attack together, he won't be able to defend. Around Chéng, as the light pillar dissipated, the ghouls who had fled earlier turned back one by one, curious to see what had happened. They had expected a CCG army, but after the light pillar vanished, only Chéng remained. If the CCG forces had arrived, they might have held back, but now it was just one man. And judging by his state, he couldn't unleash that move again. Greed began to stir in many of the ghouls. A being capable of instantly eliminating so many ghouls must be incredibly delicious. Of course, what captured the ghouls' attention most was the staff in his hand. If they could seize that weapon, their status would skyrocket several tiers. Dominating a region might even become possible. Thus, more and more daring ghouls began gathering from all directions. People risk their lives for wealth, birds die for food. With such a chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop right before their eyes, few ghouls could suppress the greed burning within them. Step aside, all of you. If you cowards aren't brave enough to go up there, then just stay back. At that moment, a burly S-class ghoul stepped forward from the rear. He eyed Chéng's frame up and down, licking his lips. Who'd have thought the one unleashing that move would be such a delicate little thing? You must have exhausted all your strength with that move. I wonder how many punches my fists can make your bones endure. With that, a thunderous roar erupted. The S-class ghoul charged forward like a cannonball. Come on then. Facing the colossal ghoul's assault, Chéng made no attempt to dodge. He wanted to test the shield's defensive capabilities. He raised the shield before him, deliberately restraining his force below 100 attributes. Heh, you think you can wield a shield with your puny frame? The burly ghoul sneered at the sight, flashing forward with his right fist clenched. Fine then, let me show you what a real power gap looks like. With that, the burly ghoul's fist slammed down. Boom! The fist struck the top of the shield with a dull thud. Ding! Fortune Goddess triggered successfully. Critical strike activated. The notification popped up before the burly man could react. A burst of light erupted from the shield's center, striking the burly man's torso and instantly hurling him dozens of meters away. Put! The burly ghoul came to a halt, spitting a mouthful of blood. Though the light's power was only half his own, the attack came without warning, striking his upper chest completely undefended. Had his physique not been sufficiently robust, that blow would have pierced a gaping hole through his chest. This shield sensed multiple gazes fixed upon it. The burly ghoul's gaze shifted warily toward the shield in Chéng's hands. Not only had his punch failed to shatter the shield, but the human behind it showed no sign of disturbance whatsoever. He looked so frail, yet possessed such overwhelming power. Under these circumstances, there was only one possible explanation. There's something wrong with that shield. What's the matter? You seemed pretty pleased just now. Why stop now? I didn't feel a single ounce of force from that punch. Lowering his shield, Chéng smiled as he looked at the burly ghoul. It wasn't that he was deliberately provoking the other. It was simply that he hadn't sensed the slightest disturbance earlier. The burly ghoul's punch slammed into the shield above, yet it seemed to absorb every ounce of his strength. And he'd deliberately kept his power below 100 just now. No wonder that guy could withstand it. Chéng glanced at the shield, recalling how Kajiki had earlier blocked his punch with sheer force. His strength and attributes had been nearly double the others, yet he'd still taken that punch. This shield is something else. Hey, isn't this Taro who constantly boasts his strength rivals SS class? How come he's so weak now, not even matching a human's power? Looks like someone's just full of hot air. Can't even match a human's strength, yet still dreams of comparing himself to SS class? Hey, don't be so harsh. That's really demoralizing. After all, even we can easily crush humans. As the burly man pondered, several voices chimed in from the side. The ghouls behind him parted to make way, and nearly 10 S-class ghouls emerged from the rear. The burly ghoul glanced at the group before turning back to Su Chang. Don't just stand there talking tough. I'm giving you a heads up that shield in his hands is just as problematic as his previous staff. Come on, another countered. No matter how big he is, I've never heard of any quink having that kind of effect. Exactly. If you can't handle it, just say so. I happen to have plenty of medicine for treating kidney deficiency. I could sell you some. The other ghouls clearly didn't buy the burly ghoul's claims. After all, one staff alone was already absurdly powerful. How could he possibly wield two such monstrous weapons simultaneously? Moreover, they'd never seen this guy's face before. It wasn't that guy, Arima. If it were him, they might have believed it. But now. Step aside. If you won't, then watch closely, it's just a tiger without its claws. No need for all this fuss. A ghoul of similar stature to the burly one stepped forward, shoving him aside. He glanced at Su Chang with a smirk before charging forward. Yet, just like the burly ghoul before, a dull thud echoed as the S-class ghoul's body was instantly sent flying. Half kneeling on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the shield in Su Chang's hands. That shield. Ha, I told you so. Who told you to ignore me? Now you're satisfied only after spitting blood? Seeing his opponent like this, the burly ghoul chuckled. Unlike the burly ghoul, the other S-class ghouls refused to believe such nonsense. One after another, they charged towards Su Chang. But without exception, every single one was sent flying by the sudden burst of light emanating from the shield. Something's off about that shield this guy's holding. Damn it! I refuse to believe some crappy shield could be this freaking weird. Stop standing around, let's all charge together. Chapter 147, instantly wiping out 10 S-class ghouls. Vote for me. No, this can't go on like this. At the edge of the battlefield, Black Granite stared hazily at the distant scene, struggling to rise from the ground. But his body was pierced through. After struggling for a moment, he collapsed lifelessly. He had thought that Shizu Suzumiya was merely joking. He never imagined such a godlike being could actually exist. This was no second-rate investigator, even the title of special investigator would be an insult to him. Such overwhelming power surpassed even Arima's capabilities. A talent like this could not be allowed to perish here. Even outsiders could tell from that earlier strike that Sosuke couldn't unleash his power again so soon. Facing so many ghouls now, the opponent was doomed alone. He had to go support him. Haha, since they've all gone after that guy, I'll gladly take the special investigator's flesh. A voice echoed from behind him. A Class B ghoul emerged from a dark corner, licking its lips at the sight of Kuroiwa's condition. His Kakuja-wrapped arm thrust downward, piercing the still struggling Kuroiwa. Thud. Just as the Kakuja was about to pierce Kuroiwa's brain, the B-class ghoul's body froze abruptly. The next second, a fine crack appeared at the base of its neck. Shuzo Suzukaya's figure had appeared behind him at some point. As the bloodstains dripped from the blade of Suzaku Shuzu's sickle, the B-class ghoul's head rolled down his neck and onto the ground. Mr. Kurigane. The B-class ghoul lay dead as Shuzo Suzukaya hurried past from behind. Seeing Kuroiwa on the brink of death, Shuzo frantically tried to stop the bleeding. But his injuries were simply too severe. The fact he'd held on this long was due solely to a sliver of willpower in his mind. Shirzua, you're here. Kuroiwa's lips curved into a faint smile as he saw Shuzu approach. I've held on until reinforcements arrived. Now I can rest easy. After making his final arrangements, Kuroiwa's head tilted to the side as life left him. Watching another colleague die before his eyes, Shirzua Suzukaya was momentarily at a loss. First it was Shinohara Yukinori, and now Kuroiwa Iwa. They died before his eyes, and he couldn't do a thing about it. Oh, right. Just as Shuzo Suzuki was overcome with emotion, suddenly, Kuroiwa's eyes snapped open. He pointed toward the distant Sioux City and said, that guy is quite capable. You should give him some guidance. After speaking, Kuroiwa turned to Shuzo as if he had more to say. But what followed left him speechless. Mr. Kuroiwa, there's no need to struggle. Rest easy in death, Mr. Su Chang will revive you both. Actually, I could still snatch it. Before Kuroiwa could comprehend the meaning behind Shuzu's words, Shingo Shizuka wrapped his arms around Kuroiwa's head and a suffocating pressure spread. Shizuka held Kuroiwa in a chokehold. The suffocating pressure combined with the loss of blood, and within seconds, Kuroiwa lost all signs of life. Mr. Kuroiwa. Noticing Kuroiwa's death, Shuzo set him down, his voice slightly choked with emotion. After placing Kuroiwa's body alongside Shinohara's corpse, Shuzo turned his gaze toward the battlefield ahead. As all the S-class ghouls entered the fray, Su Chang no longer stood shield in hand. To test the shield's true strength, Su Chang darted back and forth between the ghouls. After multiple impacts, Su Chang gained a rough understanding of the shield's defensive capabilities. These S-class ghouls possessed strength attributes around 50. When he matched their strength level, the shield absorbed their power completely. However, against opponents with strength attributes below 40, he experienced a brief moment of being pushed back. In other words, the shield could absorb attacks exceeding 80% of its own strength. You humans, are you monkeys or something? All you know how to do is run away. If you've got the guts, don't run, face me head on. The burly ghoul unleashed its kakoja, repeatedly lunging towards Su Chang. But even with all their S-class ghouls mobilized, they couldn't lay a finger on Su Chang. Very well, then I won't run anymore. Hearing the burly ghoul's words, Su Chang nodded and halted his movement, turning to face the ghouls. Seeing Su Chang actually stop, the burly ghoul froze in surprise, about to react. The next second. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. Blood spurted from beside him, warm liquid splattering above his cheek. Noticing the commotion beside him, the burly ghoul stiffened and turned his gaze to the right. He saw an S-class ghoul lying stiff on the ground, his head nowhere to be found. His gaze shifted to Su Chang, who had caught the shield directly ahead. His pupils trembled. What had this guy just done? The feel of it was decent, but how would it compare to the shield wielded by that British curvy-bottomed bastard? Su Chang caught the returning shield and smiled at the burly ghoul. The experiment's nearly done. Time to end this little game. Playing around? What the hell was this guy talking about? He meant their fight was just a game? Hearing Su Chang's words, the burly ghoul's expression turned furious, about to make a move. But the next scene left him frozen in place. With no more holding back, Su Chang unleashed his shield slam under the doubled strength attribute of his life-staking talent. He hurled the shield in his hand with tremendous force. The shield traced a graceful arc through the air. Yet to the burly ghoul, that arc held terrifying significance. With each flash of light from the shield's trajectory, a head was severed. In less than 3 seconds, every S-class ghoul beside him lay decapitated on the ground, their heads shattered. Ultimately, only he remained standing. Gulp! What kind of joke is this? Instantly eliminating 10 S-class ghouls with a single strike, is this truly a power humans can possess? Now that the obstacles are cleared, let's do as you said, face off head on. Before the burly ghoul could react, Su Chang wiped the blood from his shield and walked toward him at a measured pace. Run! Run! If you don't run, you'll die. You really will die. At that moment, the urge to flee surged wildly through the burly ghoul's mind. Monster! This human before me is a monster. Everyone, attack! This guy's strength has been completely drained by us. The burly ghoul's body involuntarily retreated backward. Seizing an A-class ghoul, he shouted backward, we've exhausted all our strength. This guy is nearly spent. Just a little more. Whoever kills this human gets to feast on those S-class herbae. If they were only ordered to attack, there'd be no reward. The ghouls naturally wouldn't comply. But upon hearing the burly ghoul mention S-class Haku being up for grabs, some A and B-class ghouls began to lose their composure. All the ghouls stared greedily at the dead S-class ghoul herbag in the distance. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. I'm sick of being stuck at B rank. I want to be S rank too. I've been stuck at a rank for years. When the time comes, I'm taking one and no one's stopping me. Heh, who here doesn't want it? Like they'd leave it for you? Dream on. Whoever grabs it first, it's theirs. Chapter 148, The Wall of Protection Boats Needed. The allure of the S-class ghoul Heba was deadly to a class and lower ranked ghouls. Only by ascending to S-class can ghouls carve out a place in this world. Even the CCG must think twice before confronting them. But a class and below? Even the CCG doesn't take them seriously. This represents not only a shift in power but also a symbol of status. As the burly ghoul finished speaking, the surrounding ghouls instantly swarmed forward. Heh, no matter how strong you are, I don't believe you can hold off this many. If you've got the guts, unleash that move you just used again. Darting into the crowd of ghouls, the burly ghoul turned his mocking gaze toward Su Chang, who stood shield in hand at a distance. From their brief exchange earlier, the opponent was indeed formidable. But he stood alone, while they numbered in the thousands. Unless he unleashed that previous technique again, he was as good as dead here. Watching Su Chang's figure gradually disappear into the horde, the burly ghoul roared with laughter. No way out, huh? You only had that weird quink before. Can't use that thing now, can you? Go ahead, pull out another shield move. A single staff-type quink was already absurdly overpowered. He'd tested that shield earlier. It offered formidable defense, but its offensive capability was practically non-existent. The light emanating from the shield posed no threat whatsoever if they were even slightly cautious. A shield that could only be used defensively might work against a few individual ghouls, but facing an entire ghoul army now meant only one outcome: exhaustion and being devoured. However, Su Chang lifted his head from the ghoul horde, his gaze turning to the burly ghoul with a look of confusion. Oh? How did you know I had one more move? As he spoke, under the burly ghoul's gaze, the lifespan value on Su Chang's arm plummeted by 100 years. Boom! As Su Chang abruptly planted his shield above the ground. The next second, Guardian Wall activated successfully. Detected consumption of 100 years of lifespan. Barrier extended to 10 meters. A blinding holy light erupted from the shield's surface. Accompanied by a deep chant, a towering wall several meters high, shimmering with golden radiance, abruptly materialized in the night sky. Centered on Su Chang, the golden wall encircled and enveloped his body, blocking the attacking ghouls. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed.
All the attacks from the surrounding ghouls struck the top of the golden barrier. Under the impact, the protective wall emitted a dazzling holy light. The radiance burned like the scorching sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness and bathing the entire battlefield in a sacred glow. What the hell is this thing? The barrier manifested, and the burly ghoul watched the scene with trembling eyes. Thousands of ghouls assaulted the barrier. Each collision sent powerful shockwaves rippling outward like ripples, shattering nearby buildings, trees, and even the ground itself. At that moment, the strike notification popped up frantically. Some attacking ghouls hadn't even registered what was happening before their bodies were instantly flung backward. The surface of the protective wall flashed with multicolored light. Those ghouls who were repelled often let out agonized cries upon landing. Most of their kakuja were shattered beyond repair, and some had even lost their ability to fight. This was different from the judgment that struck when the burly ghoul and others attacked, as at least hundreds of ghouls launched their assaults simultaneously. Some Class B ghouls couldn't withstand even 50% of a Class A ghoul's strength. Everyone, be careful. That bastard's barrier will counterattack. Don't just charge recklessly, attack once and then dodge to the side. The burly ghoul, sensing something amiss, urgently warned the surrounding ghouls. Thanks to the burly ghoul's warning, many ghouls began to discern the patterns of the barrier's counterattacks. Despite the Guardian Wall's astonishing defensive and counterattack capabilities, the ghouls' sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Combined with their ability to counter the retaliation, more and more ghouls poured in relentlessly, seemingly endless, surging from every direction. This spectacular scene left the Chinese viewers watching the livestream utterly stunned, though their concern was even greater. Sushin is just too damn awesome. Not only did he single-handedly wipe out over 1,000 ghouls earlier, but now he's holding back another 1,000 ghoul attacks all by himself? No words needed. Sushin is incredible. But just holding them off won't cut it. How long can Sushin keep this up? Will he last until reinforcements arrive? How long indeed? Not even the gods can save him this time. Our great Sakura Nation has already dispatched reinforcements. Over a dozen S-class ghouls will arrive shortly. Just wait and see how you'll block them then. I never expected you Chinese contestants to have such a wide array of weapons. Too bad your IQ isn't up to par. It just works out in our favor. One person's strength is ultimately limited. Did I panic just now? Not a bit. This entire situation was exactly as I expected. Might as well give up struggling sooner rather than later. Ending this quickly so we can switch out and open the door, wouldn't that be better? The Guardian Wall is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding the attacks of thousands of ghouls at once. But the Japanese team shows no sign of panic. Defending and resisting are two different things. The S-class ghouls sent by Daiko are nearly upon the battlefield. At this pace, victory will belong solely to them. Here they come. The ghouls of our great Sakura Nation faction have arrived. At that moment, dozens of figures plummeted from the sky behind the ghoul horde. Their aura unmistakably signaled S-class strength. The S-class ghouls present couldn't help but gasp at the sight. What on earth happened up ahead? The scene before them was too spectacular, even they had never witnessed anything like it before. Now, there was a CCG investigator up ahead, wielding all sorts of strange quinks. If they could eliminate him, this area would be completely under their control. At that moment, a burly ghoul approached and began explaining the situation to the others. At first, the ghouls naturally didn't believe the burly ghoul's words. But after personally experiencing the barrier's strength, they realized this was no joke. There's something wrong with this human's quink. The S-class ghouls exchanged glances. Each saw the same thought in the other's eyes, and they roared as they launched their attacks. A CCG investigator, possessing a powerful quink, surrounded by countless herpes. Every ghoul knew exactly what they stood to gain by taking him down. Sharp kakuja, swift charges, even powerful RC cell bursts attacks rained down relentlessly upon the protective barrier. These assaults, powerful enough to shatter any quink defense, vanished the instant they touched the light barrier. Like stones sinking into the sea, they were silently absorbed, transforming into even more dazzling holy light that gathered within the barrier. Yet, powerful as the protective wall was, it had its limits. Soon, under the relentless assault of the ghouls, a crack appeared at the top of the barrier. Though fleeting, this subtle change was detected by an S-class ghoul. Quick! After holding out this long, this guy is about to break. Everyone, keep accelerating your attacks. The chance to evolve to SS class or even SSS class is right before our eyes. Chapter 149, Offense and Defense Reversed Votes Needed. As the first crack appeared above the barrier, under the relentless assault of the ghouls, new fissures began to emerge intermittently. Even ghouls not specifically monitoring the barrier noticed this shift. After such a prolonged assault, with the chance for evolution finally within reach, the ghouls went berserk. Their attacks rained down on the barrier like a torrential downpour. Was it about to collapse? At the barrier's center, Chéng scanned his surroundings. Seeing the cracks spreading across its surface, he showed no surprise. He had never intended to rely on defense to delay the CCG's arrival. Surviving this long under the assault of over 1,000 ghouls had already exceeded his expectations. You should finally be done now, right?
You can't possibly have any more tricks up your sleeve? Once this defense breaks, I'll see how you plan to hide then. Noticing Su Cheng's change, the burly ghoul in the distance fixed his gaze on him. This bastard was a major threat if he escaped. If he got away, he wouldn't let me off. Only by overwhelming numbers could they suppress him. One-on-one capture meant certain death. Yet before the burly ghoul could savor his triumph, Su Cheng turned to him again, his expression filled with confusion. Did you use this before? How did you know I still had tricks up my sleeve? Burly ghoul? As Su Cheng's words fell, a sudden sense of foreboding surged from the depths of his being. Something's off. 9/10ths of a problem. Why isn't this guy panicking at all? What did he mean just now? Does this guy have more tricks up his sleeve? No, that couldn't be right. The barrier was about to shatter. This guy should have no more tricks left. The burly ghoul stared at the barrier ahead, now riddled with cracks, and shook his head to dismiss the thought. This guy is definitely bluffing me. Yes, absolutely. Heh, never thought you humans would still refuse to admit it even now. The burly man chuckled, his gaze shifting towards Su Cheng. But his words trailed off mid-sentence. Su Cheng lifted his shield with one hand. In that instant, the aura of death enveloped his entire body. The RC cells within his body screamed wildly. His hair stood on end as the foreboding he'd felt hours earlier resurfaced, growing ever more intense. A bead of sweat the size of a bean slid from his forehead to his jaw. At that moment, the burly ghoul's breathing grew exceptionally rapid. His gaze darted around the area as a piercing ringing echoed incessantly within his skull. The barrier before him was about to collapse. The burly ghoul hesitated no longer. While other ghouls charged toward Sujing City, he sprinted in the opposite direction, his arms and legs moving frantically as his kakuja erupted, fleeing desperately into the distance. Snap! Not long after the burly ghoul began his escape. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The barrier shattered, and the once impregnable sacred wall began to show signs of collapse. Both the attacking ghouls and the spectators from Sakura Nation were overcome with excitement. It's broken! The barrier is finally broken. Ha! Yeah! That Chinese guy is done for. Look at him, totally stunned. Just wait for death. Swoosh! After attacking this thing for so long, it's finally broken. Everyone, follow me. The chance to advance is right before our eyes. Mine. All these herpes are mine. No one's taking them from me. With the first crisp crack of shattering sound, the barrier began collapsing from above. Ghouls all around strained their bodies through the fissures, desperate to squeeze inside the cracks, all to be the first to kill Su Cheng and seize the kink. Seeing Su Cheng show no movement, the Chinese group watching this scene couldn't help but grow anxious. It's over. It's over. He's held out this long, what the hell are those CCG people doing? Why aren't they here yet? If you ask me, this whole thing is unfair. Why did those bastards get to pick sides first? The CCG are pure trash. The Ching Tong Tree faction is way better. Look, they even have this hidden effect. Su, snap out of it. Those ghouls are charging. Run. The barrier shattered, and the light emanating from within began to fade. At the barrier's core, Su Cheng raised his shield, watching the ghouls burrowing through the breach. A faint smile curved his lips. The barrier can't hold and is shattering? These cracks weren't caused by their attacks. They were bursting from the sheer magnitude of the accumulated energy. After fighting you for so long, it's time to switch the tables. Su Cheng drew a deep breath, accompanied by a sharp snap of his fingers. The golden fragments of barrier shimmering around him seemed drawn by an invisible pull, coalescing into countless streaks of light that surged toward Su Cheng. Surge upon surge of energy poured into the sacred light shield. Guardian Wall consumes 3 years of lifespan to construct a half-meter barrier. Absorbs attacks with strength attributes no less than 50% of the user's own. All incoming damage is converted into holy light counterattacks based on the absorbed power, consuming lifespan accordingly. Lifespan can be expended to expand the defensive area. Whenever these ghouls attacked, they consistently faced the counter-strike effect. The residual energy from the ghouls' attacks was consistently preserved within Su Cheng. He had waited this long for this very moment. Finally, as the accumulated energy reached its critical point, the sacred light judgment shield ignited, blazing with an overwhelming radiance. This light burned as fiercely as the sun, illuminating the entire battlefield as bright as day. At the very center of that light, an indescribable power had fully coalesced. Su Cheng's eyes snapped open. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the world as the energy accumulated within the sacred light judgment shield erupted violently. This energy wave surged forth like a tsunami, radiating outward from Su Cheng as its epicenter. In its wake, everything, the surrounding buildings, the sturdy trees, and the horde of ghouls attempting to breach the defenses was mercilessly obliterated by this force. Under the impact of the energy wave, structures instantly disintegrated into fragments of stone and dust, while trees snapped clean in half, their branches and leaves scattering wildly. Ghouls caught within the blast radius were swept up like fallen leaves in a hurricane, hurled through the air, and then slammed violently to the ground, their agonized screams echoing through the air.
Some ghouls were torn to shreds in the impact, reduced to bloody pulp, while others, unable to withstand the crushing pressure, had their kakuja shattered, their bodies twisted, and ultimately lost all signs of life. Unlike the previous, sustained expansion of the frigid winter, this explosive energy shockwave unfolded in an instant. Soon, as the energy ripples dissipated, the battlefield lay utterly devastated. Severed limbs, kakuja fragments, and unidentifiable visceral remains scattered everywhere. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and scorched flesh. Beyond the blast radius. The moment the energy blast erupted, the massive, mangled form was instantly hurled nearly 100 meters away. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, and every orifice. In that instant, the burly man felt as though his internal organs had been shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He braced himself with both hands on the ground, struggling to lift his head and gaze toward the area ahead. How could this be? Chapter 150, No Stone Grains, Bro Votes Needed. The burly wreckage stared at the scene before him, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings lay in utter ruin. Blood flowed freely across the ground, while wails, screams, and cries for help echoed incessantly from ahead. The 1,000 ghouls that had surrounded them moments ago now lay transformed into pools of blood across the ground. The once crowded base now felt eerily empty, with only Su Chéng standing alone in the center of the clearing. Such a shocking sight momentarily made the burly ghoul think he was seeing things. Could this truly be Quink? The burly ghoul collapsed to his knees, his arms limp at his sides. Staring at the scene before him, his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. Watching Su Chéng slowly walk past him, he had lost all desire to flee. Ha! It's all fake. Are you kidding me? Is this guy even human? At this moment, not only did the burly ghoul feel despair, but the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience, who had watched this scene unfold, had believed the barrier had been breached and Su Chéng was doomed. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, it would turn out like this? What the hell? What just happened? Where's our ghoul army? Damn it! I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back, everything had turned to this? Are they all wiped out? That kind of power, you're telling me a human could unleash that? I'd believe it was a mini nuke. If I saw correctly just now, that burst of power erupted from the shield in that guy's hands. How could a shield possess such overwhelming force? A single strike obliterated an army of thousands. This scene instantly silenced the Japanese crowd who had been arrogantly taunting China moments before. They never imagined things would turn out like this. Yet, while some rejoiced, others seethed with hatred. Seeing thousands of ghouls instantly annihilated while Su Chéng emerged unscathed from the fray, the Chinese crowd's hearts finally settled. Scream! Keep screaming! What's so great about 1,000 ghouls? I told you all along, Su God is super badass. 1,000 ghouls aren't even enough to fill Su God's teeth. Ha! Now those Cherry Blossom country bastards must be stunned, right? Don't tell me you're not stunned, we're stunned. God, Su really went all out this time, wiping out at least 1,000 ghouls in one fell swoop. That move feels even more devastating than that Winter's Edge. Only 1,000 ghouls? That's nothing to kill. If the foreigners next door saw this, they'd think we can't handle it. Didn't 10 more just go in earlier? Bring on another 1,000. 1,000 per person. Hearing the taunts from the Chinese crowd, the Japanese spectators' faces flushed crimson. This match was theirs to win. If Su Chéng hadn't appeared, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Damn it! I suspected you Chinese cheaters all along. Now you're not even hiding it, huh? You tell us a human can unleash such power? Do you think he's a nuclear bomb? Ha, if you suck, practice more. What's this about cheating? We've been saying it forever, go ahead and report us if you dare. Exactly. Exactly. Accuse us of cheating? Go ahead and report us. Gotta admit, your Cherry Blossom country streets are smooth as hell, way flatter than ours. Cherry Blossom Nation crowd, what's that supposed to mean? No pebbles, bro. China's highest combat command base. The moment Old Bai and his group saw the footage in the livestream, they erupted in gasps. Ha! Excellent. What a remarkable young man. He keeps surprising us time and again. No wonder Su Chéng dared to charge in alone, he possesses such formidable techniques. We old fools were overthinking it. I must say, Old Bai truly understands Su Chéng. Compared to us, he remains far more composed. With over 1,000 ghouls eliminated at once, the atmosphere throughout the base visibly lightened. Standing before the screen, Old Bai exhaled deeply as well. Calm or not calm? He was nearly driven to the brink of a hypertensive crisis from the tension. Thankfully, Su Chéng unleashed that power at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have fainted from sheer anxiety. Old Bai, we've got an incoming call. Just as Old Bai exhaled in relief and prepared to review Degu's files, Xiao Lu walked over and handed him a phone. Who's calling? Old Bai glanced at the phone in his hand. Anyone who could reach him on this mobile number was no ordinary person. It's a call from Sakura Country. Sakura Country? The moment those 3 words were uttered, all eyes in the room turned toward Old Bai. Why would those guys suddenly be looking for us? After a moment's thought, Old Man Bai placed the phone on speaker and answered.
As the connection established, the voice of a Sakura Nation diplomat soon came through the line. Is this the China strategy team? We are the strategy team from Sakura country. We are calling to discuss a mutually beneficial partnership. Hearing their words, Old Bai raised an eyebrow. Mutually beneficial cooperation? What does that mean? This time, I don't think we need to keep wasting resources. Based on our player Degu's mission, we've realized that even if neither side harms the other, we can still clear this instance. In other words, there's absolutely no need for us to fight to the death. Since the final objective doesn't require mutual slaughter, why not work together in this instance to pursue our respective interests? What do you say? Complete it without fighting? Old Bai pulled out Su Cheng's mission details. Seeing that the objective could indeed be completed without killing the other party, he pondered for a moment. Judging by the Sakura Nation strategy group's words, following their advice would indeed be the best course of action. Both sides entered this instance solely to secure benefits for their respective nations. There was absolutely no need to fight to the death. Besides, the rewards for fighting each other weren't that great. The real value lay in the bountiful rewards from other missions. Taking a conservative approach, the other side's suggestion was naturally the best option. But now, Old Bai glanced at the strategy group members, a faint smile curling his lips as he spoke slowly. No need to fight? Then why didn't you stop when it first began? Now that things look dicey, you suddenly want to cooperate with us? Do you really think such a convenient deal exists in this world? Instead of barking like dogs here, you'd be better off discussing with your own contestants how to withstand the assault of our Chinese forces. With that, he hung up without waiting for a response. Pursuing peaceful development with them? Ha! When they held the upper hand, they never considered peace. Now that they're at a disadvantage, they suddenly want it? Neither reason nor principle would allow Old Bai to agree to these fellows' demands. And besides, he always felt these guys were hiding something. Remember, after the last duel room incident, their Sakura Nation still has unused reward opportunities. Don't they fear that if they peacefully develop now, all the rewards will ultimately go to China? If they can't even muster basic integrity, what's the point of discussing cooperation? At that moment, within the Sakura Nation's strategy group, after the operator finished speaking, everyone waited with their noses in the air for China's response. In their minds, these Chinese would surely accept their proposal. Although this situation was somewhat unexpected, judging by the numbers of ghouls, they still held the upper hand. They proposed peaceful development to Huaxia not as a request, but as charity. Yet, just as everyone wore expressions of smug superiority, Old Bai's words instantly left the entire assault team dumbfounded. Had these Huaxia bastards lost their minds? Chapter 151, Refusing Cooperation, Heading to the Base. Inside the base, the sound of a phone hanging up echoed. The Japanese team listened to the abrupt disconnect, unable to recover for a long while. Did they actually refuse us? This time, they had never anticipated China would refuse. After all, they held the upper hand. How dare these guys? That Chinese player is indeed formidable, but one person's strength is ultimately limited. And besides, their own players haven't even entered the fray yet. Where did they get the nerve? Everyone tried to call back, but no matter what they did, the line wouldn't connect. Eventually, they received a message saying they'd been blocked. Damn it! Have these Chinese guys lost their minds? How dare they? We showed them mercy and offered peace, yet these bastards show no gratitude. It's infuriating. Do they really think killing a bunch of worthless ghouls makes them invincible? That was merely the appetizer. Do they actually believe they've won? China's refusal infuriated the entire assault team. One by one, their gazes turned toward Yutaro at the front of the team. Oof. We gave them a chance, yet they couldn't even grasp it. Like the others, Huaxia's refusal enraged Yotaro. Fine then, no need to hold back anymore. Once the information cools down, have Daiko get ready. Hearing Yutaro's words, the rest of the assault team grew intensely excited. Is it finally happening? We've waited so long for this moment. They're just a bunch of luck-driven upstarts. How could they compare to our great Sakura Nation? Once that matter is settled, we'll reclaim everything we've lost. Outside the CCG base, Su Cheng retrieved the bloodstained shield after extracting the burly ghoul he Bao who had fled, then wiped the bloodstains from its surface. His gaze fixed on the panel ahead. Defeat a target 5 levels higher than yourself, 2,134,100. Defeat target 10 levels higher than self, 25,850. Still not even 3,000? Staring at the numbers on the panel, Su Cheng shook his head in disappointment. His gaze swept around the room, settling on the few remaining ghouls. This assault on the CCG base had drawn over 3,000 ghouls, perhaps even 4,000. After these two assaults, only a little over 2,000 ghouls had been eliminated. Hundreds of ghouls still remained. Though none were S-class, they could still significantly boost attributes. Monster! Run! Run! This guy isn't even human. Damn it, whoever wants these guts can have them. Who told me there were free guts here? This is bull. Where's that bastard? I'll kill him.
Shrieks echoed around them as Su Cheng's gaze swept the area, sending one after another scrambling frantically toward the distance. Most of them had been wiped out by now, leaving only scattered stragglers like these. Even S-class ghouls couldn't hold them back. How could they still have the will to fight? They scrambled away on all fours. Wait, they're just leaving? Su Cheng watched the ghouls scattering in all directions, his lips twitching involuntarily. After enduring the approaching winter and the might of the Guardian Wall, his stamina was nearly depleted. He'd expected a tough fight next after all. Though the main force was dead, over 100 ghouls still remained. He'd even considered exchanging some attributes to sustain himself longer. But who would have thought they'd turn tail and run without putting up a fight? Was I that terrifying? Su Cheng sheathed his tang sword and looked down in surprise at the blood glistening below. After 2 massive attacks, his body was already drenched in blood. Bathed in moonlight and surrounded by pools of blood and scattered limbs, he resembled a demon risen from hell. After stripping off his blood-soaked black robes, Su Cheng exchanged several bottles of clean water from the multiverse shop and began washing himself. Though he didn't mind the blood itself, if Xiao Bai and the others saw him like this, he'd inevitably face another round of torment. He had now discerned a pattern. Whenever he was separated from the others for too long, or appeared before Xiao Bai and the others in an injured state, they would gradually become unsettled. He'd already experienced the full horror of their reactions firsthand. Last time, if Erha hadn't intervened in time, he would have been done for. Mr. Su! Mr. Su! Just as the blood surged beneath Su's city, Shuzo Suzum hurriedly approached from afar. Ah, Mr. Su, you. Upon seeing Su Cheng's bare upper body, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles, Shuzo Shinobu hastily covered his eyes in embarrassment. If you want to look, just look. What's there to hide? Risei pulled his hand down and stepped in front of Su Cheng. Compared to Shuzu, she appeared much more composed. Not just Su Cheng's upper body, what part of him hadn't she seen? But truth be told, just looking at him like this had its own unique charm. You two have something to discuss? Noticing Shirzwa and Rise's gazes, Su Cheng tilted his head in confusion and looked at them. Gulp! Rise swallowed hard and shook her head. Nothing. Just keep washing. Noticing Su Cheng's gaze, Shizu Suzukaya quickly turned his head away. No rush. Mr. Su, please continue rinsing first. Compared to Rise, Shizu actually seemed more like a little girl. Watching Shizu's shifting expressions and his appearance that was more feminine than most women, Rise gritted her teeth in frustration. Thankfully, Su Cheng wasn't interested in men. Wait a minute. Right, this guy is actually a man. As if struck by a sudden thought, a vivid image flashed through her mind. Risa's gaze darted back and forth between Su Cheng and Shirzwa. Before long, a trickle of blood began to flow from her nose. Cough. Seeing Su Cheng's puzzled gaze, Rise quickly dismissed the thoughts from her mind and cleared her throat awkwardly. Let's go. We've cleared out most of the ghouls around here. Time to head inside. After purchasing an outfit from the system store, Su Cheng shed his old clothes without the slightest hesitation in front of the 2 girls, then headed toward the base. What's wrong with you two? Too hot? Got a fever or something? Seeing Shizo Rengo bleeding from his nose just like Rise, Su Cheng looked at him in confusion. And nothing. Hearing Su Cheng's voice snapped Shizu out of his daze. He quickly wiped the blood from his nose and jogged to catch up. Rise, standing nearby, reacted even more urgently, pulling a pill packet from her pocket and swallowing one to calm her nerves. Her gaze fixed intently on Su Cheng. If she remembered correctly, he hadn't looked like this before. Could it be? It had grown again? Chapter 152, Pale Pink Treasure Chest Boats Needed. Hey! You two, wait for me. At the entrance of the CCG headquarters, Risa hurried to catch up with Su Cheng and the others. Seeing Su Cheng and Shizu Suzaku standing hesitantly at the entrance, Risa approached them in confusion. This was the CCG headquarters, after all. She'd been hunted by the CCG for far too long. Saying she didn't want to blow up the CCG headquarters was impossible. Now that she finally had a chance to get inside, she naturally wanted to take a good look around. But this wasn't the way in? Scrutinizing the base where corpses littered the ground, Rise scratched her head. The entire CCG base was beyond bloody now. Corpses of investigators and ghouls littered the surroundings everywhere. Guts and blood were splattered everywhere, leaving no place to stand. In a place like this, forget about fighting, just staying sane for a moment would be a feat of strength. But thankfully, Rise was a ghoul. This kind of situation was a piece of cake for her. On the contrary. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the floor, a drooling smile spread across her lips. All this was food, just lying around like this was such a waste. Normally, she'd have to go to great lengths just to eat one, yet now they were scattered everywhere. Ahem. We should clean this up before going in. Noticing Shizo Suzum's wary gaze from behind, as if her thoughts had been read, Rishi cleared her throat and quickly changed the subject. Leave the cleanup to us. Special grade Su Cheng, you and Shizu can go in first. Just as Rice pondered where to hide these bodies, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Outside the base, dozens of well-trained investigators saluted Su Cheng. Observing the late arrivals, Su Cheng scanned the lead man and the group behind him.
Judging by the marks on their bodies, they must have fought their way here. Special class? Yes, Special Grade Shuzo Suzuyo has already reported the situation here to headquarters. Following a joint decision by higher-ups, both you and Shuzo Suzuyo have been promoted to Special Grade Investigators. The man smiled as he looked at Su Chéng. Ding! Detecting you as a member of the CCG faction. Your rank has been promoted from Class 2 Investigator to Special Class. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one light pink treasure chest. The notification that popped up before his eyes left Su Chéng momentarily stunned. A light pink treasure chest? He hadn't done anything yet, just leveling up as an investigator earned him this reward? After all, light pink chests came after blue ones, though pale, their quality far surpassed blue. When he defeated the Orcus earlier, he only got light blue and blue treasure chests. So it seems completing missions isn't the only way to trigger rewards? Hee, Mr. Su, this is a special class reward. I've heard special class comes with plenty of perks. Noticing Su Cheng's gaze, Shirzwa Bellhouse curled his hair nervously. Good work. Su Chéng ruffled Shizuo's hair, gave a nod to the investigators behind him, then headed toward the base. These guys showed up a bit late, just like those righteous allies in movies who always arrive after the fight's over. But precisely because they arrived late, had they come even a little sooner, these guys might have joined those ghouls in ascending to heaven. Special Class Su Chéng, if I recall correctly, she's a ghoul, right? Seeing Rise about to follow Su Chéng inside, the lead man stepped forward to block them. We heard from Special Class Suzun about your situation with her. While we could leave her alone, certain conditions within the base. What? Do you know who I am? You, a lowly Class 1 investigator, dare to block my path? Blocked from entering, Rise instantly grew irritated, rolling up her sleeves ready to punch the guy twice in the face. After being hunted down by these CCG investigators for so long, she finally had this chance. Besides, she was SSS class now, where couldn't she go? Wait here. We'll be out shortly. Su Chéng shot a glance at Rishi, who was itching to fight, then followed Shuzo Suzum into the base. Su Cheng's words deflated Rishi's fighting spirit. I'll remember you. I'll keep watching you, forever. She shot a vicious glare at the leader before plopping down angrily atop a pile of corpses. The leader visibly relaxed at this sight. Rise's strength had long surpassed their estimates. If she truly decided to act now, every last one of them would die here. Glancing around, the man activated his earpiece. Got it. Su Chéng, special grade, is inside. Alright, I'll handle things here cleanly. The signal cut off. The man watched Su Chéng walk into the base, then glanced at Li Shi nearby and shook his head helplessly. He had no idea how Li Shi had managed it. The man shook his head, unsure whether it was relief or something else. Fortunately, Su Chéng belongs to our CCG faction. If it had been those from the Qingtong tree camp, this situation would have been far more difficult to handle. These outsiders are nothing but trouble. Inside the CCG base. Following Shuzo Suzum's lead, Su Chéng traversed several thick walls and underwent dozens of identity verifications before emerging into a long white corridor. Built underground? Su Chéng scanned his surroundings, clearly sensing he was descending underground. Indeed, Mr. Su. Our destination this time lies underground. Suzum Shizu stepped ahead of Su Chéng, introducing the surroundings. Actually, Mr. Su, we are aware of your identity. You do not belong to this world. Su Chéng? Hee, don't be surprised. Actually, we're the ones who should be surprised. After all, there are quite a few people like you, Mr. Su, who come from outside. We still don't know how you all got here. Seeing Su Cheng's startled expression, Shuzo Rinoya chuckled. After swiping a card to open a door, he continued, as for how we know your identity, Mr. Su, it was a bit tricky at first, but after seeing enough, it becomes quite easy to tell. Mr. Su, you're one of the few who've sided with our CCG faction. Most of the others, well, never mind. We're getting off track. Suzuki Shirzwa shook his head. Since you've made it this far, it means the higher-ups have acknowledged your status. Let's keep moving forward. As he listened to Shirzwa's words, countless questions surged through Su Cheng's mind. But now was not the time for answers. Su Chéng fixed his gaze on Shirzwa Suzukaya and asked, so, what lies at the end of this passage? Suzuki nodded, then shook his head. We don't know exactly who they are, but one thing is clear. It's a merchant. Chapter 153, The Rat-Faced Merchant Votes Needed. A merchant? Su Chéng heard the term merchant for the first time. Watching Shizo of the bell shop insert a card key into the wall, he entered an extremely complex code before the massive door slowly swung open. Mr. Su, this is where the merchant resides. Due to various circumstances, we cannot accompany you further. The path ahead is yours alone to traverse. Suzuki Shuzo glanced curiously at the scene within, but beyond utter darkness, he could see nothing. His brain registered the information a merchant was indeed inside, yet they couldn't see the person's appearance. Curiosity burned, but there was nothing to be done. Hearing Shizo's words, Su Chéng hesitated no longer and stepped inside. His figure entered the darkness. Glancing back at the door slowly closing behind him, Su Chéng placed one hand on his waist and continued forward.
Though Shuzo Suzaya's words didn't sound like a lie, the higher-ups at CCG might be another story. Perhaps this was merely a scheme orchestrated by those individuals, with Shuzo Suzukaya brainwashed into compliance. After all, this world had already diverged from the ghoul world he knew. In any case, it was always better to err on the side of caution. Could merchants truly exist in a place like this? Su Cheng scanned his surroundings. Beyond the darkness, there was nothing else to be seen. If he were a merchant, why would he set up shop here? Merchants naturally needed to promote their goods, and light was paramount. Only a fool would sell here. Could this really be part of those bastards' scheme? As Su Cheng pondered, suddenly, the scene abruptly shifted. A newsstand reminiscent of the 60s or 70s appeared ahead. Inside the booth stood a man wearing a mouse mask and a suit, standing silently. This was. Staring at the sudden change before him, Su Cheng froze. His gaze shifted to the man inside the kiosk. That outfit, that mask, wasn't this the previous referee? Whether it was the one who presided when he first entered the multiverse, the one during the duel, or the one in the last race-style challenge instance. They were the ones who announced the rules, altered them, and declared the victor. By all logic, they should be the referees. How could a referee appear here, and as a merchant at that? What might this guest require? My goods are both excellent and reasonably priced. I'm certain you'll find something to your liking. As the rat-faced man spotted Su Cheng approaching, the corners of his mask's mouth curved upward in a smile as he turned to look at him. As he spoke, a screen popped up before Su Cheng. Physical enhancement potion, increases strength by 5 points upon injection. Price, 10 years of lifespan, unique. Subsequent injections after first use are ineffective. Speed enhancement potion, increases agility by 5 points upon injection. Price, 15 years of lifespan, unique. Subsequent injections ineffective after first use. Mental enhancement serum, increases intelligence by 5 points upon injection. Price, 20 years of lifespan. Unique. Subsequent injections ineffective after first use. CCG Elite Status activation grants elite status within the CCG faction, allowing command of multiple squads in combat. Price, 20 years of lifespan. Note, activation forfeits future rank up rewards. S-Class Herpesis Sac, a randomly located Herpesis Sac. After ingestion or transplantation, there is a chance to acquire RC cell power. Price, 20 years of lifespan. Note, failure is possible. Temporary Talent Boost Potion, forcibly elevates talents below S rank by 1 tier upon use, temporarily granting the peak power of the current talent for 30 minutes. Price, 50 years of lifespan. SS Grade Herbal Pack. The display panel showed a dazzling array of goods, and Su Cheng couldn't help but stare in astonishment. His gaze shifted to the rodent-faced man ahead, filled with confusion. This price. 5 years of strength attributes for only 10 years of lifespan points? Though the effect was one time only, this saved him a massive chunk of lifespan points, even cheaper than exchanging through the system. His current attributes required 80 years of lifespan to exchange for a single point through the system. Now, 5 points cost only 10 years, effectively saving him 390 years of life. Customer, make your purchase. Once you step out this door, this shop vanishes. At that moment, the rat-faced man in the guard booth, seeing Su Cheng hesitating, spoke up to remind him. Su Cheng shot the rat-faced man a glance, consumed 10 years of lifespan to purchase a single stamina enhancement potion, then turned and walked back toward where he had come. As his hand pressed against the gate, the previously closed entrance slowly swung open. So it wasn't their scheme after all. Seeing the gate open once more, Su Cheng nodded and looked toward the entrance, where Shizo Suzumiya stared blankly at the ceiling. Ha! Mr. Su, why are you out so quickly? Is it over already? Shizo Suzura looked up in surprise as Su Cheng passed by, his gaze shifting toward the interior. This place rarely saw visitors besides Su Cheng. From what he knew, each time someone entered, they stayed for an exceptionally long time. Though he didn't know what they were doing, Su Cheng's swift exit was clearly beyond his expectations. Su Gulu. Suzuki Sho turned to look at Su Cheng, about to speak. The next second, Su Cheng shoved the physical enhancement potion he'd just purchased directly into Shizo's mouth. Cough. The potion went down, and Shirzwa, clearly caught off guard by this turn of events, choked and coughed violently. Mr. Su, what did you just give me? Why am I suddenly burning up? Suzuki Shuzo looked at Su Cheng in confusion. Though the room maintained a constant temperature year-round, he felt his entire body burning up in that moment. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. It's too hot. Unable to endure it any longer, Shirzwa hastily stripped off his clothes. Yet even when he was down to just his underwear, the burning sensation in his body showed no sign of abating. No effect? Or has the effect not kicked in yet? Su Cheng watched Shirzwa Suzum jumping up and down, his gaze thoughtful. After swallowing the potion, Shizo initially felt an intense heat, but it quickly subsided. In its place came a powerful, tearing sensation throughout his body. In that moment, Shizu felt as if every muscle in his body was being torn apart, reassembled, torn apart again, and reassembled once more. The agony was so intense that Shirzwa curled into a ball, occasionally letting out sounds that stirred the imagination. Outside the base.
Rise, seated atop a corpse, froze upon hearing the moans echoing from within.
She sprang to her feet, her gaze darting toward the base in shock.
Having advanced to SSS rank, her hearing was extraordinary. She could detect even the faintest sounds.
As she listened to the sounds emanating from the base, a vivid image formed in her mind.
Could they really be?
As the sounds inside grew more intense, Risa wiped her nose again and let down from the corpse, ready to head inside.
How could she miss such an exciting scene?
However, as soon as she approached the perimeter, several investigators rushed forward to block her path. Miss Li Shi, Special Class Su Cheng instructed you to wait here.
If he sees you entering now, it would be problematic. You'd be disobeying his orders. The lead investigator cut straight to the point.
The moment Li Shi heard Su Cheng's name, she instantly abandoned her thoughts, though her gaze still kept drifting toward him.
You lot are so damn annoying.
Li Shi shot them a vicious glare, twirling two fingers between her eyes and the group. Once this is over, you'd be wise to avoid walking alone at night.
I'll be watching you all. Chapter 154, Strangled to Death. Votes needed. Inside the CCG base.
Seems this serum has no side effects.
Su Cheng watched Shuzo Suzaku climb to his feet and nodded with satisfaction.
Having undergone the physical enhancement serum's effects, Shuzo's body was now drenched in sweat.
Mr. Su, this is. Suzuki Shuzo looked at himself in astonishment. He knew full well that Su Cheng wouldn't harm him.
This transformation was clearly caused by the potion he'd just taken.
Nothing much, just a little experiment.
Su Cheng shook his head, then, satisfied the potion had caused no harm, continued walking deeper inside.
Mr. Su. The door closed. Shizo Suzukaya watched Su Cheng's retreating figure, wanting to say something, but in the end, it all dissolved into profound respect. He never imagined Mr. Su Cheng would be so kind to him. He could distinctly feel the shift in his own power, at least double what it had been before.
That potion must have been extremely rare, yet Su Cheng still gave it to him first.
He truly. At that moment, Su Cheng's stature in Shuzo Suzume's heart magnified infinitely.
Little did he know, Su Cheng hadn't given it much thought. He merely saw him as a test subject for the potion. You said earlier that once you step out this door, the shop ceases to exist, right? I haven't left yet, so pack all these items up for me. Su Cheng scanned the panel before him and addressed the rat-faced man. Hearing Su Cheng's words, the rat-faced man hesitated to refuse, but since the customer hadn't broken any rules, he glanced at the list provided. The moment he saw the top item on the list, his pupils flinched imperceptibly. The eyes beneath the mask scrutinized Su Cheng carefully before retrieving a pile of items from the back. Esteemed customer, these are the goods you purchased.
Just as I expected.
After receiving the goods from the rat-faced man's fingers, Su Cheng stored them into his system with satisfaction. That mask and attire, they belonged to the tribunal. Since he could appear here, he must also be bound by certain rules. As long as he doesn't violate the rules, there will be no mistake. Of course, beyond that, Su Cheng had also confirmed the other party's identity. These potions should fetch a decent price, right? This time, he had purchased 4 physical enhancement potions and 5 speed and mental potions. If not for the purchase limits, he would have bought them all. After all, even though these items could only be used once, that didn't mean they couldn't be sold. Exchanging 1 point of strength attribute in this system cost 80 points, but purchasing it directly from the multiverse shop doubled the price to 160 points. He might not need them himself, but now that he'd opened the multiverse trading post. Besides him, there were surely plenty of others who'd want to buy these potions. This potion had no side effects and provided a 5-point boost, an effect that might take 2 or 3 dungeon runs with decent luck to achieve. Sir, I have other items available. Might you like to browse? The rat-faced man smiled as he looked at Su Cheng. This time, though Su Cheng only bought the potion, it consumed a full 150 years of his lifespan. In this world, possessing 150 years of lifespan meant the other party must still have remaining years in their possession. Hearing the rat-faced man's words, Su Cheng glanced back at his interface. After a moment, he shook his head. These items are of no use to me. Do you have anything better? Su Cheng shook his head, meeting the rat-faced man's gaze. These things might have been helpful back when my lifespan was only 300 or 500 years. But now, they hold little value for me. The rat-faced man maintained his faint smile. All our merchandise is listed up there. Guests are welcome to browse freely before departing. All listed? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, for goods to be so hidden in a place like this, they shouldn't be this useless. These goods appear plentiful and reasonably priced, but aside from the potions, none of them are of any use to me. Could it be his own fault? A thought flashed through Su Cheng's mind as he summoned his interface panel. Contestant, Su Cheng. Level, 7. Strength, 8,968. Agility, 8,323. Intelligence, 81. Luck, 891. Charisma, 2,312. Lifespan, 00:10:10:12:31. Talents, Goddess of Fortune SSS rank, Divine Demon Eyes SSS rank, Gamble Life S rank, Beast Transformation S rank. Equipment, Tang Sword, Lucky Revolver. After repeatedly using weapons, consuming talents, and purchasing potions, hundreds of years of lifespan were depleted, barely avoiding the loss of a millennium. Note that the multiverse trading post requires 1,000 years of lifespan to activate. This activation is not permanent. Once 1,000 years of lifespan are depleted, the trading post will close. Should one's lifespan drop below 1,000 years, the exchange would close permanently. 1,000 years of lifespan, attributes exceeding 80, level 7. Such bizarre numbers made Chéng wonder if he'd overused his cheat codes. It seemed the items within this instance were tied to the level of this world. Closing the interface, Chéng turned his gaze back to the items sold at the newsstand. CCG special grade status and temporary talent enhancement. If he hadn't misjudged, that guy from Sakura country must have also found a merchant aligned with their faction. His was a CCG special class ID, so the other guy must have been some kind of ghoul identity. As for the talent enhancement, his lowest talent was now S-class, which offered little benefit to him personally. Moreover, it was bound to him, no one else could use it. Chéng shook his head and sighed. It wasn't that these items were useless. He was simply an exception. As for the rat-faced man, Chéng gave him a deep look before turning and walking toward the door. At the doorway, Suzuki Shirzwa kept glancing at the biceps on his arm. After the potion's enhancement, he now felt like he had inexhaustible strength. The serum was effective, but the stench afterward was unbearable. He wondered if Mr. Su would find it repulsive. Sniffing the scent emanating from his own body, Shizu wrinkled his nose, a hint of worry creeping into his expression. If there were a place to bathe nearby, he'd definitely need to clean up. He should have taken a bath earlier when he brought Shinohara over. With Mr. Su still inside, maybe he should go wash up first? As this thought crossed his mind, Shirzwa nodded and was about to act when the door behind him opened once more. Where are you going? Mr. Su? Hearing the voice from behind, Shirzwa Suzukaya stiffened and turned his head to look back. Your conditions aren't bad this time. The subjects for resurrection are these two, right? Chéng stepped out from the doorway, his gaze falling upon the two corpses below. He knew both of them. One was special class ship Shinohara Yukinori, the other was also special class Kuroiwa Iwa. But he knew the cause of Shinohara Yukinori's death, but what about Kuroiwa Iwa's? Chéng stared in astonishment at Kuroiwa's state of death. This guy's death didn't seem to be caused by a ghoul's piercing wound. It looked more like strangulation? Chapter 155, Rebirth, lifespan surpasses 4,000. Hey, Mr. Su, didn't you say you had the means to revive others? At the time, I saw Mr. Kuroiwa wasn't dead yet, thinking he might not meet your conditions, so I. Suzuki Shuzo looked at Chéng and gave a silly chuckle. Chéng was speechless at Xiaozhou's logic. Fortunately, the magic rod he obtained this time could revive a maximum of 3 people. Otherwise, Mr. Kuroiwa's death would have been utterly unjust. Mr. Su, what exactly is this pink wand you're holding? Suzuki Shuzo watched as Chéng pulled out a pink wand resembling a young girl's magic wand, his gaze filled with confusion. Chéng was clad in a black trench coat, a revolver, and a tang sword at his waist, a look that should have been cool and edgy. Yet, this pink wand he'd pulled out looked utterly bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Chéng glanced at the pink wand in his hand with a sigh of resignation. He couldn't help it. He'd considered changing the color, but it seemed hard-coded from the start. He couldn't modify it. Though the color was admittedly a bit, well, whatever, as long as it worked. Consume 100 years of lifespan to activate reincarnation? Yes. Chéng raised his hand and tapped to confirm. The next second, the numbers on his arm rapidly depleted as a dazzling pink light erupted from the autonomous healing girl stick. Bathed in the pink glow, Shuzo Rinoya sniffed his body and realized not only had the foul odor vanished, but his spirit felt exceptionally invigorated in that moment. Was this a miracle? Suzuki Shirzwa watched Chéng within the pink glow. Under the wand's influence, Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Iwa's bodies slowly rose from the ground. The surrounding pink light surged madly into their bodies. Before long, Shinohara Yukinori flickered his fingers. The two who had been dead now showed signs of life. What is this? The pink light dimmed. Shinohara Yukinori clutched his head as he sat up from the ground, looking around in confusion. Mr. Shinohara. Upon witnessing Shinohara Yukinori's genuine revival, Suzukawa Shuzo immediately rushed toward him with excitement. Shuzo, where am I? What happened here? Where did those ghouls go? The newly awakened Shinohara Yukinori clearly hadn't grasped the situation yet. His gaze swept the area, his eyes filled with confusion. Mr. Shinohara, this is all thanks to Mr. Su. He's the one who revived you all just now. Shuzo Suzukaya explained the current situation to Yukinori Shinohara. Hearing Shuzo's words, Yukiki turned to look behind him at Chéng, who stood holding a pink girl's baton. Revived? Could such power truly exist? But if it didn't, then he himself seemed to be dead. The fact that he was still alive now meant Shirzwa Suzuki's words were true. This world actually possesses the means of resurrection. Thank you, Second Class Officer Chéng. Shinohara Yukinori rose and bowed respectfully to Chéng. This gratitude came from the depths of his heart.
In his memory, he had been on a street when an SS-class ghoul descended. The fact that Shuzo Suzukaya was standing here safe and sound now was clearly all thanks to him. Mr. Shinohara, Mr. Su isn't class 2 anymore, he's been promoted to special class by headquarters. Shuzo Suzukaya stepped forward to correct him. Special class? Shinohara Yukinori froze for a moment, but quickly nodded. The scene in District 24, and taking down an SS-class ghoul single-handedly, if that level of skill doesn't earn them a special class rank, then they don't deserve it. Even the special class title feels inadequate for them. He should be like that white Grim Reaper at the base. Though classified as special class, his actual power surpasses even that rank. If CCG didn't cap at special class, Su Chang and Arima would belong to an even higher tier. There was just one thing he didn't know: between Su Chang and Arima, who was stronger? One a white Grim Reaper, the other a black Grim Reaper. You little brat. I could have saved you back then, but you just let me choke you to death, didn't you? At that moment, Kuroiwa's voice boomed from behind, his hands tightening around Shuzu's neck as he squeezed his skull. My head's gonna explode. Suzuki Shuzu yelled, struggling free from Kuroiwa's grip and dashing behind Su Chang. Peering back, he snapped at Kuroiwa, you're way too violent. Didn't I just bring you back to life? Besides, in your previous state, reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. You were going to die either way. I was just making things easier for you, right? You bastard. Kuroiwa tried to retort, but it seemed the other party had a point. The three exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Su Chang stood in the middle of the group, listening to their silly laughter, completely baffled. What's so funny? Of course, he didn't find it strange. After all, in this ghoul world and other worlds for that matter, people often burst into inexplicable laughter. Su Chang had grown accustomed to it. Hey, how did you suddenly get so big? After exchanging messages, the group headed toward the base exit. Following behind Shuzo Suzukaya, Kuragain scrutinized the other man's slender frame with curiosity. According to their earlier exchange, he shouldn't have been able to break free from his grasp, yet he had. His own strength hadn't changed, so the only explanation lay with the other man. Haha, all thanks to Mr. Su. He forced me to drink that stuff back then. It was warm. Though I resisted at first, my body started heating up uncontrollably afterward. As he spoke, Shuzo Suzukaya shot a grateful glance toward Su Chang. However, his words caused Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Iwa standing nearby to misinterpret his meaning. A liquid, lukewarm, that made your body heat up uncontrollably after drinking it? The two exchanged glances, their eyes widening in shock as they stared toward Su Chang. Though Suzura Shuzo looked like a girl, his gender was undeniably male. Could this guy possibly be Su Chang? Noticing the three strange gazes fixed on him from behind, Su Chang was speechless. He had no desire to explain anything. Walking down the corridor, his gaze fell upon the sales information popping up ahead. Before casting reincarnation, he had listed all the potions on the trading platform. Without these potions, he wouldn't have been able to revive Shinohara Yukinori and the other. His time was limited to 1,000 years. After saving them, he would have fallen, and the trading post would have closed. Fortunately, items listed before the fall would still sell, and the rewards would be delivered as usual afterward. Successful auction, Vitality Potion X1. Gained, 300 years of lifespan. Successful auction of Constitution Potion 1. Gained, 250 years of lifespan. Successfully auctioned Agility Potion X1. Gained, 350 years of lifespan. A series of notifications popped up. After keeping one of each potion for himself, Su Chang successfully auctioned off 3 Constitution Potions, 4 Agility Potions, and 4 Spirit Potions. He had expected each potion to fetch no more than 100 years at auction, so this outcome clearly exceeded his expectations. Seeing the Vote 1 Click Collect icon above the notifications, Su Chang clicked it without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within him. Su Chang rolled up his sleeves, watching the rapidly increasing numbers as a smile spread across his lips. By the time all the life-extending potions were sold, the numbers on Su Chang's arm had reached 00:4150:3:10:12. Chapter 156, Carelessness. No flashboats needed. You finally decided to come out? Quick, tell me, what were you doing in there? Outside the base, Rai spotted Su Chang's figure emerging and immediately rushed forward to question him. Facing Rishi's inquiry, Shuzo Suzukaya repeated word for word what he and Yukinori Shinohara had discussed earlier. Listening to Shinohara Yukinori's words and observing his expression of pure enjoyment, combined with the sounds Rishi had overheard earlier. At that moment, Rishi's pupils trembled as she looked at Su Chang. You? Her gaze fixed on Su Chang in utter disbelief. This guy actually has such a hobby? Forcing himself to drink it was bad enough, but now he won't even spare him? What are you thinking? Su Chang delivered a sharp backhand to Li Shi. Noticing the suspicious looks from the surrounding investigators, he reluctantly began to explain. If he couldn't clear this up now, his identity would be forever tarnished. There's such a magical thing? Where? Is there more? I'll trade you these S-grade herba for it.
Hearing about such a miraculous item, Li Shi excitedly pulled several herbe packets from his back pocket and turned to Su Cheng.
None left. Used up the last one.
Seeing Su Cheng shake his head, Li Shi's face fell with disappointment. She slowly began to put the herbe away.
All right.
Miss Li Shi, these herba are ours.
Whoa.
As the investigator beside her lunged to snatch the herbal, Li Shi growled like a protective puppy, glaring warily at the intruder.
After all, Rise was now SSS class. Under that glare, the investigator promptly turned and walked away without looking back. Is this person a ghoul?
Behind Su Cheng, Kuroiwa instantly recalled a certain wanted individual the moment he saw Rise. He instinctively reached for his quinqua, but after several empty grabs, he remembered his quinqua had vanished the moment he was revived.
Kuroiwa, don't get worked up. This is the peculiarity of Sioux City's special class. This guy is no longer within our jurisdiction. Shinohara Yukinori stepped in to restrain Kuroiwa, explaining recent events to him.
As Korwashi looked over, Rishi stood with her hands on her hips, glaring up at her without a hint of fear.
Her expression screamed, "What's the matter? Don't like what you see? Come at me." Now in SSS rank, no one present except Su Cheng could stand against her. Even if they all attacked together, it wouldn't matter. If it weren't for Su Cheng, she would have claimed this entire area as her territory long ago. Behind them, Shuzo Suzumiya finished briefing the investigators.
Noticing Su Cheng staring intently in a certain direction, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. There was clearly nothing there.
What was Mr. Su looking at? Suzuki Shizo couldn't see it, but Su Cheng, whose intellect approached 200 thanks to his magic staff, clearly perceived the distant changes.
From his vantage point, a wisp of black smoke rose from the top of a skyscraper in the distant urban district.
This was the signal he and Xiaobai had agreed upon. It seemed the other party had succeeded. Rise, it's time to move.
Su Cheng called out to Rishi nearby before striding off into the distance.
Got it.
Li Shi nodded, flashed a smile at Shizo Suzumiya, and followed after Su Cheng.
Mr. Su, where are you headed? Watching Su Cheng depart, Shirzwa Suzum immediately turned to Yukinori Shinohara.
After receiving confirmation from him, he too set off in pursuit. Youth has its advantages.
Shinohara Yukinori watched Shirzwa's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, youth is wonderful.
They can pursue what they desire with a flair that we old folks can't match.
Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Iwa exchanged a knowing smile.
At that moment, in a high-rise building somewhere in District 24. The black smoke must have originated here, but where had the person gone? Su Cheng paced the rooftop, his gaze shifting uncertainly around the surroundings. Suddenly, a distinct aura emanated from behind him. A dark figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as it lunged toward him. Strangely, Su Cheng made no attempt to dodge the oncoming shadow. Instead, he spread his arms wide to welcome it.
Husband!
Xiaobai burst from the darkness, throwing himself excitedly into Su Cheng's arms. He rubbed affectionately against Su Cheng, his tail tightly coiled around him, greedily soaking in Su Cheng's scent. This scene instantly made the Chinese viewers watching the livestream feel a wave of envy wash over them.
What the hell? This popcorn is so sour it's making my teeth ache. We've only been apart a few days, and now you're feeding me dog food right off the bat? I'm about to burst. Xiaobai, teach Su Cheng a lesson.
While you were gone, he not only snagged another one, but he didn't even spare the guys. Everyone had assumed Su Cheng had sensed danger and prepared the popcorn, but this was what they got instead.
How have you been these past few days? Any injuries?
Su Cheng asked, gently stroking Xiaobai's head with concern.
Hee, I'm fine, husband. Little White is so powerful they couldn't touch me. Little White chuckled. But her expression darkened instantly. Husband, why do I smell another woman on you? How long has Xiaobai been gone, and you've already sought out another woman? Is it that you're unsatisfied? Or is it that Xiaobai isn't good enough? Do you feel Xiaobai alone isn't enough?
Hearing Xiaobai's sudden shift in tone, Su Cheng froze. He started to pull away, but then remembered Xiaobai's tail had wrapped around him from the very beginning.
Damn! I was careless. I didn't dodge. Was she waiting for me from the very beginning? I refuse to believe it. Getting caught before was one thing, but now that my stats and lifespan have changed so drastically, I still can't break free?
Xiaobai's transformation caught Su Cheng off guard, but recalling his gains over the past days, he smiled with confidence. He strained his body, trying to break free from Xiaobai's tail.
But fantasy was sweet, reality was cruel.
No matter how hard Su Cheng strained, just like before, he couldn't break free from Little White's tail.
Xiaobai's expression didn't even flicker. Wait, this is beyond the limit, right? Su Cheng was dumbfounded.
His lifespan now reached 4,000 years. Even with his beast transformation activated and all life risk abilities engaged, he still couldn't break free.
All right then.
My husband has worked hard these past few days. I'll let him have a second round. Just as Su Cheng struggled to pull out the purification potion, Xiaobai released its grip first, continuing to rub against his chin as it spoke. Su Cheng keenly caught Xiaobai's words.
A second time? Hadn't he only done it once with Ritsuki? Where did this second time come from? Yes, twice. Xiaobai looked at Su Chang, her expression a mix of reluctance and anticipation. This time, my lord will never guess what Xiaobai has brought for you. With that, Xiaobai gestured toward the darkness behind them on the rooftop. Come out. Chapter 157, so strong, yet you surrendered? This is. Following Xiaobai's gaze, a smaller figure emerged once more from the shadows. The woman wore nothing, her head crowned with thick, tousled dark green hair. Bandages were loosely wrapped around her body, covering crucial areas yet leaving them tantalizingly visible, beckoning one to look closer. The moment Su Chang saw the woman's figure, especially her eyes, her pupils contracted sharply. She turned to Xiaobai, her gaze filled with disbelief. This. He didn't expect that, did you, husband? Xiaobai looked at Su Chang with a look of self-satisfaction. Indeed, just as Xiaobai had said, Su Chang truly hadn't seen this coming. Her identity was one Su Chang knew well, very well indeed. This time, upon entering the ghoul world, he had joined the CCG faction, with the opposing side being the Green Ash Tree. And the man before him was none other than the leader of the Green Ash Tree. Known as the One-Eyed Falcon, the One-Eyed King, or IT. SSS class ghoul hunter, Takatsuki Izumi. Wait, why is this guy here? His mission this time is to destroy the Green Tree's lair or eliminate the Sakura Nation's contestants. Logically, he and the Green Polonia Tree should be mortal enemies. But judging by the current situation, it seems she and Little White have reached some kind of agreement? See? I told you my husband was formidable, didn't I? Xiaobai gazed toward Takatsuki Kwan in the distance, her pride in Su Chang evident in every word. He truly is exceptional. Stronger than any human I've ever encountered. Takatsuki Kwan nodded, sizing up Su Chang's physique. So, who do you think is stronger now, my husband or that fellow you mentioned? That's impossible to say. Takatsuki Jan shook his head, his right eye glowing crimson as he studied Su Chang. That fellow possesses immense power. I can only speculate that their strengths are comparable. But who would win? Only a fight could reveal that. You keep going on and on about how amazing that guy is, but all these days have passed and I still haven't seen him. You've got me itching to try it out myself. Xiaobai curled her lip. In her heart, Su Chang was the strongest. No one else in this world could compare to him. If he shows up, just kill him. Ha! With you here, that guy wouldn't dare show his face. Takatsuki Kwan shook his head at Xiaobai. This isn't just between the two of you. What happened? Standing between Xiaobai and Gao Qichuan, listening to their conversation, Su Chang couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened between them. Nothing much. I just did as my husband instructed, made contact with them and then beat them all into submission. Is there a problem with that? Xiaobai looked at Su Chang with confusion. Engaged with them, then defeated them all? Hearing Xiaobai's words, question marks formed above Su Chang's head. What the hell? When did he ever say that? What he had told her earlier was to find the person behind the orcas, follow them to locate the Qingtong tree base, and get close to them without being detected. How did it turn into something completely different in her version? And now, it seemed Xiaobai had actually succeeded? She's powerful, so we surrendered. Takatsuki Izumi sighed, looking at Xiaobai without hiding her thoughts. When she first met Xiaobai, the latter had killed Dotoru, and she had been ready to avenge him. But after their first clash, she regretted it. This girl was a monster among monsters. Even if she gave her all, she couldn't defeat her. During their conversation, Xiaobai learned her identity and this time, he decome for her specifically. According to Su Chang's account, Xiaobai had immediately requested to visit her base. What followed was Xiaobai single-handedly taking on their entire Qingtong tree base. As for the outcome? They were defeated utterly and completely. The entire Qingtong tree organization mobilized to ambush Xiaobai, only to end up bedridden for a full day afterward. After that incident, they conceded defeat completely. During Gao Qichuan's recovery period, the two engaged in lively conversation, which inevitably turned to discussions about Su Chang and Arima. This sparked a protracted debate between them. Because she's strong, you just admit defeat? No, what kind of excuse is that? Listening to Takatsuki Izumi's words, Su Chang was utterly dumbfounded. He'd expected a showdown with the Qingtong tree faction next. What was this? Getting carried by Xiaobai? He knew Little White wasn't ordinary, but she couldn't possibly be this powerful, could she? After all, they were the Green Polonia Tree, and Takatsuki Izumi was an SSS class ghoul. Yeah, she's strong. Even my father and I couldn't defeat her together. Takatsuki Kwan nodded, recalling the earlier scene. At the time, she refused to give up and eventually sought out the shop manager of the safe district, her father. The two of them joined forces against Xiaobai. The result? Another day spent flat on their backs. These days, the Green Polonia Tree weren't inactive, they simply couldn't act, all lying in bed. So what are you saying? Su Chang looked at Gao Qichuan. Since he's appeared here and knows about my mission, it can't just be a simple meeting. I've heard about you from Xiaobai. I'm a manga artist too, I've drawn some comics myself. As he spoke, Takatsuki's gaze drifted downward involuntarily. Xiaobai said your drawings are more muscular than mine. My characters can't hold a candle to yours, especially in endurance. We're not even in the same league. As far as I know, without any technological assistance, humans can last less than half an hour at most, especially in Xiaobai's case. So, I wanted to experience for myself the strength she described in you. Though Takatsuki Izumi spoke calmly, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. No, I won't allow it. Before Su Cheng could speak, Rishi hurried over from afar. She shielded Su Cheng behind her, her furious gaze fixed on Takatsuki Izumi. She couldn't control him elsewhere, but in this world, Su Cheng belonged solely to her. Risa's sudden appearance instantly ignited the entire atmosphere. The Chinese spectators watching this scene finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Woo, I don't even have a girlfriend yet, and Sushin's already being fought over. If it comes down to it, I'll take a share. No charge. No charge? I'll trade 10 years of my life just to experience any one of them. I've never begged anyone in my life 20 years. If that's not enough, I'll add more. To die beneath the peony blossoms even as a ghost, I'd live in splendor. Enough talk. I've got material now. Tonight, I'm dreaming this dream. Chapter 158, Transformation, Ultraman? Votes needed. You're that Rishi? Takatsuki Izumi addressed the suddenly appearing Rishi. That's right, the very Rishi you've exploited for so long. Rishi met Takatsuki Izumi's gaze directly. But now, I won't be exploited by you anymore. I've ascended to SSS rank and can wield the Herger form. I'm no longer afraid of you. Recalling the incident at the green Polonia tree, Rishi felt like slapping Takatsuki Izumi right then and there. It's fine. I don't dwell on the past anymore. I've let go of everything now. Takatsuki Izumi waved it off nonchalantly. If this had been before, she might still have had many goals she wanted to accomplish. But after countless trials and the heavy blow Xiaobai dealt her, she now viewed everything with a clear perspective. This time, she simply wanted to see if what Xiaobai had described was true. Could Su Cheng truly possess the ability to transform their entire District 24? Of course, she didn't hold much hope. After all, humans had their limits. The idea of accomplishing it in just 12 hours was simply absurd. What do you mean you've let it all go? As if you're the one who suffered some injustice. You're the ones who used me, okay? If anyone should be letting it go, it should be me. Seeing Takatsuki's expression, Rishi immediately shot back. Not only did these people exploit her, but they wouldn't even let her escape. They sent people to capture her. She hadn't even said anything yet, but she was already talking. Enough of this nonsense. I'm only here to see for myself what this person Xiaobai keeps talking about is really like. Once I've seen enough, I'll be on my way. Takatsuki Kwan didn't want to get into a fight with Rishi. She turned her gaze to Su Cheng, and as she approached him, the bandages on her body gradually fell away. You! What do you think you're doing? Seeing Takatsuki in this state, Rishi immediately shielded Su Cheng behind her. Enough talk. I know you've been with him before. Now that the three of us are here, I wouldn't recommend you joining in. All three of us together? Li Shi frowned in confusion. She turned to look at Xiaobai behind her. Seeing the other person smiling and waving at her, she realized Xiaobai was here too. Even before fighting her, she had sensed an overwhelming power emanating from Xiaobai. You mean you too? Seeing Gao Qichuan and Xiaobai's current states, Li Shi's expression froze. She turned to look at Su Cheng behind her. Only now did she realize why Su Cheng had insisted on bringing her along. So that's why. You bastard, you really are. Li Shi glared at Su Cheng in exasperation. She thought this guy would be pretty loyal, but who knew he'd be so flighty? Though she didn't exactly approve either. Since two others were accompanying her, it wasn't exactly embarrassing. Facing Li Shi's reproach, Su Cheng waved his hands helplessly. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He'd been forced into it. Of course. Why pass up a free meal? With it practically handed to him on a silver platter, how could Su Cheng possibly refuse? Though Takatsuki Izumi fell short in certain areas compared to Li Shi and Xiaobai, she was still quite adorable in her own way. Seeming to sense Su Cheng's gaze, Takatsuki's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Rishi's triumphant look directed at her, she retorted with a hint of reluctance. I'm still young. I have plenty of room to grow. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire building grew subtly tense. Just as the bandages were about to be fully removed, revealing that coveted place, suddenly, the earth trembled, causing the entire building they were in to shake involuntarily. What's happening? Rishi nearly stumbled and fell, her gaze darting toward the distant horizon. Beyond the city skyline, against the dawn's first light, a jet-black glow spread out from the distance. Xiaobai and Gao Quaquan beside her also noticed the scene. They all stopped what they were doing, and the bandages automatically re-wrapped around Gao Quaquan's body. All three gazed intently at the scene unfolding in the distance. Meanwhile, inside the Huaxia livestream room. Damn it! Grass! Don't stop! I'm only halfway through. Grandma Sake, who's messing with me? Why does it always stop halfway through? Teasing us, huh? I'm reporting this. Please, just keep going. I'm single and can't afford to miss a single second. Wait. Forget all that for now. Look over there. What is that? What's that huge dark shadow? I just peeked into the Sakura Country livestream. If I remember correctly, that direction seems to be where that guy from Sakura Country is positioned. Though Takatsuki Izumi and the others' abrupt halt left viewers frustrated, the scene unfolding beyond the horizon instantly captured their attention. After all, this was still within the dungeon. Such a sight clearly signaled something ominous was about to unfold. Just as everyone was puzzled, a flood of Sakura Nation netizens poured into the Huaxia livestream, boasting and taunting. Ha! Watch this, China! This is what a ING miracle looks like. Yes. Our great player Gu has evolved his talent to S rank and transformed instantly. Stupid Chinese, prepare to face the assault of our Sakura Nation's giants. We've waited so long for this moment. You dared mock our great Sakura Nation before, now we'll show you what true strength looks like. As countless Sakura Nation viewers flooded the livestream. At that moment, in the world of ghouls. From the vantage point of Takatsuki Izumi and the others, a pitch-black light, dark as an abyss, suddenly erupted at the far horizon. It defied all natural laws of this world, carrying an indescribable oppressive aura as it slowly spread toward the city center. Chéng also sensed this change. His magic wand emerged from his palm as his gaze fixed upon the black light. It was that guy. Within the black light, Chéng recognized a familiar figure. The Sakura Nation's competitor, Daigu. Bathed in the black light, Daiko's form gradually blurred within it, as if being swallowed by an invisible force. Then, an endless darkness erupted in an instant, engulfing half the sky. As the black light dissipated, a colossal figure towering dozens of meters high stood at the city's edge. Unlike the Ultraman Chéng knew before, this Ultraman's appearance differed from his memories. His body was encased in deep, black armor, like a black hole in the night sky, swallowing all surrounding light. Eerie dark purple patterns flowed across the armor's surface, resembling ancient runes. Its eyes flickered with a sinister glow, like the depths of an abyss. A pair of sharp horns adorned its head, reminiscent of ancient beasts' remains, while energy crystals embedded in its shoulders and chest emitted a faint, dark glow. Compared to Ultraman, who embodied light and justice, Daigo's transformation leaned more toward the monster category. Ha! I did it! I did it! The transformation complete, Daigu's laughter erupted from afar, booming with unrestrained mirth. Daka gazed down at the shrunken streets, where vehicles and trees resembled building blocks, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though only 20 meters tall in this form, he was now the largest being in this ghoul world. Skyscrapers before him could be crushed with a single elbow strike. Inside the Huaxia livestream room, the scene of Daigu's transformation left the livestream viewers utterly stunned. Wait, did this guy actually transform into Ultraman? How did he do that? Something's off, 9/10 off. Why is this Ultraman black? Could he be some kind of dark type? Damn it, you call us cheaters? You pulled out Ultraman? Just admit you're cheating. Damn, this is bad. If he really is Ultraman, and we compare Ultraman stats, can Sushin actually win? Chapter 159, Surpassing 200, White Reaper. Ha! Yo! Shocked? Surprised? Now you know the true might of our great Sakura Nation. This is the real deal Ultraman. Do you even know how powerful Ultraman is? And you think he can win? Do you even know the destructive power of a single Ultraman punch? You were also cocky after beating some noobs earlier. Let's see how you handle this. Go, Daigo. Show these guys what real power looks like. As Daigo's transformation succeeded, the entire Sakura Nation erupted in excitement. Ultraman needs no introduction. The arrival of such a formidable being was nothing short of a devastating blow to the entire ghoul world. Even the strongest ghouls, combined with the entire CCG mobilized, would be mere child's play to Ultraman. His colossal form, overwhelming strength, and blinding beams would overwhelm any nation. Inside China's highest combat command base. Are the data readings ready? How powerful is this creature? Old Bai approached Xiao Lu, peering at the instruments before him. Things might be looking grim. Xiao Lu's expression grew grave as his hands, which had been operating the instruments, gradually came to a halt. You're being more cryptic than me right now. Just spit it out. Xiao Lu frowned as he watched Elder Bai take over the controls. Based on the latest readings, the opponent's strength and agility attributes have exceeded the maximum detection limits of our instruments. Exceeded the maximum? So it's over 100? A member of the strategy team nearby asked in confusion. If it were just 100, that wouldn't be a problem. That kid Chéng's strength attribute has long surpassed 100. Judging by Chéng's previous performance, both his strength and agility are above 100. Looks like we shouldn't have to worry this time. As soon as Xiao Lu spoke, the tension in the base noticeably eased. However, Xiao Lu's expression remained grave. Old Bai, who was nearby, also grew somber the moment he saw the data displayed on the instrument. Noticing the puzzled looks directed at him, Xiao Lu sighed and continued, "You may not know this, but after the last test, we've upgraded the instrument multiple times using the device sent by Comrade Chéng. The current instrument is different from before. It can now detect up to 200. How much? 200? As Lu spoke, the atmosphere that had just begun to relax froze once more.
A maximum detection limit of 200, yet the instrument had just displayed readings exceeding that threshold.
That would mean. Exactly. Judging by the data displayed on the instrument, the opponent's strength and agility attributes were at least over 200.
As for whether they reached 300 or even higher. At that point, Xiao Lu fell silent.
He knew about Ultraman.
If this guy really transformed into the Ultraman he suspected, the situation was as dire as it could possibly get.
200 was merely the minimum. If it truly was Ultraman, the figure would likely be approaching 500.
Of course, this was merely his speculation. He had no idea how terrifying a strength attribute of 500 would be, but judging from the over 100 strength attribute displayed earlier, even 200 strength alone could unleash missile-like destructive power.
Judging from the last detection and the previous battle with Kirishima Kendo, they only knew Su Cheng's was under 200. What's going on with this guy? Wasn't his talent rated a class? Why such a sudden, massive change? This is at least S-class or higher, right? From the live streams watched these days, it seemed they, like Su Cheng, had encountered some merchant. Their current transformations were also caused by that merchant's items. Xiao Lu's face darkened as he said. They hadn't been blind to the item from Sakura Nation, it seemed tailor-made for him. Su Cheng might have encountered similar merchandise, but judging by the current situation, it doesn't seem related to his talent. Strangely enough, they still didn't know what Su Cheng's talent was.
Other nations speculated about Su Cheng's talent, yet none could confirm it.
Sigh. Send his information to Su Cheng. From here on out, it's up to him.
Old Bai shook his head and sighed as he watched the screen.
Strength and agility attributes exceeding 200.
With such an enormous physique, this kind of opponent can't be dealt with by strategy alone.
Moreover, the threat of portals now looms within. For a moment, Old Bai couldn't help but doubt whether his earlier words to the Sakura Nation strategy team had been too absolute. If they could preserve Suzhou, enduring some humiliation might not be so bad after all.
His thoughts swirled, finally coalescing into a long sigh.
Old Bai's gaze turned anxiously toward the image of Su City, his palms clenching unconsciously. Please, nothing must go wrong. Ghoul world.
From the rooftop of a skyscraper, Rishi watched the giant appearing in the distance, her eyes sparkling with astonishment.
Hey, Su Cheng. What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it before. Did you outsiders create it too?
Rai shook Su Cheng's hand, her curiosity drawing her gaze toward the distance.
You fox spirit, don't touch my husband. Xiao Bai swiftly separated the two, shielding Su Cheng behind her as she glared warily at Rishi. Then, turning to Su Cheng, she asked, Husband, what is that thing over there? How come I've never seen it before?
Oh, your servant indeed.
You're the fox spirit, aren't you?
Li Shi shook her head, pointing at Xiao Bai's tail and mimicking her words.
Nothing much. Just some guy in a leather suit.
Su Cheng shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the transformed Daigo in the distance. Though this form bore a faint resemblance to Ultraman, closer inspection revealed distinct differences.
He couldn't discern which Ultraman he was based on appearance alone. Moreover, the colors and features were clearly abnormal. S-class talent transformation?
The effect was quite impressive.
Su Cheng recalled the opponent's talent being only a class before. This current situation must be due to purchasing merchant goods. He hadn't expected such a dramatic change after the talent upgrade. It must rank among the most powerful S-class transformation talents.
As Su Cheng pondered this, listening to the intelligence feed from Huaxia, he was about to take action. Beside him, Takatsuki Izumi suddenly pointed excitedly at a distant figure.
White Reaper. It's the White Reaper. Xiao Bai, look. That guy's here. Chapter 160 should be dead, right? Vote for me. Is this the power of Ultraman?
In the center of the street, Daigo observed the changes within himself, a slow smile curving his lips. In this moment, he felt his strength multiply dozens of times over, and his speed became exceptionally swift, not slowed in the slightest by his massive frame.
I am now the most powerful being in this world. Daigo roared with fury, clenching his fist and smashing it into a nearby building. Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed as Daigu's punch tore a gaping hole through the building.
Simultaneously, sirens wailed and pagers buzzed incessantly. The moment Daigu transformed, CCG personnel and local police officers had already arrived nearby.
They had held back because the target hadn't made a move. But now that Daigu was attacking civilians, they hesitated no longer.
Gunfire erupted from below, bullets raining down like hail upon Daigu's steel-like body. Against the transformed Daigu, these bullets couldn't pierce his defenses. RPG. Where's the RPG?
Beside the police, a middle-aged man shouted into his radio. Soon after, an RPG squad sprinted past from behind, aiming their gun ports at Daigu and unleashing a volley of shells.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of explosions echoed continuously.
Daigu winced in pain. Though the shells couldn't harm him, the physical agony remained unrelenting. You rebellious rabble dare to attack your god? Die! Daigu spun around in fury, his gaze sweeping down at the crowd attacking him. To his eyes, they were now as small as ants. His massive form surged forward. Before those on the street below could react, Dagu's figure had already closed in beside them. He stomped down, unleashing an earthquake-like force that cracked the street inch by inch. The terrifying shockwave sent all the surrounding vehicles flying. SSS rank. I repeat, SSS rank. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. No, don't come over here. Quick. Everyone retreat. What are you all still standing there for? The moment Dagu breached the defensive line, the entire formation collapsed instantly. It wasn't just the size difference, his strength and speed were on an entirely different level. Screams, cries for help, and sirens blared incessantly from the streets above. Some newly promoted investigators froze in place the moment they saw Daigu's massive form. Is this really a ghoul? He looks like a god. Heh. Do we really stand a chance against a creature like this? Even RPGs don't affect him. Will our quinks really do anything? Dag's onslaught shattered the will to fight in many investigators. Flames erupted from all corners of the street. With each of Daigu's strikes, another defensive line collapsed, claiming countless lives as he reaped souls like a grim reaper. The attacks of the crowd land on Daigo without making the slightest dent. With impenetrable defenses, colossal size, unmatched strength, and blinding speed, could they truly defeat such a creature? Damn it! When did this thing even show up here? Why was there absolutely no intelligence on it beforehand? The middle-aged leader surveyed the carnage around him, raising his pistol and firing relentlessly at Dag. Yet even after emptying an entire magazine, not a single bullet left a mark on the creature. His gaze swept over the terrified investigators surrounding him. Given the current situation, forget continuing the fight, their morale had already collapsed. Tanks are coming. Look, everyone, tanks are coming. A voice shouted from the right side of the street. A steel colossus emerged from the distant street. The moment the tank appeared, hope reignited in the crowd. The tank's arrival meant reinforcements had finally arrived. They wouldn't have to face this monster alone anymore. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, the roar of helicopters echoed overhead. 4 helicopters flew in from the distance, encircling Dagu. Dagu's transformation was too dramatic to go unnoticed. The surrounding military districts noticed it immediately and dispatched reinforcements. Ha! Perfect. Now we've got tanks and helicopters. We probably won't be needed here anymore. Not so fast. The firepower of tanks and helicopters isn't something mere mortals can withstand. Those ghouls would be blown to smithereens with a single blast. Damn it! That bastard killed so many of our comrades, he must die here today. With the military district's reinforcements arriving, the tension in the air visibly eased. No choice, the sheer caliber of that tank's barrel was reassuringly intimidating. Did we draw attention this quickly? Fine, let's take care of them all at once. Dagu scanned the area. The moment he spotted the helicopters and tanks, he held nothing back. A flash erupted from the black crystal embedded in his chest. A beam shot forth at light speed, instantly obliterating a helicopter in the sky. The sound of a spinning propeller out of control echoed over the streets. On the ground, the crowd hadn't even had time to celebrate when the sound of a crash echoed from the sky. One by one, they looked up in shock toward the source of the noise. Crash! The helicopter crashed into a building, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the area. A dark-skinned man standing near the impact point was instantly thrown several meters away. Everyone stared dumbstruck at the scene. What just happened? How did that helicopter suddenly crash? Open fire! Open fire, everyone! With the helicopter down, the ground commander wasted no time, immediately barking the order. The next second. Boom! 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 Shells erupted from the tank turret, while the helicopter's machine guns unleashed a furious barrage from the sky. Dagu, caught in the center of the barrage, was instantly engulfed in fire, billowing smoke rising from the front. Only when the barrage ceased did the sound of sirens fill the air. Everyone's gaze turned toward the smoke. He must be dead now, right? Damn it! You idiot, don't you know that's taboo? Usually, saying that means the guy doesn't actually die. A blonde-haired man angrily scolded the investigator beside him. Relax. That's just movie stuff. This is a tank, nothing ordinary can compare. And machine gun fire? It'll shred even steel. Finally over. I was just thinking this would be my last case before retiring to reunite with my wife and kids. Looks like it'll work out. Listening to the voices around him, the blonde-haired man watched the shifting smoke before him and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It's over. As he spoke, a dark figure burst out of the smoke. Though battered by relentless tank and machine gun fire, Dagu's armor had protected his vital organs from serious injury. He burst out of the smoke and charged toward the nearest tank. Seeing Dagu charging toward them, the crew inside the tank quickly maneuvered the turret back into position, aiming directly at him. Hurry, hurry! He's almost here. Chapter 161, The Noble General of the Horse Clan votes needed. Inside the cockpit, the operator frantically fired the giant cannon at the approaching giant. Yet, the instant the shell was loaded, Dagu's form had already surged before him. He stomped down with a thunderous crash. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, causing the entire street to tremble. The shell and the tank were crushed under Dagu's foot, flames erupting from the wreckage. Having destroyed one tank, Dagu didn't stop. This time, there was more than one. His gaze quickly locked onto the helicopter overhead and another tank in the distance. In that instant, the helicopter pilot locked eyes with Dagu. Sensing danger, he began to pull up. But Dagu suddenly thrust his legs forward, propelling himself directly in front of the helicopter. No, no! Dagu grabbed the helicopter with one hand and hurled it violently toward the distant tank. Two explosions echoed, plunging the entire street back into terror. The search officers above watched helplessly as tank after tank was destroyed and every helicopter in the sky was shot down. The quink in their hands slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. Is this really SSS class? At this rate, even calling him a god incarnate wouldn't be far off. Ha! Yo, yeah! That was awesome! Absolutely awesome! This is true power. What those Chinese bastards have is nothing but dog luck, not even a fraction of what we have in the great Sakura Nation. Hey, you Chinese bastards watching this, see what real power looks like? Tanks and helicopters are just toys. Could you handle this? Heh, I bet those Chinese guys are speechless from shock. That Chinese player probably peed his pants from fear. Ha! Inside the Chinese livestream room, the sight of Daigu's brutal slaughter left the live audience with heavy expressions. They'd assumed he was merely Ultraman-like in appearance, lacking Ultraman's actual power. But judging by his current performance, it seems their worst fears were confirmed. This guy really did transform into Ultraman. No way, this actually transforms into Ultraman? You call this an A-class talent? You've got to be kidding me. Squashing tanks underfoot, even helicopters can't escape. While this power might not quite match Ultraman's true might, it's pretty close, right? Whoa, this doesn't look good. Hope our Su god doesn't act impulsively. If the enemy really is Ultraman, there should be a time limit on the transformation. Just wait for it to end. Exactly. Sushin, don't get worked up now. Better safe than sorry. Let them slaughter their own people, it's none of our business. In fact, the more they kill, the better. Sakura Nation crowd? Watching the stream of comments flood the Chinese livestream chat, the Japanese crowd was dumbfounded. Something definitely felt off about the current situation. Daigu was powerful after transforming, no doubt, but he'd only been attacking NPCs within this instance, never posing any threat to Su Chang. Once his transformation wears off, if that Chinese guy launches a sneak attack. Damn it! You Chinese bastards, if you've got the guts, come at me head on. What the hell are you hiding for? You idiot Dagu, stop attacking these people. Your target is that Huaxia guy, not them. Quick, everyone, look. Dagu seems to have received new intel. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Those Chinese bastards almost slipped away. Dagu, go find that Chinese player. Kill him and this will all be over. Within the ghoul world. On the streets of District 24, morning light rose above the horizon. Upon receiving the message from Sakura Country, Daigo immediately halted his actions. His gaze shifted toward the distant buildings. This transformation was only possible due to a special artifact. Though it unleashed the full potential of his S-class power, it came with a strict time limit. Reminiscing about the earlier humiliation, anger flared in Daigu's eyes. He casually hurled the vehicle he held into the crowd and began sprinting toward the distant buildings. However, the very instant his foot left the ground, an unusual sensation emanated from behind him. Hearing no sound of the vehicle crashing to the ground, Daigu turned back in confusion. What was this? Daigu stared at the scene unfolding on the street. The vehicle he had hurled was being intercepted, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the vehicle unfolded from the middle. A figure emerged from behind, clad in a white robe, carrying a briefcase, and wearing black glasses. The morning sun happened to shine down, illuminating the dilapidated street. The light fell upon the cold, expressionless face of the white-robed figure. The moment Daigu saw his appearance, scenes from the ghoul world flashed before his eyes, causing his pupils to suddenly contract. The strongest weapon among humans, known as the White Grim Reaper. The undefeated ghoul investigator who single-handedly repelled an SSS-class ghoul. Special class investigator, Arima Kishu. Arima! It's Arima! The moment they saw Arima, the survivors in the street erupted in excited shouts. His arrival stirred even greater excitement than the tanks had, though relief at surviving the ordeal outweighed the jubilation. Arima's arrival signaled the end of all this. Wherever Arima appeared, defeat was unthinkable. The title of unbeatable ghoul investigator was no joke. Ha! Finally, he's here. Is this the legendary Arima? He's exactly as the tales describe. Damned beast! How dare you slaughter so many of our comrades? Now our strongest reinforcement has arrived. Prepare to meet your end. Arima Kishu? I was just wondering where you'd gone. The moment he saw Arima, Daigo was stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He was in Ultraman form. No matter how powerful the enemy was, that was only against those ghouls. Right now, he was the strongest in the world. Never mind. Killing you first and finding him later is just as good. Daigo loosened his shin bone and turned to look at Arima. He'd been fretting over where to find the guy after all. Killing him would drastically change his mission rewards. Who would refuse a reward that came right to them? A newcomer, perhaps? Arima Kiju lifted his head to face Daigo. With a flick of his wrist, the briefcase in his hand opened. In a flash, he appeared before Daigo almost instantly. Yukimura 13 transformed into a silver bolt of lightning, striking directly at Daigo's vital points. Yuma's speed clearly surpassed Daigo's expectations. By the time he reacted, he could only barely raise his hand to block. Yukimura 13 collided with his body. Sparks flew from the clash of metal as a deafening roar echoed, shattering the cobblestones beneath them into fragments and sending dust billowing into the air. That kind of power? Arima staggered back 4 steps, while Daigo retreated 5. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Arima ahead. Though he hadn't used full strength, the force of that strike was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Not only had this guy blocked it, but he'd actually gained a slight advantage? Is this the so-called White Reaper? Ha! Arima Tetsu is incredible. He pushed it back. In this clash, Arima Tetsu actually forced that monster to retreat. Everyone, stop standing around. Get out of here quickly. Don't interfere with Arima's performance. The initial commander hurriedly directed the crowd, his gaze also fixed on Arima standing on the street ahead. Just his imposing figure standing there instilled an inexplicable sense of security. Just now, I was careless. Did you really think you'd won? Hearing the murmurs around him, Daigo chuckled coldly, his eyes flashing with icy resolve. His massive frame erupted with speed uncharacteristic of his bulk. By the time Daigo materialized, he was already behind Arima. Fixing his gaze on Arima's back, Daigo's right fist shot forward, aiming straight for the opponent's head. White Reaper. Ha! Just an insect. Die. Chapter 162, Arima defeated? Vote for me. Boom. Daigo's punch struck with overwhelming force, colliding with the air in front of Arima and sending a cloud of dust billowing upward. After the deafening roar, onlookers on the street turned anxiously toward Arima. They knew better than anyone how devastating Daigo's power was. Even tanks couldn't withstand it. Could Arima possibly block it? Soon, the smoke cleared. Before Arima, the IXA had transformed into a shield, successfully blocking Daigo's attack. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Blocked? It actually blocked? Is this the power of the undefeated ghoul investigator? It's simply too formidable. Truly the White Death, quite a handful. Above the street, Daigo's gaze locked onto the figure before him. A blue energy shield glowed across the surface of the shield, completely nullifying his attack. Simultaneously, Arima Kiyoshi exploited the IXA's balance to swiftly counterattack, thrusting the sharp edge of the shield toward him. Clang! The shield's edge collided with Daigo's arm, which had somehow transformed into a massive scythe-like blade. His gaze fixed on the impassive Arima before him, a sneer curling his lips. You do have some skill, but it's not enough. Daigo roared, swinging the giant scythe with fierce force. Each strike tore through the air, shattering the cobblestones on the street into fragments. Arima, however, relied on the IXA's agility to constantly shift between offensive and defensive stances, parrying Daigo's attacks. During the battle, Arima Kiyoshi fully utilized IXA's transformation mechanisms. At times, he transformed IXA into a spear, overwhelming Daigo with swift, relentless assaults. At others, he shifted it into a shield, parrying Daigo's fierce attacks. At critical moments, IXA even transformed into multiple spiraling spikes, raining down like a torrential storm to deliver continuous blows to Daigo. Daigo had witnessed these techniques before and dismissed them as nothing special, but experiencing them firsthand proved far more unpleasant than anticipated. Though his strength and agility had undergone a qualitative leap, his physical toughness remained limited. Arima's attacks were exceptionally fierce, inflicting pain even more intense than the shelling above him. Each transformation of IXA was accompanied by a faint mechanical hum. Arima's operation was precise and swift in his hands. IXA seemed to become a living entity, constantly shifting its form to counter Daisuke's various attacks. Their attacks grew increasingly rapid. Though Daigo's form was massive, it did nothing to hinder his speed. Buildings along the streets collapsed under their relentless assault, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Yet whether by nature or habit, Arima's expression remained cold and resolute. On opening. As Daigo shifted his stance, Arima's eyes flashed. IXA transformed again, unleashing multiple spiral-shaped spikes that successfully pierced the gaps in Daigo's armor, breaching his defenses. Daigo winced in pain. Immediately, Arima shifted IXA back into spear form and thrust it through Daigo's body with thunderous force. Was this victory? With Daigo's form pierced by the IXA, the battle halted in that instant. Arima's figure retreated several paces backward. Everyone watched the IXA embedded in Daigo's body, their expressions growing visibly excited. This is a bit too fast, isn't it? Is this the power of the White Death? It seems we've actually won? Ha! We won! We won! So what if it's SSS class?
In the end, it still got defeated by Arima and the others.
Arima and the crew are awesome.
Dag's body was pierced through, and the crowd on the street cheered.
Yet, standing before Dag, Yuma's expression showed no sign of relief. He could clearly sense that Daegu was not dead. On the contrary, his power was steadily growing stronger.
Ha!
I thought I could fool you with a feigned death, but you turned out to be pretty alert. A deep rumbling echoed, abruptly silencing the street's cheers.
Now, Dagu's body seemed enveloped in a layer of deep purple light. He slowly pulled the IXA from his chest, a savage grin spreading across his lips. Bathed in the purple glow, his form gradually swelled, his muscles becoming more massive and defined, as if every inch of his skin contained power capable of obliterating everything. His once piercing eyes now became as pitch black as an abyss. Not only did his physique grow colossal, but his armor underwent a transformation as well. The original black hue shifted to a deep purple, its surface now covered in intricate patterns. Second form activated. How is this possible? That guy was dead. How did he come back to life? A monster, truly a monster. With his chest torn apart by IXA like that, his insides must have been pulverized long ago. If he's not dead, what else could he be but a monster? Sigh, I knew it. The blonde-haired man watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in resignation. He'd thought that strike had ended it, but upon hearing the other's words, he knew it was all over. I intended that move for that guy, but I never imagined this ghoul world would make you stronger than I ever anticipated. Daigo stretched his shin bones cracking and popping. Ultraman possessed the power to shift forms in the original story, so naturally, he retained that ability after transforming. Only, instead of altering attributes in his base form, he underwent an upgrade in evolution. Snapping the IXA in half with one hand, he fixed his gaze on the solemn-faced Arima ahead. So you can frown after all. I thought you were just a blockhead. Time to end this game. Die. With that, Daigo vanished in a flash. Arima's expression froze as Confirmation immediately emerged from the briefcase, transforming into cannon mode. The entire weapon instantly radiated a dazzling blue light, as if filled with boundless electrical energy.
Without hesitation, Arima aimed to his right and pulled the trigger with force.
The moment the trigger was pulled, Daegu's figure materialized. A concentrated burst of RC cell energy erupted like a thunderbolt, transforming into a massive lightning bolt that sliced through the sky, striking Daegu directly. This current carried not only devastating power but also possessed an extremely high electrical tracking ability, seemingly anticipating every one of Daegu's movements, making evasion nearly impossible. The instant the current struck Daegu, sparks flew everywhere, and his massive body trembled involuntarily. But it was merely a momentary tremor. Facing Daegu's fierce assault, Arima Takamasa calmly switched the Confirmation to its claw form. The claw-like weapon rapidly extended, each tip pulsing with dense clusters of tiny electric orbs, shining like the brightest stars. With a flick of Arima's wrist, these tiny orbs shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring, piercing the air with a shrill whistle as they descended upon Daegu in a torrent. Not only were these orbs numerous, but each possessed enough destructive force to pierce armor. Yet, upon striking Daegu's body, they proved utterly ineffective. Boom! His body passed right through the orbs. Daegu's fist sent Arima and Miko flying, his massive frame smashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. The situation shifted too quickly. The crowd watching from the street hadn't even recovered from their earlier excitement when Arima was sent flying. Had Arima lost? Chapter 163, Fierce Battle, Half-Human? Votes needed. No, it couldn't be. Arima was the strongest among us. How could he possibly lose? He was the White Death, the undefeated investigator. It's over. Totally over. If even Arima can't defeat him, who could possibly stand a chance? Run. What are you still doing standing there? If even Arima fell, we'll all die here if that monster targets us next. Hey, Arima, you're not dead, are you? After all, you're a half-human. It couldn't have ended that easily, right? Daiko's gaze swept across the ruins. The people of this world knew nothing of Arima's true identity, but as a native of Sakura country, he understood it all too well. Though outwardly human, the opponent was actually the one-eyed king who had once been Ken Kaneki, a half-human. Honestly, even a fool could tell something was off about his identity. Guys like Yukinori Shinohara relied on the new ability, and even with several people working together, they could barely hold their own against an SSS-class ghoul. For an ordinary human, even with Quink's assistance, no matter how powerful, how could they possibly take down an SSS-class ghoul alone? How could they remain undefeated even when surrounded by a horde of ghouls? This transcended the realm of humanity. What half-human? Daiko's words echoed through the streets. Those about to leave halted in their tracks upon hearing Daigo's words, glancing toward the ruins with puzzled expressions. Weren't Arima and the others human? What does half-human even mean? Yet soon enough, everyone understood exactly what Daegu meant by half-human. From the ruins emerged Yuma, his form completely unscathed. He brushed the dust off his shoulders, his glasses shattered during the battle. How could Yuma and the others be unharmed? If that had been an ordinary person, they would have been dead by now. But why were Arima and the others unharmed?
Could it be? No way could Arima and the others truly be non-human, actually being half-humans? What about everything that happened before? No wonder.
I always wondered why Arima was so powerful, far surpassing other investigators.
It turns out he's not human after all.
The crowd on the street stared in shock at Yuma's condition.
That blow would have killed an ordinary person dead as a doornail. If Yuma had any Qing defense on him, they might have blamed it on the Qing's protection.
But now, with no Qing protection at all, they couldn't fathom how he had blocked it.
Unless
Arima truly was, as Daigo claimed, half-human.
In this current ghoul world, the only half-humans were ghouls and humans.
For a moment, the question of whether Arima was a ghoul planted a seed in everyone's minds.
So you weren't dead after all? Now they're all speculating you're a ghoul. Care to explain yourself, Lord Arima?
Listening to the murmurs around him, Daigo's lips curved into a smile. This was precisely the effect he sought. Once the seeds of doubt were planted, all he had to do was wait for them to sprout.
His transformation wouldn't last long. If he couldn't eliminate Arima quickly, the Chinese contestants would face trouble later. Having his own people eliminate Arima would be the ideal outcome.
Facing Daigo's words, Arima's expression remained unchanged. As if he'd heard this half-human secret countless times before, he adjusted the form of the Conquermation once more, transforming it into a sword. In this form, the sword's energy was intensely concentrated, its tip flickering with a heart-stopping glow. With a flash, Arima appeared at Daigo's side in an instant. With lightning speed, he thrust the sword's tip toward Daigo's vital points. This strike fused not only the full power of the Conquermation but also embodied Arima Takamasa's masterful swordsmanship. Its sheer force rendered any defense utterly futile. Clearly, Arima was now fighting with full seriousness. Though Daigo had shifted into his second form, his physical defenses hadn't increased significantly. Under the assault of the Conquermation sword form, he found himself stretched thin. The moment the blade's tip struck the armor, a tremendous burst of energy erupted, sending Daigo reeling backward. His entire body seemed enveloped in electric currents. However, this time, Daigo clearly held the upper hand. Arima retreated dozens of meters from Daigo, his hand gripping the Minshin trembling uncontrollably. After advancing to the second stage of his transformation, Daigo's strength had clearly risen to a new level. Ha! Now this is satisfying. If that guy up there has any guts, he better not run. Just watch after I tear this bastard to shreds, I'll come find you. Dagu roared with maniacal laughter, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as his form blurred into a dark shadow lunging toward Arima. Though Arima wondered who this you might be, there was no time for such thoughts now. Dagu's attacks grew increasingly swift, each strike packing extraordinary power. The street surface cracked and split inch by inch under their relentless assault. Within a 50-meter radius centered on the two, the area had become a restricted zone. Each time the light flashed, they exchanged blows multiple times. What's wrong? Where'd your composure go? Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Daigu's attacks relentlessly struck above Narukami, his form gradually closing in on Arima. Seeing the gravity etched on Arima's face, Daigu felt an unusual sense of satisfaction in that moment. This was the strongest investigator in the ghoul world. Killing him would surely bring him the most generous rewards. In stark contrast to Daigo's exhilaration, Arima could only wield his kyun to block the onslaught. Amidst dozens of parries, landing a single counterattack was already a struggle. After multiple collisions, the Kugain was already struggling to hold its ground. If this continued, the Kugain would be destroyed, and the outcome of this battle would be decided. Arima scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking a way to break the stalemate. At that moment, atop a nearby building. Is this the Arima you were talking about? He's not that impressive. Does it really take this long to deal with a rookie? Xiaobai shook his head as he watched Arima locked in combat with Daigo in the distance. From Takatsuki Izumi's descriptions, I thought he'd be formidable, but now it seems he's just average. Takatsuki Izumi. To Xiaobai, Dagu truly seemed weak. But for them, Daigu in his current state was someone even Takatsuki Izumi, transformed into her hero form, couldn't defeat. That Arima could even hold his own against him was nothing short of a miracle. Rishi watched the scene unfold silently, her expression unchanged as she listened to Xiaobai's words. A rookie? You call this 20-meter-tall giant, whose single punch can shatter buildings and whose feet crush tanks, a rookie? Though she desperately wanted to retort, Takatsuki Izumi's earlier reaction and the unusual aura she'd sensed emanating from the giant held her tongue. Quick, look! My husband is coming. Suddenly, Xiaobai seemed to spot something. Pointing excitedly toward the distance, she exclaimed, my husband is far more powerful than that guy you mentioned, Geiaquaquan. Watch closely. Though Takatsuki had heard rumors about Su Cheng's strength, she had never witnessed it firsthand. Following the direction of Xiaobai's finger, her gaze grew serious. Let me see what makes you so different. In the middle of the street, Yuma's figure was relentlessly pushed back by Daigu. His eyes darted frantically as he used every available object around him to block his opponent. Suddenly, a figure atop a building caught his attention. Seeing Yuma look up, the figure smiled and waved at him. Hey, need some help?
Chapter 164, Should I leave? Votes needed. A civilian? Orima's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the figure above. Weren't civilians supposed to have been evacuated already? How could there still be one here? This is trouble. At that moment, Yuma's gaze grew intensely grave. He was already struggling immensely against the second form Daigu alone. Stalling the opponent was pushing his limits. If it suddenly turned and charged at the civilian now, he might not be able to protect them. With this thought, Orima raised the nearly shattered Narukami once more. Its form shifted, and the entire weapon blazed with dazzling blue light. Compared to the first time, however, the entire weapon trembled violently, as if it might shatter at any second. Glancing toward the empty space not far away, Orima hesitated not a moment before pulling the trigger with all his might. The moment the trigger was pulled, a concentrated burst of RC cell energy erupted like a thunderclap, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. As the energy coalesced into a thick bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, the machine could no longer hold itself together and shattered completely. The electrical current, carrying devastating force, slammed into the side of Daigo. Facing Orima's attack, Daigo made no attempt to evade. He understood the attack pattern of the divine cry. Once locked on, evasion was nearly impossible. In his first form, he might not have withstood this strike. But now, in his enhanced state, sparks flew as the current struck Daigo. His massive body merely trembled slightly before the power dissipated. How foolish, Orima sneered. Now that your weapons are useless, I wonder what you'll use to block me. Watching Narukami shatter in Orima's hands, Daigo sneered with disdain. Originally, the Narukami was gradually being destroyed by his own attacks, and he had been troubled by how much it was delaying his transformation time. But now the enemy had forcibly detonated his weapon just for such a trivial attack. What else could it be but foolish? Trying to run? The bounty for hunting you down today is mine. As Orima suddenly changed course and dashed to the right, Daigo chuckled, his speed surging abruptly. Without his quink to block the blows, Orima quickly found himself at a severe disadvantage. Facing Daigo's relentless attacks, Orima could only dodge. A single hit would at best shatter several bones, at worst render him immobile, a death sentence. That guy should be gone by now, right? Arma darted between buildings, his mind racing to the figure he'd glimpsed earlier. The man's sudden appearance had thrown him off balance, robbing him of his usual composure. That area had already been evacuated. How had he appeared there? And that position he was in? Not somewhere an ordinary person could reach. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a familiar voice suddenly echoed beside him once more. Selfless as ever, huh? Willing to blow up your own quink rather than endanger civilians? If this were any other time, I might actually be moved by you. Hearing the familiar voice from his right, Yuma turned his head and his expression flickered. The reason was simple, the civilian he had just protected had now reappeared beside him. This time, not only did Orima see the figure, but Daigo, pursuing from afar, also spotted it. The moment he spotted Su Chang, Dagu's pupils abruptly contracted. He halted instantly, glancing warily in his direction. Noticing Dagu's halt behind him, Yuma ceased evading and came to a standstill atop the building beside Su Chang. His gaze shifted toward Daigo in the distance. He saw fear filling Dagu's eyes, a stark contrast to the relentless pursuit he had shown earlier. Having experienced countless battles, he could see Dagu's body trembling. This guy seemed to be afraid of something. Yet in this area now, aside from him and Dagu, only that man remained. Clearly, the object of his fear was that man. Who are you? Yuma's gaze shifted toward Su Chang, who stood not far away. From the very beginning until now, the other party had shown no hostility toward him. Their current demeanor clearly indicated they had come with some purpose. At least, under his perception, this person still seemed relatively amicable. Ha! Didn't those guys tell you who I am? Su Chang stroked his chin as he looked at the disheveled Yuma. I suppose so. Given your schedule, you should have been out on a mission. It's only natural you wouldn't know. But I've been promoted to special class now. Surely the news shouldn't be spreading this slowly. Promoted to special class? Seeing Su Chang's puzzled expression, Orima seemed to recall something. Indeed, two individuals had been promoted to special grade this time. One was Suzaku Shuzu. Orima had seen his file before, and the speed of his promotion to special class was genuinely unexpected. He knew who Suzura Shuzu was. Su Chang clearly didn't match the appearance of the Suzura Shuzu in the records. That left only one possibility. You are Su Chang? Orima ventured cautiously. Lately, the name Su Chang had been popping up around him constantly. Large-scale ghoul activity in District 24. The Black Reaper. The Base Riot Terminator. Monster. Numerous epithets about him reached his ears. And if he remembered correctly, the other had only been a second-class investigator at the time, rising to special class within just the past few days. Such a figure naturally drew his special attention. If not for his mission, he'd have genuinely wanted to see what the man looked like. Oh? Seems I've gained some notoriety after all, remembered so quickly. Seeing that the other had recognized him, Su Chang nodded. I've made quite a stir these past few days. If I'm still flying under the radar, that's a bit of a headache. How did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be at the base? How out of the loop are you? That business was wrapped up ages ago. And besides, you don't want me here? Then I'll leave? No cough. Yuma shook his head, unable to suppress a few coughs. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Arima looked at Su Chang with seriousness. Your timing couldn't be better. He'd already pushed himself to the limit, first by taking that brutal punch from Daegu, then enduring multiple clashes just now. He'd been holding back all along, just to spare those people worry. Alright, you're bleeding now. Maybe you should keep your cool and say less. Su Chang stepped in, cutting off Arima before he could speak. He turned his gaze toward Daegu in the distance and remarked, take it easy, okay? Your death would cause me quite a bit of trouble. Earlier, while watching the battle from the rooftop, Su Chang had intended to remain a mere spectator. Though he and Arima belonged to the same faction, they had little interaction, and he had no intention of stepping in as the good guy. Then, unexpectedly, a notification popped up. It stated that Arima's death would significantly impact the storyline, having his mission rewards. He'd managed to get several treasure chests this time, including a light pink one. He certainly didn't want to lose them all. What a hassle, these rewards could only be redeemed outside the instance. Staring at the unusable icon before him, Su Chang felt like smashing the interface panel. If it weren't for his treasure chests and rewards, he wouldn't have bothered helping this guy. Yet, to Arima, Su Chang's words carried a different meaning. Don't worry, I'm not going to die anytime soon. I won't hold you back. Chapter 165, is he actually caring about me? Votes needed. Not dying anytime soon won't slow you down? Arima's words left Su Chang dumbfounded. Seeing the other man still looking ready to fight, Su Chang's mouth twitched a few times. Seriously? He's practically a goner and still thinking about fighting? Though Arima's exterior showed no signs of distress, Su Chang could clearly see his true condition. Arima, critical wounds near death. You're in this state and still want to fight? Get over there and rest. Don't push yourself to the brink. Su Chang waved him away. Yet Arima once again misheard Su Chang's words as a desperate plea for his help. Assessing his own condition, Arima nodded and replied, alright, I'll stay nearby. When you can't hold on anymore, I'll help you out. Su Chang? Wait, dude? Su Chang turned to face Arima. His words were so obvious, yet this guy still didn't get it? Did he need to spell it out like telling him to go chill somewhere else before he'd get it? Su Chang. Just as Su Chang pondered how to get Yuma to back off, a furious roar echoed from the distance. At that moment, Daigu's eyes locked onto Su Chang with such intensity that if looks could kill, he would have slain Su Chang 10,000 times over. Hold on a sec. I'm busy right now. I'll deal with you later. Su Chang rubbed his ears, ignoring Daegu entirely as he continued to speak to Arima in a roundabout way, hinting for him to get lost. Daegu? Su Chang's approach left not only Daegu dumbfounded, but also the onlookers from China and Sakura country utterly bewildered. Everyone had expected a decisive showdown after Daegu's roar. Who would have guessed Su Chang didn't even want to engage with him, telling him to wait on the sidelines instead? Ha! Why does this scene make me want to laugh so hard? Wait a moment, I'm busy. I'll deal with you later. That's so Su God for you. Look at Sakura country now, they're acting like kids who've done something wrong. Hilarious. Damn it. What are you Chinese laughing at? So what if there are two of them? Do you think numbers matter? Just wait until our champion Daegu steps in. You won't even have time to cry, let alone laugh. Daegu, get on them. Crush these two into mincemeat. I want to see where they got the guts to not run away and actually challenge us. Hearing the words of the Cherry Blossom Nation's crowd, the Chinese spectators, who had been enjoying the spectacle, gradually fell silent. They'd all witnessed Daegu's destructive power firsthand. Tanks and helicopters couldn't stop him. Even Arima, the CCG investigator dubbed the White Reaper, couldn't last more than a few rounds against him. Suguru was indeed formidable, but now Daegu had transformed into Ultraman. How could they possibly win? I know who you are, and I know you've never been defeated. But now isn't the time to show off. Look at the state you're in. Go hang out in the back. Su Chang looked at Arima speechlessly. Is this guy actually concerned about me? Seeing Su Chang like this, Arima felt a warmth in his heart. He had assumed the other was another taciturn, cold individual. After all, their backgrounds were remarkably similar. He'd assumed they were cut from the same cloth. But now it seemed he'd been overthinking things. Thank you for your kindness. Yuma shook his head and took a deep breath. I'm fine. This guy's no pushover. You might struggle handling him alone. I'll just back you up from behind. Su Chang? Wait, this guy? At that moment, Su Chang was dumbfounded. He never would have guessed this guy was such a stubborn fool. Just as Su Chang was about to order him to get lost, Daegu's furious roar echoed once more. Su Chang! I was just wondering where to find you later, but look who shows up on his own. Not even a god could save you today. Daegu clenched his fist so tightly that black smoke began to rise from his body, fueled by his overwhelming rage. First he humiliated him, now he ignores him. Did you really think he was someone to be trifled with? The crystal stone on his chest flashed as Daegu charged forward like a primordial beast. At this moment, only one thought consumed his mind. Kill Su Chang. Fine. Since you insist on this, then just stay put. Just don't die. Seeing he couldn't outmaneuver Yuma, Su Chang shook his head and turned toward the charging Daegu. Careful. This guy is incredibly powerful. Arima hadn't expected Su Chang to charge straight in without discussing any strategy with him. Having clashed with Daegu multiple times before, he knew better than anyone the extent of his opponent's power. For Su Chang to charge in completely unprepared like this, he was asking for trouble. With that thought, Arima was about to act. The next second. Boom! A deep, muffled collision echoed from ahead. The wind and waves swept past. When Arima looked ahead again, the scene before him instantly froze him in place. There stood Su Chang, having met Dagu's attack head-on. Their fists collided, and astonishingly, neither gained the upper hand. Daegu stood a full 20 meters tall, and after his second evolution, his height approached 30 meters. Their sizes were simply not in the same league. Yuma couldn't fathom how Su Chang managed it. Beast mode activating. Current strength attribute, 178-68. After the fist clash ended, Su Chang and Daegu both pulled back violently. Though the blow was evenly matched, their expressions couldn't have been more different. Su Chang rubbed his slightly sore fist. Though he appeared to have blocked the blow, he had actually been just barely off balance. His gaze shifted to Dagu's current form with astonishment. He never imagined a single talent enhancement potion could have such a profound effect, forcibly elevating one's quality tier and unleashing the full power of that enhanced tier. S-class transformation talent, it's practically tailor-made for him. This guy. As Su Chang looked over, Daegu also turned his gaze towards Su Chang. Their gazes locked. Though both had been forced back the same number of steps by the punch, he could clearly sense that he had gained the upper hand. However, he was currently in Ultraman form, with his S-class talents fully activated and his second form engaged. Only then could he achieve such results. What gives this guy the right to do this with his bare hands? So you found that merchant too? After a moment's thought, Daegu grasped the current situation. His gaze turned contemptuous towards Su Chang as a sneer touched his lips. So what if you found that merchant too? I'm guessing you're also a talent that enhances your own strength, right? I advise you to stop this futile struggle. My transformation talent is the pinnacle of the enhancement class. Besides, do you really think this is my full power? Chapter 166, Ultimate Power? Votes needed. Daegu swept his gaze around the area, punching through the building beside him before turning his scornful attention back to Su Chang and his companion. That punch was merely 70% of my strength. Once I get serious, neither of you could withstand a single blow from me, even if you attack together. Why not give up now? I'll make your deaths a little easier. His gaze fixed on Su Chang once more. An easier death? Ha! As if. This bastard had humiliated him in front of the entire world. Unless he tore every limb from his body and tortured him to death slowly, his hatred would never be appeased. Finished talking? Yet, to his surprise, Su Chang rubbed his ears and glanced at him impatiently. If you're done talking, hurry up and fight. All this dithering, no wonder your time is so short. You're already going soft before the main event even starts. As he spoke, a coin appeared in Su Chang's hand. In that moment, the only sound in the entire area was the clinking of the coin as Su Chang flicked it. You bastard! The instant the coin flew out, Dagu's figure surged forward. Wielding his massive scythe, he charged toward Su Chang with thunderous force. Ding! Fortune Goddess activated successfully. This tosses heads. Life or death talent activated successfully. The scythe swung, its blade poised to strike. Daegu could almost see Su Chang's head being severed. After his transformation, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also undergone a qualitative leap. After his second transformation, his speed had reached new heights of power he had deliberately kept hidden until this very moment. Yet, just as the blade was about to touch Su Chang's skin, in the next instant, Su Chang deftly sidestepped, evading the strike at an almost impossible angle. Simultaneously, a Tang sword materialized from his palm. The blade's glint transformed into a silver lightning bolt, striking directly at the seam of Dagu's armor. Boom! The intense impact instantly sent Daegu flying several meters away. Ding! Strength attribute check successful. Perpetual flow activated. Toxic resistance activated. Feeling the strange sensation emanating from his wound, Dagu's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Did this guy dodge it? Again! Though unsure of the previous situation, Daegu had no time to dwell on it now. With a shout, he charged forward once more. Each clash between them was accompanied by the crisp clang of metal, sparks and bolts of electricity crackling through the air. The street shattered, and surrounding buildings teetered precariously under the aftershocks of their attacks. Hofong watched the battle unfold before him, his expression trembling. Even though he knew Su Chang's strength was formidable, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Against Dagu's first form, he could still put up a fight. But against the second form? He couldn't even block the attacks, let alone trade blows like this. Could this guy not be human either? Yuma's gaze remained fixed on Su Cheng's figure in the fray. Their speed was too swift, the slightest distraction would cause him to lose sight of them. Judging by the abilities Su Cheng had displayed thus far, it was hard to believe he was human. Though an outsider himself, he had never encountered an outsider this formidable. He was practically a monster. Wait, something's wrong. This guy is even stronger than a monster. Yuma watched the battle between Su Cheng and Daigo, his pupils trembling. On the surface, Su Cheng and Daegu appeared evenly matched, but closer observation revealed that Su Cheng maintained a subtle advantage throughout the fight. His movements flowed with fluid precision, as if every detail had been rehearsed and calculated countless times. Whether attacking or defending, he perfectly mastered the rhythm and force of each action. Though Daegu possessed immense strength, under Su Cheng's near-perfect control, he gradually began to show signs of fatigue. Each of Daegu's assaults was deftly parried by Su Cheng, while Su Cheng's counterattacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike aimed directly at Daegu's vital points. This could no longer be called a battle. A one-sided game of manipulation. What else can you do besides dodge, you bastard? Have the guts to fight head-on. Daegu swung a punch, smashing violently into a nearby building. Snapping his right hand back, his furious gaze fixed on Su Cheng, who had once again dodged forward. In that fleeting moment of contact, only two words echoed in his mind. Frustration. Extreme frustration. He hadn't expected Su Cheng's strength to be anything but weak, nor his speed to be this fast. He had believed his own speed was already sufficient, yet every single one of his attacks was evaded by Su Cheng, while he himself couldn't dodge a single one of the other's strikes. Now Daegu felt like a punching bag, unable to mount any counterattack beyond enduring Su Cheng's blows. Moreover, he could distinctly feel his stamina rapidly depleting. Could it be, this guy's talent is SS class? The thought flashed through Daegu's mind. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isn't the highest talent rating just S class? This guy's talent is at most S rank. If he surpassed S rank, the potion would lose its effect. Without the potion's full effect, how could he possibly have fought me for so long? But as fellow S rankers, my transformation talent is among the absolute best. How did he manage it? Head-on confrontation? Su Cheng nodded, sheathing his Tang sword, then turned to him with a smile. Fine, as you wish. But don't regret it. Regret? Daegu chuckled. Seeing Su Cheng genuinely sheath that peculiar Tang sword, Daegu's form surged forward. He had sensed something off about that blade earlier. Each time it struck him, his stamina plummeted significantly. Clearly, the knife had been the source of all the previous incidents. Now that Su Cheng had sheathed it, he saw his chance. Facing Daegu's assault, Su Cheng calmly drew his shield, running his fingers over its golden patterns. Daegu closed in, though he couldn't fathom what Su Cheng was plotting. The moment he saw the shield drawn, a powerful sense of unease surged from his core. His body instinctively urged him to flee, but he refused to give in to fear. After all, he possessed the strongest S-class enhancement talent. There was no way he could lose this punch. As Daegu closed in, Su Cheng suddenly sidestepped. Dodging the punch, he calmly spoke under the stunned gaze of his opponent. Daegu, have you ever experienced what true, ultimate power feels like? Ultimate power? His punch dodged. Daegu hadn't yet grasped the meaning behind Su Cheng's words when a sharp crack echoed, and a blue glow flared around his right wrist. The next second, Su Cheng unleashed a punch, striking at the void. The air ripped apart, and the explosive blast echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. Where the fist passed, a black hole tore through Daegu's flesh. The immense force compressed the air ahead to its absolute limit, then detonated. His armor shattered instantly, his body hurled in all directions. The fierce blast of wind swept past Takatsuki Izumi in the distance. Her slender high heels struck the ground as she stumbled backward several steps. She steadied herself, but the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose were blown off by the fierce gust, landing on the ground. Her beautiful green hair whipped wildly in the air. Paying no heed to the lost glasses, Takatsuki's gaze fixed entirely on the shattered road ahead. How could this be? You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 167, Instrument Explosion? Votes needed. Under Su Cheng's punch, Daegu's massive frame tilted like a giant tree caught in a hurricane, propelled backward with such force he flew through the air like a cannonball. Daegu's body slammed into the abandoned buildings, causing them to topple like dominoes one after another with deafening crashes. Dust and debris surged like a tsunami, obscuring the sky and making breathing nearly impossible. On the streets, the once smooth asphalt now bore countless cracks, like the earth's wounds, crisscrossing and seemingly bottomless. Rubble and debris littered the ground, scattered chaotically across the pavement. Some battered structures teetered precariously, as if ready to collapse at any moment, while others had already crumbled entirely, leaving only broken walls and ruins. After the dust settled, amidst the ruins, the few remaining buildings swayed precariously, their outer walls peeling away to reveal the exposed steel framework within. The air thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the burnt scent of charred buildings, occasionally punctuated by the faint crackling of distant embers flickering within the ruins. Takatsuki-kwan stared blankly at the scene. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed such devastation could be wrought by human hands.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this was an area that had been bombed by missiles. Beside Takatsuki, Rishi watched the scene with equal shock. She had long known Su Cheng's abilities were extraordinary, having witnessed several previous battles firsthand. But the previous levels of destruction had all been achieved with weapons. Just now, she hadn't seen any weapons in Su Cheng's hands. So this scene was created with his bare hands? Are you kidding me? Unlike Takatsuki and Rishi, Xiaobai watched the scene unfold without a hint of surprise. Her gaze turned proudly toward Takatsuki and Rishi, as if to say, "See that? Now you know how formidable my husband is." At that moment, even if Takatsuki-kwan refused to admit it, the truth was staring him in the face. At the very least, this was something Yuma couldn't achieve. Right? Wasn't he just a second-rate guy before? Standing atop the skyscraper, Arima blinked in stunned silence at the street before him, now swept clean by Daiko's colossal form. Daigo's figure had just streaked past him without a second thought. Had that immense shockwave veered even slightly and struck him, he would likely have been shattered into pieces like the surrounding buildings. Arima's gaze followed Daigo into the distance, obscured by dust and debris, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Even he, a veteran of countless battles, felt a shock at the sight. Could this truly be power unleashed by a human? Is he half human, or am I half human? This scene left not only Arima and Takatsuki Izumi stunned, but also the live stream viewers speechless the moment they witnessed it. Am I dreaming? What the hell just flew over there? Was that a punch from Sushin? I just reviewed the footage slowed down 10 times that was Sushin punching with his bare hands. He's practically a superhuman. A body nearly 30 meters long, sent flying with a single punch? How far did he go? Close to 100 meters? Even Chinese fans rooting for Su Cheng found it hard to believe that he'd sent Daigo flying with a single punch. Had this not been live broadcast, they'd have thought it was a movie scene. It was simply too unbelievable. Only when another building collapsed did the people of Sakura Nation snap back to reality. What the hell? Did I see that right? That Chinese guy just knocked our Ultraman Daigo flying with one punch? You're telling me this is human strength? And you claim it's not cheating? It's so blatantly obvious, how do you explain this? Report. This Chinese guy is blatantly cheating. Where are the referees? Where are they? Punish them now. Poof. So whenever something can't be explained, you just blame it on cheating? You get to use Ultraman, but we can't use anything? Exactly. Exactly. You get all the perks, huh? If you don't understand, don't spout nonsense. This is our Su God's true strength. What the hell do you know? Su God is awesome. Didn't you guys insist on a pure strength contest? Now that it's happening, you're suddenly unhappy. The scene of Su Cheng knocking Daigo flying with a single punch spread like wildfire across Blue Star Nations. At first, viewers couldn't believe their eyes, thinking it was some kind of movie scene. But when they entered the livestream and witnessed it firsthand, they had no choice but to accept reality. The members of the China strategy team, who had been worried about Su Cheng, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They'd expected a grueling battle, only to realize in the end that they'd underestimated Su Cheng. Xiao Lu, hurry. Did you capture the data from that punch? What are the test results? Old Bai rushed toward Xiao Lu, his voice trembling with excitement. Even through the screen, the sheer power of that punch was palpable. The bottom line was, that single blow had truly made China look formidable. In just a few short minutes, he had hung up on no fewer than 20 calls. In stark contrast to Bai Lao's excitement, Xiao Lu was frantically scratching his head. As Bai Lao passed by, he stammered out, "Bai Lao, what's the matter? Did we fail to capture it, or? It's not that we didn't capture it, it's just..." Xiao Lu stared at the instrument's display, momentarily at a loss for words. What's the problem? Just say it. We're in the driver's seat now. Even if we didn't capture it, it's no big deal. It's not about not detecting it, old Bai. Xiao Lu scratched his head, sighed awkwardly, and explained, "We did detect Comrade Su Cheng's punch just now. It's just that. The sheer force of that punch was so immense that our equipment only underwent one upgrade cycle. Anything above 200 units is beyond its detection range. That punch exceeded 200 by a huge margin. Our equipment overloaded from the strain. Blow up. Bai Lao? Exploded?" Hearing Xiao Lu's words, old Bai finally noticed the destroyed instrument not far away. He'd wondered what that thunderous explosion was at first. He'd thought it came from Su Cheng's side. But now their own equipment had blown up? That doesn't make sense. While we're not entirely proficient with this equipment yet, it shouldn't have exploded. Logically, as long as the readings didn't exceed twice the normal range, there shouldn't have been any issues. Old Bai's gaze was filled with confusion. How much time had truly passed? Among the major powers, those with attributes exceeding 100 were already considered elite. They can now detect up to 200. While they can't measure beyond that, the overload should only go up to 400. It shouldn't explode. Unless... Suddenly, old Bai seemed to grasp something, his body trembling. He slowly turned, gazing at Su Cheng standing atop the ruins within the screen. Power exceeding 400? Chapter 168, Pain, so much pain.
Amidst the ruins of District 24, Su Cheng's figure emerged from the smoke. Damn it! This hurts like hell.
Su Cheng emerged from the smoke with his hands behind his back, feigning composure. To maintain his image, he clenched his fists tighter than ever. That punch had indeed carried tremendous force, but equally, after delivering it, his bones had dislocated. His entire fist swelled up as well. It felt satisfying, but the price was steep. Thankfully, this was the world of ghouls. In any other world or dungeon, a full power strike like that wouldn't have achieved such an effect, it would have just wrecked him instead.
This move can't be used carelessly.
Retracting his shield, Su Cheng approached the fallen shadow in the distance. That punch had drawn upon every ounce of his current strength, simultaneously activating his life-state talent and beast form ability. It required the boost from the revolver's lucky time, the enhancement from the amplifying bracers, and the attribute boost from the shield to land. Of course, there was another possibility. Though Su Cheng couldn't be certain, he suspected it might also be connected to the dungeons of this world. Judging from his recent encounters, the outsiders entering this instance were not particularly powerful. Whether it was Umamaru, those CCG agents, or Kirishima Aya he encountered last time, they all seemed to have had prior encounters with outsiders. Judging by their reactions to the abilities he displayed, he appeared to be unique.
Perhaps the dungeon's original design required outsiders of a certain level to enter?
Su Cheng arrived at this conclusion because of the crystal beings he had encountered before. Their target back then was to kill Rise. While she wasn't among the strongest ghouls, she was still SSS level at the time.
In their eyes, even SSS rank seemed insignificant.
Even before encountering him, they had sent a healer to operate solo. Combined with the contempt they showed when they encountered him, he couldn't help but speculate about the operational rules of this world's instance.
Impossible. How could you possibly possess such power?
Amidst the ruins, Daiko coughed up blood as he stared at Su Cheng approaching. His eyes held utter disbelief.
The sheer force of that punch was evident even to bystanders.
When struck by Su Cheng's fist, it felt like several tons of steel colliding with his body at breakneck speed. In that instant, he felt as if every bone in his frame had shattered.
And what about the deal? No dodging, just a test of strength?
When he charged forward, this bastard had actually ambushed him. He'd been careless and hadn't dodged, which was why he'd been beaten so badly.
Nothing is impossible. Didn't you say we'd test our strength? What's the matter? Now that we're really testing it, you don't like it?
Su Cheng moved closer to a boulder, forcing his dislocated shoulder back into place with one hand.
After massaging his right shoulder, he stepped over Daegu and walked toward his chest.
A test of strength?
Daegu gritted his teeth. Was that really a test of strength?
That was clearly a sneak attack, cheating.
Su Cheng couldn't care less about his opponent's thoughts. Combat was always about victory or defeat, and now it was a matter of life and death. Who cared about morality?
Only the victor had the right to speak.
What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to activate your third stage?
Meeting Dagu's gaze, Su Cheng walked up to his chest and spoke calmly.
Third stage? Su Cheng's words left Yuma, watching from a short distance away, utterly dumbfounded. This guy actually has a third stage? He was already completely overwhelmed in the second stage. Now that the opponent's form was nearly 30 meters tall, there was a third stage? If the second stage was this formidable, how powerful must the third stage be?
Below Su Cheng, Daegu froze the moment he heard Su Cheng speak.
How did this guy know I had a third stage? Guess? No, that couldn't be possible. I concealed it so well.
I never mentioned it before, there's no way he'd have guessed that. At that moment, Dagu's heart trembled. He had intended to catch his opponent off guard with this third stage. But he hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly. Worst of all, the enemy knew he had a third stage yet didn't flee. Instead, he stood above him, waiting for it to activate. Wasn't he afraid?
Ha! Since you've seen through me, I won't pretend anymore. Whether he was truly confident or just bluffing, Daegu no longer held back.
As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically. Sensing the transformation within Daegu, Su Cheng's pupils widened in shock.
Damn, he really does have a third stage?
Earlier, he'd only been testing the waters after all, Daigu's previous words had seemed off.
But to actually find it. However,
as Dagu's third form activated, the sound of bones cracking echoed in his ears. His injuries began healing at a visible pace. The third form was Dagu's final trump card among his S-class transformation abilities. Once activated, all his attributes would surge again, and his size would surpass 50 meters. But it came with a drawback. Given his current lifespan, this form could only be sustained for a maximum of 1 minute. But 1 minute would be more than enough. Once the third form is fully activated, that minute will be more than enough to kill Su Cheng multiple times over. At this thought, Dagu let out a series of furious roars. He could distinctly feel immense power surging from within him, a sensation that was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, just as he prepared to strike Su Cheng down, he saw Su Cheng still standing above his chest. Su Cheng watched his transformation with a calm gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I never expected you actually possessed a third form.
But haven't you forgotten something? As he spoke, Cheng raised his fist once more, looking at him and saying, your transformation takes time, doesn't it? I wonder, in your current state, which will be faster, your recovery or my destruction? With that, Cheng delivered a thunderous punch straight to Dag's chest. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed from the ruins as immense force radiated outward, sending dust swirling once more. Struck by Cheng's blow, Dagu could distinctly feel dozens of ribs shatter within his chest. Yet, due to the activation of his third form, the fractures began to mend almost immediately. Though the bones were mended, the pain remained utterly unrelenting. To let his opponent fully experience this sensation of relief, Cheng thoughtfully activated the Cloud Hand technique for him. With Cloud Hand activated, Cheng unleashed another punch. In an instant, Dagu was overwhelmed by excruciating agony that swept through his entire body, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. This blow struck directly at his very soul, causing his entire being to tremble. Ah! Invincibility during transformation? That's just what they show in the movies. And forget about it, Dagu wasn't even transforming, he was in the middle of a transition phase. Cheng wasn't like those foolish villains in movies who waited for him to finish transforming before attacking. With each successive punch from Cheng, the entire streets of District 24 trembled. Since the immense power of the third stage hadn't been unleashed, every time Cheng shattered Dagu's chest, that third stage power would helpfully repair the wounds. For a time, the two existed in a peculiar state of equilibrium. But Dagu, pounded relentlessly by Cheng, suffered terribly. With every punch landing, he felt unbearable agony that no amount of screaming could ease. Dagu wanted to fight back, but the agony coursing through his body rendered him utterly helpless. It felt like his entire body was in convulsions and unbearable torment. This agonizing state lasted a full 10 minutes. Originally, Dagu's third stage could only last a minute, but since he wasn't exerting any force, merely continuously repairing his opponent's body, it stretched out 10 times longer. 10 minutes passed quickly, yet to Dagu it felt like an eternity. Pain. It hurt so much. No, no more fighting. I surrender. I surrender. Isn't that enough? Chapter 169, Flying Saucer? Votes needed. Holy crap, Sushin is seriously ruthless, he's actually pinning his opponent down and beating him. Hearing that guy scream makes me feel the pain too. So you can attack during transformation? I thought you had to wait until they finished changing. How did I get so misled? Exactly. Only dumb villains wait for the hero to finish transforming before attacking. Sushin isn't that stupid, especially since that guy isn't even the hero. Isn't Godsu being a bit too ruthless here? Isn't it said that one should kill without cruelty? Isn't this going a bit too far? Over the line? Ha! When dealing with enemies, who cares about kill without cruelty? If Sushin had lost this time, guess what the situation would be like? Exactly. I support Sushin no matter what he does. Screw moral constraints, those rules are for the powerless. Inside the Huaxia livestream room, everyone grimaced at the sight. Dagu's shrieks were heart-wrenching. Even with the dust obscuring the view, they could vividly imagine his plight. Though they found Cheng's actions brutal, they felt not a shred of pity. If the roles were reversed, who knows what the other side might do? That invasion had claimed over 300,000 lives in Huaxia. How many had been tortured to death? Compared to their methods, Cheng's approach was already considered merciful. Yet the viewers watching the live stream, both those from the land of cherry blossoms and others around the world, didn't see it that way. Damn it! Stop! What are you Chinese bastards doing? This violates international law. It's murder. Pure murder. Damn, I never expected this Chinese player to be so brutal. This is just too much. Oh my god. Someone save the Japanese player. Put him out of his misery and let him enjoy bliss. Enjoy your damn bliss? Are you lot wishing our player dead? You're clearly in cahoots with China, all of you belong in a military tribunal. We're talking to you, and you Japanese mad dogs are biting back? If you don't want to enjoy bliss and escape suffering, then rot in hell for eternity. Did we ask for your opinion? You Korean trash think you're worthy of talking to our great Sakura Nation like this? Have you forgotten how you lost to China? Ha! Oh my, you Cherry Blossom Nation sure are mighty impressive. If you're so formidable, why can't you even get back up now? At that moment, without any intervention from the Chinese crowd, the Japanese and other foreign spectators had already descended into a chaotic brawl. All past scandals were dragged into the fray, neither side willing to back down. At that moment, within Sector 24, the tremors ceased and dust settled around them. Amidst the shattered ruins, Daigu's energy was completely depleted. His Ultraman form disintegrated, reverting to his original appearance. At that moment, their identities called out to each other. Cheng looked down with contempt at Dagu, who lay naked and hairless at his feet like a monkey. The transformation brought about a complete physical change. The clothes that remained after it ended were purely for censorship requirements. No, don't hit me. I'm sorry, I really am. Even after the Ultraman form had ended, Daegu still hadn't recovered from the pain of moments ago. He cowered in fear, unable to meet Su Cheng's gaze. Special Agent Su Cheng, is that how we're handling this? Just then, a figure leapt from the building behind them. Seeing the hunched, human-formed Daegu, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. That 30-meter-tall giant was transformed by this guy? He certainly didn't look the part. He'd assumed whoever could transform into that monster would be a towering figure, but this was just, this thing. Special Agent Su Cheng, how do you intend to handle this creature? Dispose of him like this? Su Cheng listened to Yuma's words beside him, his gaze deepening in thought. Killing him would clear this ghoul mission once and for all, settling everything. But if he killed him, all the rewards on the guy would be lost. After all, he still had attempts left after his previous failure. Killing him outright would be a waste. Yet letting him go would never pass muster with the CCG. For a moment, Su Cheng was at a loss. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Cheng suddenly pointed behind Arima and shouted. Look! A flying saucer! Such clumsy acting would normally never fool Arima. But having just witnessed Su Cheng's battle with Daegu, he knew the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Out of respect for Su Cheng's power, he found himself inexplicably turning his head to look behind him. Yet, the very instant he turned his head, a gentle breeze swept past. By the time he realized he'd been tricked, Su Cheng and Daegu had already vanished from their original spot. Flying saucer. Arima watched Su Cheng vanish without a trace, showing not a hint of surprise. On the contrary, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He didn't even know what a flying saucer was. How could he possibly be fooled by such a crude act? Surveying the dilapidated streets around him, Arima suddenly noticed his glasses had flown over here. He picked them up, blew away the dust, and gazed toward the direction Su Cheng had departed, letting out a long sigh. An outsider? On the rooftop of a building in District 24. Takatsuki Izumi and Rishi stared curiously at the completely stripped Daegu, then turned to ask Su Cheng in confusion. Su Cheng, you're saying this guy was the giant from earlier? Rishi stared at the frail, diminutive figure of Daegu, disbelief evident in his eyes. He's so skinny, like a monkey. How could he be that giant? Besides, his down there isn't even half the size of Su Cheng's. How could someone like that transform into a giant? It should be him. I can sense he's on our side. Takatsuki Izumi nodded beside him. As the leader of the Green Polonia, he could clearly sense the other's transformation. However, she gestured with her fingers to indicate a length as she looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, is this the human you mentioned? Surely they aren't all like this? Seems quite different from what you described. Xiaobai, who was currently hugging Su Cheng and gnawing away, lifted her head at Takatsuki Izumi's gaze and sneered disdainfully, my husband is incomparable to anyone else. They don't even measure up to a single hair on my husband's body. If you truly don't believe me, now that the battle has ended. At this point, Xiaobai, Takatsuki, and Rishi all turned their gaze toward Su Cheng. Under their collective gaze, an ominous foreboding surged through Su Cheng. Xiaobai shoved Su Cheng down, her body pressing against his. She pressed her luscious red lips to his and licked them lightly, murmuring, husband, you've worked so hard today. Now, let us properly reward you. Chapter 170, Need more money. Vote for me. Hold on, not so fast. There's still something we need to take care of first. Su Cheng lifted Xiaobai into his arms and shot a glance at Daegu, who was peeking from behind. Someone's watching us right now. Let's talk about this later. Was Su Cheng afraid of being seen by others? This problem is easy to solve, just gouge out his eyeballs. With that, little Bai made to dig out Daegu's eyeballs. No. I didn't see anything. I didn't see a thing. As Xiaobai's sharp claws reached out, Daegu frantically covered his eyes in terror. Alright, Xiaobai, stop teasing him. If you accidentally kill him, it'll be a real mess. Su Cheng shook his head and pulled Xiaobai back. He knew full well Xiaobai was just bluffing after all. No one wanted to unleash their true nature in such a bloody environment. Friend, you've been watching from the sidelines for quite some time now. Isn't it about time you stepped out and made yourself known? Friend? Been watching for a long time? Seeing Su Cheng look their way, Rishi and Takatsuki Izumi exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the meaning behind his words. Then, the very next second, sensing a presence behind them, both froze in surprise. They immediately leaped beside Su Cheng and looked ahead warily. Heh, you truly are different from the others. Truly extraordinary. So sharp you detected my presence so quickly. From behind Rishi and Takatsuki, a figure emerged from the shadows. Su Cheng fixed a wary gaze upon the figure, his coin extended in hand as his beast transformation ability activated. So sharp? Ha! Su Cheng hadn't actually expected anyone to be there and hadn't detected any presence at all. The surroundings were simply too quiet. Out of caution, he had only spoken to test the waters, never expecting to actually draw someone out. Though he now possessed the life stake, talent and berserk abilities, his base attributes still hovered around 80. With equipment enhancements, they surpassed 100. Yet he hadn't sensed the other's presence. To evade his perception like that, whatever was lurking must be no ordinary foe. Was this another outsider like them, or? Su Cheng's gaze locked onto the figure until the moment it lifted its head. The familiar mask instantly caught his attention. The rat-faced judge? Seeing the figure wearing the same mask he'd encountered when entering the CCG base, Su Cheng's pupils widened in shock. How did this guy end up here? Wasn't he supposed to be neutral, a judge? And judging by the current situation, it seemed like the man had been following him all along? Beside him, Xiaobai frowned uncharacteristically the moment he spotted the rat-faced man. Don't be nervous, I'm not here with ill intent. Seeming to sense Su Cheng's apprehension, the rat-faced man remarked, recall what I told you earlier? I have a particular fondness for intelligent individuals and take great pleasure in conducting business with them. The words I spoke before. Deal? Su Cheng watched the rat-faced man's movements, his gaze thoughtful. Suddenly, something clicked. He tucked the coin away, lowered his guard, and walked toward Rishi and Takatsuki Izumi. After signaling them to relax, he looked up at the rat-faced man and said, I had thought you were the arbiters of the multiverse, but it seems that's not the case. I had considered this possibility before, but it seems to be true after all. Su Cheng certainly remembered the rat-faced man's words. At the time, considering the man's status and the multiple instances where he'd encountered judges who had at least appeared fair, he hadn't given it much thought. He never imagined events would unfold so drastically beyond his expectations. There's no need to pry information this way. When you've experienced enough, you'll understand naturally. The rat-faced man shook his head, seeing Su Cheng still trying to draw him out, and gave a helpless smile. After a lifetime of deceiving others, he never imagined he'd be deceived himself one day. Spit it out. What deal did you come here to make? Seeing his purpose exposed, Su Cheng cut straight to the point. Before you, I've dealt with countless clients, all decent, all playing by the rules. But one was different. He exploited a loophole to break my rules and stole what was mine. As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed in the rat-faced man's eyes. So you want me to help you catch him? Exactly. The rat-faced man nodded. Su Cheng pondered the man's words, neither rushing to agree nor outright refusing. These arbitrators all wore masks. Though I didn't know their origins or whether they were from the multiverse, their strength was undeniably formidable. To have escaped his grasp, the other party must possess formidable strength as well. Rather than pursuing the man, Su Cheng was more curious about what the man had obtained that made him willing to risk being hunted by an arbiter and break the rules. Rest assured, his strength isn't overwhelming. It might pose a challenge for others, but I can see you're different. When you encounter him, you'll have enough power to stand your ground. So, what's in it for me after I help you catch him? As if anticipating Su Cheng's question, the rat-faced man waved his hand, summoning a familiar interface panel before Su Cheng. Once you capture him, you may choose any single item from these goods. Any single item? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow at the goods identical to those in the base. You think I didn't buy these before because my lifespan wasn't long enough? Of course, it's not just these items. The rat-faced man chuckled softly. With a slight flick of his finger, a massive screen materialized before Su Cheng. Faced with the dazzling array of goods before him, Su Cheng felt overwhelmed, just as he had the first time he saw the items in the multiverse trading house. Who would have thought this rat-faced man possessed so many treasures? How about this selection? Not bad, not bad. But I have one question. After scanning the selection and spotting a few promising items, Su Cheng suppressed his urge to just take them and address the man. Since you can't even find and capture the target, what use is it to come to me? He couldn't gauge the man's strength at all. Even under the divine demon eye, the rat-faced man's information was nothing but a series of question marks. He'd only witnessed such a state once before during his own path to ascension, when facing that deity. The strength of this rat-faced man before him was definitely no simple matter. I've said it before, I prefer clients who follow the rules. Various regulations prevent me from directly attacking him. As he spoke, the rat-faced man opened his palm, revealing a small radar-like device. His identification number has already been captured. This radar will help you locate him when you approach him or share the same world. After much deliberation, Su Cheng ultimately shook his head. Among these goods, there were indeed many items that appealed to him, even some worth tens of thousands in the trading post. But he had no idea about the strength of the person the other party mentioned. The reward was tempting, but he'd have to live to enjoy it. Is this a refusal? The rat-faced man was slightly taken aback. He had expected Su Cheng to accept without hesitation. He hadn't expected this outcome. Just as he thought he'd misjudged the man again, Su Cheng extended a finger and shook his head. No, I can accept it. But you'll have to pay extra. Chapter 171, The City's Tricks Run Deep, Boats Needed. Extra money? The rat-faced man froze, clearly not expecting Su Cheng's response. Observing the change in the rat-faced man, Su Cheng nodded. This kind of thing was obviously unsafe and extremely dangerous. The rat-faced man's strength was unfathomable. To escape from him, one's abilities absolutely couldn't be as simple as he claimed. If it were merely about exploiting the rules, how could only one person succeed among so many? Finding a loophole required either immense power or a deep understanding of the rules. Both were indispensable. To face such an unknown adversary and attempt to dismiss him with a mere commodity seemed far too simplistic. Su Cheng was certain this man had hunted countless others before him. The person he was hunting must have long known the rat-faced man was after them. He might have even killed quite a few others otherwise. Why would this rat-faced man be after him now? Su Cheng wasn't the type to charge headlong into danger just for profit. So what are your terms? Simple. Su Cheng slowly held up 3 fingers. I get to choose 3 items from the goods, and you can't refuse. 3? The rat-faced man pondered for a moment before looking up at Su Cheng. Fine, I accept your terms. So? Before the rat-faced man could continue, Su Cheng cut him off. Alright, I've stated the first condition. Now for the second. The second condition is this: you must pay me 1,000 years of your lifespan as a deposit. After all, that guy you mentioned is definitely no pushover. I need some protection for myself. Rat-faced man? Then, the third condition is... Hold on. The rat-faced man hurriedly interjected, cutting off Su Cheng before he could make another outrageous demand. Didn't we agree you only wanted 3 items? Why has it suddenly become 3 conditions? 3 items? Su Cheng, seductively, when did I ever say 3 items? You just said. The mouse-faced man was about to point at Su Cheng, but suddenly recalled Su Cheng's earlier gesture. He had only held up 3 fingers, never specifying just 3 items. No. Letting you pick 3 items is already my biggest concession. Others don't even get this benefit, they only get 1 item at most. The rat-faced man shook his head. Among the items in his hands were treasures worth over 10,000. Any fool could guess what value Su Cheng would choose. Any single item would be a steal. 3 was his absolute limit. Now he was saying 3 items weren't enough, demanding a second and third condition. The second condition was to directly grant 1,000 years of life. Wasn't this just messing with him? Forget the third condition, he couldn't possibly agree to the second one. You've come to me now, likely because the people you sent out earlier haven't made any progress, right? I'm sure quite a few have fallen to those so-called weaklings you mentioned. Hearing the rat-faced man's refusal, Su Cheng remained utterly unflustered. I won't dwell on your deliberate concealment of the situation. But this is a partnership, after all. How can you expect it to work without any sincerity? If you fail, you only lose 1,000-year deposit. I'm risking my life for you, after all. As Su Cheng's persuasive words flowed, the eyes beneath the rat-faced man's mask darted nervously. But what if you take my 1,000 years and then fail to capture him? What if he escapes? Escape? Su Cheng waves dismissively with a smile. Why would I run? My reputation is known to all. Besides, if I did run, you could just send someone else to capture me, couldn't you? I might escape for a moment, but could I evade forever? Su Cheng's words made the rat-faced man nod. It was true. Even if he did run, the worst that could happen was more men sent to hunt him down. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Familiar. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. 1,000 years is too long. I'll give you 500 at most. If you agree, it's settled. Deal. Su Cheng's lips curved into a smile. Although the conditions were halved, the second condition was far from that. The other party is the most rule-abiding, so they probably won't get angry about this later, right? Alright, then on to the third condition. The third condition? The rat-faced man immediately refused before Su Cheng could speak, saying, agreeing to your first 2 conditions is already setting a precedent. There is no third condition. If you truly refuse, then we can only call it quits. Agreeing to let him take any 3 items was already like cutting off a limb. Then risking failure and coming away empty-handed by agreeing to extend his lifespan. Now you want to talk about a third condition? Do you really think he's running a charity? Hear me out on the third condition first. You can refuse afterward. As the rat-faced man prepared to turn away, Su Cheng spoke slowly. My third condition is simple. I don't want any items from you. I only ask that after I capture that person, we become friends or something like that. Friends? The rat-faced man halted, turning to face Su Cheng. Yes, that's right. Just simple friendship. The exchange between Su Cheng and the rat-faced man left Li Shi utterly perplexed. Weren't they just discussing business interests moments ago? Why bring up friendship now? Moreover, from their earlier exchange, it was clear this rat-faced man possessed quite a few valuable items. He wasn't taking the items, but instead offered a condition to befriend this guy. She couldn't fathom what Su Cheng was thinking. However, unlikely sure. The rat-faced man clearly understood Su Cheng's intentions. After a moment's thought, his gaze pierced through the mask as he fixed it on Su Cheng. No one else has ever proposed this condition before you. You're clever. As I've said before, I enjoy doing business with intelligent people. Then it's settled. Happy cooperation? Su Cheng extended his hand, but it was clear the other party had no intention of shaking it. Some things shouldn't be rushed. Haste only clouds your judgment. The rat-faced man flipped his wrist and the radar he had displayed earlier materialized once more from his palm. With a flick of his finger, the radar transformed into a streak of blue light and shot into Su Cheng's body. Simultaneously, a notification panel popped up before Su Cheng's eyes. Congratulations on acquiring Detection Radar 1. Detection Radar locates target positions based on known information. The more accurate the recorded details, the more precise the detection. Current detection range 10 kilometers. I've already recorded that individual specific details within it. It will automatically alert you when you and the target are in the same world. Of course, pinpointing their exact location will be up to you. After completing these actions, the rat-faced man withdrew his right hand. Whether out of concern for Su Cheng or not, he specifically cautioned him, "You shouldn't have abandoned the path to ascension last time. Defying the gods only invites endless retribution. Don't die on the path before you even find your target. Additionally, your mission is complete. In one day, you will be forcibly teleported away. Cherish the opportunity before you." Chapter 172, Colluding with the Judges? Vote for me. Endless retribution. Was this a warning? Had the deity's vengeance already begun? Listening to the rat-faced man's words, Su Cheng pondered their meaning. Given the other's nature, he wouldn't utter such words without purpose. With that, before Su Cheng could respond, the rat-faced man vanished from sight in an instant. "Husband, are you all right?" Xiaobai, standing nearby, noticed Su Cheng's dazed expression and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Su Cheng shook his head with a smile. Apart from that deity, he was now still viewed with hostility by the other two clans. Whatever retaliation came his way, he would meet it head-on. He would simply follow his own convictions. Besides, the gains from this venture were substantial. Not only had he gained 500 extra years of life, but he'd also acquired a detection radar. Though the rat-faced man claimed it could be used to track down violators, he hadn't said it couldn't be used for other purposes. A 10-kilometer range was substantial, more than enough for him to make use of it. As for the other party's claim that the instance had ended, Su Cheng glanced at the task panel before him. This ghoul world has concluded. Main quest completed. Leader Takatsuki Izumi of the Green Polonia tree has submitted. Side quest rewards have been distributed based on completion progress. Calculating rewards for this mission. Forced teleportation departure in 1 day. Is it over? As multiple prompts popped up before him, Su Cheng opened the several treasure chests he had obtained earlier, along with the legacy of strength talent. This ghoul instance had yielded not only the treasure chests from defeating the killer whales, but also numerous chests obtained while fending off the ghoul hordes. After tallying them up, he had obtained a total of 20 green chests, 6 light blue chests, 4 blue chests, and 1 light pink chest. Though it seemed meager to drop only this many chests after slaying thousands of ghouls and completing side quests, it represented a considerable fortune for Su Cheng. Consider this: previously, clearing a single instance and getting a light blue chest was already considered a rare feat. Now, not only did he have light blue ones, but he even had 4 blue ones, plus a new type of chest. It was more than enough. Just as Su Cheng tallied his haul, live streams across Sakura Nation and other countries erupted in chaos. The reason was simple: they had just witnessed the transaction between Su Cheng and the rat-faced man. Initially, they'd merely suspected Su Cheng of cheating or colluding with the other party. But now it was blatantly obvious the evidence was right before their eyes, leaving no room for explanation. They couldn't mistake the rat-faced man's outfit. It was identical to the referee's attire used in the dungeon. A contestant actually colluding with the referee. Holy! Finally caught you red-handed. This is blatant cheating, teaming up with the refs. Don't you Chinese players have any shame left? I knew why Gaia from Rome lost earlier. Turns out you Chinese had already colluded with the referees. Wait, isn't this multiverse supposed to be fair competition? How can they collude with the referees? Is there any justice left? Any law? Damn it! So you Chinese colluded with the referees all along. No wonder our great ancient contestant lost. Ultraman is invincible. We demand a rematch. As spectators from other nations witnessed Su Cheng and the rat-faced man seemingly strike some deal, protests of injustice erupted one after another. The entire Chinese livestream was already overflowing with viewers as countless foreign spectators flooded in. Faced with the accusations from the foreign crowd, the Chinese spectators wanted to say something, but the evidence was right before their eyes. At this moment, even they couldn't help but believe that Su Cheng had colluded with the referees. But Su Cheng was Chinese. They were Chinese too. Even if Su Cheng had cheated and colluded with China, it was for their own good. Thus, even knowing they were in the wrong, the Huaxia crowd stubbornly twisted the truth in their response. Some long-dormant, ancient deities finally stepped in. Cheating? Have any of you actually seen our Su god cheating? Even if he did cheat and made a mistake, don't you think you spectators bear some responsibility too? You bunch of losers, you're just jealous of our Su god. If you're so great, why don't you go do it yourselves? No one's stopping you. Your pathetic rage right now is just hilarious. Exactly. So what if our god Su colludes with the referees? Collaboration doesn't equate to cheating. What the hell are you barking about? If you think our Su god cheated, then don't watch. If you don't watch, you won't know we cheated. What are you even watching for? After that barrage of retorts, the Chinese commentators who'd been about to speak were left speechless. They feared that if they typed anything now, they might get dragged into the mess and forced to apologize too. At that moment, inside the Huaxia Supreme Operations Command Center,
Ever since the rat-faced man appeared, Old Bai's phone hadn't stopped ringing. Every single call was about Su Chang and those referees. A contestant colluding with referees? Unheard of. In ordinary instances, it would merely be a case of China cheating. But if it happened within the Red Gate, the nature of the offense was entirely different. If even the referee overseeing the victory had been turned, what was the point of the competition? Compared to everyone's bewilderment, Old Bai was utterly dumbfounded. He had no idea Su Chang had such an arrangement with the rat-faced man. Everyone was asking him, but who could he ask? He hadn't missed a single livestream these past days, and he was baffled by how Su Chang managed it. Old Bai hung up call after call, but overwhelmed by the sheer number of callers, he finally lost his temper and smashed his phone to pieces on the floor. The ringing ceased. In that moment, Old Bai felt the entire world fall silent. Old Bai, this time alone, leaders from nearly every country except the Western Alliance had called. The Bear Nation had also sent substantial supplies. At that moment, Xiao Lu walked by holding a tablet, tallying the number of callers and the supplies collected. Return everything except food and medicine. No one visits the temple without a reason who knows what trouble they'll stir up later. Old Bai took the tablet from Xiao Lu, surprised by the sheer number of calls received. The amount of supplies collected far exceeded China's annual output. However, aside from food, the rest of the resources held no interest for Old Bai. With the universal transformer at their disposal, what resources did they lack? Anything they desired could be refined in an instant. What's the status at the 4399 military district? Have the weapons been deployed? How much time remains? Following your orders, Old Man Bai, the troops have retreated several more miles, and all weapons are ready. As for time, we have less than 3 days left. Xiao Lu produced another screen and stated, to be precise, only 48 hours, 48 minutes, and 48 seconds remain. Chapter 173, Building District 24 votes needed. Old Bai, should we inform Comrade Su Chang of this situation? Just over 2 days left? Old Bai's gaze grew pensive. He handed the screen back to Xiao Lu, then looked up at Su Chang's image on the display and shook his head. Never mind. Let's not mention this for now. Su Chang has already done more than enough for our nation. Let's not trouble him with this. Watching Su Chang on the screen, Old Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. A month ago, China had been teetering on the brink of collapse, facing imminent national collapse. Now, the situation had completely reversed. Other nations were now scrambling to form alliances with China, even offering precious resources as gifts just to curry favor. That kid Su Chang has really made us proud. The other members of the strategy team watched Su Chang on the screen and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. However, their relief was short-lived. The atmosphere on screen abruptly shifted. The sight of Su Chang facing 3 opponents alone froze the smiles on their faces. A few minutes earlier, in District 24. As Su Chang prepared to sort through the ghoul dungeon rewards, Xiao Bai suddenly intervened. Husband, if I heard correctly, we must leave this place tomorrow, correct? Xiao Bai glanced at Takatsuki Izumi nearby, tracing circles on Su Chang's chest with her finger. We only have 1 day left and it's almost nightfall. Shouldn't you be doing something more meaningful, husband? These boxes can be opened once we return. Why rush? More meaningful things? Su Chang listened to Xiao Bai's words, confused, and followed her gaze toward Takatsuki Kwan ahead. Catching Su Chang's gaze and Xiao Bai's frantic hands beside him, Takatsuki Kwan instantly understood her meaning. Wasn't this her way of questioning her husband's abilities? That's why she and Takatsuki had made a little wager earlier. Now that she'd witnessed his true strength, it was time to settle the bet. Xiao Bai grinned at Su Chang, swished her tail, bound Daegu, and tossed him casually into a distant building. Sister Takatsuki's been waiting impatiently, you know. You can't keep putting it off, my lord. Xiao Bai, this isn't what we originally agreed upon. This time involves Li Shi. Are you sure you want to continue the wager? Takatsuki Izumi glanced at Li Shi beside her. She had witnessed Su Chang's power earlier. But when it came to the construction of District 24, it was already difficult for one person to handle alone, let alone 3 working together. Numerous obstacles were bound to arise. What's that to my husband? Just don't try to stop him later. Little Bai smiled slyly. At that moment, Takatsuki Izumi no longer hesitated. She had longed to witness Su Chang's true power. Having him join in building District 24, backed by an even more formidable presence, would be a blessing for all the ghouls in the district. Watching the bandages fall from Takatsuki Kwan's body, and facing the eager gazes of Xiao Bai and the others, Su Chang sighed helplessly. Very well. Since you wish to know, I'll reluctantly teach you how to build using the methods from my world. With that, under the moonlight, Su Chang and Takatsuki Izumi began discussing how to achieve sustainable economic growth. Takatsuki Izumi hoped Su Chang would attract more foreign investment to establish local factories, increase employment and income, boost demand, and provide job opportunities for ghouls. But Su Chang believed that relying directly on CCG's official macroeconomic interventions would be more effective and decisive. While Takatsuki was still pondering, Su Chang used his visible giant hand to undertake massive infrastructure projects on the mountains of District 24.
Through targeted, point-to-point support, he boosted the dairy industry in two key pastoral areas of District 24, increasing production and rapidly elevating Takatsukiquan's aggregate demand to achieve rapid economic growth. Simultaneously, Cheng extended his visible hand to the remote downstream areas of Rise's former territory, rapidly expanding the various channels for ghouls in District 24. For ghouls, aside from human flesh, coffee was their only other food source. Suzhou deliberately implemented macroeconomic controls to forcibly dismantle the trade protection barriers in Takatsuki's District 24. This stimulated the coffee market near District 24, continuously optimized capital allocation efficiency, and further strengthened the decisive role of Qingtongshu. Through a strategy of both internal integration and external attraction, new vitality and substance were continuously infused into Takatsuki's operations in District 24. However, this inevitably generated some excess and bubbles. Simultaneously, due to connections with the CCG, the number of ghouls in District 24 steadily increased, driving up demand for Takatsuki Spring. With only Xiaobai and Li Shi remaining by Cheng's side, the labor force became severely strained. Gradually, the growth rates of supply and demand in District 24 became disproportionate, resulting in an excessive number of ghouls in the district. This situation made Takatsuki Spring increasingly difficult to sustain. Is this all you've got, Sui? I thought you could build District 24 into something great. Now we've got too many ghouls and not enough workers. Having just finished discussing countermeasures with Xiaobai and Rishi, Cheng was taken aback by Takatsuki Izumi's demands from behind him. Monopolizing District 24 wasn't enough, she even sought to seize others' interests. Cheng's original intent was to maintain a state of balance among the districts. But considering his imminent departure, since Xiaobai had specifically brought this person along, Cheng had given them extra consideration. Fine. I didn't expect you to be quite so competent in Zone 24. But if the numbers swell later and lead to unnecessary complications, don't blame me. Rest assured, come at me if you dare. At that moment, Takatsuki Izumi was utterly captivated by Cheng's charisma. It was the first time she'd encountered such an extraordinary human being, someone capable of simultaneously managing 3 regions without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Ultimately, Cheng recognized just how passionate Takatsuki Izumi, as a manga artist, could be about certain things. To satisfy Takatsuki Izumi's insatiable demands, Cheng reluctantly suspended control over the other 2 districts. He implemented resource rationing in District 24, luring large numbers of ghouls from other areas to rapidly infiltrate it. Drawing upon the knowledge he had previously controlled in China, Cheng simultaneously activated the seeds he had accumulated in District 24 and several other regions. Takatsuki Izumi never imagined Cheng's methods could be so formidable. Faced with such a massive influx of ghouls into District 24, Takatsuki Izumi was momentarily thrown into a panic. Managing such a massive horde solely through her control of the green pine tree proved exceedingly difficult, making unforeseen incidents highly likely. Though Takatsuki Izumi reacted swiftly, ordering Cheng to halt the operation, the arrow had already left the bow. The deed was done, and Takatsuki Izumi could only reluctantly accept these ghouls into their ranks. Heh, Takatsuki Izumi, now you've seen it, haven't you? I told you handling those things in your 24th district was nothing but a trifle for my husband. Xiaobai and Takatsuki Izumi lay together on the edge of the building, bathed in moonlight. He truly is powerful. I simply haven't seen enough. Takatsuki-kwan nodded, gazing at the crystalline moonlight. In this moment, she was utterly captivated by Cheng's charm. A flood of inspiration now surged through her mind. Her manga creation had hit a wall recently, but this experience would surely fill in all the missing pieces. As this thought crossed her mind, Takatsuki turned to look at Cheng behind her, about to speak. The next second, through the night, Rishi seemed to spot something. She pointed at the distant shadow and said, "Ha! Why are those CCG guys heading this way?" Chapter 174, Farewell, Return Votes Needed. I didn't expect these guys to be watching us, and they show up right at this moment. Rishi watched the approaching CCG personnel and attempted to rise, but the exertion from the earlier battle had left his body exhausted. After struggling briefly, he collapsed back onto the ground. Takatsuki Izumi also tried to rise, but after a few futile attempts, she too remained seated. Rise was now an SSS class ghoul. As someone of the same rank, Takatsuki Izumi naturally couldn't withstand her power. She hadn't expected Cheng to be even more powerful than Xiaobai had described. Compared to Cheng, the manga she had created before seemed utterly weak. Don't worry. They're all here for me. You too should get some rest. Cheng ruffled Xiaobai's hair and looked down at the approaching CCG agents. Among them, he spotted a familiar figure. Watching Cheng depart, Rishi and Takatsuki Izumi exchanged a glance. So this is what it feels like to have someone watching your back. Takatsuki-kwan watched Cheng's retreating figure. As the leader of the green ash tree, she was its ultimate trump card, always serving as the group's backbone. This was the first time she had ever experienced the feeling of being protected by someone else. Meanwhile, on the dilapidated streets of District 24. Hold up. Something's moving up ahead. Shizu Suzum halted the team, his quink in hand, gazing intently ahead with a solemn expression. Since his promotion to special grade, Shurzwa Suzumiya now commanded his own squad, granting him authority over mission pacing. How long has it been since we last met? Have we already turned against each other so quickly? Su Cheng's voice came from the left. Recognizing the familiar voice, Shuzo's expression froze before he quickly turned to look left. Upon recognizing Su Cheng, Shuzo rushed toward him with visible excitement. Mr. Su, are you alright? I received intelligence about a ghoul exceeding SSS class lurking in this area. You weren't injured, were you? I'm fine. Just a minor hassle. It's been taken care of already. Su Cheng waved it off casually. The investigators behind them watched Shuzo and Su Cheng, their expressions so amicable that they all froze in place. This was the first time they'd ever seen Shuzo Suzukaya display such an expression. Though they hadn't known him long, they'd never seen him smile before. Now, before Su Cheng, Shuzo appeared like a childish situation they hadn't anticipated. After all, Suzuki Shuzo was a special class investigator. Surely he wouldn't be like this? Heh, don't be surprised, rookie. The one ahead of special grade Shuzo is special grade Su Cheng. An older investigator walked up to the new recruit, patted his shoulder, and chuckled. Special grade Su Cheng? You mean that Black Reaper who's on par with special grade Arima? Equal? He might have been once, but not anymore. Haven't you heard? Even special class Arima was caught up in this crisis. Yet while things here ended, special class Su Cheng is here, and Arima is nowhere to be found. Doesn't that say it all? So he's Sioux City Special Class, the Black Rim Reaper. I imagined some stern, middle-aged guy, but now it seems he's even younger than us. Well, what can you do? Comparing people really is infuriating. He's already a special class at this age, a figure like the Grim Reaper. And us? Ah, never mind. It's just frustrating. Shuzo Suzum heard the voices behind him and realized his current state of flustered disarray under so many eyes. He quickly composed his expression and looked around Su Cheng with puzzlement. Mr. Su, why isn't Mr. Arima with you? I received word that he should have arrived at the battlefield long ago. Oh, him? Probably had something to attend to and left ahead of time. I'll be heading out soon myself. Recalling Arima's stubborn mule-like demeanor, Su Cheng shook his head helplessly. Mr. Arima has already left? Suzuki Shuzo nodded, but quickly seemed to realize something. He looked up at Su Cheng and asked, Mr. Su, what do you mean you're leaving soon? Are you leaving? As a CCG special class agent who had previously guided Su Cheng into the base, Shurzwa Suzukaya was fully aware of the truth about this world. He understood exactly what Su Cheng meant by leaving. Yeah, about time. It's almost due. Su Cheng nodded. Then, will we have another chance? Regardless of his feelings, Shurzwa didn't want Su Cheng to leave. His special class rank was largely thanks to Su Cheng, and both Shinohara Yukinori and his own life had been saved by Su Cheng. Don't worry, there will be. Su Cheng ruffled Shizuo's hair and looked toward the base. Multiverse, arbitrators, deities, major planes, rule breakers. There were still too many mysteries in this world for him to unravel. This was only the beginning. Oh, and regarding news about Takatsuki Izumi and Rise, see if you can mention it to the higher-ups at CCG. Su Cheng remembered that after he left, Rise and Takatsuki Izumi, as natives of this world, would have to remain here. But he currently had no way to take them out. As a member of the CCG, he could only hope Shizuo would explain the situation to the higher-ups. Rest assured, Mr. Su. I'll do my best to mediate between both sides. Rest assured, they won't interfere with you anymore. Misinterpreting Shizuo's meaning, Su Cheng produced a scythe. Consider this weapon a farewell gift. This scythe was purchased at the Multiverse Exchange for 150 years of his lifespan. Though its strength against SSS rank Quinkwas remains unknown, its pale blue quality makes it more than sufficient for this ghoul world. Thank you, Mr. Su. Shuzo Suzukaya gratefully accepted the scythe, testing it with a few swings before finding it perfectly suited to his hand. Well then, I should be going. You? Su Cheng paused mid-sentence, suddenly feeling a peck on his cheek. When he looked ahead, he saw Shuzo Suzukaya gazing at him shyly. Was this some unique farewell ritual over here? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Cheng's eyes at this unexpected display, but recalling that foreigners often had such customs, he quickly understood. Glancing at the stunned investigators behind Shuzo Suzumiya, Su Cheng nodded and vanished in a flash. What on earth was he doing? What on earth was he doing? High above, Xiaobai held a handkerchief, wiping Su Cheng's cheeks repeatedly. She had witnessed the entire scene. She'd expected a simple farewell, but who knew that guy would pull something like that? Su Cheng paid it little mind, his gaze shifting to Rise and Takatsuki Izumi ahead. I've made arrangements with the CCG regarding your situation. As long as you don't make the first move, they won't touch you. As for the road ahead, you'll have to walk it yourselves. Xiao Bai and I should be heading out soon. Su Cheng, will you come back? Rishi and Shurzwa asked the same question. Su Cheng sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what. Finally, he nodded and gazed toward the light gate appearing in the distance. I will return. After exchanging a few words with Rishi and Takatsuki Izumi, Chéng signaled to Xiaobai. The two of them stepped into the light gate. Xiaobai was unusually excited about finally going home. Yay! Finally going home. Chapter 175, A Great Nation Should Be Magnanimous. Votes needed. Congratulations to the Huaxia contestant for clearing the ghoul dungeon. All Chinese citizens receive rewards, plus 100 years of lifespan, plus 10 to all 3 attributes, and 3 opportunities to purchase attributes at 10% off. Due to the SSS-rated performance of Chinese participants, all Chinese citizens receive 1 BD grade random equipment crate. The moment Chéng stepped through the light gate, the voice of the heavens resounded across all of China. The crowd, who had been anticipating the rewards from the heavens, froze in place upon hearing this news. It wasn't that the reward was meager, quite the opposite. They never imagined the reward would be so extravagant, complete with an additional equipment bonus. Holy crap! 100 years of lifespan? Am I seeing things? They're actually giving 100 years? And that's not all. Besides the century, there's also 10 years of 3-dimensional attributes. Before, adding a few points to my strength multiplied it several times over. Now, 10 points at once? That's like taking off. Why are you guys focusing on that? Forget the lifespan and stat points this time, there's a random gear box. What quality gear did you guys get? Ha! Awesome. Totally awesome. B grade. It's actually B grade gear. If I remember correctly, this thing's worth over 1,000 years of lifespan. Thanks, God. Damn it. I thought my C grade was good enough, but you actually pulled a B grade? Seriously jealous. Damn it, why's mine D grade? This low quality is ridiculous. Wait, hold up, this gear has an effect? Restores 1 HP per second? What kind of stat is that? The moment the voice of the multiverse echoed, the Chinese group was instantly immersed in the surge of their lifespan values and the shifts in their 3 core attributes. Of course, beyond lifespan and stats, the most crucial aspect this time was the random equipment chest. They discovered that while gear had varying tiers, with a bit of luck, certain D grade items could possess stats stronger than B grade ones. For a moment, everyone felt uneasy. They now possessed increased lifespans and attributes, yet they still lacked a single decent piece of equipment. Though China was now powerful enough to protect them. But when the multiverse descended and other planes arrived, China couldn't shield them forever. True strength lies in self-reliance. This portal crisis had already given everyone an ominous foreboding. Of course, some among them considered reselling or trading the treasure chests. However, the moment the chest was sent, it became bound to its recipient. Even if traded and opened, the chests would yield no equipment. Furthermore, any equipment obtained from them could not be sold, as it would lose its original effects the moment it was separated from its owner. This effectively curbed many attempts at reselling or acquiring them. While the Chinese players were buzzing with excitement over the rewards, spectators from other nations watched the scene with envy, practically drooling. Damn, these rewards are way too good. We've cleared it multiple times and never got anything this good. And random gear boxes? Is this really just a single reward? Stop being so bitter. Why do you Chinese get such amazing rewards while ours are so crappy? This is unfair. Demand equal rewards. My half-learned eagle language is useless now. China suddenly got so powerful? Pilot. What the hell are you doing? We've flown this long and still haven't reached the destination. Stop heading toward Eagle Nation. Quick, turn around. Keep turning. I want to go back to China. The Chinese got their rewards, but what about us, Sakura Nation? We broke through the CCG base. Our rewards shouldn't be this bad, right? Unlike spectators from other nations, the Sakura Nation crowd eagerly anticipated this multiverse reward. Though their ancient champion ultimately lost, he survived and made it back through the light gate. They had, at the very least, completed their mission. Seeing China's rewards so generous only heightened their anticipation for what theirs might be. Congratulations to the Sakura Nation contestants for clearing the ghoul dungeon. All citizens of Huaxia receive rewards, plus 10 years to lifespan, plus 3 to all 3 primary attributes, and 1 opportunity to purchase attributes at 10% off. The voice of the heavens resounded over the land of cherry blossoms. Hearing that their reward was less than half of China's, the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation were about to erupt in anger over the perceived injustice. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something. Sakura Nation contestants cleared the dungeon, and the Chinese people received rewards? In their momentary daze, they finally realized they still had unused reward opportunities left. Damn it! Why, for heaven's sake, why did our rewards get snatched by China again? This is unfair, utterly unfair. Those darn Chinese. Taking rewards meant for us time and again. Where's your conscience? With their nation's rewards snatched away, Japanese netizens flooded Chinese livestreams with a wave of angry comments. In the past, when faced with such anger from Japan, the Chinese might have been tempted to retaliate. But things are different now. They now possess the wisdom of a great nation, gracious and above squabbles with these islanders. Instead, listening to the Japanese outbursts, the Chinese audience found themselves amused. Sigh, who told you so and so to overreach and challenge our Su God? This is the consequence. TSK. I thought your rewards were supposed to be something special. A measly bit of lifespan? What's the big deal? Not exactly worth getting excited over. Don't get too worked up, Sakura Nation. This isn't a one-off incident. Just a friendly reminder, aside from these two instances, you've also received one reward from us, the Chinese. Inside China's highest combat base. Old Bai Dang and his team listened to the voices echoing around them, then rose to stretch their legs. Previously, due to their advanced age, even though attribute boosts made them feel lighter, China had lost too many rounds. At best, they could only move like ordinary people. But this time, with a century of extra lifespan and a 10-point boost to their 3 core attributes, they suddenly felt as though their bodies had returned to their youth. Ha! This feels absolutely amazing. I feel like I'm 20 years younger again. Bring on a few more well-fed punks, I'll take them down effortlessly. TSK, with this punch of mine, even professional boxers would be knocked out cold. That kid from Suzhou really did us a favor. Yeah, besides the attributes and lifespan, he even gave us gear. Check out my B-grade red plume spear, it looks just like the old timer I used to fight with. What do you mean B-grade? Old Lu, you pulled a B-grade piece of gear and didn't even say a word? Come on, show us what it can do. Old Bai, General Lu and the others. It's fine. Let them show off. It's been ages since they've had this much fun. Old Bai watched the group's playful commotion, smiling as he shook his head. Clenching his fist, feeling the surge of power, Old Bai's gaze turned toward Su Cheng on the screen. If their rewards were this generous, what kind of reward would Su Cheng receive? Chapter 176, Massive Boost, Extra Stats. Congratulations on completing the Ghoul Dungeon. Calculating Dungeon Quest Rewards. Congratulations on obtaining 300 years of lifespan, 15 points to any 3 attributes, 2 points to charm, 1 point to luck, 400 advanced universal materials. 20 green treasure chests, 6 light blue treasure chests, 4 blue treasure chests, and 1 light pink treasure chest. Detected SSS tier completion rating. Distributing additional rewards. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 pink treasure chest. Outside the homestead, Su Cheng and Xiaobai emerged from the light gate. Hearing the celestial prompt echo in his ears, Su Cheng opened his interface with a thought. An extra pink treasure chest? His eyes flickered as he examined the SSS tier evaluation reward. Based on the previous pattern, he had expected another talent, but instead, it was a treasure chest. Though chests were slightly inferior to talents, this one was at least pink tier and not just light pink. He'd never opened a chest like this before. He just wondered if opening these chests would grant attribute bonuses. Staring at the dozens of glowing chests at his feet, Su Cheng couldn't help but ponder. Previously, the chests he'd opened were standard post-clear rewards, but these were obtained from the Ghoul Dungeon, even the pink ones were rewards. He wondered if these chests could boost his stats. Open all chests at once? The prompt appeared. After a moment's thought, Su Cheng selected only the light pink and pink chests before clicking confirm. Ding! Fortune Goddess activated successfully. Total rewards from opening these chests: 1000 years of lifespan, 5C grade equipment, 1B grade equipment, 10D grade equipment, 3 dual cards, 5 support cards, 2 enhancement attempts for equipment below a grade. So they can't boost stats after all? Though Su Cheng had anticipated this outcome, seeing the actual rewards still left him feeling a bit disappointed. Fortunately, even without stat points this time, he gained a significant boost to his lifespan, plus cards and equipment upgrade opportunities. As for the gear, only 1 B grade item was worth keeping. Su Cheng listed all the others in the multiverse trading post. The extra B grade equipment, a blue quality shield, conflicted with his current gear. He figured even if he had no use for it, Ji Buochang was precisely missing such a piece of defensive gear perfect for him. Closing the exchange, Su Cheng turned his attention to his talent panel. This time, beyond the main and side quests, the most crucial element was this very section. Legacy of Strength. Defeat a target 5 levels higher than yourself, 2,134,100. Defeat a target 10 levels higher than yourself, 26,150. Setting aside the attribute rewards from the Ghoul Dungeon, this inheritance of strength talent was what he anticipated most. He'd slain so many ghouls for this very moment. Exchange all for strength attributes? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped the confirmation. Attribute conversion successful. Calculating stats. Calculation complete. Congratulations. You have obtained strength attribute 55. As the notification popped up, a warm surge coursed through Su Cheng's limbs and bones. Feeling the power surging within him, Su Cheng unconsciously clenched his fists. With his current strength, he could likely defeat the transformed Daegu again without even activating life bet, couldn't he? With that thought, Su Cheng summoned his status panel. Contestant, Su Cheng. Level, 9. Strength, 17,168. Agility, 10,823. Intelligence, 106. Luck, 901. Charisma, 2,512. 00:5650:6:6:6. Talents: Goddess of Fortune SSS, Divine Demon Eyes SSS, Gamble with Fate S, Beast Transformation S, Legacy of Power SSS. Equipment: Tang Sword, Lucky Revolver, Amplification Bracers, Lucky Ring, Demon Gloves, Charm Ring. When first embarking on the path to ascension, Su Cheng had lamented his meager lifespan. But in the blink of an eye, after completing a ghoul dungeon instance, his lifespan suddenly increased by over 4,000 points. At that very moment, all three of his core attributes broke through the 100 mark. As his lifespan surpassed 5,000, the golden roulette unlocked. The silver wheel had already brought him plenty of surprises. Who knew what rewards the golden wheel would offer this time? Of course, the golden wheel would have to wait. He still had 3 unused opportunities to upgrade his equipment quality, plus 1 light pink and 1 pink treasure chest waiting to be opened. After a moment's thought, Su Cheng drew the Tang sword from his waist. His primary offensive weapon was now the Tang sword. Scenes like his previous brute force defeat of Daegu were far from common. Su Cheng still vividly remembered his battle with those crystal beings. Each of their weapons was exceptionally powerful, though their attributes were lower than his. If their attributes were comparable, he would be utterly defenseless against their equipment and weaponry. Use equipment enhancement points? Target: Tang sword? Yes. Su Cheng raised his hand and tapped the screen. The next second, a blue light emanated from the Tang sword. Su Cheng used 2 upgrades consecutively, combined with the one remaining from before. The Tang sword, originally B grade, instantly ascended to a grade. Tang sword, a grade. After equipping, Strength 100, Agility 50. Devour, can consume other weapons and materials to evolve itself. Permanent bleed, wounds inflicted on enemies with lower strength than yours will never heal. Destruction, when dealing damage to others, has a 10% chance to randomly destroy one piece of their equipped gear. Sword Chi, consumes 1 year of lifespan and physical stamina to unleash a forward sweeping blade aura. Power scales with personal strength and consumed lifespan. After exhausting both enhancement attempts, Su Cheng gazed at the Tang sword now upgraded to a grade, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. This upgrade not only brought a qualitative leap in additional attributes but also added an entirely new attribute. Drawing the Tang sword, he felt a shift in strength and agility. Su Cheng took a deep breath. The next second, his wrist flickered, the numbers on his arm sharply reduced by a year's worth. A single slash was unleashed. Clang! A crisp metallic scrape echoed as Su Cheng gazed at the slender crack torn open by the blade's energy before him, a slow smile curving his lips. Running his fingers along the Tang sword's edge, Su Cheng felt profound satisfaction in that moment. Long-range attacks had always been his Achilles heel, a weakness particularly glaring during his earlier confrontation with Xiao Shui. Had his defensive engineering not held firm, he truly would have been helpless against her. Though he possessed the lucky revolver as a ranged weapon, it proved effective only against weak creatures. Against the crystal being, its effectiveness had been negligible. This blade's power might be slightly less, but it could be amplified. With the weapon issue resolved, next. Tang's sword sheathed, Su Cheng's gaze shifted to the 2 treasure chests glowing with pink light beside him. The main event was about to begin. Chapter 177, Who Says It's No Good? Votes needed. In this ghoul dungeon run, Su Cheng had only obtained 1 light pink treasure chest. The other fan-colored chest was acquired only at the very end. The light pink chest was only obtainable after he became a special class investigator, making it clear just how difficult it was to acquire a pink quality chest. Gazing at the 2 pink quality chests before him, Su Cheng took a deep breath and reached out to open the light pink one first. Ding! Fortune Goddess activated successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained Boots of Flowing Light. The Goddess of Fortune notification popped up, and the chest shimmered with light. Su Cheng had expected this reward to be exceptionally generous. Previously, whenever a treasure chest glowed, the items inside were invariably valuable. Yet, upon seeing only a single item reward, Su Cheng was dumbfounded. What the hell? The Goddess of Fortune triggered, plus the chest glowing, and only 1 piece of gear? Are you kidding me? Su Cheng's mouth twitched as he picked up the shoes from the chest. Boots of Glowing Light, B grade. Equipment effect, Agility plus 40, Strength plus 15. Additional ability. Devour, can absorb other equipment and materials to evolve itself. Blazing Speed, activates to double movement speed for 30 minutes, 3-hour cooldown. If I run fast enough, death can't catch me. Penetration, ignores all obstacles for 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Wall walking? 3 attributes? The Lightflow Boots stats panel displayed, and Su Cheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he read the description. Though the stat bonuses weren't particularly high, it boasted a full 3 attributes. And most crucially, these boots could also be evolved. His Beast Transformation talent already doubled his agility, and the Life Gamble talent doubled all attributes. Now, this Swiftness talent was added to the mix. In that moment, Su Cheng retracted his earlier words. Who said these boots were bad? These shoes are absolutely fantastic. As for the penetration stat, while it pales in comparison to the others, it might prove unexpectedly useful in certain situations. After swapping his shoes for the glowing boots, Su Cheng could distinctly feel the weight lift from his feet. With a thought, he summoned his interface. Player, Su Chéng. Level, 9. Strength, 171,133. Agility, 10,893. Intelligence, 106. Luck, 901. Charisma, 2,512. Even without activating any abilities or talents, his strength attribute alone had already surpassed 300, while his agility had broken through the 200 mark. With such high stats, he was confident he could take down Karo and his group in a single strike. However, Su Chéng examined his base attribute panel. With the current equipment enhancing him, his additional bonus attributes were nearly matching his innate stats. Earlier, during his battle with the shield-wielding Kaji, a base attribute check had popped up. Although his current base strength stat far surpassed his opponents, he would inevitably encounter more powerful enemies in the future. Equipment was secondary, what truly mattered were his innate attributes. For instance, one of the traits on his Tang sword, Shatter, had a chance to destroy one of the enemy's equipment pieces. In a world as vast as the multiverse, possessing such an effect didn't guarantee others wouldn't have similar or even more powerful abilities. Ultimately, one's own base attributes were what mattered most. With this thought, Su Chéng withdrew his gaze and turned his eyes back to the pink treasure chest ahead. The light pink treasure chest had already delivered such a pleasant surprise. What reward would this pink one hold? Just as Su Chéng opened the pink treasure chest, not far away, Xiaobai walked into the homestead, just about to share her joy with Xiaoishan and the others. But upon seeing the scene within the homestead, she froze in place. Husband. Hearing Xiaobai's urgent voice echoing from afar, Su Chéng withdrew his gaze from the chest. He placed a token-like item into his spatial storage before hurrying toward Xiaobai. What's wrong? Seeing Xiaobai in such a state, Su Chéng was about to ask what had happened, but the scene before him left him equally stunned. Their once cozy home now lay in utter ruin. Every plant Su Chéng and Xiaobai had cultivated was trampled beyond recognition, and the houses were severely damaged. Worse still, little healer, Shui, and Ji Buochang were nowhere to be found. What had happened? Su Chéng stared at the scene in utter disbelief. How long had he been gone? Why had their home become like this? Was it caused by the insect nests breaking open when he left? No, impossible. Given Ji Buochang and Xiao Shui's strength, even if they couldn't defeat the creatures now emerging from the insect nest, they shouldn't have ended up in such a state. If it wasn't the insect nests, then what could it be? As Su Chéng walked through the homeland, the live stream's perspective gradually shifted. The Chinese viewers watching this scene were equally perplexed. What the hell is going on? How did Su Shen's home base suddenly turn into this? Who the hell launched this sneak attack? Now that our Su Shen isn't pulling these little tricks anymore, you have no shame? Oh no! Not only were all the plants Su Shen and Little Bai had cultivated ruined, but Little Medicine Fairy and Xiao Shui were gone too. Could it be? The changes unfolding in Su Cheng's home were not only unexpected to Su Cheng himself, but also left the Chinese spectators watching utterly stunned. Su Cheng had already entered the center of the homestead, yet Little Healer and Xiao Shui remained nowhere to be seen. Such a scene, coupled with the devastation all around, inevitably led everyone to the worst possible conclusions. Found it! I found it! I just checked the Eagle Nation livestream. Shui was captured by that Smith guy. As the comment flashed across the screen, the crowd immediately flooded into the Eagle Nation livestream. What? How did he manage that? Su Shen isn't even in the home, yet that guy still snuck in for a surprise attack? Wait, I looked around, why is only little doctor here? Where's Xiao Shui? And Ji Buochang and the others? Hey, isn't this the whole gang from China? What brings you to our Eagle Nation livestream? Here to check out our spoils of war? Ha! You know what? Even though your Chinese players are total jerks, these girls are genuinely gorgeous. Too bad I won't get to enjoy the perks, Smith. You animals! Have you no shame? Sneaking up on people like this and going after defenseless women? Now that our god Su is back, let's see what you'll do. Heh, so what if he's back? Our god Smith has already entered the instance. Even if you return, you won't be able to breach our home turf. TSK, how pitiful. Lured away by those Chinese players, now facing danger with no one to rescue them. If only they'd known, wouldn't it have been better to follow our Smith goddess? News of Little Healer's appearance in Smith's home spread like wildfire. At that moment, within the home base, Su Cheng's eyes grew icy cold upon hearing the voice from the Chinese strategy team. Surveying the devastated home, Su Cheng let out a hollow chuckle. The communication ended. He hadn't gone looking for that guy, but the guy had come looking for him instead. Chapter 178, Home Burglarized? Vote for me. Husband. Xiaobai walked to Su Cheng's side, her 9 tails surging wildly behind her. Her fur stood on end as she surveyed the devastated scene of their home. At that moment, no one felt more furious than she did. This was the home she and her husband had built with their own hands, and now it lay utterly destroyed. Who the hell was it? Xiaobai, calm down. Noticing Xiaobai's agitation beside him, a surge of energy erupted. Su Cheng raised his hand to steady Xiaobai. Husband, is it you? Their gazes met. Xiaobai looked at Su Cheng, then scanned the surroundings, wanting to say something. I know how you feel right now, but anger won't solve anything. Su Cheng smiled as he ruffled Xiaobai's head. Our home is shattered, but at least it still stands. We can rebuild it. Right now, people are the most important thing. I know where Little Medicine Fairy is, but Xiao Shui and Ji Buchang I have no clue where they've gone. Finding those two is our top priority now. Listening to Su Cheng's words, Xiaobai gradually calmed down. Xiao Yixian and Xiao Shui had been close to her. As Su Cheng said, a home could be rebuilt, but people who were gone were truly gone. After regaining their composure, Su Cheng and Xiaobai searched the home together for any trace of Xiao Shui and Ji Buchang. Were these battle scars left by Xiao Shui? Su Cheng approached an open area, examining the torn ground and lingering traces of ice and snow. He extended his hand to investigate. Upon realizing the power wasn't Xiao Shui's, Su Cheng's gaze turned puzzled. This style of attack bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Shui's. Unlike creatures like Ji Buchang, she belonged to the noble lineage of frost dragons. Moreover, she was nobility among frost dragons. Her status and standing were no simple matter, and this aura was nearly identical to Xiao Shui's. Was it caused by that creature from Eagle Nation? No, that couldn't be right. Though I've never clashed with them personally, intelligence from China suggests their power shouldn't reach such heights. The power of this attack surpassed Xiao Shui's by more than one tier. Smith's strength alone couldn't have achieved this. If it wasn't Smith, then who else could it be? He had already inspected the surrounding nests earlier. During his absence, only 5 had been breached. Moreover, numerous insectoid corpses lay near these 5 nests. Judging by the damage patterns on the bodies, the attacks were most likely carried out by Ji Buchang. It wasn't the Eagle Nation's guy, nor was it caused by creatures within the nests. Then who had taken Xiao Shui and Ji Buchang? He found it utterly perplexing that Smith had snatched away Little Healer. Duel cards could force 2 players into a duel, but only if both were within their home base. How did Smith manage to snatch Little Healer during the time he was away? Moreover, the abductor only took Little Healer. Xiao Shui and Ji Buchang seemed to have vanished into thin air. This scene puzzled not only Su Cheng, but also the Chinese spectators watching it unfold. What exactly had transpired in the home base during Su Shen's absence? Little Medicine Fairy had been found, but where were Xiao Shui and Second Master? Why were they nowhere to be seen? Fortunately, Little Healer possessed a poison-resistant constitution. That bastard Smith dared only imprison her, not touch her. Otherwise, even from 10,000 miles away, I would have come to destroy your Eagle Nation. The pressing question now was, where had Xiao Shui and the others gone? They couldn't have just vanished into thin air, could they? Judging by Su Shen's expression, he seemed equally clueless. What on earth should they do now? When players leave the home, the live stream feed follows them out. Meaning no one knows what happened inside the home at that moment. No thoughts, no clues. Everyone was scratching their heads in frustration. China strategy team. Have you checked? Any leads? Old Bai approached Xiao Lu, studying the images on the screen as he asked. No. We've reviewed all the footage from these past days, as well as the earlier recordings from Sioux City. Once Sioux City left the home, the footage transitioned as well. We couldn't discern anything from the recordings. As for clues within the home base, the techniques used were entirely unfamiliar to us. We can't identify what creatures carried out the attacks. The only thing we know for certain is that Eagle Nation players were involved. Xiao Lu shook his head. There were simply too few clues. With Su Chun leaving the home base, the live feed changed as well, leaving them with no way to proceed. Those damn Eagle Nation bastards actually ambushed Su Cheng while he was away. How the hell did they pull that off? It's infuriating. Damn it, I heard those Eagle Nation bastards timed it perfectly for our exit. The moment Su Cheng left, they infiltrated the instance. Now we can't even challenge them to a duel. All they know how to do is these petty, underhanded tricks. If they've got the guts, let's meet them face to face. Whether it's military might or the multiverse, we're ready to face them anytime. What's the point of these petty maneuvers? General Lu and the others seethed with indignation. If not for the greater good, Huaxia wouldn't have the strength to stand alone against the entire world. Right now, they'd love to blast straight into Eagle Nation. Wait, little Lu, you mean no one besides the Eagle Nation knew what happened inside the homeland back then, right? Old Bai seemed to recall something and turned to ask Xiao Lu. Little Lu nodded. That's correct. The feed followed Su Cheng's movements, so no one else could see it except for the Eagle Nation. Mid-sentence, Xiao Lu suddenly realized something. He looked at Old Bai and asked, Old Bai, what are you implying? Exactly. Since none of us knew what happened back then, but that Eagle Nation guy did, right? Old Bai nodded, gazing at the live feed from Eagle Nation. Finding clues to track down Xiao Shui and the others is essential. Isn't this guy a living, breathing clue? At that moment, back at the base. Should we go after that Eagle Nation guy? Su Cheng nodded as he listened to the information relayed by Master Bai and the others. Given the current situation, it seemed the only way to uncover what happened was to find him. With that thought, Su Cheng retrieved the token he'd just obtained from the pink treasure chest. Level 120 Designated Dungeon Teleportation Token 1.
According to the information provided by Old Bai and the others, Smith, the Eagle Nation contestant, had also entered a world similar to his own ghoul instance. He had been wondering what purpose this token served, but now its use had become apparent. Just as Su Cheng debated whether to use it, a sudden cry caught his attention.
Woof. Chapter 179, Elf Dungeon Votes Needed.
The attribute notification sound startled Su Cheng. Following the sound, he saw Erha poking his head out from a shattered defensive structure, staring blankly at him. Seeming to recognize him, Erha grew visibly excited. After chewing wildly at the nearby structure, he struggled to break free and dashed out.
Woof.
Having not seen Su Cheng for days, Erha vented all the pent-up frustration of recent days the moment he spotted him. So that guy really had come. Su Cheng listened to the dog's words, his gaze thoughtful. From the dog's description, he could tell it was referring to Smith from Eagle Country. But how the other had managed to get in while he was away remained a mystery he hadn't figured out yet. There had been no home attack alert.
The intruder had only abducted one person instead of seizing the opportunity to destroy his home.
He knew that if a home base was destroyed, the player would die along with it.
The intruder couldn't possibly be unaware of this rule. But the other party still only took one person away, without destroying his entire home. Besides that person, did you see anyone else?
At that moment, Xiaobai walked by. Only Su Cheng could understand Erha's words, but from Su Cheng's account, she likely learned some details as well.
Woof, woof. You didn't see anyone else?
Though he had anticipated it, Su Cheng still sighed helplessly upon learning the truth. According to Erha's account, the moment their home was attacked, he had been knocked unconscious. In his dazed state, he had glimpsed a person, but knew nothing else. All these days, he had been hiding beneath the rubble.
Husband, are you leaving again? Xiaobai sensed Su Cheng's unusual demeanor. This was always how he acted before departing.
She had hoped that after surviving the ghoul dungeon, Su Cheng would finally stay home with them.
How could such a situation arise now? If my husband must leave, then Xiaobai will go with him.
Seeing their carefully built home reduced to this, she now yearned to tear the mastermind behind it to shreds. Facing Xiaobai's plea, Su Cheng shook his head in refusal. This time, it's impossible. Though his token could designate the dungeon for Eagle Nation's contestant Smith, it only allowed one person to enter. He couldn't bring anyone else. He knew Xiaobai's capabilities well and naturally wished to bring her alone. After all, when Little Bai got serious, she was truly terrifying. If he let him roam freely in the instance, especially now that Xiaobai was blinded by rage, it would likely be over in less than a day. But alas, only one person could enter. Hearing Su Cheng's explanation, Xiaobai finally lowered his head in resignation, his voice choked as he murmured, "All right.
I know what you're thinking.
I'll bring Xiao Yishan and Xiao Shui back safely. With our home reduced to this state, we certainly won't let those bastards off the hook." Su Cheng ruffled Xiaobai's hair. "Look, with our home in this state, someone needs to tend to it while I'm gone. Plus, creatures from the nest will attack. So,
though you can't come with me, your task is just as important, understand?"
I know." After Su Cheng's persuasion, Little Bai seemed to understand, smiling as he looked up at him. Surveying the extent of the damage to their home, Su Cheng's gaze drifted toward the distance, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Though he spoke with such apparent calm, as if unconcerned. But now they'd dared to ride roughshod over him. How could he possibly swallow his pride?
Consume 400 advanced universal parts to repair the home base?
The prompt popped up. Su Cheng walked to the front of his home and raised his hand to tap the confirmation button. This time, clearing the ghoul dungeon had yielded quite a few advanced universal parts. He'd intended to use them to upgrade his home, but never expected to encounter such a situation. As the parts were consumed, the surroundings of the home abruptly transformed. The shattered houses were restored to their original state, and the damaged defensive structures rebuilt themselves after consuming materials. However, the structures he and Xiaobai had built could not be restored with a single click.
Use Level 120 Designated Dungeon Teleportation Token. Destination, Elf Dungeon?
After settling various matters with Xiaobai, Su Cheng retrieved one of the tokens obtained from the pink treasure chest earlier. Just as Su Cheng was about to confirm, suddenly, Erha beside him caught his attention.
This teleportation token couldn't carry others, but it didn't say it couldn't take Erha along.
To be precise, Erha wasn't a native creature of the multiverse. Erha was a reward he had drawn from the system's silver wheel. He wondered if he could bring the dog along. Though the dog possessed few offensive abilities, its overall stats were impressive, and it boasted one exceptionally powerful skill that might prove quite useful. With that thought, Su Cheng yanked the husky over. His gaze flickered as he noticed the teleportation prompt hadn't vanished. It really is possible? After confirming there were no issues, Su Cheng hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and tapped. Confirm. The token vanished, and a beam of light appeared above his home garden. The pillar of light enveloped both Su Cheng and Erha within its glow. Faced with this sudden spectacle, Erha looked utterly curious, opening his mouth as if ready to take a bite out of the light column.
"Stop biting, you silly dog." Su Cheng patted Erha's head, stopping him from continuing.
That dog's bite could even pierce the barrier of the multiverse's rules. Who knows if it might chew through this teleportation beam too. Though he was curious too, if Erha really did bite through it, who knew what the consequences would be? If the teleportation got interrupted, that would be a total disaster. Husband, be careful on your journey. As the beam of light extended, Xiaobai watched Su Cheng's departing figure, her eyes filled with worry. This scene reminded the live stream viewers of certain movie scenes. Su Shen had only just returned from the ghoul instance. Where was he heading now? What on earth is so urgent? When he left before, Little Healer was captured, and now Little Snow and the others are missing. Doesn't Su Shen worry that something might happen to Xiaobai while he's gone? Su Shen was being far too hasty. With everything happening now, he should be prioritizing sorting out matters at the homestead first. How could he leave Xiaobai, a vulnerable woman, alone at the homestead? I heard China is already negotiating with the Eagle Nation regarding Little Healer. At the very least, he should have left Erha to guard the place. Su Cheng's sudden departure left everyone puzzled. But more than puzzlement, seeing Xiaobai not depart with Su Cheng filled them with worry. Xiaobai had spent the longest time with the group. With Xiaoxian and the others already in trouble, no one wanted Xiaobai to face any further misfortune. Yet, just as their worries deepened, the pillar of light dissipated, and within the homestead, Xiaobai's gentle expression vanished abruptly. In its place was overwhelming fury. Nine tails whipped wildly behind her as a terrifying aura erupted from her body, shaking the surroundings, stirring up dust across the sky, and shattering the ground inch by inch. Her crimson pupils glowed with a dangerous red light. Earlier, because of Su Cheng, she had held back. Now that Su Cheng was gone, she had no need to hide anymore. Clawed hands extended as her gaze snapped toward the nest within the home. The others had been worried about the safety of the frail-looking little Bai, but when they saw her figure dart into the nest and forcibly drag out the still-sleeping insectoid, the sight of claws tearing through flesh, blood, and entrails scattered across the floor instantly silenced them. Live stream audience? Chapter 180, Violator 9527. Xiaobai's strength seems a bit excessive. Did she just rip the nest apart? It's more than just a bit strong. No wonder Su Shen couldn't break free earlier. I thought they were just flirting, but it turns out he genuinely couldn't escape. Hold off on discussing Xiaobai. The scene has changed. Look at Su Shen's current position. Where is this? Why is it completely blank? Ha? What are these two enormous circles? What are such huge circles for? Could they be for waiting? But why is Su Shen the only one here? Xiaobai's power surprised everyone, but soon the changes in Su Cheng's scene captured everyone's attention. Viewed from above, two glowing circles with radii of at least 100 meters appeared on the screen. Su Cheng stood within one of them, completely alone. Inside the circle, Su Cheng looked around in equal confusion. He tried to break through the circle, but whatever material it was made of proved impenetrable. No amount of force could budge it an inch. Based on the previous hints from the Huaxia strategy team and the recent use of the token, he should have been teleported into a world inhabited by spirits. Yet the current situation left Su Cheng utterly baffled. As Su Cheng pondered his predicament, an interface panel materialized before him. System notice: all attributes and abilities have been automatically hidden as the match is about to begin. Items within the space remain usable. Enjoy the game. System notice: war preparation phase activated. Allies cannot inflict damage upon each other. System notice: 10 minutes remaining until your team's match begins. System notice: all channels have switched to war channel upon battle commencement. War objective: destroy the enemy core. Affiliated faction: Elf Kingdom. Mission brief: the Great Spirit World hosts two rival factions perpetually at war over resources and territory: the Elf Kingdom and the Goblin Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom, slightly weaker than the Goblins, the Elven Kingdom once attempted to resolve the conflict through a marriage alliance. However, the Goblin Kingdom, while superficially accepting the princess sent for the Union, forcibly detained her and continued relentless invasions of Elven lands. Enraged by these betrayals, the Elven King declared a full-scale world war against the Goblins to the entire realm, vowing to fight at any cost until one faction is utterly annihilated. Quest information: upon commencing the war, your faction's unique mark will be imprinted upon you. This is an open world where any item can be taken out. Reward: +10 to all 3 attributes. Mission penalty: execution. War world? Su Cheng stared at the prompt that popped up before him, his gaze turning thoughtful. His gaze swept around the area. According to the prompt, this instance belonged to the war world, and he had teammates. His current circle likely represented the Elf faction, while the other side must be the Goblins. But where were his teammates now? The enemy's whereabouts were also unknown. After scanning the area, Su Cheng roughly grasped the current situation. This situation was likely due to his mid-game entry. If the prompt was correct, this battle might have already begun. Can any item be taken out? It seemed this world held all sorts of opportunities, otherwise this measly 10-point all-attribute bonus would be downright stingy. Closing the prompt, Su Cheng looked at his personal interface and noticed a new other button had appeared. War Channel. Could this War Channel allow communication with players from other worlds? Cheng pondered for a moment before raising his hand to activate the war chat channel.
Everyone, listen up. I am G. Boda of the Crystal People. It's clear we're at a disadvantage in this war. I urge you all to avoid infighting. The consequences would be unbearable. I'm now recruiting several top-tier fighters to form a charge squad with me. No pressure. G. Boda? Isn't he the third-ranked powerhouse on the war contributions leaderboard? And he's from the Crystal Clan. Boss, take me with you. Awesome. With a big shot leading, I don't have to try hard. Just wait for victory and collect the rewards. Everyone, stay focused. Our enemy is a 10,000-strong force just like us. We can't take them on alone. For the record, my name is G. Bozu. G. Bo CU? That name sounds familiar. Don't just think you have. I just checked. G. Bo CU is ranked 15th. We've already breached the Goblin outer perimeter's third line and are about to break through. The enemy's tough units are arriving requesting backup. Requesting backup. Crystal Man, contribution rankings?
Cheng scanned the war channel, where messages about the battle's progress were densely packed. Several posts particularly caught his attention.
Crystal People. They were the first alien race he'd encountered since entering the multiverse.
Had it not been for them, he wouldn't even have known other races existed. And judging by the chat logs, this Crystal People race seemed to be a formidable force.
Third on the contribution list?
Reading this far, Cheng glanced at the contribution rankings beside the chat. If Eagle Nation's contestant Smith was also on the list, it might save him a lot of trouble searching. However, just as Cheng raised his hand to tap the list,
the next second. ZZZ.
A crackling electrical sound filled the air as the display panel before him began to malfunction, filling with a jumble of unrecognizable code and numbers.
What's going on? Is it broken? Cheng watched the panel's transformation with growing confusion. From his interactions over the past few days, this multiverse should be incredibly powerful. This kind of malfunction shouldn't be happening. Unless. At that thought, Cheng glanced over at Erha. He noticed that at some point, a massive gap had opened in the barrier. Erha stood outside the screen, staring at him with a blank expression. Cheng. Woof. Holy crap. Damn, that's something.
Cheng stared at the gap in the barrier. He'd always doubted whether Erha had the strength to bite through it. But now there was no doubt the dog had already chewed its way through. Cheng sighed helplessly. He had wanted Erha to give it a try, but since he hadn't teleported into the battlefield yet, he feared the unpredictable risks that might arise after the barrier was breached. Well, that was that. No more worrying, it had already happened. Glancing at the chaotic interface and the dazed Erha, Cheng stepped through the breach, grabbed the dog, and prepared to give it a thorough scolding.
Detected unknown interference. Correcting. Correction complete. War mission, destroy core. Affiliated party? Detected, you do not belong to any faction in this world. Marked as violator, 9527. Chapter 181, full replica announcement votes needed.
War world. Both the Elf faction and the Goblin faction simultaneously received notifications from the multiverse at this moment.
Detected rule violation by participant. Marked as violator. New mission objective, eliminate the violator. Mission rewards, 20-point boost to all 3 attributes. 1,000 years of lifespan. 1 pink treasure chest. 1 random weapon chest grade B or higher. 1 random equipment chest grade B or higher.
The moment the new mission appeared, both the elves and goblins erupted in excitement.
A rule breaker? A rule breaker actually appeared in this world? Ha, this is awesome. The rewards are so generous, don't let me catch you. A 20-point stat boost across all 3 attributes? 1,000 years of lifespan? And all those chests? These rewards are ridiculously generous. Whoever gets this is gonna be rolling in it. Isn't taking down 1 rule breaker better than winning the war rewards?
Capturing a base after half a day's fighting isn't worth as much as killing 1 person.
Come on, anyone want to team up with me to hunt down rule breakers? Is this the top 100 contributor? Add me and I'm in.
I'll just take some lifespan as my reward. As news of the violator spread, players from both the Elf and Goblin tribes began eagerly anticipating encounters. Yet at the Elf tribe's front lines, G. Boda glanced at the war channel messages and sneered dismissively.
Boss, should we go after this rule breaker?
The rewards are seriously generous. The short-haired man beside G. Boda looked at him excitedly. That's 20 points across all 3 attributes, plus 1,000 years of lifespan.
It had saved them a ton of grinding. Heh, you're being naive. Everyone's heard about the cheaters, but have you heard of any cheaters actually getting killed?
At that moment, the woman beside G. Boda chuckled.
If the multiverse marked them as violators, do you really think their strength is something to be trifled with?
With such a generous reward, even a fool could tell this mission is incredibly difficult.
If you want to throw your life away, we won't stop you from going after that rule breaker. Throughout history, rule breakers have appeared quite frequently. But reports of violators being killed? Those are few and far between. Those who can break the rules and exploit loopholes must possess formidable strength. Rather than hunting them down, she was more curious about what kind of person could defy the rules of a war instance, a truly rare feat. Yao Riao was right. If this rule breaker doesn't interfere with our objectives, we'll leave them be for now. But if they get in our way, I suggest we take care of them. Our current priorities are destroying the goblin cores and eliminating as many goblin side participants as possible. As he spoke, Ji Bo glanced at the message displayed on his interface. The content caused his pupils to widen in shock. Brother, you got it too, right? Yao Riao noticed Ji Bo's change in expression and stepped forward to ask. MHM. Ji Bo nodded. Those Kaji guys might be a bit weak, but they're still top tier among the younger generation. Even back in our time, we might not have been able to beat them. Who'd have thought someone could take them down solo? A rule breaker. A man who defeated the Kaiji squad. Closing the panel, Ji Bo turned his gaze toward the battlefield ahead, a slow smile curving his lips. He was eager to witness the true strength of these two individuals. Within the goblin camp. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Smith stared at the panel that had popped up before him, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Who'd have thought you'd come crawling back on your own? Actually getting flagged as a rule breaker? Talk about a godsend. Ever since Su Cheng withdrew from the ghoul instance, he had maintained contact with the Eagle Nation strategy team. Su Cheng's strength had genuinely surpassed his expectations. He knew he couldn't match him one-on-one with his current abilities. But one-on-one was impossible? What about 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000 to 1? What about 10 to 1? 100 to 1? 1,000 to 1? At this thought, Smith lowered his gaze to the goblins below the platform and the allied players from other tribes he'd gathered these past days. The initial objective had been to lure Su Cheng into this world. After that person's warning, he had pondered whether Su Cheng might become a rule breaker, and now, unexpectedly, it had actually succeeded. Smith glanced at the potion in his hand. Toxin-resisting potion. Drinking this grants immunity to toxin attacks for 30 minutes. Once this is over, I'll savor the taste of your woman. Inside the light circle. Su Cheng watched the changing interface before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. Damn it, so I'm a rule breaker now? He had just agreed to help that rat-faced man catch rule breakers, and now he'd become one himself. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. But Su Cheng's gaze shifted to the mission rewards. After becoming a rule breaker, the mission reward had changed. What was originally destroy the goblin core had become destroy the core. In other words, he could claim rewards regardless of whether he destroyed the goblin faction's core or the elf faction's core? For a major dungeon reward to be this meager was clearly off. There must be other opportunities hidden within, much like the treasure chest he obtained from slaying a ghoul. How long had it been since I entered this world? If I'd been bound to the elves faction as before, perhaps the extra rewards had already been claimed by others. Su Cheng glanced at the husky at his feet and looked toward the empty light circle beside him. In his current state, this situation might actually be advantageous? Since he belonged to neither faction now. If capturing fronts via the war channel grants rewards, doesn't that mean he could earn rewards by taking over either faction? System notice: due to war conditions, all factions have been randomly teleported to their respective ally territories. The prompt appeared. As the beam descended, Su Cheng grabbed the dog and pulled it toward him. As the beam enveloped their bodies, the surrounding scenery instantly shifted. Emerging from the beam, the cacophony of noise filled his ears. What was this? Su Cheng scanned his surroundings, a desolate environment littered with corpses, the scent of blood mingled with gunpowder filling his nostrils. Had he been teleported to some battlefield? Whoa! Before Su Cheng could fully grasp his situation, a dark yellow, roughly 1.5 meter tall goblin wielding an axe charged toward him. Facing an unfamiliar creature, Su Cheng grew cautious and drew his tang sword. Clang! The moment the axe met the tang sword, it sliced clean through like cutting through tofu, splitting cleanly in two. Su Cheng shifted his stance to the right and delivered a powerful kick. The goblin was sent flying by the sheer force of the kick, colliding with and knocking down several other goblins who had been rushing to its aid. Pathetic! Chapter 182, Fierce Battle. Who would have thought these goblins were so weak? As several goblins were sent flying, Su Cheng charged forward. The goblin felt a chill on its neck, darkness engulfed its vision, and it lost consciousness. After dispatching the nearby goblins, Su Cheng surveyed his surroundings. The area where Su Cheng now stood was the very front line of the war between elves and goblins. Sounds of fierce combat echoed all around, the air thick with the stench of blood and decaying corpses. Arrows and cannon fire streaked across the sky. Not far away, several female elves were locked in combat with goblins riding tiger-like beasts. Judging by the battle's intensity, the elves seemed on the verge of collapse. Charge! Time for the hero to rescue the damsel in distress. What terrible luck! He'd been teleported straight onto the battlefield. In the beginning, faced with such a situation, Su Cheng would have intervened without hesitation. After all, he was on the elves' side. But now, seeing the elves on the verge of collapse, Su Cheng scanned his surroundings and ultimately chose to intervene. He didn't know the current state of this world, but compared to the goblins, these elves were clearly the better choice. Most importantly, he didn't know if the other contestants in this world were aware of his status as a rule breaker. Judging by the goblins and elves earlier, they seemed unable to see the light pillars appear, but that didn't mean other contestants couldn't. If word of his status as a rule breaker spread, it would inevitably draw others to this location. Being surrounded here would spell trouble. For now, it was best to choose a side. Coup! Just as Cheng neared the elves, a roar echoed through the air. Hordes of goblins began converging on Cheng. Some rode tigers, others wielded spears. Clad in crude armor, they were clearly frontline cannon fodder. In the distance, several giants standing about 8 meters tall charged forward wielding wooden clubs stained with the blood of various creatures. Cheng looked up toward the source of the noise. About 500 meters away, a goblin holding a flag was directing others, surrounded by goblins in finer armor. A goblin commander? On the battlefield, commanders must be prioritized for elimination. While such commanders might not even be as strong as their bodyguards, they hold immense influence over the battlefield's dynamics. Attacking from the left flank would be blocked by its soldiers. A failed strike would alert them, making subsequent kills exponentially harder. Only close combat would work. But to get close, he must first eliminate the goblins blocking his path. Chang gripped his blade horizontally, charging forward to kick the goblin riding the tiger. He grabbed its body and hurled it toward the goblin drawing a bow at him. Blade flashes pierced the chaotic battlefield. The permanent effect notification flashed repeatedly. For the horde. The giant roared. His mind replayed the treasure the goblins had promised after victory. With those riches, his tribe would grow stronger and the children and elders would never go hungry again. He raised the heavy wooden club and swung it with all his might toward Cheng. But Cheng cared not why it fought, nor whether its purpose was good or evil. War knew no innocence. He sidestepped, then swung his blade in a sweeping cut. Boom! As the blade flashed, the giant's arm wielding the club was severed cleanly by the Tang sword, the limb thudding heavily to the ground. Blood spurted instantly. The excruciating pain drove the giant mad. It lashed out wildly at Cheng, but these chaotic swings were nothing but wasted effort. Another swift swing of the blade severed a massive head. This creature bore a certain resemblance to Ji Buchang. Cheng gazed at the giant's corpse at his feet, unable to shake the image of Ji Buchang from his mind. He too seemed to be a member of some tribe. This time, Ji Buchang, like Xiao Shui, had vanished without a trace. Perhaps these creatures were connected to Ji Buchang? Before Cheng could finish his thoughts, several giants nearby, witnessing their comrade fall, let rage overwhelm their reason. Wielding wooden clubs, they charged swiftly toward Cheng, trampling several goblins armed with spears underfoot in their haste. Seeing this, Cheng drew his revolver. Though not the brightest, these giants possessed immense strength, and being surrounded by them would prove troublesome. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 giants collapsed instantly. The remaining giants were startled by the sudden gunfire. They looked around and saw their companions lying motionless on the ground, each with a gaping hole in the center of their foreheads, all life gone. Faced with this scene, fear ultimately overcame their rage. They discarded their weapons and fled swiftly into the distance. Likely high-ranking officers. Kill. Only a high-ranking commander could instantly kill 3 giants. High-ranking commanders are rare, 1 in a million at best. Cultivating each demands immense resources. We must keep him here. Coup! The tall goblin commander roared. Massive arrow storm incoming. Time to show what I'm made of. Cheng looked up toward the distance. A large group of goblins had drawn their bows, aiming directly at his position, ready to fire at any moment. Drawing the holy light shield, Cheng steadily retreated. No enemy nearby could evade this hail of arrows, and he had no idea how long his shield could hold. Retreating from the battlefield was clearly the wisest course of action. But during his retreat, the goblins fighting the elves turned and charged toward Cheng. The bounty for killing a high-ranking commander was more than he could ever spend in a lifetime. Hordes of goblins threw caution to the wind and charged toward Cheng. Even knowing the arrow storm would strike them down too, they showed no fear, for in death, vast riches would be left to their kin. Cheng frowned, snapping the throat of a goblin with a twist of his wrist. He swung his blade, slicing through the pig-like creature before him. The steel flashed wildly as body after body fell. Trapped within the encirclement, Cheng had not even a moment to catch his breath. As soon as he dealt with one goblin, a giant charged in. Fortunately, his Tang sword, upgraded multiple times, was sharp enough to tear through enemies effortlessly. While battling the goblins, Cheng sensed a gaze fixed on him from afar. He considered drawing the Winter's Grasp, but held back from using its power. Cheng knew well that the fewer trump cards you revealed, the more others would fear you, and the longer you'd survive on the battlefield. Before he knew it, no living creature remained besides Cheng. All that met his eyes were corpses, goblins, giants, tigers, and elves. Yet this was the battlefield. As one wave fell, another surge of elves, goblins, and creatures surged forward. Watching the hail of arrows already launched from afar, Cheng thought to himself, how ruthless.
Even though his own men were still on the battlefield, they were firing so many arrows, clearly intending to take them all down together.
Chapter 183, Walking into the Trap? Hold the line. Push them back. Don't let those vile goblins climb up.
Behind the battlefield, at the elven headquarters. One by one, goblins scaled the ladders like ancient siege troops, climbing upward in succession.
Commander, it's hopeless. Our men are almost all gone. Those guys vanished too. We have no reinforcements left. Useless. All of you are useless. Once this battle ends, those deserters will die. Commander, hold on. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. The commander glared at the male elf who spoke. Don't panic? You tell me not to panic?
Ever since their counterattack began, you've been saying your reinforcements are on their way, yet not a single soul has shown up.
Now they've pushed right to our home turf, and you tell me not to panic? The male elf looked equally helpless. Headquarters said reinforcements would be sent.
They just need us to hold out for a few days, but they didn't specify when. He knew this was largely a brush off, yet in this dire situation, they had no choice but to comply.
Frankly, I don't trust those reinforcements as much as our allies. At least some of them are still willing to fight here.
Saying this, Xingjiao picked up a rock and hurled it downward. With so few men left, even he, the commander, had to join the fray.
Elsewhere, Su Chang and Ha had withdrawn from the battlefield center to the outer perimeter. With the holy light shield holding firm, the hail of arrows couldn't pierce his defenses. It was a pity, though the elves he'd rescued earlier had all been shot through and killed. Oh, there's one more who slipped through the net.
A breeze carried the scent of blood through the air.
Su Chang looked at the men before him.
Unlike the crystal beings he'd encountered earlier, these creatures also resembled humans, yet their bodies were covered in blood-red skin, with a cluster of flames billowing above their heads.
You two stay put. This is mine. I haven't killed enough yet. This fight ended too quickly after I arrived.
The leader licked the blade of his long sword, about to make his move.
The next second. Ha! Why are you guys just standing around?
Su Chang swept his blade through the group. These opponents were far too weak. They might be troublesome for the elves, but to him, they were just a single slash. In the past, he might have considered extracting information from them before killing them later. But now, there was no time for such thoughts. The goblins at the distant sentry post witnessed Su Chang instantly slaying 3 men.
Coup! Coup! The goblin frantically waved his flag, signaling for reinforcements.
Su Chang had observed every move of the goblin. He had spotted that goblin upon entering the battlefield, and now, even after withdrawing from the center, the creature was still following him. Originally wary of other competitors, Su Chang hadn't lingered in battle. Now was the perfect opportunity. He couldn't be bothered to hunt them down himself. He drew his tang sword and slung the revolver at his waist.
Coup! Coup!
This time, Su Chang had no other elves by his side, just him and his dog. They didn't send many goblins to fight him.
Only a dozen spear-wielding goblins and a giant were dispatched. Su Chang eyed the giant in the distance.
It seemed different from the one he'd seen before.
Rage Giant belongs to a small tribe within the Goblin Kingdom. Strength 100. Agility 20. Intelligence 5.
Rage, when activated, strength doubles, agility halves, intelligence becomes 100.
Rage Giants?
Su Chang studied the giant's description. After confirming it wasn't related to Ji Buchang's race, he charged forward with his blade, confronting a dozen goblins.
About 5 meters away, a faint stench wafted over.
Were it not for the overwhelming blood-soaked air of the battlefield, one might suspect these creatures hadn't bathed in months. The first goblin to engage Su Chang carried a pole-mounted banner.
Regardless of the scale of the battle, one among them would invariably bear a flag.
The lead goblin saw only a flash of Su Chang before a hot stream gushed from its neck.
Despite frantic attempts to block it, the blood flowed unstoppably.
Su Chang snatched the flag and flung it into the goblin horde.
Those closest to the front row were instantly skewered like kebabs.
Swiftly dispatching the minor foes before him, Su Chang leapt to the giant's feet.
The giant raised its foot, preparing to crush Su Chang beneath it.
Su Chang sidestepped, his blade slicing clean through the giant's calf. Losing its balance, the giant crashed heavily to the ground. Su Chang stepped forward and severed its head with a single stroke.
Green treasure chest 1.
Surprisingly, even though Su Chang hadn't used any abilities against these goblins and giants, he still managed to loot a green treasure chest. It seemed this world was far richer than he'd imagined.
Goblins at the distant sentry post witnessed the scene and quickly dug up another flag from the ground, waving it frantically. Goblin rest area. Hey, look over there. Seems the other side has some decent strength too. Heh, let me see. Whoa, charging here alone?
He probably doesn't even know the battlefield situation.
To instantly take down dozens of goblins and a giant, this guy's no pushover. He must be ranked in the top 100 contributors. Top 100? You know how weak the enemy is. Those punks are all talk. How strong could they really be? Exactly. A top 100 player dares to show up here alone? He wouldn't last a single kick from each of us. Come on, brothers, let's stretch our legs.
We need to show some presence.
Wake up the sleepers and let that arrogant fool across the way know what we're made of. Su Cheng waited half an hour with no one else arriving, assuming his swift kills had intimidated the enemy. A flash of black mist swept through the air. If they won't come to us, we'll go to them. Coup! Coup! Seeing Su Cheng charge forward, the goblin commander beside him immediately barked orders. In an instant, the pursuing goblins and giants charged forth together. Their sole objective, to eliminate the human before them. The first to close in was a goblin riding a wild boar, swinging a spiked club viciously toward Su Cheng's head. Su Cheng dodged to the right, then grabbed the goblin bare-handed with his right arm and hurled it forcefully toward the goblin horde. Thud! The goblin and boar crashed violently into the beast herd. With his equipment-enhanced strength now exceeding 300, Su Cheng's throw was so powerful it might as well have hurled a cannonball. The sheer force of that throw could easily have been mistaken for a cannonball. Using the cleared space, Su Cheng charged forward. Splash! The blade's glint flashed repeatedly through the horde. For these goblins and creatures, Su Cheng didn't need to exert much effort. Mechanical swings of his blade sufficed. A single strike activated the effects of Eternal Flow and Curse of the Void. For larger creatures like giants, it merely required a few more swings. Though termed a battle, it was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter by Su Cheng. During the evacuation, Su Cheng had gathered considerable intelligence through the war channel. The battlefield he was currently on was merely a minor conflict zone. The stronger forces had mostly moved to medium and large-scale battlefields. Just as Su Cheng severed a giant's head, a figure appeared to his left, a short blade slashing toward his throat. Facing this, Su Cheng remained utterly unflustered, blocking the strike with his sword. No faction insignia? The attack missed. The assailant looked at Su Cheng warily, but when he saw the absence of any faction markings on Su Cheng's arm, a smile spread across his face. You're a rule breaker? Ha! Who'd have thought I'd be this lucky? This reward practically delivered itself to my doorstep.